This class has only me as a student, but I have to go to class on time every day. Clearly, there isn't even a teacher. But I still dare not play with my phone during class, and after class, I have to shout goodbye, teacher, to the empty classroom. It's all because those who don't follow the school rules mysteriously disappear. Originally, the school had nearly 10,000 people, but now there are less than 1,000. However, other teachers and students are used to it, and there is not even any news reporting any strange events. I thought I was going crazy, until I opened my diary that I always carry with me and discovered that countless strange events were actually happening. Just as I was reading the diary, suddenly there was a hurried knocking on the door. But since my roommate disappeared, the dormitory door has never made a sound again. Is he back? I was startled. The knocking was urgent, and I anxiously glanced at my phone. It was 10:25, with 5 minutes until lights out. Classmate, open the door quickly. I'm Lee Chun from class 2. The person outside the door shouted anxiously. I opened the door and said in a puzzled tone, "What's the matter?" Classmate, I remember your name is Fong Zhang, right? Come with me quickly. There's a girl from the art department in the girls' dormitory building who is about to jump off. Let's go help. Help with what? Help save a life. And we can enter the girls' dormitory openly and above board. This is a good opportunity to show our manly spirit. Maybe even win the favor of a certain beauty from the art department. Not interested? You go by yourself. You're not interested in girls? I pointed to the time on my phone. Look for yourself. It's 10:28. Lights out is coming soon. Li Chen was very puzzled. Just because it's lights out, you're giving up the chance to enter the girls' dormitory openly? Don't you think it's important to go to bed on time and turn off the lights? The two stared at each other, unable to understand each other's choices. In such a strange school, did this Li Chen not notice anything? I frowned and asked, how many people are in your class? 3 people. There's only one unlucky person in the next class. This is very common. There are fewer people in our school anyway. I looked speechless. It seems that besides me, no one else seems to remember those missing classmates. It's almost time to turn off the lights. I advise you not to go. Go back and get a good night's sleep. I closed the door lacklusterly, lay back on the bed, and waited for the lights to go out. You are such a solitary person. I see that you are quite lonely, so I'll take advantage of it myself. This kind of good thing I'll do it myself. Li Chen shouted outside the door. Are you really not going? Do you know? I paid no attention to the shouting outside the door. Suddenly, the dormitory went dark and fell into silence. The time on my phone happened to jump to 10:30. Time to turn off the lights. Li Chen's voice outside the door abruptly stopped, as if the mute button had been pressed. Quiet and somewhat eerie. I buried my head in the blanket. Looks like I'll be sleepless again tonight. Students who violate school rules will disappear inexplicably. A few months ago, after my roommate disappeared, I discovered this. No one remembers my roommate, except for myself. At that time, a small part of the school's people had already disappeared. I tried to report to the teacher and the principal, but it was all in vain because the missing people had been forgotten by everyone. As for calling the police, all calls made outside the school were busy signals, as if the entire school had become an independent world. I want to leave school, but our school has strict control, and leaving school requires the counselor's signature and approval. But in our class, there is no counselor. There is no counselor. Where can I get the signature and approval? I'm going crazy. As for why I didn't ask the head teacher or principal for leave, it's because it's not written in the school rules. Sometimes I even doubt myself, wondering if I'm really going crazy. Maybe I really don't have a roommate. So I started writing a diary, and the numbers recorded in the diary are decreasing in a regular pattern, indicating that someone is really disappearing. So I can only choose the most secure way. Wait until summer vacation. When summer vacation comes, I should be able to leave the school legally and properly. As I expected, Li Chen will probably disappear from everyone's memory. Even though I have experienced this kind of thing many times, I still find it hard to accept. At this time, a familiar and powerful voice rang out in the dormitory corridor. Lights out. No talking. If caught wandering around or speaking loudly, you will be penalized 10 points. I suddenly threw off the blanket, with a hint of surprise in my eyes. Is it the dormitory auntie? The dormitory auntie is back? I couldn't help but sit up. This was the first time the disappeared person reappeared. Does this mean that disappearing isn't as terrifying as I imagined? I held my breath, approached the dormitory door on all fours, and quietly looked outside through the peephole. The corridor was empty. The lights in the hallway were all out. Only the safety signs emitted a faint green glow, making it even more unsettling. My heart turned cold. No one. How can there be no one? It's 10:30. Lights out. Everyone must follow the school rules and sleep well. The voice of the dormitory auntie came from the empty corridor again, but it was getting colder and devoid of any emotion. My scalp tingled, and my mind felt like it was about to explode. I slowly retreated, wanting to get back to bed. Creak! A piercing sound came from the door. The broken iron door of the dormitory slightly swayed, as if it was about to open. My pupils dilated, staring fixedly at the door. The doorknob seemed to move, but the dormitory was too dark to be certain. Time passed slowly. I felt like I had lived through a century, but in reality, only 10 seconds had passed. Everything returned to calmness. I dared not breathe. Slowly retreated. The dormitory was very quiet. You could hear a pin drop. I could only try my best to minimize my movements. I struggled to return to my bedside. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was suddenly knocked on. My body froze. This time it wasn't an illusion. It was real. There really is someone knocking on the door. Lights out. Don't have to say words. The resident aunt's voice trailed off like the movement of fingernails scratching through iron. Harsh and disturbing. Fong Jin opened his mouth, throat dry to the bone. He wasn't sure if he should answer. Cluck. Squeak. The doorknob was depressed. The door opened slowly. Don't come in. Don't come in. Don't open it. Fong Jin prayed, with only this one thought in his head, resisting what was going to happen next. His eyes glowed with a deep black light, as if they harbored some terrifying beast. At this point, the door stopped abruptly halfway open. Then surprisingly, it really did slowly reclose as Fong Jin had hoped, and it was accompanied by the unemotional voice of the hostess aunt. Don't walk around with the lights out. Anyone who violates school rules dies. Fong Jin stayed where he was for a long time, until the hallway was completely devoid of the hostess' voice. It was then that he reacted with a heartbeat. At the moment his back was wet with cold sweat. Fong Jin used the fastest speed in his life to return to his own quilt, and only after completely burrowing into the quilt did that sense of fear slowly subside. Where the comforter is, evil retreats. It is well known that ghosts are not allowed to attack people under the covers. Those who violate the school rules die. Fong Jin murmured the last words he heard, though he did conclude that the common denominator of the missing people was that they had broken the rules, and he had avoided breaking any of them. But to hear this rule so truly, it still made him feel ridiculous. What the hell is going on at this school? Is it haunted? But who has such strange ghosts? How did you get so unlucky yourself? Is that the hostess at the door or not? If so, what the hell happened to her? If not, then who the hell is she? The more Fong Jin thought about it, the creepier he became, and he huddled under the covers and tossed and turned, unsurprisingly losing sleep. He stayed up for hours with his mind full. It was only with difficulty that he eventually drifted off to sleep. He didn't know that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him from the roof of the school building not far away. There's a leak? I didn't realize that what I thought was just a C-rank rule event could actually enter the second stage. This is going to be tricky. We're stuck in this school unable to leave. The person who spoke was a powdered little girl with a cute appearance, looking no more than 8 or 9 years old, but the tone of her voice was old-fashioned. There's a wry sense of mimicking grown-ups and being sad about spring and fall. Beside the little girl stood a tall man with sunglasses, long hair, and a black trench coat that looked dashing, but more like he was playing it cool. Yeah, trapped. Sunglasses guy said. The little girl glanced at him, wearing sunglasses at night. You're not afraid of not being able to see the road. The sunglasses man cut out. What do you know? You can't lose your poise. What do we do now? We're trapped. We can't contact headquarters at all. It's just a sea-level incident. Unless it's confirmed that 2 of us are dead, it's impossible to send reinforcements. I told you that you shouldn't try to be brave. At least 3 people in a team is a rule of the headquarters. You nonetheless refused to abide by it. And now you're screwed. Who would have thought that a rules event that was born only half a year ago would actually enter the second stage? How can you defend your country when you can't think of anything? The little girl was exasperated. Aren't I working on something? You call spying on a male college student sleeping a way out? If such a perverted behavior is found out, it will be hung on the confession wall and flogged for public display. Don't think you have privileges just because you're a woman. The little girl bared her cute little tiger teeth and threatened. You'd better talk to me properly, or you know what will happen. Seeing the girl start to get serious, the sunglasses man couldn't help but shiver and immediately put on a serious face. Yes, Captain. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of amber-colored pupils like a wild animal. Captain, is there anything special about this kid? The sunglasses man inquired. The little girl said, the rule event has entered the second stage. This person is surprisingly able to remain conscious, keep questioning things around him and not be assimilated by the environment. It's rather uncomplicated. Maybe he's the key for us to solve the rule event and leave this place. So, he might also be an awakened who wanders on the edge of the rules? It could also be the source of the whole rules thing. The little girl said seriously, but hopefully it better not be. A source of rule-based events that can stay sane is never a good thing, and could cause even more chaos than an S-class disaster. A thought of what an S-class disaster represents. The sunglasses man had a slight chill in his heart. What to do? The usual. I'm good looking, I'll deal with people. You're ugly. You check his background information. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sunglasses man cursed angrily. Chapter 4 Premarital Behavioral Disapproval. The next day, the alarm clock went off. Fangjin yawned and woke up on time, folded the quilt, cleaned up, and then went to the cafeteria to buy a xiaolong bao, eating it while walking towards the teaching building. Although it rained half to death last night, but life goes on. He asked the next class how Li Chen was doing. Who's Li Chen? The next class was confused. Fruity. No one remembers Li Chen anymore. Fangjin also asked his fellow schoolmates in the same floor of the dormitory. Did you guys hear the dormitory auntie's voice last night? A hostess? The questioned man was confused. Where did we get a hostess in our school? And you're drunk this early in the morning? I wish I was drunk. Fonstown took a long breath. Alcohol may not be allowed on school grounds. It's against school rules. Fangjin ate breakfast, came to the empty classroom to start morning study. Boredom through the morning study. He slowly walked toward the dormitory. No classes in the morning. You can go back to sleep. Fangjin walked through the increasingly cold avenue and happened to pass under the girls' dormitory. And at the front door stood at the moment a well-behaved and cute girl, about 5'6", with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a long ladylike dress and a small black and white striped jacket. Her features were delicate and her eyes bright, with a few timid attitudes, giving her a feeling of first love. This is the kind of girl no one will hate. Good looking without too much aggression, like the neighborhood sister. One can't help but want to pamper. Hi. The girl actually took the initiative to say hello. Fangjin looked around. Me? The girl snorted and covered her mouth. Of course it's you. Why are you so dumb? Your name is Fangjin, right? That's right. It's me, the girl said with a big smile. I've been following you for a long time, and I finally got up the courage to talk to you today. I like you. Want to be my boyfriend? Fangjin was dizzy from the sudden pie. Jesus. Surprisingly, I was initiated by such a good-looking girl. What a blessing this is. The surrounding passing boys all stared at Fangjin with envious and jealous eyes, wishing to immediately do away with Fangjin to take his place. Fangjin hesitated. It would be a lie to say that I'm not impressed. But, is there any rule in our school that we are not allowed to fall in love? Fangjin suddenly asked. The girl blinked. I don't know. Fangjin regretted. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's such a rule, so I can't accept your confession. Sorry. The school rules have always been clearly stated. The school's official website can be accessed directly. Written regulations can likewise be found in the school building. One problem, though, is that many schools have implicit rules that aren't directly spelled out, but exist all the same. For example, strange clothing is not allowed. Slippers are not allowed in class. Calling the principal by his or her first name is not allowed. Excessive intimacy between men and women is not allowed. Male to male is not allowed either. A lot of this is not going to be written outright. When you're in a relationship, you have to be in constant contact, holding hands, shopping, watching movies, arguing, and even more intimate behavior. Wouldn't it be the end of the line if it happened to violate some hidden school rule? Think of it this way. It's better to be single. Being single keeps you safe. Sister, it's not that you're not good looking or excellent, but I'm a very traditional person and can't accept something too forward like falling in love before marriage. Sorry, Fangjin said sincerely. The girl's entire body froze at once. She kind of wondered if she'd heard wrong. What did you say? You say that again. The surrounding passing boys heard these words, but also one by one inner collapse. How can there be such a person? Even such a good-looking girl confession are rejected. Really should be heavenly thunderbolt. Fangjin said, by the way, I heard that someone in the girls' dormitory jumped off the building last night. Do you know about it? No. The girl gritted her teeth. Don't get excited. Fangjin unobtrusively slipped the girl a slip of paper and whispered, this is my phone number. If we can safely survive until the summer vacation, remember to call me at your beck and call, said the girl. Before she got angry, Fangjin rushed to escape the area, the rooftop of the school building. Ha 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 ha. The sunglasses man laughed his head off, covering his stomach. How could he not stop laughing me to death? Chu Xiaoyuan, you also have today. Ha 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 ha. The most proud of a camouflage actually did not be seen, but at that moment, the girl with a face as delicate as a doll violently appeared behind him. What are you laughing at? There were a few hints of murderous intent in his tone. The sunglasses man immediately put away his smile and sat upright. Lord Captain, you're back. Humph. The young girl named Chu Xiaoyuan exasperatedly asked. By Ming, did you find the information that I asked you to find? Looked and searched. The archive room is full of information, and no one is looking after it, so I stole it all at once. Bai Ming took out a dossier from his arms. Nothing special. Ordinary family. Ordinary grades. And not much of a specialty. Chu Xiaoyuan quickly swept a glance. It's not enough. Not enough? Go and bring all the students who may know each other from Fangzhen. All the files. I want to study them. What's the point of studying this? You'll get it when I say you'll get it. Where's all the talk? How many files does this take? You want to tire me out, don't you? Bai Ming said angrily. You call this a personal vendetta? Chu Xiaoyuan raised her head proudly, her cute face full of disdain. She hooked her finger. Want to challenge the captain's authority? Come on, have a fight. I'll listen to you after you win. Once he heard this, Bai Ming instantly wilted. If the fight goes through, how could he allow a little kid to get in over his head and tell him what to do? Chu Xiaoyuan appeared to be a young girl of 8 or 9 years old. Matter of fact, has the ability to transform. Feel free to mimic the appearance of others. Maybe the body is a lewd uncle in his 50s. If you don't have the guts, give me the file to find. Comb through it after you find it and extract the key information before handing it over to me. Don't be lazy, Chu Xiaoyuan said without any good humor. Bai Ming's old face darkened. But there's nothing to be done about it. Wrathfully, he turned to find the information. Chu Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, looked at the back of Fangzhen, who had turned the corner and entered the dormitory building. From afar, revealing sharp little tiger teeth. Humph, brat, what a toast. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Bai Ming, who hadn't yet walked away, had his ears twitched and heard Chu Xiaoyuan's whispered self-talk clearly. So vindictive. Seems like the odds are that it's not a lewd uncle. Probably a big menopausal mom. Chapter 5, who is he then? Fangzhen yawned and returned to the dormitory. He was going to take a nap. Can't go to bed though, because according to the dormitory's emergency response regulations, no one is allowed in the bed when the leader comes to inspect. Fonstown is cautious. Anything that might break the rules can't be done. So he tends to lie down on his desk and take a nap. Fangzhen, a familiar figure, pushed open the door with a big grin and walked into the dormitory. Looking springy, Fangzhen, who was taking a nap on the table, opened his eyes hazily and ended up almost jumping up in shock. The visitor turned out to be Li Chan, who had disappeared without a trace last night. Fangzhen's eyes widened. You, why are you here? That's a strange thing to ask. Li Chan wondered. Why shouldn't I be here? But you were clearly missing yesterday. Li Chan shook his head. What disappeared? I went to the girls' dormitory to rescue someone. You refused to go. I went alone, of course. Guess what happened? I can't guess. Hey. Li Chen looked smug, as expected. My heroic performance was unanimously recognized by the girls. Not only did I save the girl who jumped off the building, but I also harvested at least 3 girls' confessions. Do you want to introduce one of them to you? No. Fangzhen shook his head. Don't be polite. We're still planning to organize a sorority, but unfortunately there are too few people in our class. So it's cheaper for you. Li Chen hitched Fangzhen's shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. 4 college students. Ability to organize intermale and interfemale dormitory fellowships. It's enough to show that the person has a lot of face. Fangzhen shook his head. No go. Why? Women will only influence me to follow the school rules and be a 3 good students. Fangzhen pushed Li Chen's hand away and retreated a few steps without a trace. I'm sorry, I only have studying on my mind. Li Chen's head was full of black lines, a breathless look on his face. In fact, Fangzhen remained somewhat wary in his heart. Li Chen didn't disappear. Instead, you actually went to the girls' dormitory after lights out? He was skeptical. But in front of him, Li Chen stood alive in front of him. Sunny and cheerful, with temperature and shadow. There was nothing wrong with how to look at it. Fangzhen couldn't help but jump in his heart. Could it be that those bizarre events had ended? If that's the case, that's great. But not before determining this. Fangzhen always reminded himself that he must be calm. Li Chen suddenly whispered mysteriously. Actually, last night, I ran into something that the girl who jumped off the building told me. She discovered a huge secret about the school. Fangzhen's heart jumped. What is it? You come with me. I'll take you to a place. You'll see. Okay. Next, Li Chen brought Fangzhen to the cafeteria. It's not even mealtime at the moment. The cafeteria was cold and empty. There were only a few cafeteria workers, sitting and fanning themselves to take a break from the heat, and watching TV in the process. The duo walked through the first floor dining room toward the back kitchen. Suddenly, Fangzhen stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Li Chen wondered. Fangzhen laughed. If you have anything to say it here. It's coming soon. I'll explain everything to you next. Li Chen said seriously. Trust me. I won't harm you. There are only so many people left in this school. We need to be united. Fair enough. Fangzhen pulled back 2 steps. But I still can't go with you. Why? See for yourself. It's written there. The smile on Fangzhen's face slowly converged, pointing at the curtain in the back kitchen of the cafeteria and reciting with force word by word. The kitchen is an important place. Idlers are exempted from entering. There may be room to argue about other school rules. Not this one. Rotten cabbage, zombie meat, and unwashed dishes in the kitchen. If accidentally seen by a student, it's a big deal, and the principal will be removed from his position. If not, so not being able to enter the kitchen is definitely the most undoubtedly implicit rule. Fangjin stared at Li Chen. If you guys really know something, you definitely can't do such a stupid thing. So there's only one possibility. The person in front of me wants to harm himself. Li Chen's expression gradually darkened. The skin on his body unexpectedly tore open. There were strands of disturbing black fog, such as lifelike drilling out, turning into a twisted and thick tentacles. Tentacles on the growth of uncountable tiny suction cups floating in a tiny sharp teeth and rolling bizarre eyeballs. Our school's cafeteria backroom. It might be clean. Li Chen's voice changed as well, muddy and hoarse and low. It was permeated with a cold and unsettling aura. It was as if a harsh ghost had crawled out of purgatory. You might as well believe that I am Qin Shi Huang. Fangjin couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the first time something so bizarre had appeared in front of him, though he had long fantasized about this scenario in his mind. But when it actually appears, he was still so scared that his scalp was numb and weak, and his whole brain felt like it was going to explode. The world has truly gone mad. Really crazy. Help! Fangjin did not hesitate to yell towards the cafeteria staff. However, the cafeteria staff acted as if they couldn't see him at all, getting high and watching TV to themselves. And what was happening in the cafeteria at the moment was like it was happening in another unobservable dimension. The roof of the school building in the distance. Bai Ming took off his sunglasses, and his pupils were amber-colored and cold, chilling people's hearts when they looked at them. He wore a black trench coat, smoked a cigar, had a straight figure. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and he gulped in the sunlight, which gave him a sense of the atmosphere of an artistic photo shoot. Chu Xiaoyuan, this woman is quite ruthless. Turning into this, I'm really not afraid of scaring this kid to death. That's why it's so true that you should never offend a woman. But unfortunately, you have no idea what you're going to offend a woman for. It's just impossible to defend yourself. Bai Ming happily watched the fun. A somewhat disgusted glance at the cigar in his hand followed. Sure enough, the flavor was too bland. Might as well smoke wazoo. But smoking a cigar looks so handsome. It matches my demeanor, like the demon hunter in the old movie Van Zinhai. Just then, a young girl's voice came from behind. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to check the files? How dare you slack off here? Looking for a beating you. Ha, Captain. Bai Ming was surprised and turned his head to look at Chu Xiaoyuan behind him. Why are you here? The young girl Chu Xiaoyuan was standing behind her. She transformed into the look of a sexy schoolteacher, with a tight professional outfit and black fishnet stockings that made her thighs look stiff and slender. Big red lipstick and gold-rimmed glasses. The fullness of her breasts seemed to jump out at her. What she was going to do next was decidedly unorthodox. Why can't I be here? The sexy schoolteacher didn't have a good time. I thought you went to scare the kid. It's in the cards, but I haven't gotten to it yet. So what's up? Bai Ming couldn't help but drop the cigar in his hand, his face full of shock. This, if you're here, then who is it that's with Fangjin right now? Chapter 6, The Three Guidelines. In the cafeteria, Li Chen's body was already in tatters, blood and flesh flowing like mucus, while countless black liquid tentacles with huge eyes and sharp claws drilled out from his body, crawling rapidly towards Fangjin. Help! Fangjin is holding his head in the cafeteria. He had always been extremely suspicious of the sudden appearance of Li Chen, so very guarded. Even if you are hoping to find a teammate, you don't want to get caught up in something weird again. I thought I would be safe and sound without breaking the rules. But who would have thought this could happen in broad daylight? What a monster! It would have been nice to play the game of following the rules. You throw a monster in out of nowhere. That's not playing around. Black liquid flow like tentacles waving after Fangjin. Fangjin cannot escape. Tables and chairs and benches banging was lifted off the miscellaneous broken. The ground was shot tiles broken. Everywhere is debris. The scene is a messy and unbearable. Fangjin jumped up and down, struggling to avoid the attacks from the tentacles. Good young bottom though. But it couldn't be helped that the tentacles were unreasonable and attacked in all directions. Come on, be one with us. Li Chen's voice came. It looked incredibly treacherous and grim. It was as if a call came from hell. Screw you. Who wants to be one with you? Fangjin gritted his teeth and charged forward, desperately wanting to rush out of the cafeteria. Adrenaline hormones secreting like crazy. He felt that his speed at the moment was almost catching up with Bolt. It's hard to medal yourself for a few months. It's looking like summer vacation is just around the corner. It might be survivable by then. How can you die in a place like this? But just as he was about to touch the cafeteria door, 7 or 8 slimy black liquid tentacles arrived one step ahead of him, sealing the cafeteria door tightly and blocking him completely. The slime ticked down, and one of the large eyes on the tentacle opened, its pupil turning like a lost ghost, causing Fong Jin's sweaty hairs to all stand up. You can't escape. No one escapes from school. Li Chen's voice came out again. Then several tentacles flew out to trap Fong Jin in death, then lifted him in mid-air. Fong Jin struggles desperately, but to no avail. These tentacles are getting tighter. It's getting tighter. It's impossible to breathe. It seemed to crush the person completely. Li Chen's face was now completely disfigured, like a blurred photo that had been soaked in water, and the sound came out from the quivering chunks of flesh that slid up and down his throat, which seemed incredibly eerie. What in the world are you? Fong Jin chilled inwardly. Me? The blood and flesh on Li Chen's face twisted and raised towards the sides, as if he was showing a smile, his voice low and blood foaming. I am the rule and the loophole. It's bad. That kid's caught in a loophole. What the hell? The second stage has just begun. How could the loophole actively attack humans? It doesn't make sense. How is this C-rank rule event so unreasonable? Bai Ming exclaimed. The sexy schoolteacher scolded from the sidelines. There's still room for ghost screaming. When have rule events ever been reasonable? You idiot. The second of the 3 major guidelines. You can't fetishize any experience. Have you forgotten? Why don't you hurry up and save this kid? He could be the key to us getting out of the trap. 3 main guidelines for dealing with rule-based incidents. 1. Compliance with rules. 2. No experience should be fetishized. 3. The source of the rule event must be found. Why don't you go? Bai Ming cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to speak out, only to see his fingertips flick. The cigar traced a perfect arc and fell to the side with sparks of fire. And then Bai Ming unexpectedly jumped downstairs directly from the roof of the teaching building, his trench coat flying up and setting off gusts of wind. The muscles on Bai Ming's body bulged with the naked eye, more exaggerated than those bodybuilders on TV, simply like a humanoid beast. His long hair suddenly dyed gold, amber pupils filled with murderous intent. Bai Ming's facial shape shifted and roared. His entire body, like a lion running upright, fell from the air and smashed into the ground in a heroic entrance, smashing a hole full of cracks in the ground. Kid, I'm here to save you. Bai Ming's figure was incredibly fast and athletic like a cheetah. Boom! He rushed into the cafeteria, his muscles bulging, and directly knocked the 3-meter-high door out. The powerful impact was such that it even overturned the surrounding tables, chairs and benches. The sun shines into the cafeteria. The long golden hair on Bai Ming's body, which was as majestic as a lion's, glistened in the sunlight, almost as perfect as a Greek statue. I'm so handsome. This kid is probably going to be bowled over by my gallantry. Hey, what about another little fanboy? It's so agonizing. Pai Min looked up, looking towards Fong Jin who was bound by the tentacles, but Fong Jin didn't look at him. Crap, this kid can't be strangled already. Bai Ming rushed forward, but just then, a scene that shocked him happened, only to see that the tentacles even a little bit disappeared, as if the chalk marks on the blackboard was erased. Just a moment, all the tentacles even all to the naked eye visible speed was wiped out. Not a bit left. The bloodied Li Chen was clearly frozen at the moment as well. What's going on? Fong Jin landed on the ground, and his eyes were surprisingly empty, with darkness flowing through them, seeming to produce some kind of weird and terrifying suction force. Li Chen sensed something bad, immediately trying to back up, but how can not escape this attraction? With those tentacles in general, little by little disappeared without any sign. Holy, that hard? Bai Ming looked dumbfounded. This kid did something. Fong Jin doesn't know anything. He just felt his head start to ache and tear as his life was violently threatened, his brain rumbling and destroying as if there was a pile driver, and he wanted to pry open his brain and pull out the culprit inside. So that's how it happened. At this time, the sexy female teacher Chu Xiaoyuan arrived late with her high heels. She looked surprised. Ha, Bai Ming, when did you become so powerful? It's only been 2 minutes and you've actually solved a loophole? For an awakened person of their shape-shifting lineage, trying to completely exterminate vulnerabilities is not a simple task. Bai Ming looked grave. I didn't do it. That's who. Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised. There's another awakened in this school? That's the kid. Who? That boy. Who? It's that kid you asked me to save. Bai Ming exclaimed. He solved the loophole himself. Do you hear me clearly? This kid killed the loophole in seconds. Not a single crumb remained. It wasn't that Chu Xiaoyuan didn't hear clearly, but she felt unbelievable. How is that possible? The loophole born in the second phase of the rule event. Even he had to go all out to fix it. How did this kid do it? Chapter 7 Safe Place. Fong Jin felt a splitting headache, and his entire body couldn't help but spasm in pain. A full 10 minutes passed. The pain then ebbed away. He got up with difficulty, rubbing his head and continuously sucking in cool air, his mind only then seeming to regain the ability to think normally. I'm not dead? I can't believe I'm not dead. After a moment of surprise, he realized that he was standing next to two people. A sexy, tall schoolteacher with black silk wrapped around her hips, and a trenchcoat-clad, cigar-smoking, smelly man, both of whom were staring at him with unblinking eyes. The eyes looked away, smelling of incoherence. Where's the psycho? Fangjin is creeped out by the look and prepares to leave, but something suddenly occurred to him. He had seen almost all of the people in this school. How could two strangers appear out of nowhere? He immediately became alert. Who are you people? No need to be nervous. Bai Ming handed over a business card and said, we're the ones who came to deal with the rule chaos incident. This is my card, and in a way, only the three of us in the entire school are considered to be our own people. Fangjin subconsciously took the business card. Business cards are gold-plated for a high-end business look. White letters on a gold background. It has a few words written on it. Special Operations Group. Senior Executive. Bai Ming. This business card. It looks expensive. Fangjin could not help but stand in awe. He heard the three words his own people. There was no reason for a few moments of security to arise in his heart. He's been so lonely these past few months, even though there are quite a few students in the school. But Fangjin felt that he was in an uninhabited swamp. And what was the difference between the muddled lives of these people and the dead branches growing in the swamp? All of which were just decorations. When Bai Ming uttered the words rule chaos, Fangjin immediately understood. These two, definitely not like anyone else in the school. They get it. They really get it. They are the only two people who can prove that they are not mentally ill and that all this is not a hallucination. Fangjin took a deep breath and calmed down a bit as he carefully asked, Senior Executive? It feels so good. Don't pay any attention to him. This business card was made with his own money. We don't have anything like that at all. The sexy female teacher opened her mouth. But the special operation team is indeed real. I'm the captain of Team 5. Chu Xiaoyuan. You can call me Captain Chu. Bai Ming bristled. Very disgruntled looking. Going out with an identity is self-given. What do you know? Special Operations Team. What exactly? Fangjin was curious. Chu Xiaoyuan looked serious. With a sensual beauty. You can understand it as a department that the state has specially set up in order to deal with the weird events that happen all over the place. All the weird things that don't make sense are solved by us. And we tend to have another name in official briefings, the department in question. Fangjin was surprised. It was actually the legendary department concerned. Awesome. At the same time he was visibly relaxed in his mind. The state sent someone. One is finally safe. Woohoo. The ugly daughter-in-law has finally made it to adulthood. This is not the place to talk. Let's go and find a safe place. Chu Xiaoyuan said. The cafeteria is filled with tables and chairs that have fallen over. And the floor is badly damaged and in a state of disarray. The staff, on the other hand, acted like puppets and turned a deaf ear to everything. Just watch TV by yourself. Chu Xiaoyuan added. They've been assimilated by the rules. And anything that doesn't make sense will be perfected by their own brains. Fine. Find a safe place. Fangjin nodded his head busily. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at Fangjin's dormitory. Fangjin was dumbfounded. Is this the place you said was safe? Of course. Bai Ming puffed on his cigar and gulped. You're a sober person who survived the events of rule. So what place would be safer than the dormitory you live in? Fangjin was speechless. I thought I would at least be taken out of the school. A safe house, or a refugee camp would do. But it turns out I'm still in the school. Don't talk nonsense. Our country is safe and prosperous. Where is there a refugee camp? Words that are not conducive to unity should not be spoken. Chu Xiaoyuan said seriously. Asterisk. Who are you? Fangjin looked at Chu Xiaoyuan and his face changed drastically. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyuan lifted her disguise. From a sexy schoolteacher back to the original 8 or 9-year-old girl Lolita. Bai Ming hurriedly relieved. Don't be nervous. This is our Captain Chu Xiaoyuan. Her ability is shape-shifting. She can turn into anyone she's ever seen. The sexy teacher you just saw is just her disguise. It's just a disguise. Fangjin was disappointed for no reason. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed her small tiger teeth and looked unkind. What's the problem, kid? Fangjin immediately put away the disappointment on his face. Poof. Chu Xiaoyuan lightly hummed. She gave Bai Ming a look. Bai Ming pulled out a file from his arms. Open the file. Target event, disappearance from XX Engineering College in Han. Incident level, C. Risk level, low to medium, does not exclude the possibility of an expansion of the rule event. Source, no information available. Incident situation, on January 11, 2024. A mutation occurred in X City XX Engineering College. A thick layer of fog wrapped the entire school in. Any outsider entering the school will be forcibly teleported out of the school and lose their memories since 2 years. No casualties for the time being. According to the observation of the Broken Moment Telescope, there is no special event happening inside the school for the time being. deducing that the danger is not strong. The rule event is running according to the basic logic, and is temporarily in the first stage. Result, in quarantine. Level of confidentiality, top secret. This is your school's file, Chu Xiaoyuan said seriously. I don't know when, but rule-based incidents have begun to appear all over the world. The most obvious feature of the incidents is, the rules must be followed. And when they are violated, they are met with very serious and vicious incidents. Perhaps you don't understand how dangerous this is. It even feels like a good thing. But when I say serious, I mean really serious. If you cross the street and accidentally run the red light, then what awaits you is. Chu Xiaoyuan closed her 5 fingers together, then opened them, simulating a firework. Bang! The whole head explodes. You can imagine people being run over by big trucks with red and white splatters. Similar to this. Fang Zhen's heart chilled. So scary. Once a rule event occurs, then it can pose a huge threat to the lives and safety of the people who live there. These rule events are also graded. The higher the level of the rule event, the more dangerous it is, and the rule event will continue to progress over time. So if the source cannot be resolved in time, then there will only be one eventual outcome. The area where the rule event is located. All kill. Even if you follow the rules as much as you can, it won't help, because the interpretation of the rules is not in your hands. Even sometimes, the rules can be misinterpreted in all sorts of ways to degrees you wouldn't expect. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed an expression that she thought was very scary and stared at Fang Zhen slyly. Ever heard of a bully contract? The right to interpret the contract belongs to your boss, and there is no law to bind you. So guess how your boss will interpret your contract? Fang Zhen couldn't help but hiss. What? It's actually comparable to a bullying contract? That's horrible too. Simply the stuff of a hitman's worst nightmare. At least it's a top secret file. The office is too careless. How can the time be written wrong? It's clearly 2022 now. Fang Zhen looked at the file and then laughed dryly twice to ease his emotions. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan looked at him in unison. Eyes odd. Fang Zhen was stunned. What's wrong? The two said in unison. This year is 2024. Chapter 8 Fortunes and Misfortunes. The year is 2024? Fang Zhen's heart was shaken. But, Fang Zhen was a little short of words. He knew that the other party had no need to lie to him, but he realistically remembers that the year is 2022, and the period in the diary is also 2022. He looked a little disoriented as he stared at a sentence on the file. Any off-campus personnel entering the school will be forcibly transported out of the school and lose their memories from 2 years ago. No casualties for now. Those close to the academy lose 2 years of their memories. So actually I've had memory loss. I've been stuck in school for 2 whole years? Fang Zhen was a little too creeped out to believe it. It's a terrible feeling. It feels like my time has been stolen. It also shows one thing, that even if it does come to summer vacation, one will not be able to leave this place, but will once again lose one's memory and go back to living the same life week after week. That fact, it made despair grow uncontrollably in Fang Zhen's heart. I always thought I was the only sober one. Fang Zhen let out a long sigh. Turns out you're no different than anyone else. Bai Ming consoled. Look on the bright side. It's already a lucky thing to be alive when caught in a rule event. Do you want to have a cigarette to calm down? Cigar or wazoo? Sorry, smoking is not allowed in this dormitory, and the school doesn't allow it either. Fang Zhen said instinctively. Fang Zhen suddenly reacted to something. He looked at Bai Ming in surprise. Why are you allowed to smoke? An off-campus person breaking into a student dormitory and smoking in the dormitory? How can this matter be seen as something that violates the university's rules? Right? A little rule breaking can't hurt. Bai Ming gulped. We're different from ordinary people because we've all escaped from rule-breaking events before, and thus have the power to fight the rules. Fighting the power of rules. Chu Xiaoyuan said. That's right. People like us are called awakened ones. There are also names like Defenders and Providence, and some crazy churches call themselves God's apostles. But in general, we are just people who have accidentally acquired special abilities, so we have the possibility to handle the events of the rules. Because people like us can have a very nasty effect if they get out of control. It's best to gather them and use them to deal with rule events that can't be solved by common sense. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan didn't hide it. Moreover, their attitudes all seemed as if they viewed Fang Zhen as being on the same side. Fang Zhen realized afterward. You guys mean, I'm also an awakened? That's right, maybe you don't remember. Bai Ming said, you encountered that thing in the cafeteria, and you actually took care of it on your own before the captain and I had a chance to do anything about it. Think of the headache situation not too long ago. Fang Zhen felt his head hurt a little again. I worked it out on my own. What did I do? He couldn't remember. You should also possess an extraordinary special ability that you just aren't quite able to control yet, but it does allow you to stay clear under the assimilation of the rule's power. This is considered a kind of luck, but it can also be considered a kind of misfortune. Chu Xiaoyuan said indifferently. Fong Jin wondered. Misfortune? Because people like us, who absorb the power of the rules, are just as likely to be the source of a new rule event, commonly known as a loss of control. The rule event at your school could have been caused by an awakened person losing control. The reasons for loss of control are varied and undefinable. So even among the awakened, they are all wary of each other. And you can't be sure that the other person will not lose control and implicate you as well. We are an isolated group of people. The world isolates us, and we must isolate back. A few moments of melancholy were evident in Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes. Fong Jun had a few moments of empathy. This loneliness, exactly the same as his past self. Bai Ming said, "We are here to save you. But before that, we must confirm one thing." "What is it?" "We need to make sure you're not the source." "Source?" "Many powerful black spots have been born in this world, and rule events are born close to them. And these black spots are increasing rapidly to the point that more and more rule events are being born. After years of testing, research by authoritative organizations, they finally came to a conclusion. The black spots, which are the power of nothingness, need a carrier, and the carrier is known to us as the source, which may be a person or an object. If a rule event appears by an awakened person going out of control, then the source must be a person." Bai Ming said seriously, "You're caught in the middle of a rule event, so the possibility of you being the source can't be ruled out." Fong Jin tensed up. "What happens if I source?" Chu Xiaoyuan replied indifferently. "That goes without saying. Then the only way is to kill you. Lose the carrier. The black spot will disappear, and the school will return to normal. In order to save the lives of tens of thousands of people, there is no way out of this. Isn't there any other milder way?" "Yes, but it's a pain in the ass and I don't like it." Fong Jin gritted his teeth and inwardly slurred. "You crazy," Bai Ming said with a smile. "Don't worry, little brother. Your state is normal. It seems to be very communicative, even if it really is the source. It only needs to uncover your heart, not often also solved. It is not necessary to die to be able to do so." Fong Jin finally sighed in relief when he heard this. "That's good. This guy in a trench coat smoking a cigar looks stinky, but at least it's a normal person. And that little loli with the shape-shifting ability is more or less tainted." Bai Ming slowly drew a dagger from his waist. The dagger flashed with a cold light. The open edge was light and sharp. "Let's do it then." Wait, what's going on?" Fong Jin was alarmed. "If you're the source, you're no longer considered a normal human, so your blood wouldn't be red. And that's the easiest way to tell if an awakened is out of control. How much blood must be shed?" "Not much, just a little." "Then you don't have to take a dagger out. A needle won't do." "Don't be so nosy, it just hurts." "It'll be quick." "No, it's too big. Don't rub it in." Bai Ming directly grabbed Fong Jin's wrist. That powerful force is simply the same as the beast. Hands like iron buckle. Hard to lock. Fong Jin simply cannot move. The wrist is almost about to be broken. The dagger ran across his fingertips, and a warm liquid slowly flowed out. All right, there's blood." Fong Jin hastily withdrew his hand. Blood dripped to the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was dark and deep, like an ink spot. "It's not red." Fong Jin's body suddenly froze. "What's going on?" Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan stared down at the blood on the ground, then slowly raised their heads, their gazes suspicious. "You're not normal. You're actually the source?" Chapter 9, 3 Phases of a Rule Event. Fong Jin's entire body was confused. "What's going on? Why is my blood black?" Maybe I've been a bit on fire lately," Fong Jin explained with difficulty. Chu Xiaoyuan was furious. "Goddamn on fire. Good you rule source. How dare you be so despicable to confuse me like this? You are not Fong Jin. You are." Loophole. Close the door and release Bai Ming. Asterisk. Incarnation. Lion King. Bai Ming cursed, then roared lowly. The chi and blood in his body was rushing. Like a small volcano was erupting. His body turned, his black hair transformed into a golden mane, and his entire body drew up to nearly 3 meters tall. His pupils were cold and indifferent, and his muscles bulged up like inflatable air, emitting an incomparably strong kingly aura. This is what he is capable of. Once cast, it would transform into a beast king with strong physical strength. Even the most powerful human heavyweight boxer couldn't break his defense, and his fists could even directly smash steel and concrete. And even the wind of his fists could shake people up from several meters away. "Kid, suffer death." Bai Ming directly stepped forward and pressed Fong Jin to death. Fong Jin's head was as fragile and small as a small tomato in front of his big, thick hands. Fong Jin wailed. "I'm really not got it wrong." "Getting it wrong? Are you doubting me?" Chu Xiaoyuan sneered. "Nonsense. I'm being crushed to death. Of course I suspect you 100%. Fong Jin screamed miserably. "Are you guys really from the state? I protest. I want to complain about you. What's your work number?" He was crushed to the bone. "It's really not going to hold up. Bai Ming was slightly suspicious. It seems to look normal. Captain, could it really be a mistake? It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Kill them first. Chu Xiaoyuan whispered. Lines. Fang Zhen's mind collapsed at the words. He closed his eyes and waited for death. Forget it. Instead of being a jerk and stuck in school, might as well be dead. But after a long time, Fang Zhen still did not wait for the expected pain. He tensed and opened his eyes, noticing that Bai Ming had regained his human form. Covered in rags and rewrapped in a trench coat, he smoked a cigar. The fact that this situation isn't even halfway out of control suggests that it really isn't a source or a loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Pretty much. If it was truly the source of a rule event, then a slight emotional fluctuation would often trigger a great change. But Fang Zhen clearly couldn't see such a change in him. So we've basically ruled out Fang Zhen. You guys are swindling me? Fang Zhen huffed and got up. What blood drop test is simply a fake. Bai Ming, however, shook his head. No, the blood drop test is true. Your blood is black, which is also true. So I'm afraid you'll have to go for a good checkup when you get out of the trap. There's definitely something wrong with your body. Fang Zhen's heart sank. He didn't know why his blood was black. Seems like you really do have a bit of a problem. But at the moment his attention was drawn to something else. I heard you mention the loophole. What is it? Fang Zhen couldn't help but ask. It was in the cafeteria. The monster that appeared in Li Chen's likeness also called itself loophole. Chu Xiaoyuan began to explain. Rule events tend to fall into 3 phases. Stage 1. Rule absoluteness. This is the steady state of the rule event, where normal life is not problematic or risky as long as the rules are not violated. In the second stage, the rules are disordered and the rules begin to tend to an unstable state. All sorts of odd events will be born, inducing you to violate the rules, even to the point of directly threatening lives. The third stage, the collapse of the rules. Being in it is absolutely dangerous. The rules operate in a form that is difficult for normal people to understand, and it can be said that 99% of the cases in this situation are unsurvivable. Now your school, it's stepping into phase 2. That thing that lured you into the back kitchen of the cafeteria was one of the rule loopholes, and they induced you to break the rules, thus creating further havoc with the rules event. Once the vulnerabilities get more and more numerous, they step into phase 3. That's why it's so critical to eradicate vulnerabilities. Fang Zhen drifted off. So source and loophole are one and the same thing? No, it's not the same. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. The source can be viewed as the rule proper, firmly upholding the rules. But too much is not enough. Rules that are too absolute will lead to the creation of loopholes, and the existence of loopholes will continuously overthrow the rules. And so the end result is that the rules collapse and the source goes out of control, producing disasters that are extremely wide-ranging and even threaten the entire country. You should have watched the news. Right. The war scourge abroad has never stopped. More than 80% are actually caused by the rules out of control. Just the news has been suppressed not to be spread freely. Otherwise the hearts and minds of the people are in a state of panic and produce even more harm. The country started researching rule-breaking events a long time ago and set up a special department that specializes in breaking rule-breaking events so that it can barely stay afloat. Many people from small countries desperately want to smuggle themselves to us just to survive. But the real sector is being hit. The economy is going down. Crime is going up. Unemployment is going up. And ultimately this can't be avoided. It can only be managed as best as possible. Fang Zhen took a deep breath. It turns out that the rules event had such a big impact. That's why we need to deal with the problem at your school as soon as possible. Once we enter the third stage, then I'm afraid the impact won't just be on your school. The whole city will be affected. And a lot of people will die. Bai Ming said. Fang Zhen nodded heavily. At the moment, he felt an invisible pressure fall on him. According to the other side, he himself is considered an awakened. A lot of things, then, are not something you can get away with on your own. I should have the ability as well. Right. How should I use it? Is there a mental recipe or something like that? Fang Zhen was filled with anticipation. Chu Xiaoyuan rolled a nice white eye. You think cultivating immortality? Where is the oral mind? Awakening the rule ability. Try a few more times on your own to use it. It's almost the same as instinct. I'll try. Fang Zhen held his breath and was all energized. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming also looked at Fang Zhen expectantly. Each ability when used properly, both can have a very important effect. If Fang Zhen could awaken some kind of awesome ability, this trip would be much simpler. Time passes slowly. Fang Zhen's entire face was suffocating red. Then, nothing happened. Strange. How could this happen? Chu Xiaoyuan looked at Bai Ming. Did you see it wrong? Bai Ming cried out. Absolutely not. I saw Fang Zhen obliterate that loophole with my own eyes. He has definitely awakened his abilities, and his level is not low. Preliminary estimate is above B class. Then please explain. Bai Ming looked at Fang Zhen grudgingly. Brother, use some force. Fangjin was helpless. I've used all my strength. Chapter 10, a classroom full of people. Fangjin couldn't exert himself. Chu Xiaoyuan guessed that it might not be enough stimulation. So it was like that. Bai Ming had an hour-long toss with Fangjin. These include, but are not limited to, burning the soles of your feet, flooding your nasal passages, pulling your hair out with a hard yank, drinking an entire bottle of sriracha, etc. But still nothing. Fangjin is like an ordinary person. Nothing is capable of being inspired. How tenacious. Chu Xiaoyuan was excited. Catch 2 more cockroaches and stuff them in his pants. Fangjin finally couldn't help himself. Stop it. Finally. Hopeless. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan could only accept the fact that Fangjin's ability could not be stimulated for the time being. Forget it. Time waits for no one. We need to hurry up and go solve the rule incident. Bai Ming said. You've been in the school for so long. Do you have any clues? Where in the school is the weirdest? Fangjin thought for a moment. It's pretty weird everywhere. Forget it. It's futile to ask. Let's go look for it together. As long as we find the source, we'll be able to solve the rule incident. It's just now entering the second stage. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. You tell us about your recent experience and we'll look for clues. Hear these words. Fangjin retrieved his diary. He was afraid of missing any clues. Telling all the things that have happened to you. A few months ago roommate Huang Jingxin went out for an all-night surfing session and then never came back. He gradually noticed that something was wrong. Surprisingly no one remembered his roommate. So he began to pay attention to the people around him who never appeared again. He realized that people he had met once, and then never seen again, were forgotten by the people in the school. Keeping a journal. What a good habit. If everyone trapped in a rule event did that, we'd have an easy time of it. Bai Ming said with a smile. Chu Xiaoyuan said seriously. Disappearance. Amnesia. It can now be preliminarily determined that the source of the rules possesses the ability to change people's memories. We need to be a little more cautious and careful, and not spread out. Makes sense. Chu Xiaoyuan took out 3 badges in a very secondary style with fancy magical girls on them. Bai Ming's head was filled with black lines. Where did that come from? Bought it in front of the school. Chu Xiaoyuan was offended. Do you have a problem with that? No comment. Bai Ming hurriedly put on his badge. All 3 wore magical girl badges. Such an abrupt badge. It's enough to show that the 3 are teammates. Fangjin asked. Since I have to deal with something so dangerous, is there any weapon that I can borrow? So that when I encounter a loophole, I will have more or less a countermeasure. You can't expect to use an awakened ability that you can't use at all. Here. Bai Ming threw Fangjin a gun-like object. Fangjin was surprised. What is this? Is it some kind of magic weapon and how should I use it? Where did you get a magic weapon? It's a gun. Haven't you ever seen a TV show? It's actually a real gun? Fangjin had thought it was some mysterious prop, deliberately made to look like a gun to scare people. I didn't realize it was actually a real gun. Ordinary rule events. Guns can solve a lot of trouble. Physical destruction is one of the most effective ways, Bai Ming said, and it can also effectively deter some people. It's the most cost-effective. It's against the law to be armed, isn't it? The use of guns by ordinary people is called illegal possession of firearms, and our use of guns is called guarding the lives and property of the people. Can it be the same? Fangjin couldn't help but compare a 6. Oh no! Fangjin's face suddenly changed. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were puzzled. What's wrong? I have class this afternoon, so I'll leave it at that. Fangjin glanced at his cell phone. Wearing his magical girl badge and carrying a pistol on his waist, he hurriedly ran towards the school building. Going to class. It's all something that has become habitual. Ownership is a student. Classes must be attended. And naturally, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan didn't need to. And since they were awakened and possessed a certain degree of resistance to the power of the rules, it didn't matter if they violated some harmless little rules. Fangjin hurried to the classroom. Today's lesson is a big one. 3 classes are taught in one large classroom. At the moment the classroom was full and noisy. The teacher, a middle-aged Mediterranean man wearing a blue shirt, carrying a thermos and clutching a black leather bag, walked into the classroom. And the moment he did, everyone fell silent. Aha! The teacher nodded with satisfaction. We'll start roll call now. 5 points will be deducted from the perfect attendance points of those who don't show up. Accumulate 4 times. The perfect attendance points will all be deducted. And if there's a 5th time, you'll directly fail at the end of the semester. The students were in awe. One of the most important things for college students is not failing a class, and the second is an internship certificate. With a teacher who takes name-checking so seriously, trying to skip class is clearly an unrealistic endeavor. Report. A voice came from outside the classroom. The crowd looked in unison. Fangjin is standing in front of the classroom door. The teacher was very dissatisfied and twisted her head to look at Fangjin. Why are you late? I'm not late. Fangjin pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it. Class starts at 2 o'clock. It's only 1:59 now. Teacher, you're the one who came a minute early. Are you saying that I'm wrong? How could the teacher be wrong? I think it would be the school time that was set incorrectly. The classroom rang with laughter. Just in time. The school bell rang just in time. Ding dong ding dong. The time on Fangjin's cell phone also jumped to exactly 2 o'clock. The teacher's face darkened. Okay, so come in first. What's your name? Fong Town. The teacher found the name in the roll call book and scowled. Next time come earlier. You read for yourself. Not for me. Isn't it bad to arrive 2 minutes early to prep? Teacher is right. I will definitely arrive early next time. By the way, inform the broadcasting station to move the class bell forward by 2 minutes. How dare you play the class bell on time? Won't it affect our studies? Fangjin said seriously. The room was full of laughter. The teacher's face hardened. All right, sit down. Fangjin smiled as he walked into the classroom, and under the attention of the crowd, walked to the back row to find an empty seat in the corner and sat down. Okay, actually dare to choke the teacher. Bull. Yen Chang, who was in the same class at the side, said with a squeeze of admiration. Fangjin laughed. It's a small thing. Where's your book? Forgot it? Let me borrow it. What class is today? Power machinery. What a pain in the ass. Ha! Fangjin, what's the meaning of the magical girl badge on your chest? I didn't think you actually like to read this kind of stuff. You really have a child's heart. Wait a minute. You're not going to have a girlfriend, are you? Yen Cheng's voice was small though, but it also drew the attention of those around it. They stared at Fangjin dead in the face. What? You got a girlfriend on the sly? This mustn't invite everyone to dinner. Fangjin looked down at the badge and was confused. What is this? I've never seen it before. I guess Huang Zhang Xin. This stupid son pranked me to put it on. Go back and don't want me to bring him food. Who is Huang Zhengxin? My roommate. Who? My roommate. Where did you get a roommate? Yen Chang looked confused. Our department has exactly one more in number, so you're lucky to be alone in a dormitory. Everyone is envious of you. Fangjin froze, as if something had been erased from the depths of his memory. He was in a trance. That's so. Oh, maybe I slept in a daze. It turns out I don't have a roommate. Chapter 11, Poor Acting. The teacher was spitting in the classroom. The students are drowsy at the bottom. What's more, some people quietly play under the desk with a cell phone. The teacher is naturally lazy to care about this kind of thing. If you really want to care about, I'm afraid that sooner or later, I'll be angry out of the brain hemorrhage cannot be. Fangjin looked at the teacher on the podium. There was a sense of strangeness that came over me. Going to class is obviously a familiar thing, but why? Seeing a teacher feels so strange. I seem to have forgotten something very important. Fangjin rubbed his temples and thought carefully, coming up with nothing. What exactly is it? Fangjin yawned. He was ready to pull out his cell phone and kill some time. Suddenly, he felt something hard around his waist. Ha! A pistol? And where did this come from? Who put a toy gun in my pocket? It must be the stupid son of Huang Zhengxin again. And so on. I don't seem to have a roommate. Who is Huang Zhengxin? Why does it feel so familiar? Fangjin, are you going to the internet cafe after school? Yen Chang whispered. I'm meeting someone from the next class to play a friendly match, and I happen to be short of people. Okay, which internet cafe? Netshark Internet Cafe. Why don't you go to a late-night internet cafe? This one is close to our school. Late-night internet cafe? We don't have this internet cafe near our school. Fangjin held his forehead, feeling his head getting sore. How could it not be? Am I misremembering again? Fangjin breathing gradually rapid up. Always feel that he forgot something very important. Obviously sitting around are the same class, but his heart is born out of a thick sense of discomfort. Why? Can't think of one. Can't get my head around it. Fangjin, what's wrong with you? Yen Chang asked worriedly. Fangjin covered his head with both hands, his head aching as if there were bugs rushing through his brain. Teacher, Fangjin is sick. Yen Chang raised his hand. I want to take him to the infirmary to see the school nurse. The teacher waved her hand with slight impatience. Yen Chang hurriedly helped Fangjin get up and walk towards the outside of the classroom. But Fangjin shook off his hand. No, it's class time. Don't affect my class. You're crazy. You're sick now. Not to mention the teacher has already agreed. Yen Chang exclaimed. The others in the class also persuaded Fangjin. The entire classroom looked at him in confusion. Consent. Fangjin's face was somewhat distorted in pain, and his voice was trembling a bit. You said that you would take me to the infirmary to see the school nurse. But, our school doesn't have a school nurse at all. The whole classroom was all quiet at once. The looks of hundreds of students became cold, dead silence. The classroom at this moment, as if it had turned into a late-night graveyard, was permeated with an indescribable silence, and the indescribable chill permeated the air. making people unconsciously slow down their breathing. Everyone's faces seemed to be clouded. It's like a paper man. What are you babbling about? Yen Chang's face became blurry. His eyes, nose, and mouth all seemed to have disappeared. Only the flat disc-like clay surface remains. His body was even fused with the darkness, and he blew out bizarre black air from his mouth, as if he wanted to completely devour Fangjin. Fangjin suddenly took the pistol from his waist and pressed it against Yen Chang's forehead as he said coldly, "And we don't have a teacher at all. And since we don't have a teacher, who can authorize me to leave the classroom during class time?" At the moment, his head didn't hurt. He forgot something, but there was one thing he was sure of. One should never break the rules. As long as I don't break the rules, you guys can't hurt me. Fangjin gritted his teeth. Yen Chang spoke in a jarred voice, his voice emanating from beneath his cheeks. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Even your face is gone, and you're still pretending?" Fangjin said coldly, "Although I can't be sure. Clearing the loopholes shouldn't be considered a violation, or else this rule would be too silly." Bang! Fontaine shoots. The violent recoil caused Fangjin's wrists to ache, but the impact of the bullet directly caused the head of Yen Chang in front of him to explode directly. Red and white stuff spilled in the classroom. The fishy odor permeates. Blood and flesh spilled on the heads of the students in the classroom crowd, adding a sense of treacherous atmosphere to their cold faces as they rose in unison and walked stiffly like dummies towards Fangjin, one after another, their eyes empty and lifeless. Fangjin felt his scalp tingle. Did he guess wrong? Or is it non-compliant to clean up loopholes? Fangjin, what the hell are you doing? The teacher on the podium stormed out, distressed. You actually dare to kill someone with a gun in school? Do you know what you've done? This is a crime. Killing has to pay for your life. How can you stand up to your parents who raised you with great pains? Fangjin felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed like another memory was about to be taken away. So focused on killing him, I forgot to kill you, didn't I? Fangjin raised his hand. Bang! Another shot. The bullet hit the blackboard and made a small crater. Missed. That's a lot of recoil for a real gun. There's no way to aim it without training. You, don't kill. You can't go back if you kill again. The teacher was shocked and dumbfounded. He stammered. Although the teacher is more strict with you, but you shouldn't kill. Look at what you look like now. And crazy, these students are with you all the time. Never offended you. Do you still want to drive to the end? Fangjin twisted his head. His own body was covered in bloodstains at the moment. The surrounding students cowered in the corners in fear. No one dared to run away or approach Fangjin. They were all trembling. Some of the more timid girls had come up for air in tears. There still seemed to be a smell of urine in the air. Me? What's wrong with me? Fangjin was in a daze. All he remembers is coming to class. The teacher was so boring. Then in a fit of pique himself, he drew his gun. Hell, where's my gun? At the thought of this, Fangjin's head began to ache again, and he dropped his arms, somewhat disoriented. I can't believe I killed someone myself. Now the sky is really falling. If you kill someone with a gun, how can you think that you will start with life imprisonment? Won't the rest of your life be ruined? Fangjin, you have to calm down. Calm down. The teacher came cautiously. He was scared out of his wits, but the teacher's integrity made him choose to come closer. It's not too late to turn back. We turn ourselves in, positively compensate and obtain understanding. Maybe you still have a hidden mental illness and can reduce the punishment. As long as you are willing to turn back, everything is still not too late. Think more about your family. At this moment, the teacher had come to Fangjin's side and reached out, ready to take away the gun in Fangjin's hand. Only Fangjin violently raised his pistol and pressed it against the teacher's temple. His eyes cleared, where there's a semblance of confusion. Your acting skills are terrible. Fangjin sneered. Bang! The bullet pierced the teacher's temple. The powerful impact shook him by more than a meter. Blood all over the floor. The students in the classroom. At this moment, all went up in smoke and disappeared. Chapter 12, Rule Collapse. Fangjin got up, and the sticky bloodstains on his body were now gone. It's like nothing happened. Only the teacher who fell to the ground like a tentacle like writhing, that middle-aged obese body like mud in water twisted, with life in general towards the outside of the classroom quickly catapulted up. Don't go. Fangjin raised his hand and fired 2 more shots with a bang. One of the shots hit, but it doesn't seem to leave that mess behind. It seems that the pistol can only hurt the loophole, but there's no way to actually kill it. Fangjin exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. He took the journal out of his arms and jotted down this discovery. That's right. Fangjin was in such a hurry to leave that he forgot to put the diary away. So carry it with you. Although the loophole has the ability to change its own memories, it can't change matter. So the diary is the best prop for Fangjin to recover his memories. Good thing I brought my journal. But the key point that made Fangjin notice something bad was his roommate Huang Zhang Xin. I can't believe no one remembers Huang Jingxin. That's a little too suspicious. Can't you loopholes do your homework before you come to cheat people? Fangjin scoffed at the empty classroom. He sat down and anxiously made it through the class. As the bell rings for the end of class, Fangjin rushed out of the classroom at the first opportunity. Bai Ming, Xu Xiaoyuan, where did you guys run off to? Fangjin couldn't help but let out a shout, only to see Bai Ming take the lead from the first floor of the school building, leaping up to the third floor and rushing to Fangjin's side at the first opportunity. Fangjin was exasperated. I almost just died. Couldn't you guys notice it, and actually let me off to the side? And I thought I was important to you guys? This is so wrong. Bai Ming cried out in injustice. I'd been keeping an eye on you in the school, but you just entered the classroom and suddenly disappeared along with the entire classroom. I searched for you for 2 whole hours and have not been able to find any trace of you, and I originally thought that you had disappeared as well. It wasn't until now that you suddenly appeared, and I wanted to ask you where the hell you ran off to. Fangjin sniffed. I can't believe it. Xu Xiaoyuan also rushed over at this moment. She looked grave. Did you meet a loophole? Yes. Fangjin nodded. Counting this time, you've already encountered 3 loopholes. How come the number is so high? Xu Xiaoyuan felt puzzled. It's not right. It's clear that we've only just entered the second stage. Is it rare? It's very rare, and it's possible for a normal rules event to go years, even a decade, without entering the second stage. So it's not so tricky to deal with. Your school is rated C, barely dangerous, but it doesn't make sense that it's only been 2 years since it entered stage 2. And the fact that there are so many vulnerabilities means there's definitely something strange going on. After Chu Xiaoyuan explained, Fangjin slowly understood. Rule event. There's been a steady stream of births. With the exception of a very small number of mega rule events, most of them are under control and solvable, which is why basic peace can be maintained. But it also takes time for rule events to deteriorate. A lot of vicious rule events are actually resolved quickly at the time of their birth. It will not be left to develop. Even when it enters the second stage, the vulnerabilities are few and far between, and it is only when they accumulate over time that problems continue to erupt, leading to events that enter the third stage and produce unpredictable damage. Bai Ming looked at Fangjin strangely. You ran into another loophole. How did you survive this time? Isn't your ability not working? I didn't rely on my abilities. Fangjin shook his head. The two were surprised, and Chu Xiaoyuan quickly said, Tell me carefully, what have you encountered again? Fangjin then told him all about what he had encountered. Wait. Are you saying that loophole has the ability to tamper with your memories? Bai Ming was surprised. Yes. Crap. I can't believe it's already this bad. Fangjin wondered. Is it serious? Loopholes are the assholes of the rules, but modifying memories is a power that belongs to the rules. And once a loophole has the power of the rules, it means that the rules are already riddled with holes within them. And even the bugs are starting to be able to run in the place of the rules themselves, which means that the rules are collapsing at an accelerated rate. Bai Ming looked at Fangjin with odd eyes. Loopholes apply the power of rules. You didn't even kill him? This kid is not easy. Obviously looked like a rookie. But yeah, how could anyone who can autonomously come to their senses from a rules event really be a simple, innocent and stupid college student? Xu Xiaoyuan slammed his fist on the wall, which was covered with spider web cracks, gritting his teeth. The faster the loopholes appear, the faster the rules will collapse. Just on the basis of the speed of this collapse, it shouldn't have been assessed as a sea-level event. What exactly does the assessment team do? No matter how small the area affected, how low is the initial hazard, but if the collapse is fast enough, it would be enough to wreak havoc. Hazard potential is a very important piece of data when rating. Fangjin couldn't help but be staggered as he looked at the gradually cracking wall. So this lowly girl is so fierce too. For a geek like me, I'm afraid I'm going to cry when I throw a punch. We have to search for the source immediately, or else it really will be too late. Xu Xiaoyuan was incredibly serious. Fangjin was anxious. Then you guys think of something. Xu Xiaoyuan spread her hands. Generally speaking, we would look for survivors, then organize our thoughts step by step, follow the trail, and find the place where the bizarre situation initially occurred, and often find the source. And then what? Right now, in the entire school, you're the only one who's awake, and everyone else's memories are faulty, so this method obviously won't work anymore. You guys are professionals. Don't you have a more professional approach? Fangjin gasped. Bai Ming whispered. There would have been, except that a certain Captain Sama felt that this time it was only a sea-level incident, and it was only the first stage, hand to hand, and he didn't even bring any help. Fangjin scratched his head. No way. Chu Xiaoyuan obviously lost some face. She said in annoyance. Bai Ming, I asked you to check the file, did you check it? Starting to retaliate again. Bai Ming said with a straight face. I checked the entire school's files, but for the time being, I didn't find anything. The students in this school are all quite normal. There aren't even any with a history of mental illness. Fang Jun was curious. History of mental illness? Yes. People who are mentally unstable are more likely to attract black spots, more likely to be the source of the incidents we've dealt with in the past. If you check the case, you're basically 10 to 1 that the odds are that it's one of several people with a history of mental illness. It's just a shame that none of the students in the school have a history of the disease in question. That's why there's no target to find a suspect. Fang Jun pondered for a moment. Does it have to be mental illness? No, it's not a certainty. It's just that mental illness has a high probability of being the source, as well as people who are mentally unstable and prone to huge mood swings. Then I might have a clue. Chapter 13, Disappearance of the Whole Population. Are you saying that before Li Chen disappeared, he had told you that someone in the girls' dormitory was going to jump off the building? Bai Ming inquired. Fang Jun nodded. That's right. At the moment the three were rushing towards the girls' dormitory. Trying to jump off a building surely can't be anything normal. There's bound to be some mental problems, at least. Then maybe look at it as a breakthrough. Xu Xiaoyuan had once heard Fang Jun mention it when she turned into a female college student confessing her love at that time. Only at that time she was pissed off enough that she didn't care what the other party said. It is impossible for a source to jump to his death, because the source's actions must conform to the basic logic of the rules. But something as unreasonable as jumping off a building is indeed worth investigating, Xu Xiaoyuan said. The three quickly arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Fang Jun had wanted to find someone to ask, only to find out one very bad thing. Surprisingly, not a single girl went in or out of the dormitory building, and the first floor of the girls' dormitory was empty and very quiet, like a ghost mansion that had been abandoned, only not as dilapidated. The gate indicator at that gate flickered and flickered and flickered a little distractingly. Wait, I'll find someone to ask. Fang Jun looked around the school, wanting to find a girl to ask about the girl who jumped off the building last night. Since the school is an engineering college, there weren't many girls to begin with, all held together by a half-assed art department. So regardless of major or grade, they all live in this one girl's dormitory building. Something as big as someone jumping off a building. It must have gotten around the whole dormitory building a long time ago. There is absolutely no doubt about a girl's ability to love gossip. But Fang Jun soon realized that something was wrong. The whole school, even a girl, could not be found. At the moment scattered walking on the school road, but all were boys. There was an uneasy feeling spreading in his mind. Breathing was getting a little rough. He was used to people around him disappearing one after another, but at least it happened slowly. But what was happening in front of him was too sudden. There were still at least 100 or so girls in the original school. Now, it's all gone. It's too fast. It's just too fast. Fang Jun stopped a passing junior-senior who was carrying a computer bag. Senior, why is the girls' dormitory building empty? Where are the girls in our school? He still had one last hope, but this senior's words managed to shatter his illusions. Brother, you are sleeping in class and talking confused. You are not a freshman. Why are you asking such stupid questions? We are an engineering college. Where are the girls from? Our school has always been clear of pure men. The senior laughed. Fang Jun said, but our school has an art department. I guess enrollment hasn't started yet. The junior-senior lamented. It's a pity that I'm about to graduate, and I haven't been able to meet the watery art department schoolgirls. It's simply one of the great sorrows of life. Then why does our school have a girls' dormitory building? Where's the girls' dormitory? Isn't this just a dormitory building that no one lives in? This year's enrollment recruitment is too low, so it can only be left vacant. Hey, it can't be helped. The birth rate of newborns is too low, and it's already starting to affect university enrollment. Junior seniors ramble on. Fang Jun, however, didn't have much heart to listen anymore. Because of the rule events, other people's memories change as school situations change. There's always a reasonable explanation to go along with the corrected memory. Fang Jun returned to Bai Ming and Xu Xiaoyuan with a grave expression. No need to say anything more. The two had already heard the conversation from a distance already. The large number of disappearances just also confirms the point that the rule events are intensifying the process. Xu Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice. All of the girls have disappeared, but the number of boys hasn't changed drastically. So the source might be close to the girls' dormitory, or even inside. With a flick of his fingers, Bai Ming extinguished the cigar's spark, then did a shoulder and neck warm-up, his neck making crunching noises. Finally something to do. This is suffocating me. There is no fear that the source is difficult. I'm afraid I won't be able to find the source. Captain, let's go? Bai Ming looked eager to go, not worried in the slightest. He's dealt with a lot of rules events that were a lot tougher than this. All survived. Naturally, I have a lot of confidence in myself. Xu Xiaoyuan nodded. She drew out a nearly 2-meter-long tang knife from somewhere, slender and sharp, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. luckily hidden in the sheath. Go inside. There might be something weird in the girls' dormitory. Fangjin, you're coming in with us. She took Fontaine seriously, because she vaguely felt that Fangjin must be the key to getting out of the trap. To know that her instincts were rarely wrong. For Chu Xiaoyuan's invitation, Fangjin immediately shook his head. What role can I play as an ordinary person? I might even be dragging you guys down. Besides, it's a school rule that boys can't enter the girls' dormitory. It's not something that can be easily violated, even if there are no more girls in our school. Chu Xiaoyuan pondered for a while and didn't force himself. Alright then, Bai Ming and I will go in first to take a look. You wait here and remember, don't go to class anymore. Now that the rule event has stepped into the middle and late stages of the second phase, there will be more and more loopholes. At times like this, abiding by the rules can no longer save your little life. When you encounter danger, come straight in and find us and you might still be alive. That's a bit of a scary statement. Fangjin nodded with difficulty. Try to stay awake and don't do whatever anyone tells you to do except for the two of us, Bai Ming said. He thought for a moment and yanked 3 strands of hair from his head. The black hair fell into his hands and turned golden, like a lion's mane. It gleams. The hair contains a small portion of my power. It might be able to produce some deterrence to the loopholes here. Keep it, Bai Ming said. Going to the source is ultimately a dangerous thing. If the duo gets into any trouble, Fonstown may not be able to carry loopholes next attack. Fangjin accepted the 3 hairs. You guys should also be careful. The rule event will affect a person's memory. Once affected, it's hard to recover from it, and you might sink into it. He experienced a memory attack of vulnerability. That feeling is horrible. Moistening. The memory was twisted and modified without warning. If it wasn't for his habitual vigilance and the fact that he had detected the problem in his memory, he might have met an untimely end. This tactic was too much of a defense. Ha ha, don't worry. We're not like you. We experienced the rule event awakening our special abilities, possessing a portion of the power of the rules, and our resistance to mysterious forces is much stronger than yours. Bai Ming looked confident. Cut the crap and go. Chu Xiaoshuan's face was full of fury. The duo rushed straight up to kill the girls' dormitory. Chapter 14, Where do you have a gun? Fangjin looked at the duo's confidence and relaxed in his heart. Since it's an official special ops squad, that should be pretty good at dealing with this kind of shenanigans. Maybe wait a few minutes. And things worked out. Listening to Bai Ming, the process of finding the source is the most difficult, while dealing with the source is actually not that difficult. That's right. Awakened ones have incredible power. And it's definitely not that difficult to deal with low-order rule events. Fangjin muttered to himself, then remembered what Chu Xiaoyuan had once said. 3 main guidelines for dealing with rule-based incidents. 1. Compliance with rules. 2. No experience should be fetishized. 3. The source of the rule event must be found. He felt inexplicably nervous for a few moments. Is it really okay to not follow the rules? Is there really a source in the girls' dormitory? Fangjin sat on the stone platform of the green belt next to the girls' dormitory building, quietly waiting for the good news. Time slowly passed, and the sky began to get dark. Gollum. He's hungry. It's almost time for the evening study session. But Fangjin didn't dare to just leave. Damn it, not going. What can I do if I just skipped? Fangjin gritted his teeth. For the past few months, he's been taking classes alone. Lonely and spooky though, but at least the guts to get through it. However, after experiencing 3 weird situations, Fangjin no longer wanted to be alone. It was too scary, and after experiencing it more, the spirit might weaken away. Didn't Bai Ming say, people with mental problems tend to attract black spots. It's for living, breathing people. It is the way to take death. That's why it's also important to stay mentally comfortable. Fangjin looked around vigilantly and prayed for Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan to come back quickly while starving. It's getting dark. The street lights have been lit on both sides of the school's road. The lights on the basketball court were also bright and a little shaky. Although no one was there, the halls on the first floor of the girls' dormitory building and the lights in the corridors were naturally lit, which made the night not seem much dimmer, except that it was just a little too cold. At this moment, Fangjin didn't dare to go to the cafeteria to eat. After all, he was attacked by loophole once in the cafeteria. He's a little scared. There was no way to order takeout at school, so I could only starve for the time being, and then go to the supermarket to buy something to pad my stomach. Does our school have a supermarket? Fangjin was in a daze, a little sleepy, and his thoughts weren't very clear anymore. He'd been scared enough by his hostess and that he hadn't gotten enough sleep in the first place. Classes were even more attacked, again without sleep. Sitting down at the moment, a wave of exhaustion came over me. No, can't sleep, can't sleep. Fangjin yawned and pulled his thigh hard to wake himself up a little. At this point, a silver bell laugh came to his ears. 3 girls dressed in flamboyant style walked out from the dormitory building. Obviously the weather is still a little cold, but they can't wait to wear nice little dresses, painted with beautiful makeup, long hair in the breeze, laughter, youthful vitality came out. This guy is so weird. Why is he sitting in front of the girls' dormitory and falling asleep? They joked and flirted. Maybe it's ready to confess. Hey, wouldn't that be something? Forget about him, let's get going. We have a date at KTV tonight. I heard there's a handsome guy. Really? Introduce me. I want it too. The three girls left talking and laughing. Fongjin got up a little embarrassed, then stood a little farther away. Weird. Why am I here again? Ahead of us was the playground, where many students were taking a walk to rest after dinner, as well as sprinters and couples who were kissing and holding their arms and spreading doggy treats. The sour stench of love hits you, not far away from the basketball court. At this moment has also begun to people. Basketball shot the ground, sound thumping. Energetic college students began to sweat. Let a person feel that the campus is full of youthful atmosphere. The school's roads are filled with walking students. Everything was calm and ordinary like a common evening. It seems like I'm here to wait for someone. For whom? Fongjin got confused. It always feels like I'm not remembering things very well lately. Nerd, why are you always being silly? A brittle girl's voice came. It was a well-behaved and cute girl, 1.6 meters tall, doll face, with a nice high ponytail, wearing a JK skirt, youthful and pretty. She bounced to Fongjin's side and took Fongjin's hand. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you want to treat me to a movie? Let's go. By the way, treat you to some chocolate. This is delicious. My roommate gave it to me. The girl shoved the chocolate into Fongjin's hand, smiling beautifully. Fongjin took a taste. Sure enough, it was very sweet with a soft texture. It's delicious. Turns out he was waiting for this. Thanks. Fongjin whispered. The girl snickered and pinched Fongjin. Hey, I'm your girlfriend, eh? It's too raw to say thank you or something. Really want to thank me? Then, let's not go back to school at night. Fongjin froze. How can that be? I have to go to bed on time to do that. Being on time is fine. Going to bed is fine. Anyway, not going back to school. I've asked my roommate to help me take tomorrow off. You can't be assured of letting me hang out alone into the night. The girl looked at Fongjin pitifully. Fongjin's heart was stirred. He was about to subconsciously agree. Suddenly he somehow sensed something was wrong. Can't say what's wrong. That's just plain wrong. Wait, what's my girlfriend's name again? That. Fongjin was embarrassed and scratched his head. What's your name? The girl snorted out a laugh. I'm Jiang Yueying. How could I even forget that? I don't seem to have a good memory lately. Could it be sick? The girl said nervously. Let's go outside to the big hospital. Well, just as well. When you're sick, you should go to a major hospital and get checked out properly. Just as the two were about to leave, a very familiar figure walked out of the girls' dormitory. It was a man in a trench coat with a cigar, who carried 2 empty buckets of water, walked out of the gate slowly, and then with skillful movements rode away on a small tricycle filled with empty buckets. He greeted the girls with a big smile on his face, muttering something like 15 buckets and a refundable deposit. Who is this? Fongjin was curious. Jiang Yueying said, the uncle who changes the water for the girls' dormitory. Looking all tuggy and wearing a magical girl's badge on her chest. It's really hard to look like a person with a girl's heart. And you talk about people, don't you yourself? Fongjin bowed his head, saw the magical girl badge on her chest, and so on. Strange. It's so weird. Fongjin felt that this scene was a bit familiar. He nervously took a few steps back. Then he felt towards his waist, and sure enough, he felt a familiar object. Fongjin, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yueying said in disbelief. There it is again. Fongjin gritted his teeth and drew his gun, hesitated for a long time, but still resolutely pointed at his favorite girl in front of him. Don't come over, or I'll shoot. Jiang Yueying was so scared that she lost her face. Fongjin, don't scare me. I didn't scare you. Fongjin said in a cold voice. I actually don't have a single memory in my head of fighting and arguing with you. Would something like this happen? False memories are false after all. What's more, I don't even recognize the name Jiang Yueying. Fongjin, you're really crazy. Let's go see a doctor. Get out of the way or I'll shoot you right now. Unless you're not afraid of guns at all. Memories constantly clash. It gave Fongjin a headache. He grew to be unable to distinguish between the false and the true. Jiang Yueying looked frightened. You, don't scare me. Where do you have a gun? Fongjin looked down. He actually made a gun gesture with his hand himself, trying to scare off the girl in front of me. Lost in thought, he lowered his hand. I'm not really going crazy. Chapter 15, Jiang Yueying. In front of the girls' dormitory building. Fongjin's odd look. It drew a lot of sideways glances. Jiang Yueying kindly relieved. Fongjin, you're having another attack. Lately you're always in a daze. Your mental stress is too much. Let's go out and have a good relaxation, okay? Don't be so nervous, everything will pass. Me? Why am I like this? Fangjin was confused. Maybe it's too much pressure from school. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. We're only freshmen. You don't have to work so hard for me. We can work together to save for the dowry and mortgage. It's okay. Zhang Yueying jumped into Fangjin's arms and said with a sobbing voice, "Warm jade in your arms." Fangjin's heart was filled with warmth. What a nice girl. You must cherish it yourself. The two embraced each other, so that the surrounding passing male college students enviously pounded their chests. Really flowers in cow dung. So good-looking girl, how is not my? It's so heavenly. Fangjin, let's go, Zhang Yueying said. Fangjin nodded. Aha. His heart swam as he took his sister's small, soft, boneless hand. The more I look forward to what is about to happen in the evening. I must come back tomorrow and show off with Huang Jingxin. This stupid son. One thought on that. Fangjin inexplicably felt a few more headaches. Hey, good big boy. How can you find a girlfriend if you stay in the dormitory every day? Do you want to go out all night with dad? Oh, playing games all night every day, stinking beggar. Actually have the face to bash me for not having a girlfriend. May I ask, where is your girlfriend? Laugh it up. How can a girlfriend be compared to a game? I can play games all night long. Can a girlfriend? 3 minutes and it's over, still want to play an all-nighter. You have this ability as to not have a girlfriend? His mind recalled the most recent conversation with his roommate, and so on. Nope, it's still not right. I don't have a ing girlfriend. Fangjin forced himself to control himself and let go of Zhang Yueying's hand. Where's my diary? Yeah, the diary. I'm in the habit of keeping a diary. Fangjin was once again glad that he had brought his diary with him today. He flipped open the journal, but the writing in it was like graffiti ink, blurry and unreadable. It's so abnormal. This feeling, it's like a dream. Fangjin, Zhang Yueying muttered, crossed her arms a bit angry. Her tone was even more aggrieved. My friends all say you're neurotic and don't look like a good person. I've cut them all off for you. Now I don't even have friends anymore. Only you are left. Can you be more normal? I really don't want to coax you like a child every now and then. I'm really, really tired. That said, Zhang Yueying's eyes reddened and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. The pearly blossoms are so beautiful to see. She bit her lip. It caused a few moments of heartache to arise in Fangjin's heart. The memories were altered. So even if his feelings for Zhang Yueying were false, they were still true in his heart at this moment. Seeing a loved one cry, the feeling is really similar to having a knife stuck in your heart. Fangjin's head was getting sore. He's struggling. He had a premonition that his memories were off, but emotions were pulling at him, influencing him to make the best judgment. Don't move. That's fake. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind her. Then a piece of polished, broken iron was thrown from nowhere. It was inserted straight into Zhang Yueying's chest. Pus. Blood spurts. Zhang Yueying continued to spit blood out of her mouth as her body slowly fell to the ground, her eyes filled with pain. Fangjin, save me. Fangjin looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes gradually calming down. With the other side injured, he felt like his memories were being corrected since. Sorry, I can't save you. Fangjin raised his pistol and fired without hesitation. Bang bang. The bullet pierced through Zhang Yueying's body. She didn't cry out in pain. Instead her eyes were cold and her voice started to become low. This isn't the last time. You can get away with it countless times, but it only takes one time for you to die. After saying that, Zhang Yueying's body unexpectedly slowly merged into the ground, transforming into a shadow-like black silhouette that quickly flowed towards the distance. It quickly disappeared. The scene was bizarre beyond belief. It's terrifying. Phew. Fangjin took a long breath. Another loophole. Being able to modify memories is just horrible. Makes it hard to tell the real from the fake. One false move and you will fall completely. He was frustrated in his heart. And those false memories, like lucid dreams, began to become blurred, but the emotional impact they had brought about was difficult to dissipate for a long time. If it comes a few more times, it might actually be mentally debilitating. After all, it wasn't that long ago that he really did have a hot girlfriend with a close relationship, and suddenly disappearing all of a sudden, and under false pretenses, would have been a little confusing for anyone. Fangjin couldn't help but think of the people in the special operations team. These people, they should have to see a psychiatrist more often. Which kind person stepped in to help me? Fangjin turned back curiously, but looked back. He almost broke out in a cold sweat. What appeared in front of her was a girl, apparently also from the school, but her appearance looks, surprisingly, was exactly the same as Zhang Yueying, only that her expression was cold. Her hair was messy, and she was slightly haggard, and the girl was sitting on an office chair with rollers and a wooden stick in her hand, presumably to control the chair forward and backward. A thick blanket covered his legs. There was a faint odor of blood in the air. Who are you? Fong Jin was startled. The girl stroked her hair. Jiang Yueying. Honored one. Not the fake one you saw. Fong Jin felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird at the moment. He himself had just been reminiscing about a short and beautiful love. Suddenly, a woman who looks exactly like her first love comes out of nowhere. Who could not be confused? The loophole is so outrageous that he transforms into a girl who is not missing to tempt himself. Vile. Fong Jin suddenly realized something and asked in surprise. You are also awake. That's right. Jiang Yueying nodded. You are the first of your kind I've seen. That's why I saved you. That piece of iron I sharpened for 2 hours before I sharpened the tip of it. It's my secret weapon. And I used it just like that to save you. Fong Jin was in an exhilarated mood at the moment. One of a kind. It's one of a kind. He wasn't the only one in the school who was an anomaly. This feels too good. Why are you sitting on the chair? Are you hurt? Fong Jin couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yueying said calmly. The people around me disappeared one after another. I felt very painful. And none of the people around me could understand me. So I chose to jump off the building yesterday to end this painful nightmare. Unfortunately, I'm not dead. It's just a broken leg. Even less coincidentally, I jumped just as the lights went out, and the entire dormitory floor was roused out to see what I was up to, whereupon they all disappeared in violation of university rules. An injured man who should be taken to the hospital doesn't need to go to bed on time as a rule. That's why I was spared. Chapter 16, There has always been only one. Good news. The girl who jumped was found. The reason for the disappearance of all the girls was also found. Bad news. She's obviously not the source either. Just as pathetic as Fonstown. Fong Jin understood Jiang Yueying's feelings very well. He also had a time when he wanted to commit suicide due to mental stress. Fortunately, he carried through, at least in terms of mental endurance. A little stronger than Jiang Yueying. Were you attacked by the loophole as well? Fong Jin asked. Jiang Yueying was confused. What loophole? It's the monster that tampers with your memories, leads you to make mistakes, and even directly attacks you. Never seen it. Okay. Fong Jin was a bit depressed. Why do loopholes have to come at me? Isn't there someone else here? Could it be that there was no threat because she was the one with the injured leg? How is your leg injured? Fong Jin approached and inquired. Jiang Yueying's expression stiffened a bit. It's okay. Fong Jin clearly noticed that Jiang Yueying was not in a good state. Her face was unhealthily pale and her cheeks had a few shades of red, which was clearly a high fever. You. Fong Jin was shocked and lifted the blanket off her legs despite Jiang Yueying's obstruction. Only a bloody mess was visible under the blanket. Morose white bones were faintly visible among the blood and flesh. Fong Jin sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Yueying was seriously injured. The legs weren't injured. They were almost wasted. And without timely medical treatment, the wound became infected and the blood smelled a little rotten. How much this must hurt. But Jiang Yueying surprisingly held on hard. No, you have to go to the hospital immediately in your condition, Fong Jin said in a deep voice. Jiang Yueying smiled haggardly. I also know I have to go to the hospital. But tell me how to get there. Can we leave the school? She is also sober. She knows exactly what gets done and what doesn't. Just die. Jiang Yueying was very weak. Her eyes didn't have much luster. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you before you die. At least you're not going alone. It's nice to have someone sober around. It had satisfied her enough. Unfortunately, things don't always work out. It happened just when she was about to die. The two don't know each other. Naturally, there was even less crossover on weekdays. So obviously looking for each other, but never meeting in person. Although this request is not very reasonable, can I trouble you not to leave and accompany me for half a day? Jiang Yueying's voice could clearly hear weakness. At the moment she has a severe fever, wound infection, excessive blood loss, and the intense pain stayed with her, so she estimated that she would only live for half a day at the end of her life. Before you die, she wished she had someone to talk to. It's real people, not those whose memories are distorted and who live muddled lives like puppets. No, you won't die. We have a chance to escape from here, Fong Jin said very seriously. Just for a moment. He then made up his mind. To save the girl in front of me. Jiang Yueying shook her head. She didn't believe that Fong Jin had a way to escape from here. If he did, why wait until now? You come with me. Fong Jin pushed the office chair that Jiang Yueying was sitting on and ran in the direction of the girls' dormitory. The office chair made a creaking sound. The tiny rollers are getting worn out. It seemed to be falling apart a bit. The violent bumps caused Jiang Yueying's brows to knit tightly, and the wound was irritated, bringing about another sharp pain. But she fought hard against even the worst of the pain. It was bearable at the moment. Soon, Fong Jin pushed Jiang Yueying and forcefully stopped in front of a certain water delivery man uncle. A few doubts appeared in Jiang Yueying's eyes. This uncle, who is it? How come I haven't seen it at all? Bai Ming smoked his cigar and smiled. What's the matter, little friend? You can just scan the QR code and place an order if you need water delivered. There's no need to stop me specifically. Fangjin didn't have the heart to say, really, where's your QR code? Of course it's. Bai Ming looked down for half a day and couldn't find the QR code that was supposed to hang around his neck. Only the magical girl badge that was full of secondary style. He looked at the badge in confusion. What the hell is this? It doesn't match your own aesthetic at all. It's too ugly. Fangjin picked up the badge on his chest. Bai Ming, it's time to recover. This is what the captain gave you to wear. If you forget, the captain will be very angry. As soon as I heard the word captain, Bai Ming had a jolt. Eyes gradually clearing over. He dealt with a lot of rule events and would be significantly more resistant to unusual forces, so it would only take a little stimulation to recover. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I actually got hit too. Bai Ming kicked over the three-wheeled cart containing the buckets of water, his eyes full of fury. Actually arranged for me to have the identity of a water delivery worker. Damn loophole. At the same time he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in his heart. Luckily the danger level is relatively low. The vulnerabilities generated are not very threatening. In a higher level event, he could have died the moment his memory was replaced. What a defense! So dangerous. Bai Ming looked grave. Fangjin was dissatisfied. What did you guys say at the time when you entered the girls' dormitory? Saying that your resistance was strong. Why did you get hit as well? Ahem. People have lost their hands, horses have lost their hooves. Bai Ming was very embarrassed. It didn't take long to get lost just boasting about it. Without Fangjin's reminder, he might be lost for a long time. Let's go find the captain first. Bai Ming changed the topic. There's something odd about this girl's dormitory. Maybe it's really related to the girl who jumped off the building. We must find her first. Fangjin said. No need to look for it. I've already found it. Where? You tell me. It was only afterward that Bai Ming realized that the frail young girl Fangjin was pushing away was the girl who had jumped off the building. Fangjin quickly recounted everything that had happened. The second ordinary person to remain clear? Bai Ming looked extremely surprised. No wonder. This is obviously something extremely rare. Fangjin wondered. What's wrong? Being able to remain clear shows that one possesses the potential of an awakened one. A rule event with two awakened ones. No wonder there are so many loopholes in the rules. It is because of your existence that the rule event collapsed so quickly. Awakenings are often born out of rule events. Rule events, however, do not necessarily give birth to awakened ones. The emergence of the awakened will accelerate the collapse of the rules event. Fangjin was surprised. There's such a saying? Of course. This is even more time critical, and we have to look for clues all over again. Bai Ming said bitterly, but your luck is really good. You actually managed to stay clear the fourth time you encountered a loophole. I got lucky, I guess, thanks to the fact that my roommates and my memories weren't modified, giving me enough of a wake-up call. Fangjin said. Bai Ming was stunned. He was silent for a moment. What's your roommate's name? Fangjin didn't know what Bai Ming was doing asking this all of a sudden. But still, it's the truth. Huang Zhangxin. From your class? Bai Ming asked. Of course. Are you sure? Fangjin was puzzled. What's not to be sure of? Didn't I tell you? A few months ago my roommate went on an all-night internet trip and didn't return. And that's when I realized that something wasn't right with the school. Yeah, that one rings a bell for me. I just didn't put much thought into it at the time. Bai Ming's eyes were odd. Zhu Xiaoyuan asked me to check a lot of files. And I basically looked through the files of all the students in your school. But I don't see your roommate's file. And your file clearly states that the dormitory you were in has always been just one person. Chapter 17, Surgery. Dormitory. Always just one person. The words. It sent chills down Fangjin's spine. How is that possible? He had lived with Huang Jingxin, his stupid son, for a few months. It's impossible to misremember. You must have misremembered. Fangjin was a bit agitated. Bai Ming shook his head. My ability is of the transformation lineage. And my memory has likewise improved tremendously, so I can say that I can't forget it, and I'm definitely not talking nonsense about this. Unless there's something wrong with your school's records. Rules events are full of weird, unbelievable things though, but simply destroying a student's record, obviously unlikely. It also makes too little sense. Fangjin breathed slightly sharply as he recalled his scene in the classroom, when his memory had been tampered with and he was surrounded by the illusion created by the loopholes. Everything seemed so real. But Yen Cheng favored it and said he didn't have a roommate. Why would Loophole throw out an event that doesn't match his memory? This allowed him to successfully find the break, get rid of the illusion, and retrieve his true memories. Perhaps that's why. Because Fangjin really doesn't have a roommate. The Loophole fabricated memories that matched the facts, but conflicted with Fangjin's own memories. My memories, they've been faulty? Fangjin was creeped out. It's a feeling that's too uncomfortable. Bai Ming comforted Fangjin. Don't be too nervous. You've spent 2 years in the rule event. It's not impossible for your memories to be skewed. As long as it's over, you'll definitely be able to recover. With Bai Ming's assurance, Fangjin felt much better in his heart. Alright, let's go find Chu Xiaoyuan first, Bai Ming said. With that, he headed straight for the girls' dormitory building. Zhang Yueying looked at Bai Ming's back and was slightly confused. Who is he? I've never seen this person before. And how come I can't understand anything you guys are saying? He's someone who's here to solve our school's problems. A member of the special operations team, which you can understand as the state's people who specialize in solving weird things like this. Fangjin explained. Zhang Yueying's eyes brightened significantly. State, send, rescue. What an uplifting word. But her eyes quickly dimmed again. She was in too bad a condition now. Her consciousness gradually began to tend to blur, and she might die completely at some point. If she hadn't jumped yesterday, just one more day of simmering, collapsed in the pre-dawn darkness. It really is a desperate thing. Fangjin sensed Zhang Yueying's emotions and whispered in relief. We'll be fine. I'll definitely send you out to receive treatment. You won't die. Thanks. Zhang Yeye spread her smile and laugh. Only her face grew paler and paler. Bai Ming rushed to the floor of the girls' dormitory building and was about to go upstairs. Just a teenage loli bouncing down the stairs. Captain? Bai Ming was stunned. Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at him. What for? To bring water? Bai Ming's old face flushed. Then he was surprised. Captain, you're fine? Of course I'm fine. Do you think I'm the same as you? It's really useless. It's so easy to be won by the loophole. It's really a disgrace to our team. Hey, it seems like I have to consider applying for a new teammate. Bai Ming was mortified. Why don't you help me out a bit too? I wanted to see just how long it would take you to come to your senses, and now it seems barely scraping by. Bai Ming was glad in his heart. Luckily Fanzhen helped him sober up. Otherwise this whole thing is probably going to be laughed at for the rest of my life. Chu Xiaoyuan walked out of the dormitory and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. All searched. There's nothing wrong. The source doesn't seem to be here. We guessed wrong. We can only find another place to look again. She also had a bit of a headache. Searching so aimlessly, she didn't know when she'd have to find it. If the rules event progresses to the third stage, could be trouble. At that moment, she noticed Fangjin and Zhang Yueying. What happened? Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised. Didn't we say that all the girls had disappeared? Fangjin said. She's the one who jumped off the building. Captain, is there any way you can help her? She's in bad shape. Chu Xiaoyuan frowned at the words and immediately stepped forward, lifting the blanket in front of Zhang Yueying, her pupils shrinking slightly. That bad? You're still alive in this situation. Life is quite tenacious. Awakened one? No wonder. It seems to have the potential to become an awakened. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. Unfortunately I can't save it. The bones are crushed. The flesh and blood are rotting. Unless the limbs are amputated immediately in order to save a small life. Fangjin's eyes were filled with disappointment. Can't you? Zhang Yueying, however, had already prepared herself mentally. She smiled, somewhat poignantly. It's okay. There are 3 sober people with me before I die. My wish before I die has already been exceeded. A few moments of appreciation flowed from Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes. Very tenacious and spontaneous girl. I can try to save you, but I can't guarantee that it will work, and it will be very painful. After all, I don't have any anesthetics in my hand. Do you want to bet on it? Chu Xiaoyuan said. Win the bet, get to live, lose the bet, and go through a great deal of torture before you die. It's a dilemma. Zhang Yueying looked surprised as she looked at the little girl in front of her who was but about the same age as her sister. It looks juvenile, but the tone is so old and steady. Zhang Yueying's breathing was disordered. The high fever had already made her consciousness increasingly blurred, but the will to survive still made her say, good. One simple word. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled. Good. Only to see that she slowly stretched out her right hand. The palm of her hand unexpectedly separated slowly like silk threads, as if it was completely organized by lines. And then every single fiber of flesh and blood was taut and stabbed into Zhang Yueying's legs. Fangjin was a bit dumbfounded as he watched the scene. He knew Chu Xiaoyuan could transform into anyone, but he hadn't really thought about it. Chu Xiaoyuan was still able to utilize his ability in this way, making flesh and blood turn into countless thin threads. How amazing must this control over his flesh be to be able to do this? Zhang Yueying's body trembled violently and she slumped down on the office chair in pain. But she gritted her teeth. Her lips were bitten and blood oozed out, but she refused to let out any screams of misery. Bai Ming couldn't help but be moved at the sight. This girl. It's incredible. Even this kind of pain can be carried hard. No wonder you can't die from jumping off a building. Countless blood and flesh fibers cooperated to slice off Zhang Yueying's rotting flesh and blood. and the tiniest pieces of bone that were crushed were picked out one by one, followed by rapid sewing. The blood and flesh fit together at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fact that no blood flowed out of the stitches was enough to show how fine and perfect the wound was stitched. The process lasted a mere minute, but the presentation is effective. It's probably going to make even the best surgeons gasp in wonder. I can assure you that I'm sterile. It's just that there's nothing I can do about your original infection. You'll just have to tough it out and see how lucky you are. And your injuries are too severe. Your calf can't be saved at all, and you can barely save part of your thigh. Even if you survive, you can only be disabled in the future. Chu Xiaoyuan withdrew her hand and said softly. The countless thin threads rejoined and transformed back into small, white, compact hands. This minute was undoubtedly extremely long for Jiang Yuan. She was sweating profusely and her clothes were soaked. The intense pain deserved her to pass out, but she didn't. She gave a hard smile. Thank you, little sister. Bai Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. Oops. The captain hates being called little sister. Once someone does that, the captain is sure to be fuming. But the situation was beyond Bai Ming's expectations. Chu Xiaoyuan only looked ugly for a moment, but her eyes were still complex as she said, rest well. Whether or not you can survive depends on your luck. Chapter 18, the first major fire of the millennium. Zhang Yueying drifted off to sleep. Just keep frowning. It seems that even when he sleeps, the shadow of his mind still lingers. Under Chu Xiaoyuan's command, Feng placed it in the hostel room on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. Are you saying that you didn't find Feng roommate's file? Chu Xiaoyuan asked. Bai Ming nodded. That's right. So, Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes flickered, obviously pondering something. Rule events operate according to a certain basic logic until they collapse completely. Nothing happens for no reason. So there must be some kind of special reason for this. Could it be that your roommate is the real source? Chu Xiaoyuan thoughtfully. If that's the case, it might explain why we can't find the source in the school. Because the source is actually outside the school. The source can still be outside the event? Bai Ming wondered. Chu Xiaoyuan said. It seems I also made the mistake of fetishizing experience. Just because a rule event happens in a school doesn't mean the school is the rule event itself. Bai Ming understood at once. Yeah, the rules incident just included the school. It does not follow that the source is necessarily in the school. No one dictates. The source has to be at the center of the event. You made a mistake too. You made a mistake too. Bai Ming said gleefully. Chu Xiaoyuan revealed her threatening little tiger teeth. Are you happy that I made a mistake? Bai Ming snapped. No. It's really official. Feng Zhen, on the other hand, was surprised. An internet addict can be the source of a rule incident? Chu Xiaoyuan replied. Anyone can be the source. What's the solution if he becomes the source? I'm afraid we'll just have to kill him, at least as far as I can tell. No one has the means to reverse the source and bring it back. It'll have to be done in order to fix the whole thing and save the school. Feng Zhen could only let out a long sigh at his words. This stupid son. How is that a source? Let's go. Set off. Before Huang Jingxin disappeared, he was going to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. So odds are that the person is outside the school. Let's go find him immediately. Chu Xiaoyuan thundered. Because the rules are collapsing fast, and she was too confident to even bring enough people. This matter cannot be handled properly. Headquarters will definitely hold her accountable. The trio arrived at the entrance to the school. Fanzin questioned. Can I really leave the school? Will it be a violation? Your student status is indeed a nuisance. It would have been better if you had brought Jasmine with you. She's best at solving such things. Chu Xiaoyuan felt troubled. Who's Molly? Bai Ming casually explained. One of the sisters at our headquarters. Her ability can cheat the rules. And with her around, to a certain extent, she can allow us to play without any limitations. This is a treasure that will only accept mission assignments from the headquarters. Feng Zhen was surprised that there was still this kind of ability. Awakened people have special abilities. However, in a rules event, it will still be suppressed by the rules. Can't be reckless. Don't look at Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming seemingly not being restricted by the school rules, but that was because they were outsiders. Once they wreaked havoc in the school and affected the students' learning, they would inevitably be targeted by the rules as well. Give it a try. You're also considered a half-awakened. The impact of the rules will be lower for you. At least you won't disappear immediately. Chu Xiaoyuan said. She insisted on bringing up the town, because her instincts told her to. Fontainebleau is the key to solving the source. Feng Zhen had no choice but to try. He carefully walked out of the campus gate and didn't feel the effects of any special power. A great relief came over him. It seems that not allowing students to leave the school at will is not part of the school's rules, and was probably just brought up by some school leader with a brain fart. It's not included in the school rules. It's just some kind of student code that's been circulating on WeChat. Freshmen leaving school. It's not really restricted. Feng Zhen was very angry when he found this out. Which doggone leader gave the order, causing him to not dare to leave the school for a few months? The three set off again. Bai Ming asked, which internet cafe did your roommate go to? There can be a good number of internet cafes around the university town. Fang Jin replied, late night internet cafe. This one is the closest to our school. Huang Zhangxian filled up the membership. He must be going to this internet cafe. Bai Ming stopped in his tracks with a complicated expression. Fang Jin asked, what's wrong? Sometimes I wonder if you're the source. How you always have something to say that's beyond my expectations. Where did that come from? Bai Ming said, although we came here without much preparation, I have more or less looked up your school's information, and I've also paid attention to the big events that have happened in recent years in and around your school. The late-night internet cafe you mentioned happens to be among my information. 3 years ago, the late-night internet cafe was hit by a huge fire, reduced to rubble, and burned to death several hundred students. I heard the reason was that the firefighting was not up to snuff, and some people tried to suppress the incident, but too many people died, and it still came to light. Because of this incident, more than half of your city's leaders were jacked up, making a big fuss, and it's being hailed as the first major fire of the millennium. Fang Jin was dumbfounded at his words. Late-night internet cafes are gone. What about his memory of coming here himself? Roommate Huang Jingxin, every time you sneak out of school overnight internet access, are going to the late-night internet cafes. My memories are actually so unreliable. Fang Jin was at a loss. Being in the middle of a rules event, memories have been tampered with too much. In addition to staying sober, he's not much different from those who are muddling along and going about their lives as usual. Always feels so pathetic. A trace of confusion also flashed in Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes. If Fengtown was just affected by the rules event, then there should always be a reason why the rule event, to modify these memories for Fangjin. When this matter is over, you can check Fangjin's file again, Chu Xiaoyuan whispered to Bai Ming. Bai Ming nodded, indicating that he knew. Chu Xiaoyuan said, regardless of whether the late-night internet cafe is there or not, we should take a look at it anyway. Let's go. Late-night internet cafes are not far from the school. It's just 300 meters away near the snack bar. The trio arrived soon after. Snack Street is empty. There is no one. Looks broken and desolate. There are a few stalls of carts. Has been covered with a thick layer of dust. I do not know how long no one came. The late-night internet cafe is just across the road. A small 2-story building. A converted old house with a rape field still in the back. Perhaps one of the reasons why the fire protection is not up to snuff. Whether or not you have a business license is a moot point. However, because of its proximity to the school, and because it is inexpensive and the machine performs just fine, it is still the first choice of most students. It's almost always full on weekends. It's kinda hard to get a spot. At the moment, the late-night internet cafe stood in peace and quiet. Late-night internet cafe for words made of LED lights, hanging in the top of the internet cafe, flashing brightly and dimly. The wall is mottled, peeling off a lot of wallpaper, and there are advertisements on the top of the license. Locksmith, driving school, and bag lady. There was some dust on the glass doors of the internet cafe, which looked greasy and dirty. Through the glass you could vaguely see the small, cluttered rows of sofa seats and the rows of monitors that were too late to be moved. It was empty and full of cigarette butts though, but more or less, you can still see how overcrowded it once was. Fangjin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It seems that it's not a misremembering. It's your file that's wrong. Isn't the late-night internet cafe properly here? It's just that there's no business and it's been closed for a long time. Bai Ming's brows furrowed. What's going on? Could it really be that you have the wrong file? Chapter 19, The Burned-Out Internet Cafe. Go on, get in there. Chu Xiaoyuan didn't say anything, but walked straight to the late-night internet cafe. The internet cafe is in disrepair, but it wasn't as burned to the ground as Bai Ming said. It was 7:30 at the moment. It was completely dark. Late-night internet cafes are dark, like a haunted house, and the wind blows at night. Chilly, making people can't help but shiver. Groan. The door to the internet cafe was opened. It was so dark that you couldn't see anything. It's too silent. Can't even hear the bugs chirping. It's so dark. Fangjin subconsciously turned on his cell phone's flashlight and illuminated the area in front of him. The front desk of the internet cafe was empty. Nothing. Chu Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, are there any rules for internet cafes? You've never been to an internet cafe? Of course, how could I, a cute little 9-year-old girl, have come to an internet cafe? Chu Xiaoyuan wrinkled her nose, clearly displeased with Fangjin's question. Fangjin thought for a moment. There doesn't seem to be any rules. Generally, you can't smoke. You can't smash the keyboard and mouse with force. You can't steal the graphics card. And you can't molest the female webmaster or anything like that. Bai Ming's face stiffened slightly, dropping the cigar he had in his mouth to the ground and stomping it out quickly. That's basically no rules. Which isn't bad. I don't know, Chu Xiaoyuan said. Then Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming both pulled out a flashlight from their arms. The flashlight is obviously special, showing a metallic luster. Looks small and portable, but once opened, irradiated light is very bright, simply to shake people's eyes blind-like, and can also be adjusted to diffuse and focus. The whole internet cafe bright as day. The window is a strong light projected out. The night sky are lit up. Holy, it's so bright. Where did it come from? Fang Jin glanced at the small glow of his cell phone flashlight and shamefully chose to turn it off. Bai Ming said, a gadget is just a gadget. The Special Operations Squad has one in hand. It can illuminate from thousands of meters away. It can be called an anti-aircraft gun. And it also has the function of a stun baton, a military baton. He whipped out his flashlight, and the long metal rod ejected from the end, pressed a certain button again. The front of the flashlight emitted a zippy current. Fang Jin showed an envious expression. So handsome. I'll send you one when it's over, Bai Ming said casually. Yeah. The trio sought out the late-night internet cafe. The internet cafe wasn't too big. There are 2 floors though, but there are only 200 or 300 spots. It's a quick search. Late at night in the internet cafe, air filled with a moist odor. A bit like the return to the South Day. Fang Jin feel a little slippery feet. Vaguely can also hear the tick sound. Fang Jin walked on the stairs, careful for fear of slipping. He complained in a low voice, it can't be a leak somewhere. Can it be? It's been down for so long. Hasn't the water stopped? The stairs made a creaking unbearable sound. The surroundings dimmed. The internet cafe, which had been like daytime, suddenly became very poorly lit. Fang Jin had a jolt, feeling that something was not quite right. He laughed dryly. Stop it guys, the flashlight is out of power? It can't be. Isn't it specially equipped by the special team? Quickly turn on the flashlight. There was silence all around and no one answered. Only his voice echoed in the dead silence of the internet cafe. It was as if there were some kind of shadow flowing in the darkness. A chill rose up from Fang Jin's spine and went straight to his head. How is that possible? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were clearly beside themselves just now. Hallucinations? Fang Jin tried to take a deep breath. It's okay. It's all a lie. As long as I stand still, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan are right beside me, and they will definitely take countermeasures when they realize that I'm not in the right condition. Fang Jin stood on the stairs. The planks of the stairs sagged a bit and creaked with the slightest movement. It's a lot of noise. The dampness in the air was getting heavier and heavier. Fang Jin felt like his feet were glued to the stairs, and somehow the air seemed to be accompanied by a wisp of burning odor. The sound of water running through your ears. The entire late-night internet cafe seemed to be engulfed in darkness, permeated with endless weirdness and evil. Fang Jin did not dare to look around freely, but in his afterglow, he saw the darkness like a substantial tide coming in layer by layer, seemingly to engulf his body, but strangely dispersing when it came in front of him. What the hell? Fang Jin very slowly and carefully turned on his cell phone flashlight. A faint light emerged from the back cover of the phone. Surprisingly, the light from the flashlight could only illuminate a distance of less than a meter in front of him. A meter away. It was as if it was another world, one completely sunk in blackness. Fang Jin's body froze, and he saw that the stairs under his feet were charred and fragile, as if they would break at any moment. He went downward in some alarm. Bang! Stairs disconnected. A violent sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped Fang Jin. Ah! He dropped to the floor with a startled cry. Where's the water? Fang Jin got up in a hurry. Luckily, he subconsciously raised his hand to protect the phone when it fell. Otherwise the phone can get into water. A dim light emerged from the flashlight, allowing Fang Jin to barely make out what was around him. The first floor of the internet cafe is blackened everywhere. The window glass is broken. The door is burned completely deformed. Computers, tables, chairs, sofas and other objects were burned to ashes. Only some twisted metal frames remain. The air spreads choking charcoal odor, making people feel dizzy. A look of freshly burned ruins in front of me. Burnt late-night internet cafe. Fang Jin felt like his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar. It's nothing like what you see on the outside. There is nothing wrong with Bai Ming's information. The late-night internet cafe literally burned down. It's better not to trust your memory. I wouldn't have come in if I'd known. Fang Jin took a deep breath. At least nothing had happened yet. Just a full view of the late-night internet cafe. He crept up and very slowly walked towards the front door of the internet cafe. Just get out there. It should be just fine. 10 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. Almost there. It'll be ready to leave in a minute. 3 meters. 1 meter. Fang Jin became more and more nervous inside. His hands were sticky and sweaty. Finally, he came to the front door and grabbed the door handle. Can get out. With a heavy pull, the door opened. There was a chilly breeze blowing in. It makes you seem to be refreshed all of a sudden. Fangjin was about to walk out of the internet cafe when suddenly it started to brighten up behind him, and there seemed to be a cacophony of talking. By Ming, Chu Xiaoyuan. Fangjin turned around in surprise. However, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded once again. It was the smoky, airy, dreary internet cafe. There was no sign of burning throughout the internet cafe, just rows and rows of bursting machines, mostly college students, staring at their computer screens, concentrating on what they seemed to be watching. It's quiet. There wasn't even the snap of a keyboard. Only a few stretches of dripping water could be faintly heard. Fangjin fixed his eyes. These students were sitting with stiff bodies. Straight. They were wet. Their cuffs and corners were constantly dripping, but they didn't react in the slightest. Their faces were all pale as if they had been in the water for days. The eyes were hollow and lifeless, but still staring dead at the screen. The network in the bottom right corner of the screen keeps reconnecting, but it keeps failing. Fangjin couldn't help but gulp as his brain seemed to explode. These people. He recognized them all. It's from their class. Fangjin, why are you so late? The online class is about to start. A person with his back to Fangjin. His head suddenly turned 180 degrees. His face puffy and miserable as if he had been soaking in formalin for days. Come on. I've got a seat for you. He's laughing. The mouth was wide open, almost grinning behind his ears. Chapter 20, all that can be done is wait. Fangjin felt his entire body go numb. From numb feet to scalp. He could accept that he was in the middle of a bizarre event, but it just couldn't carry such a weird side. No. Fangjin twisted his head and ran, wanting to leave this hellish place as soon as possible. But as he turned to leave and walk through the door, he found himself re-entering the internet cafe, with everything before him as before, and an uncountable number of bleak white eyes staring straight at him, sending chills down his spine. Fangjin was so scared that he retreated several steps, only to turn around again and realize that he was once again back in the internet cafe. Ghostbusters? It's amazing that this kind of thing actually exists. What to do? Child's pee? Fangjin's forehead was covered in a big sweat. In this case, scared to pee a little more likely. Fangjin, come quickly. The online class will start soon. One head after another spun around and stared at Fangjin. No feelings whatsoever. Just keep repeating a phrase. Fangjin vaguely felt a pair of pale, incomparably white arms emerge from behind him and press on his shoulders. Cold. Stiff. Like specimens. The arms pushed him, ever forward, as if trying to press him into that vacant position. Everyone in the entire internet cafe all turned their heads to stare at Fangjin, even completely ignoring the fact that their necks had twisted into a twist. This bizarre scene made Fangjin sweat uncontrollably. Fangjin was pressed hard against the front of his seat by an invisible force, and at this point, the computer's desktop began to flicker on and off. It glittered with twisted patterns like snowflakes. It makes one feel very uncomfortable. Class is in session. The person beside him slurred his words, as if his mouth was stuffed. Fangjin could hardly suppress his inner curiosity as he looked at the rest of the room. The man's mouth and nose were filled with a black, thick liquid, like the sticky liquid of glass melted by high temperature, and the black liquid continuously flowed out and onto the floor, almost completely covering the floor. Creepy as hell. In the internet cafe, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan explored around. It was obviously not a big internet cafe, and under the light of the special flashlight, it was almost indistinguishable from daytime. But they realized something very serious. This internet cafe, it's impossible to get to the end, no matter how far ahead. There were still dilapidated boxes in front of them. It was a long corridor that seemed to have no end. The dramatically blinding light couldn't even reach the walls of the internet cafe either. This internet cafe has a big problem. It's true that it's right. This is where the source is located. Chu Xiaoyuan said softly. The key indeed lies in Fangjin. We need him in order to find the true source. If you can't find the source, you have to let the rules collapse. That's a huge mess. But where's Fangjin? Bai Ming had long since realized that Fangjin had disappeared, but there was nothing he could do about it. The closer you get to the source, the more unfathomable things will happen. Chu Xiaoyuan closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. I can confirm that Fangjin is still near us. It's just that we can't see it. It's like he's in another parallel dimension. He may have already fallen. Should we save the people first? Bai Ming asked. There's no rush. Chu Xiaoyuan slowly shook her head. If the source did nothing, it would be difficult for us to truly locate it, but it isolated us, and now, we can find it. Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes turned, his pupils narrowed like real eyes, there was a strange light converging in them, and his gaze unexpectedly fired out like substance. Her ability is a very common shapeshift, not much of an increase in combat, but it has allowed her to develop countless applications. As his eyes swept over, the dust around him seemed to freeze, the darkness in front of him shattered like a mirror, and the true face of the late-night internet cafe was revealed. scorched black and dead. There were wretched ruins everywhere. A large portion of the roof had collapsed. Even after a long time, the smell of scorched blackness still filled the air. Be careful. If you get your memory modified again, I will absolutely kick you to death, Chu Xiaoyuan said. Bai Ming shook his head helplessly. In that case, it will have to do. He took off his trench coat. The muscles of his body quickly bulged up. His body drew up, like a humanoid lion. His long hair transformed into a golden mane. His eyes were cold, and there was a ferocious aura spreading unchecked. Source, it's time to come out. After searching for you for so long, you should know that hiding and seeking is meaningless. Bai Ming's voice all became dull, like a war drum. His claws slowly cut across the ground, leaving two extremely deep marks. After transforming, the ability to resist the rules will be drastically increased. Chu Xiaoyuan looked around. Nothing had changed. Still want to hide? This is the place of your birth. As long as you destroy this place, you have nowhere to hide. Might as well come out and be more direct. Don't waste our time. But there was still silence all around. No change. Do it, Chu Xiaoyuan ordered. Bai Ming roared, then leapt up, setting off a shocking wave of air that directly smashed the charred ceiling, followed by a heavy fall from the air like a golden cannonball, with an incomparably shocking momentum that directly shattered the foundation of this ruin. Both claws were like sharp blades, kicking up gusts of wind and tearing through walls. Just for a moment, the ruins, which were already in shambles, were completely churned into a field of broken bricks and glass slags. Cool. Bai Ming grinned. This feeling of wanton destruction is still great. Next it's time to get down to business. He swept his gaze across the room and suddenly froze. Why it still hasn't shown up? It doesn't make sense. Captain, what's going on here? Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes are also filled with confusion. Strange. It should be right here. Otherwise how could this one burned down internet cafe have the ability to affect our perception? Does it mean? Bai Ming wondered. Does it say anything? Like I said, Fangjin is actually with us. Just trapped in another dimension. The source is in another dimension? What then? Either we find a way to break in, or wait for Fangjin to rush out. But the problem is that both of us are shapeshifters, and we're a bit inept at dealing with such fancy abilities. Bai Ming's face darkened. I know what you're going to say. Chu Xiaoyuan rarely admitted his mistake. It was my mistake. Next time I will definitely bring the whole group and set out again. Because there were no injuries or deaths among those who were externally exposed to the rule events. That's why the assessment team rated the incident low. Thought it was a handful. Who knew this one was so troublesome? So we're now? We can only wait for Fangjin. That space is only created by the power of the rules after all. If Fangjin dies, the body will eventually return here. And this is the best time for us to enter that space. Had to wait for him to die? I kinda had my eye on that kid. Since you're looking out for him, you're counting on him breaking through space to escape out. Hey, that looks bad enough. The murmurs of the two drifted through the empty streets. It quickly dissipated and disappeared. Chapter 21 Loophole Power? Damp, cold air in a bone-chilling internet cafe. It was clearly a full house. But there was just dead silence. Each man's face was pale, staring at the flickering snowflake computer screen, their eyes empty as if some force was pulling them. Fangjin was pressed down on the seat by a pair of invisible hands, and he clearly felt the cold palms pressing on his shoulders all the time. And there was a chilly wind blowing behind his neck, and there was a regular exhale and inhale. It was like a ghost was on his back and refused to come down. Fangjin felt that his blood seemed to have turned cold. He wanted to struggle, but his body stiffened bit by bit, as if he had been thrown inside an unlocked freezer. His bones and flesh and blood were frozen together. The clothes were all wet with cold sweat at the moment, and the constant blowing of the cloudy air. The whole thing was like standing on the main street on a cold winter day blowing in the wind. It's going to die. This could really kill you. Fangjin struggles hard to get back to his feet. Don't be noisy. The man beside him spoke. His face expressionless, like everyone was covered in a thick white mask. Roll call is coming up. The emotionless voice echoed in Fangjin's ears. Fangjin swallowed and shivered with cold. Who named? Unfortunately, no one answered. But there's no need to answer. Going to online classes and who gets to call the roll? Of course it's the teacher on the other side of the computer who does the roll call. But there's no net here at all. The network icon at the bottom of the computer screen stays unconnected. Suddenly, the computer screen full of snowflakes suddenly stabilized, and a weird pop-up window popped up, accompanied by the eerie sound of nails that made people's hearts stop. Fangjin subconsciously looked at the computer screen. That's a pale frame. But there's nothing in there. There is only a vague white shadow suspended there. Without looking, thought it was just a white curtain, but staring at it for a long time, the black ink spot above that white shadow, even the more you look at it, the more it looks like a vicissitude of the human face. Here. At this point, the people in the internet cafe began to shout in an orderly fashion. row after row. Start on the second floor. The same voices kept ringing out. From far and near. It was soon the turn of the people in front of Fangjin. The students in the front row finish in turn on roll call. Then it was Fangjin's turn in the row. A sound of two. Like a death sentence. Constantly approaching. Until Fangjin's side of the people also shouted to, and then the whole room fell into silence. There is no follow-up. It's your turn. The surrounding people's bodies straightened unchanged, but their heads all slowly turned to stare at Fangjin. Fangjin's heart clenched. Done. The roll call was his turn. He didn't know what to expect. But what happens next is definitely not good. No, I must leave. Be sure to leave. At this moment, adrenaline was secreting frantically. Fangjin gritted his teeth to stand up, while the pressure behind him seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, like a small mountain, as if it was going to crush him completely. What to do, and so on. Fangjin remembered something and used all his strength to feel out 3 long golden hairs from his pocket, which had been given to him by Bai Ming and contained a small portion of the power belonging to Bai Ming. Help! Fangjin grasped the long golden hair in a death grip, and the long hair suddenly lit up, as if some kind of power had poured into his body. Ah! Fangjin jolted to his feet. A blazing wave of warmth flooded through his body. At the moment, Fangjin feels as strong as a sports student. Even if a tiger comes, he can slide shovel seconds. It's moving. Fangjin was overjoyed and rushed towards the door of the internet cafe without hesitation. But right at this moment, the lights in the internet cafe suddenly dimmed one by one, while at the same time one student after another violently stood up. They stared at Fanstown, though the eyes were incredibly empty. But Fangjin clearly felt genuine anger. Anger? Anger your ass. Get lost. Fangjin rushed out of the door like a madman, but when he looked up, he was still in the internet cafe, and at this moment, he was facing all of his classmates in the internet cafe. The students who were pale as zombies and damp and constantly dripping. Don't go. Everyone was opening their mouths as if mechanically, but the sound was coming from the small of their backs, eerie and dull, like a muddy movement made by being pressed into the water, and permeated with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan were waiting in an open ruin. There was anxiety gripping the duo inside. If it drags on too long, the rules event stepped into the third phase. The problem is serious. Captain, have you ever dealt with a stage 3 rules event? Bai Ming couldn't help but ask. Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at him. Of course, you can't become a captain without having dealt with the third stage. Don't you know that? Of course I know. I'm just curious as to what the third stage is really like. You'd better pray that you don't run into the third stage, the danger of which is indescribable and many people will die. Do you know about the Class A incident codenamed Presidential Stampede 4 years ago? The Presidential Palace. That's a building left over from the Republican era. It's now a tourist attraction. 4 years ago there was a massive stampede. The exact number of people who died is virtually unknown, except that the entire presidential palace was subsequently sealed off and never allowed to open again. No. Bai Ming was busy nodding his head. Chu Xiaoyuan said, that incident reached the third stage. The rules were so chaotic that when the headquarters sent out 37 awakened, only 3 people were left dead, which finally sealed the source. Bai Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. There were only 3 awakened left dead. Even the awakened had such massive casualties, so how many ordinary people had to die? A few moments of admiration flashed in Bai Ming's eyes. Captain, you actually participated in handling the rules incident 3 years ago. How old were you then? 6 years old? Headquarters is really not human either. Sending a kid to. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Chu Xiaoyuan didn't have the good sense to say. Bai Ming was about to say something else. Suddenly the gods were in a state of shock. He detected a familiar scent. It's my hair. I left 3 hairs for Fangjin, and he activated the power in them. Bai Ming said in a deep voice, it should be in danger. I don't know if he can handle it. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head. It's hard. After it's over, find a way to find his parents and give enough compensation. We are responsible for Fangjin's death. She appeared calm. I've met too many of them. Isn't that a bit too cold-blooded? Bai Ming said. Chu Xiaoyuan said. This world is this hellish. Life and death are not for the people, but those who survive must always continue to live well. Rumble. Suddenly it was like a thunderclap above their heads. The two looked up in unison. Surprisingly, I saw a crack in the head. They saw a dead internet cafe. Among them are all the pale figures of the general ghosts, and figures surrounded by the center. Even Fangjin at the moment the chest cracked, even 7 or 8 bizarre tentacles drilled out, will be surrounded by all the figures swept away, but also will be the internet cafe building is also crushed together. Fangjin? He didn't die, and he broke the boundaries of the rule space by himself. Chu Xiaoyuan was shocked. This kind of thing was far beyond her expectations. Is this his awakened ability? So strange. Never seen it before. No, it isn't. Bai Ming had a look of having seen a ghost. This is the loophole that attacked Fangjin in the cafeteria at that time. How did he do that? Actually bringing the power of the loophole for his own use. Chapter 22, The End? Fangjin felt terrible. Surrounded by a horde of creatures suspected of being lethal. It was as if he would die a violent death in this cold internet cafe at any moment. Don't want to die. Don't want to die. Ah. Fangjin growled as he seemed to see a blackened space that was tumbling with bizarre tentacles that looked familiar. With sharp teeth and bizarre eyes. That's what the loophole that attacked him in the cafeteria looked like in the first place. Later, I heard Bai Ming say that he had solved the loophole himself. Fangjin was never sure what happened. And at the moment, he understands. Imprisoned the loophole himself. That's what he's capable of. In this kind of emergency, Fangjin no longer hesitated. And as if by instinct, he released the tentacles held within him. Thus, his chest suddenly cracked open, and a slime-filled tentacle burrowed out from somewhere. And with a heavy fling, he swept away all these wet figures in front of him. Then the tentacles uncontrollably and recklessly flew around and slapped, smashing the entire internet cafe in all directions. And all sorts of debris rustled and fluttered. And so it was that the space made by the rules collapsed. Chu Xiaoyuan also understood at this moment. It turns out that his ability is of this type. No wonder how he was stimulated in the first place couldn't be stimulated. Intercepting other people's power and sealing it within himself. What level of ability is this? Bai Ming asked. Class A ability. Seizure. A very rare ability. Only 2 precedents in the HQ files. No way. This ability is actually rated this high? If he's the only one, this ability is naturally weak. But if he has the help of a high-level ability user, then his ability can be extremely useful. It can even be used as an equal replacement for an S-ranked ability person. Bai Ming instantly understood. S-class abilities can be considered rare and scarce. There aren't more than an estimated 10 people in all of Asia. As for Fangjin's ability, if used properly, it could allow him to briefly possess the power of an S-ranked ability user. And that alone was worthy of being rated A rank, or even pseudo-S rank. Talent. Ah. If this kind of guy is brought back to headquarters, we'll definitely be honored. Bai Ming rubbed his hands together in excitement. Rumble. Space was completely shattered at this moment. Fangjin fell into the middle of a ruin. I escaped? Fangjin took a long breath. This memory is a nightmare. He saw Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Excited as hell. Here comes the savior. At this time, the surrounding darkness like a faded canvas, a little bit receding, was destroyed by Bai Ming. All the internet cafe at this moment even reappeared. But the tables, chairs and computers have disappeared. Only the empty hall. And in the center of the hall, a man sits on the floor with his back to the 3. He appears to be burnt, smelling strongly of charcoal and dripping water. Soon a thick layer of water had accumulated on the ground. Source, you finally appeared. Bai Ming rubbed his fists. Fangjin cautiously hid behind Bai Ming and couldn't help but probe. That's the source? It doesn't feel much different than a ghost. Huang Zhengxin? Fangjin tried to call out. The man in the center of the hall was unmoved. It won't work. He's not the roommate you know anymore. Becoming the source means that his spirit has collapsed and he can't communicate properly. Bai Ming took a large step forward. The figure in that hall twisted and changed. Immediately afterward layers of light suddenly appeared. Late-night internet cafes seem to be going back to their old ways once again. It's all already in its original form. So don't use this little trick. Bai Ming sneered coldly as he let out a low roar. His sound waves spreading, unexpectedly directly shattering the layers of illusory phantoms. The voice is like a lion's roar, deterring demons and evils. As soon as the source revealed itself, it was time for him to make his mark. That source slowly turned around. Can't see the face. There are only thick burn marks. It was dripping with thick, unpleasant black slime. Has it collapsed into this? If we don't fix it, we might really have to step into the 3rd stage. Bai Ming's figure rushed out like a cannonball. His might astonishingly great. The lion's claws chopped down so heavily that they could almost tear apart even steel chains. But it was such a powerful attack that landed on the source's body. But it was like falling into a swamp, completely sinking in. Just a few seconds. One of Bai Ming's arms had unexpectedly sunk all the way into the source's body. Ha! Something. But it won't work on me. Bai Ming sneered, his other arm rolling incomparably hot, as if his chi and blood were burning and boiling. His claws were like alloys, flashing with a terrifying luster. And then he heavily chopped down. Jab. That weak figure was directly chopped into 2 pieces. And naturally, Bai Ming's hand was released. But the decapitated body, like slime, kept writhing, and then surprisingly reattached, once again resuming its original appearance. And the ability to recover? Bai Ming twisted his head. Fongjin kid, this source has average strength. It just takes a bit of effort to kill it. Do you want to try your new ability? It's a rare opportunity. It could be seen that Bai Ming completely disregarded the source in front of him. New abilities need to be honed over and over again to get better at them. Fongjin tried and felt distressed. I seem to have lost my ability again. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Chu Xiaoyuan said. Your ability is to withhold, absorb and release other people's attacks. But it should be a one-time thing, so you can only use it once. When you absorb someone else's power next time, you can use your own ability. So, Fongjin seemed to understand. That's a shame. The corner of Bai Ming's mouth lifted. Then I'll be on my own. He grabbed the source in front of him as if he were grabbing a chicken. And then with a forceful tear, the slimy humanoid creature instantly tore apart, coupling and dripping with sticky black liquid. This liquid seemed to have some sort of toxicity, but it couldn't invade half of Bai Ming's body. With his ability, Bai Ming possessed a powerful physique, and even ordinary bullets couldn't break through his defense, let alone this little bit of corrosion. He kept shredding the source. The source is also constantly reorganizing. Finally, the source is getting slower and slower. Eventually, the source could no longer take shape, let alone maintain its human form, and could only squirm with difficulty. Bai Ming pulled out a long rope-like object from the belt around his waist. This thing suddenly inflated and swelled, turning into something like a small tent, only with a dark and deep metallic luster, as if it could absorb light. And the moment it appeared, the surroundings became much darker. Fongjin asked, "What is this?" Portable sealing container with a special layer of special paint that can greatly limit the power of the rule origin. This kind of paint is very expensive, using precious rare elements. Just this small container alone costs over $500,000. We will seal the origin and bring it back to the headquarters for processing. With that said, Bai Ming stuffed the slimy liquid creature into the container. Done. No shame. Bai Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction. Originally sealed. The rule event is over. Chapter 23, A Life of Happiness. The rules incident is resolved. The three rejoined the school. Everything comes back. The students who had originally disappeared surprisingly all came back, and the whole school regained its vitality. They did not seem to know what had happened. They just followed the track of their past lives and lived as usual. The campus has been revitalized. They are not aware of it. Lost 2 years of my own life. There were actually no casualties. Even though it's only a sea-level incident, it's still very rare. Bai Ming laughed. We've gotten a lot of credit this time. The headquarters will have to reward us well. Fongjin, come with us and take you to the headquarters to see the world. Fongjin asked, do we have to go? Now that you've awakened your special ability, it's no longer possible for you to live a normal life as a student. And next you should also join the special operations team after you've gone through the examination. Can I get an internship certificate? Bai Ming did not have the good taste to say, this is the iron rice bowl given by the state. But also what internship certificate? Your leaving school formalities headquarters will help you solve, as well as your parents, loved ones by the headquarters of the protection and preferential treatment. Enjoy the treatment of cadres families. So good. Do you have 5% insurance? Look at you haven't seen the world. Just the basic salary is enough for you to be a millionaire. But also what 5 insurance and 1 gold? Just taking on a random private job will allow you to buy a courtyard house in the capital. Fongjin was surprised. In your line of work you can still take private jobs? Shoo, Bai Ming whispered. Don't say it everywhere. This is something we all know by heart. For special talents like us, of course the headquarters won't be too strict. It's normal to take some private work while on vacation, as long as it doesn't delay normal work. Fongjin's eyes glowed. Seems like a really good job. This is too beautiful. So Fongjin followed Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan out of the school, and of course took away Jiang Yueying who broke her leg. Follow up on the school's handling of the matter. Referred to another department of course. The 4 of them quickly took a plane to Kyoto, and under the joint introduction of Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan, Fongjin managed to join the headquarters, and because of his special abilities, he directly joined the Special Talents Department. Bai Ming didn't lie. The treatment of special talents has nothing to say. The arrangement of villa area hardcover suites, high salary, high commission, and a variety of messy benefits. Living conditions than the average small boss can be too comfortable. Not only that, through Fongjin's relationship, his parents also transferred to the unit's most spare job, and his salary increased several times. Fontaine's abilities are highly valued. It only requires an occasional mission, and it's still key protection. So no matter how dangerous the mission, none of the experiences have had many ripples. The next few decades, Fongjin has witnessed the drastic changes in the international situation, as well as the prosperity of the country, and the rule events have been well controlled and have not had much impact on the lives of ordinary people. As technology continues to evolve, eventually, There were many researchers who found the true origin of the rule events that took place. After an event big enough to go down in history, the rules event finally stopped happening. There are fewer and fewer existing rule events. There were also fewer and fewer newly born awakened. Eventually, the Special Operations Unit that handled the rules incident was also disbanded. Most of the awakened have chosen to return to the city. As for the 4 men in the first place, Bai Ming died heroically and became a martyr, buried in the martyrs' cemetery, where flowers are piled up in front of his grave every year. Chu Xiaoyuan chose to go abroad, to some small countries that could not do anything about the rule events, to help deal with the rule events, and was quite prestigious internationally, and was written into the textbooks of many countries. Jiang Yueying, on the other hand, set up an educational center for children with disabilities and became a glorious educator, much loved. As for Fonstown, take a wife and get married and have children, living a normal life. After retiring, he went to the country and bought a house, raising flowers and vegetables for fun, and the happiest day of his life was lying in his rocking chair, telling his grandchildren stories about his past. Stories that are so thrilling that no one can experience them today. Fangzhen has a full head of white hair and a happy smile on his face. Grandpa, you are so powerful. Then what do you feel is the most exciting part of the experience? The granddaughter held her cheeks and said innocently. Fangzhen said with a smile, Grandpa has not encountered many dangers in his life, and the most exciting one really has to be the part of the story where he just became an awakened person. Late at night in an internet cafe, Grandpa was trapped in the cafe, surrounded by corpses, but fortunately, Grandpa discovered the use of the ability, and only then did he escape from danger. You don't know, that source's ability is very powerful. It can modify people's memories. Grandpa encountered it several times, almost fell. Wow. The grandchildren were hilarious and let out exclamations of surprise. Fangzhen reminisced for a moment and smiled as he was about to continue saying something, when suddenly his expression was stunned. Modify the memory. This is Source's most powerful ability. But he didn't use it. How it didn't work. Even a loophole that borrowed the power of the rules was able to modify its own memories. But the source only displayed the characteristic of difficult to be completely eliminated when it was about to be annihilated. It doesn't make sense. It's so unreasonable. Fangzhen's heart jumped. Begin to remember your past life. It was a smooth ride with no setbacks. As fantastical as those rules events are, yet not many things out of one's expectations come up. 1. Cannot imagine. What is beyond perception? Fangzhen muttered. A chill ran through his body. No, don't. Fangzhen looked at his dear granddaughter and grandson in front of him, and his mood fell into a low point. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The grandchildren looked alarmed. However, their faces gradually blurred in front of Fangzhen, and seemed to be covered with a layer of bizarre black liquid. That feeling, it's too familiar. Fangzhen hated to admit it. This wonderful life of my own is a sham. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to spend your life in falsehood. At least, everything is perfect. Fangzhen muttered to himself. But, why should I find out? Now that I've found it, how can I die of old age with peace of mind? Source, you give me back my life. Fangzhen growled low in anger. The frail, old body begins to rejuvenate. He felt for the pistol at his waist. Bang, bang, bang. In one breath, he emptied all the bullets in his pistol. A violent sound, ringing in the ears. It nearly shattered my eardrums, and the sunny little country yards around them began to fade, replaced by a thick, charred blackness of cold, damp, dilapidated internet cafes with scorch marks everywhere. He found himself wrapped in a thick black slime like a black insect cocoon. At the same time, he was accompanied by 2 other familiar figures, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Their eyes were closed and they lay very peacefully in the black slime, caught up in a world of their own. Still a special operations team, not as good as an ordinary person like me. Fangzhen scoffed in contempt. They can't hear it now anyway. Fangzhen tries to wake the duo up, but the duo slept as if they had taken a pound of sleeping pills. It's completely impossible to wake up by external forces. Chapter 24 To deal with rules by rules. It looks like we can't count on them. Fangzhen hit the ground running. If you want to live now you can only rely on yourself. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The familiar sound of dripping water reappeared. Fangzhen clueless jerked his head to look and saw a dark figure crouching in the corner of the scorched internet cafe and trembling constantly, seemingly afraid of something. It looked very pitiful and helpless, and his body was damp, as if he had just come out of a tank. There was something familiar about that back. There were extremely low voices ringing out. It seems to be penance. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sorry. The man in the corner had been whispering apologies and looked very distressed. He seemed to have done something very wrong for a long time. The voice sounds very young. Like a student. Fangjin was alert beyond words. Hey, classmate, are you okay? But his greeting was not answered. The man crouching in the corner was still trembling. Why, I'm sneaking out of school. Why would I smoke that cigarette? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't you guys die. Don't die. He cried bitterly. Only his sobs were shrill and unearthly. Fangjin's heart trembled. This one. What's going on? Not quite right. There can be no mistake. This person is inevitably the source. At this time, the person squatting in the corner slowly turned his head. The face was very familiar. Only emaciated to the extreme. Pale and bloodless. But his eyes were scarlet as if they were going to glow. Huang Zhengxin. Fangjin recognized the person in front of him. It was his roommate. Huang Zhengxin. He really is the source. Huang Zhengxin was lost in thought at the moment. His voice was gloomy and cold. And every time he spoke there was a gust of ghastly wind blowing over. Why are you breaking school rules? How nice that everyone doesn't break school rules. If you don't break school rules, you won't have to do so much. Woohoo! He was crying, whispering as he ghosted. Fangjin's eyes chilled. Is that why you locked everyone in the school? Where are the students who violated the school rules and disappeared? Huang Zhengxin didn't answer. More and more water dripped from him. The thick darkness continued to overflow in him as well, churning as if it were alive. This was the pain that had built up inside him, and it was spilling out like substance at the moment. You're all guilty. All guilty. Huang Zhengxin cried and laughed, almost mad. All of you must stay here to atone for your sins. Atone for your sins. Fangjin vaguely guessed what Huang Zhengxin did when he sneaked out of school to surf the internet overnight. It's you who wants to redeem yourself. Fangjin said with a slight tremor in his voice. Huang Zhengxin's body trembled more and more. Yes, it's me who has to redeem myself. He fell to his knees in agony. It is I who will redeem myself. Huang Zhengxin cried out in pain as more and more black liquid flowed out of him. His entire body was like the spout of a swimming pool draining, constantly gushing out black slime. In an instant, the entire ruined internet cafe was enveloped. Fangjin is looking to escape, but that's clearly not possible. The black liquid wrapped around his legs keeps him moving. These black liquids continued to climb on Fangjin's body as if they wanted to leave him behind completely. The source did not only possess the ability to modify memories. This was a place that belonged to him. Then he could be said to be a master-like existence. Only mentally unbalanced masters. What to do? Cold sweat oozed from Fangjin's forehead. At this moment, a weak voice came from the ear. The three main guidelines. One must follow the rules. There is actually another interpretation of the meaning. To use the rules to deal with the rules. Fangjin turned his head and saw that Chu Xiaoyuan had already awakened. But she was groggy and seemed to be about to fall back asleep at any moment. Captain, help! Fangjin shouted. Chu Xiaoyuan opened her mouth with difficulty, as if she wanted to say something else, but slowly closed her eyes. She sensed something was wrong and forced herself to awaken. But maybe it's because of source targeting, or something else. Chu Xiaoyuan was unable to completely awaken. Once again, he fell into a deep sleep. Captain, don't go to sleep. Fangjin was helpless. It seems to be counting on no one. Use the rules to deal with the rules. Fangjin muttered to himself. He probably understood what it meant. Rule events need to be handled by a special ops team. Obviously, wanting to really address the core of the rules event, outside forces won't work, not even if the firepower is more than adequate. Fangjin took a deep breath. Please, my ability. Tube it up a bit, please. Fangjin held his breath and bent down. He took the initiative to insert his hands into the sticky black liquid. In the next moment, it was as if some kind of terrifying suction force was generated by his hands. The black liquid disappeared surprisingly quickly with it, and the black liquid at the bottom of the internet cafe disappeared quickly. It worked! Fangjin was overjoyed. At the same time, Fangjin felt that his hands were blazing hot and rolling. He was obviously absorbing liquid, but it gave him the feeling like he was sealing a mass of blackness in his body. In an instant, the black liquid circulating in the source's body was absorbed by Fangjin as much as possible, and vaguely, it seemed that a lot of other special things were mixed with the black liquid, which was forcibly withdrawn from Huang Jingxin's body. The madness and scarlet in Huang Jingxin's eyes actually slowly faded at this moment. Fangjin, on the other hand, seemed to have an image hardwired into his head. It was an evening in late winter. Cold winds are blowing. The cyber cafe was packed, but not because they came to play games, but for some special reason. Students were forced to be placed in the cafe to catch up on their cyber classes. A male college student with his hands tucked into his sleeves walked out of the internet cafe cursing. What bad luck! I can't believe there's no room even though I'm here so early. Take a cockamamie online class. He looked depressed at the thought of having to walk another 500 meters, against the cold wind, to reach the next internet cafe. So he lit a cigarette. After some gulping, he felt much warmer. so he casually flicked the cigarette butt away. But he was completely oblivious to a cold wind blowing in backwards. It's winter at the moment. It's dry. The late-night internet cafe is a converted ordinary private house. The fire protection is already substandard. The electric wires are badly deteriorated. And to top it all off, there is a vegetable field in the back. In the winter, a large pile of dry straw is stacked behind the internet cafe. And so, the fire of the stars transformed into a rushing fire dragon. A sudden fire, spreading with lightning speed, engulfed the entire internet cafe. When he found out, it's already too late. Although no one knows he did it. But the overwhelming accusations of anger, as well as the inner guilt and uneasiness, or let his spirit completely broken, chose to come to the ruins of the internet cafe. Suicide to thank. Except he didn't really die. Instead, the body transformed into a bizarre black dot and became the source. The rules event covered the entire school. Chapter 25 Casualty Rates. A black spot is born. It all started with a little cigarette butt. It's true that smoking is bad for your health. Fong Jin thought silently. Is the memory of Huang Jingxin hateful? Hateful. Very hateful. Smoking cigarettes without extinguishing them, resulting in a fire that killed hundreds of college students who were just starting out in life, is a crime that can go to hell. But he is really a poor man. All this can be regarded as an unintentional mistake, and ultimately cannot stand the condemnation of conscience chose to commit suicide. Even if the spirit is out of control, he has also been sinking in pain and penance. Even the rules that have been perpetuated, which don't allow students to break school rules, are ridiculous, but the original intent was actually to stop people from making mistakes. Silly big boy. Your good father has come to your rescue. According to the Buddhist saying, perhaps we can say it's transcendence? Fong Jin said slowly. At this moment, Huang Zhengxin, whose power had been mostly absorbed by Fong Jin, seemed to appear much more normal. It's just a physical illusion. It seemed to be drifting away at any moment, as if it were a lonely ghost. He saw Fong Jin. You? Who are you? No, you remember everything but me? You. I remember. Huang Zhengxin suddenly became agitated, and the entire internet cafe began to vibrate, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake was occurring. Loophole? You're a loophole. Ha? Fontaine was confused. This stupid big boy is talking about something. As his agitated emotions rose and fell, Huang Zhengxin's already vapid body grew dimmer and dimmer, seeming to collapse at any moment. Fong Jin didn't expect his ability to be so powerful. In one fell swoop, most of the power of the source was imprisoned. Lose the source of power support. It has clearly shown signs of collapse. Fong Jin vaguely sensed a few things were wrong and said anxiously, what exactly do you mean? Say it clearly. But the next moment, a golden figure of a divine warrior descended from the sky. A blinding golden light bloomed all over his body. It simply shines like a savior. Suffer death. How dare you modify your great master Bai's memories? Bai Ming roared. His claws were as strong as gold poured into them, and the slashing power was incomparably strong, directly tearing the illusory Huang Jingxin silhouette into pieces. At this moment, Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan woke up, and broke free of the black insect cocoon. Fong Jin was dumbfounded. I'm not done asking. I didn't expect to be in the gutter. The first time I sealed it was just a barricade. I checked. It was an unlucky person who was innocently alienated. Probably a student from the neighborhood as well. I was definitely right this time. The rules almost collapsed to the third stage. Luckily I was able to decimate it in time. Bai Ming said thankfully. If it does progress to the third stage, that would be a very scary thing to happen. Fong Jin was exasperated and wanted to say something, but Bai Ming was trying to prevent danger from appearing. Quick and easy. This kind of thing was of course the most important, and did not do anything wrong. Modifying memories. This tactic is really a little too rogue. Chu Xiaoyuan walked slowly. Luckily, the source isn't too powerful this time, or else I'm afraid we'd all die here. She looked to Fong Jin. Luckily you awoke in time and used your ability to restrict the source. Chu Xiaoyuan was satisfied with Fong Jin's performance, satisfied with their decision making as well. Luckily, I brought along Fanzhen. Now, is it really over? Fong Jin asked. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded seriously. It's really over. Your ability has just been awakened and you were able to seize the source of a C-rank incident. Enough to show that your potential is very great. Just need to develop it properly. The future holds great promise. Finding the source is the hard part. It would be much easier to address the source instead. If you meet a competing ability, it doesn't even take much work at all. Fong Jin had a lot of doubts in his mind. Why does Huang Jingxin not recognize himself? Why does he call himself the source? The source is imprisoned, but his own memories do not seem to have returned. But he didn't dare ask, because being called loophole by the source, this matter is very weird no matter how you think about it. What if Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming pay too much attention to it and arrest themselves for slicing and studying? Fang Zhen didn't forget that his blood was black, so Fang Zhen simply chose to shut up. This time, Chu Xiaoyuan took out her own portable sealing container and filled it with the broken source, sealing it completely. Rules are hard to completely destroy. Maybe it will come back from the dead. The trio walked out of the internet cafe. The place is in complete ruin. Not even a semblance of what it used to be. At the moment, it was light. A hazy mist in the sky filled the area around the school, but it was clearly on the verge of fading. Obviously nothing has been determined yet, but Fang Zhen had a feeling of relief. It's marvelous. Bai Ming pulled out a slate-like satellite phone. It's done. You can arrange for the follow-up issues to be handled. He hung up the phone and saw Fang Zhen confused and smiled as he answered. This is a satellite phone that binds the identity and goes on a specialized line. The function is simple but the signal is very strong. Even if I am in Mount Everest, I can still communicate. If you join the headquarters, you will also get this. The three soon returned to the school. The school is a mess at the moment. Many missing people return. Those whose memories have been modified are also recalling a little of what happened. This kind of thing naturally causes a great deal of panic. There were cries of terror everywhere. Most of the people who had returned from their disappearance were starving and skinny, almost out of shape and very weak, but luckily they were at least alive. Fortunately, Bai Ming had already notified the headquarters, and at this moment, the army entered to maintain order and place these survivors properly, while arranging for psychiatrists to provide psychological treatment for these people. It's easy to become psychologically ill when experiencing such bizarre things. This is important. At this moment, a lanky middle-aged man who was obviously dressed like an officer came jogging and saluted towards Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. Greetings, sir. Fang Zhen staggered. The special ops team seems to have a pretty high profile. Even the soldiers have to salute. Bai Ming nodded. How's the situation? The headcount has been done. Most of the missing people have rejoined, but there are still some that are still missing, numbering around 1,200. The officer said in a deep voice. Chu Xiaoyuan said, the probability is that it won't come back. File it away. Yes. The officer leaves. Fang Zhen couldn't help but ask, what does the high probability of not coming back mean? Rule events, where disappearances are not recoverable, are so numerous that they can be considered commonplace, and now people who can't come back hardly ever reappear, and are basically regarded as death. Chu Xiaoyuan slowly said, a rules event, 1,200 dead. It's too much. Is this casualty rate considered high? Fang Zhen couldn't help but ask. Ming Bai replied, this is only a sea-level incident. The answer cries out, such casualties. 4 rule events. Maybe it's nothing at all. Chapter 26, the biggest loophole. Soon a military jeep drove up to the trio. Bai Ming held a cigar in his mouth and took the lead in the car. Let's go. We have to report back to the headquarters. Completing one mission. I'll have at least 10 days of annual leave to go and enjoy myself for the rest of the year. Chu Xiaoyuan also nonchalantly sat directly in the passenger seat. Fang Zhen hesitated. Where is Jiang Yueying? He remembered the girl who jumped to her death. Even if we don't talk about the special sentiments in the dream world, the girl alone, having the courage to jump off a building and being able to hold her tongue in the face of immense pain is impressive enough. It's a shame to die. Don't worry. I've sent someone to take her to the best hospital in the neighborhood. With any luck she should survive. Someone from the headquarters will come to evaluate her at that time. Chu Xiaoyuan said. Jiang Yueying was suspected to be an awakened as well. Naturally, headquarters won't let it go. Fang Zhen was now relieved. What are you waiting for? Let's go together. Do you want to stay in school? This situation in your school, closed school for a year, is the minimum. Right, Bai Ming said with a smile. Bai Ming said with a smile. What's more, the country will soon give you an iron rice bowl. What else to go to school? Fang Zhen's serious, ideological awareness is not high enough. We read for what? Is for the rise of China. Is to enhance their inner cultivation. Is to broaden their horizons. Is to seek refuge in the mind. Is to obtain the most favorable spiritual weapons to deal with life. So are you coming or not? Come on. It's enough for me to have a material foundation. I don't need spiritual cultivation. Fang Zhen hemmed and hawed. Wait for me for 3 minutes. I'll go pack my things. Saying that he ran quickly towards the dormitory. This kid. Bai Ming lost his smile. Surviving the rules event and laughing after all the shenanigans. It's not bad. It can be quite powerful on the inside. Such a person is well suited to be a qualified awakened person. It is not uncommon to find awakened people who are timid and cowardly and still afraid to face the events of the rule despite having gained the ability to do so. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at Bai Ming. The smile on Bai Ming's face gradually converged. Then he once again took out his satellite phone. Help me check someone. The school I came to this time. There's a student named Fang Zhen. Find out all his information. Fong Jin returned to the dormitory. He didn't have much to pack. It's just some change of clothes, laptop, charger, stuff like that. The dormitory building was silent, because all students were escorted out of the school by the military. There could still be some weird phenomena after the rules incident, which was the residual power at work, and it was natural to evacuate as soon as possible in order to protect the population. Fong Jin packed up his things and did not leave in a hurry. Instead, it's a quiet mind. He wanted to study his awakened abilities. Chu Xiaoyuan had said that abilities were like instincts that could be used naturally, without needing to be taught, and he always felt as if his abilities were not limited to that. And just as he thought about it, he felt as if his consciousness had entered a special space, where black liquid spread like a huge pool, and in the center of the pool unexpectedly stood a familiar figure. Good big son, finally you know to come see dad? Huang Jingxin had a wicked smile on his face, especially when he saw Fong Jin's surprised expression. He laughed his head off and cupped his chest. Fong Jin was surprised. Why are you here? You got me in here and asked me how I got here, and I was wondering how you could have gotten me in here. And I feel like all these rule powers, which I can't have absolute control over, seem to have been taken over by you. Facing Huang Jingxin's question, Fong Jin was keenly aware that the other party seemed to be not quite the same as the Huang Zhang he had seen in the internet cafe. Why is that? Are you Huang Zhang or not? Fong Jin asked this sentence after a long period of contemplation. Huang Jingxin casually sat down. It shouldn't count. The real him is dead. I can at best be considered a piece of consciousness, a consciousness that relies on you to exist. Without you, I should have gone up in smoke. Why? Don't you know anything? What should I know? What dormitory are you in? 501. I don't know if you've read the school records, but there's only one person in dorm 501. Fong Jin remembered what Bai Ming had said at that time, and his eyes became even more vigilant. Yes, so what exactly are you? And what exactly have you modified? Me? It's more like you modified my memory. Huang Jingxin laughed his head off. You'd better get it right. I'm the only one who was that student in 501. And you're the one who showed up later. I'd like to ask you what the hell you are. Fong Jin's heart was shaken. I'm the one who showed up later? How is that possible? That's bull asterisk. Fong Jin was about to rebuke, but then suddenly stopped. This belongs as his space. He can grasp everything, and likewise recognize truth from falsehood. A feeling of absurdity spread through his mind. My memories. What's going on? Fong Jin tried to calm down. Tell me, what's the situation? Fong Jin said in a deep voice. Huang Jingxin also finally stopped smiling. Huang Jingxin is dead. A special force was born, so the entire school was blocked off, and no one could violate the school rules. He thought that as long as this was the case, there would never be another human tragedy. Fontaine commented. Crazy. Yes, he's crazy. At this moment, Huang Jingxin replied without a care in the world. But one day, you suddenly appeared, took his place, and lived in the school, and no one thought anything of it, as if you were already a part of the school. A memory of nothingness was born, replacing the real, existing in your head as well as mine. Huang Jingxin pointed to his head. Because of you, the rules keep crumbling, causing the rules to not work properly. The students who violated the school rules, all of them disappeared. And that's a big credit to you. Fong Jin's body trembled slightly. Then what exactly am I? Didn't he tell you everything? Huang Jingxin smiled teasingly. You're the one who's the biggest loophole in this rule incident. Biggest loophole. Ding ding. Military jeeps. The satellite phone rang. Hello. Bai Ming picked up the phone. A thick male voice came from the other end of the line. That's one of the 3 deputy ministers at headquarters. It's called Chang. Common name, but not simple origin. Has no small amount of real power. It even has the title of Major General. At times of necessity, the army can even be commanded directly into the city for military missions without reporting to anyone. Bai Ming was surprised. Vice Minister Zhang? Rare guest. How come you're the one who called me? Cut the banter. The results of the file you had investigated came back, and the situation is unique, the vice minister said slowly. Bai Ming instantly became serious and sat upright. After a long time, that was the end of the deputy minister's words. No matter what, the person is brought back first. After all, it's an awakened who can't just stray away. Zhang Guoqing uttered his last words and finally hung up the phone. Chu Xiaoyuan could see the gravity in Bai Ming's eyes. Unable to help, he inquired. What's wrong? You asked me to check Fong Jin's file, and now the results are out. Bai Ming said. Why? What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with it because it doesn't exist. The people at headquarters searched the country based on the information on the university records and couldn't find any records on Fong Jin. He didn't attend high school, middle school, or elementary school. and he didn't even have a birth certificate. So someone carefully checked Fang Zhen's university file and found that it was also fake, and all the information belonged to the student who had disappeared. Huang Zhengxin? Exactly. Chapter 27, Ability to Modify Memory. Fang Zhen left the dormitory with a full heart. At this time, a soldier came to Fang Zhen's side. You are Fang Zhen? Right. Colonel Bai asked me to escort you there. Colonel White? It should be Ming Bai. Fang Zhen was silent for a moment, and his palm patted the soldier's shoulder. Hard work. The soldier raised his eyebrows visibly. Opposite Town's actions were unsatisfactory, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lost their vigor and stood in place like a puppet. Forget what my name is. Fang Zhen ordered. After a moment of confusion, the soldier regained consciousness. He looked at Fang Zhen. Classmate. You? Yes, that's you. Colonel Bai asked me to escort you there. He looked a little confused. Strange. Why can't I remember what this kid's name is all of a sudden? Okay, thanks a lot. Fang Zhen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I can really use the power of it myself. Modify the memory. This ability to get yourself out of here. Fang Zhen swept his gaze across the school. The school is full of soldiers. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to leave quietly. Forget it. Take one step at a time. Fang Zhen returned to the jeep. Where's your luggage? Bai Ming puffed on his cigar and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. Fang Zhen woke up as if from a dream, and realized that he had even forgotten to take his luggage. I thought about it. Anyway, I'm about to have an iron rice bowl from the state. So what's the point of having all those crappy things? Makes sense. Just have the money to buy it again. Get in the car and take you to the headquarters. Bai Ming laughed. Fontaine chose to get in the car. He sat in the back. The car started driving. The scenery skimmed by quickly on both sides. He saw the panicked faces of many students who had no idea what was going on and whose eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. Fang Zhen couldn't help but think of himself. What difference does it make to yourself? One knows a little more than they do, but what one doesn't know is a lot more. Fang Zhen, shouldn't you inform your parents before going to the headquarters? Bai Ming asked absently as he smoked a cigar and drove. Fang Zhen laughed. No need. They are very busy doing business. They usually can't care about me at all. Even if they call most of the time there is no one to answer. So, the jeep left the school and drove towards the airport. The teaching campus is arguably in a suburban area, very close to the airport, about half an hour away. Bai Ming swallowed clouds and fog. We're going to take a plane to Kyoto. Do you have your ID card with you? Give it to me. I'll help you buy a first class. Don't worry, there's reimbursement, and you can also take the VIP special channel. I lost my ID. Then it's okay to report the ID number to me. My brain is so foggy lately. I can't remember. Bai Ming glanced at Fang Zhen. Alright then, I'll find someone to get you a ticket. Remember to get a replacement ID card when the time comes. Even if you join the special operations team, an ID card is still needed. Okay. Fang Zhen's heart tightened and he hurriedly agreed. At the moment he was already figuring out how to get out of it. After Huang Zhengxin's reminder, he found out something that was hard for him to accept. Surprisingly, he couldn't recall anything from his high school, middle school, or elementary school. His memories before college, all of them were non-existent. And worst of all, he couldn't recall who his parents were at all. So Fang Zhen had believed it. He might actually be a loophole bred by the rules. I just don't know what it is. Possessing self-awareness and mobility, it becomes similar to an ordinary person. But he thought of himself as about as normal. The headquarters in the White Man's Mouth probably wouldn't think so. A living loophole. What great research material. This mustn't be grabbed by some research organization for slicing and studying. The jeep traveled down the trail, flanked by straight birch trees. I want to go to the restroom. Can you stop? Fang Zhen asked carefully. Bai Ming replied. We'll be at the airport soon, and there are restrooms at the airport, but I can't hold it in a bit. Here's a mineral water bottle. Make do. Do you have a pulsating one? This one is too small. Yes. Fang Zhen looked at the empty bottle of pulsation handed over by Bai Ming, and the corner of his mouth twitched. How do you even have this? There are girls here. It's not good. Fang Zhen's afterglow glanced at Chu Xiaoyuan in the passenger seat. Chu Xiaoyuan faintly said, I can even watch the anatomy course set up by the headquarters without changing my face. That little thing of yours. Don't worry. I don't care at all. I want the big one. Hold it in. Don't be so nosy. Bai Ming threw Fang Zhen a wooden plug. Plug it first. This shouldn't be too small. Fang Zhen scratched his head in depression. How everything? The car kept driving forward. Because this is a small road. There are hardly many people around. Only dilapidated old mansions, and abandoned factories vaguely visible in the distance, seemingly empty and quiet. It's obviously not far to merge onto the spacious state highway. The avenue that was within reach could not be reached. Meanwhile, the sky seemed to grow dim. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Fang Zhen looked up at the sky, but there weren't many black clouds. It didn't look like it was going to rain. Bai Ming took a heavy drag on his cigar and then twisted it out. Captain, something's not right. Closing her eyes to rest, Chu Xiaoyuan opened her eyes at this moment, and a few points of seriousness surfaced on her cute round little face. Stop the car. How to drive can't drive out. We're in a rules event again? No, obviously not. Chu Xiaoyuan opened the window and surprisingly jumped out directly from the window. Her palms grabbed above the edge of the bed, and with one somersault she tumbled to the roof of the jeep. The strong wind didn't make her figure shake half a bit. Where's the scum from that dares to stop our car? The special action team is on a case. Get lost if you're smart. Obstructing law enforcement. Want to die? Chu Xiaoyuan said in a cold voice. Fang Zhen couldn't help but marvel. That slogan sounds so good. The surroundings were completely dimmed. The jeep stopped. In the distance, where Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes were gazing at, a figure slowly emerged. A young man, wearing a purple sweatshirt and jeans, looking casual, not much of a villain at all. But awakening abilities don't have much to do with age or appearance. You can't judge a book by its cover. This is an absolutely true statement in the circle of awakened people. Demoness Chu Xiaoyuan. Her name is true. Judging my position so quickly, the young man said with a smile. Bai Ming's head stuck out the window. Captain, he provoked you. No need for you to say. Chu Xiaoyuan hummed. Knowing my name and still daring to come. You really don't have a lot of guts. What are you? Report your name if you have the ability. The young man shook his head. How would I dare to report my name? You are people raised by the state. Your power is too great. If you put me on the charge of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country, I would be finished, and I could only flee overseas to become a refugee. I still like to stay in our country. Beast King Bai Ming, which Chu Xiaoyuan. Both of them are the best among the transformation lineage awakened. This mission, it's quite challenging. He lamented. Obviously his block was planned. Fang Zhen was curious and asked Bai Ming in a low voice. What is the transformation department? Awakened abilities are roughly divided into 3 types. The transformation department, the strong numinous department, and the mystic department. With different characteristics, those that strengthen the physical body are mainly the transformation department. Those that strengthen the mental power are the strong numinous department. And the other ones that are messy and hard to categorize are designated as mystic departments. That's why the mystic department has the most varied abilities. Some are very powerful and some are weaklings, depending on the individual's development and utilization. Bai Ming quickly explained. The moment. Chu Xiaoyuan's expression grew colder and colder. Goon then. Dare to come and kill us yet you don't dare to sign up. Kill you guys? The young man shook his head. No. Misunderstanding. My target is not you guys, but the student you took. He smiled a hateful smile. Hand him over, please. Chapter 28. The most powerful move. Your enemies? Bai Ming twisted his head to inquire. Fang Zhen was a bit annoyed. Where did I get enemies? That's true. Bai Ming looked a little hard. By definition, Fang Zhen has no enemies. So how did the person in front of you come to be? The answer cries out. Fang Zhen asked. There are bad guys on the team? Don't worry. I'll take care of this for you. No one can take you away from us. If I can't keep you safe, I'll write my name backwards. You stay in the car. Bai Ming opened the car door and stepped out of the car. It's only been a short time since we communicated with headquarters. Then some unknown awakened person came to block the road. Apparently someone leaked it. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan naturally wouldn't do that. That would mean that someone in the headquarters has betrayed national information for their own selfish desires. How is this tolerated? Chu Xiaoyuan also figured this out at this moment, and her tone became more and more hostile. You dare to take on this kind of mission? You loose people who don't submit to the state's discipline are a bit too arrogant. Do you really think that the state can't control you? Got a family to feed? The young man was unimpressed. Still smiling. The awakened, sort of, are very unstable time bombs. Once it gets out of control it can have very serious consequences. The country tries to recruit the awakened people for their own use, but there are still many awakened people who are not willing to be controlled. The country naturally cannot be pushed too tightly. On these awakened people only relatively loose restrictions. However, Chu Xiaoyuan did not expect that these casuals would be so lawless that they would dare to come in front of the special operations team to rob them. Let's see how much you've got then. Bai Ming roared. Trench coat off. His muscles bulged and his body drew up nearly 3 meters. Like a golden cannonball rushing out, the ground shattering with it. But the next moment, the smiling young man's figure unexpectedly disappeared with him. Bang! It was as if Bai Ming had hit an invisible wall. The air shook and rippled violently, and was accompanied by ear-splitting collision sounds, while he was heavily bounced out. It's a bump in the road, and your eyes are burning. Holy, what is this? It's like hitting an iron mountain. Bai Ming shook his head. Although he hit hard, he didn't have many bruises on his body. It just hurt a little. The young man appeared from another direction and laughed. Beast King Bai Ming, it's true that he has a bronze head and iron arms. If an ordinary person bumps into him like this, it's estimated that the entire person will shatter open. Chu Xiaoyuan seemed to have sensed something. A leap from the roof of the car. She was so fast that she was almost only a shadow, only to see Chu Xiaoyuan unexpectedly grow a long whip-like black long tail behind his back, which was 4 to 5 meters long, with a poisonous hook at the end, like a scorpion's tail, and stung straight towards the young man, obviously still a distance away. The long tail was as if it could ignore space, and with just a thought, it stabbed in front of the young man, heading straight for his brow. I'll go. The young man was startled. It's too fast. It's too fast. Totally unresponsive. But unexpectedly, when the long tail was about to pierce between the young man's eyebrows, it was as if it had hit an invisible barrier and was directly bounced off. The young man was unharmed. Phew! The young man let out a sigh of relief. Scary. Really scary. So fast. Such an unexpected attack. No wonder the name of the witch is so scandalous. Fang Zhen was in the car taking it all in. He was surprised. At school, Chu Xiaoyuan basically didn't show much ability. It turned out to be so awesome. No wonder he could be Bai Ming's captain. And the young man who suddenly appeared was even more impressive. Such an attack could even be blocked, and it was completely impossible to see how he actually did it. Clearly there was no movement whatsoever. That's my ability now. Absolute defense. How about that? Not bad, the young man said with a smile. It's effective against Awakened of the transformation line. You'd better behave yourselves. I'm just here to make an arrest. Don't want to kill you guys. That's why he was sent. This ability, Tinker Transformation System Awakened. An invisible defense wall? Bai Ming punched towards the air, and powerful air currents rushed out along with the sound of breaking air, leaving behind clearly visible traces of turbulence. However, the airflow surged out 10 meters before suddenly collapsing against the wall. 10 meters. Bai Ming spoke up. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. It didn't appear out of nowhere. With this person's ability it's impossible to react to my attack. So it's not that he's controlling the invisible wall, but rather that we've intruded into a space made up of invisible walls, which should need to be set up in advance. Bai Ming, strong defense, but no ability to attack on its own. Don't rule out the walls shrinking the circle. Chu Xiaoyuan, this kind of ability should belong to the Mystic Department. The Mystic Department, although it is very headache-inducing, the vast majority of them require preconditions before they can be utilized. He inexplicably moved his body, like he's inducing us to do something thus fulfilling the conditions. Move? Talking? Mood swings? Bai Ming made 3 hypotheses in one breath. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Invisible barriers, not afraid of powerful external attacks, but maybe afraid of something else. Flames? Liquid nitrogen? King water? Try pumping out the gasoline in the car. Can it burn him? The young man's entire body was dumbfounded. Holy, what's the situation? Each of these two men had almost finished parsing his abilities with one sentence of analysis. He usually strikes out with nothing to lose, because he's so bad at it. Today he felt a few bad moments. Awesome. Fang Zhen marveled beyond measure. You guys are so awesome. Bai Ming raised his eyebrows smugly. Joining a special action team requires a series of training and assessments, and we all have specialized courses for training. These loose people, thinking that we are just backed by the officials. There is no difference between us and them in terms of ability. Unbeknownst to them, in other aspects, they have long been left far behind. The success rate of solving rule events, these loose people only have 30%, but with the official outfits, it's at least above 50%. Fang Zhen deeply realized what it meant to be a regular army. Wild Awakenings really can't be compared. So joining the headquarters, you definitely won't lose anything, kid, other than being subject to some constraints. There are no other disadvantages. Bai Ming said, we still have the most powerful move. If you want to learn it, we can teach you now. Fang Zhen was busy nodding his head. I want to learn. Bai Ming shouted. Captain, show this boy your hand. Chu Xiaoyuan glanced at the two of them, then pulled out a big brother-like satellite phone from behind her. Hello, intelligence? Check someone out for me. Possesses mystical awakening abilities. Can create invisible barriers space? Strong defense. Calls himself absolute defense. Probably in his early 20s. Should have joined some civic organization. Not a complete loose cannon. Right. This man is obstructing official business. So please check it out and put a direct warrant out. The civic organization behind him is immediately and thoroughly investigated. By the way, check this person's parents, relatives, one for each, and inform the police to arrest them all. Chapter 29, the meaning of which, ********. You guys, You're playing this. It can still be played that way. The young man was dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd ever dealt with an official. Wasn't expecting much of a difference. In hindsight, what a mistake. Fang Jun was inwardly admiring at the moment. Cow, cow, cow. Officially it's bull. Joining the crown is really a conduit. But once he thought of his identity, the marvel on Fang Jun's face slowed down. Could he join the official? If you make the wrong choice, it may be a step into the abyss. Know what's wrong. Be sensible and get lost. Bai Ming sneered. The young man's expression clouded. This mission pays well. A full $300 million. The big deal is to run abroad for shelter. You can't go anywhere with that kind of money and not be a grandpa. Have enough fun abroad and come back. The young man took a deep breath. You guys forced me. I didn't intend to kill you. I just trapped you. And by breaking my back, you are breaking your own way of life. Yo-ho. So arrogant. Who do you think you are? Bai Ming snorted. The young man gritted his teeth. And in the next moment his eyes turned red and a shocking aura erupted from his body. The invisible space around them began to push inward. A gust of oppressive wind kept pressing down on Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming. It's true that it can shrink its circle. Otherwise without the ability to attack. It's basically equivalent to no threat. Chu Xiaoyuan said. Bai Ming stepped forward. I'll try to see how powerful it is. He was tall, his golden mane gleaming, practically perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture, and he collided with the invisible force, the air emitting a dull, trembling hum. Bai Ming's body moved back uncontrollably, his feet stepping on the ground and leaving two deep gullies. It seemed a little too much to carry. The young man's arm trembled a little, but sneered. You can't block it. Even if it's an iron ball weighing tens of tons, I can easily crush it into pieces of iron. Not to mention you. Yeah. A ferocious light flashed in Bai Ming's eyes, and his amber-colored pupils appeared colder and colder, like wild beasts. Roar! He threw back his head and growled, making a sound not unlike that of a wild animal. The figure seemed to have risen a few more points, becoming more and more terrifying, like a walking monster. His palms against the invisible barriers, his figure slowly came to a halt, hardening against it all. Really blocked it? The young man frowned. What a tricky guy. Luckily, his own ability greatly restrains shape-shifting awakened people. Otherwise it's too much. Seeing this, Fang Jun couldn't help but want to help as well. But he was clueless. How can one perform one's abilities when they are so far apart? It's too chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xiaoyuan said that Mystic Department abilities often require trigger conditions to work. What are my trigger conditions? Fang Jun scratched his ears and couldn't think of anything. There didn't seem to be many conditions when modifying a soldier's memories on their own. Contact? I'm afraid that's too hard. If contact was really necessary, wouldn't any random transformation system awakened person be able to take advantage of the contact to directly finish themselves off? Suddenly, he was blessed and raised his right hand. Surprisingly, there was a black liquid floating in his palm, both hot and cold, taking the form of a flame, constantly burning, looking extremely bizarre. Ha! Fang Jun was surprised. This is the black liquid flowing from Huang Jingxin's body. I can actually control it myself. Soon, Fang Jun detected a strand of spiritual energy belonging to him from the flames. Perhaps. Bang! A weird flame shot out, flowing like a black liquid, smashing into the invisible barrier, flowing up and down in a way that violated physical common sense, spreading continuously, seemingly weaving a black fire net. Ah! It burned me! Bai Ming complained. Fang Jun hurriedly shouted. Excuse me. The young man glanced at Fang Jun. Is he an awakened person too? It's not mentioned in the mission details. I can't believe there's a cover-up. I have to ask for another $50 million. The young man scoffed. Kid, it hasn't been long since you awakened your ability, right? Although it looks weird, at best it's a solid flame derived from spiritual power. It's impossible to break through my absolute defense. Fang Jun ignored it and just silently contemplated the situation at the moment. He realized his power hadn't disappeared. By all rights, his ability was seized, and the power he had sealed should be used 1 point less. But at this moment, he felt that the power would be constantly restored. Like, it belonged to him in the first place. The moment, Bai Ming blocked the invisible barrier, and immediately after that, he began to swing his fist heavily, his powerful fist smashing into the invisible barrier, air tremors surfacing with the naked eye, setting off violent ripples. But that doesn't seem to solve anything. Don't waste your efforts. The young man scoffed. Even if you block it, you can't do much. His smile was slightly grim at the moment. Surprisingly, there was a nosebleed, bright red and blinding. He panicked and wiped away the nosebleed. It's time for a quickie. Ability to play seems excessive. The pressure thing was mutual, and Bai Ming's strength brought him no small amount of pressure. Press me, the young man yelled. Invisible barriers began to advance on all sides. An enormous pressure instantly enveloped the three Fangzhen people. Not good. Bai Ming looked at Chu Xiaoyuan. Captain, I'm not very good at dealing with this. Chu Xiaoyuan frowned. She should be considered an agility-type ability user, and the invisible barriers restrained her far more than Bai Ming. It was the one thing she hated to face. Bai Ming said, "Do you still remember the first time we met? You were only F-ranked in ability, yet you dared to say that your future was infinitely bright, so confident, brilliant, and wonderful. At that time, I was thinking, I must follow your side. Let's see how you will be expelled from the headquarters in the future." I thought, what are you pretending? A District F class can pretend to be a flower? But you happen to be really quite good. All the way up and still a ing captain. I'm a beast king and I actually have to be pressed by you. Convinced? I'm convinced. So now it's time for you to pretend. Come on, don't ink. Chu Xiaoyuan looked annoyed at his words. A look of impatience. Got it. You're useless. The young man heard these words with an odd face, and immediately mocked. Want to pretend to be a pussy? Have you gone through me? A mere transformation system ability user. I can suppress any S-class that comes my way. S-class? Chu Xiaoyuan despised. Rat's eyes. Abilities that can be rated as S-class are all heaven-defying existences, even if the ability is restrained. Killing you is just a casual matter. What did you say? Well, let's make you grow up. Chu Xiaoyuan's hair was raised with an incomparable confidence, only to see an astonishing light emerge from her body, and her body unexpectedly grew taller with the naked eye. The young man laughed coldly, but transforming to enhance a little bit of power. So what? Enhance 10 times 100 times. It's nothing more than that. This kind of transformation is considered the most common ability for shapeshifting ability users. Not surprisingly. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. This little girl. Bigger is a bit of a stretch. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. How it's still getting bigger. Soon, a terrifying figure of more than 50 meters emerged. A cloaked and hairy woman with a pale face and empty eyes. Her mouth full of shark-like layers of sharp teeth, her arms almost dropping to the ground, and her nails like razor-sharp ghost claws. The hideous face alone was enough to scare some people with poor mental capacity to death. I hate it when I look like this, the giantess whispered. The voice was mournful, as if there were countless harsh ghosts howling in the ears. That's where the nickname which came from, meaning, a woman created by the devil. Chapter 30 Fong Mu's ability. You. The young man could not speak as if his neck had been seized. Ho ho ho. The eyes were filled with horror. Monster! What kind of monster is this? Even just looking at it seemed to cause emotions called fear to erupt uncontrollably from within. Bai Ming had chosen to just get down at the moment, and covered his eyes. It's too scary. I don't want to watch it a second time. Bai Ming muttered to himself. Since seeing the captain in his ultimate form, he would never dare disobey the captain again. Although occasionally a little below the law, but as long as the captain is serious, he will be completely abashed. It's nice to be a little brother. At least, never face this monster. Absolute defense? The 50-meter giantess spoke slowly as she stretched out her bizarre arm that was close to 40 meters. Pale and dry, but when she came to where the invisible barrier should be, she was surprisingly only blocked for a moment. Then there was a violent roar. The invisible barriers collapsed. Help! The young man clutched his head and screamed. A nosebleed kept coming out of his nose and his whole shirt was stained red. That has nothing to do with fear. Just some backlash caused by the ability being broken. The young man ran wildly in a sorry state. He definitely doesn't want to stay here. This place is hell. Hell yeah. Help. Let's not talk about $300 million. Give him $3 billion and he won't take it again. It's too scary. He ran so fast that he was almost beyond the limits of an ordinary man. And all at once he disappeared into the hills of the countryside and lost his figure. And although this form of Chu Xiaoyuan was powerful, it seemed to be very slow, because she completely sacrificed her speed. The terrifyingly large hand was not able to leave the young man behind. The fight is over. The witch gradually shrunk and regained her original appearance. As for why the clothes on his body hadn't changed, what could be so hard for an awakened with the ability to transform to change into a set of clothes? Fangzhen was also filled with pain at the moment. It's hard to forget that horrible scene. The trauma of youthful ignorance. It takes a lifetime to heal. Who would have thought that such a cute and youthful little girl could turn into that monster-like appearance? Bai Ming fell to the ground and covered his eyes. Captain, have you changed back? Chu Xiaoyuan didn't have the heart to say. Changed back. Only then did Bai Ming stand up with an embarrassed smile. That kid escaped? He can't escape. Against a public official who still dares to show his true face and expose his abilities, there's no need for us to step in. Headquarters will take care of it. Chu Xiaoyuan didn't care and said, obviously she's experienced with this sort of thing. the duo returned to the car. Chu Xiaoyuan asked, "You two didn't suffer any injuries?" Fang Jin shook his head. "Of course he wasn't injured, but I was definitely injured." Bai Ming rubbed his shoulder and said, "I guess it's a bone fracture. This is considered a work injury. I'm going to apply for a month's paid vacation to properly recuperate." Fang Jin was surprised. It can still be like this. 1 month paid vacation. Is this real? Of course. Are you questioning the gold content of the iron rice bowl? How about it? Is it heartwarming? Bai Ming said with a smirk as he raised his eyebrows. It would be a lie to say I'm not impressed. This is more than an iron rice bowl. It's like a golden bowl. As long as you hold an iron rice bowl, you'll never have to worry in this life. But Fang Jin was still struggling and hesitating inside. What's the matter? A sullen look. Is it hard to believe that you're not happy about it? Bai Ming was puzzled. Fang Jin clenched his teeth. I still don't think I can leave with you guys. After someone made such a mess. He's not taking any chances anymore. There's something wrong with yourself. Why else would someone specialize in catching themselves? For his own safety, he should never go to headquarters. Why? What concerns do you have? Chu Xiaoyuan's brows furrowed and her tone was unkind. Could it be that you think we're lying to you? No, it's not. Chu Xiaoyuan said coldly. I need a sufficiently good reason. Otherwise I don't mind using violence. The undersecretary has given the order. Must bring back Fanzan. She's not some big sister who knows what she's doing and is responsible for solving psychological problems. I have a very good reason. Fang Jin reached out and grabbed Chu Xiaoyuan's arm. Chu Xiaoyuan could certainly avoid it, but she didn't think Fang Jin would be much of a threat to her at all. So just to see what Fanzan wants to do. Soon, she sensed that something was wrong. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoyuan's eyes were stern and her tone was cold. She sensed that Fang Jin's palm had actually condensed that weird flame and burnt her skin. Bai Ming was shocked at the sight. Fang Jin, what are you doing? Let go. Looking for death. How scary the captain is when he gets serious. Just showed it. How dare this kid be so reckless? I'm sorry. Fang Jin whispered. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyuan's angry expression slowly disappeared. Her eyes lost their concentration, and she was sluggish in place. Captain. Without hesitation, Bai Ming immediately got out of the car and leapt back, 7 or 8 meters away, pulling away, then angrily rebuked. Fang Jin, what do you want to do? Why did you attack us? I can't go with you guys. Fang Jin shook his head. What's gotten into you? Fang Jin calmly said. I know I have a problem. If I really go to the headquarters with you guys, it's absolutely impossible to get normal treatment. In order to be able to live normally, I have no choice but to do this. Bai Ming's expression was cloudy, because knowing what Fanzan said could really happen. The headquarters may not do anything to you. Just do some research, Bai Ming said in a deep voice. Fang Jin said, maybe, but I can't bet on it. Whatever you're going to do, stop it right now and I can overlook it. And when we get back to headquarters, I can assure you that I'll be with you the whole time. And I'll help you should headquarters turn on you. Let me make a suggestion. Why don't you just release me and report back to headquarters that you got the wrong file? No way. Bai Ming shook his head. HQ named you to be brought back. Fang Jin took a deep breath. Then I'm sorry. There's no way I'm going with you. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Bai Ming's pupils gradually flushed with coldness as his body began to change. How much more power can you use from your seizure? The captain was sneak attacked by you. Count yourself lucky. I'm not going to make the same mistake. Your ability, I believe, requires contact to use. You can't control me as long as you don't give you that chance. You might as well admit defeat. Bai Ming clenched his fist and made a bone-crunching sound, appearing to be full of oppressive force. Even just the wind of my fist, separated by 10 meters, is enough to shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person. Fang Jin nodded. Yes, the prerequisite for the use of my ability is contact, but it's not up to you to decide how the expression contact is defined. At this point, Bai Ming felt a rolling sensation on his back. Oops, he remembered something. Just now, when he blocked the invisible barrier, Fang Jin had thrown a weird black flame, and that cold and blazing power had mistakenly injured him. So a little bit of a minor injury. He didn't care at all. But, I'm sorry, Bai Ming. Before Bai Ming lost consciousness, he vaguely heard Fang Jin say this. Chapter 31, Finding Some Wild Ways. After some experimentation, Fanzan is sure of his abilities. The source's powers were sealed within himself, and he could exert them without fear, essentially equating them to his own abilities. Even if you are depleted, you can recover by resting. There are 2 kinds of abilities for yourself. One is a strange black liquid flame that exhibits both burning and chilling properties, like the slime after a burning flame has been extinguished. One type is to modify the memory. Modifying memories requires a precondition, which is exposure, and the weird flames contained Fang Jin's spiritual power. Once it hit, regarded as contact. So simply hitting your enemy with flames modifies the memory. This is most defensible. Fang Jin felt that his ability seemed to be not quite the same as what Chu Xiaoyuan had described, indicating that he should not have the A-ranked awakened ability seizure. But this was not the time to think about that. Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming were in a state of disorientation at this point. With their abilities, they can recover at any time. Got to hurry. When you guys took Fang Jin away, you met a strange awakened person with absolute defense to stop the car. Although you easily fought off the other party, who would have thought that the other party actually had a backhand? A masked person appeared and robbed Fang Jin. You have searched hard, but you have still lost track of Fang Jin. Fang Jin directly modified the memories of the two. There are also limitations to modifying memories. Fabricated memories cannot contradict the underlying logic. You can't make a person think they're a dog. For example, this amounts to a complete denial of the whole self. It also can't conflict too much with other memories, such as making up a dad out of thin air for someone else who has no memories of their dad at all. So naturally this won't work. The best solution, which is based on real memories with a little false deviation added, is harmless, does not affect self-perception, and does not violate factual logic. At that time, Fang Jin's memory was modified and fell into the void. It was because of the perceived memory hole that he managed to get out of the trap. So the key is that the person whose memory is being modified must not notice that it doesn't make sense. Sorry, guys. Fang Jin still had some guilt in his heart. If it wasn't for Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming, he's afraid he'll be stuck in school, muddling through life until the rules fall apart and then die. But for his own little life and freedom, it can only be so. After Fang Jin did this, he immediately burrowed into the forest beside the path and hid. Time is too short. There wasn't much time to escape. About 10 seconds later, Fang Jin heard the sound of fists smashing into a car. Asterisk. These people are so despicable. They actually have a backhand. Fang Jin was captured. Bai Ming cursed in anger. Chu Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, appeared to be a lot calmer. They can't run far. Immediately contact the headquarters. Blockade the entire city. Airplanes are not allowed to take off. Each intersection is fortified. We must find Fang Jin. Can't. Yes, that's right, as it should be. Bai Ming immediately contacted the headquarters. Next, the duo left the area in a jeep. Fang Jin waited for half an hour before drilling out of the mountains. He looked around for a moment. Luckily this is a country road. There's no surveillance. Otherwise it will be found at once. Fang Jin felt a few moments of urgency. Gotta find a way to get out early, or sooner or later you'll be found. Where should I go? What a headache. Fang Jin carefully left. Fang Jin turned over his pocket. There is not a dime on his body. He opened his cell phone again. There is also no money. And even the various social software, payment software, even the real name authentication is not available. Finished, inch by inch, until we figure out what's going on with us. Seems like we need to find a way to make some money. Gollum. My stomach rumbled with an indisputable sound. He hadn't eaten in a long time. Fang Jin left along the path, walked for about 10 minutes, and came to a small village called Songqiao Village. Nowadays, the economic development. The small villages in the south are also built in a decent manner, not so much desolate and dilapidated. Instead the village has quite a few small stores, breakfast stores, small supermarkets, fruit stalls, cell phone stores. It can be described as a sparrow's nest. Fang Jin observed. Luckily, there's no surveillance in the village. And that's when Fang Jin realized something was happening at the entrance of the village. Out of the village entrance is a county road. County roads don't have many stoplights. There are simply too many tricycles and old men's music that change lanes with impunity and go against the flow of traffic. And Fang Jin just wandered around the village entrance for 7 or 8 minutes. Surprisingly, there were 3 car accidents. Once the tricycle speeding and skidding led to a rollover, directly planted in the pile of dirt next to the county road. The old lady on the bike fell to the ground and pointed at a passerby and wailed, "How did you hit someone?" He hit me. He hit me." The passerby who was passing by was so scared that he turned his head and ran. On 2 other occasions, it was the old man without a license plate that wobbled halfway down the road, then suspected brake failure and crashed into a utility pole on the side of the road. 2 old men were heartbroken on the side of the road. Fixing a car once is worse than killing them. The poles were scarred and bruised, all from the crash. Don't car accidents happen a little too often? Is the ground too slippery? Fang Jin was confused. A crowd of eaters soon gathered at the entrance of the village. Crashed again. We have at least 50 car accidents a day here. According to me, these old men and women should not be on the road. It's all unruly old man fun with no license. Yeah, my grandson was almost hit by an old man last year. That old man can be arrogant, stopping without stopping, pipe himself away. Car accidents are so frequent. How come no one cares? How come no one cares? Several waves of people have come, surveying the terrain, testing the road. Nothing can be found. That's wicked. I think it's just bumping into something unclean. Hurry up and go to the temple to burn 2 incense sticks to keep you safe. I'll go too. The eating crowd around them gradually dispersed. Fangjin, on the other hand, was thoughtful. 50 car accidents a day. Of course it's not normal. He asked around the village again and found out that all these crashes had the same feature. The ones that crashed had violations, no license plates, overtaking, jerky lane changes, malicious honking, and so on. And innocent vehicles were never affected. Even if the vehicle skids, it won't crash into other cars that are traveling normally. Basically crashed into an unlucky utility pole. Rules incident? Fangjin thoughtfully, the situation wasn't too serious, and the violation was just a crash. Basically no injuries. Now him. No money, no legal status, and you don't want to use your abilities to do something illegal or criminal, trying to break the game. There are only wildcards to be found. Fangjin went along the county road, along the way, constantly inquiring, and it is true that not only Songqiao village entrance, a number of nearby intersections are often involved in car accidents. Chapter 32, Master of Feng Shui. Soon Fangjin noticed a large factory built in the countryside. The factory covered an enormous area, with 5 huge chimneys belching out heavy black smoke. The factory is called Fujian Electronic Technology Company. The name is called good, but can clearly see that this is an assembly line assembly factory. Fangjin took out his cell phone to search the origin of this factory. This factory alone has more than 5,000 workers, can be said to be one of the local root industry, very much valued by the local town hall. The county road in front of the plant shows signs of a number of car accidents. There were also various pieces of glass and car shells that were too late to sweep up, and there are tons of recruiting ads for laborers posted at the post at the main entrance. 3,000 a month, doing 6 days off. There is commission, overtime pay, and no cap. The factory's security boss was sitting at his post, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Grand Master. Fangjin knocked on the window. The security boss pushed open the window. What for? Are you guys hiring here? No tricks. No tricks. It clearly says hiring on the door. The boss waved his hand. No trick or treat. Fangjin feel wrong, continue to ask. The security guard was annoyed. You this child how do not know good. Do not let you still have to come. I'll tell you. The factory is haunted. The workers have fled. For a bit of wages to fight for what life. Want to find a job to go to other places to look for go. This grandpa is quite nice. Unfortunately, that's what Fonstown is here for. Haunted? Haunted is right. Grandpa, it's really haunted. Fangjin asked, feigning curiosity. The security guards like to open the box, but not so much. We have this door every day crash. A few hundred times a day. Workers from work, riding an electric bicycle home. A road on the crash. A road on the crash. The crash is a miserable. Several are hit fracture. A special engineering team was brought in to inspect the road and it's fine. It was also checked to see if it was food poisoning that had poisoned the person. And that turned out to be okay. So evil or what? It must be haunted. This black-hearted boss got his comeuppance. As soon as he talked about this, the security uncle spoke at great length, and Fangjin could only listen patiently. Finally the security uncle took a sip of water from the thermos and said, I heard that I went to a feng shui master today to look at the feng shui, and the factory hasn't started for most of the month, and the boss is so anxious that his head is almost bald. Fangjin couldn't help but sniff. So short of people, and only willing to pay 3,000 a month. Sure enough, it's a black-hearted boss. Spending more money is the same as taking a life. There will be courageous people with heavy rewards, as long as they are willing to pay more wages. How can it be impossible to stop work to such an extent? Grandpa, besides the car accident, did anything else strange happen? Fangjin asked curiously. The security guard shook his head. That's unknown. He only looks after the gate. What's really going on in the factory? And he certainly didn't know. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz drove over from a distance, and suddenly stopped at a position 300 to 400 meters away from the factory, and then 4 or 5 people in the car came towards the factory. The boss is back, the security guard said. The factory owner is called Tian Chihua, a middle-aged man with a big belly, a briefcase clipped to his waist, a keychain hanging from his waist, and a bit bald, and beside him was a man in a yellow Taoist robe, about 30 years old, carrying a compass, with a goatee beard and a serious face. This is the feng shui master he specially hired. Behind him followed 2 followers, both young men. Master Yen, hard for you to walk for a while. In front of my factory I really don't dare to drive over. A drive is bound to crash. My car has crashed too. Tian Chihua nodded his head. This is a person he has spent a lot of favors to hire with the help of his acquaintance's cheaper feng shui master. Got it, Master Yen said. Tian Chihua rubbed his hands together and said, Master, I don't know if my friend has spoken to you about the cost of this time. Master Yen was filled with displeasure. I know, $200,000. To be honest, this small amount of money, if it wasn't for your friend's face, I wouldn't have come on this trip at all. Though sensing the master's displeasure. However, Tian Chihua still smiled from ear to ear. Hard work, master. This master, however, is from a very high-end circle. On weekdays, we receive clients who are either rich or wealthy. Ordinary starlets weren't even qualified to meet. And it would be the greatest blessing to be able to take a picture with the master. Appearance fee at least also have to $500,000. The follow-up instructions. The spirit of the townhouse and so on is even more big head. He can $200,000 to invite a master in that circle. Can be said to have picked up a big bargain. $200,000. Really stingy. A big factory owner. Actually so stingy. A follower behind the master said disdainfully. Do you know that when our master usually makes a move, he doesn't have $700,000 to $800,000 to avoid negotiation. And Master Yen apparently didn't put a stop to this behavior. Tian Chihua smiled awkwardly and pretended not to hear. What's wrong with being mocked a few times for saving so much money? The group arrived at the factory entrance. Master, this is the place. Tian Chihua quickly noticed Fongjin at the main entrance. He wondered, what do you do? I don't remember hiring a new security guard. Fongjin ventriloquized. Yeah, a factory of this size can only afford to hire an old man as a security guard. You certainly remember it well. Boss, I'm here to apply for a job. Fongjin pointed to the recruitment information on the front door. Tian Chihua was overjoyed. Good, great. You go in with me. I'll help you register. Today the factory is shut down. No one even dared to come. Now that a worker had actually thrown himself into the net, he was of course overjoyed. What a day. Boss, don't recruit anyone, and this kid isn't even necessarily an adult. The security master was kind-hearted and couldn't help but say. Tian Chihua looked at Fongjin. Are you an adult? Adult. ID I'll see. I forgot to bring it. No ID card is not good. Who knows if you are an adult? Maybe you are still a black household. Tian Chihua frowned. In that case, I can only give you 2,000 a month, and have the overtime pay. Fongjin gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. This black-hearted boss. But one isn't really here to be a worker anyway. It doesn't matter if you say yes. When I find the source, wait to cry you. When the time comes, it's a hard knock. The biggest problem now is this feng shui master. What if your business gets messed up? Tian Chihua was beaming with joy. Go in together. Said group entered the factory. Only the security guard shook his head with a helpless look on his face. This kid, confused. It's not good to do something at this age. I can't believe I came to the assembly line to be a cowboy. Chapter 33, The Haunted Factory. The group entered the factory. The factory was silent at the moment. All the large machinery had stopped working, and only a few departmental operating positions were still running. Mr. Tian, you're back. A woman who looked to be in her 40s warmly greeted her. Tian Chihua nodded. This is my secretary. Ali Ah. Quickly serve tea to a few guests. Yes, this kid is not. He is here to recruit. Li gave Fongjin an odd look. I can't believe there are still people who want to come to their factory. What a rarity. Master Yen was speechless. Boss Tian, you really have unique tastes. All the bosses I've seen have all brought young and beautiful female secretaries. You're good. Your secretary is so old. I value individual abilities more. Tian Chihua said awkwardly. Grandmaster Yen was obviously no longer interested in drinking tea either. Let's hurry up and get started. Well. Thanks to the master. You quickly look at my factory exactly where the feng shui problems. Why recently all out of some strange things. Tian Chihua, of course, couldn't wait, and nodded his head busily. At this moment, he naturally couldn't care less about Fongjin. Just what Fongjin wanted. You can listen in from the sidelines. Master Yen tugged at the yellow Taoist robe he was wearing, and it looked a little flatter. Except that it looked a little shoddy anyhow, and it was obvious that he wasn't a true Taoist at all either. He pulled out his compass and pretended to look at the compass needle, then turned east and west, looking a little serious. Master, how is the situation? Tian Chihua asked nervously. There's no rush. We'll have to see more. The group followed Master Yen to the roof of the 5th floor, where Master Yen pinched the spell with one hand and held the compass with the other, looking down on the location where the factory was located. He was frowning the whole time and looked very tricky. This made Tian Chihua anxious, and just when Tian Chihua could not hold it in any longer, Master Yen finally sighed. It's really tricky. You have a problem with the site selection. It's a classic land. No wonder it's haunted. Now it's just a little bit of a car accident. If the situation gets serious, maybe everyone who walks out of the factory will die. Ah, Tian Chihua was anxious. What should we do then? Close it before it's too late. Don't open it. Don't. Master, please, do something. Tian Chihua was almost about to give a knee. You can't close this factory. Close the door. He's going to drink the northwest wind. Since you must continue to open it, then I can only try to think of a way to do it. A simple cloth feng shui array in your case is not effective enough. You need 4 powerful enough suppressing spirit objects in order to deter these spirits and demons. Master Yen said. But where am I going to find the quelling spirit? Count yourself lucky. I have exactly 4 pieces in my hand. Disciple, take out the spirit artifacts that are treasured by my master. But these 4 things, I can't get them easily. And specialized practices to eliminate the bane in their bodies. It's very consuming of mana. Usually at least 200,000 apiece. See, your situation is so urgent. I also can't bear to. Just 100,000 apiece to sell to you. The follower behind him immediately took out 4 items from his bag. They are the green dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger and the xianwu. Each one is about half the size of a palm. Ceramic texture. And it's also a Q version of the cute model. Each little beast has big round black eyes. Pust. Fongjin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's a suppressor, isn't it? Isn't this a child's toy? $100,000 apiece? Go to Iwu commodity market. Maybe $10 for 3. What are you laughing at? Master Yan's follower glared at Fongjin. Fongjin has an innocent face. You guys are so uninterested in deceiving people. Can't I still laugh? Now he could be sure. This guru is an absolute fraud. But it is such an obvious scam. But Tian Chihua is obviously flustered. His whole face is seized together. 100,000. For his 400,000. Master, can I buy one first? The follow-up if there is an effect. The remaining 3 I will definitely buy. The 4 pieces are one and the same. One alone can't stand alone. It will also enrage the evil spirits. I don't care if you like it. Grandmaster Yen said without a trace of anger. No, I like it. With a sad face, Tian Chihua gritted his teeth and bought the 4 suppressing spiritual objects. The heart is dripping with pain. Fongjin rubbed his chin. Turns out rich people's money is so easy to earn. I'm still too young to have thought that I could make a few tens of thousands of dollars. Now it seems, one is just a little too kind. He was silent, with a look of amusement on his face. Let's see what else this feng shui master has up his sleeve. Master Yen collected the money. Obviously face looks better. Feng shui array. I will later some will instruct the disciple to help you set up. Now the most core problem. Must target the source to completely solve. Your factory recently there are no dead people? Hear the word source. Fongjin's eyes flickered for a moment. Does this feng shui master really know something? Tian Chihua's expression changed slightly and mumbled. We are a regular factory. How can we die? Master Yen made a move to leave. If you don't say anything, I can't guarantee that the haunting will be completely solved. Only then did Tian Chihua rush to say. Indeed, someone did die. A few months ago, a worker's hand was crushed by a machine. He had to make trouble to make me pay for it. I didn't agree and he jumped off a building. Fongjin sniffed and couldn't help but interject. Workers are injured in the factory. This is a workplace injury. So why don't they pay for it? There is something about you. Tian Chihua lost so much money. He was in a bad mood at the moment. His face was full of anger. He did it on purpose. Trying to extort me. Who am I to pay for it? If every worker is like this, do I still want to open this factory? You know how important my factory is to the local area. If my factory closes down, the local economy will go back 10 years. Asterisk. Vampires. Fongjin saw through the nature of this factory owner. Master Yen obviously didn't care about that. Then the source is here. You must pay out money to his loved ones and then beg for forgiveness on your knees where he died. This will cut down on the night ghost's fury. Master Yen said. Where did Tian Chihua dare to refute? He nodded his head repeatedly. The group then returned to the first floor of the factory where people had once died off. Master Yen decided to do a spell. The followers behind him nimbly set up the stage. Spread the yellow cloth. Incense burners, copper cups, white candles, and spell flags, all of which were available. Soon the puja began. Master Yen held up his mahogany sword and divinely chanted a spell. The atmosphere was hot, but there's a sense of godliness about it any way you look at it. Fongjin certainly wasn't interested in reading this. He left here quietly. There's no one at the factory anyway. Just let him hang around. Fongjin walked into a production workshop, where the assembly line machines had stopped working, and the rows of machines were covered with tarpaulins, and the whole workshop was quiet, with no lights on. appearing dim, with a bit of a gloomy feeling. Employee charts and full timesheets are also posted on the walls of the workshop. Fongjin looked twice. It quickly became apparent that something was wrong. The security guard uncle said the factory hadn't been open for most of the month, but this month's full attendance sheet showed that the entire staff hadn't signed in. It's amazing that only 3 workers in the entire shop clocked in to work last month. That means the downtime should be at least a month upwards to be correct. Fonstown flipped forward again. It was found that the workshop had not been open much this whole year. Since January of the year before last, there have been workers taking leave one after another, and there were only a dozen or so people left at the end of last year out of a workshop of 300. It was only this year that it ran out completely. The haunted thing is definitely not something that has happened in recent months, and it's not that simple. At this point, Fongjin vaguely smelled the odor of blood. He sensed something was wrong and immediately turned around and was about to leave the workshop, but the door to the workshop wouldn't pull open. It opened with a push when I came, but now it actually won't open? Fongjin's heart sank as he leaned his back against the gate. He saw the tarp covering the machine begin to bulge as if something were about to gush out. Obviously there is no wind at all in the workshop. Immediately afterward, blood continued to gush out from the seams of the tarpaulin, looking more and more bizarre in the dimly lit workshop. Blood sprayed the walls, the glass, the ceiling, all covered in spattered touchstones. The whole workshop seemed to have become an inferno. Chapter 34, Getting Lost. In the workshop, Fongjin stared at the bizarre and terrifying scene in front of him. He took a deep breath. Luckily he's seen scarier. Otherwise I'm afraid I can't top it at this point. Exhale. From somewhere, I don't know where, a chilly wind blew. It gives you goosebumps. It's all fake. Fake. Fongjin took a deep breath and held his breath. He cleared his mind of distractions. The mouth kept chanting. The first of the 3 guidelines: follow the rules. I'm not from your factory, so I did not have to follow factory rules. There's no violation. Then you can't hurt me. When he opened his eyes again, all the weirdness is gone. The workshop was as quiet as ever. The blood churning in the party seemed to be false. That's right. Fongjin smiled and easily pulled open the door to the workshop. But the next moment, the smell of blood hit his face. The hallway outside the workshop. There was blood and mangled, twisted pieces of flesh everywhere. The end of the corridor. Heads are turning. It was as if there was a group of people crowded in a small box. They walked slowly step by step, some missing their arms, some lost their legs, only able to creep forward with both hands, and some didn't even have a head. Fongjin's heart pounded, because he found that these figures were all squeezed together, their hands and feet wriggling and crawling like tentacles, and the behemoths were squeezing the corridor hard toward where Fongjin was. Seeing a ghost Fongtown might not have been so scary, but this kind of stuff seems a lot scarier than ghosts. After about half an hour, Master Yen finally finished his spell. Looking tired, the follower behind him hurriedly said, Master has consumed too much and needs to buy some Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng to nourish. According to the rules, this money, $200,000. Boss Tian. No problem. Here, can't I drink some old hen soup? Tian Chihua asked in a small voice. The follower was enraged. You dare to insult my master. My master is kind-hearted and won't bother with you, but I know a little bit about the art of compulsion. Boss Tian, don't go too far. Tian Chihua shivered in fear and could only pay honestly. This has cost $800,000 before and after. That's expensive. This is still a cheap master. If it was those top masters who came, I'm afraid I can't stop at 7 figures. Tian Chihua wiped the sweat from his head. At this point, Fongjin walked in from outside with a weak face, looking even more exhausted than Master Yen. The crowd couldn't help but look at him. What have you been doing? Getting so tired. Boss Tian's heart jumped as he saw what seemed to be stained on Fongjin's shoes, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was incredibly crimson and shocking to the eyes. Blood. He was clearly looking a few degrees off. It's over? Fongjin was curious. So soon. The follower's gaze was unkind. My master is a famous feng shui master in the industry, skilled in getting rid of ghosts and setting up formations. Do you dare to question? Seeing this, Tian Chihua hurriedly rebuked Fongjin loudly. What are you doing? How dare you disrespect the master? Fongjin at this time obviously no longer in the mood to watch the show. Bluntly, this is not a pure liar? I am too lazy to say. What feng shui master? Those township spirits you give me 100,000. I pull a ton to do. Master Yan's face immediately darkened. Boss Tian, this is someone from your factory. I understand. Tian Chihua nodded and hailed, then looked at Fongjin and angrily rebuked. Get out. Get out of our factory. You're not being recruited. I don't care yet. Fongjin sneered. Where's security? Security. Someone kick him out. Don't bother with security. There's only one boss at the door and it's a struggle to walk here. So how can you have the strength to shoo people away? Tian Shihua was about to faint with anger. This is my factory. Get out of here right now or I'll call the police. That's what you said. What did I say? Nothing. I just wanted to drop by and let you guys know that the haunting of the factory seems to have escalated, and I had a way of fixing it. But now since you said so, boss, I'll be going. You can fix it? Tian Shihua looked Feng Zhen up and down, obviously full of questions. Master Yan then laughed coldly. Milky brat, you don't know the heights of heaven. Just with you still want to solve the matter of the haunting. You can't have watched some movie to dream about it. This master tells you that this world is far beyond your imagination. Whatever you guys believe. Feng Zhen waved his hand. Bye. After saying that, Feng Zhen directly turned around and left the factory. In the post at the factory gate, the security guard opened the window curiously. Young man, not working? This factory is closing down. There are no more jobs. Feng Zhen laughed. Grandpa, you should also leave while you can. I haven't gotten my paycheck yet this month. Where's the paycheck when the boss is dying? The security Moncler outlet store was surprised. No way. So serious. Did not we ask the feng shui master to come and see? I heard that the person who came is very powerful, and the country have cooperation. Don't mention it. A liar. This feng shui master is having trouble protecting himself, and in a while he'll probably ask to be saved. The security guard looked at Feng Zhen with skepticism. That's an overstatement. He certainly didn't believe much of it. What bad luck, bumping into a crazy person. The Grandmaster's follower couldn't help but complain. Usually go out. They dipped into the light of the master. Are the front and back. Banquet. Beautiful women which time less. This time it's not just coming to a remote countryside. And take the heat. Tian Shihua hurriedly apologized and promised to invite them to the best local restaurant for dinner. And only then did those two followers look a little better. Alright, almost done. Master Yan looked like a high-ranking person and put away his mahogany sword. I've already done what I need to do. Tomorrow I will come and help you set up the big formation. As to whether or not it can truly suppress the ghosts and spirits, it depends on whether or not you are sincere in your heart. Master, what else should I do? Do more good. Understand. Understand. I will definitely do more good deeds. I've always donated to various foundations, and I have hundreds of certificates. Tian Shihua said busily. Okay, you know it's good. With that said, the group was ready to leave. Tian Shihua called to book a banquet on the spot, then led Master Yan to prepare to leave the factory. 5 minutes later, the group walked and actually returned to the office where the practice was taking place. Master Yan's follower was slightly annoyed. Boss Tian, did you get lost in your own factory? Tian Shihua was obviously a bit confused as well. Strange. Obviously all the way to the exit. How to walk back? I'm sorry. Maybe I lost my concentration. Tian Shihua hurriedly apologized before re-leading the crowd away. 5 minutes later, the four of them returned once again to the office of the Methodist. Looking at the familiar altar of the law, all four men looked visibly out of sorts, because they clearly remembered that they had obviously been going forward and had only turned a corner. So how could they not have returned to the same place? Chapter 35, The Killing Factory. Tian Shihua was flustered. He actually rarely comes to the factory. There have been some scary legends circulating in the factory, such as workers working late at night disappeared. The office was splashed with dog's blood for some unknown reason, or workers who shouted in the workshop became mute the next day. He didn't even really believe it though. Think of it as an excuse for workers to get lazy, until he crashed his own car twice, plus workers quit in droves. It took him a moment to realize that something wasn't right. Master Yan, are we hitting evil? Tian Shihua said in fear. Master Yan grunted. What are you afraid of? What evil spirit would dare to come charging at me? With that, he gave orders to his two apprentices. 2 followers are young people. 2 people open the way. Young and vigorous. They shouted, evil demons retreat. Loud voice. The momentum is really different. Boss Tian was instantly relieved. It's too secure. Worthy of a master's disciple. However, 5 minutes later, the 4 returned to the same office once again. Tian Shihua felt some chills down his spine. Master. He twisted his head and realized that Master Yan's face didn't look too good either, and cold sweat seemed to be seeping from his forehead. Apprentice, let's do it again. This time you guys shout a little louder. Bring out all your manhood, Master Yan said with some anxiety. The 2 followers hissed. Master, we can't shout anymore. 5 minutes of yelling in a row. It's certainly too much for people without specialized training. Their throats were on fire now. Waste. Grandmaster Yan kicked the duo in anger. Usually quite good at eating and drinking, but dropped the ball at the critical moment. He turned his head and inquired. Boss Tian, is there another way out? Yes, there's a way out the back door. Okay, come on, get us out of here. Master, We have encountered such an evil thing. Shouldn't you solve it? You are a professional feng shui master. Master Yen gritted his teeth. You don't understand. This ghost thing is very powerful. I need to leave as soon as possible and set up a formation outside to be able to deal with it. Anyway, take me away quickly. I won't charge you more this time. As soon as he heard that there was no charge, Tian Shihua couldn't care less about the confusion and hurriedly led the three in the direction of the back door. But the more the four walked, the more they felt something was wrong. Why are the exits in that corridor getting smaller and smaller? The whole corridor was getting darker and darker, and there's not even an emergency light. The more you walk, the more panic-inducing it becomes. The worst thing was that at some point, many blood splatters appeared on the walls, and it was getting more and more and more and more and more. And in the end, it was simply going to fill the entire corridor. Master, something's not right, Master. The two followers were already scared silly, cowering at the back and not daring to move. Tian Shihua was even more stunned in place as a whole. What's going on? It's haunted. It's really a good and vicious ghost. Let's go back first and think about it in the long run. Master Yen tried to remain calm, but his feet couldn't help but tremble already. The four men twisted and turned, only to find that the path from which it had come was even more hideous and bizarre at the moment. Blood kept dripping from the ceiling. It's like it's raining blood. The ground, on the other hand, was covered with a thick layer of pink-colored flesh and blood that rose and fell like a heart. The long passageway, as if it had become the intestines of a stern ghost, was filled with the pungent odor of blood. Help! The two heels let out a scream. They've never seen anything so scary. Even if you run into something weird on a normal day, you just have to run away from it from a distance. But this time it was too wrong. Tian Shihua, of course, was also so frightened that he was shaking and was almost incontinent. He grabbed Master Yan's hand and wailed, Master, think of something. There's a ghost. I know there are ghosts. Master Yen was also scared enough that his legs went weak and he couldn't help but sit on the ground. Don't pull me. Master, you have to do something. What can I do? I'm not really a master. I came to earn some money only. Who would have thought that there really are ghosts? Master Yen covered his head. Full of pain, you really haunted Encounter ghosts do not go to the police, but instead look for feng shui masters. You are sick can be harmed by you. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. What's the point of calling the police on this? But he cared more about something else. You can't catch ghosts and you dare to charge me so much money. I'll fight you. Tian Shihua hated to strangle Master Yen, but Master Yen was only in his 30s, and easily kicked away Boss Tian, who had a big belly and was panting heavily after taking 2 steps. Knock, 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 knock. Heavy, cluttered footsteps began to sound. The exit of the corridor, which had almost dimmed, surfaced with one eerie figure after another. They had no entity, only dark shadows, as if countless shadows were entangled, and sharp hissing noises could be heard vaguely. It was as if there were countless stern ghosts wailing. It's coming. The ghost is coming. Boss Tien was scared out of his wits. The two heels weren't much better. They were almost passed out from the shock but woke up hard. Master Yen was considered the calmest of the four, and although he wouldn't really catch ghosts, he really knew a high-end master who knew quite a few things that ordinary people couldn't understand. That's why they dare to take this kind of business. Calm down. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Grass. I said don't be afraid. Don't grab my thighs. You haven't done anything illegal since you came into the factory, have you? The two followers shook their heads in a hurry. Boss Tian, I don't think your factory has any strange rules either. Master Yen asked. Tian Chihua didn't dare to lose his temper at this moment, and grabbed the last straw. No, you are not factory workers. There is definitely nothing for you. What do you mean? There are a lot of strange rules for workers. I'm not too sure. There might be. Tian Chihua had a heartfelt look on his face. Master Yen didn't bother to say anything more. He just said, as long as we don't violate the rules, it's absolutely safe. From now on, don't say anything, don't do anything, just get through this part. The other three didn't dare ask anything more than huddle against the wall. Time passes slowly. None of the four dared to look up. All of them lowered their heads as ostriches. There was a constant stream of shadowy air blowing around them. The footsteps were even clearer. They could feel what seemed to be staring at them and constantly hovering around them, and could even feel the hairs of their sweat being brushed by something that was about to land on them at any moment. Every second is torture. I don't know how long it's been. A follower timidly peeked up and he rejoiced. Recovered. By now the corridor was back to its original state. What I saw not so long ago seemed to be a hallucination. The other three took a long breath. Finally, Master, you were right. It really won. Work. That follower was excited. But the next moment, a weird shadow suddenly surfaced behind him. Couldn't see the face. Just deep darkness. The creepy shadow reached out and slowly pressed his hand to his head. It was like lifting a paper lantern shade. A light lift. A living head was lifted into the air. The body and head are separated. Bang! The headless body fell to the ground. It made a dull sound. Chapter 36, Rescue. Run! Run! The three men were too frightened to make any stops. Got up and drew their legs and ran. Soon they rushed into one of the nearest offices and then hastily blocked the door. But a frightening chill still kept coming through the doorway. It's over. It's over. Tian Chihua sat paralyzed on the ground. His clothes already thoroughly wet with cold sweat. Master Yan's voice trembled. Quick! Call the police. The country will send someone to save us. We have to trust the country. And that's when blood was already trickling in through the doorway. This scared the trio once again. Master Yan understood that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape this great calamity. Wait, right. Just now that kid from your factory said he has a way to solve the haunting. Where is he now? Quickly let him come over. Master Yan hurriedly said. That boy. Boss Tian also remembered. The young man who was trying to recruit said that the haunting of the factory had escalated. I didn't believe it myself at the time. Now that I think about it, it can't be true. Does that kid really know how to catch ghosts? Tian Chihua was on the verge of tears. I don't know where he is either. Do something. Master Yan growled. Or we all die. Tian Chihua took out his cell phone with his hands and feet in a frenzy. And after half a day of searching in the address book, he finally found a phone and couldn't wait to call out. At this point, in the post outside the factory, the security guard was surprised and picked up the phone. Mr. Tian? Why did the boss call himself out of the blue? Lao Chen. Is that you, Lao Chen? Tian Chihua couldn't wait to say. I'm glad I saved your number. The young man who was just about to be recruited. Go and stop him. Don't let him go. For what? Don't you care? As long as you stop him, I'll give you a raise. 10,000 a month if you want. Under threat of death. Boss Tian finally couldn't be mean enough. The security Moncler outlet store face oddly twisted his head to look at Fongjin beside him. Fonzin never left. The security guard did not drive people away, but instead invited to come in and have a cup of tea together. It can't really be a ghost encounter. The security master muttered in a low voice and handed Fongjin his cell phone. Young man, our boss is looking for you. Fongjin slowly picked up the phone. Hey, Boss Tian. What's up? Little brother. Help. Come and save us. There were screams on the other end of the line. This reaction was expected. Fonstown has found out. The rules event in this factory is actually quite serious. I don't know how long it's been born, but it's already in its second phase anyway, and all sorts of loopholes are starting to appear. That's why even the nearby villages were affected to some extent. Haunted is normal. Whatever happens, it's possible. This situation, even following the rules may not be safe. The owner's screams were heard. The security Moncler jackets are very surprised to look at Fongjin. This young man turned out to be really not talking nonsense. Boss Tian is joking. Don't you have a powerful master beside you? Just let him go. Fongjin said indifferently. Tian Chihua cried out. What kind of master is he? He's just a liar. Little brother, I've wronged you. Come and help. Blood is about to flow in. Fongjin said, but I'm not very good at catching ghosts. It's better to let that master work hard. At that moment, Master Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Little brother, I was wrong. It was me who was wrong. I have no eyes to recognize a high person. You are the real high person. Please save us. Master Yan's voice was shaking as he spoke. Not really interested. Fongjin slowed down. And I have to get busy with my new job. Tian Chihua hurriedly said. Little brother, as long as you are willing to save us, I'll offer you a job. Double time off. $10,000 a month. Do you think it's okay? What are you doing dispatching callers? Fongjin cursed and hung up the phone. You're giving the crooks $800,000 at the drop of a hat. Give me $10,000 a month and I still have to work for you? Forget it. You might as well hurry up and die. You're a disgrace to society if you don't die. 10 seconds after hanging up, the phone rang again. Fongjin clicked answer. His tone unkind. What's the matter? Little brother. I said it wrong. I'll give you $1 million. Please save me. Tian Chihua screamed miserably. Barely scraping by then. What about that Master Yen? How much is he prepared to spend on his life? Master Yen hurriedly said. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million as well. You're scamming hundreds of thousands of dollars a day to give me $1 million? No, little brother. I don't receive all this money as it is. I still have to pay tribute. I'm just the titular feng shui master. And I have to pay the big head. There are real high achievers in our circle. I can only leave $50,000 at most. 1 million is already all my savings. Really? Really really? If I go in there and find your balance over $1 million, turn my head and leave. Don't. Little brother. I actually still have some private money, but it adds up to a maximum of 1,800,000. There's really no more. Okay, that's all then. Fongjin hung up the phone. This can be a security guard aside Moncler outlet online. Stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Is there something wrong with my ears? That's over $2 million. Just like that? Fongjin smiled and returned the cell phone to the security master. Master, it looks like your boss will be fine. You can continue to work in the future. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first, said Fongjin as he quickly walked towards the factory, leaving behind a dumbfounded security guard. Fongjin walked into the factory. It's not really that hard to deal with vulnerabilities. Most of the loopholes, which are actually not as impressive as one might think, and the factory rule events, which are estimated to barely rank E, have just been left unattended. So the situation is slowly getting worse. It is assumed that the factory has been suppressing the news because of the fear of not being able to start work. It didn't make a big deal because the workers were only injured and not much died. If too many people had died, officials would have intervened long ago. A factory owner can't keep it down. Fongjin looked all the way down the long corridor. Soon, he caught a whiff of blood. Since becoming an awakened, Fongjin felt that his senses were much sharper. Found it. Fongjin followed the smell of blood. Soon he came to a bizarre hallway. This place is littered with broken limbs, blood and flesh, and the walls are even a figure twisting and struggling, crawling, as if at any time will be drilled out of the walls. Scary indeed. But Fongjin's demeanor didn't change much. First fear, second panic, third time around, and pretty much used to it. Alright, get out of the way. A black bizarre flame ignited in Fongjin's palm, which was then directly thrown out, smashing into the silhouette on the wall. Black flames climbed the walls like fluid. Can't help but flow downward. The silhouette then twisted and struggled in pain, and after a moment, it directly cracked and dissipated into thin air. You can't kill vulnerabilities with unusual means, but rules can handle rules. By relying on the awakening ability, it is able to injure or even kill it. As the silhouette disappeared, everything in the building returned to normal. Most of it is actually a false illusion. It's not real. It is definitely possible to get out of a loophole attack if the will is strong enough, even without special abilities. Chapter 37 Limitations of the Rules. In the cramped office, Boss Tian and Master Yen were in a hurry. Why haven't you come yet? Hurry up and make another call to ask, Master Yen urged. Boss Tian shrilled. You think I haven't tried? The security guard said he's already in. Who knows when he'll get there? The follower on the side pressed against the door, gasping for breath. I can't hold it much longer. The three were wide-eyed. By now more and more blood was flowing in through the cracks in the door, covering the office completely, and the trio's shoes were covered in blood, looking like they were about to flood their ankles. That's a terrible feeling. It's maddening. Blood. The blood is pouring in. Help! Three people couldn't help but scream. The worst part is, a sharp knock sounded outside the office. It's almost like the whispers of an evil spirit. The three men were on the verge of tears with fear, and hastily barricaded the door with all the strength they could muster. But the knocking at the door grew harder. The door was also shaking. It seemed like it was going to be overwhelmed and shatter at any moment. The three were desperate. What's with all the commotion this time? Finally, a human voice came from outside the door. You guys open the door instead. Didn't you ask me to come and save people? How can I save them if you don't open the door? The three of them sniffed, and their moods rushed from hell to heaven all of a sudden. Here comes the savior. The three of them carefully opened a crack in the door. 3 pairs of eyes nervously looked out. Everything was normal in the corridor. Nothing strange. Only a young man stood in the doorway. Master, you're finally here. Tian Chihua's entire body was nearly deflated. Master Yen was careful. Where are the ghosts? Extinguished by me. Are we safe now? Not necessarily. There may not be only one ghost in such a large factory. It was troublesome to explain too much, so Fongjin simply used the ghost to communicate directly as well. Master Yen couldn't help but feel nervous, but when he thought that the person in front of him had easily solved the ghost, his heart still calmed down a few points. Higher power. I wonder which organization you are from. It has nothing to do with your crook organization anyway. Master Yan's face reddened. Although I don't have much skill, I have seen many truly superior people. It's just that I'm not qualified to join a real organization yet, and can only be considered a supernumerary. Boss Tian was furious when he heard this. Supernumerary? Liar. He wanted to hire a real master, but it turned out that after all that effort and consuming so many favors, he had hired a broken supernumerary. Wow. Fongjin said, not really caring. Whatever the organization. Letting the handlers cheat. Definitely not a decent organization either. Of course he's not interested. Alright, cut the small talk and pay the money. Fangjin didn't forget his ultimate goal. He's here to make money. It's only when you make that money that you have the capital to stabilize. Tian Chihua said. Master, how much is your bank account? Fangjin suddenly remembered a bad thing. One has no proper identity. And of course no bank account. That's troublesome. Fangjin said. Cash it is. Ha! Tian Chihua was stunned. Who still uses cash these days? He looked embarrassed. Master, I really don't have so much cash around me. When you finish catching the ghosts, I'll definitely give you the full $1 million. Fangjin did understand. So how much do you have now? Tian Chihua pulled out his wallet and took out all the cash. Only 2,000. Alright, bring it first. Fangjin was disappointed to accept it. How come such a big boss has only this much cash on him? It's too shabby. Tian Chihua was embarrassed. The mind made up its mind. Be sure to bring more cash with you in the future. Fangjin looked at Master Yen. Your turn. Senior, I don't have any cash on me either. Master Yen said uneasily. Not 1 point? It's been a long time since I carried cash. How useless. Where are your followers? He didn't either. Forget it, let's wait until it's over. Said Fangjin checked Master Yan's cell phone. All kinds of internet banking and payment software as much as possible. Indeed the savings is only 1,800,000. Take it all away. Fonstown has no guilt to speak of. You should be tough on crooks. As for the other capitalist vampire, Fontaine has another punishment. Alright, let's go and take you guys out of here. Fangjin said. The three followed Fangjin and left the office. Fangjin walked alone at the front. Very calm. This settled the trio's minds a lot. Fangjin asked, why are you missing one? One of my disciples was killed by a ghost. Master Yen said with trepidation. The head was directly removed. It was too scary. Already killing people indiscriminately? It's a bit of a serious situation. Shouldn't you do something yourself? But soon. Fangjin dispelled this thought. He himself is in a difficult position now. Couldn't care less about this nonsense. Master, do you have to take care of it? This ghost is too ferocious, Tian Chihua said. Fangjin replied. $1 million is just the price to get you out. Are you sure you want to ask me to help you with the ghost problem? Tian Chihua blushed. It's $1 million to save someone. What price do you have to pay to catch a ghost? Where he could afford to pay. Under Fangjin's leadership, the four of them walked carefully all the way towards the factory's main entrance. And surprisingly, they did not encounter much trouble. Looks like those loopholes are afraid to attack again. Soon, the four of them arrived at the factory hall. It's safe. It's finally safe. Grandmaster Yen and his disciples couldn't wait to rush out of the hall's doors with a sense of celebration after the robbery. Boss Tian also rushed outside. A strange scene took place. It was like Boss Tian was being tugged by a strange force, and he couldn't escape. What's going on? Boss Tian was scared out of his wits. Confused. Fangjin tried something and realized that he could also enter and exit freely. Of the four, only Boss Tian can't. Master, save me. Boss Tian's face was pale. Fangjin is slightly tricky. At least I received a deposit. We can't just leave Boss Tian behind. Senior, I'll go get the money for you. Wait here. 1,800,000. Send it immediately. Seeing this, Master Yen hurriedly pulled his little follower outside, and the two of them were gone in a flash. Fangjin wanted to go after him, but he was tugged by Boss Tian, who cried out, Master, you can't leave me behind. If Fontaine goes away, he felt sure he would be dead. Of course he refused to let go of this life-saving straw. As a result, Fangjin could only watch Master Yen leave. What's with the tugging? Of course I'll save you when I say I'll save you. Fangjin glared at him in exasperation. Now it's good. My $1,800,000 ran away. You compensate me. Boss Tian was instantly honest. When it came to money, he wilted. Fangjin carefully examined Boss Tian's condition and found nothing unusual. This situation is really strange. Suddenly, Fangjin looked like he remembered something. What time does your factory get off? Down. 6 p.m. Are there any draconian rules about leaving early? Boss Tian was silent for a moment. 1,000 deductions for unexcused absences, and 500 deductions for early departures as well as vacations. 500 deductions for taking a vacation? Fangjin scolded. Then is it that no worker sheds leave at all? Basically nothing. Well, that's no wonder. It's become an implicit rule. It only works on factory people. The rest of the factory could leave on their own, but this owner had to be forced to stay. It does seem to indicate one thing though. The rules are starting to get confusing. Chapter 38, Poor Workers. Fangjin looked at the greasy and obese middle-aged man in front of him, and his eyes grew more and more unkind. It's almost vampiric. Why don't you just hang it from a streetlight? don't want this $1,000,000. This kind of person dies as a contribution to society. Boss Tian winced as he vaguely sensed Fang Zhen's intentions, so frightened that he hurriedly cried out, Master, Master, as long as you're willing to save me, I'm willing to pay an extra $1,000,000. But then again, earning money still comes first. One needs money so badly right now. This is something you want to give yourself. I didn't force you, Fang Zhen said. Boss Tian looked sad, but at the moment he really couldn't care less about that. Saving your little life is most important. Boss Tian nervously kept gulping. Master, what should we do now? Is there anyone else in the factory? Fang Zhen asked. There are a dozen more in the operations office. Go to them first. Can we escape if we find them? How is this possible? Fang Zhen said. Now that your factory's haunted situation has escalated, there's a high possibility of casualties, so it's safer to take everyone out. You don't want to see your factory littered with dead people. Boss Tian was still a bit disappointed, but once he heard Fang Zhen say that, he busily nodded. Right. The duo soon arrived at the office. Boss. There were more than 10 desks set up in the operations department office, and the office staff rose to greet Boss Tian when they saw him arrive. Except for the secretary, Li, who was in her 40s. The others were young people who looked to be in their 20s. Boss Tian asked in amazement. Why are you guys so calm? The crowd was confused. There's something to be nervous about. Boss, what's wrong? Secretary Li asked. Boss Tian stammered for a moment. Nothing. He was afraid to say. The haunting would have scared off so many frontline workers. These employees in the operations department. If they also ran away, then you really don't have to do it. Most importantly, these people are paid very low wages, so if you miss out, you won't necessarily find employees willing to accept such low wages in the future. Fang Zhen glanced at Boss Tian. This place is haunted. The situation is very serious. You've most likely all been trapped in the factory. Now you need to cooperate to escape together to go. The crowd was astonished at the words. One of the young men slapped the table and said, Our general manager Tian hasn't even said anything yet. What kind of person are you to come to our factory and talk alarmist and nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out. Fang Zhen frowned. Boss Tian was terrified. This is a lifesaver. He hurriedly scolded the young man loudly. Gu Xinzhong, shut up. How dare you talk to the master like that? Hurry up and apologize to the master. The entire office froze. What's the boss's problem today? The young man named Gu Xinzhong looked aggrieved. Uncle, you're not kidding. I apologize to him? Not kidding you. Boss Tian stepped forward and slapped him hard. This is someone we can't afford to mess with. So hurry up and apologize if you don't want to die. He then wore a fawning smile. Master, this is my nephew, who hasn't seen much of the world and has bumped into you. Turns out it's a connection. No wonder it's so arrogant. I'm sorry. Gu Xinzhong had no choice but to reluctantly apologize. Fang Zhen didn't bother to pursue the matter. You should have heard about the factory being haunted. The dozen or so employees in the office nodded. They heard about it instead. I heard that frontline workers often encounter strange things, but they sit in the office, but never met, so they have not been put on the mind. Think it is the workshop workers deliberately find reasons to be lazy. I'd like to know if anything major happened at your factory 2 years ago, or earlier. Fang Zhen asked. The younger employees shook their heads. None of them have been working long. Not much is known about what happened 2 years ago. Naturally, Boss Tian was puzzled. Master, why 2 years ago? The matter of your factory being haunted has existed for at least 2 years. Fang Zhen said. There is such a thing? You don't know anything about it? Boss Tian is embarrassed, although he is often in the factory, but most of the time in the office to drink tea. About the haunted thing is also a month ago to know. He was rather strange. Why would Fang Zhen know this? Sister Li said thoughtfully. 2 years ago. I seem to remember something. About 2 years ago, a worker's mother was seriously ill and needed $100,000 to save her life. He heard that a lot of money could be paid out if he was injured on the job, so he didn't know which tendon was wrong. Bought a watermelon knife and cut off his hand in the workshop, and took the broken hand to the finance site to ask for money. Fang Zhen asked, what happened after that? Of course you can't pay for this situation. He hurt himself on purpose. It's not like he got hurt because of his job. No one paid any attention to him no matter how he made a fuss. He threw his broken hand away in anger and walked away. Gone? It seems to be intended to go to the police station to make trouble, but the result is because of a missing hand. Riding an electric bicycle cannot control. On the road in a car accident. The whole person was crashed, or full responsibility. His family only get a little bit of humanitarian compensation. Fang Zhen sighed. And a poor man, too. But this man died outside the factory, so it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Car accidents. Factory. There seems to be some connection again. Boss Tian said. I'm a bit impressed by this. I remember that I didn't go to sympathize with his family and give some subsidies later. We're also considered to be benevolent. This, Sister Lee whispered. Boss, this is the program I proposed, but you later vetoed it. You said that he was extortionate and that leaving early violated the factory's regulations, and that he should be fired by rights. So why give the subsidy? Yeah, right? Boss Tian's heart sank. That does sound like something you would say yourself. He craned his head to look carefully at Fangjin. Seeing Fangjin's increasingly unpleasant eyes, he couldn't help but panic. Are there any other major events? Fangjin inquired again. Lee talked about a few more cases, mostly worker injuries, or group fights, disturbances and the like, which had a big impact on the factory, but apparently not enough to birth a rules event. And soon, it was time to leave work. Workers get off at 6, and those of them who sit in offices get off at 5:30. But the boss didn't leave. Naturally, no one dared to leave, except for a certain connection. Gu Xinzhong said impatiently, Uncle, you can go now. We are here to accompany the kid to talk for half a day. We have already given you enough face. I still have a date with a beautiful woman to watch a movie. I have to go first. You kid, what do you mean give me face? Boss Tian was furious. I can't stay and slip away anyway. Gu Xinzhong clocked out of work and ran out of the office at a trot. Before leaving he also glared angrily at Fangjin. Playing God, I have no time for you. I'll just cheat the old man. I advise you to be honest. If you dare to cheat a penny, I'll find someone to get you killed. Boss Tian was scared to death. This brat is crazy. You're killing people. Chapter 39, Where's the broken hand? Inside the office, a group of employees looked at each other in disbelief. Gu Xinzhong is all gone, so can't they go too? Boss Tian was nervous. Master, don't mind. I'll definitely teach this bastard a good lesson when the time comes, but can we leave now or not? The second half of the sentence was his main concern. Right now all he cares about is getting out of here. Who knows? Fangjin said casually, all of you can follow him if you want to go. At these words, the office began to stir. Who wants to work overtime without pay? Being able to get off work certainly makes you want to go right away. Only the secretary, Sister Lee, said very seriously, Mr. Tian has a lot of work to do day in and day out for the factory. He hasn't even left yet. How can we just leave work? The rest of the office sat back down again helplessly. If you want to leave at such a time, you will be noticed by your boss. They're not connected. Naturally, I don't want to take that risk. Boss Tian's expression flickered. He wanted to leave too much, but he was worried about annoying Fangjin. Who knew if Fangjin was saying the opposite? And just then, outside the office, a trembling figure retraced his steps. It was Gu Xinzhong. His face was pale, as if he had suffered some great stimulus. His breathing was very rapid, his hands were cold, and his legs were even more shaky. Yes, I'm sorry, master. I was just a little bit heavy in tone. Not going to the movies? Fangjin glanced over. No, don't look anymore. Not in this lifetime. Gu Xinzhong's voice trembled. Master, you must save us from here. I'm willing to work as an ox for you. The office was dumbfounded. What happened? Unruly and unruly relations. What's with the sudden admission of weakness? What's wrong, Chun? The young employee in the office asked. Gu Xinzhong's expression was ugly. Ghosts, really haunted. As soon as I went out, I saw something that was hard to describe. Anyway, it's even more scary than watching a ghost movie. Don't believe it? You guys go and take a look yourselves. With these words the crowd didn't dare to leave. They all huddled together. Fangjin couldn't find too many clues for the time being, so he asked Boss Tian. I remember that Master Yen had a follower who died in your factory? Yeah, dead. Show me. Ah, me? Or what? I don't know where it is. With a bitter face, Boss Tian could only reluctantly get up. Fangjin said, right, you guys go together. Ha, we're going too. If you're not afraid of the ghosts coming for you after I'm gone, it's okay to stay. The crowd was stunned and got up to hide beside Fangjin. The group trooped out of the office. Maybe it's because of the crowds. The fact that they hadn't encountered anything odd along the way settled the crowd's minds, and they began to speculate whether Gu Xinzhong could have been mistaken. But just then, a lone head rolled helplessly on the floor in the far hallway. It was a very bizarre scene. A few of the female employees screamed in fright. Help! Help! A hoarse cry for help rang out. Fangjin didn't have the heart to say, keep screaming if you're not afraid of attracting the ghosts. But the cries for help persisted. A few moments of hysteria came through. Who's still screaming? Fangjin twisted his head in displeasure, but the people behind him, one by one, covered their mouths and shook their heads desperately. Gu Xinzhong pointed in front of him with a sobbing voice. Master, it seems like he's the one screaming. Fangjin fixed his eyes. The head rolled with difficulty, then righted itself, and was surprisingly alive, with eyes wide, a mouth that opened and closed with difficulty, and a plea for help. Help! Help! Even if Fongjin had already seen many odd scenes, but the scene is still a little too weird a bit. Fonstown was barely acceptable, but the men behind him had already paralyzed one by one, barely able to walk. Master Yan's follower? Fongjin shouted. The head cried out in excitement. It's me! It's me! Save me! I can't believe you're not dead? I don't know. Help! Alright, stop screaming. Fongjin walked forward and grabbed the head's hair and lifted it up. The head grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. Fongjin asked, where did your body go? I was so scared I fainted and didn't see my body when I woke up. The follower rasped. That's troublesome. Can't just sit back and watch. But carrying a living head is more or less beyond the range of normal human tolerance. But why is it that only this follower was attacked? Why the other three are safe? Just happens? What did you do then? Fongjin inquired. The follower gave a quick rundown of what had happened. Fongjin pondered for a while. Boss Tian, the four of you at that time, did you do anything strange? Just things that might have violated the factory's rules. Boss Tian was busy shaking his head. They were scared out of their wits, so how could they dare to do anything? Sister Lee whispered. 4 people? I remember there's a rule that in order to prevent the workers from making trouble, no more than 3 people are allowed to mingle in the workshop corridor, and if they are found, they will be fined. And at the moment, they were indeed in the hallway outside the workshop. The words just fell. The hallway dimmed at once. Not far away. The exit grew farther and farther away, seemingly never to be touched. An eerie black shadow floated on the wall, as if it was about to burrow out at any moment. Here we go again. Here we go again. Boss Tian got excited. That's what it looked like at the time. Fongjin snapped. Spread out. All spread out. Don't crowd together. The man behind him was scared out of his wits. Ghosts. Ghosts. I can't believe there really are ghosts. Everyone was lost in shock. Although they also heard Fongjin's words and hurriedly dispersed, the more tense they were, the more likely they were to mess up. And with the fear in their hearts, they subconsciously tried to squeeze towards the others. So much so that it was slow to really spread out. And the walls. A single dark shadow had slowly drilled out. If you look closely, it was possible to see that these black shadows were all mutilated. Some missing hands, some missing feet, some missing heads. Except that under the distortion, it was not really easy to see. This caused the hearts of the crowd, who were already panicked, to break down more and more. What broken rules? Fongjin cursed in exasperation. Then a bizarre flame rose in his hand, flowing like a black liquid, glowing with coldness and blazing heat, very mysterious and unpredictable. Fongjin didn't hesitate to press his hands against the wall. The strange flames defied gravity and stretched quickly across the walls, while the black shadows in the walls came into contact with the flames and one by one, they wailed and screamed, then shattered and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The hallway lights came back on again. All the weirdness disappeared without a trace. Saved. The crowd cried tears of joy and embraced. Fongjin didn't have the heart to say, I've told you to separate. How dare you hug together? The crowd dispersed hastily. Don't dare get together again at all. At this moment, their eyes changed as they looked at Fongjin. Without seeing it with your own eyes, you naturally won't have a true sense of what it's like. This master looks young, but really has some serious skills. I can't believe the ghost was destroyed so easily. Luckily they followed it out. If the guru is not around, they ran into this. The consequences are simply too much to contemplate. Thank you, master, for saving my life. The crowd hurriedly thanked one by one. There are even young female employees who can't help but send out hookups. Master, is it okay for 2 people to get together? Can I walk with you? People are too scared. Their legs are soft. The male employee cursed the shamelessness in his mind, but didn't dare say anything more. Fongjin, on the other hand, had a cold face. Stay where you are if your legs are weak. You can stop if you can't walk. The female employee who spoke had a resigned look on her face. But where dare you really stay? We can only follow the army in the same way. Boss Tian was filled with trepidation. Master, what exactly should we do? Simple. Find out the source. I already have a bit of a clue. Now the question is, do any of you know where the severed hand that the worker cut off in the first place is? Fongjin asked. Break your hand? The crowd was creeped out. Is that broken hand still in the factory? No way. Chapter 40, Model Enterprises. Break a hand. Fongjin could basically conclude that this was where the source was. The young people in the office were bewildered. They basically hadn't experienced the events of 2 years ago. Looking for that for what? Boss Tian asked in a small voice. Fongjin said, that goes without saying, to save your life. Boss Tian hurriedly turned his head to ask Sister Lee. Ah Ali, Think quickly. Where is that broken hand? This is not something I handled either. Sister Lee also had an anxious look on her face. At that time, the factory was in chaos, and the workers in the workshop were all causing trouble. No one paid attention to where the severed hand was. Fong Jin said, things like this shouldn't be thrown around casually. After all, it's weirdly scary, and as long as it's handled properly, it might be able to be picked back up again. As if she remembered something, Lee said excitedly, yes, I remember. A worker took it away and said he was going to the cafeteria to get ice to freeze it so he could reattach it. Workers in factories are naturally no strangers to this sort of thing, because assembly line work is more or less dangerous. Then it's probably in the kitchen. Fong Jin said. The group hurriedly left the workshop corridor and headed towards the location of the cafeteria on the first floor. The cafeteria was empty. Enough for a couple thousand positions. It is only because of the shutdown that the cafeteria staff has also been temporarily demobilized. The lights seem to be broken. Gu Xinzhong switched the buttons a few times and found the cafeteria pitch black. The crowd had to all turn on their cell phone flashlights and look for the back kitchen freezer. Freezers are not hard to find. Naturally. Open the freezer all the way and look for if the severed hand is hidden in some corner. Fong Jin said slowly. The crowd looks sad and carefully opens the freezer. They're panicking. After all, a bloody severed hand was still scary if it actually appeared in front of you. Soon the freezers were all searched. The results were somewhat unexpected. No luck. Master, what if I can't find it? Boss Tian asked. Fong Jin frowned. Right. If it did become the source, the carrier of the black spot, how could it lie quietly in the freezer? That's troublesome. Square Town is inexperienced. Not sure how to handle this situation. Fong Jin murmured, then looked at Boss Tian, pondering, and immediately asked the others, other than today, have none of you encountered anything haunted? The crowd was busy nodding. Yes, there hasn't been any. I'm often bored wandering around the factory. Just today is particularly hellish. Gu Xinzhong hurriedly replied, wanting to prove his worth. Fong Jin nodded. Boss Tian, how long has it been since you've been here? It's been, like, a few months. Boss Tian said, the first 2 times I came in the car was crashed. I had to deal with the repair of the car. Did not enter the factory at all. That's right. Fong Jin flashed a smile. Found the problem. Master, you have a thought? Boss Tian was somewhat elated. Fong Jin smiled and said, there. In the next moment, Fong Jin commanded the crowd to evacuate the cafeteria, but left Boss Tian alone. Don't. Master, don't leave me alone. Boss Tian let out a pig-killing squeal and desperately followed. Fong Jin was not pleased. Go up and hold him down for me. As soon as I heard that, the crowd of employees came on strong. You don't get many good opportunities like this. They swarmed up to Boss Tian and held him down, then tied him to a stool with a kitchen rope. An action Gu Xinzhong did most vigorously and was even full of excitement. You this? I am your uncle. Ah. Boss Tian wailed. Gu Xinzhong had an innocent look on his face. This is master's order. It has nothing to do with me. The only person in the room who didn't make a move was the secretary. Sister Lee. Soon, Boss Tian was tied up. The crowd retreated. Boss Tian had the strength to wail at first. The dim silence of the cafeteria soon had him too scared to make a sound. The cafeteria is getting darker and darker. Slowly, I don't know where the messy footsteps came from. Somewhat heavy, like muffled drums, constantly beating on Boss Tian's heart. Master? You guys don't scare me. Boss Tian struggled to keep his eyes wide open. He seemed to see a behemoth approaching. The light is dim and fuzzy. Only a few slender shadows could be vaguely seen shifting about. When the behemoth approached, Boss Tian was so scared that his body was freezing cold, and his whole body was about to faint to death. And all of those wiggling things turned out to be hands. That behemoth turned out to be something formed by squeezing limbs and broken arms together. Bloody and disgusting to look at. The screams resounded throughout the cafeteria. And outside the cafeteria, a crowd of people shuddered in fear of what was happening. But they didn't even dare to look. The head of that follower in Fong Jin's hand stared wide-eyed and gritted his teeth. I see it. My body is inside. See this scene. Fontainebleau is basically confirmed as well. It is true that it is because of Mr. Tian's appearance that the haunted incident occurs. That's odd. The rules event is actually targeting someone. Is it hard to believe that the source actually has a will of its own? Is this rules incident actually out of control? The second of the 3 guidelines. Don't fetishize any experience. Not to mention the barren experience of Fong Town. So Fong Jin no longer thought much about it and directly stood out. Both his hands lit up with weird flames. Hey, almost. This is bait. Not food for you. In the next moment, the 2 black flames instantly flew out. The massive flesh and blood creature had nowhere to hide, and was instantly struck. The flames spraying over its body like asphalt. unable to get rid of it, even to the point of burrowing into it. It shuddered in agony. The broken arms and legs on his body were actually clattering down. Why? Why did you stop me? A scream came out from inside the monster. He deserves to die. This black-hearted boss. This vampire. He deserves to die. Fangjin was slightly surprised that something wasn't right. Is it not the source? Rather, it's a loophole. Never mind. It has to be fixed anyway. Fangjin rushed forward, and the flesh and blood monster violently turned around, its two mutilated arms spreading out, the bloody holes in its palms resembling two bloody eyes. Why? Why did you stop me? The monster agonized. Strange flames kept surging out of Fangjin's palm and blocked in front of the monster. I don't know if you can understand, but your existence has already brought danger to many innocent people. I didn't want to. The monster's voice was unusually dull. Immediately after, a pale and powerless arm, slowly rising from the monster's body. Some ice ballast could still be vaguely seen, and the arm's severed mouth was surprisingly open and closed, making a sound. The scene could literally scare a person's soul out of the nine heavens. It's your own fault. I just want to kill the black-hearted boss. Fangjin stared at the arm. This is it. Source. Found it. Only that's nothing like what Bai Ming said. A broken arm can actually be the source. The sources should all be out of control as a matter of course. But it clearly didn't. If faced with a monster that had lost its mind, Fangjin could strike without hesitation. But how do you count this stuff? Boss Tian didn't know where he got the courage at the moment and said angrily, "Who said I'm a black-hearted boss? When have I ever treated you guys poorly? What gives you the right to kill me?" The monster's eyes stared at Boss Tian. "All these years, you've never raised your salary. How to raise it? Do you understand?" Boss Tian shouted. "Our factory is a model enterprise in the area. If we raise wages, what about the other factories? They'll be forced to raise wages too. It'll kill those small factories." Fangjin really didn't expect it. I can't believe someone could say that in such a crowning manner. Chapter 41, The Vampire is Still Alive. The monster's sanity was clearly not capable of handling such complexity. Its body trembled continuously. Seems to be struggling. As soon as he spoke of these things, Boss Tian seemed to have dissipated much of his inner fear of monsters. He shouted, "I donate tens of millions of dollars to major foundations every year, and all this money is used to subsidize the really poor. Would a black-hearted boss do such a thing? All you guys know is to raise your wages, but you don't realize that I've been helping people who are even poorer than you." The monster's body shook. Surprisingly, there were a few signs of rout. The severed hand that carries the source is surprisingly fragile. At this time, Sister Lee, the secretary who had not dared to peek outside the cafeteria, bravely stood out. "That's right. Our boss is actually not as black-hearted and money-grubbing as you guys think. You've all got it wrong. Mr. Tian is a real people's entrepreneur." It was obvious that she was truly loyal to Boss Tian. No wonder it's been kept around by Boss Tian, who expected that once these words came out, the monster's body unexpectedly solidified a lot more with the naked eye, and it let out a deafening roar as it rushed over towards Sister Lee like a madman. What's going on here?" Boss Tian was in a state of confusion. Fangjin said, "What else could it be? Labor thieves are more hateful than black-hearted bosses. Haven't you heard this truth?" Boss Tian wanted to retort. However, Fangjin's next sentence caused him to break out in a cold sweat. The whole thing shivered in disbelief. Those crowning words need not be said again. Otherwise I'm afraid I really can't help but throw you to the monsters. What donations? It's okay to fool the delirious monsters. Donating to the foundation is nothing more than a way to evade taxes. Fangjin said in a cold voice. Dropping this sentence, Fangjin ran towards the monster, though he despised Boss Tian a million times over. But not a reason to turn a blind eye to monsters doing evil. This rules event is wacky. At the dividing line between phases 1 and 2, the monster is also on the verge of losing control. I'm afraid a lot of people will die if we leave it alone. Fangjin once again cast Ghostfire. The flames spread out like liquid and entangled the flesh and blood monster, not only making it abnormally slow, but also causing the flesh and blood on its body to continuously fall off. Why? Why did you stop me? I didn't do anything wrong. The flesh and blood monster roared as its body began to bulge violently for some unknown reason. And those disintegrated limbs and broken arms actually wriggled over as if they were alive and merged back into his body. The monster grew more and more terrifying, and even the shadows under its feet seemed to possess life force. The broken limbs and arms gathered into a huge palm and slapped down heavily towards Fangjin. Not good. Fangjin wanted to unleash his ability to modify memories, but it failed. Obviously, once flames did not touch the true core. What to do about it? With a jolt, he seemed to return to that blackened space of consciousness. Good dire. What's the matter? Ran into trouble? Huang Jingxin asked with a smile. Being locked up in the space of his consciousness, it's not really him anymore. Rather, it relies on the existence of a memory of Fangjin consciousness. so the Huangjing Xin in front of him can be regarded as the person in the memory of Fangjin. Of course, the issue of the truth or falsehood of the memory. For the time being, there is not a definitive conclusion. Fangjin didn't have the heart to say, "It's almost dead, so you're satisfied. If you die, I'm gone. So what do I have to be satisfied with?" Huang Jingxin innocently said. Fangjin said, "You can't solve that monster with your abilities, which has the invincible ability. You can't use your brain more. The ability also needs to be developed and utilized. A sword in the hands of the swordsman can be 1 against 10, but in your hands, but can't hit people. Is it the sword's problem? Besides, have you forgotten what your true ability is?" Fangjin woke up like a dream. Yeah, their own true abilities. By the way, since you're just a memory, is this me talking to you, or am I talking to myself? Fangjin issued a soul query. Huang Jingxin smiled and said, "I don't know." The huge palm fell. Fangjin lifted his hands upwards, creating a mysterious and inexplicable suction force, and the severed limbs and stumps that came into contact with him unexpectedly disappeared with the naked eye, as if they had been completely erased by some force. This is where his true power belongs. Class A capability. Incarceration. In the next moment, Fangjin's palm was once again flooded with violent ghost fire. Only this time it was not simply thrown out. The black flames boiled and scorched as if they had transformed into 2 blades climbing onto Fangjin's arms as he walked forward. His arms swinging and chopping like twin swords, crumbling wherever he went. The huge flesh and blood monster's body was forcefully cut open, and Fangjin truly saw the severed arm hidden within. In the next moment, the bizarre flames coalesced into substance and heavily stabbed at the broken arm. Modify the memory. Ability to launch. You've killed the Blackheart boss. It's all over. Fangjin did not hesitate to modify the memory of the broken arm. The flesh and blood monster suddenly froze, and then the arms and legs on its body fell down one by one powerlessly, and its huge body collapsed and quickly disintegrated. Snap. Blood spurts. Finally, the broken arm slowly fell to the ground, bloodless. Gradually it paled. A wisp of black gas burrowed out of the flesh and blood and collapsed into the cafeteria. I can't believe it worked out like that. So simple. Fangjin thought carefully. It's not really that simple. If it were any other awakened, it would have been a no-brainer to completely break down the external defenses. Modifying memories, moreover, can directly cause their obsessions to dissipate. The two together make it possible to so quickly resolve a not-so-difficult source of rules events. In the space of consciousness, Huang Jingxin looked at the pile of severed arms and legs that had inexplicably appeared, his face turning blue with fear. What are you doing? What's the point of locking this kind of thing in? Throw it out quickly. Help! Such a small place. You want to diaphragm me to death. Then it can't be helped. You're the one who told me to use my abilities. Fangjin laughed. This is sort of my gift to you. After all, it's too boring for you to be here alone. Asshole, gift your ass. Take it away. Call me what? Righteous father. Righteous father, okay? Hurry up and take it away. All right. Fangjin's mind moved, and these severed limbs and arms converged together, piecing together the appearance of a scarecrow, standing silently in the corner, seemingly standing guard. With this look, Huang Jingxin could barely accept it for a bit. It wasn't that Fangjin liked the creepy stuff. Rather, he discovered something. One seems to have seemingly gained an additional ability because of the incarceration of these things. As it is, of course you can't just throw it away. At this point, Boss Tian was sweating profusely, but he still tried to squeeze out a smile and complimented. Master, you are really powerful. Is the ghost completely solved now? Then can you let go of me first? The ghost is solved, but there's still one thing left. What is it? You, me? Fangjin walked to Boss Tian's side, grabbed his arm, and with a gentle pick, he actually directly removed the arm. The monster is gone, but the vampire is still here. I'm thinking about whether or not to deal with it together. Boss Tian's pupils shrunk violently. Scared to death, master. I'm wrong. I'll never dare again. I promise never to be a black-hearted boss again. Raise wages. I will definitely raise wages for the workers. It's not that you know it's wrong. You're just afraid to die. Fangjin Bing said coldly. Chapter 42. You don't know pain until the knife falls on your own head. Fangjin thought that his ability was definitely more than just imprisonment. You'll have to work on your own abilities if you get a chance. But at the moment, Fangjin cared more about what to do with the black-hearted boss. Master, whatever you want. Don't kill me. Boss Tian screamed miserably. I'll give you money. 2 million isn't enough. I'll give you 5 million. No, 10 million. How can I use my ability to just extort? Wouldn't that be no different from someone like you? Fangjin said with dissatisfaction. The town of ethics still has that. But then Boss Tian was desperate. You just blackmail. It's okay. Feel free to knock. Don't be a square. watching with his own eyes as Fong Jin casually removed his own arm. I'm afraid that this is going to be a nightmare for Boss Tian for a long time. In his heart, Fong Jin's terrifying degree has been directly comparable to a severe ghost. And naturally, the other dozen or so employees were scared silly when they saw the scene. They even suspected that Fong Jin had been possessed by a malicious spirit. How else could you do such a horrible thing? Don't hurt our Mr. Tian. Sister Lee gathered her courage and said with a trembling voice, it's already not easy for him, running such a big factory. Of course he can't do everything. We have to believe in Mr. Tian. Mr. Tian can lead us to a better tomorrow. Fong Jin at this moment kind of understood why everyone hated the labor thieves so much. You guys think so too? Fong Jin looked to the other group. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. As you can see, there is still salvation for this group of young people. Fong Jin flicked his fingertips and a small ball of ghost fire landed on Sister Lee. Ability to launch. Memory modification. Your factory fired a large number of old employees in order to cut down on expenses, including you. Congratulations, you're fired, Fong Jin said indifferently. Sister Lee was bewildered for a moment, then stared at Boss Tian dead in the face and cursed. Surname Tian, are you going to be shameless? My old lady has been with you for 20 years, and now you're laying me off. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Alright, you can go now. Fong Jin waved his hand. Sister Lee gave Boss Tian another hard stinking scolding, then gritted her teeth and left. Before leaving, she also said to the other employees, you guys also escape as early as possible. There is no hope here. This mother ********* ing boss, do all the bad things, sooner or later, we'll have to go to jail. Be careful of you guys to get caught in the fallout. After saying that, Lee left with hatred. See, you only know pain when the knife falls on your own head. Fong Jin shook his head. No matter how well it's said, once you involve yourself, it's still the same. A labor thief is a villain who only cares about immediate gain. The sky is the limit when it comes to persuading people to be generous. Fong Jin looked at Boss Tian immediately afterward. Your turn. He didn't wait for Boss Tian to beg for mercy before he unleashed his ability once again. Memory modification. You were attacked by a monster and lost your arm. After going through this big change, you finally realized how despicable and shameless you were once, and that heaven's justice and retribution are the same. From now on, you learned from your pain and decided to treat the workers well, and decided to take the money to really do some good deeds, Fong Jin said. The trepidation on Boss Tian's face came to an abrupt end, gradually becoming confused before clearing up again. He revealed a look of cleansing after the robbery. Master, thank you for saving me. After this incident, I finally understand that money is bull **********. There are so many things more important than money. Just so you understand, please give me more money. He nodded heavily. No problem. The money can only help more people when it's in your hands. Master. The rest of the staff was stunned. This master is truly a man of God. The means are divine. Unbelievable. Master, you've worked too hard. I'll immediately arrange for a banquet and sauna so that you can have a good rest. Gu Xinzhong hurriedly went up and shushed him. Do you still need a follower? I'll do anything. Fong Jin shook his head. No need. You have to have someone behind you. Otherwise it's too hard to do everything yourself. I'm a person who can't do anything else, but my ability to do things is absolutely awesome. You see, I'm very active when I tie up my uncle. Fong Jin was too lazy to dwell on it and simply unleashed his ability, deleting the memories of his ability in the other party's brain. At the same time, the memories of a dozen other employees were modified along the way. But speaking of followers, Fong Jin looked to the side of the head. Master Yan's follower looked at Fong Jin pitifully at this moment. Higher person, save me. It's lucky that you met me, or else you'd be finished. Fong Jin pieced together a headless body from the broken limbs. He then used his ability to put the heel head up. The follower was filled with ecstasy. He touched himself up and down. It feels good to have a body. Suddenly he realized that something was wrong and said weakly, Gao Ran. It seems to be misspelled. One of the legs is not mine. Yeah? Then I'll take it down for you. This is better. The follower shook his head in a hurry. This is so scary. He really didn't want to go through that again. It would have worked anyway. It was just a little weird inside. After settling everything, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. The haunting is over. A group of people were very fawning to Fong Jin, flanking him all the way back to the office. Boss Tian had a righteous face. Master, you come with me. I'll fetch the money for you right away. Banks are closed at night, aren't they? Fong Jin asked. I have cash at my house. Sure enough, it's a big dog household, and the family actually has $2 million in cash on hand, and I don't know how many other things of value there must be. This Mr. Tian, his worth is estimated to be several $100 million anyhow. No, just go fetch it for me. and get me a mask and hat on the way. Feng Zhen said. He's in a sensitive position. It's best not to run around, exposed to surveillance. It might be found. Boss Tian was busy nodding his head. Then he immediately went out. He was very nervous as he arrived at the gate and gathered his courage to walk out. Very smooth. There was no blockage. Fortunately, it's finally over. The factory can start working. Boss Tian was in a good mood. Having to pay $2 million right away didn't seem to be much of a heartache for him. He came to the door and saw the security guard. Old Chen Ah, is the work hard? Mr. Tian. The security master hurriedly got up and saluted. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. It's too hard for you to stand guard alone. I've decided to recruit a few more people to share the pressure, so that we can also better protect the factory's security. What do you think? The security guard was shocked. Mr. Tian, you're not going to fire me, are you? How could it be? I still have to keep my promise. From now on, you will be the captain of the security team. The salary is 10,000 per month. And if you guys perform well, there will be another commendation. Do a good job. I won't treat you badly. Boss Tian smiled and left. Even the obese body seemed lighter. The security master looked at Mr. Tian's back in confusion. Is this a change of heart? How it's changed so much. Chapter 43, Prey and Hunter? In a high-end neighborhood. The streetlights are on. Master Yen was using the latest model of trifold cell phone and looked grave. Third brother. I met a young man who seems to be an awakened as well. Yes, with special abilities, just like the big shots in the organization. I forget the exact name, but it's young, looking like he's 18 or 19. Looked like a fledgling. To actually steal business from me, maybe it hasn't been long since it was awakened. It must not have any organization yet. Third brother, am I considered meritorious for reporting this information? A muffled voice came from the other end of the line. If it's really confirmed that it's a wild awakened, then you'll definitely have credits. And when you've saved up enough credits, I'll apply to help you awaken your abilities, and you'll be able to join the organization as well. These words made Master Yen happy. Fine. Thanks a lot, Sango. Master Yen then hung up the phone. The Sango he was talking to on the phone was from a mysterious organization of people. An organization that was either non-rich, big shots or awakened people with incredible mystical powers. If he was able to join them, this network alone would be enough for him to be honored for the rest of his life. Of course, it was the awakening ability that most moved him. As a fake feng shui master, he was very envious of people with extraordinary abilities. So he's been working for the organization. I hope that one day, if I save up enough merit, I will be accepted and become an awakened person. How's it going, Master? Another follower asked. Master Yen nodded. It's done. If I join the organization, I will also find a way to help you get in as well. The follower was ecstatic. Thank you, Master. All right, go back and rest. Yes. After dismissing his followers, Master Yen then entered the neighborhood and then returned to his home, which was a small villa of more than 200 square feet. The market price alone was more than $8 million, not to mention the decoration. That's if he contributes the bulk of the money he earns to the organization. It shows how much money he makes as an imposter feng shui master. Why is it so dark? Where are the people? Master Yen muttered something disgruntled, then fumbled with the switch. He's keeping a college girl in the house. It's only logical to be at home at this time of year. Snap. The switch is pressed. The lights in the house were not turned on. A power outage? It can't be. Irritated, Master Yen took out his cell phone and prepared to call the property. Suddenly, he felt a chill coming from behind him. A tremor ran through him. What's going on? I'm closed. He turned back with difficulty, and to his surprise, a lone human head emerged in the darkened room, the silhouette looking familiar for a few moments. Master, I died a horrible death. The human head let out a guttural, low howl. Master Yen was so scared that he paralyzed on the ground. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Why? Leaving me? I'm down to one head. So miserable. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Master Yen was busy kneeling and kowtowing. The look is as lousy as it gets. At this point, snap, the lights in the room came on. The follower stood intact, just wearing a plain black jacket that looked like only a head in the darkness. And around him, a man wearing a hat and mask was sitting leisurely on the sofa. Alright, out of breath enough? Enough is enough. Thanks to the higher power. The follower's face was grateful. He has a lot of resentment towards Master Yen. I can't believe I just left myself and ran away. Now it's finally pissed off. You're not dead? Master Yen was shocked. He clearly saw this follower's head fall off. The follower grunted. It's thanks to this high person saving me. Otherwise I'd still be counting money for you when I die. Okay, you should go. Yes. follow the class and leave. Master Yen, on the other hand, stared at Fangjin with incomparable shock. Even the dead can be saved? That's too good to be true. Master Yen, it's time to pay back the money you owe me. Fangjin took off his mask and said indifferently. Master Yen had a jolt. Return? Of course. I just came back to get the money. I didn't expect that you, higher power, came in person. Fangjin snorted. Finding yourself so late. The other guy didn't have half the intention of taking the money. Master Yen hurriedly ran into the room, opened the safe, and took out a large sum of cash and 4 or 5 gold bars. Gao run. Gao run. These gold bars and cash. Definitely more than $1,800,000. All belong to you. Whoa, I remember you still have quite a bit of money in your balance. Fangjin said in a cold voice. At that time, you said you only had $1 million in savings. What did I say? Master Yan's heart went cold. Oops, forgot about that. Fangjin said. Not only did you lie to me, but you also planned to renege on my debt, and even called and leaked my whereabouts. What would you do if you were me? Master Yan's head was filled with cold sweat. It's over. It's over. This kid looks young, but this aggressiveness can be really scary. Just then, the door of the house was suddenly opened, and a man who looked to be in his 30s walked in, with a country face and thick eyebrows, but a few hints of hostility were clearly visible on his face. Kid, you dare to touch any of my people? The man said in a deep voice. Master Yen was overjoyed at the sight. Third brother, you're here. The man was his third brother on the phone. The name is Zhao San. Happened to be in the neighborhood. Wanted to come over to find you to talk about the newborn awakened person. Didn't expect to meet up so coincidentally. Zhao San looked Fangjin up and down. Sure is young. Kid, it hasn't been long since you first awakened your ability. The other party sized up Fangjin at the same time. Fangjin was also sizing up his opponent. This person had an aura that was very similar to Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. That's right. Also the awakened. I just don't know what the ability is. Fangjin calmly said. So what if it is? Yes is right. Zhao San laughed fiercely. I'll teach you one thing today. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of good luck in obtaining extraordinary abilities, you'll have no one in your sight and think highly of yourself. In the eyes of others, you might just be a tasty little lamb. The next moment, Sango took out a small dagger from her waist. The dagger was bright and shining with a cold light. Master Yen was overwhelmed with excitement. It's coming. Phew. Only to see Zhao San's figure flashing, unexpectedly disappeared in place, as if a gust of wind had blown by. Fangjin felt a pain in his chest. His chest unexpectedly had an additional bloody gash. His clothes slashed, his skin and flesh flared out, and blood continuously flowed out. Only the blood was a thick black color and looked odd. And Zhao San reappeared again. His dagger stained with black blood. Is it poisoned? Why is it black blood? Zhao San was a little confused, but it didn't matter. Fangjin stared at Zhao San. So fast. His ability. Is it speed? Zhao San looked at Fangjin with a cold smile. I'm a B-class ability, extreme speed. Now get it. Killing you is very simple. It only takes a thought. Fangjin frowned. I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to kill me? Indeed a fledgling. Zhao San was incomparably contemptuous. All awakened have power belonging to the rules in their bodies. This power, which can be devoured, can even propel the ability to advance. This matter was not mentioned by Bai Ming or Chu Xiaoyuan. Fangjin naturally didn't know either. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Swallowing the power of other awakened can propel one's ability to advance? Wouldn't that be a prey and hunter relationship between all awakened ones? Chapter 44, The Dark Forest? There is a potential hunting relationship between all awakened people, if there are no constraints. I'm afraid it's really going to be a mess. It's a descent into the Dark Forest laws, where even if you don't have any desire to do harm, you have to watch out for everyone because there's no guarantee that someone will try to harm you. Enhance your awakening abilities. Fangjin understood it well. This stuff is so tempting. So, you're trying to eat me? Fangjin's face sank. Zhao San blandly said. Don't worry, I won't get you killed right away. There are limits to the devouring rule ability. Your ability and mine are obviously not of the same type, but it doesn't matter. You're still valuable. I can use you to exchange for a prey that suits me, because of this hunting relationship that exists between the awakened. So for the sake of your own life, often, they choose to join an awakened organization. A wild, newly awakened awakener. Very good value, because of weak resistance. No background yet. Don't worry about inviting any trouble. Fangjin's brows furrowed as he instantly realized his value. Isn't this the meat of the dawn? One still knew too little about the world of the awakened. I advise you to be honest and tie your hands. Getting blood everywhere is troublesome to clean up and you will suffer a lot unnecessarily. Zhao San said sorrowfully. The last awakened who resisted was only honest when I chopped off his hands and feet. And he was a human stick for 3 days for nothing before he died. Tell me how painful it is to die. Fong Jin's gaze went cold. This guy, he's done a lot of this kind of stuff. What a? It's not just human trafficking. You deserve to die. Fong Jin couldn't help but rage. Zhao San was unimpressed. It seems you're still not clear about your situation. The next moment, he disappeared again. Lingering cold light flashed around Fong Jin. Totally unresponsive. Fong Jin's right arm was cut open by the dagger. Blood flowed. The wound was so deep that the bones could almost be seen. The intense pain made Fong Jin suck in cool air. It really can't be defended. As soon as there was any movement, the right arm began to ache violently. It's almost half ruined. Fong Jin was alarmed. This ability, without an effective counter ability, is virtually insurmountable. Still not using your ability? If you die, you won't have a chance. Zhao San looked like he was looking at a hamster scurrying in a cage with a teasing face, as if the person in front of him was already a turtle in a jar. Fong Jin also did not dare to be careless and immediately exerted his ability. The bizarre flame ignited from his left hand and then quickly shot out. Stupid! How is this going to hit me? Zhao San's figure flickered, easily dodged. The strange black fire fell on the wall and spread like running water for a long time. Strange flames? It looks like it's a strong yin system ability. Mental power condensed into a special attack. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me, but this kind is worth a lot of money. Zhao San revealed a joyful smile. His figure disappeared once again and sped towards Fong Jin. Only a blurry shadow could be seen. Seeing this, Fong Jin did not hesitate to ignite a flame in his palm, and then shot towards the ground. The black flame spread rapidly towards the surrounding area. Hot and cold. For a time, within 3 meters of the surrounding area were all flames. I'll go. Zhao San hurriedly stopped his stance and took a few steps back in fear. Something like this beyond perception. He wouldn't dare touch it. Maybe the power is very scary. He has extreme speed though. But the flesh is actually very fragile. Just a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Very clever knowing to use this method to force me to be unable to approach. Zhao San applauded. Somewhat appreciative. This kind of utilization is not bad. It's considered an introduction. Fong Jin body burning with black flame, as if coalesced into a strange armor. Liquid flame constantly overflowing outward, such as lifelike wriggling climbing spread out. He seems to be like a monster revived in the ghost domain at this moment. That look was pretty amazing. Get out of here. Fong Jin drank coldly. Zhao San's smile tightened and he said indifferently, you think you're invincible like this? Dare to talk to me like that? A newly awakened ability user. Unleashing your abilities recklessly like this. How long can you last? I would say no more than 10 seconds at the most. The more senior the awakened, the more they knew how to distribute their physical strength. And it also strengthens itself in various ways. Even with the same ability, the power exerted by different awakened people was vastly different. Fong Jin frowned. Sure enough, he was feeling a little tired after only a few seconds. Physical exertion is huge. It's holding up a bit though. Zhao San stared at Fong Jin and mumbled 10 times in his mind. A few moments of surprise appeared in his eyes. How come it hadn't just ended yet? Could it be that this kid was some kind of senior awakened? It can't be. Obviously looked like a rookie. Fong Jin also knew that it wasn't good to continue like this, and immediately turned around and prepared to flee. But how could Zhao San let go of this piece of meat and potatoes? And without hesitation, he chased out. In upscale neighborhoods, a huge ball of weird black fire was burning and rolling. It drew a lot of people to open their windows to check it out. Holy, what is this? Is there a monster? Where is the property? Where is the security guard? Come and take care of it. What do we pay so much property fee for? Get a shot of it. It might make the headlines. Some were in fear, but many more were curious and grabbed their cell phones and clicked away. The age of peace. Anything odd and strange will get everyone's attention. Of course, they could only capture a black, bizarre flame and couldn't see what exactly was in the flame, much less Zhao San, who was moving at an extremely fast speed. Fong Jin didn't want to be seen, so he rushed straight into the underground garage. Idiot, escaping here? This isn't killing yourself. Where else can you escape to? Zhao San leisurely chased after him, mocking unmercifully, but he was also a little alarmed. This kid, it's been almost a minute since he unleashed the flames at full force. Physical strength is so good. Or maybe it was because the person's ability level was so high that just the unusual performance was amazing enough? If so, that's a big deal. Could it be that the first awakening was above level B, or even level A? It would be astonishing if it really reached level A. This kind of awakened person is required to be registered with the state, and any important action must be reported. Once found to be deliberately hiding from the state, in serious cases, it can be considered as treason. If it's really an A class, it's priceless in Blackstone. It must be captured alive. Zhao San was excited. Luckily it's a hatchling. Otherwise I might not be able to deal with it. Immediately afterward, he kept teasing like a cat catching a mouse, seducing Fangjin to unleash his powers. A few minutes later, Fangjin was obviously growing tired. The flame on his body gradually weakened, and even looked like it would go out at any time. You, get out of my way. Fangjin stumbled, his entire body not having much spirit. Zhao San threw up the dagger, then caught it steadily. I can't afford to leave you, kid, the flames are running out. Then you're done for. Seeing Fangjin's strength running out, Zhao San finally couldn't help himself and cast his ability to charge up. This time, his target was Fangjin's other hand. Just waste both hands. Should be no threat at all. Pust. The dagger stabbed into Fangjin's wrist. Blood spurts. Zhao San was about to leave with the same old trick, when suddenly Fangjin turned his wrist heavily, hardening the dagger and jamming it into his own wrist. The intense pain caused Fangjin's entire face to distort for a moment. Zhao San was stunned, his movements noticeably slowing down by a few points. He's never been in this situation before. The instinct for pain only causes one to shudder as well as flee. How could anyone actively sabotage their own wounds? Got you. Fangjin followed the dagger, flipped his hand and grabbed Zhao San forcefully, then pressed his entire body up. Zhao San was shocked. He still has the strength. Zhao San subconsciously unleashed his ability, wanting to quickly leave, when suddenly, he stumbled, and a powerful and irresistible sense of weightlessness enveloped him. He fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? Zhao San looked down in horror. He saw his right leg had disappeared at some point. Chapter 45 Clubs. Zhao San cried out in fear. He's been awakening for a long time though, but it's rare to actually take the initiative to resolve rule events, so it's not like I've actually seen a lot of weird stuff, and most of it has been dealing with awakened people. At the moment a leg suddenly disappeared, and there's no pain. It's just too weird. One might even say appalling. Fangjin was, at this moment, covered in dark, bloody water, and his wrist, which had been pierced by the dagger, was constantly dripping blood, which was quite shocking. The most shocking thing would still be that he was clutching a leg in his hand. It's hard to take off from Jozo. You run. Why don't you run? Fangjin's face didn't have much blood color, and his wounds were even more painful as he frowned and sucked in air, but his eyes revealed a few sneers. It's the only way to catch the other side. Fortunately, he succeeded. Zhao San tried to get up, but the weightlessness was too hard to adjust to, and he fell with a flutter. He stared at Fangjin dead in the face. You, how did you do that? It's impossible. You have a second ability. How can you have a second ability? An awakened person capable of awakening two abilities. It can be considered extremely rare. I've heard that some people can use special methods to make themselves awaken a second ability again, but it's also rare. Anyway, Zhao San has never seen it, so of course Zhao San wouldn't bother to beware of such things. Guessed correctly, but unfortunately there is no reward. Fangjin walked slowly. You said that the last awakened you hunted was cut off and made into a human stick. How about I let you taste that feeling as well? And as it happens, I really do have that ability. Zhao San was creeped out. He wanted to struggle, but the fight couldn't stand. He couldn't even activate his powers. Then, he watched as Fangjin grabbed his other leg. It was easy to pick off. It's like picking an apple that's ripe to the core. No, don't. You can't do this to me. Zhao San wailed. I'm from the 0 Point Club, and there are many powerful awakened in the club. If you kill me, the people in the club won't let you go. Club? Fangjin shook his head. Never heard of it. He then removed one of Zhao San's hands. Zhao San broke down even more. He forgot that the man in front of him was a rookie. The club is a spontaneous organization formed by civil awakened people. We are mutually beneficial and do not allow internal killing. If someone hunts our club members, the club will fight back. Zhao San shouted. You don't have the protection of the organization. Once you move me, you've broken the rules and you're dead. What kind of reasoning is this? I can't even act in self-defense. Fangjin cursed. Zhao San said with difficulty. Neither can I. This is the unspoken rule between our clubs. This is equivalent to forcing wild awakened people to have to join an organization. It's also kind of good for unity and management. The state is tacitly approving of this sort of thing. Otherwise unfettered awakened people can be very destructive. Fangjin movements could not help but stop. That's trouble. It was already troublesome for him to avoid the country's tracking, but if he had to mess with a club full of awakened people, I was afraid that it would be dangerous. He mused for a moment. I'm going to contact the big man at your club. Zhao San sighed in relief. So it seemed that his own little life was at least saved. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone with his only remaining hand and dialed. This is Ni Wentian, the president of our club. Very good. Fangjin took the cell phone directly. Hello, a low, muffled voice came from the other end of the line. Fong Jin said, hello, in the office of a high-end building in River City. A burly, stable and mature man in a suit picked up the phone. He glanced at the caller ID in confusion. Who are you? Where's Zhao San? You don't need to care who I am. Zhao San hunted wild awakened people and planted them in my hands. He wanted to kill me. I heard that according to your 0 Point Club's relationship, if I kill him back, you guys must kill me as well? Fong Jin said. An Wendian spoke in a low tone. That's right. No one can just kill anyone from my club. So you knew about him hunting wild awakened to trade on the black market? An Wendian certainly knows that some people in the club do some illegal activities behind the scenes, but he's just the president. You can't even guard this kind of private work. Where to manage? If it was really too high-handed, I am afraid that all the members of the club would have jumped ship a long time ago. If you release him, I can guarantee that I won't hold you responsible, An Wendian said. He decided not to follow the lead of the other one in the conversation. Fong Jin laughed. He made me like this. You let me release him with one sentence. Isn't that a little too high and mighty? Even if I don't release him, what can you do? Kid, don't be too arrogant. The strength of our 0 Point Club can be ranked in the top 10 in the country. It's not that difficult to find you and get you killed, An Wendian said indifferently. As president of the club, it was destined that he would have to protect his shortcomings. What else to manage the people under you? A busy sound came. The phone hung up. An Wendian was furious. How dare you hang up on me? He immediately redialed back. Hello? Fong Jinfa asked. Don't you dare hang up on me. Hanging up again. An Wendian was furious. And when he dialed back again, he found that the other party's cell phone was turned off. He grimaced and immediately dialed a secret number. Find out for me where Zhao San has been lately. Soon the message checked out. What? Han City? The city of Han was recently put under martial law for unknown reasons. All flying motorized vehicles are out of service. Damn Jozo. Why does it have to be Han City? Net me trouble. An Wendian's face was ugly. Chapter 46, Hiding in the Safe. Hello? 110? I know where the man you're looking for is. Captured by someone called Club Zero. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just report it up one layer at a time. Your executives must know. Fong Jin smashed the cell phone straight away in a smooth manner. Not your own cell phone anyway. No heartache. Zhao San looked confused. How suddenly the conversation fell apart. And what's the deal with this guy calling the police all of a sudden? And I can't understand anything that's being said. Originally thought that a club president would be able to reason a bit. It seems that I was wrong. Not even talking about compensation and asking me to release people. This is really not treating me as a human being. Fong Jin shook his head. Mudbloods have a little fire in them. Not to mention him. He himself was at least an awakened. The club is no more handy. As long as one hides a little better. It is impossible to send a whole lot of awakened people to look for oneself all over the world. This kind of thing is not promised by the state. Fong Jin knew that Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan must have been looking for themselves. That's just right. Give this Zero Club some trouble. You have to calm down. Zhao San looked at Fong Jin, who was getting closer and closer. His face was full of panic. I can offer money to buy my life. How much do you want? 500 million. I'll offer 500 million. Gee, that's rich. Fong Jin did not hesitate to remove Zhao San's head. It's a shame you're trying to kill me. How can I let you off the hook? Zhao San was almost on the verge of fainting from fear. Only one head left and still able to think properly. It's really too much of a test of one's mental capacity. That follower of Grandmaster Yen. But he had fainted several times from his own fright before barely accepting the situation. Fong Jin stared at the head in front of him. You said that awakened people can be sold on the black market. So aren't you worth quite a bit of money as well? Thinking of his future miserable fate, Zhao San directly fainted. Master Yen was left alone in his house. Quite a lot of his furniture was covered with weird flames. How could they not be extinguished at the moment? He moved buckets of water and kept pouring water. But the flames seemed to be completely unafraid of flooding. The black liquid-like flow of boiling flames exuded two distinctly different auras of blazing heat and gloomy cold. It's creepy. Master Yen couldn't help but shiver, and could only watch as the furniture he had bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars was completely reduced to debris. If this thing lands on flesh and blood, that's scary. I wonder if third brother has solved that kid yet. Master Yen thought. In his opinion, Sango made a move. Absolutely handily. The question is only how long Sango intends to play cat and mouse. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. It's so true that when you speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives. Just in time to come back. Consider this time my credit. Third brother. Master Yen was filled with joy as he opened the gate. Suddenly a living head was thrown at him. That familiar face. It made Master Yen jump 3 feet high, an infinite chill surging uncontrollably within him. He looked at the person covered in blood at the door, shocked words coming out. You, the kid's still alive. Sango was countered? How is that possible? He couldn't for the life of him figure out how Sango had lost. Master Yin jumped quite high. I didn't expect to have this potential, Fangjin said with a smile, and then threw all the broken Zhao-san to Master Yan's home. Master Yan looked at the floor of Sango, completely dumbfounded. Even if you kill them, you've even divided up their bodies? That's too soon. Senior. Master Yan knelt down on the spot, with a snotty nose and tears. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Fangjin said. Do anything? Anything. Then go ahead and hide these bodies. Keep them well hidden. I think you have a pretty good safe at your house. Hiding a body in a safe deposit box? This is some kind of operation. Where can you hide it when it stinks in a couple of days? Neighbors must not complain every day. But where he dared to retort half-heartedly, he honestly emptied the safe, then forced himself to endure the inner discomfort of dropping these arms and legs in. But it was strange. How there's no blood. Just as he grabbed the head by the hair, the head suddenly grimaced. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Master Yen was once again struck by an internal storm. San, you're not dead? Who told you he's dead? Fangjin said unhappily. Hurry up and gag him and throw him in the safe. If anyone finds out, you'll go into the safe with him. Where did Master Yen dare to slow down? He hurriedly grabbed a smelly sock and stuffed it into Zhao San's mouth. Then ignoring Zhao San's eyes that were about to kill, he threw him into the safe. Phew, it's finally over. Hi man, is there anything else you need? Master Yen was emboldened. Fangjin threatened. You keep Zhao San safe. Anyone who comes to ask, you can't reveal anything, or you'll be finished. I understand. And no exposing my whereabouts. Yes, the most important thing. Fangjin said. Do you recognize any private doctors? The injuries on Fangjin's body were actually quite serious. He was already passing out from the pain. Both arms were bleeding senseless. Seeing a doctor is imminent. Master Yen was confused. Can't we go to a regular big hospital? What do you say? Master Yen secretly said that he was stupid. What's the point of asking? What can be the people who are afraid to go to a regular hospital? Definitely not someone who sees the light of day anyway. How did he get himself in trouble with such a guy? I know a very powerful private doctor with excellent medical skills, usually only giving dignitaries a look at their illnesses. But of course the opening price is also very high. Master Yen hurriedly said. Fangjin was succinct. Take me. Good. Master Yen hurriedly led Fangjin out the door, avoiding the surveillance and taking the fire escape into the garage. Then Master Yen drove his limousine and set off with Fangjin. 10 minutes later, the car drove into a private villa. Master Yen was at least a supernumerary of Club Zero, which was considered a bit of weight, so he was able to make an appointment to hang out with this private doctor. Enter the villa. The babysitter helped open the door. The villa building surprisingly had a dozen servants. The villa is elegantly decorated. The lights are on. A well-maintained middle-aged man, wearing silk pajamas and sipping whiskey, smiled warmly and said, Your guests are here. Please come in. His name is Song Ziheo. Used to be a top surgeon at a major hospital in Kyoto. As a result, he was reported to have received red packets and demoted, so he left his job angrily and became a private doctor, specializing in rich people. Make hundreds of times more money than you would in a hospital. He knew where Master Yen came from, so he didn't slack off in the slightest. Dr. Song, I have a friend who has suffered some injuries. Please. Master Yen opened the door. Song Ziheo glanced at Fangjin, frowning slightly. The injury is very serious. This blood. It can't be poisoned. If it's any special poison, I can't cure it. The serum that are controlled. It's hard for me to get my hands on it. Fangjin shook his head. I'm not poisoned. Just help me with my trauma. Good. Then you come with me. Song Ziheo led the duo through the villa's living room to the backyard, where there was a lawn, a swimming pool as well as a small 5-story building. The small building is filled with the smell of disinfectant, and all kinds of surgical equipment and medicines, just like a small hospital. Welcome to my private hospital, Song Ziheo said smugly. The three entered the small hospital. Song Ziheo leads Fangjin into an operating room where treatment is being performed. My fees are very expensive. This needs to be told in advance, Song Ziheo said. Fangjin nodded. How much will my injuries cost? 300,000. Ha? Fangjin's eyes widened. So expensive. He thought it would be expensive. But that's too expensive. Dr. Song laughed. Do people like you still care about money? This small amount of money. What is it to you? You chose to come here. Isn't it because of the environment I have here? Privacy and security. That's what's most expensive. Fine. Fangjin was helpless. luckily earned a little money. Otherwise you can't afford to see a doctor. It could be seen that Dr. Song must have treated for quite a few awakened ones, and many awakened ones who were sick and injured would not go to a regular hospital because then their unusualness would be noticed and lead to a lot of unnecessary trouble. At that moment, there was a commotion from next door. Monster! Monster! Someone is yelling. The voice was very frightened. Chapter 47 Skynet Mutual Aid Society. Fongjin was alert and jumped up from the operating table in a flash. The word monster. It always makes people unconsciously nervous. Especially since Fongjin knows that monsters really do exist. Don't worry. It's another patient of mine who is recuperating at my place. Dr. Song said. He overused his abilities and is very weak. He also suffered a huge stimulus. His mental state is not very stable. Right now he is probably just waking up from a nightmare. Fongjin breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to lie down. Dr. Song gave Fongjin anesthesia, then sterilized the wound, followed by a series of very professional and skillful stitches. Not general anesthesia. Of course, he understood very well that none of these awakened had much security. General anesthesia is never an option unless the injury is fatal. And the process. Dr. Song then laughed and shared about the patient in the next room. That kid fell all over the place. He seems to be terrified, scurrying around in a state of disarray. I heard that he saw a 50-meter tall witch. I even wondered if he had lost his mind. Where is such a monster? Fongjin was stunned. A 50-meter tall witch. Deja vu. Half an hour passed, and the wounds on Fongjin's body were stitched up as much as possible and gauze was tied. I really envy you people. Your life force is tenacious. You are fine after bleeding so much. If you were an ordinary person, you would have died of blood loss. Dr. Song sighed with emotion. Your blood is really special. Do you mind if I keep some for research? Fongjin's face darkened. No. Dr. Song was not surprised. Well, you have a good rest. May I ask if it's code, or cash? Cash. Fongjin was heartbroken and gave $300,000 in cash. Thanks for your patronage, boss. Dr. Song gave Fongjin a business card. I like it best when you are such a generous customer. Just look for me directly in the future. He was well aware of his need to maintain a good working relationship with the awakened. This is how one gets safer and safer. You can rest here. My place is very safe. Many club presidents are my friends. No one dares to break into my villa. Saying that Dr. Song left slowly with his own wineglass. Of course Fongjin wouldn't really rest. He got up straight away and went to the next room. Fruity. Saw someone familiar. It was the guy who stopped the road to rob people. His ability was very special. Absolute defense. He could create space that was extremely difficult to destroy. But unfortunately in the end, he was still forced to break by Chu Xiaoyuan. What an enemy. Fongjin opened the door nonchalantly. Nguyen Man had a rough night's sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of the tall, creepy witch came to mind. It's causing him to have a mental breakdown. The bruises from the fall while running away were nothing in comparison. LOL. The ward door opened. He thought it was Dr. Song coming to see how he was doing, and was about to say something when a hand suddenly pressed on his neck and threatened. I advise you not to move, or else I can kill you in an instant, and it will be absolutely too late for you to use your absolute defense. Nguyen Man was shocked. What's going on? And when he saw the person in front of him, he was even more surprised to the extreme. This guy? Isn't that the man he's trying to catch? Why is he here? Ruan Yaowen was puzzled. Shouldn't this kid be taken to the headquarters of the National Special Department? How come he was still in Han City, and still here with Dr. Song? I advise you not to do anything. Dare to make a move here at Dr. Song's place and you'll be wanted by many clubs. Ruan Yaowen said calmly. Fongjin sneered. Let's try it then. If you dare to arrest someone the country wants, I'd like to see which club dares to stand up for you. Nguyen Man couldn't help but sniff his head. It's still true. If this thing goes south, all these awakening clubs must be silenced. Otherwise it's a death wish. It's nothing to do with me. It's someone out on a mission who asked me to catch you. Nguyen Yaowen cried out. I'm just doing it for a little bounty too. Fongjin asked. What club are you in? Nguyen Man disdained. I'm not in the club. That's all a bunch of cuddly lambs. And you are? I am the lone tiger. Oh, the tiger that gets scared and has nightmares. Ruan Yaowen's face darkened. I'm from the Skynet Mutual Aid Society. People in the Mutual Aid Society don't know each other. They call each other by their code names. They reciprocate and help each other out. And at the same time, they can issue missions and take on missions to earn points. I don't know who the person who wants to arrest you actually is. It's just a mission in the Mutual Aid Society. Fonstown heard it before he realized it. Turns out there's more than just clubs. There's also this Mutual Aid Society. I just don't know if it counts as a nationally recognized civic organization. Don't know each other? Fong Jin was a bit perturbed. If that was the case, joining this mutual aid society on your own might be a good choice. At least it's organized. Being able to learn more about the awakened. Not so much as a double take. Is your mutual aid society great? Fong Jin asked. Ruan Yaowen became proud. Of course, our Skynet Mutual Aid Association is not only famous in the country, even globally, it's the #1 in Asia. The conditions for joining the Skynet Mutual Aid Association are very strict. You have to solve at least one D-rated incident independently to be qualified to register as a new user. That does seem awesome. Fong Jin pondered for a moment. Is it any mission? Anything you can afford to pay for? Someone will do it for you. Alright, you help me do a few things, and your and my vendetta will be considered cleared. Nguyen Yu Man sneered, but the thought that his neck was still in the other man's hands, one can only shut up resentfully. He asked, what do you want? Fong Jin said, I want a brand new legal identity. One that won't cause any trouble and can carry on a normal life. Nguyen Yaowen glanced at Fong Jin in confusion. Then a dawning look gradually appeared in his eyes. You've committed treason? In that case, it would explain why the other side is in this place, and it's covered in wounds. Rebel your ass. You help me get a new identity and then help me join the Mutual Aid Society, and we'll be completely clear. Fong Jin said. Nguyen Yu Man muttered in a small voice. It's quite a request. It's not that easy to join a Mutual Aid Society. But he has no choice but to agree now that he is in a position to do so. Nguyen Yu Man took out his phone and quickly logged onto the last darknet, and after facial recognition and password confirmation, he entered a clean and simple-looking website. Obviously the members of Skynet Mutual are relying on this site for communication. He thought for a moment and asked, how much of a bounty are you going to offer? 3 million. Fong Jin uttered a figure. The money he earned only added up to $8 million. Keeping some money for emergencies should be enough. Fong Jin thought he was already very generous. Who expected Ruan Yaowen to look at him contemptuously? That's all? Not even the basic conditions for mission release. Forget it, I'll help you pad it first. He directly helped Fong Jin enter $10 million. 7 whole zeros. Looking at Fong Jin, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had thought he was rich, but he didn't realize that he couldn't even reach the base amount of the mission release. I can't believe I'm so poor. Chapter 48, Taking the Lifeblood. Fong Jin truly understood at this moment how rich these awakened people are. All of them are big dogs. So envious. It seems to be turning into a dog powerhouse as well. The mission is released. This kind of small matter. Someone will soon help you out. Ruan Yaowen said. Fong Jin was puzzled. Is this kind of thing easy? This can be equivalent to tampering with the country's records. The world is a huge straw man. This kind of ordinary file. The person in charge of keeping it is just a very ordinary employee. What's so difficult? The most troublesome thing is reasonable and legal. Don't underestimate the energy of these guys. Some of the top awakened people can even negotiate directly with the state. So it is. Fong Jin drifted off. It seems one's perceptions will have to be overturned soon. One can't think about these things the way an ordinary person thinks. Alright, I've done the work for you, so you can let go of me. Nguyen Yaowen said uncomfortably. Fong Jin said, how do I know if you will backstab me? What will I do if you suddenly rebel or summon helpers? Bearing in mind that you were planning to intercept me on the road not long ago. It's not interception, it's capture. Nguyen Yaowen corrected. I have little interest in killing. I for one have always loved peace. Really, I don't believe it. In the face of this rogue answer, Ruan Yaowen rose a few moments of powerlessness. Then what do you want? I have to take away something that will restrain you. I don't have much on me, so why don't I transfer my savings to you so you can always feel a little more comfortable? I know money is nothing to you. Fong Jin said, casually smoothing his hand over Ruan Yaowen's body. Plucking off an object and dropping it into a plastic bag. I believe that by holding this lifeline, you should be honest. Nguyen Yu Man looks confused. What's that? He didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he nervously ran his hands underneath him. Nope. It's a real ING lifeline. Give me back my lifeline. Nguyen Yaowen shouted in grief and pain. Fong Jin grunted. You think I'm happy to take it? I'll give it back to you when the time comes. You'd better stay honest. But if there's the slightest bit of movement, you'll say goodbye to your lifeline forever. With that, he walked straight out of the hospital room. Ruan Yaowen wanted to rush out like a madman, but when he thought of the last warning Fong Jin had said, his entire body froze in place, his face ugly. You'd better keep your words, or I'll definitely fight you. Ruan Yaowen shouted miserably. Got it. Fong Jin lazily went back to sleep. This night, Nguyen Yu Man is destined to lose sleep. But this time it was no longer because of the lingering image of a witch in her head. Rather, it is because one has lost one's most important lifeline. There's no such thing. What's the point of me living? How can you have such an ability? Late at night, A ghostly cry rang out from the ward, but Fanzhen slept soundly. He'd been running around all day and was so badly injured. It was almost as if I fell asleep as soon as I hit the pillow. And with Dr. Song, there's no need to worry about safety. Naturally, I slept until high noon. Fanzhen woke up from his sleep in a daze, glancing at his cell phone. Surprisingly, it was already 12 o'clock at noon. After sleeping for more than 10 hours in one breath, he felt much better in spirit. Dr. Song also came over to check on Fanzhen's condition. There's no infection. It's not happening. The situation is alright. Brother, you're up. Ruan Yawen fawned over the bedside, carrying a small table filled with a sumptuous breakfast. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought it all. Buns and donuts and soy milk and fried noodles and big cakes and white congee are all available. Fanzhen stretched. No need to be so polite. To be. Guinyu Man placed the small table on the bed, very respectfully. It is evident that a man whose lifeblood has been taken has no self-respect. Fanzhen is not polite when he sees this. What is polite with this billionaire? He drank a mouthful of mellow soybean milk and pounded 2 mouthfuls of donuts, feeling very comfortable, and could not help but lament that the rich people's soybean milk and donuts did taste a little bit more flavorful. Ruan Yawen then took out an express mail and handed it to Fanzhen. Brother, your identity is done. That fast? Fanzhen was surprised. Of course, I added another $30 million. Set it up as an urgent mission, and it was delivered by helicopter early in the morning without a half-hearted delay. How efficient. It was obvious that Guinyu Man was really in a hurry. Fanzhen opened the express mail, took out one of the dossier bag. It was a young man with 5 or 6 points of resemblance to his own physical appearance. From a rural area in the western province. The name is also called Fanzhen. Just don't know whether it is blindly made up or a real person. There are also brand new ID cards, phone cards and bank cards in the file bag, all of which are legal and complete. So no matter how you look into it, you won't be able to find any problems. Today, Fanzhen finally has an identity of his own. Life will never be so inconvenient again. The big stone in Fanzhen's heart finally fell. That was really hard work. Fanzhen laughed. Nguyen Yawen looked at Fanzhen with body eyes. Brother, then my business. Don't worry. I still want to join your mutual aid society. It's not something I can do anything about. There's no need for you to make the call. Just help me go through the normal process. Fanzhen thought for a moment. Han City is under martial law now. Do you have a way to leave Han City? Ruan Yawen shook his head. If I could leave I would have left a long time ago, and there's no need to hide here in Dr. Song. This is a state-ordered blockade, and it's not a simple thing to sneak out. Even Nguyen Nakvan said so. Fanzhen had to give up the idea of escaping. Nowadays one has a formal identity. Just be careful and you should be fine. Then help me join the Skynet Mutual Aid Association first. I'm sure you'll find a way. Fanzhen said. Ruan Yawen had to take out his cell phone and log into the Skynet forum, then dialed a virtual number, which was the number of the forum administrator. But it wasn't the same person who answered the phone every time. So there is likely more than one, if not many, administrators of the Skynet forums. I'm Citadel. Guinyu Man reported his code name. The administrator replied indifferently. What's the matter? I have a friend who wants to join the Skynet forum with a clean identity. I can be a referral and guarantor. What is your friend's power? Class B ability. Slaughter. Fanzhen couldn't help but glance at Nguyen Yawen. Guinyu Man smiled awkwardly. He couldn't sleep at night, so he simply looked up this ability in the forums to see if there was a solution, and eventually got the answer, no. Having your arms and legs organs taken away is not really fatal. However, the only way to recover is to turn to the ability itself, or find another awakened person with this ability. It was definitely impossible to find another awakened with the same ability in a short period of time. Chapter 49 Theft from the Hospital. Soon the forum administrator registered Fanzhen's identity information. The next thing you need to do is complete a D-rule event. The administrator said. Do you want to assign a mission, or take it on your own? Guinyu Man said. Pick it up on your own. Soon, Nguyen Yawen helped Fanzhen go through the process. I managed to find a D-ranked incident that doesn't look too difficult in the forum bounty section. Come on, let's head out and help you out as early as possible. Ruan Yawen urged. Obviously he'd prefer to solve his problems sooner rather than later. Fanzhen said. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I'll leave in a few more days. Guinyu Man had an egg on his face. Still have to wait, but one has to bow down under the roof. He could only wait patiently. You said you took a mission to capture me, so who actually issued the mission? Is it also someone from your mutual aid association? Fanzhen asked. Nguyen Yawen nodded. Yes, his codename is Fukai. After the mission failed, I went on the forums and hung him. The intelligence was incomplete and almost got me killed. The witch's strength was seriously inconsistent with the intelligence, but he didn't make any reply. I guess he was weak-minded. There's no way to find him. There's no way around it. Everyone's identity is encrypted. Doesn't your mutual aid society have people to take on any task? Nguyen Yaowen frowned. This kind of thing, I guess the mutual aid society won't allow it. Besides, if you want to find out this kind of thing, I guess you have to break the mutual aid society forum servers in order to do it. How high a bounty would you have to pay? I heard that the black market sells awakened people. You know about this kind of thing? Nguyen Yaowen said shamelessly. I despise those who hunt inexperienced awakened and then take to sell out. They are simply a bunch of landlubbers. Fang Jin glanced at him. What's the difference between your arresting me to hand in a mission for money and their behavior? Nguyen Yaowen was surprisingly at a loss for words for a moment. I have an awakened on my hands. He tried to capture me to sell to the black market, but I killed him back. If you have a doorway, help me sell him. I can give you a commission and there should be quite a lot of money. Fang Jin said. You captured an awakened. Yeah, what's up? Nguyen Yaowen was very shocked. Didn't this kid just awaken? It was actually possible to kill back an awakened hunter who specialized in hunting rookies. It sure wasn't easy. No wonder I fell into his hands. Unfortunately, though, Nguyen Nakvan doesn't have access to the black market. Posting a mission costs another big chunk of money. Fanzin had to call it quits for now. Fangjin recuperated in his villa for 5 days. 5 days later, he finally regained his mobility. It's ready to go. Worthy of being an awakened. The recovery ability is several times that of an ordinary person. Dr. Song smiled and handed over the bill. The hospitalization fee is 100,000 per day. Thanks for your patronage. Welcome to the next visit. Fangjin's eyes widened. What? And hospital bills. However, Nguyen Yaowen was very quick to pay, and Fangjin could only bite his teeth and pay in flesh. Now there is only $300,000 left in hand. No way. Gotta find a way to sell Jozo in a hurry. Otherwise, with this amount of money, you can't even afford to see a doctor. Nguyen Yaowen drove out of the villa in his red convertible sports car, carrying Fangjin all the way to the wind. Quite windy, turning back all the way to pull full circle. It drew passers-by to turn back frequently. Woohoo! I love that feeling. Nguyen Yaowen slapped the steering wheel and laughed. Fangjin asked, aren't you afraid of being targeted by the state? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan are already investigating you, right? Just check. The information of the members of the Skynet Mutual Association is encrypted. Even if the state wants to check, it's not that easy, and it's not like I really sabotaged the mission of the Special Operation Team. Is it hard to shoot me? Nguyen Yaowen whistled toward the pretty girl on the side of the road. Hey, pretty girl, interested in taking a ride together? The beautiful woman was clearly a bit impressed by the sight of the racy convertible. Fangjin sneered. You still have the ability to pick up girls? At the thought of this matter, Nguyen Yaowen's face was blackened, and without saying a word, he stepped on the gas and drove out with a bang. The beautiful woman who was left behind was a mess. Is it hard to believe that this handsome guy in a sports car is a non-lifter? Soon, the duo drove to a very large public hospital. People's Hospital of Han. Level D incident. Hospital theft. Nguyen Yaowen took out the file and said, this hospital often has people losing things. At first it was just small things. Pens, keys, and the like. Then it developed into losing money, cars, and even medical equipment. The police come a dozen times a month, but can't find anything, and again nothing is captured on the surveillance. Any leads? Fangjin asked. Nguyen Yaowen shook his head. If there were clues, it would have been solved long ago. Finding the source is the hardest part. For the time being, there have been no casualties, so the danger is low. The Special Operations Department has been very busy and can't spare the time to deal with such a small matter, so it's usually handed over to those civilian organizations. That's one of the reasons the state can tolerate the existence of these civilian clubs. Okay, get out of the car. Fangjin glanced at the red sports car. You didn't park your car properly and pressed against the line of the parking space. What does it matter? I always park like this. It's not good for other cars to stop when you're pressed against the line. Nguyen Yaowen bristled. These public parking spaces are painted so small that it's hard to park tightly. And my sports car is so high-end that it doesn't have an assisted parking system. Fangjin understood, parking skill is too novice so he can't park well, and he blames his car for the problem. Nguyen Yaowen was speechless. Has anyone ever told you that you have a poisonous mouth? No. Get a move on and grab the problem. The question has come up. Where? See for yourself. Fangjin pointed at the red convertible sports car. Nguyen Yaowen looked down and exclaimed. Who the hell stole my tires? Stealing tires in broad daylight. Too arrogant. I'm going to check the surveillance. The front 2 tires of the sports car, which is pulling a lot of attention at the moment, have gone missing. So much so that the front bumper of the car hit the ground hard. The expensive sports car is already smoking. Don't check. Surely we can't find out. We just got off the bus and didn't leave at all. How can it be a thief? It's obvious that it's already been affected by the rule incident. Fang Jin said. Ruan Yaowen immediately reacted. The hospital theft incident. You mean I violated the rules? But there's no such rule in the hospital, right? Not in the hospital, but parking properly is a rule that all drivers should follow. And just because no one is penalized doesn't mean it's okay to not follow it. You talk so seriously like a college student who hasn't experienced society and insists on truth and beauty. Why do I always feel scolded? Fang Jin grunted coldly. The first of the 3 major guidelines for dealing with rule-based events is to follow the rules. You'd better stick to the truth and goodness, or sooner or later you'll have bad luck for violating the rules. Chapter 50, Crying in the Hospital. Nguyen Yaowen stared at Fang Jin in a daze. A few moments lost in thought. Hasn't this kid just awakened not long ago? How to look more professional than you are. The 3 guidelines in the circle is naturally widely circulated. Just as common sense-like things. Usually not much on the heart. To solve the rules of the event in most cases is still based on experience and improvisation. This is because a wealth of experience tends to solve most difficult problems. And Fonstown is a newcomer. Again, he heard Chu Xiaoyuan mention the 3 great guidelines several times. So he looked at this very seriously. Go, Fang Jin said. Ruan Yaowen followed behind him, muttering in a small voice. Stinking what? Don't look at your ability level is quite high. You can reach B rank, but the prerequisite for the ability to take effect is contact. Right up against me. You don't have the slightest chance. I'll casually kill you in seconds. That's not a bad thing to say. Requiring contact to be effective. Abilities with this prerequisite tend to be powerful, but also extremely limited. And with his ability to create transparent defense walls, Fang Jin couldn't even get close to him. But now the handle is in the hands of the other side. Nguyen Man could only honestly bow his head and concede. The two walked into the hospital. This was the city hospital. And even though it was a weekday, there was still a lot of foot traffic. Especially the highest number of middle-aged and elderly people, most of whom wore masks and few smiles. Let's find a way to look for clues first, Fang Jin said. Nguyen Man had arrived at the counseling desk by now, flashing what he thought was his most charming smile. Hi, White Angel. What's the matter? The staff at the information desk. Look, no fluctuations. A full day's work to face all kinds of people of all shapes and sizes. The heart is cold like a fish that has been killed for 10 years in RTD. I'd like to ask if there have been any deaths at the hospital lately. The staff looked at him like he was a little cutie. Looked at Nguyen Man like, are you here to pick a fight? Hey, why do you have such a bad attitude as a person? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Then do you believe I'll get security to kick you out? You. Ruan Yaowen was about to get angry when he was pushed away by Fang Jin, who smiled and said, Sorry, he's not in his right mind. We're here to see psychiatry. Psychiatry. 8th floor. Don't let psychopaths run around. Got it. Fang Jin pulled Nguyen Yaowen to the corner of the hospital. You're crazy. What's wrong with me? The birth of a source is often associated with the dead. Ask about that. Maybe you'll get a clue. That's true. But this is a hospital. And a big one in the center of the city. How many people must die in hospitals every day? How do you expect anyone to answer you when you ask that? Nguyen Man froze. Oh, yeah. No wonder that staff member's face stinks. Hiss. Wouldn't that be a complete failure to find clues? Ruan Yaowen frowned. Fang Jin said, Right. It's completely impossible to have a clue. What were you thinking? Actually taking on a hospital mission. Although the danger isn't high, the difficulty of solving it simply breaks through the sky. Ruan Yaowen slapped his head. No wonder no one has grabbed this mission from me. So there is such a trap. I'm so convinced. Piggybacker. Nguyen Yaowen shut up honestly and didn't dare to retort. It is true that this matter is a matter of his bad work. Now you quickly use your resourceful contacts to find out exactly when the mass loss of things started, so that you can at least rule out some of the wrong answers. Fang Jin didn't have the good sense to say, Got it. Nguyen Yaowen sheepishly went aside to log into the Skynet forums and began to think of ways to find information. Fang Jin, on the other hand, wandered around the hospital in boredom. Hospitals can be full of human beings. It's a place to see humanity at its most vulnerable. In the hallway, one family member looked as if they hadn't slept in days, especially the entrance to the ICU. Families cried and kowtowed to doctors and to unknown gods, hoping that someone would come and save their loved ones. A phrase popped into Fang Jin's head, the walls of the hospital. A more devout prayer than the church had ever heard. At this point, a mother and daughter came down the escalator. The mother was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. My daughter was wearing a school uniform, like she was in her first or second year of school, and she was not tall, small, and looked very constricted in the crowd, vaguely visible. There appeared to be blood scabs on her wrists. Slit your wrists? Fangjin couldn't help but look twice more. The loud mother glared at her daughter. It's not just a few more tutorials. Dare you protest by slitting your wrists? Why don't you just go and die? Why don't you just jump straight to your death? My daughter kept her head down, not daring to say anything. I'm not doing this for your own good. What are you making up a depression for? To scare me? The mother squeezed her daughter's arm hard. You think that means you don't have to study? A wave of pain ate at her daughter, and she took a few sharp breaths and mustered up the courage to say, "That's what the doctor confirmed." Mother sneered. "Yeah, you're pretty good. You even fooled the doctor. Do you want me to give you an award? I'm warning you, if you dare to slit your wrists again, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." The daughter was pale. "Keep your head down. Never speak again. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart." By this time, perhaps, the daughter's heart was truly dead. The duo's conversation drew a lot of attention. Everyone looked at the little girl with some sympathy, but people in hospitals are people with emergencies, and no one has time for such nonsense. What a coincidence that I have this free time. Fangjin casually picked up a white lily at the entrance of the ward and walked towards the mother and daughter. Mother and daughter walk out of the hospital doors. Fangjin stopped the duo. "Hello, please wait." Puzzled, my mother asked. "What for?" Fangjin didn't bother to say anything more, and directly pressed down on the other party's shoulder and unleashed his ability. The daughter looked up at Fangjin in confusion, but she was too timid to say anything. Fangjin smiled gently and handed the lily to the little girl. "It's okay, don't worry. I hope you heal quickly. There will still be people in this world who love you." Hearing these warm words, the little girl's heart was flooded with a warmth she had never felt before. Obviously a stranger, but the little girl was born infinitely closer. The unloved. One flower was enough to keep her happy for a long time. Immediately afterward, Fangjin looked at his slightly odious mother in front of him, but ultimately, it's the little girl's mother. Can't always kill. Fangjin slowly spoke. "You still do what you want." Finally one day, your daughter was overwhelmed and chose to jump to her death. No amount of regret on your part can change all that. Your husband abandoned you. Your relatives alienated you. And you yourself suffered from severe depression. Finally, you were able to empathize with your dead daughter. And it turned out that that feeling was so horrible, to be abandoned by the whole world. A life worse than death. In the end, you chose to kill yourself. You regret not saying a word of concern on that afternoon when your daughter was diagnosed with depression. If that had been done, maybe everything could have changed. Suddenly, you wake up from your sleep. It turned out to be just a yellow dream, but the feeling was as clear as real. Fangjin finished. The mother was in a trance for a long time and suddenly burst into tears. She knelt down and hugged her daughter, lost her voice and cried, "Mom was wrong. Mom will never force you to go to those cram schools again. In the future, you want to read novels, want to listen to music, want to do what you want. Qianqian, you do not leave Mom." My daughter was a little overwhelmed by the sudden hug. She was bewildered, but that blood family connection made her subconsciously embrace her mom, and that thick cloud in her heart seemed to dissipate a lot. The girl named Qianqian looked around, trying to find the figure of the big brother who had sent flowers to her, but the hospital was crowded. How can you not find it? Chapter 51. Flowers for the patient. One more person. Fangjin watched the mother and daughter leave. That way, that mother shouldn't be so hard on her daughter. He believed that mothers loved their daughters. It's just that everyone loves in a different way. Some people don't know how to love their children, and becoming a parent doesn't require any courses, much less a test, which is why so many tragedies occur. This girl might not become anything very powerful or shiny in the future, but she definitely won't fly down from a tall building. Fangjin laughed to himself. So many patients in the hospital. Fangjin is not capable of curing them, but when it comes to what you can do, you still think you should do something. At this time, Nguyen Yaowen came with his head hanging down. "I can't find any clues. The hospital loses things very frequently, and large-scale loss of items can be said to have existed almost since the beginning of the hospital's construction, especially the doctor's pens. They are lost almost every day. It is impossible to determine from which period of time the rule incident started." "It's fine. I've already found a clue." Fangjin smiled and said. Nguyen Yaowen was surprised. "Where's the clue?" "Don't worry about that. Let's go. Go to the 8th floor psychiatry." "You're not really going to send me to psychiatry, are you?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not really sick." "Who cares if you're not sick? If I'm right, the source may be in psychiatry." "Why?" Nguyen Yaowen wants to get to the bottom of this. But Fangjin was already on the elevator. He couldn't think any further and hurriedly followed Fangjin. When Fangjin modifies the memories of others, the other person's recent memories would also surface in his mind in a smooth manner. Certainly not very informative. Otherwise stuffed with large memories of strangers. I'm afraid my brain would burst. So at that time he saw something strange in that mother's brain. The mother and daughter, who were in the hospital for 10 days, treating slit wrist injuries and depression. That mother, every day, would see a girl dressed in white visiting her daughter, but every time the mother appeared, she disappeared. The man, not the nurse, not the doctor. The strangest thing is, things that clearly seem odd. It's amazing that this mother subconsciously forgot. Clearly present, but it was ignored. Go see if your car tires are back yet, Fangjin said to Nguyen Yaowen. Nguyen Yaowen looked perplexed. This can still come back. Just go and see. Why didn't you say so? I've been up to the 8th floor with you. Then I'll trouble you to go down again. Nguyen Yaowen had no choice but to take the elevator and go back to the 1st floor again. Fangjin was on the 8th floor and soon received a call from Nguyen Yaowen. His calling card was brand new, legal, and allowed him to make normal calls. Brother, my car tires are still not there, Nguyen Yaowen said. Fangjin then said, take a closer look. Looked. No. I'll let you take a closer look. No, really. Look twice. Even if I pick my eyes out to see. No means no. I'm not blind. Can't I tell if there's one? Nguyen Yaowen was patient, forcing his anger not to curse. Fangjin, however, still insisted. I need you to double check. Touch it with your hands and kick it with your feet before giving me a final answer. Even if I give it a kiss with my mouth, what should not exist is not there. You can still change it. The sound of Nguyen Yaowen kicking something in annoyance came from the other end of the line. Bang bang. Somewhat dull. Suddenly, Nguyen Yaowen marveled. How is that possible? How's it going? I see my tires. Apparently those 2 kicks were just on the tires. Fangjin smiled and said, that's right. Your tire has actually never been lost. It's just that there's a special force that makes us ignore your tire. It's always been there. Special power? Nguyen Yaowen's tone was serious. So the power for this rule event has been determined? You could say that. So you have a clue? Yes. Fangjin hung up the phone. At first he wasn't sure, but it's okay now. The source of this incident has the power to make people ignore something. It manifests itself in a form that makes people feel like they've lost something. In fact, things aren't really missing, but that should only be phase 1. Once the rules start to fall apart, that ability might just make a huge difference. Gotta fix it before it's too late. Fangjin began to wander around the psychiatric inpatient department. Many patients were waiting outside the department to be seen. The whole department had a sense of dead silence. Even if someone spoke, it was breathless. He came to the information desk. Hello, I'm looking for a girl, dressed in a white hospital gown with her hair down, who regularly visits other mentally ill patients. The nurse at the information desk was slightly perplexed. There is no such person. Yeah? Fangjin thought about it and secretly called himself an idiot. Since the source has the ability to be ignored, it's natural for others to ignore themselves as well. Her presence today is almost like that of a ghost. No one can see her. Then how can I find her? Maybe I've already seen her but ignored her. Fangjin felt a little tricky. No wonder there's been a delay in getting things resolved at the hospital. After thinking about it for a while, he called Nguyen Yaowen. Order some flowers for me. Just the ones you need for visiting patients. The more the better. I need to do an experiment. Soon, Nguyen Yaowen delivered the flowers. A whole truckload. It drew gasps of surprise from the hospital's patients. Mommy, look, there are so many flowers, a child exclaimed. The truckload of flowers, carnations, lilies, cornflowers, sunflowers, violets, all kinds of categories, all perfect for visiting the sick. Beautiful flowers, very pretty. Fangjin casually gave some of the flowers to the astonished children around him, who were smiling and very happy. Fangjin then entered the psychiatric ward with a large bouquet of flowers. The rich colors seemed to add a lot of life to the bleak psychiatric ward. Many of the patients' gazes couldn't help but look at Fangjin. Who wants to spend a free gift? Fangjin smiled. Many children couldn't resist coming forward to receive the flowers. With a smile on his face, Fangjin delivered flowers one by one, and the children who got the flowers were very happy, surrounding the pile of flowers and happily shouting in unison. Thank you, brother. Of course, psychiatric patients are naturally not just children. Most are still adults and seniors. Although they didn't come forward to receive the flowers, you could see a few moments of anticipation flashing in their eyes. Most of the patients who would suffer from mental illness, except for the natural kind, are lacking family care, sick and depressed or something like that. And if someone sends them flowers, they would naturally be very open as well. Naturally, Fangjin would not favor one over the other, and he entered the ward with a bouquet of flowers and gave them to one of the mental patients. He could clearly feel some light being born in the eyes of these patients. It's a really good feeling. Even the doctors and nurses at the hospital looked at Fangjin with eyes full of praise. Almost every ward received flowers. Fangjin then opened his cell phone. The memo notes the number of flowers sent and the number of patients he visited. 720 deliveries of flowers. The number I have noted down is 719. An extra copy was given out. Fong Jin exhaled lightly. That's right. The source is in the psychiatric ward. Chapter 52, Money Spreading Tactics. Fong Jin dialed Nguyen Yawan's number again. Brother, what is it? Nguyen Yuman asked. Fong Jin nodded. I found it. It's in the psychiatric ward. But the power of the source causes me to subconsciously ignore her. So I can't find it no matter how much I look for it, even if I do see it. What then? I need you to find a way to lure everyone in psychiatry out. Ha? What can I do about that? I don't care what you use. Anyway, think for yourself. Fong Jin hung up the phone. Nguyen Yuman, who was under the building, was furious. You mother asterisk. Don't get too cocky. Believe it or not. Nguyen Yuman gritted his teeth. Forget it. Never get carried away. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a solution and immediately headed straight for the nearest bank. Hello, how can I help you? The bank counter clerk smiled. Nguyen Yuman threw out a black card. His tone serious. I want to withdraw my money. The clerk was surprised to look at the black card, which is a limited number of black cards in the country, and can be overdrawn up to hundreds of millions of dollars. And the person in front of him looks plain, but the posture of flinging the card is actually so poised and charismatic. Simply awesome. The office worker flashed the biggest smile of his life. How much money do you need to withdraw? Please. Nguyen Yawan coldly spat out 2 words. Take the light. A few moments later, he walked out of the bank with 2 large briefcases. Beside him was the bank manager, sweating profusely as he followed. Sir, you've withdrawn too much money. According to the rules, it's necessary to make an appointment in advance. These are already today's limit. Limit? Nguyen Yawan sneered. Call your bank president? If you miss my big event because of the problem of withdrawing money, your president can quit his job. Don't doubt my ability. Saying that, he raised his head and walked away, leaving a group of bank employees staring at each other in disbelief. Nguyen Yuman returned to the hospital. He opened his briefcase, which was filled with bundles of red bills. Fong Jin, IFKU. Nguyen Yawan jumped onto the roof of the car and shouted, then grabbed a large handful of banknotes and sprinkled them into the sky. Spreading money. Feel free to pick it up. Whoever picks it up gets it. Bright red petals were flying all over the sky. It was a beautiful scene. No amount of enthusiastic holiday fireworks can compare to the scene before us. The whole hospital was instantly abuzz. Amazing cheers erupted from one building. Countless people poured in from the building outside the hospital, frantically scrambling for the red bills. That scene. It's almost better than Busan. There was even a stampede at one point, and there was a lot of wailing. And as for where the security guards to keep order went, they were picking up money, and were not available. Nguyen Yuman confidently dialed the phone after spreading the money. Hey brother, how's it going? Fong Jin had a black line. I'm on the 8th floor here, and the stairs are all blocked, so I can't get down at all. And you actually expect a bunch of depressions, personality disorders, and autism to rob the money? How dare you? Failed? Crap. Nguyen Yawan's face hardened. Then what's the millions I've spread? Count your grievances. Fong Jin said. Why do I seem to hear the sound of an alarm? Crap. Coming to get me. Outside the hospital. Buzzing. A police car had already arrived at the hospital gates after receiving the news. It's just that traffic is paralyzed at the moment and you can't drive in. Several police uncles quickly entered the hospital and issued a warning to Nguyen Yawan, who was standing on the roof of the car. That person on the roof of the car. You are suspected of disrupting the public order and causing a stampede. You are now detained in accordance with the law. Holy. Nguyen Yawan immediately jumped out of the car and disappeared into the crowd. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just trouble. Resistance would lead to greater arrest. Naturally, but so would actually being taken. The police tried to give chase, but the crowd stopped them. Don't arrest him. He's just a nice guy. It's our own fault. So many bad guys you don't arrest, but you come to arrest a great guy who spreads money. You are suppressing the good morals of the society and standing against the people. Don't grab that big brother. You're all bad people. Elderly people, adults, and children alike are all firmly choosing to protect the people's heroes at this moment. Hiding in the crowd. Nguyen Yuman's heart warmed. You put the masses at ease. It's the masses that will take you to heart. Great men do not deceive me. But the most important question remains unanswered. How to fix the ward thing. Nguyen Yawan thought for a long time, and finally decided to implement his own rely on money to solve the problem thinking. He sneaked out of the hospital, once again came to the bank to withdraw money. The bank's manager wiped his cold sweat and rushed forward to receive him. Mr. Ruan, I have urgently transferred a batch of cash from other banks. I hope you will give us a little more time. I promise. I will do my best to satisfy your needs. He's already called the governor for instructions. The bank president panicked on the spot when he heard it was a black card user. Offend such users. Then there's really no need to do it. The bank president then immediately ordered all branch subbanks to cooperate fully. Very good. Well done. Nguyen Yaowen withdrew $10 million, grabbed 4 huge briefcases, and walked out of the bank once again. The bank staff breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally got over it. Nguyen Man is back in the hospital. Order has gradually been restored in the hospitals. Fortunately no one was killed or injured, and the stampede crowd was given the first treatment. Instead, he sneaks down the fire escape straight to the 8th floor of the hospitalization unit. Acquire flowers. Ruan Yaowen heaved the 4 briefcases and shouted with a rich and generous voice. Patients who received flowers just now can come and exchange them for cash. 1 bouquet of flowers for 10,000 cash. By the way, in order to give back to the hard work of doctors, nurses, caregivers, and housekeepers, you can also come and exchange for bonuses ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 by virtue of your work permit, on a first-come, first-served basis, and no later than later. Psychiatry only. For a while, the entire 8th floor was sensationalized. The people's heroes are at it again. The pie finally fell on my head? Numerous patients and doctors have flocked to the area. Did you say sick? I'm just mentally ill. It's not like I'm handicapped, even if it's really not sharp. I also have family members to help me come. Don't underestimate the heart-to-heart between me and my family. As long as you're willing to hand out the money and make me come out of my way to collect it every day, I'm willing to do it. It was probably the day with the most psychiatric smiles. What is the solution to the problem? Only bills. Especially those patients who are usually depressed are now blooming with unprecedented smiles. Simply a medical miracle. That's always good now. Nguyen Yaowen looked at the long queue and finally sighed in relief. At this point, the psychiatric ward is empty. There were only a few scattered patients who really couldn't communicate with the outside world. Fong Jin walked through a hospital room. The hallway was a little chilly. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, there was still a disturbing chill. Finally, he stopped in front of Ward 821. Duck. Fong Jin knocked on the door and looked at the empty hospital room. Hello, can I come in? Sick bay sighed. There was a cupped handful of pure, unblemished white lilies. The scent of flowers is captivating. Chapter 53, Where's my big hospital? The ward was quiet. Nothing moves. Thanks for the invitation. Fong Jin walked into the ward with a smile, then naturally opened the window, muttering to himself, the patient has to breathe more fresh air. It's not good for the body to be stuffy all the time. The hospital bed was neat and tidy. The quilt is folded squarely on the board. Like the person who folded the quilt had some kind of cleanliness fetish. Children who have autism, depression are indeed pitiful. It's hard for you to visit them often. Fong Jin continued to talk to himself. Still no response. But Fonzin was sure of it. There's something wrong with this ward. It's too clean. And the fact that the bouquet of lilies was actually sitting on the table and hadn't been taken away to be exchanged for money was enough to say a lot. You should be happy to receive this flower too. No one ever really notices you. After all, everyone subconsciously forgets you. I'm sure you're a good person at heart who doesn't want to hurt others. That little girl, 4-1, is grateful for your visits to her, and without you, she might have tried to kill herself again. Forgetting is a good thing for many people, but forgetting without regularity can lead to panic. Fong Jin said softly, for the sake of this bouquet of flowers, can you come out and talk to me? Anyway, you can make me forget all this. The words fell for a long time. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the chair in the hospital room. It was a girl with a cape, wearing a hospital gown. The spirit looked depressed and pale, as if he had been malnourished for a long time. Not a bad-looking guy, but there was a very disheveled air about it. I think this should be the second time we've met. Fong Jin smiled as he tried to recall the girl's appearance, but surprisingly, he couldn't recall it at all. It's not a memory being modified. Rather, it's forgetting. It's ignoring. She's actually been sitting in this spot, only when she wants to be seen. It was fortunate that she was interested in flowers, or Fong Jin would have been completely out of luck. Fong Jin looked at the girl in front of him. A few moments of surprise flashed in his eyes. She was bathed in sunlight. Her shadow swayed, although she was disheveled, but she truly had body heat and breathing. She seemed to be a very normal person. And so on. Is it personal? Could someone who didn't die also be the source? Fong Jin was tempted to call Nguyen Yaowen to inquire about it, but the situation at the moment clearly did not work. Once again, I feel helpless for my barren experience. Joining Skynet is imperative. Fong Jin tried his best to put on a gentle smile and try to get closer, but the girl's body visibly trembled slightly, obviously resisting. Didn't want to meet with anyone, and don't want to get physical with anyone. Resist? I should say. Not like the source. More like an awakened person with autism. Fangjin had no choice but to move a little farther away. I'm not a doctor. And I don't know you. I'm just a flower delivery guy. And I'm going to leave soon to deliver flowers somewhere else. So you don't have to have any concerns. The move clearly worked. The girl's resistance to Fontainebleau was much weaker. Fangjin was sure of one thing. Rule events are born out of black spots, which require carriers. And carriers, often, require violent mental fluctuations. The source is very dangerous. It's like a volcano ready to erupt. But there is at least one benefit. With intense emotions, it's easier to find out why the source is forming. Being able to find the cause basically solves most of it. The girl finally opened her mouth at this moment. Her voice was hoarse. Mom, only love my brother. All the good things are prioritized for him. Why? Why? They promised in the beginning. Even if there is a brother will be the best for me. They lied. They lied. Brother drowned. Instead, Mom cried, saying why wasn't it me who died? Ha! Why wasn't I the one who died? Dead. Why should it be me? The more she spoke, the lower her mood became, and her whole being seemed to melt into a puddle of gloom. Fangjin's heart couldn't help but clench. It was as if he saw a summer afternoon in full bloom. At the river's edge, a mother lost her voice and wept as she cradled the already cold body of a young boy, and a little girl stood timidly, panicked. The mother, her face full of tears, stared at her daughter dead in the face. Why? Why weren't you the one who died? You're the one who deserves to die. The girl was as good as frozen. The entire world completely lost its color at that moment. From there, the girl suffers from severe depression. From then on it was a transparent person at home. No one pays attention anymore. Fangjin also couldn't help but get angry, but he still said gently, "It's not your fault. You can't be blamed for this at all. No one wanted this to happen. It's the world's fault. It shouldn't be yours to bear." A psychopath is a tower of glass cups that can collapse at any time. It takes enough care and understanding. A little excitement won't do. Don't punish yourself with other people's faults. Fangjin approached carefully. That's the most unfair thing. You have to learn to love yourself as well as ignore others. Don't live so tired. The girl was shedding tears, which ran down her face and kept dripping onto the ground. Maybe it was because no one had ever told her that before. That's a first. Empathize. Understanding is the best healing medicine. She wept. Yes, it's the world's fault, and I'm not wrong at all. Fangjin's mind was relieved. Looks like it's resolved. The knot should have been untied, but this should have some special variations to it. It is as if he had forcibly modified the memory of the broken arm, and the obsession of the broken arm had been lifted and thus dissipated, thus ending the rule event. But now, nothing has changed. Is there some knot in your heart that you haven't gotten out of yet? Nope. There are questions. Fangjin sensed a few things were wrong. If she was truly ignored by her family and has been left alone by her parents ever since, why would she be brought to the hospital? Is it possible that a daughter who was hated by her parents could be brought to the hospital for treatment? Why don't we get up and bask in the sun? Fangjin pretended to say carelessly. The girl suddenly became agitated. You're leaving. You're leaving too. All of you go. All of you get out. I can live well alone. Go. Get out. I don't need you. I don't need you. She let out a shrill yelp. The whole face twisted up. Like a black hole, it absorbed all the surrounding light. Not good. Fangjin was alarmed. Out of control. How it got out of hand so easily. I haven't done anything yet. So sensitive? The streets are full of traffic. Cars were packed in front of the People's Hospital. Whether it's a weekday or a day off, there's always a steady stream of people coming to see the doctor. Especially the big hospitals downtown. But at this point, there were cars all over the place. The owners got out of their cars and were filled with disbelief. They looked at what should have been a hospital, but at the moment it was surprisingly empty, just a silent wasteland. It's not. What about the hospital? Where's my big hospital? Chapter 54 Medical Records. This is going to be a real headache. Fangjin did not feel any discomfort, but when he looked around, it was surprisingly dark in front of him. Nothing exists. It's like someone built a world out of blackmail. Fangjin walked in the darkness and was soon blocked by a wall, but he couldn't see anything. All that came into his eyes was darkness. The ward wall? He immediately realized. Looks like I'm still in the hospital. It wasn't sent to a special space. Himself still in place. You just can't see it. The power of the source is really powerful, making me ignore everything in front of me. It's no different from turning me blind. Fangjin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this time, if someone were to give themselves a stab in the dark, I'm afraid it's completely unresponsive. Fangjin reaches around and feels around for movement, though this is very restrictive and he trips from time to time. Sudden blindness can tie you up even in a familiar place, let alone such an unfamiliar environment. Most importantly, there is also a suspected out-of-control source of rules around. The first stage of the rule event. It should be very stable. Now the situation seems to be beyond that. Out of control? Completely out of control. That's the third stage. Fong Jin frowned, though he hadn't experienced a true stage 3 event. But definitely don't dare to take it lightly. Fong Jin kept touching the wall to move forward, planning to leave the ward. But he soon realized a problem. Can't find the door, making me ignore the door, thus creating a secret room? Fong Jin stabilized his mind and tried to say in a kind tone, "Little sister, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to leave. If you want me to stay then I won't leave. Let's be friends, okay?" Darkness. A shivering figure emerged. It just wasn't obviously humanoid looking anymore. Twisting and pulling into, like long shadows trailing under a streetlight. They all blame me. It's all my fault. Whoa. The cries dripped like the unclosed faucet of a lavatory, slamming into the heart and creating infinite ripples. Fong Jin said, "They all blame me. It's their fault. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. Yes, it's them who are wrong. It's clearly them who are wrong." The woman's voice gradually weakened, but in the next moment, it was filled with hatred and madness that suddenly rang out. "Then you kill them, kill everyone who made a mistake." Fong Jin's heart shook. This source is really off. It's been on the verge of getting out of control. You should have no problem operating on your own. What exactly is the reason? Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang. It's Nguyen Ngoc Van. Fong Jin picked up the phone, and there was a cacophony of terrified cries coming from the other end of the line in a chaotic manner. "Brother, what's going on?" Nguyen Yaowen asked impatiently. "Hasn't it been resolved yet? What's the situation on your end? Everyone is plunged into darkness. It's very chaotic. The situation is very serious now. There are even people who have already panicked and fallen from the upper floors. Why do I feel like the rules are out of control? It shouldn't have jumped to the third stage. Right. If it's not possible, let's withdraw. Once the deaths and injuries start to get serious, the state will definitely send people to take care of it. You're okay?" My ability to defend against not only physical attacks, but also rules to a certain extent. But if the rules continue to crumble, it's not going to be easy to tell. You're going to have to hurry. Fong Jin was naturally anxious. But here's the thing. He didn't know what the problem was. It would be nice to have the information. "Wait, are you free to move around now?" Fong Jin asked. "Sure. I can't answer the phone right now because I'm in Ward 821 and I need to spend some time with an innocent girl. So please don't bother us next." A rustling followed. The cell phone seemed to be tucked back into his pocket. Only it didn't hang. Can still hear Fong Jin's voice. Nguyen Yu-man couldn't help but bellyache. "What time is it? Still chatting with girls? Spermatic is it? When it's over, I'll send you to the best nightclubs. Play as much as you want. Play until your kidneys are weak. Don't drop the chain for me now." But Nguyen Yu-man quickly sensed something was wrong. "If so, why don't you hang up?" Not much contact though. But Fong Jin didn't quite look like someone who would put business aside and prioritize picking up girls. Ward 821. Innocent girl. Do not disturb? Nguyen Yu-man stared at his cell phone. He held his breath and listened carefully to the voice coming from his cell phone. "Brother drowned. Depression. Mom." Nguyen Yaowen extracted a few keywords. He certainly wasn't stupid and immediately understood the situation at the moment. It was actually communicating with the source that was about to get out of control. Abuses. He immediately grabbed a doctor who was almost frantic. "Tell me where the file room is. I need to check patient information." The doctor, who couldn't see a single person in the darkness but was being lifted up by a strong tug on his collar, was completely numb. "At the end of the hallway on the second floor," the doctor replied shakily. Nguyen Yu-man dropped the doctor and headed straight for the second floor. Transparent barrier walls surfaced on either side of him, forcing everyone away, and even more so, isolating some of the darkness. As he said, his ability to isolate some rule powers. At this time, Fong Jin was in a dark ward. He was trying to stabilize the other man. "Yes, you're right. Everyone is wrong. They all deserve to die. But dead people don't solve all problems. We have to be easy on ourselves. Don't get stuck in the past and can't get out of it. Maybe when you make the effort to walk into the hospital, you'll realize that it's really not even worth holding on to and that you deserve a better life." But Fonzin wore out his welcome. "It doesn't seem to change much." The already distorted figure grew more and more shadowy, like it was trapped in darkness. "I won't listen. You all lie to me. You only lie to me. You lie to me about medication. You lie to me about injections. It's all a lie. No one is true to me at all." The woman cried bitterly. In the darkness, petals of torn white lilies spilled out, poignant and icy, then dragged into the darkness. Gone. Fong Jin's head was spinning. "Big sister, what the hell do you want?" Drone. At that moment, the cell phone vibrated. "Come on, text me. Nguyen Man sent a long message. Fangjin pulled out his cell phone and took a quick look at it. Soon, his face became incredibly ugly. Infinite anger was even born in his eyes. Original. That's what got you hospitalized. Nguyen Man sent a message from a sick person. Patient's name, Fu Si Lu. Sex, female. Age, 16. Medical history, moping and hallucinating that her parents don't love her anymore because they had a second child. In an afternoon, threw her younger brother into a ditch and drowned him, and ate ice cream while laughing and joking with her girlfriends. Has a record of multiple small animal abuse, tried to poison his parents several times during conservative treatment at home, and was finally sent to the hospital for treatment, where a psychiatric hospital was contacted for immediate transfer. Diagnosed, anxiety, mania, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and some degree of antisocial personality. Recommendation, closed treatment. Chapter 55, You're Not a Real Ghost. Special Operations Division. Han City. Did you find it? A sweet and cute-looking little loli, eating a lollipop, stared solemnly at the group of well-equipped and strong military action troops in front of her. The scene was a little odd, but no one dared to raise any objections, because this is one of the 5 captains of the Han City Division, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan. Not only is the authority large enough to have the authority to command an army in battle at the moment of necessity, and incredibly powerful in its own right. Regarding the awakened, the ordinary people didn't know about it for fear of causing panic, but the military had known about these things for a long time, and the vast majority of cities already had troops stationed there to take care of the security in special situations. The person from the military's action force shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Captain Chu. We haven't found it yet. Is it so hard to find someone? Chu Xiaoyuan angrily slapped the table. The country has invested so much money in law and order. Surveillance is almost pervasive. And now you're telling me that you can't even find 2 people. She's angry. Only the lowly look and sweet voice really made people nervous. It's even pleasing to the eye and wickedly cute. What about that person with the special defense ability? What's the news? Chu Xiaoyuan asked again. The person from the Special Operations Branch replied, that person's name is Nguyen Yaowen, from the Skynet Mutual Aid Society, has no relatives, his residence is not registered, and his identity information is partially confidential, so it's not very easy to find him. Hear about Skynet Mutual. Chu Xiaoyuan frowned. No relatives. It's a guy with no soft spot. No wonder he acted arrogantly and dared to take this kind of mission. She was well aware of the energy of this organization, which was already considered top tier among civil organizations, collecting a large number of wild awakened people who were powerful but unwilling to join the officials. Most importantly, if it was the Skynet Mutual Aid Association, even if they found this person called Nguyen Man, they would not be able to uncover the real instigator behind it. At this point, Bai Ming appeared, still wearing a trench coat and smoking a cigar. Captain, there is a special situation, Bai Ming said. There was an unusual accident at the People's Hospital. The hospital disappeared into thin air and over 10,000 people went missing. The original rule event existed. The event level is D. In the first stage, the hospital situation is complicated. It's difficult to find the source, plus the danger level is low, so it wasn't prioritized. But now that the People's Hospital is suspected to be in stage 3, the rules are confusing, logic and regularity are lost, and it is temporarily listed as a priority 1 incident. Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised. Jumping directly from the first stage to the third stage? Exactly. What's the reason? It is impossible to determine for the time being, based on the available intelligence. It is possible that the awakened from the civil organization stepped in to deal with it, but the method of handling it was improper, causing the source to go out of control. Got it. Send someone to fix it. Captain, we have to go. Why? Remember Jiang Yueying? Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Impressive. That girl who jumped off a building and was seriously injured. Without anesthesia, I cleaned her wounds and didn't say a word. It wasn't a pain or mental shock that regular people could endure, but the girl held back hard. She sort of recovered after treatment, and now she's in the People's Hospital customizing her prosthetic limbs, and as a result, she seems to be missing now, Bai Ming said. Why didn't you say so? Chu Xiaoyuan immediately got up. Call up Jasmine and the rope and get to work. Jiang Yueyin stayed awake during the rules event, indicating that she had initially awakened her abilities. She was someone Chu Xiaoyuan valued highly. Naturally, rescue must be prioritized. In the ward, Fang Mu faced the distorted silhouette in front of him. His tone was ice cold. There is nothing wrong with this world, and no one else is wrong. Fu Si Lu, from beginning to end there is simply only you who is wrong. This is a serious psychopath, and has a sociopathic personality. It deserves to be transferred to a psychiatric hospital at the first opportunity. But since she remains here for the simple reason that it happens to be at that point in time that she becomes the source. Sure enough, A normal person cannot be the source, so it makes sense that it would get out of hand. Rather, it had little to do with Fong Mu. Anyone else who comes along and attempts to fix the rules event will catalyze the source to get out of control. You're full of. The twisted black shadow hissed shrilly. Fong Mu angrily stepped on the ground, and the bizarre flames quietly hid into the ground. What am I babbling about? You drowned your own brother and have no regrets or guilt. You even tried to poison your parents. No wonder how to untie the knot didn't work, because that's not where her heart is at all. Even if her brother had been killed by her own hand. But she continues to be jealous of the love her brother receives and believes that her mother doesn't love her because of him. It's a lunatic. With crazy people, there is no reasoning, an insoluble dead end. It can only be eliminated at the physical level. They should have loved me all along. Why did they share my love with others? They made me this way. What's wrong with me killing them? They all deserve to die in the first place. The twisted black figure screamed in anger, practically bursting through her eardrums. You're hopeless. Fong Mu catalyzed his ability. The bizarre flames had long been poised and swept away like waves, instantly filling the entire ward. A wail of pain was evident in the darkness. The other side is in the ward. Such a ranged attack would naturally not fall short. Along with the weird flames burning onto the other party, Fong Mu could not see anything, but he sensed the other party's exact location. Twisted shadows struggled on. You're going to kill me too. All of you are out to get me. Why? The twisted figure screamed again. What a crazy woman. Fong Mu felt dizzy. His heart was beating crazily. His chest was stuffy, suffocating, his feet lost strength, and his eyes were blackened in bursts. The power of the rules is interfering with me. It's trying to make me forget my existence. Fong Mu didn't expect this power to be used in such a way. He didn't hesitate to unleash his ability on himself. Modify the memory. Remember my own existence. After the ability was unleashed, Fong Mu felt all the discomfort and quickly dissipated. Sure enough, to deal with the rules, you still have to use them. Luckily, one's ability to fight against it. While this ability is elusive, the true damaging effects are actually not strong enough to keep anyone from dying for long periods of time, and it can only be rated as a D-rated event. That's kind of good news. I'm going to kill you. The twisted black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Fong Mu and deadlocked Fong Mu's neck, accompanied by a piercing scream. Catch people off guard. Fong Mu throws a nonchalant leg kick. A twisted figure lay hunched on the ground, trembling in pain. You say you, not really a ghost. How dare you just go head on? Fong Mu shook his head. With your malnourished, skinny little girl, I'll directly transform into Ip Man and fight 10. Chapter 56, The Source That Runs. Fontaine has experienced 2 complete rules events. This is the 3rd time. The first 2 times, physical attacks were ineffective against the source. But this time, physical attacks however can take effect. Against this kind of source, it was expected that the awakened of the transformation lineage would be greedy. It's not that anyone wants to harm you, but it's your mind that is worthy of your suffering. Fong Jin took a big step forward. The black flame in his palm slapped up heavily. Receive treatment and reform properly. There was still a chance to be a new man, but you gave up that chance yourself. Crazy people like this. It's not hopeless. God might be able to do something about it. So Fong Jin decided to kindly send her to God. The twisted figure erupted into an even more agonizing wail. Creepy Flame is also an offensive awakening ability that possesses the properties of searing, attaching, and spreading quickly to cause sustained damage. Ordinary flesh and blood can't carry it, but Fong Jin sensed one thing. The other side is the source. It's not that easy to die, and so the ability was unleashed. Modify the memory. Your parents arrive out of the blue and confess to you, and you finally drop everything. But Fong Jin's ability hadn't been unleashed yet. The twisted figure cried out shrilly. No forgiveness. I don't forgive all of you, even if you die. I definitely don't forgive. Failed to modify memory. Maniac. Fong Jin cursed. Although modifying memories was overbearing, there existed the premise that one could not forcefully reverse one's 3 views and cognition, as it would inevitably clash with other memories and lead to failure. It has to make sense, but he didn't expect it. Do it yourself to make sense. But the other side is sufficiently ruthless and unreasonable. You all deserve to die. Just then, the distorted figure rose up in agony and suddenly scurried out with a swoosh, disappearing from Fong Jin's perception with the sound of shattering window glass. Next moment, everything around us returned to normal. The darkness faded. Fong Jin's sight was restored, and he saw an empty and messy ward, as well as the broken window glass, with countless crumbs spilling onto the ground. The power of the source dissipated. The People's Hospital is back in the spotlight. An uncountable number of people watching were gathered around the perimeter of the hospital. This is the sense of relief that belongs to the nation. Who cares if it's creepy or not? I'm going to watch this hilarity anyway. Yoo-hoo! The hospital showed up again. playing hide and seek. An old man shouted with a smile. The crowd looked up to see the hospital, which had disappeared for most of an hour, reappear. Many people scared. It's incredible. Some people speculate that it's some kind of big reality show magic trick. Some think it's an extremely rare weather condition that caused the mirage. And some people swear that it's a conspiracy by the good old U.S. of A. And that it's some kind of new type of weapon. There was a flurry of talk, and all kinds of rumors were flying around. Hospitals have reappeared though, but the number of people watching, on the contrary, was growing. Traffic is completely paralyzed. Solved? No. She escaped. Fangjin was surprised and immediately came to the mouth of the broken window to look out. There was nothing on the ground except for some glass shards. Fangjin felt bad. The source actually managed to escape? It shouldn't. He immediately pulled out his cell phone. And the call remained open as Nguyen Yuman's voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, awesome. The hospital appeared. Is the source taken care of? I helped you hand in the mission and found the source so quickly. Strong but it's also thanks to my gold medal assist. Just tell me if I'm resourceful. Ruan Yaowen was smug. Fangjin said in a deep voice, it's not settled yet. The source ran away. Brother, stop. How could the source run? But she just ran, broke the window and jumped down the stairs. I've never heard of such a thing, and I've never seen this type of talk on the Skynet forums. And if the source can act at will, it will be thousands of times harder to solve rule events. Fighting the rules is just a means of protecting yourself. You can't solve rule events by confrontation alone. There's no end to it. The only way to fix a rules event, and that is to fix the source. The source is extremely difficult to find, hidden amongst the myriad of normalcy. That's why there's always been an argument that finding the source is the hardest thing about solving a rules event. Just find it. There's always a way to work it out. But if the source is once able to act at will, then trying to find the source becomes almost impossible. Theoretically that's true, but she's alive, is able to run and jump, and when she was attacked by me, she broke the window and jumped out. Fangjin said quickly. Nguyen Yaowen was shocked. A living person? Unheard of. The living turned out to be able to be the source as well. People still don't know enough about rules events. Our luck is too bad. Nguyen Yaowen wailed. Fangjin did not have the good sense to say, thanks to the good mission you chose, quickly use your ability to blockade the hospital. The source is most likely out of control. If it runs out of the hospital, how much damage it will cause, I really don't dare to think about it. Nguyen Yaowen suddenly said, if we run out, then the hospital will be fine, and it actually means that our mission is accomplished. Brother, what do you think? We're actually here to finish the mission. Fangjin was silent for a while. If the Mutual Aid Association finds out about this kind of muddling through, what will be the punishment? Nguyen Yuman was dumbfounded. Such things are naturally never allowed. There are serious penalties. Not only will you be forced to withdraw from the club, but if there are serious consequences, maybe the Skynet forum will put up a mission to root out the fakers. Seeing no answer, Fangjin hummed, in that case you hurry up and do something honestly for me. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Fangjin walked out of the hospital room. Even though the hospital has reappeared, there is still a great deal of panic in the hospital. There were screams everywhere. Noisy chaos. Things are still very much out of whack. Wife, I'm fine. Nothing seems to be wrong. Wait, a middle-aged man took out his cell phone to call home to report safety. Walking hurriedly, but as if he didn't see the guardrail, he fell directly from the 8th floor. Doctor, help! All the ventilators in the emergency room are gone. The patient fainted in shock. The nurse shouted anxiously. Someone lay on the ground, struggling constantly like a fish that has lost its water, crying out in agony. My hands, my feet are gone. But his hands and feet were clearly well grown. Someone stubbed their toe. Someone hit their head on the wall. Someone pushed their glasses out of habit, forgot to hold chopsticks in their hand, and stabbed their eye and bled a handful of blood. Someone forgot to turn off the gas, causing it to leak, and a pungent odor filled the 1st and 2nd floors. There were heart patients and asthmatics who couldn't find their medication, suffocating, struggling uncontrollably, and almost dying. Chaos reigned in the hospital. Fangjin looked at the scene. One word springs to mind, Rule Stage 3. Chapter 57, Little Flying Dagger? Completely out of control. Misinterpretation of the rules. The rules of disorder in utter disorder. All kills. These are words that describe the 3rd stage, representing the most terrible unknown catastrophe in human society. Today, if we don't solve it, I'm afraid that the number of people who will die will become very large. Fangjin took a deep breath. The source is out of control. It's just getting started. A good number of deaths had already begun to occur. The People's Hospital is huge, and the outpatient clinic alone receives tens of thousands of patients every day. plus patients in the inpatient department, hospital staff, and residents in the vicinity of the hospital who are likely to be affected. The number of people affected is conservatively estimated to be more than 100,000 people. Settle it a minute late. Just a lot more people could have died. Though Fangjin is no saintly mother, but not so cold that he could watch so many people suffer and not do anything about it. She must be found. Fangjin immediately came to the first floor. In addition to a field of glass ballast, some blood stains could be seen, just a little blackened, and even more burn marks. At this point, Nguyen Yaowen had already used his ability to create invisible and transparent defense walls, forcing everyone into the hospital. Brother, hurry up. The hospital is too big for my ability to maintain for long. Nguyen Yaowen called, looking a bit tired. Got it. Fangjin took a deep breath and held his breath. The source was scorched by his flames. It leaves a mental imprint. So, as a matter of fact, he should be able to detect the general location of the other party. Silence fell around them. The cacophony of shouts seemed to float far away. The wind was close. In the blur, there seemed to be a dark shadow moving quickly. Fangjin jerked his head and saw an unnoticeable black shadow rushing out from the southwest corner, but it thudded against the invisible wall. Letting Nguyen Yaowen create a defense wall had indeed been the right decision. Found you. Fangjin did not hesitate to rush towards the direction he saw. It's been a chaotic ride. There were so many people trying to leave the hospital and cars honking, but because of the rules, the people in the cars ignored the pedestrians and the pedestrians ignored the cars. So much so that in just a few minutes there were dozens of car accidents. There were screams everywhere, and bodies that had been run over like exploding watermelons. Panic is spreading like crazy. At this moment, Fangjin was very eager to have a transformation ability. With his abilities, there is basically no increase in physique. Runs like an underdog college kid. It's exhausting. Stop. Fangjin panted and finally ran to his destination. He couldn't see with his eyes, but his spirit was able to perceive the twisted figure. The source was in a rather miserable state at the moment. Fell from a tall building, scorched by weird flames. Again, he hit an invisible wall with terrifying defenses. At this moment, his head was broken and bleeding, and he was in a sorry state. Ah! The source let out a scream, and once again, he rushed out like a madman. Fangjin could only continue to pursue. Although the source didn't run fast, Fangjin's speed really wasn't fast either, and the two of them were one behind the other, like frail college students forced to run drills at the playground. Anyone who saw this scene wouldn't believe that this was an awakened one addressing the source of the rule incident. Stop! Fangjin came up for air. He misses beyond belief when he had a gun. Too bad his gun was taken away from him in the first place. Just then, out of nowhere, two cold lights flew out. Ah! The source stumbled and actually fell to the ground. Fangjin fixed his eyes. Surprisingly, there were two scalpels, which had presumably stabbed into the source's legs, causing her too much pain to get up. Ha! Flying dagger? Fangjin was surprised. Who was helping himself? He looked around. It was found that from one side of the outpatient building, a wheelchair that looked very advanced was slowly driven out, installed with an intelligence system that could be remotely controlled to move forward and backward, with an alloy skeleton that gave a high-end business feeling. And sitting in the wheelchair was a very familiar-looking girl with rosy, healthy skin, bright eyes, and an air of stubborn confidence. It was a far cry from the messy and weak look it had at first, but the familiar face jolted the heart. Could I trouble you not to leave and stay with me for half a day? One memory flashed through Fangjin's mind like thunder. The one that was about to die in the first place. Girls who want someone to be there for their last moments. Jiang Yueying. Fangjin blurted out. It's you! It was the same way in the beginning. He was deep in a memory trap. A frail girl, smelling of blood, threw out her long polished piece of iron and struck the false phantom. The moment. Again, it's her. Two scalpels, which became her weapons, flew from her hands and stabbed the source of the escape. Jiang Yueying laughed. It's me. Sister Chu said that you were taken away. I was worried. Luckily you are fine. I didn't expect us to meet here. Yeah, what a surprise. How have you been doing? Fangjin asked with emotion. His memories used to be distorted. It's like having a dream. The heroines of the dream are each other, even though it's known to be false. But the secret sentiment that welled up in his heart was real. Jiang Yueying smiled. She patted her legs. Of course I'm fine, but the legs can't be recovered. They are being customized with prosthetics. I should be able to stand up on crutches in the future. I've heard that there is a kind of mechanical prosthetics, which is directly connected to the nerves. Not only can it help the disabled to stand up, but also free to control the walking. I'll go to customize that one later when I've earned some money. Obviously lost his legs, but still confident and optimistic. When she did not want to be muddled and dominated by the rules, she resolutely jumped off the building, fell into serious injuries, Her legs were almost crushed, and finally, she did not play anesthesia, and accepted Chu Xiaoyuan's surgery, and hard to get through it. It's almost like a modern-day version of scraping the bottom of the barrel, a raw and fierce mess. By the way, what is this? Jiang Yueying twisted her head to the side. Fang Zhen was surprised. You can see her? Can't see it, just vaguely aware of something. And since it's something you're chasing, I'm guessing it's not something normal? Is it a ghost? No, it's the source of the events that led to the rules. Jiang Yueying had also learned a lot of things over the past few days as she was recovering. Naturally, he soon accepted what was in front of him as well. At this point, the source struggled to get up. It seems to be planning to run away again. With a wave of Jiang Yueying's hand, surprisingly, several more cold rays of light flew out, ruthlessly stabbing into the source's legs. The source screamed miserably and lay down again. Scalpel again. Fang Zhen looked at Jiang Yueying in surprise. Jiang Yueying laughed, sneakily took it while the doctor wasn't paying attention. It's strange to say that they suddenly became so confused that they couldn't find out what they were taking. When did you learn Little Li Flying Dagger? It's really fast and accurate. It's as if I learned it naturally. It feels like my senses have become very sharp, and I've become comfortable using all kinds of props, especially weapons and knives. No matter how I use them, I can't hurt myself. Another scalpel appeared in her palm at some point, like a butterfly fluttering and swirling around your fingertips. There is a gut-wrenching beauty to it. Fang Zhen instantly understood. The other party had obviously awakened their abilities. Wait a moment first, I'll take care of the source. Fang Zhen took 3 steps forward and came to the source. The source is flesh and blood, but implicitly it becomes a carrier of rules. It's impossible to kill by conventional means. Even after receiving such a heavy blow, it was still screaming and hissing, showing no signs of dying out at all. Only, no one paid any attention. Rules can only be dealt with by rules? Fang Zhen thought silently. In the next moment, the ability that belonged to him was unleashed. The source disappeared in place. The outside of the hospital has been completely cordoned off. Military vehicles opened up and forced the already paralyzed traffic. Well-trained and well-equipped troops were stationed outside, and the crowds watching were evacuated. Several members of the Special Operations team gathered in the distance. Captain, do we need to request a moment-breaking telescope? A mature and sensual woman wearing a long dress spoke up and asked. Her name is Molly, 27 years old, member of the Special Operations Department, possesses the A-rank ability, Shield, capable of countering most rule powers and nullifying them. Because of his special abilities, he has always been the darling of the headquarters. The branch in Seoul has to submit an application and Jasmine can only go on a mission after the headquarters agrees. Chu Xiaoyuan stood on the roof of a building not far away, looking at the hospital with all the details at his fingertips. No need. There's no need for that thing for now. There is no special power covering the hospital. You can see everything inside. She watched for a moment. Sure enough, the situation is serious, confirming that the rule event has entered the 3rd stage. Get ready. Send the military in to rescue the civilians if necessary. The soldier beside him was in awe. They also knew exactly what the 3rd stage represented, but to guard the lives of the people, they have to go. This is their mission. Wait, Captain. Bai Ming put down the binoculars and said with a surprised face, I think I see Fang Zhen. Chu Xiaoyuan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ha? Square Town? Wasn't he taken? How did it get here? Chapter 58, Who Put Who? In the space of consciousness, it's pitch black in here. Represents chaos. Only a young-looking man was asleep, and a bloody scarecrow stood. The scene was quite bizarre. Fang Zhen suddenly appeared. Old Huang, do you want a wife? Fang Zhen asked with a smile. Huang Jingxin woke up. There wasn't much for him to do except sleep. He's not a real person. It was just a memory that depended on the existence of Fang Zhen's consciousness. Huang Jingxin cast a sidelong glance at Fang Zhen. Silly big boy. What's gotten into you? Just ask if you want it. What's another mess coming in? With that, he couldn't help but glance at the scarecrow beside him. That scarecrow is an assemblage of various limbs and broken arms. It's rather stomach-churning and disgusting to watch. Fang Zhen cried out in injustice. This time I am sincere. Afraid that you are too lonely, and specifically looking for a companion for you. As long as you say you're willing, I'll send you someone right away. Huang Jingxin looked at Fang Zhen suspiciously. Are you that kind? Of course, we're half-brothers. I think of you when there's something good. The words just fell. A figure appeared in the space of consciousness. It was a pale girl, in a hospital gown, with a cloak of hair, and a disheveled air of intense misanthropy about her whole being. Huang Jingxin was surprised. What a normal person. He knew what Fang Zhen was capable of, so he wouldn't feel strange about how strange it was to come in, but it would be strange to see such a normal human appear right now. You guys have a good exchange. Fang Zhen left his consciousness space without hesitation. Huang Jingxin clearly felt something was wrong. But he can't get out of here. One can only go up and say hello stiffly. How are you? The young girl in her hospital gown and cloak looked up in some sort of trance. Will you always love me? Will you promise to do so with all your heart and soul, and not to share your love with anyone else? Huang Jingxin's scalp went numb. What a delivery this is. Reality. Fang Zhen looked at the white clouds drifting in the sky and mourned in his heart. His ability to imprison the source within himself leads to entirely new abilities. The girl, not the real Fuzelho. The real Fu Si Lu actually became the source of the day, can be said to have died, but left behind the strong emotions dominate everything, become an abnormal living. It wasn't Fu Si Lu that Fang Zhen imprisoned in the space of consciousness either, but the source. It was just that the source had become thoroughly entangled with Fuzilu's consciousness. So that's just the source of having some of the human emotions. Rather, it's quite a match for the good oldest son. Huang Zhangxin might get along, probably. Is that settled? Zhang Yueying asked curiously. Fang Zhen laughed. Yeah, it's solved. There won't be any strange things happening in the hospital from now on. Zhang Yueying looked nearby. The hospital is in disarray. There are dead people everywhere. A few of the buildings had even caught fire and smoke was billowing. There were screams and wails that could not be dissipated for a long time, even if the source has dissipated. But the people at the hospital don't know that. They don't know anything but trepidation and unease, especially since the emotion is spreading. And anyone who is afraid that they will be the next person to die for no apparent reason. I wonder how many people died. Zhang Yueying muttered. Fang Zhen didn't answer. He's not sure, but a conservative estimate is that at least a few hundred people have died. And as for the injured, they are countless. Zhang Yueying continued. Our school heard that a lot of people didn't come back. Among them there are many people I know. Fellow classmates, friends from the clubs, teachers of the classes, even for the ones who came back. They left a deep psychological shadow. And in the future, I don't know if they will be able to come out. My primary care doctor, a very handsome older man. He's very good. He's only 40 years old and he's already one of the top surgeons in the country, doing hundreds of major surgeries a year. And he often has to attend national medical research meetings to pass on his experience. But he cut his hand in surgery not long ago. A very cheap little mistake. As a rule it doesn't happen at all. A ruptured tendon in the hand can be healed, but you may never be able to do precision surgery again. Zhang Yueying's voice was piquant, like telling a harmless little story. But Fang Zhen was clear. I'm afraid the minor incident in the surgery was caused by the rules incident. I don't know how hard it is to produce such a great doctor. It's just cut off. Truly, it's so sad. Sister Chu said that I'll become an awakened as well. And I want to join the special action squad. Zhang Yueying said calmly. Solving one more rule incident will prevent many human tragedies. Fang Zhen nodded. Pretty good. Can you push me in the sun? I don't know where my caretaker went. Yeah. Fang Zhen pushed the wheelchair, which was intelligent and could easily maneuver forward and backward, toward the hospital's largest lawn. The sun is fine. The wind was nice in late spring too. A young man and woman basked in the sun in the midst of a hospital full of wreckage, out of place in the panic and uneasiness that surrounded them. Ding ding ding. Fang Zhen's cell phone rang. Looked over and it was Nguyen Man. He hung up dry. Zhang Yueying was curious. Why aren't you answering your phone? Wow. Nothing. Mobile is selling me packages. Want to set me up with a free upgrade package? Delusional. Fang Zhen said in a serious manner. Zhang Yueying covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't it great that it's free? Upgrading packages is free. But packages cost money. To be so mean? That's right. Even a poor man like me is cheated. Shameless. The two made small talk again. Zhang Yueying spoke of his recent situation. Her wound was so infected that she had to have her leg amputated. But fortunately only the lower leg was amputated, which I heard would make it much easier to have a mechanical prosthesis in the future. Her parents were so distressed that they couldn't sleep every night, and have been trying to raise money to customize the best set of prosthesis for their daughter. But Zhang Yueying appeared optimistic. She believed that living on her own would slowly get better. Fontaine was listening most of the time. Occasional comments. After all, his situation is so unique that nothing in the past may be true, and everything in the present is full of uncertainty and danger. The two talk about the world. And Nguyen Nakvan was very confused. Why don't you answer the phone? Success or failure? There has to be a message. Brother, you can't fail. My lifeblood is still in your hands. At this moment, he was physically exhausted, and the huge defense wall he had created had to be shut down. There doesn't seem to be any more vicious incidents. Nguyen Yuman observed and said to himself, it seems to be resolved. At this moment, the army has entered the hospital and started rescuing civilians. The chaos is subsiding. The population has trust in the military. It's time to run away too. Nguyen Yuman is ready to leave. Turning around, he found a tall figure blocking the way. It was a man with long hair, wearing a trench coat and holding a cigar, somewhat narcissistically ruffling his bangs and gulping down clouds. Boy, can I catch you? Nguyen Yaowen's face changed slightly. Oops. Beast King Bai Ming. How did he get here? I advise you to release Fong Jin immediately. Otherwise, I will let you know what is worse than death. Bai Ming sneered and clenched his fist, his knuckles making crunching sounds. Nguyen Man was full of questions. Put who? I let him go? Please, just let him leave me alone, okay? Chapter 59. It's always been just me. Nguyen Man is confused. He had no idea what Bai Ming was talking about. Having been scared to death himself by the witch, Gauss couldn't even calculate how much he was psyching himself out in the world, which is capable of capturing Fong Jin. Aren't you just trying to make it worse? Don't go too far. Beast King Bai Ming, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Even if you have an army by your side, you're still no match for me. Ruan Yaowen said confidently, his ability to finish off Bai Ming. It's also unbeatable against ordinary people. The military is likewise no exception. A more well-trained army would never be able to break through his defenses unless they brought in tanks as well. Wow. Absolute defense. Very impressive. A voice with a mature tone but a childish timbre came out. Nguyen Man glanced in the direction the voice came from. He saw a small, pink and delicate loli with a double ponytail, wearing a pink dress, walking towards him in a slow and deliberate manner. Asterisk. Nguyen Man was scared. Nightmares appear. Which choose Xiao Yuan. Ever since he had seen his opponent's final form, Nguyen Yaowen could be said to have been completely scared out of his wits. It's so hard to fade away a bit these days, but Chu Xiao Yuan's appearance once again evoked the deepest fears in the depths of his brain. Help! Nguyen Man wailed and twisted his head. There was no hesitation. It was as if half a second more of hesitation was going to be swallowed up by the devil. At the moment, he hated to have 2 extra legs so that he could escape faster. Even if you go to face an S-class event alone, he didn't even want to see Chu Xiao Yuan's face anymore. It was too damn scary. Bai Ming bristled. Goon. Chu Xiao Yuan didn't make much of a move, just lightly shouted. Rope. Work. Captain. A skinny man appeared out of nowhere and saluted, looking no more than 5'7", but skinny as a telephone pole, his clothes hanging as if on a drying rack ready to dry. His real name was Woolen and his nickname was Rope. Rope looked at Nguyen Man, who happened to be escaping, and just hemmed and hawed before blowing out a breath. A gust of wind blew away. Nguyen Yaowen sensed the danger coming, but didn't know what it was. He just didn't hesitate to push his power to create an invisible defense wall to block his back. It was a subconscious action that basically blocked most attacks, but this time something seems to have gone wrong. He felt that he was tripped by something. His body quickly lost weight and fell forward heavily. His hands subconsciously wanted to brace the ground, but suddenly realized that he had braced himself, and his feet were yanked by a strange force, forcibly pulling him into mid-air. Nguyen Yaowen hung upside down in the sky, swaying around like a white rabbit that had stepped into a trap. What the hell? Nguyen Man struggled desperately. But how could I break free? Feet trapped by invisible ropes. Rope smiled with a thieving smile. Kid, you're unlucky if you meet me. I'm the best at dealing with non-shapeshifting awakened. As long as you're seen by me, you've already lost. C rank ability. Invisible rope. Not much of a rating though, but it's defensible. This ability belongs to the strong Nen system, using mental power to create invisible ropes that can appear anywhere within his field of vision. Against ordinary people, you could say that the descending blows. The rope strength is average though. Some of the top boxers and weightlifters among humans can force their way free by their own brute strength, not to mention the shape-shifting awakened ones. However, it worked very well against awakened people with average physiques of their own. Nguyen Man was dumbfounded. Oops. Meet the nemesis. Just one D-level incident. Is it so bad that the special action group sent so many people? Ruan Yaowen was very aggrieved. Bai Ming sneered. The source of the hospital's rules is out of control. It should be you who did this. Quite rampant. Being wanted by us and still daring to come out on a mission. Where is Fong Jin? Hand over the person to me. Nguyen Man is holding back. What does the source being out of control have to do with me? He yelled. I didn't arrest Fong Jin. What are you looking for me for? How can you just want a legal citizen? Do you have any evidence? I'll file a complaint against you guys. Bai Ming held a cigar in his mouth and puffed white smoke, then pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Ruan Yaowen's head. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Wait, brother, I'm kidding. Nguyen Man immediately conceded. It's impossible not to wimp out. The special operations team is real with gun rights and immunity. Where's Fontaine? I really don't know. Bai Ming rolled his eyes. Still talking tough. I've already seen Fong Jin in the hospital. He must have been controlled by your accomplices. I advise you to give an honest account and confess to leniency. Nguyen Yaowen wanted to cry. Control? Who controls who? I'm the one being controlled. He can't sell out the town. If Fangjin was taken away, then his lifeblood would be completely gone. So tough? Refusing to talk even with a gun to your head? To be so righteous? Bai Ming was a bit confused. Captain, you try. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded as she was about to go forward. Nguyen Yuman doubled over in fear, passed out straight away. Rope exclaimed, worthy of a captain, to give up without a fight. Forget it, let's lock it up first. Fangjin is in the hospital. The army has surrounded the hospital. Sooner or later we will be able to find it. Chu Xiaoyuan said. Jasmine, be ready to act at any time. The first time you find an ability person is to shield his power. Jasmine nodded. Understood. At this point, Fangjin was still chatting with Zhang Yueying. At this time, Zhang Yueying received a phone call. Hey, Sister Chu, you guys came to the hospital? Well, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm currently basking in the sun. You guys are also in the hospital? Good. You guys come over and look for me. Fangjin's heart sank. Sister Chu? Yeah, it's Chu Xiaoyuan. Zhang Yueying laughed. She looks very small, but knows really a lot of things. Her real age is definitely older than me. Not good. They actually came. Fangjin didn't want to be taken to headquarters. Zhang Yueying keenly noticed Fangjin's change in mood and said in disbelief. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry, I have to go first. Fangjin said. He was in a hurry to leave. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming figures had already appeared at the end of his line of sight. Not good. You can see them yourself. They can certainly see me. Fangjin. Bai Ming was overjoyed and took a direct jumping step, leaping across a distance of hundreds of meters, almost cracking the concrete floor. Finally looking for. Bai Ming rubbed his eyes. Doubt I'm seeing things. The only person in front of him was Zhang Yueying, who was sitting in a wheelchair. There was no second person at all. Strange. He himself had just clearly seen Fangjin. How it's gone in the blink of an eye. Captain, you guys just saw it too. Waiting for Chu Xiaoyuan to come, Bai Ming couldn't wait to ask. Molly, the rope couldn't help but nod. Chu Xiaoyuan was likewise slightly confused. I did see a figure that looked a bit familiar, but it disappeared all of a sudden. It can't be that we were all dazzled at the same time. The crowd couldn't help but look at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying guffawed. What are you guys talking about? It's always just me here. Chapter 60. Zhang Yueying's reply caused Chu Xiaoyuan's brows to furrow. She came to Zhang Yueying at the first opportunity and stared at the other party's pupils. Sister Chu, what's wrong? Zhang Yueying asked. Chu Xiaoyuan replied. I'm worried that you're having your cognition interfered with by the power of the awakened. Don't worry, it's not your fault. After all, you've only just awakened. Well, then, did I? Looking at Zhang Yueying's clear and bright pupils, Chu Xiaoyuan became more and more confused in her heart. No, your ability, controller, is able to enhance your own attributes in all directions, and your resistance to outside mental interference is very strong. It's not that easy to be interfered with. B-class ability. Controller, it is possible to manipulate the muscles, the mind in the most subtle way. It belongs to the shape-shifting family. Unlike Chu Xiaoyuan's magic shape, Chu Xiaoyuan could make the most extreme changes to herself, even breaking through the limitations of her race and twisting herself into different forms. Instead, Zhang Yueying had developed herself to the extreme on a human basis. She will be the world's fastest athlete, most graceful dancer, best shot, and most feared assassin. In some separate field, there would surely be awakened people who broke the limits of humanity who could far outperform her. But as far as general ability is concerned, Zhang Yueying's club is ridiculously high. Hearing Chu Xiaoyuan's words, Zhang Yueying breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, Bai Ming asked. So you've been in the hospital for so long. Have you seen Fangjin? It's that kid who was in the same school as you. He was taken, and now he might be in danger. Zhang Yueying blinked. Didn't see. I'm not very familiar with him. Okay, then I'll look around some more and check the hospital security cameras on the way. Bai Ming left quickly. Chu Xiaoyuan said to Zhang Yueying, a serious rule incident just happened here. I'm not sure if it's resolved yet. I'll send someone to send you home first. Well, thank you Sister Chu. No need to be so polite. Chu Xiaoyuan pursed her lips, and it was hard to hide the happiness on her face. Most of the others call her little sister when they first make contact. Zhang Yueying was the only one who would address her as Sister Chu. That alone. It's worth taking care of her. Chu Xiaoyuan pushed the wheelchair and led Zhang Yueying away. Fangjin watched Chu Xiaoyuan and his group leave, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't have the ability to escape Bai Ming's field of vision all at once. He just unleashed his new ability, Ignore. This caused Bai Ming, Chu Xiaoyuan and the others to subconsciously ignore his existence. Of course, the body didn't actually move position at all. In this situation, you can't just make an attention-grabbing noise, or else you'll be judged to be where you are, and then the effect of your ability will be greatly reduced. It's not really stealth. If you secretly stab someone twice with a knife, you'll be caught immediately. It's like looking for a cell phone. Sometimes you grab your cell phone in your hand, but suddenly your brain can't turn a corner, looking all over the world for your cell phone, and you can't find it no matter how you look for it, or even wondering if you've lost it. This is a form of neglect. But at this point, if the phone jumps up and slaps you, can you still ignore your cell phone? Obviously not anymore. Fortunately effective. Fang Jin was somewhat pleased. This ability could be said to be quite powerful if used properly. Still, he had a little bit of heartburn. Jiang Yueying said that he wasn't very familiar with himself. I don't know you well enough to drag me into so many conversations. Still, I'm thankful she didn't give herself up. Fanzin was about to leave. Instead, he found a note left behind where Jiang Yueying's wheelchair was just now. He picked it up and it turned out to be a string of cell phone numbers. Her cell phone number? Fang Jin couldn't help but look up. Jiang Yueying, who was traveling farther and farther away, sat in the wheelchair, twisted his head and smiled secretly, and secretly waved his hand without a trace, as if he was saying goodbye. How can you not be familiar with it? Fang Jin is the first normal person she's seen since she jumped. She was so vulnerable at the time, and treated Fang Jin as the only person who would accompany her through the rest of her life. Emotional attachment. At least that moment was real and etched in stone. Not to mention, Jiang Yueying had seen with her own eyes at that time that Loophole had turned into her appearance and was making love to Fang Jin. This feeling of shame and annoyance still made her body hot when she thought about it. Loophole. This is the number you left for me. It's considered that you accosted me. Fang Jin couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from lifting, pulled out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and quickly searched for users. A user popped up under the search box. The avatar is a wheelchair. WeChat nickname, I love Andy Lau. What? Actually like my boyfriend. I didn't realize we were still love rivals? Got it. This will pull the plug on you. Fang Jin requested to add a friend. Soon friends come through. Jiang Yueying asked, which one are you? What do you say? How come there's no avatar and the WeChat nickname is garbled? New number. Specially adding me on a small number? Yeah. Afraid my wife will find out. That's a good point. I'll change my number too. My husband might check in on this one. Fang Jin sent a panda-headed question mark. I didn't realize you were so abstract. Not bad for my love rival. Thanks for not giving me up. Just talk? Do something practical? Fanzin thought about it. Click on red packet. Amount 001. Send. Jiang Yueying scoffed. That's all the money? That can't hold you? Gouge you to death and forget about it. Sister Fu. VI50 see the strength. The next moment, a red envelope pop-up window popped up. Jiang Yueying actually did send a red packet over. Fang Jin clicked on it and was shocked. I can't believe there's really $50 huge. So being a cyber beggar really works. Thanks a lot sis. Wait until Thursday to treat you to KFC. Not a favorite. So what do you want to eat? Sand County Hotel. Worthy of being a rich sister. Usually in and out of surprisingly high-end places like this. It feels like there's a disconnect with you all of a sudden. Jiang Yueying sent an emoticon of rolling her eyes. No more. Sister Chu was looking at me. Okay. Enough about that. I'm going to take a shower. 886. Jiang Yueying sat in her wheelchair, looked at the chat log, rolled her eyes beautifully, and couldn't help but smile again. The rope sniffed. I think I smell the sour stench of love. Chu Xiaoyuan looked towards Jiang Yueying. Jiang Yueying shook her head seriously. No. It's just an online friend. Aha. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Lost his legs. A lot of people get depressed for a long time. It's nice to have an online friend to talk to and relieve boredom. Sister Chu. What's wrong? I just ran into an internet scam and got cheated out of 50. Jiang Yueying was aggrieved. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled helplessly. How can you be so careless? I'll transfer 100 to you. Okay. Next time don't trust unreliable netizens. Got it. Moi. At this point, Fang Jin was ready to leave with a light footstep. Mission accomplished. You can join Skynet Mutual next. He dialed Nguyen Ngoc Van's number. Tu Dolu. Q no answer. Strange. Fang Jin was immediately alert. At this moment the army surrounds the hospital. I don't think he's been arrested. Chapter 61 Completing the examination. Nguyen Man is being held in a military vehicle at the moment. A full 16 soldiers with submachine guns guarded the perimeter. It's hard to fly with wings. His hands and feet were bound, and on his head he wore a metallic, uniquely shaped silver helmet with special snaps that were hard to crack. This was a specially crafted mental power shield, and once it was brought on, an awakened who wasn't of the shapeshifting lineage would basically be unable to exert his or her abilities. These things are not cheap to build. It's a collaboration of countries working together to research props that specialize in dealing with awakened people. All countries are also worried that the awakened will cause riots, so they have made a lot of preparations. Hey, what a melancholy day. Nguyen Yaowen let out a long sigh and looked out through the barred window. I never should have taken that assignment. Getting in trouble all over the place. At this point, a tiny voice suddenly came from the ear. Stop complaining, get ready and run away with me. Nguyen Man looked around confused. The military vehicle was empty. He's the only one. What's going on? Something's wrong with my ears. Don't be suspicious. I'm right beside you. Now grab my hand and leave together. Don't say anything or make any strange movements in the middle of the way. Just walk in a bored manner. Fong Jin's voice came again. Nguyen Man got goosebumps. What's going on? I don't think I've hit a ghost. But why did the ghost's voice sound so familiar? Fong Jin saw Nguyen Yaowen frozen in place with a demented look on his face and thought for a moment indistinctly. Wow. I forgot to turn on stealth to make it visible to you. He withdrew the ability. Nguyen Man can finally see Fong Jin. Go, don't ink. Fong Jin grabbed Nguyen Yaowen's wrist and headed out of the car. He could make these soldiers ignore themselves. Naturally, it also allows them to ignore Nguyen Ngoc Van. Nguyen Yaowen was so scared that his face turned white. Don't mess around. Bai Ming gave orders. If you dare to leave, you'll be shot immediately. My ability is restricted, but I can't stop bullets. Don't worry, it's fine. Both spoke very quietly. Not being heard, Nguyen Yaowen had to follow Fong Jin stiffly, and then surprisingly, he really did take one step at a time, leaving the army's encirclement without anyone noticing. He couldn't stop his heart from beating wildly after the robbery. It wasn't until he left the hospital that he couldn't help but ask, when did you learn to be invisible? It's not possible that you've awakened a second ability. Sort of, Fong Jin said. Not the second one though. It's the fourth. There are others who can awaken the second ability? Fong Jin inquired. Nguyen Yaowen looked at Fong Jin with incomparable envy. I heard that a very small portion of awakened people can awaken a second ability. There are even some who will take all sorts of extreme methods to stimulate the birth of their second ability. But the danger is extremely high. And those who can succeed are all bigwigs on one side. I know a big shot in the Skynet forum, who escaped from a close call in an S-class incident and was born with a second awakened ability, and his strength skyrocketed. He didn't realize that Fong Jin actually had the potential to be a big brother. Do we have to hug his leg? It's a little disheartening though, but if there's a cuddle, it's actually nice to have a cuddle. The big man Nguyen Yaowen knew had soared to the top after awakening his second ability and was now one of the administrators of the Skynet forum. How many people can't get a leg up if they want to? There's an old saying that if you want to be a general's wife, you have to marry a lieutenant and spend 20 years with him on the border, in the forest, in the desert. Fong Jin was puzzled. So that's how it was. One is not the only one who can have multiple abilities. Brother, this is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first, Nguyen Yaowen quickly said, then led Fong Jin to quickly leave the hospital. What about your sports car? It's okay, lose it and buy it again. Isn't this a little too extravagant? It doesn't matter. If we don't have money to earn again, it's just that. It's not easy for us awakened to earn money. Fong Jin felt like his mind hadn't shifted yet. In fact, he can become a billionaire anytime he wants, but the methods are more criminal. How much was the bounty when you came to arrest me in the first place? Fong Jin asked. Nguyen Man said, 300 million. Is that a lot for you? I'm talking dollars. The Skynet forum is tens of millions of dollars for a single mission. You also said it's a Skynet forum mission. All about rule events. It's going to roll over if you don't say it's a good idea. Risking dozens of times or risking it once. Which do you choose? Fong Jin was a bit skeptical. You also don't seem like a law-abiding person. Shouldn't you go rob those rich people? Don't underestimate the energy of the rich. They protect themselves far more than you can imagine. They will invest in various civic organizations, enter into cooperation, hire awakened people as bodyguards, and even hide some heavy weapons in their own mansion safe houses. Wanting to rob them isn't a simple task. Fong Jin drifted off. So it is. Nguyen Man leads Fong Jin away as they make their way to the bank and use their black card privileges to get a bank employee to drive them away. Soon the duo arrived in a more remote neighborhood. Beautiful scenery and living by the water. Where is this? Fong Jin asked. One of my homes. Do you have many homes? Just over 100. Cunning is already outrageous. You're exaggerating. Do you have a lot of enemies? Not really, just simply like to hoard houses. Is also an old problem. In the past, housing prices rubbing up. Always feel at ease to buy a house. As a result, now the house price box fall my heart broken. I am almost depressed. Fongjin inwardly slurred. Fixed assets are in the hundreds of millions. You're depressed my ass. On making money is also the capitalist. I have a dozen suites are rotten. Received my money actually dare not give me a house. I also happen to be unable to find the rightful owner. But it's really infuriating. Nguyen rambled on and led Fongjin to his home. 180 square feet of small flat. Decorated and furnished with everything. And it's clean. It looks like someone comes in and cleans it from time to time. Brother, the hospital matter is sort of settled, right? Ruan Yawan asked. Fongjin nodded. Solved. Great. I'll apply for you now. Ruan Yawan took out his cell phone, logged into the forum, and after a flurry of operations, submitted the task. Soon after, someone from Skynet forum called to confirm the details. Nguyen Yawan began to explain today's situation according to the flow, level D incident. That's right. The source is out of control and jumped directly to the third stage. Both the military and the special operations squad are out. It should be good to check. This situation should give more points. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for your news. Half an hour after hanging up the phone, the notification from the Skynet forum came. Tasks are recognized as completed. Successful registration of new forum users. Fongjin couldn't help but sigh. It's finally working. He himself will be an organized person from now on. Ruan Yawan excitedly said. Over-fulfilling the task, rewarding you with an extra 1,000 forum points. You've risen from newcomer directly to a level 2 official user. It's almost caught up with me. I'm only a level 3 user. By the way, give me your bank card. The bounty for mission completion is $40 million. Skynet will transfer the money to you within 3 days. This card of yours is too shabby. When the time comes, I'll find a way to get you a black card. That thing is so good. When you go to the bank to take the staff will have to compliment you on your handsome posture. Fongjin ignored the latter half of his sentence and said in surprise, there's still money to be gotten? Isn't this the assessment task given to me by the Skynet forum? An assessment is an assessment. A task is a task. Of course there is a bounty to be taken for doing the task. Is it not hooliganism if you don't pay for it? Working overtime without compensation is a violation of the labor law. Chapter 62, I'll find you. Fongjin didn't realize that he had suddenly become a multi-millionaire. Happiness came a bit suddenly. This mustn't be chicken leg rice with an extra chicken leg? How much did you spill at the hospital? This is my business after all. I can't let you pay for it. Fongjin said. Nguyen Yawan replied. It's not much, just $17 million. Hiss. What are you spreading so much for? It's so defeating. Brother, you're going too far. If I hadn't been in a hurry, how could you have found the source so easily? Okay. Fongjin neatly chose to fill the hole. He doesn't much like owing people money. Return on the inner access at the earliest possible time. Fongjin then boarded the Skynet forum account that belonged to him, bound his fingerprints and pupils, and finally entered the forum. The forum is divided into several sections. Quest area, exchange area, raid area, trading area, and more. And forum members are ranked from newbie, level 1, level 2, up to level 6. And above level 6 is administrator. Newbies aren't even qualified to post. Even some of the boards won't open. As for Fongjin, he was already a level 2 full member, and all boards could be browsed at will. But reading the strategies and posting quests required the deduction of points. Once you have too few points you will drop levels. Trying to get points, just have to keep completing quests, or posting cheats and letting people buy your cheats with points. In a nutshell, points are forum currency, and it's hard to move an inch without them. Fontainebleau Point Attack Slight Zone. It's densely packed with tips. It's all about how to attack rules events. Raiders in the Raider Zone are not fidelity. They might be made up. You have to be careful with your purchases. Points are not easy to come by. Ruan Yawan reminded. Fongjin nodded. Understood. He tapped on the trading area again. Inside, there is even more variety. You can buy guns and arms, private information, all kinds of mysterious potions, special props that can be used by awakened people, and even airplanes and tanks as long as you can afford it. Special props? What are these? Fongjin inquired. Ruan Yawan replied. Special items tainted with the power of rules may be born from rule events, and if used wisely, they can be seen as a rule weapon. However, there is often a limit to the number of times it can be used, and once the number is used up, it is completely reduced to a mortal object. Such things are called awakenings. Awakened objects are extremely valuable and can enhance the immediate combat power of an awakened person, but they are so expensive that I may not be able to afford one even if my entire body's belongings are added up. It would be a fortune to get one. Fonstown skimmed through it. Sure enough, the cheapest awakening object, all to start with 1 billion, and still auction mode. Others can raise the price. The final price is definitely more than this price. So it seems. $40 million seems like nothing at all again. Can't afford basically anything. Fang Zhen browsed through the forums, basically understanding the general situation, and then opened the Raiders section once again. He typed in the keyword incarceration. Soon. Jump out the Raiders. Class A ability, imprisonment. Extremely rare. Can imprison others' power within themselves and utilize it. If no awakened person borrows the power, it is equivalent to an ordinary person. Fonstown wants to see the follow-up. It turned out to be actually charged. He paid 10 points in exasperation. The follow-up jumped out at me. Imprisonment ability. After the research of various countries, it is temporarily determined that this kind of awakened person, up to the body to accommodate 3 kinds of awakened ability. If there is a powerful teammate can borrow the power, can play a huge role. There have been cases where an awakened person with this ability borrowed the ability of an S-rank awakened person and solved an A-rank incident on their own. It can be determined that the potential for this capability is huge. It could even be rated as a pseudo-S grade. However, this ability is equally flawed. The amount of power held captive is the only amount of power that can be used, and once it is depleted, it reverts back to normal. So it's an ability that requires a lot of teamwork. Sure enough, it's not the same as my ability. Fang Zhen muttered to himself. His ability to do so seems to be, incarcerate, a more superior being. But Fang Zhen searched, but no relevant content was found. So he thought about it, and then anonymously posted a quest with a bounty of $10 million, hoping to know about the superior ability of the imprisonment ability. Certainly didn't get an answer that quickly. Brother, I have completed all your conditions. Is it time to? Ruan Yaowen asked, rubbing his hands together. His eyes filled with anticipation. Fang Zhen realized, I almost forgot. He then performed his magic hands and helped Nguyen Yaman to restore his broken limbs back to normal. Nguyen Yaowen tugged at his pants in excitement beyond words. We can finally be together again. Now I realize that what money, house, can't compare to your importance. After the excitement, Nguyen Yaman opened the door with a flourish. Fang Zhen asked, what for? Receiving for my second brother. Brother, you can just stay at my place. Feel free to stay. Call me if anything happens. Ruan Yaowen couldn't wait to leave the house. Fang Zhen gave him a contemptuous look. A bubble bath is a bubble bath. Talking so high and mighty. Fang Zhen continued to browse the Skynet forums again, mending his barren knowledge. Rules events are breaking out globally. Behind a large number of wars and plagues, there are few rule events. There are also conflicting opinions as to when exactly the rules event came about, but it is suspected that it dates back to World War II. Fonstown also learns about the most horrific rules event that has ever occurred in the present day. China's Jiefan Road Martyrs Monument Incident, where more than 100,000 foreign tourists are suspected to have died in a rules-based incident. The incident of the divine sacrifice in the Ganges country was rumored to have killed hundreds of thousands of people at that time, and that was even with the official concealment of a great deal of data. The shrine crying baby incident in Sakura country, the British Museum paranormal incident in Europe, the wildlife altercation incident in Australia, and the snow demon incident in the Antarctic Circle. These are S-rule events. The global count is about 13. All of them caused huge casualties. And to this day, none of the S-class incidents have been resolved. Basically, they can only be dealt with temporarily by isolation and blockade, and the possibility of future incidents spreading cannot be ruled out. So it's this serious. Fang Zhen muttered to himself. Ding dong. At this point, Fang Zhen received a tweet. It was sent by Jiang Yueying. Fang Zhen smiled and opened his cell phone. I know you're home alone tonight, and I'll come find you. Fonstown was confused. It always felt a little wrong. I wouldn't mind if you came over at night, but how do you know where I am? How are you? Fang Zhen typed to send a message. A red exclamation point popped up. Failed to send message. You're not friends with each other. Weird. Why did you pull the plug on me? Fang Zhen was about to re-add his friend. Ding dong. 3 new identical messages in a row popped up again like crazy. I know you're home alone and I'll be looking for you. I know you're home alone and I'll be looking for you. I know you're home alone and I'll be looking for you. These characters. It was like a twisted viper. As if it was about to jump up and burrow into Fang Zhen's eyes. Fang Zhen's scalp immediately went numb. If one is blackballed by the other person, why would she be able to send me a message? Chapter 63 The Misunderstanding of Scolding. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. It's okay. No matter how weird it is, can it still come down the net and hit me? Who are you? Fang Zhen sent the message again. This time, of course, the red exclamation point remains. But the next moment the other returned his message. I'm Jiang Yueying. You're home alone. I'm coming to you now. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Those last 2 words. It seemed that even the font had become distorted, as if blood was flowing out of the screen. Fang Zhen's heart was permeated with cool air. It's evil. Give me this. Fangjin opened the browser and searched 100 of the most vicious swear words. Then he copied the answers and sent them all to the other side. The mom-containing string of characters filled the entire screen of the phone. The Microsoft end. There was a delay in any response. Looks like a wimp. He. Want to scare me? Guard your parents first. This punch of 20 years of power. Can you block it? Fangjin scoffed. But just then, Fangjin felt some coldness in the room. Like the air conditioning was on. There was an indescribable aura of gloom that seemed to float around the room. Fangjin alertly jumped up from the sofa. He looked east. The house was quiet. The air conditioner wasn't on and the windows weren't open. But the light inside the house was getting dimmer. Obviously there's nothing around. But Fangjin had a feeling that there seemed to be a pair of big invisible hands slowly approaching his neck. It's like getting your neck snapped at any moment. What the hell? Did you really follow the net to me? Wait. Can I apologize? Fangjin shouted. But that obviously didn't help. That real feeling of waiting to die. Creepy. Fangjin hurriedly rolled to avoid the non-existent attack. But the feeling of being hanged by the neck was like a shadow. It seems like no matter how much you dodge, sooner or later, those big invisible hands are going to land on your neck. No way. It's impossible to hide. Fangjin did not hesitate to cast his latest ability, Ignore. That way, no one would notice his presence. The trick worked. The strange feeling of being about to be grabbed by the neck disappeared without a trace. Is it a rules event? Or is there an awakened who is secretly targeting me? Fangjin's eyes clouded over as he stared at his phone for a long time. It's been a long time since any new news jumped out. Fangjin dialed Jiang Yueying's phone. In a room in an old neighborhood. The room was small but cozy, with beige beds and quilts, and lots of travel photos on the walls of girls hiking, rock climbing, and swimming with very big smiles. Only then the girls still had healthy legs. This is Jiang Yueying's room. After leaving the hospital, she returned home to recuperate her body. At this moment the cell phone rings. Jiang Yueying picked up the phone. Hello? Jiang Yueying? It's me. Fangjin, I want to ask you something. Did you send me a message just now? No. She sounded a little annoyed. Fangjin was a little confused. How angry? But the answer was soon revealed. But you sent me a lot of things instead. Jiang Yueying gritted her teeth and said, where did I offend you? To actually scold me like that? Oops. Fangjin almost spat out blood. On here clearly shows a send failure. It turned out that Jiang Yueying could see everything. Wait, that's not how it works. Fangjin said hurriedly. Jiang Yueying said unhappily. Explain. I want to know the reason why you did that. I can't believe I didn't hang up the phone in anger. This stunned Fangjin. How it's not quite the same as the sultry of the TV show. It's safe to say the mood is very stable. Fangjin told all about what he had encountered. Jiang Yueying's resentment faded and she was slightly worried. Sounds so weird. You met another rule event? How come you're so unlucky? I don't know. Playing with my cell phone for a while can also encounter this kind of thing. Fangjin was helpless. Anyway, those words really weren't meant for you. Alright, trust you. Fangjin sighed in relief. I have to go and check what this is all about. So I'll hang up for now. You be careful. I suspect this is a randomized murder rule event. Can't pinpoint the rules or logic for now, but it's possible it has something to do with a person being alone. Understood. Be careful when you're out there alone as well. Jiang Yueying couldn't help but say with concern. After all, rules events are often fraught with danger. She didn't ask Fangjin too much about why he didn't dare to meet up with the special operations team. There's always a reason to do that anyway. The ability to come to a hospital and deal with a rule-based incident despite the danger. Jiang Yueying then already believed that Fangjin was a good person. Fangjin's heart warmed. Well, I'll be careful. Hang up the phone. The microphone jumped again. Jiang Yueying sent another red packet. When I opened it, it was actually another huge $50. Sister Fu, with this much money, you can only support me for a month at most. No more. Fangjin sent a message. Jiang Yueying sent a small emoji of crossed arms. Didn't you want to treat me to dinner? I was angry at being scolded by you and had to eat something nice, so I raised the meal allowance. Take it. It's what I got from running an internet scam. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Fangjin lost his smile. I'm buying dinner and you're paying me. That's a bit of a soft meal. Which ingrate is so good at cheating? Push it to me and I'll go cheat some pocket money too. Fangjin couldn't wait. Ding dong. Jiang Yueying quickly pushed a micro signal. The avatar is a cute magical girl. Nickname, call me Lord Captain. Fangjin sucked in a breath of cool air. Chu Xiao Yuan ah? Yeah, you go cheat a little too. No. Next time. Jiang Yueying sent an expression of contempt. It's no use despising me. Who would dare to cheat on this? Jiang Yueying leaned on the desk with her cheeks resting on the desk, covering her mouth and looking at the cell phone screen and snickering. She lost her legs. It's already pretty bad. but she doesn't see anything in it herself. On the contrary, it is really heartbreaking to think that Fongjin must be living a very uneasy life out there alone, hiding, homeless, and having to face dangerous rule events from time to time. Try to sneak in a little subsidy when you can. Jiang Yueying glanced at his balance. There were only $3 left. Her family wasn't exactly well off. Her parents are still trying to find ways to borrow money for her customized and good prosthetic limbs. And of course no pocket money. I'm so poor. Jiang Yueying opened her cell phone, wanting to check if there were any suitable online part-time jobs. After all, she had no mobility and couldn't join a special ops team for an iron rice bowl yet. Jiang Yueying stared at her phone and browsed for a long time. But it feels mostly like a scam. What baby mama zero threshold to earn tens of thousands of dollars a month? What Yang Yang's sister invested 1,000 initial capital and was delighted to receive a Porsche 3 months later? What with online shopping swipes and commissions of up to $500,000 a month? It's a scam at first glance. Jiang Yueying naturally didn't believe it. And some. Voice chit-chat, ladies first. Phone girlfriends, late-night videos, blushing and stuff like that. Jiang Yueying clicked in and criticized it, then blushed and exited. No way. These won't work either. Suddenly, WeChat popped up with a new message. I know you're home alone tonight, and I'll come find you. There was an eerie atmosphere spreading through the room. It seemed like the lights in the room were dimmed a bit. Jiang Yueying opened WeChat. It's Fong Town. She felt a few things were wrong. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yueying replied to the message, but a red exclamation point popped up. Her pupils shook. This situation. Exactly what Fonzin said. Not good. Dad. Mom. Jiang Yueying shouted hurriedly. Ding dong. The message popped up again. No need to open the door for me. I'm outside your window. Jiang Yueying's body was chilled through and through, and with great difficulty, she twisted her head to look at the window. The blue curtains are drawn, but obviously the window wasn't open. Why are the curtains moving? A suffocating feeling of being grabbed by the neck suddenly struck. Jiang Yueying painfully covered her neck and tried to fight against it, but she couldn't grab anything. If you can't catch it, you naturally can't resist it. She hissed, consciousness fading. Mom! Knock knock. There was a sharp knock at the door, accompanied by nervous parental voices. Moonshadow? Moonshadow, what's wrong with you? Chapter 64, Laws of Murder. Fongjin turned off the WeChat software. He once again boarded the Skynet forum account. There was something really haunting about the experience just now. Definitely a rules event. And not a bad grade. Definitely higher than the C class. Because it's an immediately deadly event. But what rule am I breaking? It can't be underage anti-indulgence, can it? Fongjin was in a million pieces. So Fongjin came to the forum exchange area and consumed 10 points to open a new thread. Title name, cell phone chat murder? Main content, seniors. I have encountered a rule event today. Without any signs. WeChat chat probed weird conversations. And then weird forces came and almost killed me. I don't know if any of you have experienced this rule event. If so, are there any clues? Insights to share? If not, I hope you'll pay attention to the fact that this rule event trigger condition is uncertain, but seems to have something to do with being alone. Fongjin then posted a screenshot of his chat log as well. About the rule event. People in the forum are obviously interested, especially with this kind of rules event that is not simple at first glance. Floor 1, sofa. Floor 2, haven't heard of it, but help out. Floor 3, how about the risk factor? What is the owner's ability? Can an ordinary human physique escape? Floor 4, random kills. At least B level. 5th floor, I have encountered the cell phone murder incident, but it is quite different from the situation described by the owner. The post swiped dozens of floors at once. It is evident that Skynet Mutual is quite active, but useful information is scarce. The probability is that a rule event has just occurred. Just as Fongjin was looking for clues in the exchange area, a call came in. It's Jiang Yueying. Hey, what's going on? Fongjin asked. Jiang Yueying's voice was hoarse and appeared weak. I also encountered the rule incident you mentioned. Fongjin was alarmed. How are you? Are you hurt? Almost died. Now my throat is sore and I'm not breathing too well. I'm in an ambulance. Jiang Yueying's tone was messy. At the critical moment my parents broke into my room. Then that weird power disappeared. You're right. Being alone should be one of the prerequisites for a rule killing. Or rather, a violation of a rule. My guess is that one has to stare at the phone for an extended period of time to trigger the rule event. The rules kill by choking. The power has no entity. Those with good physique can resist it for a little while longer. But that's about it. Most shapeshifter awakened should not be able to hold out. Her physique was already considered the strongest among ordinary humans with the addition of her awakened abilities, but also almost died. That's all the information I got. I hope it's useful to you, Jiang Yueying said. At this time, the nagging voice of Jiang Yueying's mother came from the other end of the phone. It seemed like Jiang Yueying was still calling even though she was in such a bad state. Interference with one's rest. Jiang Yueying responded helplessly. I'm hanging up first, take care of yourself. Understood. Fong Jin nodded. Hang up the phone. Fong Jin's eyes flashed with a few moments of anger. Originally, he was just curious about this rule event. It's not like he's in charge. The task force will sort it out. However, the fact that Jiang Yueying almost died made him very angry. I'd like to see what you really are. Fong Jin gritted his teeth. He took a 10-minute break. Then stare at your phone and start the clock. The house was quiet. There was only the occasional thud of glass marbles from upstairs. An hour later, the message popped up again on WeChat. I know you're home alone tonight. I'll be coming for you. Here we go. Fong Jin replied. Come on. Your good father is waiting for you. Next moment, a cloudy wind is blowing. That feeling of a large invisible hand about to fall on his neck reappeared. Fong Jin did not dodge this time, but allowed the invisible hand to fall. A huge power contraction. In just an instant Fong Jin felt his vision begin to blur. Ordinary people really can't carry it at all. Ghost flame. Fong Jin immediately urged out the bizarre flame while he was still conscious, and completely surrounded his entire body. He didn't forget one thing. Use rules to deal with rules. Only a flame spawned by the source can counter the strange power of the underworld. But something unexpected happened. That power didn't go away. The force on his neck grew, choking Fong Jin almost to the point of suffocation. The instinct of life prompted him to subconsciously cast the ignore ability. Finally, the force suddenly dissipated. Fong Jin sat on the ground and kept gasping for air. Coming back from the dead, he went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Lacrimated handprints surfaced on his neck. It meant that what had just happened was real, and not that he had fallen into a hallucination. Void, no way to touch it, and no way to attack the flames condensed by spiritual power. Fong Jin memorized these. It's a bit outrageous to be honest. There didn't seem to be any way to fight it other than to run away. Fong Jin re-entered the living room. He thought for a moment and turned on his cell phone again. This time, he uninstalled WeChat and started the clock. An hour later, nothing happened. It's actually related to WeChat. Fong Jin was surprised. This is universal software. There are very few people who don't have WeChat on their cell phones. If that's one of the trigger conditions, that ripple seems too wide. It can't really be a conspiracy by the old U.S., can it? He reinstalled back into the Microsoft and started the countdown. An hour later, the creepy message popped up again. I know you're home alone tonight and I'll be coming for you. Fontaine replied. No, my wife is in today. However, it didn't help. That odd force came again. Only this time Fong Jin had gotten used to it and directly cast his ignore ability to avoid this calamity. Text replies can't be spoofed. So can they be communicated or not? Fong Jin put a question mark in the memo. Tossed for a long time. It was also already dark. At this moment, Nguyen Man returned with a great deal of vigor and a red face. Seems to be in a good mood. He was also carrying 2 takeout bags. Brother, I'm back. And knowing that you must not have eaten yet, I specially brought takeout for you. I don't know if you like Chinese or Western food, so I bought a steak and lobster fried rice for you. Nguyen Man opened the door and came in, wondering, why don't you turn on the lights? He turned on the lights, taken aback by Fong Jin's appearance. Fong Jin was currently lying on the sofa, his face a little pale, and there were even shocking handprints on his neck. Asterisk. Nguyen Man exited the house warily. Someone's coming? Fong Jin said breathlessly. It's fine, come in. He's been working on something about a rules event. Too much into it, both not eating and expending a lot of energy. Naturally it seems a bit weak. Fong Jin winded up eating all of the takeout that Wan Yawan had brought back. And only then did he say with a straight face, I ran into a rule incident and almost died. This time it's a bit weird. Really? What kind of rules event? Nguyen Man inquired. He seemed relatively calm. After all, I've seen this kind of thing a lot. Do you have WeChat on your cell phone? It certainly has. You'll go to your room alone and swipe your phone for an hour and you'll know. So weird. Although Nguyen Man was strange, he returned to his room alone. He was confident in his abilities. Whatever the rules event is. Anyway, his absolute defense would definitely not be breached anytime soon. Chapter 65, Robbing While You're Hot, Extra Chapter 3. Nguyen Man entered the room. He lay back on his bed beautifully and pulled out his cell phone. He was clearly in a good mood today, humming a little tune and brushing up on short videos. In addition to beautiful women dancing, he enjoys watching all sorts of hot mashups. Who is claiming invincibility? Which dares to say undefeated? He who glorifies my true name shall see eternal life and reincarnation. Nguyen Man shouted hotly. Ding dong, an hour is up. WeChat popped up with a new message. But at the moment, Nguyen Yawan was getting on top of it and was not afraid in the least. Come on, whether you're a human or a ghost, Who carries the name of absolute defense? Absolutely cannot lose. An invisible wall of defense was rapidly forming. Shelter yourself securely. But in the next moment, a cold aura surged in, and large invisible hands landed on his neck. Terrible huge force choked the neck, like strangling a chickadee. Lean, missed the boat. Brother, save me. Nguyen poured out all his strength and held the words in his throat with difficulty. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open by Fongjin. The weird power instantly dissipated. Nguyen felt his body loosen up, and the threat of death disappeared in an instant. But he also had an additional shocking green handprint on his neck. Fongjin asked, "Is everything okay?" "It's just a bit of wind and frost," Nguyen said as he rubbed his neck in relief. "Okay, just die on the side." Fongjin didn't bother to pay attention to Nguyen, but recorded the key information, which is an invisible wall of defense. Nor can they stop the invisible hand. It sure is tough. Nguyen slowed down at the moment. It's really something so weird. Even I almost got hit. I don't know how many people have to die in this world. Have you checked on the Skynet forum? Checked it out. Not much to go on. I'll check. He logged on to the forum and searched for keywords. Isn't there a thread here? There's a lot of discussion. That's what I sent. So many people replied. It's already topped over 500 floors. It seems like someone else has also encountered this kind of thing. Fongjin opened his cell phone to take a look. Sure enough, gradually, after he posted, people ran into it as well. Though none of them were themselves, but rather people close to them who ran into it. The only one who showed up was Fontaine. Fongjin pondered. Is it your own bad luck? No, it's not. I'm afraid the forum has run out of posts for people who have encountered this kind of thing. There is a growing number of people discussing this in the Skynet forums, but Fongjin was too sleepy. It had been a long day and so much energy had been expended that one was already drowsy. I'm going to sleep first. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Fongjin chose a quiet room to fall into a deep sleep, and Nguyen is clearly interested in this. He kept scrolling through the posts. Fongjin woke up with a start. His spirit restored. Nguyen, with a black eye, couldn't wait to come to him. Look at this video. The cell phone in his hand was playing a video with not so clear picture quality. Obviously surveillance footage. It appears to be an office. A certain middle-aged man in an old cadre suit sipped tea while flipping through the documents in his cell phone. Suddenly, he looked horrified and covered his neck as his body trembled. Eventually the movement was lost. Fell out of his office chair. It seemed to be scared and incontinent before he died, with a small wet spot on his pants. A poor unlucky guy. Fongjin was helpless. He should have also encountered a rule event. This rule event, too easy to trigger. Where did this video come from? Last night 3 days early in the morning in the major sites crazy, but less than 10 minutes was blocked off. Simply cannot find any video source. There is a big man in the Skynet forum with a lot of energy who got his hands on the video and shared it. Then Nguyen looked serious. Do you know who he is? Who? Our vice mayor of Han. Ha! Fongjin immediately sat up. No wonder the video was banned all of a sudden. This is a big deal. This kind of character would definitely be surrounded by awakened protectors, but still dead. Died for no reason. This is a serious political issue. The vice mayor is dead. The state is paying extreme attention. The people from the Special Action Squad have already started to track it down with all their might. There's going to be a lot of hilarity now. Nguyen gloated. This incident has had a big impact. The forum has swiped hundreds of threads about it, but I've read them all, and they're all bragging and farting, and not many people have even figured out the premise of the killing. In this whole forum, it seems like you're the only one who survived after experiencing it firsthand and shared that experience that was useful. Now everyone just knows that avoiding being alone keeps them safe. I've heard that it is now mandatory for government agencies and departments that all government employees must work in teams of 2 and move together, and many companies have gotten wind of such regulations being enforced. Fongjin yawned. This is the kind of rules event that you certainly can't get right in a short period of time. He called Jiang Yueying. Wanted to ask each other how their bodies were doing, but it prompted a shutdown. Okay. Fongjin opened his cell phone and entered the Skynet forum. So many messages jumped out at me. Many forum members asked Fongjin for clues about the details of the cell phone chat killings. Look out. People seem to be very leery of this random killing and hard to prevent rule event. But Fongjin wasn't going to tell them. What matters most against rule events? Intelligence is most important. This is the kind of dangerous event where intelligence is traded for lives. Fongjin was the one who happened to possess the ability to forcibly avoid disaster, which was why he was able to constantly experiment and summarize the intelligence. If he were anyone else, he would probably have to risk his life every time. Take that intel and sell it in the radar zone and you're sure to get a good price for it. At that moment, a private message caught Fongjin's attention. Hello, can we talk? I'm with Special Operations. Fong Jin was surprised. Skynet forums actually have official people, and the other guy is one of the administrators. But after careful thought, Fong Jin also figured it out. Such a civil organization with so much energy certainly needs to be subject to official regulation. Fonstown replies, "What's up? Did you experience the cell phone chat murder firsthand or were you just a bystander? In person. Can you share your intel?" Kyoto, headquarters of the Special Operations Department. Vice Minister Zhang Guoqing looked at the computer screen in front of him and breathed a long sigh of relief. "At last, we've found a survivor. These civil organization awakened people. There are really some powerful people as well." He was one of a total of 3 deputy ministers at headquarters. The real power is quite large. Rank of lieutenant general. It's a big man who has a voice even in the center. Cell phone chat killings are a thing. He's been busy too. Overnight, many cadres have died. He's also under a lot of pressure. It must be resolved as soon as possible. But this time, the rules event, with its random location and random time, was so uncertain that there was no way to effectively conduct a probe. So he had to figure out the logic of the rules as quickly as possible. Long hours. He's even afraid to use his cell phone. Use computers as much as possible. Fortunately, he contacted one of the country's more well-known civil society organizations and finally managed to find a suspected pro-lifer in Skynet Mutual Aid. Intelligence from a survivor. That's pretty important. At this point, message reply from the forum came in. "Yes, may I ask how much you're offering?" Zhang Guoqing choked on his own saliva, and a few moments of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Now the country is in trouble. Can't a man be selfless? He asked patiently. "How much do you want?" 300 million then. What? Zhang Guoqing was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Damn! Robbing me while the fire is burning. The table thumped. The department staff couldn't help but look at the deputy minister. They're all curious. Who pissed off the big man? Chapter 66, the price has gone up. Zhang's face turned blue as he stared at the computer screen in front of him. Hate to grab the person on the other end of the internet line out of the screen. An upright soldier came and brought a cup of tea. "Minister, calm down." Soldier with a country face. Very calm, with steely eyes. His name is Wang Wei. Zhang Guoqing's adjutant, or secretary, if you will. A pivotal figure in the Special Operations Department as well. Responsible for helping Chang with a lot of classified documents regarding rules events. A big shot secretary can never be a strawman. Suffice it to say, Wang Wei may even take over as deputy minister in the future. Damn, this asshole actually dares to offer 300 million. Zhang cursed. The number of people who died in the cell phone chatting incident is constantly increasing. What is this not making a national fortune? Wang Wei said. Perhaps the information in his hands is really valuable? Zhang's eyes clouded over. According to his usual temperament, it was absolutely impossible to compromise. But this time, there's too much pressure. All the departments of the country are in panic, and pressure is being exerted on their special operations departments everywhere. And if it goes on for a long time, even the government departments are in danger, and the country may be paralyzed. In this case, the level of danger may not be the highest, yet the priority must be mentioned as S. Damn random killing. Zhang slammed the table angrily again. Even the monitor jumped. He held back his anger and sent a message to the members of the Skynet Mutual Association. Comrade, your asking price is too high. Is it high? I think it's okay. If you can directly solve this rule incident, 300 million is certainly not too high, and I can even accept giving you 1 billion, but you've only experienced it, and not only is your intelligence incomplete, it may not even be 100% accurate. What if I could guarantee accuracy? What makes you promise? By virtue of the fact that I've been through 10 cell phone killings. What? Zhang was taken aback. This one rules event. There are very few survivors. Mostly it's only by luck and having people around you that you can get away with it. The only thing you can be sure of now is that you can't be left alone to stare at your phone. You have the right ability to restrain this rule event? Zhang quickly reacted. Pretty much. Can you reveal it? That can be a different price. Zhang gritted his teeth. How much? Not much. $10 million would be enough. Deal. I'll wire the money to the forum. The forum is a fiduciary platform. The interests of both parties can be safeguarded. Soon Fong Jin received a message about his forum account receiving $10 million, and after completing the transaction, he could withdraw the money directly to his bank card. My ability is similar to stealth. Fong Jin gave information. Zhang stared at the screen for a long time. Stealth. Stealth. So it is. Wang Wei, quick, check out the awakened in our department who possess stealth abilities. Zhang Guoqing immediately said. Wang Wei sniffed and immediately went to work. But 3 minutes. The information file was right in front of Zhang. Wang Wei said, our department has a total of 3 awakened who possess the C-rank ability of stealth. 2 are in the provinces and 1 is at the headquarters. Bring him here. Already notified. On the way. Nice work. 10 minutes later, a man with a mediocre appearance appeared in front of Zhang Weiguo. His name was Li Zhong, and he possessed the ability of invisibility. Now the country has a mission for you, Zhang said in a deep voice. You should know about the cell phone chat murder incident, and I need you to use your abilities to help the country get information. Li Zhong was elated at the words. This was a matter of great merit. Don't worry, Vice Minister. I guarantee to complete the task. Soon he was led into a small room. He then began to play with his cell phone alone. About an hour later, Li Zhong received that hyped message. He was a little nervous. After all, this is a rules event that can kill people outright. So the first thing he did was to activate his ability. The whole thing disappeared without a trace. Just when he thought he was safe, suddenly a pair of large invisible hands landed on his neck. Ho ho! Li Zhong struggled up in pain. He wanted to scream but couldn't. All that could be done was to make an agonizing effort to smash the ground, hoping to make a little noise. Moments later, a staff member rushed in, but Li Zhong had already fainted from asphyxiation. Quickly, send it to first aid. Wang Wei immediately shouted. Special operations units are naturally equipped with specialized hospitals. A paramedic soon arrived and sent Li Zhong to the emergency room. When Zhang learned of this, he stormed out, and then angrily issued a question in the private chat. You dare to trick me? And Fangjin, who was leisurely eating his midday meal, received the news and was very innocent. Sir, where did you get that from? Stealth powers won't stop death at all. And I didn't say my power was stealth. Zhang looks back at the chat logs. Sure enough, the other side is talking about something like stealth. You're counting on me? Zhang Guoqing said angrily. It was you. Sir, who counted on me first? Right. After asking about my ability, it's been an hour since I've been contacted again. So I guess you're looking for someone to experiment on? A business of $300 million. You want to spend $10 million just to fix it? More or less a bit too much. Zhang's face sank. The opponent's ability might manifest itself in a form similar to stealth, but in reality the essence is very different. This time, it's planted itself. Time waits for no one. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes. Zhang had to concede. I'll buy your information. Thanks for the favor. 500 million. What? Not 300 million? The price has gone up. Just between this hour, a lot of people have found me, wanting to buy the information. If it's dumped a few hands by the intelligence peddlers and sold to the officials, I'm afraid that $500 million won't be enough. This reasoning is naturally correct. There is a notorious type of intelligence peddler, specialize in making money off of this information gap. They don't explore to get intelligence per se, but sell it for profit. And sometimes the state has no choice but to hold its nose and trade for it. Definitely getting back at me. Damn. Don't let me know who you are. Zhang took a deep breath and replied. 500 million is just too much. The department has limited funds. Can we discuss it? We can use other information in exchange. An awakening object will do. That's quite a thought for you. The value of an awakening object was all at least $1 billion to begin with. And there is a market for it. And how much can you come up with? The most that can be used immediately is 200 million. Fanzhen thought for a moment. He had wanted to use the 300 million in exchange for information about himself. But think carefully. This is too deliberate. Be careful when dealing with special operations. Who knows if there might be some awakened person in the special operations department that has the ability to open boxes. I have a latecomer. Also from your special operations department, a newcomer called Jiang Yueying, who has lost her legs. With the remaining 300 million, I want you to step in and customize the most perfect set of mechanical prosthetics for her, so that she can live and act like a normal person. Fangjin thought for a long time to send the message. Zhang immediately replied, no problem. I will immediately send the most authoritative expert in this field to take charge of this matter. Chapter 67. Fangjin was well aware of the value of his intelligence. There is some resentment on his part towards the Special Operations Department. After all, these people were going to take themselves to headquarters for research in the first place. So take advantage of this to rip off a lot of people and earn yourself a bit of moral damages. At the same time, Fangjin was also very clear. One size fits all. The Special Operations Department is working hard to figure out how to solve the rule incident. Random killings without any time, place, or identity are too destabilizing to society, and are causing a lot of anxiety. That's why it's better to sell the intel as soon as possible. Soon, the $200 million arrived. The execution of the Special Operations Department is really nothing to write home about. Zhang Guoqing held the tea and took a long breath, his face easing up a lot. Secretary Wang Wei laughed. Minister, you seem to be in a good mood. 200 million is still acceptable. As for the matter of the mechanical prosthetic limb, That newcomer called Jiang Yueying I've investigated. His background is clean. He just joined the special operation team not long ago, and his ability is good. Spending money on your own people. Is that called spending money? Zhang Guoqing smiled. You are responsible for following up on this matter. Make sure to use the best materials and hire the most authoritative experts. Understood. By the way, check Jiang Yueying's network of connections. I'm more curious as to who is willing to spend such a large amount of money to help her customize her mechanical prosthetic limbs. And at this moment, Fang Zhen had already sent over all the information he had. Zhang couldn't stop staring at the screen. Sure is quite detailed. 1. Playing alone on a cell phone for more than an hour triggers a rule event. 2. If there is no WeChat in the cell phone, the rule event will not be triggered. 3. After receiving a message of murder, the probability is that no communication can take place and there is no need to waste time. For once encountered with the rules of the event, whether it is the spiritual power to fight against, or the physical body to strengthen the fight is ineffective. Try to find other people to coexist in the first time, to relieve the predicament. We do not rule out the possibility that there are mystical abilities that can be resisted or countered. 5. The rules of the event many times to descend. Still follow a certain law, and no special performance and answer. The initial judgment that the source of no own thinking, or another special circumstances. 6. The rules of the event attack for the neck choke. After 10 experiments, never changed. The probability of only this kind of attack. Bold speculation. If there is not afraid of being choked asphyxiation of the awakened, perhaps there will be other discoveries. This point I have no way to test. Zhang looked at the 6 summarized pieces of intelligence. Thanks a lot. It's very useful. If this rule incident is resolved satisfactorily, you can be given a credit. Are you interested in joining our special operations department? Zhang Guoqing sent a message. I only sell information, not my body. The replies seem cold. Well, I hope we can work together again in the future. The opponent's ability should be very special, great for scoping out information. There may be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Although Zhang was unhappy with the taking advantage of the fire and the price hike, he ultimately had to focus on the big picture. Turn off the chat box. Zhang Guoqing immediately summoned people from all departments. Everyone uninstall WeChat for the time being. All communication. All use internal communication software. By the way, notify other departments to do the same. Also, screen the department's awakened people, and pick out those with abilities that aren't afraid to pinch their necks. The Special Operations Department crowd was very confused. That's what this is for. Uninstalling WeChat is understandable. The condition of not being afraid to pinch the neck always sounds like a lot of hocus pocus. 200 million arrived. Fang Zhen was in a very good mood. Getting paid for hard work is certainly enjoyable, but it's the unexpected windfalls that can be truly exhilarating. Originally, he was just curious about the rules event, so he studied it for a whole day. But he didn't expect that it would sell for such a sky-high price. But it was also luck. I'm afraid that information on other rule events won't fetch such a high price. Ruan Yawen's eyes reddened with envy. This is earning $200 million? No wonder they say that intelligence dealers are the richest. I had to risk my life and handle several rule events to earn this much money. You can also go and get in touch with more difficult rule events and sell the information. Fang Zhen laughed. Nguyen Yawen's head shook like a rattle when he thought about how he was almost strangled to death by big invisible hands last night. Forget it. This unknown rule event is too sinister. He still likes to take on the kind of quests that can't nab his defense wall. Ha! It also rewarded me with 1,000 points. Fang Zhen was surprised. Now my Skynet foreign level is already level 3. Nguyen Yawen was shocked. What? It took me 2 years of livering to level myself up to level 3. And you're level 3 after only joining for 2 days? He was well aware of the usefulness of points. These points are better than RMB. Not just buying intel and cheats, but if you're willing to pay the points, you can even ask the bigwigs of the Skynet forums to help out. Fang Zhen innocent, it was rewarded by the administrators. What a backroom deal. What an abuse of power. Despicable. Nguyen Yawen was in pain. Fang Zhen ignored him, because a message came in from WeChat. It's Jiang Yueying. She sent an emoji of a cheerful bunny dancing. It looks like a lot of fun. Why did you turn off your phone this morning? Fang Zhen asked curiously. Jiang Yueying honestly replied. A little scared. I don't quite dare to play with my cell phone right now. I just received a good news. That's why I opened my cell phone. I want to share the joy with you. Don't be afraid. I've worked out the rule events. As long as you don't stare at your phone for more than an hour, you'll be fine. As for uninstalling WeChat this way, how can this be said? Uninstalled WeChat. How can we still chat happily? Really? That's great. Just now Sister Chu called me and told me to uninstall WeChat. I heard that after uninstalling WeChat, I won't encounter this rule event. Oops. Word travels so fast. Fang Zhen righteously said. Where is the gossip? Simply nonsense. WeChat's such a good chat software. How can you just uninstall? Okay, then I'll listen to you. You said there was good news. What is it? I've been contacted by the head of the task force, and the organization has been donated by well-wishers and has a sum of money earmarked for the treatment of injured members. I was a newcomer, and I was actually selected. The organization decided to build me a proper set of mechanical prosthetics free of charge, and they've brought in a very impressive expert. Zhang Yueying was excited and sent a long voice. The voice was overflowing with cheerful joy. It looked like words were not enough to express her delight. Donations from well-wishers. That's a good reason. Fang Jin replied. Congratulations, congratulations. There is actually such a good person under the sky. Simply a great saint. The word of heaven. A great handsome man. If I were a girl, I would directly give my body to him. You're reacting strangely, eh? You're not flattering yourself, are you? That's true. I'm happy for you. And do I look like I have that much money? That's true. The next moment a red packet was sent again. With the red packet message dash to make you happy too. Fang Jin was full of joy as he opened the red envelope. Surprisingly, it's only a measly $3.10. Fu-san, you've changed. Fang Jin replied. Zhang Yueying flung up a screenshot with a balance of 0, and said in an aggrieved manner, this is all my belongings. It's all for you. Fang Jin lost his smile at the sight. What a tragic rich sister. He sent out a screenshot of his balance. Your investment has arrived. After my operation, it has now generated a return of 200,000,000 yuan. Please tell me if you want to withdraw your money now? Che, P-picture monster. I'm not talking to you. The specialist is coming to check me out soon. I'm so nervous. The opportunity to get into the lap of a billionaire is placed in front of you, but you gave it up yourself. Fang Jin smiled and was in a wonderful mood. At this point, the forum system prompted someone to leave a message. Fang Jin opened it. It's the same post where he put a bounty on the intel. One anonymous user commented, you want to know about incarcerated's ability to get to the top? I can tell you. Fang Jin's spirit was shaken. There's news. It's a big deal about your ability. Attention needs to be paid. Chapter 68, No Shadow. Fang Jin has always had a knot in his stomach. That's what one is. If one is truly the biggest loophole birthed by the events of the rules, is one still human? If one was not human, would there be any hidden dangers? Would one suddenly lose control? Would one lose all that one should have as a human being? He couldn't help but panic at the thought. So he's trying to figure out what's really going on with him. Fangtown doesn't have any profiles to speak of though, so starting with your own abilities is a good choice. So at the first sign of a message, Fang Jin immediately replied, brother, thank you so much. Soon the anonymous user replied, there's no need to say thank you. We're also mutually beneficial. Your bounty is too low. 10 million isn't enough. So how much do you want? My information is so valuable that I can confirm that there are no more than 5 people in the country who know about it. That's why I want $500 million. Fang Jin's face darkened. 500 million? Present-day karma can't come so soon. He just finished blackmailing someone himself, and then immediately someone comes to blackmail me? It's really windy. Too much for me to take. Fang Jin replied. Then find a way to raise the money and I won't lower the price. Brother, this kind of information has nothing to do with solving the rule incident. No one can use it at all. And the most expensive information about abilities in the Raider Zone is only 100 points of points. Isn't your asking price of 500 million a little too much? If you really need it, it's not too much. I don't care how much anyone else sells it for. That's the price I'm charging anyway. And you can find someone else too. Lean. I don't think we've met an intelligence dealer. My intelligence is not easy to come by. 500 million is considered a small amount. Think about it yourself. The anonymous user once again sent a sentence. Fang Jin now probably understood how Zhang Guiqing felt at that time. Trying to hit someone. Very tempted to hit someone. And the other guy is obviously not as reasonable as he is. I can't believe they won't even accept a cut. Fang Jin cursed. You're satisfied when the information rotted in your hands. But that being said, Fang Jin was still very interested in figuring out what happened to his abilities. Just became a billionaire and I have to hand over all my money. It's really add up. Fang Jin was depressed. But money can be earned again when it's gone. If the intel is gone, maybe it's really gone. Fang Jin took out his cell phone and made a call. The phone picked up and a man's cautious voice came through. Hello? Master Yen? Remember me? The person on the other end of the phone panicked all of a sudden. Gaoran? What is it that you are looking for me for? Master Yen. It's that pitiful feng shui master. In the last few days he had been having trouble sleeping and eating. His whole body was anxious, always feeling that his life would be in danger in some way. But for the life of me, I'm afraid to just leave the house. It's fair to say it's been quite an ordeal. Fang Jin said. Nothing went wrong with what I hid in your safe, did it? The thought of the safe that was split up people. Master Yen a panic, no problem. Absolutely no problem. I have been inch by inch to guard. But what? Joe-san was just starting to make a little noise in the safe. But he's gotten quieter and quieter in the past 2 days. Fangjin counted the time and said that he was careless. It's been almost 10 days. Dropping in. Even an awakened can't carry it. You open the safe and feed him some water. Fangjin said. Master Yen shivered. Me? In the safe? Head for head. Hands for hands. Feet for feet. Even thinking about it makes me feel numb. And now I have to feed him water. Why? No. I'm on my way. Master Yen hung up the phone with a sad face. He looked at the safe in front of him with the water like he was about to open Pandora's box. That said, if you feed water, does it help to feed just the head? Master Yen was gradually getting messy. Fangjin hung up the phone, turned his head and said to Ruan Yaowen, are you free this afternoon? I'm going on a long trip. There's a Mercedes in the garage. Here's the keys. You're on your own. Guinyu Man yawned. He was up all night. I don't have a license. If you've committed a crime as great as treason, what do you care about traffic laws? Again, I'm not committing treason. I'm just hiding from special operations. Guinyu Man was very helpless to become Fangjin's driver. The duo departed from their home. About half an hour later, arrived at Master Yan's house. Master Yan now had a haggard face. It could be seen that he really hadn't moved an inch. His body stank, and all around him were takeout boxes. He was thrilled to see Fangjin coming. Higher power. You're finally here. Alright, it's hard for you to keep it. Open the safe. Fangjin said. Yes. He busied himself by opening the safe and dragging out a large waterproof cloth bag from it. Confused, Guinyu Man moved closer for a curious look. What is it? In the next moment, he nearly jumped in fright. The way he looked at Fangjin changed all of a sudden. Murdered and split the body and hid it in a safe deposit box. And now it's come back specifically to get it. That's not perverted. This is an awakened hunter. Fangjin saw this and spoke. And he's not dead. Just a little weak. As soon as he heard the words awakened hunter, Guinyu Man's expression eased for a moment. He knew that among awakened people, if they had similar abilities they could devour them, thus enhancing their own abilities. That's why some people specialize in making money by hunting awakened people. It's not enough for this kind of person to die 100 times. Fangjin asked Master Yen. You people from Club Zero, you haven't approached you, right? Yes. Someone called me to inquire about Zhao San's whereabouts, but I fooled them, and someone from Club Zero has been looking for you recently. Master Yen said carefully. This situation is not surprising. After all, at that time, Fangjin had not only disposed of Zhao San, but also called and provoked the president of Club Zero. But feel free to look for them. Fonstown's identifying information is not even available to the state. The new identity is even cleaner as a blank sheet of paper. I'll be damned if I can find it. Before Fangjin left, he had washed away all of Master Yan's memories from this time. Save yourself the trouble later. Why did you bring this with you? Nguyen Yaowen threw the corpse into the trunk of the car with some disgust. Fangjin replied, if he wants to sell me, I can certainly sell him. Makes sense. But why are you in such a hurry? Lack of money. Didn't you just make $200 million? Wanted to buy an Intel for $500 million. Nguyen Yaowen was shocked. What kind of crappy Intel is going to be sold for $500 million? Fangjin was also helpless. It didn't help that the entire Skynet forums couldn't find any information about their abilities. Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar figure came running in a hurry. The pace was weak and the face was pale. The running motion is extremely stiff. It was obviously about to enter summer and the sun was warm. But this person was wearing a thick coat, looking very different, except that one of the cuffs was empty and missing an arm. Master, I finally waited for you, the visitor said excitedly. Fangjin carefully recognized him. Boss Tian? How did you lose weight like this? The man was none other than Tian Chihua, the factory owner, once a vampire capitalist. What started out as a pot-bellied, middle-aged, greasy uncle is now thin and almost out of shape. A head of black hair was also much grayer. It was like aging 20 years at once. Master, I don't have your contact information, so I can only wait for you here at Master Yan's place. And I didn't expect to really wait for you. Boss Tian was busy saying. The factory has been reopened. All the workers are back. Wages and salaries have all doubled. Now the workers can be motivated. These years donated to the foundation's money I also try to come back. I sold the car and house. Lack of state taxes. Not a penny. All to make up for it. Nguyen Yaowen couldn't help but look at Boss Tian. This little old man who looks so frail is actually one of the rare entrepreneurs with a conscience? Fangjin nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Taking off one of his arms in the first place. plus modifying his memory for a while to scare him. Let Boss Tian clean up his act and make a fresh start. The results are quite good. Successfully transformed into a socially beneficial, people-friendly entrepreneur. Only why the image has changed drastically. At that moment, Nguyen Yaowen poked Fang Zhen's arm and nuzzled. Something's not right with this little old man. What's wrong? Look at the floor. Fang Zhen fixed his eyes and furrowed his brows. Standing in the sunlight, Boss Tian stood on his tiptoes, looking light and airy, and underfoot. There are no shadows. Chapter 69 you say, right? Fang Zhen stared carefully for a moment. Make sure you're not misreading it. There is indeed no shadow of Boss Tian. What's wrong with you? Fang Zhen asked. Boss Tian immediately cried out in pain. Master, save me. I really have no choice but to come to you. I've hit a ghost again. I hit a ghost when I was a bad person. And I hit a ghost when I was a good person. So I'm not a good person for nothing. His cries were all ghoulish to hear. Nguyen Yaowen shivered and said in a bad mood. I see that you are quite like a ghost. Exorcise ghosts and look for a feng shui master. Or else call the police. The state will send someone to save you. We don't have time to care about you. Once he heard this, Boss Tian cried even harder. Alright, don't cry. Fang Zhen said. Get in the car. Nguyen Yaowen was puzzled. Do you really want to care? This little old man said he sold his car and house. It doesn't look like he has much money, so don't waste your efforts. Consider it aftermarket. The last time we met until today. It's only 10 days full. 10 days actually turned Boss Tian into such a ghost. Quite evil. Boss Tian wasn't so unlucky. Fang Zhen felt that what happened to the other party might have something to do with himself. So try to pipe down a bit. Boss Tian stopped crying. A flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned into bitterness. Master, I can't get on the bus. Why? My body has been very stiff lately and I can only stand or lie down with no way to bend over. That weird? Fang Zhen got out of the car and lifted Boss Tian's cotton coat. At this moment, Boss Tian's bones were as thin as firewood. Fortunately, he had enough reserves, or else he was afraid that he had already died of thinness. He was emitting a cold aura at the moment, and his body temperature was obviously much lower than normal, almost like a living dead person. Perhaps zombie would be a more apt description. Fang Zhen had no choice but to directly pick up Boss Tian horizontally and throw him diagonally into the back seat of the car. Tell me, what did you encounter? Did the weirdness in the factory not resolve cleanly? Fang Zhen asked. Boss Tian shook his head with difficulty. No, the factory is fine. I managed to find the worker who broke his hand. He was in a car accident but actually didn't die, only half paralyzed. I personally went to his door and left a $500,000 pension for his wife and child, and I also helped his wife find a decent job. Their whole family is now very grateful to me. Not dead? Fang Zhen was surprised. He had always defaulted to the death of the worker with the broken hand. The severed hand, surprisingly, belonged to a living person. That's another long way to look at it. So what's up with you? Fang Zhen asked. Tian boss, I do not know. The last few days, always feel very cold. Originally thought it was a cold. Did not take it seriously. The result is that the weight continues to fall. No matter how much you eat cannot be stopped. Only 5 days, I fell more than 100 pounds. Nguyen Yaowen interjected. You can go and endorse diet pill commercials. Absolutely bloody profitable. Mr. Tian said with fear on his face. Then more and more things went wrong. My body was very stiff. And I couldn't even do a simple bend. I couldn't see my own shadow. And I couldn't see my reflection in the mirror. It was so scary that my wife was so frightened that she lost her mind and fled her home with her daughter. I slowly became reluctant to eat. And as soon as I ate, I started vomiting. And I couldn't sleep at night. His experiences are getting weirder and weirder. It's like slowly transitioning from a person to a ghost. Strange indeed. Fang Zhen asked. Is there anyone around you who has had similar encounters with you? I asked. No. So have you been to any strange places lately? No. Mostly at the factory and at home lately. Fang Zhen stroked his chin. Could it be another random rule event that harms people? If that's the case, then I'm afraid you're dead. And even if the gods come, they won't be able to save you. Boss Tian stuttered in fear. It can't be that serious. That's not so light for you. Nguyen Yaowen said casually. The vice mayor of Han died early this morning, without warning and with absolutely no way to avoid it. You're at least alive and talking now. These words scared Boss Tian to tears. Even a big man like that died without any help. Not to mention yourself. Alright, don't scare him, now that he's in this physique. Too much emotional excitement might actually lead to direct death. Fang Zhen didn't have the good sense to say. Tell me carefully what you did. The more detailed the better. Boss Tian was too scared to even cry and tried to remember his recent events. Tell us what you've been eating for dinner lately and what time you go to the bathroom. Finally, he remembered something. Yes, the foundation I donated to. I communicated with them that I wouldn't donate any more money in the future, and the manager, who seemed to be very angry, said that I would definitely regret it. What foundation? Shin's Charity Benefit Foundation. What's coming? The Shin Family Group is a big company that is well known throughout the country, and is involved in a very wide range of businesses. That seawater fundraising that is particularly famous for helping seriously ill patients raise money is their family. When the factory was haunted, it was through the foundation's relationship that I contacted the feng shui master. Feng Jin understood at once. Can't go wrong. This is it. This Shin Foundation and Club Zero are inextricably linked. Looks like we found the problem. Nguyen Yaowen sked and shook his head. Using such vicious abilities on ordinary people, they really don't take the Special Operations Department seriously. We can report them. There's hundreds of thousands of bonus for a successful report. You have the nerve to say something like that. Who was the man who stopped the Special Operations Team leader halfway across the country? How much can you take for reporting? Feng Jin asked rhetorically. All right. People are no good. Big brother doesn't laugh at second brother. Boss Tian was shivering on the sidelines. How does it sound like this person next to the master is quite the vicious criminal? Can't wait for the state to send someone to help you. If this keeps up, you'll be dead in 2 days. Feng Jin made an immediate decision. Do you have the contact information of this manager? Upon hearing about certain death, Boss Tian was on the verge of despair. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. I have that manager's cell phone number and WeChat. Right now Feng Jin is his only saving grace. Feng Jin said, make the call. Boss Tian did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly dialed the phone. Hello? If it isn't Mr. Tian, why are you free to call me? A conspiratorial voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Tian hissed. Manager Zhou, I've been very unwell lately. I don't know if you have any solutions for me. I'm not a doctor. What's the point of looking for me? But I'm afraid it's because Boss Tian has done too many things to lose his mind. Our foundation has always been committed to subsidizing children in impoverished mountainous areas and helping patients with major illnesses. What a meaningful thing to do. Boss Tian actually stopped making donations and even claimed part of the donations back. Manager Zhou laughed strangely. If you do this kind of sad thing too much, it's inevitable that ghosts will knock on your door in the middle of the night. You say that, don't you? Chapter 70, how come there's really one? In a high-class office building in Han City that was 100 stories high, the decor is lavish, as imposing as it can be. A huge logo, seawater chip, hangs on the high floor, taking the meaning of 100 rivers to the sea. The accumulation of few become many. And of course there is the deeper meaning of being inexhaustible and free to spend as one pleases. A man in his 30s, in a suit, holding a phone, stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the soon-to-be-opened megamall in the distance while looking on with a mocking expression on his face. You say that, don't you? Boss Tian was anxious. That's all my own money. I've sold my house and car now, and all my money has been invested in the operation of the factory. I really can't afford to donate any more money to the foundation. What does that have to do with me? Manager Zhou said with disinterest. If you don't donate, then don't donate. As long as Boss Tian isn't afraid of ghosts, he can do whatever he wants. He opened a bottle of expensive whiskey, added ice to the glass, and poured himself a shallow glass to savor, completely ignoring the panicked tone of Boss Tian on the other end of the phone. You people don't donate. Where do I get my paychecks? My booze? My tall buildings? It was supposed to be mutually beneficial for everyone. You're favorably inclined to quit. If everyone quits, then how can I do my job? If I don't do my job, how can I raise the country's GDP? Who can understand my good intentions? At this point, a young man's voice came on the other end of the line. Hello? Zhou Chang froze. Who are you? Club Zero, right? Let the person behind you come out, or I'll immediately notify the Special Operations Department that there are awakened people maliciously abusing ordinary people. And by the way, shoot a Boss Tian's hot roll out of the circle. I'll see how you guys die. Zhou Chang's heart shook. This kind of thing is most taboo to see the light of day. Once it's a big deal, could be trouble, especially those who cannot provoke the state. Civil organizations can live so nourishing, just because the state acquiesced, but once the state to choose to strike hard, no civil organization to carry this thunderous heavenly power. He is eating up the fact that Boss Tian is not a member of the circle and doesn't have the connections and resources to make a big deal out of it. In front of all of them, a factory owner, even with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, is just the bottom of the barrel. Zhou Chang said in a deep voice. Who are you? You don't need to know. The young man spoke very arrogantly. Who wouldn't be able to put in a hard word? Seeing that the other party did not dare to report himself, Zhou Chang put his heart down and sneered. Go ahead and make a scene. I want to see if Boss Tian has the life to wait for you to make a scene. If another club steps in to take charge, he also had to take what he could get. But the other party didn't dare to report his identity, so he wasn't afraid. With that he simply hung up the phone. The phone was hung up. Fang Jin was surprised. Is this foundation so rampant? It's useless for me to threaten them like this. Aren't they afraid of the Special Operations Department? Boss Tian was on the verge of tears. Master, you've had a good time with your mouth. I'm dying. Nguyen Yaowen glanced at him and said, you didn't declare yourself. Of course I don't take you seriously. Who wouldn't know how to shoot their mouths off? And I even said that I'm the minister of the Special Operations Department. Someone has to believe it too. Now what are you going to do? Boss Tian looked at Fang Jin with a miserable face. That vulnerable look. It seems like you're going to die at any moment. Don't worry, you can't lose your little life. I'm just thinking now, how can I make this arrogant manager Joe pay? Fang Jin pondered for a while, picked up his cell phone and edited a message. Sending it out. In the office, Zhou Cheng's cell phone rang. It was a message from WeChat. It's from Mr. T.N. Sorry to call and beg for mercy. Ready to send me a tweet to beg? Too late. Really think I lack your little money? Just killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey. Zhou Cheng sneered and clicked on WeChat. A disturbing message came to mind. I know you're home alone tonight, and I'll come find you. Zhou Cheng's heart was shaken. There was an eerie air in the office. His heart thumped. Cold sweat instantly ran down his brain. He is not an awakened person, but in the foundation is responsible for communicating with all the bigwigs of the Zero Club. So he has his own contacts. And naturally, he knows about the cell phone chatting and killing incident that has been making a lot of noise lately. That's impossible. I just made a phone call. I wasn't even on my cell phone. It shouldn't. His pupils shrunk violently. His body couldn't help but tremble. I heard that when encountering this kind of thing, ordinary people will definitely die. Even awakened people may not be spared. It's very scary. But for the sake of business, he can't stop using his cell phone. So he's done his best not to look at his cell phone. How can you get hit too? He looked around in fear. But nothing happened. Asterisk. Zhou Cheng reacted. Asterisk. Ing trick me? His hand trembled as he poured himself another glass of wine and hurriedly drank it down to settle his nerves and let out a long breath. The cup was then heaved toward the table. I had to get you guys killed. Zhou Cheng took the starter with a black face and edited the message. Dead fat pig. Dare to scare me. Wait. I'll lift your hearse at that time. And by the way, I'll send your whole family to be cremated with you. Message sent. But surprisingly, a red exclamation point popped up after the message. Sending failed. Zhou Cheng was confused. How dare you delete my friends? This fat bastard really doesn't want to die. The death curse, except for the awakened one's own hand to lift it, is almost insoluble. But just then, the other party unexpectedly returned a message. No need to wait. I'm already here. Zhou Cheng felt as if the light in the office had dimmed. It's clearly daytime. Obviously the office has huge floor-to-ceiling windows. But why is it so dark? The thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, a pair of large invisible hands landed on his neck. The shadow of death suddenly loomed over. No! How really? Zhou Cheng was horrified. His eyes full of fear. He got up violently, wanting to rush towards the door. But his neck was strangled to death. And the feeling of suffocation instantly spread all over his body. He struggled desperately, his arms and legs flailing as he fell from his office chair and lay twisted and trembling on the expensive carpet. Save! A hard voice popped out of his throat. But the next word wouldn't come out. Zhou Cheng was lying on the ground, eyes wide with terror. But the blood on his face was fading fast. Finally, no more breath. Chapter 71 Listing, Packing, Selling, Car. Fanzin sent out a message. Nguyen Yaowen looked at the familiar text and was amazed. That works too? Guess. Fangjin said with a smile. Rule events, even out of control rules deserve to follow a certain logic, even if it's a confusing one. So there is necessarily a trail. Fangjin can be considered the most knowledgeable person about the cell phone chatting murders, because the flow is almost exactly the same every time a rules event occurs, suggesting that this rules event is fairly rigid. So he guessed if it could be actively triggered. So he tried it out, taking the opening line from when the rules event happened and using it for himself. Today it seems that it may have succeeded, because that manager Joe on the other side, surprisingly, was late in replying to the message. Fangjin waited for 10 minutes and redialed manager Zhou's number. Tooting noise. It's been a busy signal. No answer. It seems to have really succeeded. Fangjin muttered to himself. Ruan Yaowen's eyes were glowing, crying out, it can still be like this. Then if I have an enemy, won't I be able to strategize and kill thousands of miles away? It's simply too good to be true. Don't give me up if you get caught later. I don't know anything. Didn't you do it too? It's not like I'm using my own number. What proof do you have that I did it? Nguyen Man thought about it, and it was indeed quite troublesome. There are a bit too many prerequisites required. Gotta have each other's WeChat friends. Also make sure the other person happens to be alone. Better yet, you can't post it under your own number, or it won't become a real name killing. With that math, there's not a lot of opportunity to use it. Boss Tian was all aggravated on the sidelines. That's his number. He vaguely felt like he was being punked, but exactly how exactly he got screwed, he couldn't say. Master, what about me? Boss Tian swallowed hard. I feel like I'm getting colder and colder, like I'm going to die soon. He was panicking. Completely offended Manager Chow. Is he or she hopeless? Fong Jin shook his head. Don't worry, you can't die. After saying that, he directly threw Boss Tian's cell phone out of the car window. Snap! The phone fell to pieces. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. Master, my cell phone is a new model. Don't new models. You can't keep the cell phone if you want to die. Fong Jin said dryly. Nguyen Man was confused. He also didn't see what the significance of Fong Jin's maneuver was. But soon, a few shades of blood surfaced on Boss Tian's face, and his eyes gradually took on a gleam. Feeling a little hot. Of course, it's almost summer and you're wearing a big cotton jacket. If you're not hot, who is? Tian tries to move his hamstrings. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could bend over and lift my legs, maybe even trot. Rumble of a stomach. His stomach began to growl. For a moment the head was spinning. So hungry. Hungry enough to swallow a cow. I've recovered. Boss Tian was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Master, how much do you need for this strike fee? I'll get it together even if I have to smash pots and pans. After such an experience, he became more and more open-minded. In life, being alive is more important than anything else. Money is all outside the body. Wife, kids and a hot bed. That's all you need. Even if he is now asked to sell the factory and go back to his hometown to work as a farmer, he will just do it without saying a word. One always has to die once to realize what one needs most. Fong Jin waved his hand. You are offended by the villain. If I still have to pit you for a sum? What is the difference between that and those foundation people? Your body is very weak now. Find a nutritionist to regulate your body. In the future, cut off contact with the foundation people completely. I'll give you a cell phone number. You can find me if you have any problems. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Boss Tian was thankfully hustled off the bus. He rushed off to buy a cell phone and a replacement calling card. Now it's finally back to normal. He wanted to call his wife and kids first thing. Car. Ruan Yaowen looked at Fong Jin with incomparable surprise. He couldn't figure out what he had missed. How did that little old man return to normal? What exactly did you do? Boss Tian has been staying in a safe place for the past few days and hasn't seen anyone special. Even if someone wanted to deal with him, there should always be a way to do it. This rules event has also given me ideas. The only thing that creates contact with that weekly manager is cell phone communication. Then it's highly likely that cell phones are a medium. Nguyen Man drifted off. No wonder you have to smash your cell phone. Aren't you afraid that you'll get it wrong? If you get Manager Joe killed and you guess wrong, then won't this Boss Tian be dead? Ruan Yaowen asked. Fong Jin pulled out his own cell phone. I checked on the Skynet forums. It can't be wrong. Raider's own posts. Costs 20 points to purchase. It clearly states an awakening ability. C-rank ability, Death Curse. Through a certain connection and medium, a curse is injected into the target, which can cause the opponent to be constantly weakened and die within half a month's time. To break it, destroy the medium, kill the caster, and leave the caster 1,000 miles away. Nguyen Man was dumbfounded. Hara, so it can still be like this. Isn't it a normal maneuver to check the cheats when dealing with the enemy? So many cheats in the forums. What a huge intelligence base. Isn't this the biggest benefit of joining the Skynet Mutual Aid Society? Fong Jin asked. Yeah, you're right. Nguyen Yaowen scratched his head awkwardly. That's what I thought. He was very sweaty. Been a member of Skynet Mutual for 2 years. He basically never purchased intelligence. Mainly most of the time he relies on his own ability to go through hard. If he meets cannot be solved on the retreat, the main fight a bully, do not like to use their brains. He has always preferred to fight alone. Thinks others will just hold him back. But at this moment an idea popped into Nguyen Man's head. Seems like it would be nice to have a teammate around who is willing to use his brain. Where are we going next? Nguyen Man inquired. Fong Jin said, Black market. Go earn money first. Where? How do you not know anything? Why would you know that? Fong Jin pointed to the cell phone. What a wise choice to join Skynet Mutual. Much of the information can be purchased directly. Now Fong Jin looks like a veteran, while Nguyen Yaowen, who has been mixing with the forum for many years, looks like a newbie. Can't really blame him. There are very few ways to get forum points. Nguyen Man doesn't usually feel free to splurge. Only Fangjin was new to the city and had been rewarded with so many points, which made him spend without a care in the world. In the office building, Manager Zhou, there is a contract here that needs your signature. The flamboyantly dressed secretary walked into the office. She suddenly saw the body on the ground, and was so frightened that she lost her face and screamed shrilly. For a moment the whole office building was alarmed. An ambulance soon arrived and took the largely cooled down Zhou Cheng away. A man with sinister eyes walked into the office. His name was Shin Weifeng, one of the heirs of the Shin Clan Consortium, a shareholder of the foundation, and also responsible for helping the foundation deal with some unclean things. Because of his ability, it's a perfect fit. Shin Weifeng picked up Zhou Cheng's cell phone. Look at the bizarre message that popped up inside. Did that happen? Really confused. Didn't I tell you to use your cell phone less? Shin Weifeng cursed. Stupid. That's when he noticed that there was a missed call on his cell phone. Take a closer look. The missed call was preceded by a call log. Mr. TN? Isn't that the one small factory owner who wouldn't donate? No. Something is fishy. Shin Weifeng opened his cell phone's call recording. Most people in large companies would turn on the recording function to keep a piece of evidence for business matters. Soon a recording of the call was played. Club 0 it is. I'll see how you die. You don't need to know. Shin Weifeng was immediately alerted. Knowing the name of our club, he must be a member of the circle. Is there something fishy about Zhou Cheng's death? That voice sounds a little familiar. He immediately saved the recording and forwarded it to Wentian, the club's Lord President. It was quickly answered. That's right, it's the guy I asked you to find. He killed Zhao San. Find him and get him killed. I'll credit you with a great honor. President Wentian immediately called and said in a deep voice. Shin Weifeng was delighted. That's quite a coincidence. If he received strong support from Club 0, his weight in the Shin family would be greatly increased. Don't worry, Mr. Chairman. Hand to hand. Killing from a distance is my forte. He's already locked onto me. Shin Weifeng stood in place. A stream of black chi billowing out from his body, as if it was alive, as it lingered and intertwined. Vaguely it seemed as if the sound of a stern ghost wailing mournfully could be heard. Black air masses drifted around the phone, but it was slow to drill. Ha! Shin Weifeng was stunned. Cell phones make calls over. The connection has been made. How can you not locate it? His face steeped in ugliness. Unless, of course, the other person smashed the phone. Had his ability been seen through by the other side? How is this possible? Lord President Wentian's voice came out. How's it going? Is it solved? There's a little problem. Shin Weifeng couldn't stop sweating. He's sworn to it. And now it's a straight-up failure. Rubbish. Didn't you say hand to hand? Wentian said indifferently. If this is not a favorable way to do things, I'll have to think about the partnership with your foundation. Shin Weifeng was alarmed. Chairman, give me a little more time. I promise I'll catch him. Poof. Wentian hung up the phone. Shin Weifeng, on the other hand, broke out in a cold sweat. The energy that this president possessed was enough to destroy the entire Shin Clan Consortium. And in front of absolute power, money was nothing at all. And that's when a call came in. It's a friend of his, also the awakened, running a business that doesn't quite see the light of day. Brother Wang, what is your instruction? Shin Weifeng asked politely. The man who was addressed as Brother Wang spoke in an odd tone. Mr. Shin, Zhao San is very familiar with you, isn't he? He's also a regular customer in the black market. But today he was put in a sack and put up for sale. Do you know about this? Ha! Shin Weifeng's eyes widened. Zhao San, pack it up. Sell it? How those three words are put together. Chapter 72, The Black Market. The black market, which wanders outside the boundaries of the law. A place of lawlessness hidden in the shadows. It's a presence that the state doesn't allow. But if there is a demand, there will be a market. The very establishment of rules creates huge benefits for those who violate them. The huge benefits are enough to make some people desperate, and even more so to make some high and mighty people hold up an umbrella without a trace, but tear off the veneer of illegality and secrecy. The black market is really nothing more than a marketplace, and those who enter it take what they want. Illegal guns and ammo, contraband materials from abroad, jewelry and artifacts, organ trade, even people, money and goods. Everyone is happy. Fangjin spent 100 forum points to learn from a forum user where the underground black market in Han City traded, and even got a pass to the black market, easily crossing the threshold of what should have been complicated. Normally, completing a low-level rules event below D rank only rewards 100 points. Ruan Yawan lamented. He would never be willing to do that anyway. But it didn't matter to Fontaine. The rules event was horrible. Even the most powerful awakened person can falter in a low-level rules event. However, Fangjin has multiple abilities and has an innate great advantage in dealing with rule-based events. The black market is nestled under a villa in the suburbs. There's an abandoned underground boxing ring underground. Behind the black market there are multiple forces holding. Intricate and complex. Even if someone reports, the information reported will never reach the desk of the big shots. The two of them, Fongjin, came here. Walking into the villa, they were stopped by 4 men in black, checking qualifications. All 4 were armed with pistols, enough to shock the average person. A sizable portion of the awakened, in fact, can't fight off handguns. Fongjin pulled out his black market pass and then released it. The duo entered the underground black market. In the black market, almost everyone wore masks to hide their true faces, and naturally, the Fongjin duo was no exception. The ground floor is divided into small single rooms. The information about the goods is printed in a booklet, and if someone sees the booklet and is interested, he or she will enter a single room to negotiate the price. Secure and discreet throughout. No one dares to make trouble. Fongjin wandered around and found that there were all kinds of illegal items for sale. There were even female awakened who were dressed up to sell their bodies outright for a ridiculously high price. But there were quite a few rich people who asked for the price. After all, normally when attending a banquet, bringing a beautiful female awakened as a female companion was safe and dignified, and it was definitely the absolute focus of the rich and powerful circle. However, Fongjin took a look at it, and the price had already reached 10 figures, and there are all kinds of strings attached. There are still too many rich people these days, Fongjin lamented. He printed out his merchandise information and chose a single unoccupied room to enter and wait. A living, breathing awakening for sale. This is big news. It quickly attracted a lot of attention, because we all know what such a sale represents. Soon a man in a black mask came over and asked for a price. Fongjin simply made a bid. Awakened person with B-class ability, extreme speed. 300 million. No counter-offer. That's not a great price, but definitely not low either. Similarly between ability users, devouring each other's power can enhance themselves, but this is not 100% successful. Instead, there is still a certain amount of risk. So like a gamble, if you lose your money. People whose families are not well off enough to gamble casually. I'd like to see the goods first, the black masked man said after a moment of thought. Fongjin nonchalantly opened the waterproof bag. Look, the man's face changed drastically when he looked at it. Are you kidding me? Living awakened people are only useful. What's the point of moving a pile of rotten meat over here? The bag was handily and shockingly clear. Fongjin, however, shook his head. This is alive. He said. He kicked the bag. The Zhao San in the bag wailed slightly in pain, just breathless, as if it was about to die. The black masked man looked dumbfounded. This scene was so bizarre that he wondered if he was caught up in some kind of rule-based event, and without saying anything, he hurriedly turned around and left. Hey, want some more? Fongjin shouted. Unfortunately, the person didn't even look back. Fongjin complained. How unqualified. Buying and selling. Why don't you even finish your sentence? Nguyen man was stoned and watching the show. Your merchandise is so intimidating. Anyone would have to weigh in. All afternoon, there were quite a few people who came to ask for the price, but no one actually bid for it. It's a big deal after all. It's a lot harder to get a deal than those guns and ammo. Forget it, let's leave today and come back tomorrow. Fongjin was not in a hurry, but just as he was about to leave, a burly man entered the small room, wearing a mask and jarring his voice. Kid, I'm interested in your goods, but you have to spell the man for me first. Fongjin smiled and said, this is naturally no problem, but let's still ask the guest to transfer the money first. What? You're worried I'll cheat? Of course not. Who would dare to cheat in such a big black market? The lanky man said in a cold voice. Then spell the man out for me. Fongjin's face sank. Favor yourself and leave before the other side comes to buy. And so aggressive at the moment. The problem is huge. What can I do even if I don't spell you? Fongjin coldly said. I'm not selling. Get lost. The burly man's face visibly changed. You. Fongjin was emboldened and said arrogantly. If you have the ability to detain me, I don't believe that someone can be so reckless in the black market. He had inquired long ago. Black markets are found in all provinces. The relationship between the forces behind it was very complicated, and many awakened clubs had shares in the black market, so no matter who it was, they couldn't break the rules, or else that would be a violation of everyone's interests. Okay, count me wrong. The money will be transferred to you right away, and you spell out the person for me. The burly man gritted his teeth and had no choice but to compromise. With the sound of money arriving, Fongjin immediately changed his face and was full of enthusiasm. Thank you for your patronage. Please sit down, big brother. I'll do it for you right away. Fongjin then took out the broken limbs and arms, like a puzzle to Zhao San to put together. Such a slightly creepy scene. It also did cause a few moments of creepiness to flash through the lanky man's eyes. Soon enough, The people were put together. The goods are yours, so we'll leave first. Fongjin pulled on Wan Yaowen and left directly. Nguyen Yu Man wondered, what's the rush? This man is not right. The sooner we leave the better. The two walked out of the black market. Obviously noticed that there are more cars parked all around. When you leave the black market, you are naturally not protected by the black market rules. It's getting dark. A lot of black-clothed people came down from the car. They seemed to be careless, but in reality, they had slowly surrounded Fongjin and his duo, and all of them had hidden firearms on their bodies. The atmosphere looked a little off for a moment. A bunch of mongrels. I'll clean them up. Nguyen Yaowen was confident. Fongjin, however, shook his head. Go straight away. Don't cause any trouble. If a few awakened popped out, that would be troublesome. Unknown rule events. The unknown awakener. It's all the most mind-numbing stuff. Fongjin then used the ignore ability, and the two of them swaggered out from the crowd's encirclement. A group of black-clad men looked around in confusion. Drawing his sword, he looked around in bewilderment. It was just here. How it's gone in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Nguyen Yaowen's car roared, ditching the crowd and taking off, that the men in black realized that their target had been lost. Brother Wang. They ran away. The man in black had no choice but to call. The burly man in the black market cursed. Waste, can't even block two people. His last name is Wang. Year-round in the black market. Mixed with a small management position. More or less talk. Those who know him call him Brother Wang. Brother Wang glanced at Zhao San, who was lying on the ground, and scolded in a bad mood. Don't get up yet. Damn it. It cost $300 million to get you out. You'll have to make up for this money to me. Do you hear me? If it weren't for Shin Weifeng's sake, how could he care about this? It's just that this asshole came so late. I'm afraid I won't be able to save anyone if I don't make a move myself. However, Zhao San was still lying on the ground, unmoving. Wang frowned. The little brother beside him immediately went forward to check, and then his face changed. Brother Wang. He's not breathing. Ah! Wang was shocked. How can that be? He was still alive in the afternoon. Wasn't he just gasping for air? It's like, just died. Asterisk. Wang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately called a doctor for first aid. Unfortunately, it's already too late. The doctor examined him, used all kinds of first aid measures, and finally issued a death notice. It's too late to save him. How to get like this? These days there are actually people starving to death. Really rare. Wang's heart broke. My $300 million. He couldn't have imagined that Zhao San would starve to death. If he had stepped in earlier to save Zhao San and poured in a bowl of rice soup, he might have lived. The living Jozo is still useful. A dead Zhao San is a piece of. No. Chapter 73, Where's our car? It's getting dark. The city of Han is considered a first-tier city. At night, all kinds of skyscrapers rise up in brilliant neon blooms. The lights are on. The paper is on. The sea of traffic and the flashing headlights make for a beautiful sight. Ruan Yaowen drove the car in the direction of his home. Brother, you're so rich now. Isn't it time to improve your quality of life? Of course I welcome you to stay at my house, but sometimes it's still a bit inconvenient. We're all men. You know. It looks like Fongjin's presence is affecting his ability to pick up girls. It's really time to buy a house. Fongjin muttered to himself. Except that he was all alone and it didn't seem to matter where he lived. He's not picky about those either. But buying a house of your own is ultimately an obsession in the minds of modern people. It always feels like something is missing in life when you don't have your own house. Of course, that's not what's important right now. Fongjin pulled out his cell phone and opened the forum, sending a message to that anonymous user. Brother, I've already gathered enough 500 million. What a godsend. Looks like the price is still set low. You'd better not be thinking of raising your prices. Ha. Just kidding. I still have the basic integrity of doing business. What's the deal? Generally in the trading area to generate orders. The two sides of one hand to pay. One hand delivery. By the forum to ensure that the two sides of the transaction is fair and equitable. But there are some who will choose to trade privately, or offline. Fongjin waited for a reply from the other side. But strangely, the other party never replied. 10 minutes passed. There was still no reply from the other side. Strange. Fongjin was very confused. This was a big business of $500 million. What was there that deserved the other party to be busy with something else first? At this point, the car stopped at a stoplight. A racy pink motorcycle pulled up next to Nguyen Yu Man's car, ridden by a tall, tight leather-clad female rider with long, straight black hair, blazing red lips, and big eyes in a dashing Netflix style. The engine hums, free as the wind. Hi, beautiful. Nguyen Yu Man whistled. The female knight glanced at him and spat out a word that was too windy to hear, but seemed to say loser by the shape of her mouth. The eyes were slightly contemptuous and condescending. Ruan Yaowen raised an eyebrow. Such a look instead aroused his interest and temper. Is it so condescending? Little sister. Normally a little knight like you would have to look up to my luxury car. At this moment the light turns green. The female knight gave Nguyen Yaowen a middle finger with a flip of her long hair, then put on her pink cat-eared helmet. Chase me, little chicken. Saying that, he twisted the throttle and the motorcycle roared off. It was gone in a flash. If I still have my red supercar, she'll have to beg for a ride. Nguyen Yaowen slammed on the gas and the car sprinted off at once. No, I can't let a mental little sister compare. The Mercedes winds up and rushes out, and in the blink of an eye has already run several red lights. Calm down. Fongjin couldn't help but grab the handle of the party in the car. He's an ordinary man's physique. One car accident and people are gone. Nguyen Yaowen laughed loudly. Don't worry, I have no problem with my car skills package. Running so many red lights. Aren't you afraid of losing your license? What makes you think I have a driver's license? Ha! Suspended long ago. It doesn't matter. Chase this chick down. It's fine if we don't want this car. Get a new one. Fongjin rolled his eyes violently. This is being blinded by worldly desires. It's too depraved. It's so wasteful. Catch up on why the chick is switching cars. Not a single good virtue of thrift and simplicity has been inherited. He didn't bother to pay attention to Nguyen Yaowen and continued to stare at his phone as he once again sent a message to the person who had sold the message, hoping to get a reply. But unfortunately there was still no answer. Nguyen Yaowen's car had caught up with the pink female rider by now. Roll down the window. Against the gale. Beauty. Want to have a drink together? I have a small villa with a pool that happens to be empty. And the bed is quite big. Enjoy your face? Nguyen Yaowen shouted. The female rider stepped on the gas again. Her exhaust port was on fire. She went a few percent faster, and turned around to give another middle finger. Hot enough. I love it. Nguyen Yaowen drove after him again. Fongjin, on the other hand, waited a bit impatiently and was ready to call and contact the forum's administrators to have the other party contact the anonymous user. Say goodbye to the deal. What does it mean to suddenly go missing? Instead, he found that his cell phone had no signal at that moment. Strange. I can't believe there are places with no signal these days. Fongjin looked up. At this moment the car has driven to the old town. Around the street lamps are also less and less. Cannot see how many high-rise buildings, but a layer of bungalows. The spacious road also seems to be getting narrower and narrower. Strange. Even if it's an old town, there shouldn't be no signal. Fongjin was very strange. Just then, something had happened to the lady rider who had been charging ahead, winded and enjoying her freedom. She rolled over on her side as she pressed into a corner, and the massive inertia lifted the motorcycle out of the way, sparking with lightning all the way, like fireworks. The man with the car went straight over the fence and smashed heavily into the wasteland on the side. Nguyen Yaowen was so scared that he hastily slammed on the brakes and looked at the black smoking wasteland. It's over. I'll have to sleep alone tonight. Fongjin didn't have the heart to say. Still thinking about this? Save the people. The two wanted to call 120 for emergency care, but the cell phone has no signal. Had to get out of the car and get ready to carry the man up first. Hey, Chica, tell me what you're driving so fast for. Nguyen Yaowen sighed and jumped off the railing. It was a long time before he climbed up with a suspicious look on his face. Fongjin wondered, where are the people? I'm also curious. Nguyen Yaowen was confused. Obviously fell here. Why can't I find anyone? Not only people. I didn't even find the car. Is this chick so fierce that she got up and carried the car by herself and ran away? So weird. Fongjin turned back to the spot of the accident and turned on his flashlight to check it out. That corner where sparks and lightning had been all the way around. The ground was now clean and dry. Nothing. Something's not right. There should have been scratches, black marks, and pieces of the motorcycle on the floor. Yet, it's so clean here. It's like nothing happened. It's not right. Go, Fongjin said immediately. Nguyen Yaowen also sensed something at this moment. It's too dark around here. Even in the old town, there should be so few streetlights. There was peace and quiet all around. Not even a bug or a bird chirping. Go! The two turned back sharply, but the two froze at the same time. The car, which should have been a dozen meters away, had disappeared without a trace at the moment. Brother, where's our car? Nguyen Yaowen asked nervously. A chill ran through Fongjin's heart. He had been standing on the main road. The car was parked on the side of the road, but he didn't hear any car start at all. So the car wasn't taken. Is suddenly gone. The air was slightly cooler. Fongjin looked left and right, and the night sky seemed to have gotten a little darker. The only thing was the old bungalows that stood on one level in the wasteland in the distance, with some obscure lights flickering in the windows. When did the streetlights along the road disappear as well? Chapter 74, Violation, Disappearance. This counts as an addition to yesterday's. The remote suburb is quiet. There are no tall buildings with flashing neon signs or bright streetlights on state highways. Only weak starlight, moonlight and a flashlight. My cell phone doesn't have a signal. Does yours? Fong Jin asked. Nguyen Man looked at it and shook his head. Neither. In a place like this, with no transportation or navigation, there is no way to determine where you are, much less how to get out. Just follow the driveway forward. You can always find the main road. Fong Jin said. The duo proceeded down the dimly lit driveway. Dead silence all around. There's something disconcerting about it. Only the footsteps of the two of them sounded. It was pitch black ahead. It was equally dark behind them. Brother, why do I feel that the blackness is a little bit not normal? Ruan Yawan had goosebumps all over his body. Since there's this proper driveway, it shouldn't be so dark. Fong Jin whispered. Just talk less and move forward. He had some hair on his mind as well, but there's no point in saying that at a time like this. It only makes the mind get out of balance faster. It's important to stabilize your mind when things get wacky. The two of them didn't know how long they had been walking, and in theory they should have been far away, but the cottages on the far right-hand side of the floor still seemed to be as close as ever. There were a few dim rays of light coming through the windows. I don't know if it's an inferior bulb or the light from a candle. Wait, brother, this place looks so familiar. Nguyen Yawen turned on his flashlight and stared dead on at a corner in front of him. Fong Jin fixed his eyes. It seems to be the same place where the female knight failed to press the bend and fell. Only there was no trace of anything on the ground. Makes one not so sure. Perhaps it's just similar. Fong Jin forced down his inner uneasiness. A road that keeps going forward. How does it go back to square one? Fong Jin twisted his head to look at the distant bungalow and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with difficulty. But 80% of them are trapped in the rules event. The distance between people and houses has never been the same. What up? Nguyen Yawen cursed in a low voice. Even if you did break some rule, isn't getting rid of my car enough? In most cases, there are unknown penalties for breaking the rules, but it rarely traps people in it. If it did, the state could not have been unaware of it and would have at least isolated the area where the rule event enveloped it. But there are apparently no similar measures in this suburb. Fong Jin said in a deep voice. There's no way out. We can only change the path. Nguyen Yu Man wondered. Isn't there just one road in total? I mean this way. Fong Jin jumped directly over the roadside barrier, then leapt down into the wasteland. The wasteland was once perhaps farmland. It is just that nowadays the population is sparse and the land is deserted, gradually becoming a place where piles of construction waste and domestic garbage are piled up. And across the wasteland, that's the bungalow. Nguyen Yawen's eyes widened. Brother, we're not going to go to those bungalows, are we? But these houses just look so morose that we might run into something spooky. We're already trapped. Is there anything we can do other than going to fix the shenanigans? Fong Jin asked rhetorically. Nguyen Yu Man was dumbfounded. He had to jump down the driveway as well. From a distance, I looked at the desolate, quiet, and not half as popular bungalows. He couldn't help but shiver. The duo advanced slowly towards the bungalow, and the distance between the two sides, which had finally changed, began to approach. I don't know what rule we were held up for violating. Nguyen Yu Man wanted to say something to ease the tension. It's too dark around here. Had to keep the flashlight on, but the phone's battery was already lit up with a red light. It's almost too much to hold. Fong Jin carefully stepped around the garbage and on the ground. It's probably something like you can't disturb the public by racing or something like that. Just the noise you two make when you race is honestly more disturbing than a blind honking horn. What bad luck. Shouldn't we all have to obey the law from now on? This time I got lucky and just lost a car. Next time I may not be so lucky. Fong Jin remembers it well, when Chu Xiaoyuan had given him an example. It's not unheard of to get caught up in a rules incident and run a red light and just die violently. It always feels like rule events are happening more and more frequently. I heard from my friend that there weren't even that many 7 or 8 years ago. Nguyen Yawen muttered in a small voice. Suddenly, his feet sank and his face darkened. Fong Jin twisted his head. What's wrong? Stepped on something soft. It's not supposed to be, is it? Damn. Whose dog is so unqualified? I'm so Ed. Nguyen Yawen looked down and saw that he had stepped on some kind of dark, soft mass, but a fixed look revealed that it was just soft soil. It's okay. It's okay. Not. It seems like someone is growing vegetables here, with specially refurbished soil and some little green vegetable seedlings. Nguyen Yawen said with a sigh of relief. Fong Jin casually said, really? It's normal. Old men and women in the countryside like to utilize all environments to grow vegetables. And this is wasteland anyway. He continued on his way, but the footsteps behind them stopped. What's going on? Fong Jin twisted his head. A cold air surged up to the ceiling. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Nguyen Yu Van. Gone. His footprints are clearly visible, but his people, they're gone. Not a word, just like the car he had. The emptiness and quiet around them was a little scary. Fangjin stared at the footprints on the ground for a long time. It looks like it's because he stepped on the vegetables planted by someone else's family, which is more or less a bit too strict. It seems that it's not just the public order laws that need to be complied with. This is big trouble. Against rule events. The bigger the place instead, the better some of them are, because in public, the rules and regulations are open, and you basically won't break the rules if you're careful. Instead, the smaller the place, the more dangerous it is, because who knows what strange village rules might be in place here. If the rule event was just confined to a small family, that's more trouble, because no one can even guess what kind of house rules you actually have. Some people don't have any rules at all in their homes, but some people have lots and lots of strange rules at home. For example, if the father eats, the child can only stand on the sidelines. You must be home by 8 p.m. You can't cry when you get beat up. You're not allowed to turn on the air conditioning until the temperature is a few degrees higher or something like that. When it comes to this kind of family rule, you can't even bring in the saints to avoid violating it. It can only be fought solo. Fangjin's gaze flickered. From the information available today, the violation goes away. And most importantly, where do you go after you disappear? It's being held somewhere unoccupied, or just wiped out. If it was the latter, then the danger of this place, I'm afraid, was quite high. But the rules here are so strict that there must be a lot of missing persons. And once that happens, it's bound to attract the attention of the Special Operations Department. Is it really just bad luck to be here? Fangjin took a deep breath. For whatever reason, it's already stuck here anyway. There are some places that are always a trip away. Fangjin looked at the obscurely lit rows of bungalows there and walked very carefully. Chapter 75, Looking for Excitement. On a distant hill stood a villa. The villa was brightly lit. Guests to and from the cups, smiling, shaking glasses reflecting the beautiful women. Flashing lights seemed to have white powder sprinkled on the table. Not long after, more chaotic chanting accompanied by the smell of the rotten spread out. Shen Weifeng pushed away his female companion and came alone to the large balcony on the third floor, gazing out at the dimly lit suburbs in the distance, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You really think I can't find out about you? What can Skynet Mutual do? Han City is my Shen family's territory. It's a dragon you have to coil. It's a tiger you have to lie down. If I want you to die, you'll die. Of course, to kill two awakened. Unusual means were naturally not good enough. It's up to the awakened to deal with rule-based events, and vice versa for the same reason. Against awakenings, rule events are likewise the best tool to use. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. He picked up the phone, and a woman's voice came from the phone. Boss Shen, I followed your instructions and lured them to that village. Very well done. I will immediately arrange for someone to call you for your father's donation. However, the handling fee is inevitable. Shen Weifeng grinned like a smiling tiger. Charging half of the handling fee is already considered very little, but if you're willing to accompany me for a night, these handling fees, it's not non-negotiable. The woman tried her best to hold back her inner discomfort and said icily, No, I think half of the donation is enough for my father's surgery. Ha ha ha. If you think it's enough, then it's enough. Hang up the phone. A hint of mockery appeared on Shen Weifeng's face. It's not up to you to decide if it's enough. Anping Village. It's a small village on the outskirts. Only the young people kept leaving, and the older generation gradually left, so that it became a deserted village. Last year's land reform was rumored to be building the old town and planning a new park, and then for some reason it didn't work out. At this time, 2 cars were parked at the entrance to the village. Under the car walked down 7 young students, 4 men and 3 women. Look very youthful vigor, not very old. Although the development is very good. One looks tall, but the face is more or less inexperienced childishness. This is Anping Village? Piggy, is this your home? A young man looked around, filled with an exuberant desire to explore. He was well dressed, wearing an expensive watch and holding the hand of his female companion. At first glance, it's a rich kid. His female companion was unadorned, young and pretty, with rings and necklaces and earrings that were worth a lot of money. His name is Bai Junfei and his female companion is Lu Miaomiao. The two are a couple. And the teenager he called pig-headed, called Zhu Ziming, obviously shorter, slightly weaker aura, wearing a school uniform, and the other 6 people are a bit out of place, can obviously see that the origin is not very good. Talk, aura, and whether or not you're confident can clearly show the difference in family status. Zhu Ziming nodded. Yeah, it's my house, just moved here last year. Why did you move to such a Thai place? There's no village in front of you. A girl dressed in a gothic style with heavy black makeup skimmed her lips. One of them with glasses. Sven's teenager said, This is not simple. Anping Village, last year, but said that the planning of the new park, the price of land, once rose to 2 or 3 million a flat. No relationship cannot buy a house here. A slightly chubby girl asked carefully. Why does that look so broken and kind of scary? Broken is right. We are not just here to find excitement. Bai Junfei looked excited. This is only interesting. This is much more interesting than the escape room. Piggy, you said there are good things here? Zhu Ziming said. Yes, a few months ago, a robber ran to us and was caught, but not a single cent of the stolen money was found. I heard that it was a robbery of a jewelry store, and many people came before and after, all looking for jewelry, but none were found. Bai Junfei clapped his hands. That's what it takes. He's rich. Not bad at all. Jewelry he couldn't see either, but just loved the thrill of the search, of the deciphering. Tired of playing escape rooms, so just try to play it a little real. The other 5 people besides Zhu Ziming were usually in the same circle as Bai Junfei, so they all came together. Go, 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 treasure hunt. Bai Junfei's eyes glowed. No clue though. It didn't stop his hands from shaking with excitement. As for why you come at night, it's fun to come at night. There are other exciting things to do with your female companion during the treasure hunt. Slightly chubby girl hands and feet from the bag out of the special flashlight. Flashlight open. Dark mountain village bright as day. All of a sudden the fear of the crowd in the heart dissipated a lot. This is not afraid anymore. The slightly chubby girl said happily. She shook her flashlight and shone it toward the distant bungalow. The bungalows were illuminated clearly from hundreds of meters away. Dilapidated and patchy, with peeling siding and a few broken windows. It looked like a haunted house from a horror story. Seeing this, Zhu Ziming hurriedly reminded. Don't shine it at the house. There aren't many people in the village, but there are a few households after all. People in the village sleep early. The flashlight is too bright. It's easy to disturb the people. So early to sleep. Really boring countryside. Slightly chubby woman slightly upset. Shine how? And not less a few pieces of meat. Make it rare for me to come like. The other 5 didn't say anything at that. Apparently they don't care about that either. And it felt like Zhu Ziming was making a big deal out of it. Zhu Ziming was helpless and said nothing more. But at that moment, a cold voice came out. I advise you to listen to him, or I'm afraid you won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow. The voice was unfamiliar. The 7 men were shocked. It was so dark, and in the distance were old houses like haunted houses. It's a really scary sound coming out of nowhere. Who's talking? The slightly chubby girl shivered in fear. At this point, Fongjin walked out of the wasteland. He had wanted to go towards the bungalow. Suddenly you realize that someone has appeared. Originally, his heart was slightly happy that he might be able to use this to leave this place. But after discovering the stupidity of these people, it is safe to say that they are speechless. Who are you? Bai Junfei questioned. Zhu Ziming also looked at Fongjin with slight surprise. Is this person also from the village? Why haven't I seen it? Fongjin shook his head. It doesn't matter who I am. I advise you to hurry up and turn off this flashlight that lights up the dead. What can I do if I don't turn it off? The slightly chubby girl huffed and said. You country people have so many things to do. Do you want to be fined? Give you just 200 is enough. Not enough to give you 500. I want to take a picture, just take a picture. Her family is also quite well off. Both parents run companies. Under rich upbringing, it is inevitable that the character is a little bit difficult. A fine? I'm afraid that you can't afford to give what you really want a fine. Fongjin sneered. See if your cars are still there. The 7 men twisted their heads in unison. They drove a total of 2 cars. And at the moment, there was inexplicably one less car behind him. Chapter 76, A Human Face in the Wasteland. Where's my car? The slightly chubby girl Shang Qianqin's face changed drastically. Her car was sneaking out. Without her dad's consent. If she was found out, she'd be given a scolding at the least, maybe even grounded. A few others were also very surprised. If there's one less car, it's not going to be good for them to go back. On top of that, they'd been right next to the car. It didn't make sense for the car to suddenly disappear. What's going on? Shang Qianqin looked angrily at Fongjin. Where did you get my car? Hurry up and hand it over. The big deal is a fine. What do you mean by towing my car? Do you know how much my car costs? Stupid. Fongjin couldn't help but spit out 2 words. It's amazing that the other person could be stupid enough to think that they towed her car. It's really stupid and quite refreshingly unassuming. You. Shang Qianqin's entire face reddened with anger. Zhu Ziming. You go beat him up. I'll give you $5,000. The others she couldn't direct. Naturally, he could only look for Zhu Ziming, who was from a less well-off family. Zhu Ziming smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's not like he's crazy. Hitting someone for no reason is grounds for going to jail. Bai Junfei spoke out at this moment. Friend, what exactly do you mean by what you just said? You seem to know something. Is it this neighborhood? There are other ruthless people looking for jewelry? Jewelry? What jewelry? Fongjin was confused, but he didn't bother to ask more questions. If you guys can leave, you'd better leave while the car is still there. I'm warning you, this kind of place is not for kids like you. These words made several people feel inexplicably nervous. It would have been very dark around and easy to back out. Calling us kids? You're not much older. Shang Qianqin gritted her teeth. Forget it then. Let's go. Bai Junfei wasn't stupid. He liked to play exciting adventures, but he also knew very well that they were just a group of students, and when they really met those in society, they really couldn't handle it. As soon as he said that, the others budged. The group was ready to leave. Only Zhu Ziming's eyes flashed with a few moments of disappointment. Except for Zhu Ziming, the other 6 people all squeezed into the only remaining car. The car started. The headlights lit up the road ahead. No one greeted Zhu Ziming at all. Fang Zhen slowly came to the front of the car and knocked on the window. You're overloaded. Which one of you is willing to sacrifice yourself to get out of the car and let the other 5 go first? A limousine that can only seat 5 people. Of course it's overloaded with 6 people. You're sick. Right. Overloading or not overloading is none of your business. Shang Qianqin is now crowded beside her bosom friend. Full of guts. Directly cursing, country bumpkin get aside. Bai Junfei. Let's go. Fang Zhen laughed. Whatever you guys want. Bai Junfei started the car and stepped on the gas. And the car roared. Disappeared. 6 people fell out of the car in unison. Aukis were heard all over the place. What? What's going on? The 6 men looked at each other. Chills growing uncontrollably in their hearts. The first car to disappear might as well be some kind of magic trick. So what's going on here? They're in the car. Why do cars still disappear into thin air? Isn't it, like, haunted? Lu Miao asked with a trembling heart. That comment made the others panic even more. It's so unusual. Fang Zhen said indifferently. I've told you all. You've overloaded the car. Now it's good. The car is gone. There might have been 5 people who could have escaped. Now you're completely trapped here. The faces of the people gradually lost their blood color. Trapped here? Don't. Bai Junfei suppressed his inner panic. This brother. What's going on here? Can you tell us carefully? It can't really be haunted. We are all highly educated people who don't believe in this stuff. Fang Zhen thought about it and thought it would be too much trouble to explain. It's just haunted. The 4 words scared the 6 to death. Nonsense. Don't listen to this country bumpkin's nonsense. Shang Qianqin exasperatedly said. I'll call my dad right now and ask him to send someone to pick us up. Don't be afraid. He's just trying to scare us and then screw us out of money. I'm not going to fall for it. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed halfway before realizing there was no signal. Even the signal blocker was used. Despicable. And to say you're not deliberately screwing around. Surely it's not a large shield. You'll get a signal when you take a few steps out. Shang Qianqin tilted her head and held her cell phone, stepping on her high heels towards the darkness and shouting angrily. I'm not going to fall for your tricks. It didn't take long for the light from the cell phone to be swallowed up by the darkness. Her voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. It didn't reappear for a long time. Shang Qianqin? Stop it and come back quickly. Lu Miao cried out worriedly. However, no response was received, and she was afraid to go into the darkness to find it. It seems hopeless. Fang Zhen shook his head as he looked at Zhu Ziming. Your name is Zhu Ziming? You seem to be a local here. Do you want to go together? It just so happens that I'm going over there as well. Zhu Ziming hesitated. Good. Zhu Ziming then followed Fang Zhen towards the row of ancient bungalows. The remaining 5 panicked. Where did he dare to just run around? He hurriedly followed. Fang Zhen asked. Looking at you, you seem to be students. You shouldn't be on summer vacation yet, right? We're first-year students. Now seniors. First high school is the best key high school in Han. Fang Zhen was surprised. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. And you guys ran out in the middle of the night to play a scavenger hunt? All of their families are rich. They don't take the college entrance exam and study abroad. Zhu Ziming was jittery. I've been a bit stressed lately, so I'm taking this opportunity to go home and rest for a few days. Fang Zhen looked deeply at Zhu Ziming. Intuition told him that the other man wasn't telling the truth. But that's a private matter for people, and there's no point in asking more. You live here, don't you feel that this village is not quite right? Fang Zhen asked. Zhu Ziming shook his head. No, I think it's quite normal, but I only go home once a month, or maybe I didn't pay attention. It's local though. But he looked decidedly unfamiliar with the little village. At this moment, Bai Junfei's 5 men followed. The 5 were nervous and terrified, huddled together with each other, not daring to spread out. Be careful with your footing. Don't step on the vegetables planted by the village people, and don't do anything out of the ordinary, or something ominous might happen. Fang Zhen twisted his head and said lightly. Lumiere swallowed. What will happen? Fang Zhen stopped in his tracks. His eyes were morose. It will die. In the pitch-black immensity of the wasteland, a strange man uttered cold, unforgiving words at them. The 5 people's bodies trembled in unison, so frightened that they almost screamed out. This works very well. Fonstown was satisfied. That way, these 5 people shouldn't intentionally mess up. It's not that Fongjian's motherly heart is so big that he wants to save 5 rich kids. It's just that one person can't do it alone. And in the face of a rule-based event, someone has to make a mistake in order to get the information. Fongjian certainly didn't want to be the one to make the mistake. At this time, the pretty-faced Lu Miaomiao's body kept trembling and looked like she was on the verge of crying. I seem to have stepped on something. It's hard and soft. Jun Fei, quickly help me see what it is. By Jun Fei, who was his boyfriend, was so scared at the moment that he hid to the side. Look for yourself. It's too dark for me to see. You dog man. Lu Miaomiao's blood rushed up in anger and she couldn't wait to bite this man to death. She bravely looked down. The soft, crumbling ground piled up into a small mound. There seems to be something buried in there. The topmost soil was kicked off by her vaguely revealing a human face. That face is somewhat slightly fat, but the dress is very delicate. Smeared red lips. Very white. White is a little too much points. Like a mortician to the dead people painted makeup. The 5 men's faces suddenly changed. Didn't she go and call for help? What's going on here? Shang Qianqin. It's Shang Qianqin. Lu Miaomiao realized that what she stepped on was actually the other party's face, so she finally couldn't hold back. Her body went limp, and she fainted in fear. Chapter 77, Too Much Coincidence. People I saw not too long ago. At the moment painted in dead man's makeup and buried in the ground so peacefully and calmly. Dark skies and wasteland. Speckled and dilapidated old houses. In conjunction with such a scene, it simply scared this group of rich kids to the point of near incontinence. Even though Fongjian had seen many scary scenes, but at the moment it was not possible to avoid a tingle in the scalp. Is it hard to believe that all the missing people will be buried in the ground? In that case, shouldn't there be 3 cars and the unlucky Winyu man underground? That's convenient. Straight into the ground. Injustice has a head. Shang Qianqin, you mustn't look for us. We're innocent. That young girl wearing a leather jacket and gothic-style dress constantly trembled and chanted as if she was praying with her palms together. These words instantly awakened the others, who begged for blessings from the gods they could remember. And by the way, begged Shang Qianqin not to come to them in the form of a severe ghost. What happened this night was too much for their knowledge. The only one who could calm down was Zhu Ziming. He was also a little startled, but at least he was standing and his face didn't change much. Fongjian looked at Bai Junfei. This is much more exciting than an escape room, right? Bai Junfei really did not expect this situation. The person in front of him could still ask this kind of question, and said with a bitter face, "It's too exciting. I can't bear it. I just want to go now, and I will never play again." Alright, don't all kneel. It's not like you're really dead. Just go, Fongjian said indifferently. The crowd was stunned at the words. Not dead? The teenager wearing glasses carefully measured Shang Qianqin's nostrils, and sure enough, there was still a very faint breathing sound. The crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief. It's okay. It's okay if you're not dead. The first thing Fongjian noticed was that Shang Qianqin wasn't really dead. He was just looking scary. And this discovery settled his mind slightly. Breaking the rules will be penalized though, but not the first to die. That would mean that the rule events are not dangerous to the point of being excessive. Miaomiao, wake up. Shang Qianqin isn't dead. Bai Junfei hugged Lu Miaomiao and woke her up. Lu Miaomiao woke up quietly. Hearing Bai Junfei's words in a daze obviously relaxed a lot, but soon she angrily pushed Bai Junfei away. You still have the face to hug me. Asking you to help me see what I'm stepping on refuses. Bai Junfei, I'm telling you, the two of us are finished. Bai Junfei's face darkened. It took him a lot of effort to catch up with Lu Miaomiao. The other party is also the daughter of a big company owner. Not only is she good looking, but her family situation is even a little more favorable than his. She can be pursued not only because of hormones, but also because of family requirements. Now it's pissed off Lumiere. Naturally, he was in a much less favorable mood, but in the way of so many people in front of him, he could not bow his head and admit his mistake, so he could only say nothing with a stinky face. Alright, don't yell. Since you're awake, keep walking. We're almost there, Fongjian said indifferently. Lu Miaomiao stepped on her high heels and walked to Fongjian's side. Her big eyes painted with delicate eye makeup were very godly, and there was a smell of expensive perfume. Handsome man, you look like you're reliable. Whether or not I can leave safely, it all depends on you. She was smart enough to see that Fongjian had this chesty look on his face, so subconsciously choose to seek refuge. Fongjian said in a nonchalant manner, don't cause any trouble. I'll try to make sure that you stay alive. As for what you live into, it's up to your own luck. A chill ran through the crowd. Try to stay alive? It's still alive to have your arms and legs broken. It's still alive to become insane. And it's still alive to be ravaged 100 times. That's not a good promise. Fongjian didn't say anything more and continued to walk forward. And this time, The remaining 5 rich daughters were all quiet and followed Fongjin closely, not even daring to say half a word of complaint. As for that Xing Qianqin who was buried in the ground, surprisingly, no one paid any attention. Just let her be buried in the ground. It would be a lot of work to carry a liability on your back. But the fact that not a single person mentioned it really makes you wonder about the plastic friendships between the group. These people actually came out in groups to explore. If something dangerous really happens, I'm afraid it will be a big disaster and they will each fly away. Not many twists and turns ensued. The crowd made their way across the wasteland to the one-story bungalow. It only took about 10 minutes. From a distance it looked dilapidated and decayed, much like a haunted house, but slightly better as you got closer. Just plain old tile houses. How many people are there in the village? Fongjin asked Zhu Ziming. Zhu Ziming said, last year when we moved in it was about 17 or 18 households. Now I'm not sure. It might be less. Moved? No. Sick and dying. Fongjin wondered, is there some kind of infectious disease in the village? No. Anping village was already empty, and the current residents basically all moved here last year. I heard that a new park is going to be built in this neighborhood, and it will be very good in the future. And with the help of the foundation, a lot of patients moved here, hoping to have a good environment to recuperate from their illnesses. And I heard that if they move here, they can even get some preferential treatment when they see a doctor. Zhu Ziming said, donations from well-wishers. Fongjin frowned. Are all the residents here like this? Yeah. The foundation you're talking about shouldn't be Shin's Charity Benefit Foundation. Zhu Ziming said, we all received funding from the seawater fundraising, but we weren't very lucky. Not many people were willing to donate money, and we haven't been able to come up with the money for the surgery. What a coincidence! Fongjin couldn't believe it was such a coincidence. Coincidence to that extent would not be a coincidence. It would be someone doing it on purpose. Someone deliberately led them to this place, trying to use the rule incident to kill me? A cold aura flickered in Fongjin's eyes. Smart decisions. That's an account in advance. We'll settle up after we leave. You want to rely on seawater to raise money for the cure. That seems to be difficult. Lu Miao Miao suddenly said. Zhu Ziming was confused. Why? Wasn't this crowdfunded together by good people? Crowdfunding no less. That's not crowdfunding for you. You're willing to accept a hefty cut to get a small transfer on your account. And you have to go to a private hospital owned by the Xing Consortium to be allowed to use it. No, it can't be. But a lot of people on the news have succeeded. The news is for you to read, not to believe. Lu Miaomia shook her head. My father's business often dealt with these charitable ones. Seawater Chips were founded 2 or 3 years ago, and they've already gone public, with tens of billions of dollars in financial reports every year. How do you think it came about? It can't be the rewards you get for doing good deeds. Zhu Ziming's face looked very ugly. Seawater fundraising has long been his hope. Now that hope has been dashed. A few rich second generation looked at Zhu Ziming with slight pity. That's the difference between the poor and the rich. It's not just a gap in the enjoyment of life. It's a world of difference in insight. Zhu Ziming was silent for a long time and revealed a hard smile. No, let's not talk about that. Go sit at my house for a while. Chapter 78. Zhu Ziming led the crowd to his own home, which is also a commonplace bungalow, estimated to be several decades old. The wall skin is almost all peeled off clean. The front door is also a decades-old wooden door. The door was plastered with spring scrolls from I don't know how many years ago, and it was leaking under the door. Zhu Ziming took out the key and opened the gate. Can you turn on the light? Fongjin asked politely. Zhu Ziming nodded. Of course, it's safe in my house. With that he walked into the room and turned on the dim light. The home is sparsely furnished, like the style of the 1980s, with basically no modern electrical furniture. Fongjin, on the other hand, was slightly thoughtful. Why? He wants to emphasize that it's safe? Mom, we're back. Zhu Ziming shouted. A groping sound came from inside the house, and then a vicissitude old woman with a head full of white hair came out. Her eyes were cloudy and looked a bit scary. She seemed to be unable to see anything. The poverty of life and disease make a middle-aged woman look old in a less than decent way. She was overjoyed to hear her son's voice. Why are you back all of a sudden? It's not the weekend. The teacher said that it's almost time for the college entrance exam, and the mindset is the most important. So students are allowed to take a vacation at any time. So I came back to see you. Zhu Ziming said. The mother knew that her son had always been a good student, so she didn't think much of it, but just smiled and complained. What are you doing back here? It's fine for mom to live alone. There's no problem. Your college entrance exam is coming up. You have to work hard. Got it, mom. I have a few more classmates coming along as guests. As soon as she heard this, her mother nervously stroked her hair and tried to make herself look a bit more spirited. So sit down quickly. Sit down quickly. Have you eaten yet? Mom went to heat up the steamed buns to give you a taste. It's mom's handmade. No mom. They've all eaten. Wow. So, there were a few moments of obvious disappointment on the part of the mother. Seeing this, Fangjin smiled and said, Auntie, please heat up a few for me. They've eaten and I'm still hungry. Yeah. Mother looks happy. Familiarly, she walked to the kitchen, lit a fire to boil water, and removed the already cold bun from the cupboard and placed it on the steamer tray. Soon the hot buns were served. A few rich kids showed their disgusted gazes, whether it was the old house, the vicissitudes of their mother, or this unimpressive bun. They all felt very uncomfortable and wanted to escape from here quickly. But they don't dare. One can only sit down helplessly. Fangjin nonchalantly picked up the bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Hot, soft and sweet. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Auntie, did you make this bun yourself? It's really well made. Much tastier than the ones sold in the store. Hearing someone praise, the mother smiled broadly. All of a sudden almost a few years younger. Tasty, you eat more. Packing to take back to eat is also fine. Do not be polite. Xu Ziming lowered his head, a little sharply. It seemed to feel a few moments of shame. Thank you, Auntie. I'll take a few away then. Fangjin said smilingly. Mother laughed her ass off. It is indeed a delightful thing to have someone to eat what you have made. The house doesn't usually get a lot of visitors. My son's classmates also came to the door for the first time. Listening to the attitude of this classmate, he must be a good friend of his son. Xu Ziming is more introverted. His mother has always been quite worried about this. Now that his son also has a good friend, she is naturally happier. You're all Ziming's classmates. You must all be very smart students. The college entrance exam is coming up, so you should also work together to cheer up. Xu Ziming's mother said smilingly. The crowd responded vaguely. Xu Ziming's face showed bitterness. Out of 7, he's also the only one who needs a high school entrance exam. The others are already too far ahead at the starting line. Fangjin ate and drank. Auntie, has anything strange happened in your neighborhood recently? Weirdness? No. Xu Ziming's mother fumbled to clean the table. It's been pretty normal. So, that's not much of a reference. After all, Xu Ziming's mother was blind. Even if you meet something strange, you can't see it. At that moment, Xu Ziming's mother yawned. She's older. Usually go to bed early and get up early. It was 10 o'clock at night by now. It's getting late. Shouldn't we get going? The gothic wind girl whispered. She's not comfortable staying here either. Especially seeing Xu Ziming's mother's cloudy, whitened and empty pupils always made his heart grow fuzzy. Xu Ziming's mother hurriedly said, It's so late. How dangerous it is to run around in the dark. Why don't you just sleep here in my place? Although the place is simple, there are still 3 empty rooms. For the older generation, there is always the greatest enthusiasm for the younger generation and guests. A few of the rich kids were in disbelief. This place, how to sleep. What a joke. Fangjin, however, happily said, Thank you, Auntie. I was thinking of shamelessly staying overnight, but I'm just afraid of giving you trouble. I lost my car and can't leave for a while. What's the trouble? Xu Ziming's mother laughed happily, then hurriedly went to rummage through the bedding and clean up the room. Blind, but in his own home, and yet, not much different from an able-bodied person. The gothic wind girl complained. We really have to live here, such a shabby place. I'm not used to living here. Xu Ziming, your home. It's also too shabby. Yeah. A few others chimed in. They knew that Xu Ziming's family was poor, but one would have thought that poor people would be expected to live in a cheap neighborhood, crowded but with a clean 3-bedroom apartment. I didn't realize it was so ridiculously poor. Xu Ziming blushed in embarrassment and whispered, I'm sorry. No need to say sorry to them. Fangjin's gaze chilled as he swept over the crowd. If you're not afraid of death, then get lost. The wasteland outside is free for you to live in. It's not like Xu Ziming owes you anything. Fangjin was furious, and the 5 rich second generation were silenced, not daring to retort at all. In a haunted place like this, how dare they go to live in the wasteland? It's not a death wish. Soon, 3 empty rooms were packed. Fangjin was very nonchalant about occupying one by himself. That leaves 3 men in one room and 2 women in another. As for Xu Ziming, he squeezed into a room with his mother. Although the bedding was old, it was washed well and had no odor. Finally, I can take a good rest. Fangjin lay on the bed, his mind relaxing a lot. It's too dark outside to realistically try to resolve the rules incident. Now there is a safe place to sleep and rest. Sort of a blessing in disguise. As for those 5 rich kids being able to fit in, could be out of his league. At this point, the 5 rich kids were in a very bad mood, all of them looking sad. They've never lived in such a tight place in their lives. How to sleep, but it's impossible to walk away. It's too painful. Bai Junfei left his 2 male companions behind at the moment and came to the door of the girl's room, where he knocked politely. Myo, it's me. The gothic girl opened the door. What for? Bai Junfei pleaded. Li Qingyin, give a chance for me and Miao to be alone for a while. Good point, 100,000 pocket change. No problem. Cool enough. The gothic girl simply left the room, leaving the two alone. Lu Miao took off her jacket at the moment, revealing her white arms, and when she saw Bai Junfei, she chided. Bai Junfei, what are you doing? Bai Junfei squeezed into the room and cheekily hugged Lu Miao at once. Miao, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I was too flustered at the time. I really didn't mean it. Bai Junfei begged for mercy. Can you punch me twice in anger? Don't be angry. Lu Miao didn't have a soft heart. You get out. I don't want to see you. I'm sick of seeing you now. Come on. We've been in love for so long. We've been honest with each other. This little thing can't get away from us. Bai Junfei pressed Lu Miao against the wall, his eyes incomparably deep in love, and he kept saying tender words of love, and planned to learn how to force a kiss from a bully. Lu Miao struggled. You rascal. Get away. But where a girl could really break free from a boy's hold, just as their lips were about to touch, Lu Miao suddenly felt her hands loosen, and she subconsciously pushed. Bai Junfei retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with panic, and he was covering his neck. His face was red, and a clearly visible strangulation mark slowly emerged on his neck. You? What's wrong with you? Bai Junfei, don't scare me. Lu Miao was so scared that her legs went limp. Bai Junfei wanted to say something, but how could I not say it? Next moment, his feet even gradually left the ground, spitting out his tongue, and his eyes were glaring out, as if he was strangled by an invisible rope and hung up by the neck, living like a hanging ghost. Bai Junfei kept stomping and waving, but to no avail. Finally, all the blood on his face turned black and blue. The whole thing fell helplessly into the air, swaying slightly. There's no more sound. Chapter 79, More Than One Kind. Fanzhen is getting ready for a good night's sleep, but there was a knock on the door of the room. Knock knock. Fanzhen got up alertly, first checking the room for any abnormalities, and then looking out the window. There was nothing special. Before opening the door of the room, outside the door of the room was Zhu Ziming. He was still wearing his first form uniform and had a few formal looks. Why? Is something wrong? Fanzhen asked. Zhu Ziming said seriously, even though I don't know you, I still want to thank you for helping me out at that time, and I haven't seen my mom so happy for a long time. No need to be polite. In fact, there is no need for you to mix with these rich second generation. They just treat you as a dispensable little follower. You won't get any benefits at all. Since you were able to get into the first middle school, it means that you can change your fate by relying on your own ability to take the entrance exam. At least it's much more reliable than being a dog's leg. What Fanzhen said was very straightforward. As for your mother, I can see that you are very understanding. You don't want your mother to worry about anything, and you try to do everything very well. But instead, it makes your mother feel frustrated. If you want your mother to be happy, remember to trouble her more with small things. Zhu Ziming froze in place for a long time. He was bent on trying to study hard. Never thought about these things. Thanks. Zhu Ziming digested for a moment and thanked him again. Fanzhen laughed. All right, go back and rest. Actually, I have something else to say. What is it? You asked me if anything strange had happened in the neighborhood. Fanzhen's expression was solemn. Come in and speak. He invited Zhu Ziming into the room. Zhu Ziming didn't hide anything at the moment. I told you that all the people in Anping village have actually moved away. And those who live here are patients who moved here in the last 2 years. More than half of these patients' homes are very odd and have had paranormal events. That's right. This answer was within Fanzhen's expectations. It's only normal for paranormal events to occur. It would be strange if it didn't happen. Have you ever met one? Fanzhen asked. Zhu Ziming shook his head. It hasn't happened to me before, but I've personally seen someone hanged in the air by an odd force and hanged alive. Hanged? Fanzhen felt a few things were wrong. Will people die? If that happens, then the danger level goes up several notches. Yes, there have also been cases like outsiders being paralyzed, becoming insane, and inexplicably drowning. Zhu Ziming said, being buried in the ground is already considered the lightest kind of paranormal event. Fanzhen's expression changed slightly. It goes without saying that rules events are terrible. But here's the thing. The general rules event, the punishment that occurs when a rule is broken is often just one. No matter how chaotic and out of control the rules are, there will be underlying logic. No empiricism though. But isn't that a little too much change? He sort of knew why the people behind Zhao San had lured him here. This place was a lot scarier than he had imagined. Can you leave this village? Fanzhen asked. Zhu Ziming nodded. I'll take you out of here tomorrow. Receiving this promise, Fanzhen was a little more at ease. Only his intuition told him that he was afraid it wouldn't be that simple. And just then, there was a sharp cry from the other house. Help! It's Lu Miu who's asking for help. Fangjin's face was dark. What are these rich kids up to again? Shouting blindly at night, trying to get everyone killed? Quick, let's go take a look. Zhu Ziming hurriedly ran out from the room. Fangjin also followed out, and the two of them came to the girl's room. At this time several other rich kids also came at the sound, but strangely enough, that gothic girl is standing outside the door instead, while Bai Junfei did not appear, and the several rich young men are trembling with fear, not quite daring to directly break into the house, presumably afraid of being haunted. What's going on? Fangjin asked. The goth girl was nervous and bad. Bai Junfei went in. He wanted to get back together with Miao Miao, so I came out. I don't know what happened. Fangjin couldn't help but curse. Bunch of idiots. Didn't I tell you to cause less trouble? Can't you even sleep honestly? At this point, Zhu Ziming's mother also walked out at this moment. Ziming, what's wrong? Auntie, it's fine. We are haunting and telling ghost stories. A female student is timid and scared. You don't have to worry. We will go to bed soon. Fangjin said. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhu Ziming's mother's heart settled down. In that case, you guys play then. It's fine. It's fine. It's good for young people to be energetic. She's happy, and she's turned around and gone back to her room. Your own son gets along well with his classmates, and telling ghost stories to female classmates. That's so nice. Maybe even get a girlfriend. When the old man left, Fangjin's face was grim. We'll go in together later. Everyone is not allowed to scream. Only whisper, or don't blame me for throwing him out. The crowd of rich kids nodded in fear. Alright, go in. Fangjin cautiously opened the door. Room, clad only in her underwear. Lu Miao Miao fainted once again in a corner of the room. Miao Miao. Li Qingyin rushed forward and covered Lu Miao Miao with her jacket to prevent getting naked. A couple of males enter the room. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. The boy with glasses looked around the room in disbelief and asked, "Where's Bai Junfei?" Fangjin felt a chill come over him. He couldn't help but look up. Sure enough, here it is. At the moment, Bai Junfei was hanging from the ceiling. His entire face blackened. His tongue spat out, and his eyes seemed to be popping out, with a sense of death. A few other people noticed Fangjin's behavior and couldn't help but look up as well. That moment, everyone's heart felt like a sledgehammer had been slammed down. Dead. Dead. Aha. Everyone was screaming inside, but luckily they remembered Fangjin's request, and one by one, they all covered their mouths and didn't dare to scream out, but they were also all scared and trembling. It's all falling apart inside. Last time, Sheng Qianqin didn't really die and was buried in the ground, but this time is different. Bai Junfei is obviously dead, and the impact of being hung in the air, glaring as if staring at everyone, was just too much. Nausea turned over in his stomach. Vomit. Someone was the first to be unable to carry on and just vomited. Alright, don't look if you don't dare to. All gather together and don't do anything. Fangjin said in a deep voice. Where did the crowd dare to question the thought? They hurriedly huddled together in the corner. Fangjin, on the other hand, jumped up and grabbed Bai Junfei's feet and yanked him down, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The strangulation marks on his neck clearly visible, but no actual rope present, hanged by invisible forces. It looks like it's an encounter with a rules event. Fangjin muttered to himself. Zhu Ziming asked in a small voice. Is he dead? Dead. Dead as a doornail. Fangjin realized that Zhu Ziming wasn't as scared as a few others seemed to be, and it was evident that the difference in mentality between having seen a dead person and not having seen a dead person was indeed not small. Chapter 80, We're on our own. Bai Junfei is considered the first person to actually die this night. Fangjin studied it carefully. There was nothing else unusual about the body. The fatal wound is the strangulation mark on the neck. Fangjin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Can you avoid it if you run into it yourself? The logic of the killing seems similar to the cell phone chat killings, except that one chokes and the other strangles. Ignore, should be able to save your life. Let Lu Miao Miao wake up, Fangjin said in a deep voice. The crowd scrambled to wake up Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao's face was filled with horror. Luckily, everyone was around, which calmed her down. She was also unlucky, been knocked out twice in a row in one day. After waking up, she cried out. Bai Junfei broke into the room to beg for my forgiveness. I do not agree. He pressed me to kiss me forcibly. In fact, I was going to let him get his hands on it. The results. She couldn't catch her breath from crying, and it was obvious that she was in a lot of pain inside. Fangjin understood as soon as he heard it. It's really not wrong. I've been told to stay out of trouble and have to do this rule-breaking stuff. Can't we talk about anything after it's safe? Fangjin was speechless, but at least it shows one thing. In Anping village, breaking the rules really does kill you. Fangjin swept his gaze across the crowd. Now you know why I ordered you all 3 times not to break the rules. This is what happens. Now they weren't just afraid of Fangjin, It was more like they had seen the straw that saved their lives. Only Fangjin can save them from this haunted village. Alright, go to sleep, Fangjin said. The crowd was confused. Sleep? Sleep? Is this just after a death and you're going straight to bed? Isn't that a little too big a span? The goth girl asked in a small voice. So, what about Bai Junfei? People are dead. What can we do? Wait to leave here and have a grand funeral. Fangjin said. You can't do anything. The only contribution you can make is to go to sleep immediately. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. A corpse in a room. Who would dare to live there? Fangjin didn't care about them, minding his own business and going to sleep. The rest of them, of course, did not dare to be with the corpse, but had no choice but to huddle in another room. This night, doomed to sleeplessness, Fontaine slept pretty well though. The long hours of mental stress at school in the first place had at least made him quite mentally tough. The next day, Fangjin woke up refreshed. As for the other few rich daughters, they all had dark circles under their eyes and were haggard, obviously not sleeping at all. Let's go. Get rid of the body. Fangjin commanded the crowd. Like a bagman, the only two remaining girls hugged each other, scared out of their wits, and that gothic-style girl, Li Qingyin, whose makeup was completely spent at the moment, looked much smoother after washing it off with water. I'll do it. The boy with the glasses gritted his teeth, braced himself, and carried Bai Junfei's body all by himself. Fangjin was satisfied and wrote down the other party's name, Zhou Ziruan. Bai Junfei's body was thrown into the wasteland. Move some weeds and branches to cover it up, even if it's taken care of. If Bai Junfei's family needs the body, just come and move it then. Fangjin pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. There was still no signal. Is it true that you guys have been without a signal here? Fangjin inquired. Xu Ziming nodded. It's always like this. You need to go out a long way to get a signal. Usually there will be a bus driving by the village entrance. Just 2 shifts a day. If you miss it, there won't be any more. I'll take you there. Once they heard that they could leave, these rich kids were excited. It's finally time to get the hell out of here. The people came to the entrance of the village, but after waiting for 2 hours, there was no bus in sight. Strange. Why hasn't it come today? Xu Ziming was very confused. Fangjin made a snap decision. No waiting. Let's follow the main road out. Ah. The rich kids listened dumbfounded. Walk back. It's going to break your legs. You guys don't have to follow me. Fangjin walked forward along the village road leading to the city. The rich daughters saw this and hurriedly followed, where they dared to fall behind. The suburbs are at least 40 miles from the city. It's at least 3 or 4 hours to walk back, but in order to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible, the rich second generation were sort of riveted and worked hard towards the front, exploding with unprecedented potential. Then, an hour later, the crowd rejoined the village entrance where they were waiting for the bus. As expected, ours is indeed trapped. Fangjin nodded his head and said, it would have been just to try it out. Today it seems, this village isn't that great to leave. Xu Ziming, on the other hand, looked surprised. He didn't expect to be unable to get out of the village after entering it. Normally he was clearly able to leave the place. The crowd of rich kids heard but were dumbfounded. You mean, we've been walking for more than an hour. Our feet are almost broken, and it turned out to be a wasted walk? One of the taller rich second generation said with a face full of incredulity. His name is Su Tai. Fangjin nodded. Pretty much. Su Tai was furious. You obviously guessed it, why didn't you tell us? Causing us to walk for so long for nothing. I said you guys cannot have to follow me. Fangjin said indifferently. Su Tai was dumbfounded. Yeah, Fontaine didn't force them to leave. They were the ones who felt that they could escape from here by following Fangjin, and that's why they took the initiative to follow. The thought of not being able to get out of here. An atmosphere of sadness pervaded the hearts of the people. Shouldn't we continue to live in that tie house where people died? Don't! Zhou Ziruan held up his glasses. Brother Fangjin, if we can't leave anymore, what should we do next? Do we have to do something to find the root cause of the problem in order to break this weird restriction? He was the calmest person in the line, wearing glasses and looking svelte, listening to Xu Ziming. This person is the think tank of the small team. A group of people like to play adventure games. In fact, they are all very novice. Most of the time it all depends on Zhou Ziruan's advice. Today it seems most excellent indeed. Pretty much. Let's go and visit first. If you guys are willing to follow, then follow. If you're not willing to follow, figure out a way to leave yourselves and that's it. Fangjin twisted his head to look at Xu Ziming, thinking for a moment. Do you know who is the one growing vegetables in the wasteland? Xu Ziming nodded. I know. It's an old man with bad legs. Take me to him. The two said and left. The rest of the rich kids were all bitter. We can't be led by the nose by him. What's so great about him? He's just an ordinary person. Su Tai was indignant. We may not be unable to find a way to leave by ourselves. Li Qingyin chimed in. That's right. Don't forget what we're here for. We're playing an adventure game. We're experts at playing games. Just play it as a deciphering quest, won't it? Lu Miaomio had been frightened twice and hadn't slept well. She looked very uninspired. I'm fine with all of it. You guys see to it. The crowd looked at Zhou Ziruan in unison. Apparently they also all know who in the line is the real decipherer. Zhou Ziruan revealed a few moments of helplessness. I was originally planning to follow that person, but you guys have such strong opinions about him, so let's try it ourselves. One by one, the crowd's mood lifted. Just don't break the rules. Not much harder. They think they've got the hang of security. Chapter 81, Two Kings. Under Zhu Ziming's guidance, the two came to a bungalow. Unlike the Zhuzimin family, the bungalow in front of me was not only smaller, but also appeared to be filthy, with piles of paper husks as well as food waste piled up in the doorway to the point of stinking, and the house's greasy glass broken in several places, as if it had never been repaired. It's a beautiful sunny day, especially with the morning light shining down warmly. An oldest man reclined in a recliner, wrapped in a blanket, sunning himself in front of his house. In the back of the wasteland crookedly planted a variety of vegetables, green vegetables, radish, small onions and so on, but the growth is average, does not seem to be more carefully cared for. This is Master Wang. He was the first to move here. Zhu Ziming introduced in a low voice. He has bad legs and rarely walks around. I heard that he has no children, only a nephew, and since suffering from lung cancer, he moved here by himself. Lung cancer, combined with advanced age, is basically hopeless. A day's worth of living is a day's worth of earning. His nephew also has no money, using seawater chips to help raise money. But I heard that there are some problems with Wang's household registration, so that the fundraising delayed approval. Fangjin understood the basic situation and went up smilingly. Grandpa, sunbathing? Wang did not raise his eyes, simply ignored. Fangjin thought about it and his eyes fell on the pile of paper shells. Grandpa, I'm a paper shell collector. Do you sell these paper shells? Moncler outlet online slowly. He looked up. Ha, what are you doing? Collecting paper shells. Collect what? Collecting paper shells. Paper case what? Collect the paper shells. Collect paper what? Alright, Moncler, you tan. Wow. Moncler outlet store continued to bask in the sun. Fangjin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man just deliberately didn't want to care about himself. An old man who can actually resist the temptation to collect paper shells is really not an ordinary person. Fangjin asked Zhu Ziming to try it, but the old man ended up treating it the same way and ignoring it the same way. Zhu Ziming returned in defeat and smiled helplessly and bitterly. I can't do it either. Maybe I've been back too few times and he doesn't recognize me. After hitting the wall, Fangjin is ready to go to someone else's house to see how things are going. That's when he noticed something a little odd. Mr. Wang had obviously been lying there, but the position seems to have changed a little bit. It was supposed to have his back to the door, but at the moment the angle was skewed a bit. Did you notice anything wrong? Fangjin asked. Zhu Ziming was confused. He didn't see anything wrong. Fangjin then pulled him to stay where he was and wait. At this point, the remaining 5 rich second generation passed by them. Fangjin wanted to remind them not to make trouble, but who would have thought that these 5 people would not stop and manage to leave on their own? Fangjin was stunned. What were they doing? Su Tai among the 5 said unconvincingly. Don't worry, we won't pester you. The 5 of us, we always don't have to lose to you. We can find our own way out. 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius. Not to mention there were 5 of them, said several people majestically left. Only Zhou Ziruan nodded his head in a slightly embarrassed manner, but then followed the 4 to leave. Watching the 5 walk into a dilapidated old mansion, Fangjin couldn't help but ask, have they always been this confident? With good family conditions and not bad grades, in most people's eyes, they are the pride of heaven, naturally very confident. Zhu Ziming said slightly self-deprecatingly, where is it like me? What's that old mansion about? It's just an empty mansion. It seems to be the former ancestral hall of this village, but the stuff has been emptied out long ago. Even the plaques have been taken down and burned as firewood. The origin of the mansion doesn't sound like much of a problem. It's not weird to look at. Fangjin then didn't take it to heart. As for these 5, the stupidity was so refreshingly unassuming that Fangjin wasn't angry at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. So much for volunteering to be a D minor. I can't stop it. Now the most important thing is to keep an eye on this Moncler outlet store. This Moncler outlet store is the only one in the village who grows vegetables in the wasteland, and has the highest probability of having something to do with the Rule incident, and it has already made Fangjin feel that something is wrong. Little by little the time passed. Approaching midday, the sun was getting harsh, and Moncler outlet store he didn't move a muscle, like he was asleep, very peaceful. At this moment, Zhu Ziming's eyes widened. Found it. Did you? Found it. Zhu Ziming swallowed. Master Wan's position is changing. He's been facing the direction of the sun. But he hasn't moved at all. Why is that? Master Wang is currently in the sun, peacefully basking in the sun. Such a peaceful scene, but Zhu Ziming cold sweat. Fang Zhen calmly said, "It's simple. It means he's not Master Wang at all." That? What's that? You tell me. Zhu Ziming's face gradually twisted. How can you see a ghost in broad daylight? Don't worry, it's not a ghost. Fang Zhen comforted. This thing is much scarier than a ghost when all is said and done. Zhu Ziming's expression became even more ugly. You might as well not explain it. Fang Zhen studied Wang for a while, not daring to act rashly for the time being, and then after thinking for a while, he sneaked around to the side of the bungalow. There was a piece of glass on the side itself that was broken, and glass spilled on the floor for who knows how long. Fang Zhen looked through the window into the house. A blackness. The house was surprisingly dark in the middle of the day, and there was an indescribable dampness, and there seemed to be a hint of a putrid odor mixed in with the humidity. It's hard to see. Fang Zhen pondered whether to turn on a flashlight. Zhu Ziming, however, said with a trembling voice, "I see it clearly." Nice eyesight. What's in there? The King Moncler, lying in a recliner. Zhu Ziming was terrified. Fang Zhen also couldn't help but tremble slightly inwardly. There's a Master Wang in there. There's a Wang Daji outside too. What a coincidence. Fang Zhen opened his cell phone flashlight and carefully shone it at the dark house, which was very messy and seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time, piling up a thick layer of dust. A chaise longue identical to the one outside was placed in the very center of the room. In the darkness, a dry, smelly body lay in a recliner, quite peacefully. It's a dead man. Fang suppressed his inner turmoil. Master Wang is dead. I don't know how long I've been dead, and what's this out here? To be honest, Fang Zhen did not see any abnormality in the outside Moncler jacket's outlet. Wang, talking, and looking almost exactly the same as a normal person. Is it the source? Fang Zhen had difficulty determining it, for acting too normal. So it's so out of the ordinary. Fang Zhen didn't quite dare to make a move for fear of getting it wrong. It's better to observe for a while before making any plans. Right. How come those few ingrates never came out? Fang Zhen remembered those few rich kids. 2 hours ago, they entered the old mansion, but it was never seen again after that. Chapter 82, Raising Compassion. The old mansion was empty. Almost nothing. All that remains is the altar where the spirits of the deceased were once placed. There is no blame. We are just innocent travelers. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you. Lu Miao muttered to herself timidly. It's so dark in here. Yeah, it's hard to see anything. Should I turn on the flashlight? No, I can't. I might be breaking some taboo. Look, there's a light up ahead. This time mansion doesn't even have electricity. So where's the light coming from? There really is one. Look guys, Li Qingyin couldn't help but say excitedly. The crowd suddenly realized that the offering table in front of them slowly opened up and emitted a rich light, as if a path to a paradise was emerging. Freedom is at hand. Get out of this backward, run-down place, back to the comfort of your surroundings. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Li Run's tried his best to get rid of the attraction of that light and hurriedly shouted, "Don't go. This is definitely problematic. Let's quickly retreat and leave this mansion." No problem. I saw my house. Where's the problem? This is actually the exit. Su Tai was ecstatic and ran all the way. Li Qingyin also couldn't help but walk forward. I think I saw my parents, and the Western restaurant I usually go to. They're all waiting for me. I have to go back quickly to be able to do that, or else there won't be any more. Lu Miao was in a trance and couldn't help but walk forward as well. Apparently also saw something that made her heart skip a beat. The remaining boy's name was Kai Yinfeng, and he too had fought his way towards the front. No, don't go. Li Run spoke with difficulty. He couldn't understand it. Isn't it said that it's only when you break the rules that you get what's coming to you? They obviously didn't do anything. He knew that what was in front of him must be false, but there was an invisible force that affected their perceptions. It makes them sink in gradually. The moment Fang Zhen and Zhu Ziming arrived outside the old mansion, the darkness in the old mansion was a bit unusual, but it was daytime, after all, and the sun was shining in, so you could still see some of it. Fang Zhen saw 5 rich second generation, in a circle, each with a dull gaze, walking against the wall in the old mansion, constantly circling around, lap after lap, never stop, especially Lu Miao. She was wearing high heels, her feet were worn to the point that they bled, and there was blood coming out of them, stepping on the bloody footprints everywhere, making the whole old mansion look more and more cold and eerie. But even so, she still refused to stop like a puppet and kept moving forward. The 5 were even more very neat in their footsteps. It's like some kind of cult ritual. The scene was too treacherous. Zhu Ziming was so frightened that he took several steps back, not daring to look any further. Being influenced in thinking by the source power? A few points of uneasiness inexplicably flooded Fong Jun's heart. Buried in the ground, hanged by invisible forces, trapped in an old mansion in a bizarre vision. There's been a third wacky incident. Fong Jun had to consider a possibility. Perhaps, more than one rule event exists in this place. A village where multiple rule events coexist. This situation can actually exist? Fong Jun pondered for a moment and steeply thought of the crux of the matter. These residents, all of whom moved in with the help of the Shin Consortium. It can't be that coincidental. There are only a few tenants in total. Can so many weird things happen? Although there is no evidence to confirm it yet. However, Fong Jun already had a guess in his heart. The Shin Clan Consortium actually took the initiative to move the rule event to a place that formed an incomparably bizarre hamlet, and used it for their own purposes, using it to eradicate their enemies. What a big deal. What an arrogant approach. If Fong Jun was the only one, he would definitely have to search around for where the source was, and might also walk into the old mansion and fall in. Instead, I'd like to thank these rich kids for clearing the way for myself. Is there a rope? Fong Jun twisted his head and asked. Zhu Ziming nodded his head hastily. Yes, I'll go get it now. Soon Zhu Ziming brought the rope. Instead of entering the mansion, Fong Jun tied a loop out of one end of the rope and threw it toward the mansion. Then ensnared Zhou Ziruan, yanked him hard, and forcibly dragged him out of the old mansion. After leaving the old mansion, Zhou Run's recovered with a jolt and looked around in confusion. Fong Jun continued to throw ropes as he did, one after another yanking these rich kids out hard. The crowd that was yanked out was dumbfounded. There are a few muddy flavors, especially that rich second generation called Kai Infong. The whole person is demented and stupid, and even hugged the pillar of the old mansion, drooling and showing a silly smile from time to time, like becoming a demented lunatic. Only Zhou Ziruan appeared the most normal. Okay, crazy one. Fong Jun sighed. I don't know if it can be cured and still drooling or not. Slowly, one by one, the rest of the people gradually recovered, except that everyone was in a bit of a trance, as if they hadn't slept for several days and nights, and then suddenly had a terrible nightmare. What happened? Sutiai was bewildered. Fong Jun said indifferently, congratulations on your escape from death, but only one teammate was sacrificed. You still have 4 people left, so you can conservatively estimate that you can make 4 more waves. Sutai's face was a shade of red and a shade of green. He knew the other man was laughing at them, but he didn't have much of a backbone to refute it. There was also talk of finding a way out, only to falter right at the beginning and have a haunted encounter that nearly wiped out the group. Soon, one by one, they gradually realized what had happened, and one by one, their faces showed expressions of fear. Lu Miao Miao hugged her legs and kept sobbing. Her feet hurt. The red-stained heels scared her even more. She probably didn't want to wear high heels for the rest of her life either. So can someone tell me what you guys have been through? Fong Jun asked. A few others didn't want to remember. Only Zhou Ziruan took a deep breath. When we entered the old mansion, we somehow saw a way to leave. It was obviously very impossible, but we were convinced at the time, and then kept walking and walking, as if we would be able to leave the next moment, but we couldn't leave anyhow. Fong Jun pondered slightly. These people didn't do anything, just entering the old mansion. It seems that the old mansion itself is problematic and maybe the source itself and the culprit for trapping everyone in the village. If an entire mansion is the source, what should be done about it? Burn it? It's a violation of the law any way you think about it, right? What a headache. Fong Jun couldn't get a clue for the moment. You guys go to Zhu Ziming's house to rest first. Don't walk around. A crazy one. One couldn't walk at all. The remaining 3 were in a trance, completely out of it. Zhou Zirue smiled bitterly, and he's really afraid to walk around. Such an adventure game. Don't really have the guts to play anymore. Zhou Zirue carried Lu Miaomio. Su Tai led the already demented Kai Yanfeng, and Li Qingyin followed closely behind Zhu Ziming, finding their own way out. The first battle was a disastrous Waterloo. The plan went straight to hell. Li Qingyin wiped her tears while following behind Zhu Ziming. Zhu Ziming, why is your village so scary? I should have known not to come with you. Oh, I want to go home. I hate this dirty village. Zhu Ziming smiled helplessly and bitterly. You were the ones who wanted to find a place to venture, and I only casually mentioned our village. You were the ones who had to come. Li Qingyin flattened her mouth, very aggrieved. Suddenly, her face was horrified and her feet moved uncontrollably to one side, toward the village stream. What are you doing? Zhu Ziming shouted. Li Qingyin's voice trembled with fear. No, it's not me. Help, my feet are moving on their own. Don't someone help me. Only to see her suddenly run, then take a heavy fall towards the ground and roll right into the creek. Puff, there was a huge splash. Sudden change. Once again, the crowd was drawn to a great deal of consternation. Fang Zhen's eyes clouded over. Another one. It's amazing how many rule events are brought together. Raise a parasite. Chapter 83, the rules are unsolvable. Save. Gulp. Help. Li Qingyin was sinking up and down in the creek, constantly struggling, continuously choking and coughing violently, seemingly about to drown at any moment. The crowd was in a state of shock. Seeing this, Su Tai shouted, calm down, Li Qingyin, don't be anxious, you can swim, remember, you can swim, you'll be able to float if you calm down. She can swim and her hands have been slapping the water. It doesn't make sense that she keeps sinking. Li Runner was creeped out. It's like something is tugging on her feet, plus what Li Qingyin said before she fell into the water. The crowd couldn't help but feel numb. Someone yanked on her leg and dragged her into the water. A water ghost looking for a replacement? People can't help but think of this very famous folk ghost story in their heads. Lu Miao Miao cried out, one of you quickly go save Qingyin. She's dying. Su Tai and Zhou Ziruan were a bit hesitant. If it was really a water ghost looking for a double, who dared to save it? Maybe they would be dragged down together. Xu Ziming couldn't help but glance at Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen shook his head. Don't look at me. I can't swim. He is not even a pre-college memory. Naturally, there wasn't any learning to swim. Xu Ziming clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, surprisingly taking off his jacket, jumped directly into the water and swam towards Li Qingyin. But he was smart enough to pick up a 1-meter-long wooden bar on the roadside. He swam to Li Qingyin's side and handed over the wooden strip. Li Qingyin was already delirious at the moment and could drown at any moment, subconsciously grabbing the wooden bar and refusing to let go. A drowning person, who subconsciously grabs everything around them before drowning. If Xu Ziming had approached hastily, he might have been embraced by Li Qingyin, and drowning together would have been very possible. However, what Li Qingyin was grasping at the moment was only a wooden bar, so there was no such risk. After Xu Ziming saved Li Qingyin, he immediately swam towards the shore. Fortunately, this was just a small river ditch with no swift currents. Xu Ziming just dragged Li Qingyin back to the bank, and several others rushed forward to help. Xu Ziming climbed ashore with difficulty. Several people yanked on the wooden bars together. So heavy, Su Tai grimaced. It's like yanking a hippopotamus. Zhou Ziruan fell back hard, his whole face holding red. Come on, it's almost pulled up. Li Qingyin was a girl, and it was surprising that it took so much effort for 3 boys to drag her together. It was like some 1,000-pound weight going down in the water. It was a stalemate for about 2 minutes or so. Li Qingyin's body was lightened, and she was dragged onto the shore in a flash. And as soon as she was on the shore, she kept vomiting. Dirty water accompanied by acidic water kept coming out. She threw up so much that it felt like her organs were coming out, eventually collapsed to the ground in a vain heap. No strength to move at all. Xu Ziming, thank you. Li Qingyin used the last bit of strength in her entire body and thanked with difficulty. Xu Ziming blushed slightly. It's fine. Can you carry me? I just don't have the strength. Well, that's fine. Xu Ziming carried the weak Li Qingyin on his back, while Li Qingyin fell straight into a deep sleep. Wasn't sleeping well. Combined with the immense exhaustion, it just didn't hold up. Feeling the wet skin of a girl of his age, Xu Ziming was obviously much more nervous, and his steps became messy. Growing up, let alone falling in love, poverty and low self-esteem make him feel genuinely nervous about even looking directly at a girl. Soon, the crowd returned to Xu Ziming's house. 7 rich kids. 1 was buried in the ground. 1 was strangled. 1 went crazy. 1 could barely walk with worn-out feet, and 1 almost drowned. Only 2 are still intact. How tragic. Fang Zhen shook his head and lamented. Xu Ziming's mother came out of her room. You guys are back. I steamed a fish and some buns. If you guys are hungry you can have some. Everyone's exhausted, though, but no one has an appetite. Xu Ziming barely managed to fool his mother and led the crowd back to his room to rest. Fang Zhen certainly didn't have the leisure mind to take care of these people. He was ready to go back to study what was going on with Wang Dei. Zhou Ziruan, however, volunteered. I'll accompany you. You still have strength? Fang Zhen glanced over. Yes. I thought you were going to find your own way out. Zhou Ziruan shook his head. I understand now. Our group of rookies don't know anything and will only get into trouble if we walk around randomly. While you, obviously, are an expert. In this situation, the only way to survive is to follow you. You're quite a bit smarter than the others. Fang Zhen said. Come with me, but don't call me an expert. It sounds quite like a dirty word. Understood, brother. The 2 of them arrived outside of Master Wang's house. Mr. Wang is still sunbathing. Not even a semblance of posture. Although Zhou Ziruan did not understand what this was doing, he still waited quietly behind Fang Zhen. Soon, he realized something was wrong. How is this Moncler outlet store position changing? He clearly didn't move. Found it quickly. Fangjin praised. There's still a grandpa in the house, but he's been dead for a long time. You mean, it's ghost? Zhou Ziruan's pupils quake. Fangjin shook his head. I can't determine what it is for now, so I'm still observing. There are many unexplainable paranormal events in this world, but the official term for them now is rule events. It's idle anyway, and Zhou Ziruan is the most reliable one among several rich kids. So Fangjin briefly described the rules event. This guy might be of some use. Although Zhu Ziming was honest and simple, he was not a good helper after all. Zhou Ziruan listened to Fangjin's narration, and a few glimmers of excitement flashed in his eyes. So there were such bizarre but logical things in the world. There may be multiple rule events. Zhou Ziruan held the frame of his mirror. The village is at least superficially peaceful. Doesn't that mean that the probability of the rule events are still in the first stage and still manageable? Fangjin shook his head. Not necessarily. Different rule events behave differently. Even if it creates a loophole, it may not be observable either. Zhou Ziruan was not discouraged and continued with his speculation. You said that to solve the rule event, the source must be dealt with. But different rule events interact with each other, and the act of dealing with the source may violate the rules. So wouldn't it be unsolvable? Yeah, there's no solution. Fangjin lamented. If that old mansion is the source, then just burning it is the best option. But rule events coexist, and burning down the mansion undoubtedly draws other rule events against it. Different rules events coexist, makes it much harder to deal with the rules. That's why Fangjin has been thinking about a way to break the situation. Addressing the source, then, is a path that no longer works. The way we should think of is not to deal with the rules, but to escape from them. Zhou Ziruan said this. It's like an escape room. There's no need to know the meaning behind the secret room. Just be able to find the last key to leave. Sometimes, it's not even necessary to consider the various conditions and prerequisite levels. Just leave. Fangjin was enlightened. Yeah, one is still guilty of empiricism. Whatever the source, whatever the rules, what has it got to do with me? I can leave on the line. Go! Fangjin suddenly said. Zhou Ziruan was curious. Don't you study this grandpa anymore? He saw something so peculiar. Subconsciously want to follow the follow-up developments. No more research. This Moncler outlet store loves to sunbathe as much as he wants. It can't be solved anyway. Fangjin slapped his butt and prepared to leave. So where are we going? Zhu Ziming's house. Fangjin thought of something. The residents here were all moved here by the Shin family specifically to artificially create unresolved rule events. So every household has a problem. Zhu Ziming's family must have it too. But while he talked a lot about the weirdness of the village, he never said anything about what was wrong with his own family. So, he's got issues. Chapter 84. Zhu Ziming's house. Room. A cloud of sadness. Crowds of rich kids can say that everyone has had tons of psychological damage done to them. Li Qingyin drank too much dirty water and was so weak that she had a high fever. Lu Miaomiao feet are full of blood. At the moment has been scabbed, and high heels stuck together. No one dares to casually deal with. Once the infection occurs, is not a joke. Kai Yanfeng was demented, hugging the foot of the bed, constantly giggling and drooling. Kai Yanfeng, wipe your saliva. It's so disgusting. Su Tai was exasperated. Unfortunately, he's gone completely insane. Fear and uneasiness gripped Sally's heart. He's anxious. I don't know what to do. He's scared. It has happened to everyone else. Will he or she be next? At this moment, Zhu Ziming came into the room with a plate of steaming buns. Eat something. You guys have been hungry for a long time too. What are you eating? Su Tai roared angrily. Piggy, it's all because of you that we got caught up in this haunted place. Knowing that this place is haunted, you still brought us here. What are your intentions? Zhu Ziming's face was ugly. It was you who had to come. I advised you in the beginning. You should have been a little more firm in your refusal. You damned hick. Su Tai grabbed Zhu Ziming's lapel. Zhu Ziming isn't very tall. Su Tai, on the other hand, was so tall that he almost lifted Zhu Ziming up with one hand. As for the other hand, it grabbed the plate and viciously dropped the bun on the floor. What are you feeding us? Su Tai cursed. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and now that we're in trouble, you're humiliating me with this kind of stuff? Shu Ziming's face turned red. The shame was overwhelming. Lu Miao Miao hurriedly discouraged. Su Tai, don't do anything rash. Unfortunately, she couldn't even stand up. Naturally, there's no way to block anything. What am I messing around with? I think it's this pig-headed person who purposely pitched us here. Su Tai growled angrily. But just then, Su Tai's body stiffened. A clearly visible strangulation mark slowly surfaced on his neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The next moment, his body was violently lifted by an invisible force, and he was directly hung in the air, failing to utter any words, stretching his legs and staring and spitting out his tongue. all in one go, dying exactly like by Junfei. Lu Miao Miao looked at the body hanging in the air in horror, her voice trembling. How? Come again? She didn't faint this time. Guess it's a lot more mental toughness, but she figured she might as well pass out. At least you don't have to suffer this fear. Zhu Ziming silently got up and picked up the buns scattered on the ground. At this point, Fanzhen and Chao Yuntake are back. They saw this as soon as they returned. Another one died. Fanzhen was very speechless. These guys can really die. Zhou Ziruan's heart trembled. Feeling a heartfelt fear, he came to Zhu Ziming. His tone was a bit heavy. What happened? Why did Su Tai die too? What did you do? Juko was visibly overwhelmed. Lu Miaomio voiced out. I don't blame Zhu Ziming. It's Su Tai who lost his temper. Not only did he want to hit someone, but he also knocked over the bun. That should be the reason why he was targeted by the ghost. She doesn't know the rules event. Just know it's haunted. Yeah. Zhou Runs took a deep breath and apologized to Zhu Ziming. I'm sorry. I was a bit too anxious. Don't take it to heart. Zhu Ziming didn't say anything, just silently carrying the bun and leaving the room. Fanzhen didn't say anything either, just staring at the strangled Su Tai. Another one dead. The manner of death was all by strangulation, and all of them died in Zhu Ziming's house. It doesn't feel right. Breaking the rules in Zhu Ziming's house would result in strangulation. So that means at least one thing. There's a very scary rules event that envelopes Zhu Ziming's house. I'll go talk to Zhu Ziming. Fanzhen left straight away. He found Zhu Ziming, and Zhu Ziming is having lunch with his mother. Zhu Ziming's mother was elated to hear Fanzhen's voice. Classmate Feng, come and have some dinner together. I want to talk to Zhu Ziming about something. Something very important. Fanzhen said in a polite tone. It's fine. There's no rush. Zhu Ziming shook his head. Let's eat first. We'll talk afterward. There were a few things wrong with Zhu Ziming's attitude. Keep your head down and keep eating your bun. Fanzhen had to be forced to sit down. Zhu Ziming's mother steamed a big yellow fish, drizzled with fragrant sauce, appetizing, which was practically a New Year's Eve in his family, and he was willing to take it out in order to entertain his classmates. However, Fanzhen did not have too good an appetite at the moment. While Zhu Ziming's mother enthusiastically kept greeting Fanzhen to eat, Fanzhen had to eat with him. The other side, Zhou Ziruan, on the other hand, was silent and thinking for a long time. Immediately after that, as if realizing something, he jerked up. Kai Yanfeng, come, let's go. Zhou Ziruan led the demented Kai Yanfeng. Then the two of them walked towards the outside of the house. Lu Miao Miao was shocked. What are you doing? Find out what it takes to survive. Zhou Ziruan calmly left a sentence. The two came to Zhu Ziming's room. The rooms are not big. A desk, a bed and that's it. The desk was stacked with various books. The humble shelves are full. The desk was also a bit old, made of pure wood, with many of the edges and corners broken, and even close to a faint smell of mold. Come on, Kai Yanfeng, let's open this drawer and take a look. Zhou Zirui cautiously guided Kai Yanfeng to open the desk drawer. Kai Yanfeng, demented and drooling, opened a layer of drawers, just books as well as some stationery. Zhou Ziruan then guided Kai Yanfeng to open the second drawer. The drawer is full of Zhu Ziming's honorary medals and certificates from childhood to adulthood. Next is the third and fourth. There's nothing wrong with any of it. But just as Kai Yanfeng was about to open the last drawer, a sudden change occurred, and he suddenly revealed a pained expression. Zhou Ziruan immediately urged, quickly, hurry up and pull open the drawer. The demented Kai Yanfeng drew out the last drawer, and was then forcibly suspended in the air by an invisible force, blood-red strangulation marks surfacing on his neck. He struggled for a few seconds, then there was no breath. Strangled. That's the third one. Zhou Ziruan stood aside, trembling and calmly watching the scene. He didn't save anyone, because saving lives doesn't make any sense. He knew there was no saving it. The source, found it. Zhou Ziruan stared at the last drawer. It's pretty empty inside. There's only a wooden box. The box is antique, like something old, carved with some ancient designs. And the wooden box even had a faint light emerging from it as if it were a projection, and formed a line of bizarre text. Read the line. Zhou Ziruan's face was pale, and his eyes were even flashing with agonizing anger. At this point, Zhu Ziming, who was eating, sensed a slight change in his expression as he laughed dryly. Mom, brother Fanzhen, you guys keep eating. My stomach hurts a little bit. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. After saying that, he immediately got up and walked towards the room. I'll go too. Fanzhen similarly got up, but she was grabbed by Zhu Ziming's mother's wrist. Her arm was dry, thin and old, reminiscent of a mummy. She revealed a kind smile. There's no rush. My toilet is too small to accommodate two people. Classmate, you eat first. Go back when you're done. It's okay. Eat more fish. It's all for you. Look at those cloudy, empty white pupils. Rao Fongjin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy and fearful inside. Chapter 85. I just can't afford to lose the money. In Zhu Ziming's room, Zhou Ziruan stared dead at the box in the last drawer in front of him. He knew that there was a high probability that several of his companions who had been strangled had died because of the box, but he didn't dare to move. This is the kind of thing that holds magic, and who knows what might happen if you pick it up. What are you doing here? A cold voice came from behind Zhou Ziruan. It made his heart shake violently. With great difficulty, he turned around and saw Zhu Ziming standing behind him, his head slightly lowered, unable to see his expression. But there was an ineffable coldness emanating from him. Although Zhu Ziming had good grades, he was malnourished and not very tall, making him very unassuming among his peers. Because of his low self-esteem and frugality, he was often the target of teasing among his peers. What we often see is Zhu Ziming who is at a loss for words. It's the silent Zhu Zhamiang. It's Zhu Zhamiang. Who doesn't get angry even when he's playing tricks? How did Zhu Ziming cross paths with Bai Junfei and their circle? Zhou Ziruan recalled. It was probably Bai Junfei who found it interesting to force Zhu Ziming to participate in a horror-themed escape room. Watching Zhu Ziming almost peeing his pants in fear, and everyone laughing, and that afternoon was really fun. However, the Zhu Ziming at this moment was gloomy and cold, judgmental. Zhou Ziruan's heart chilled. He had once studied the information of many criminals in order to better carry out decryption, and the light shining in Zhu Ziming's eyes at this moment was generally the same as those murderers who had killed people without any remorse. It's worthy of you to have discovered it. Zhu Ziming was incomparably calm. Zhou Ziruan gritted his teeth. From beginning to end, everything that happened, it seemed like we were the ones making the decisions, but in actuality, it was always you who took the lead. You casually mentioned the possible existence of jewelry in your own home to Junfei Bai, and again, the constant use of agitation, saying it's too dangerous a place to play games. After we came here, we met Fongjin, and you kept changing your story, at first saying that there was no weirdness going on, then changing your story to say that there were bizarre incidents elsewhere in the village, but it never mentions the problems of his own family. You get us out of here, but no one even knows if there's a car out of here or not. It's all up to you alone. How could you not know something was wrong with the old mansion when we went there to look for an exit? You're a local. You said you've seen people go crazy from bizarre incidents, and yet you didn't even warn us, watching us enter the old mansion, because you know we won't die. You never told us from start to finish what was taboo in the village. Shang Qianqin was buried. Li Qingyin fell into the water. Su Tai and Bai Junfei were strangled. I don't believe you couldn't anticipate a single thing. You don't care if we step in a hole. It's better to step on the pits instead, so we'll be cowering and hiding in your house, afraid to go out. Your jumping into the water in a desperate attempt to save Li Qingyin would have already dispelled my suspicions, but the fact that you know that Su Tai has a bad temper and despises the poor, and that you deliberately carried a bun over to irritate him in that situation, then again makes me suspicious of you. And see this box. I finally understand why you saved Li Qingyin. Zhou Ziruan stared at Zhu Ziming and said bitterly, you devil. Zhu Ziming's expression didn't half change. Yes. He nodded his head and admitted, I planned all of this. There was a bit of an unforeseen hiccup, but overall it went well. The episode in question here is, naturally, Fontaine. Zhu Ziming did not expect such a professional person to appear. Luckily these rich kids are as arrogant and stupid as ever. While saying that, Zhu Ziming walked blandly, simply ignoring Zhou Ziruan, and came to the desk. Zhou Ziruan looked at the unfamiliar Zhu Ziming in front of him, chills inexplicably bubbling in his heart. This time, he should fight back and take the initiative to stay alive, but he was too shaken to move. In the end, Zhou Ziruan was just a student. He was good at puzzle games though, but with puzzle games, solving them is over, and you've won the game. But that is not the reality. Solve the puzzle. It only means one thing, the rules of the game don't work anymore. Zhu Ziming took out the antique wooden box from the drawer, which was glowing with ripples and a faint light, and the light converged into words, writing the rules that belonged to the wooden box. This world practiced the principle of equal exchange, and so did the rules. Offering 5 lost souls grants you the opportunity of equal exchange to fulfill your deepest desires. Just what are you trying to do again by standing in front of me? Zhu Ziming calmly asked, trying to stop me? It doesn't look too much like it. Zhou Ziruan's face flushed red. I just don't dare to touch this box. I showed up here to stop you. You've already killed 3 people. It's time to stop. He gathered his courage and charged. Both hands tried to grab Zhu Ziming's wrists. However, Zhu Ziming, who was a head shorter than him, swung his fist fiercely and smashed it directly on the bridge of Zhou Ziruan's nose, sending his glasses flying out. Ah! Zhou Run's covered his nose in pain, his sore eyes tearing up. The blood is flowing. He looked at Zhu Ziming in horror. Zhu Ziming was indifferent. Do you guys think I'm just a nerd with no hands? I've been helping my mom with farm work since I was a kid. Picking up 2 baskets of drinks on the weekends to climb hundreds of meters up the mountain to sell them for money. And sometimes I have to go to the cafeteria to work and thrift and help unload the trucks. I can't beat powerful people, but beating you pampered rich kids is not difficult at all. It's just that in school, there are school rules and laws. You will pay for any injuries. I just can't afford to lose the money. Joe Zeruin couldn't speak in pain. He just had panic in his eyes. Lost the protection of family, school rules, the law. He realized how weak he was. Where one is qualified to play a real adventure game. Xu Ziming walked slowly. Joe Zeruin was trembling with fear and despair. However, Xu Ziming did nothing but walk out of the room. I won't kill you. You're the only one in this group of rich kids who hasn't bullied me. Joe Zeruin might have once laughed at Xu Ziming as well, but there was no active bullying, insulting, or teasing. That's why Xu Ziming thought that Joe Zeruin could stay alive. Joe Zeruin's heart shook. 5 lost souls. 3 people are dead now. 2 more to go. 2. Oops. Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin. Run! Joe Zeruin shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 86 Xu Ziming's Wish. In the girl's room, Lumiere was very tired, but her feet were aching to the bone. That's why it's impossible to sleep. Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin. Run! Lu Miao Miao heard Joe Zeruin's shouts in a trance, but she was too sleepy. It's hard to hear. Li Qingyin had even fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, Xu Ziming rushed into the room, his face full of anxiety. Let's go. Something's wrong. Everyone else is dead. We have to leave here immediately. Lu Miao Miao's face suddenly changed. All dead? How? Xu Ziming immediately leaned over and shook the sleeping Li Qingyin awake. Quick! Wake up! We should run. When Li Qingyin heard the word run, she woke up with a jolt. Run! Let's run! Li Qingyin struggled to get up. The encounters of the past 2 days had made her no longer arrogant. Xu Ziming shouted. The gate is dangerous. Let's jump out the window. Li Qingyin had her life saved by Xu Ziming. She didn't have the slightest doubt in his words, and she hurriedly jumped out of the window. The window wasn't very high, because Xu Ziming's house was a bungalow. The window was only a meter or so off the ground, so it was easy to jump down. However, Li Qingyin still twisted her ankle as a result, and limped a few steps farther before turning her head to greet. Miao Miao, hurry up and go. You also jump down quickly. Yeah, you jump quickly too. It's too late, Xu Ziming said eagerly. Lu Miao subconsciously tries to jump, but she suddenly felt a few pangs of unease. Joe Zeruin's warning voice that he had vaguely heard just now still seemed to be ringing in his ears. Run! Of course that's right. But why did Joe Zeruin only tell the 2 of them to run? Why don't you tell Xu Ziming to run? And just this moment of hesitation allowed her to see Li Qingyin suddenly being hoisted up by an invisible force. A familiar scene. Help! Li Qingyin struggled for help, but no one could save her. In a few seconds, though, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief as the familiar blood-colored strangulation marks appeared on her neck, and then lost her life. Lu Miao Miao's eyes were filled with panic. If she had just jumped out the window as well. Isn't that what happened too? Sijin also broke the rules. No window jumping. But why? Then why Xu Ziming? Lu Miao Miao twisted her head to look at Xu Ziming. The panic on Xu Ziming's face had already disappeared and was replaced by an indifference. You are quite vigilant. Count yourself lucky. At this point, Joe Zeruin had stumbled back, his hands covered in blood as he shouted. Xu Ziming, stop. I already know what the premise of your killing is. It has to be against the family rules you set. You can't succeed anymore. We won't do anything next. We'll just follow you. Whatever you do, we'll do. We'll definitely not violate the rules. Lu Miao Miao was dumbfounded. That's what it means. Could it be that all these people were killed by Xu Ziming? Really? You sure are smart. Guessing the murderous premise of the box. Xu Ziming had a calm face. Joe Zeruin sensed a few things were wrong. Why? He's not worried at all? Why? By Junfei, Su Tai, Kai Yanfeng, and Li Qingyin. That's right. 4 people. Obviously there's one more missing. You don't want to make yourself the 5th one. Joe Zeruin's face suddenly changed. Xu Ziming, calm down. Stop going crazy. Xu Ziming was like looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at Joe Zeruin. You're sick. At this point, Fonstown finally arrived late. He's no longer short of a 5th. Fongjin said with some regret. Not that he regretted the deaths of a few rich kids. It's just that Xu Ziming didn't have to go down that path at all. Joe Zeruin glanced at Fongjin in surprise. You've been away. Why do you know this? Xu Ziming stared at Fongjin. How do you know? I just specifically went to the backyard to take a look, wanting to see how Bai Junfei's body was doing, and I happened to see a new body. Fongjin said. I think you moved it here. Joe Zeruin wondered. Whose body? What do you think? But you guys came with a total of 7 people. Fongjin said slowly. Zhou Ziruan's heart shook. Now only he and Lu Miao Miao were left. He thought of it. Shang Qianqin, the same girl who was buried directly in the ground that first night. She wasn't supposed to be dead. Turns out, she's the fifth. She's dead too. Zhu Ziming was punctured, but was not flustered in the slightest. You are indeed very professional. I have studied for a long time about this rule weird power aspect, but the information I could explore was too little and too little. I didn't realize that there is still someone like you in this world. If I have the opportunity, I would really like to ask you for advice. I'm also curious about what you're holding. Do you mind talking about it? Fong Jin calmly said. The tenants who moved here basically have some odd problems, and it seems that your family's is this box. There's no time to talk. It's something my father left behind. Contains incredible power. The ability to help people fulfill their most desired desires. Again, at an equal cost. Zhu Ziming held the box in his hands, and at the moment, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. The box shimmered with a mysterious light. A deep black light rose up, which bred the color of blood, and there was a strange glow flowing in the color of blood, as if a scarlet eyeball was gradually opening up, emerging from the blackness of the night and gazing at Zhu Ziming. Fong Jin looked at the scene. At this moment it is also certain. This was the source of the rule power in Zhu Ziming's home. It's an item. This item seems to be controllable though. So in theory, it doesn't count as a rule. It has an official title, which is Awakened Object. In the Skynet forum, super precious things that could easily start at over $1 billion. Treasures that could provide very incredible power to the awakened. Except, it turns out that this stuff works for ordinary people? What exactly do you want? Zhou Ziruan trembled in panic. The lives of 5 men were sacrificed to fulfill the wish. Such a thing is something absolutely evil in any story, ancient or modern. Once you start unleashing the power, what would be the terrible consequences? Zhu Ziming didn't answer. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhu Ziming's voice couldn't stop trembling, and he spoke out his heart's desire with incomparable excitement. Box. I'm willing to lose my eyes forever in exchange for my mother to see the light again. The box glowed brightly and dimly. A mysterious force is being birthed. Faint ripples in the air. The bloodshot eyes snapped shut with a soul-crushing light. But the next moment, the light on the box unexpectedly dissipated abruptly. No! No! Zhu Ziming cried out in pain, then lost his mind. Why? Why did it fail? I've fulfilled your conditions and am willing to pay the price. Why? Mother, she has less than 6 months to live. I just want her to see the world for herself in her last 6 months. Why? Don't let me succeed. Silly boy. The moment Zhu Ziming's mother finally walked into the room, tired and old, smiling, tears streaming from her empty eyes, because the box has to follow its own rules. 2. The same wish cannot be granted twice. How can you see again with eyes that have been lost forever? Chapter 87 on Sanctity, Nobility and Justice. 17 years ago, a young mother, holding her baby in swaddling clothes, traveled to every hospital in the country to try to cure an extremely rare form of congenital blindness. However, ophthalmologists in major hospitals across the country are at their wits' end because the child's eyes are congenital anomalies that have lost their normal structure, with the entire eyeball appearing cloudy and white, and are completely incapable of being cured or improved by modern medical means. Mother who never trusted God and Buddha carries her child into temples, Taoist temples and churches. She promises to dissipate her family's wealth and live her life for good, just so her child can recover. Yet faith does nothing to change that. That day, she pulls out the box her dead husband left behind. The child's father, whose business failed and who owed a large amount of foreign debt, chose to hang himself in order to give his wife and child a normal life. Box. I would lose my eyes forever in exchange for my child to see again. With tears in her eyes, the mother spoke her wish to the box. And so, she lost her sight. A child, loved to death by his parents, gains his mother's eyes and sees the dimly lit world with the people who love him most in the world. The child's name is Zhu Ziming. Being a filial son and keeping his grudges clear, Zhu Ziming looked at his pale mother and understood what she meant. His heart shook and he couldn't help but cry like a pig. Mom! Zhu Ziming knelt down and cried bitterly. The mother hugged Zhu Ziming and whispered softly, silly child, Mom has already seen the world and is tired of seeing it, but your life has just begun. You have to take a good look at the world for yourself. For Mom, and for Dad. The others watched the scene with a sense of relief in their hearts. Fong Jin sighed. Pity the world's parents. Own child blindness. For many parents, this is 1,000 times more painful than losing their own sight. Zhu Ziming's mother didn't know what Zhu Ziming wanted to do at first. It was simply assumed that Zhu Ziming had invited some of his close classmates to be his guests. But how could a blind person, whose hearing must be extremely acute, fail to hear the various movements in the house, when she knew that something was going on there? So she rummaged through her late husband's belongings and realized that a wooden box was missing. Xu Ziming's mother was in a state of confusion, not knowing what her son wanted to do, but she ultimately chose to do nothing. My son had grown up, and since he had really made up his mind to move the wooden box, what could he, a man who was all but dying, do? Fangjin was in contact with Xu Ziming. The opponent's strangeness and surprise at the events of the various rules did not appear to be false, so even though he had some suspicions about Xu Ziming, Fangjin still felt that his mother was the most suspicious. Of course it could be that those eyes are so scary. So Fangjin has been treating Xu Ziming's mother as the biggest boss that could exist. It turned out to be a mistake. Naturally, nothing stopped it. At that time, Xu Ziming's mother caught Fangjin's means to make him stay for dinner, and the two of them talked a lot about Xu Ziming. It made Fangjin sympathize with the unlucky child. A little help with the aftermath. Fangjin looked at Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan. You guys go sit in the living room and give them mother and son some space. Lu Miaomio was still trembling with fear. So many people died. She was afraid. Afraid of being next. No one will die next. At least not in Xu Ziming's house. Fangjin said in a deep voice. Lu Miaomio detected the unkindness in Fangjin's tone. She shivered and headed for the living room. Although it's very touching, he killed someone after all. Zhou Ziruan gathered his courage and whispered. He has to accept the law. I can pay to help him find a lawyer to defend him. Fangjin glanced at him. You know, don't underestimate a mother's concern for her son. When a son is bullied and humiliated in school, a mother can feel it even if she is blind. A messy haircut. Always ripped book bags. Asterisk 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 stuffed in a shoe. The faint resistance that comes out of my son's tone when he talks about school. But no matter how much his mother pressed him, Xu Ziming would deny it. Because he didn't want his mother, who had limited mobility, to run around for his sake. Things like bullying always end up going nowhere. You should be glad that if the box was taken from Xu Ziming's mother's hands, then none of the 7 of you would have survived. Fangjin said coldly, so what if the bully's people die out? You can stand here properly, not because of how smart you are, but just because Xu Ziming doesn't want to kill you. Zhou Ziruan's expression became not so good. He hasn't been involved in a real bullying incident, but he did see Xu Ziming being bullied and insulted with his own eyes, and didn't raise his voice to stop it. So, he's vain. He knew it wasn't right, but the bullies involved were his friends. Don't talk to me about the law. When the law fails to guarantee the rights of the bullied, then a vendetta motivated by selfishness is infinitely more holy and noble and righteous. Fangjin reached out and grabbed Zhou Ziruan's wrist. Besides, after experiencing what happened in Anping village, what makes you still think that the law is supreme? Zhou Ziruan's pupils jolted. Because he saw. Fangjin even slowly removed his palm. Hands! My hands! He was instantly paved with fear inside. Cold sweat soaked his back. This is something. That's not a rule that people like us would follow. Fangjin said gently. The rules we need to follow are different. Understand? Fangjin repressed Zhou Ziruan's palm back. Zhou Ziruan had been scared out of his wits, and after nodding his head numbly, he trudged towards the living room. Ordinary people are in awe of the rules, but there's always someone who can make the rules yield to them. Fangjin has seen this kind of thing with his own eyes. So naturally, he lost his reverence for the rules, and at the same time, he understood why the country was so wary of the awakened. People who lose respect for the rules are prone to do destabilizing things, so it became destabilizing. Perhaps in the eyes of the state, awakened people with special powers are also a loophole. Fangjin smiled thoughtfully. Fanstown doesn't want to be a loophole, though. He likes a stable and harmonious society. He didn't mind going and becoming the guardian of the rules if he had to, provided, of course, the rules don't hurt themselves. Chapter 88. After a long time, it was only then that Xu Ziming and his mother walked out of the room. The two had tear-stained faces. In the room, mother and son spoke long and heartfelt words to each other. You guys go. I will send you away, as long as you promise not to disturb my life again. Xu Ziming said in a deep voice. I'm going to prepare for the college entrance exams, and I won't cross paths with you guys again in the future. Fangjin smiled. It is indeed possible to leave. Only I am curious as to what exactly is the way to leave this place. It's simple. Xu Ziming said. There really is a bus that drives through here, but it's a privately contracted bus, and the driver, who used to be a villager here, only takes the long way around every Wednesday and Sunday, and there's only one such trip a day. Other than that, there's no other way to get out. That bus was a bus that had existed for many years, before the people of Anping village were completely gone. So, it is also part of the village. The rules of the village of Anping recognize that bus. Fangjin came to a realization. So it is. No wonder I couldn't find my way out. This kind of leaving method, except for the locals, you just let when Chu Xing descend to earth can't guess Alright, I'll take you guys. Xu Ziming's attitude seemed distant, because he knew how horrible what he was doing looked to outsiders. Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan looked at him with a gaze filled with fear, but Fang Jin was the only one who was very calm, even with a faint smile. This guy is really weird, Xu Ziming thought in his mind. I can't believe I'm not afraid at all. Gives off a very dangerous vibe. There's no rush. In fact, I have something I want to tell you, Fang Jin said. Xu Ziming asked vigilantly, what is it? About your box. Humph, the box is a relic left behind by my father. No one should presume to get their hands on it. Fang Jin shook his head. What I'm trying to say is that your wish is actually quite easy to fulfill, and there's absolutely no need to pay such a big price. This box is too restrictive. Xu Ziming looked slightly confused and hesitated for a long time before he was sure he hadn't heard it wrong. What did you say? You say you would give your own eyes in exchange for your mother's return to sight? Exactly. So you don't mind trading just one eye? One eye. Xu Ziming froze for a long time. Wouldn't both he and his mother have one eye that could see? It's certainly too willing. But, Fang Jin walked directly to Xu Ziming's side. Don't be nervous. There won't be any pain. It just feels a little strange. Relax. Just before Xu Ziming could react, Fang Jin reached out and swiped his left eye. The next moment, he felt half of his immediate vision disappear. Like the left eye was covered by some black curtain. Immediately after, Fang Jin came to Xu Ziming's mother. Auntie, you don't have to be too nervous either. Xu Ziming's mom looked steady and unworried. She's been through too many years. Nothing is feared anymore. Fang Jin removed his mother's eye and later replaced it with a new one. Perhaps I shouldn't say new eyeballs, because the eyeballs belonged to the mother in the first place. Only gifted to the son, and at the moment only half of the gift has been reclaimed. Level B ability, slaughter. Ability to demonstrate, to the body and organs. Arbitrary cuts and exchanges. Competency prerequisite, contact. Xu Ziming's mother blinked, and that familiar and unfamiliar feeling reappeared. The light enters the eyes and is incomparably brilliant. Fang Jin then pressed the removed eyeball into Xu Ziming's empty socket. Eyeballs. Exchange complete. I can see. Xu Ziming's mother couldn't hide her excitement at the moment. 17 years of darkness, now dissipated. No more talking about not minding, but enduring the darkness is ultimately bad. Xu Ziming also finally understood what Fang Jin had done at this moment, and he once again burst into tears, his heart enveloped in happiness. Mother and son hugged each other again. The excitement within the two men was undeniable. Only the mother and son, both possessing a normal eye, as well as a cloudy, whitish mutant eye, make the scene a bit oozy to look at. Of course, they certainly don't mind this. That's why I said that you don't need to do this at all. Fang Jin said, in this world, there are a lot of mysterious powers that you can't imagine, and they're much more reliable than resorting to a broken box. Xu Ziming's heart was agitated and in a trance, listening to Fang Jin's words as a matter of course, and looking very confused. That's probably the information gap. Ordinary people, they don't have access to these things. A summer insect cannot talk about ice, and a frog in a well cannot talk about the sea. The morning fungus does not know about the darkness, and the short-lived cicada does not know about the spring and the fall. The well frog struggled all his life to climb out of the well, just to find a wide pond, but accidentally saw the vast and boundless sea. Perhaps the mood will be as confused as Xu Ziming. Zhou Ziruan was incredulous. Eyeball transplant? How is it possible? Modern medicine can't do this at all. This is too contrary to common sense. In this world, there are so many things that go against common sense, which are really just against the rules you are familiar with. Fang Jin said indifferently. When the witch Chu Xiaoyuan, relying on her flesh and blood to be transformed into silk threads, was able to complete a complex surgery that was precise to the extreme in less than a minute. This is equally outrageous to the extreme. A lot of difficult problems that medicine can't solve. In fact, it can already be solved by metaphysics. There's just no way to publicize it. Once it was announced, the impact would be too great, not only for the order, but the families of those terminally ill patients would surely go crazy. But the number of awakened people with this ability was too few and far between. It makes no sense except to start a riot. Zhou Ziruan cognition was shocked to pieces. He laughed bitterly and shook his head, feeling like I'm really at the bottom of a well. Thank you so much. Xu Ziming looked at Fang Jin with incomparable gratitude. It would allow my mother to see the light in the last 6 months of her life. He was thoroughly satisfied. Fang Jin asked, what else is wrong with your mother? Advanced liver cancer. Sure enough, there are still major illnesses. It's just blindness that doesn't lead to such a poor life. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about this disease on your own. Can we talk about the wooden box you're holding? Fang Jin asked. I'm interested in this. Xu Ziming's mother wiped away her tears and said, Ziming, he doesn't know much, so let me say it. This is a relic left behind by Ziming's father before he died. It's an antique. I heard it was stolen from an ancient tomb. To hear my husband tell it, The wooden box is definitely old, having been proven to have been stolen from the tomb of a great Ming official, not just as a burial object, but as something held by the body of the tomb's owner himself. It's definitely worth a lot of money. It's a national treasure. So my husband joined forces with a couple of partners and put up the money to buy the wooden box. But then the business failed and several people wanted to sell the wooden boxes to get their money back. It turned out to be surprising. This wooden box has gotten newer and newer over time, and the shape and texture have surprisingly changed, so different from its original appearance that it simply won't sell. Eventually the company went completely bankrupt. My husband and 4 other partners chose to hang themselves in the firm. Only this box remains. Chapter 89, Zhu Ziming's Vision. Zhu Ziming's mother told the story of the box's origin. After the death of her husband, she gathered her belongings together, including this fake antique wooden box, and then one day, when she was discouraged, she discovered something unusual about the box. The box can make a wish. However, you need to complete the prerequisites, which require 5 lost souls. At the same time, accomplishing the wish requires an equal cost. The conditions are very harsh. It doesn't even pay for itself. But if the wish that is made can really be realized, I think there will be people willing to agree to even the most stringent conditions. As it happens, the preconditions for the wooden box have been met. So Zhu Ziming's mother voiced her wish and it actually came true. After the wish was granted, Zhu Ziming's mother hid the wooden box. It was never used again, because this stuff is horrible. The need to sacrifice 5 people is almost like a key left on earth by the devil, which, when abused freely, will surely open the gate to hell. Mother Zhu Ziming has fulfilled her greatest wish, so resist the temptation. I just didn't realize that after 17 years, my own son had found this wooden box. The wooden box looks a little newer than it did 17 years ago, Zhu Ziming's mother said. Fangjin was surprised, although he hadn't come into contact with any other awakened objects either. The fact that it would produce changes over time was too rare to hear. Definitely not some universal example. Zhu Ziming's mother said, "You seem to be very interested in this box. Very interested indeed." Fangjin did not hide it. "Then this wooden box can be considered as a thank you to you." Zhu Ziming's mother handed the wooden box directly to Fangjin. "Many thanks for making up for the regret in our mother and son's hearts." Fangjin was surprised. This is too expensive. He was interested in the wooden box, would have liked to pay for it, but this thing turned out to be a relic of someone's late husband, with an unusual commemorative significance. So Fangjin also dispelled the idea. Zhu Ziming was obviously a bit surprised as well. It's amazing that the mother made this decision. Zhu Ziming's mother was also dry. "This thing is too evil. I'm worried that when Ziming encounters something in the future, he will take out the wooden box and use it again. I would rather have him suffer a bit in the future than see him use the wooden box again." Zhu Ziming was filled with helplessness. I have to admit that mothers do know their sons very well. Since the wooden box really works, Zhu Ziming felt that he might actually move again in the future. Fangjin sniffed and also understood Zhu Ziming's mother's good intentions. "Then thank you, auntie. In the future, if Zhu Ziming encounters any difficulties, I will definitely help if I have the ability to help." Zhu Ziming's mother smiled cheerfully. That was part of her purpose. She could tell that Fangjin was by no means an ordinary person, and since she was dying and couldn't do much, the only thing she couldn't worry about was naturally her son. Can use the wooden box to find a future booster. Naturally, it's a very good deal. I can only say that my mother had gone through a lot of trouble for Zhu Ziming. "Alright, Ziming, you send them out of here. There happens to be a car today." Zhu Ziming's mother revealed a few tired looks. "Come back after sending them off. School is not going. Just review at home for the last few days." She was already in poorer health and didn't have much strength to say anything else, plus the excitement of seeing again. More tired and in need of a good rest. Zhu Ziming was obedient and immediately nodded. "Brother Fangjin, I'll see you off. And you too, come along as well." Zhu Ziming's attitude towards Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan was obviously much worse. They're both still alive. Just because the box requires 5 souls, instead of 7. Now the box needs 7. So none of them can get away. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomio followed behind Zhu Ziming with trepidation. Zhu Ziming led the 3 to the village entrance and waited. And along the way, Zhu Ziming threatened in a morose tone. "What happened in these 2 days? You'd better all rot in your stomachs. If my life is disturbed because of you, I'll use every means to make your lives worse than death. Don't doubt my ability." Lu Miaomio didn't need to say much. She had already been scared out of her wits and kept nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. In her eyes, Zhu Ziming was already no different from the devil. Zhou Ziruan, on the other hand, stayed silent and said nothing. He was shocked by Fangjin's methods. Already skeptical, the cognitive view was shattered, and he was probably in over his head. Zhu Ziming obviously didn't have any killing habits either. He can lead others to break the rules, But there's still a mental block if you kill someone with your own hands. That's why the two were spared. The four came to the entrance of the village. Along the way did not meet other people in the village, but when passing by the one-story bungalow, did see the silhouette of people swaying? This village everywhere through the weird. There are many kinds of rules and regulations of events. Fangjin could not help but feel a few moments of gratitude in his heart. Meeting Zhu Ziming was considered lucky. Otherwise, if you were to find your way out on your own, you don't know how long it would take to figure out a way to leave. The process can be even more troublesome. It's quite possible to actually die. The car is coming. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhu Ziming looked at one end of the road and said. Fangjin looked into the distance but saw nothing. Where? Isn't it right there? Fangjin began to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. He twisted his head to inquire about Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan, and the two of them didn't see it either. About a couple dozen more seconds passed. It was only then that Fangjin saw a very old bus wobbling in the distance. So it's true. I thought I'd run into another incident. Fangjin sighed in relief. Fangjin then looked at Zhu Ziming with great surprise. Your eyesight is so good? It was the same in front of Master Wang's house at that time. Obviously the house was dark, but Zhu Ziming could see what was inside the house. Zhu Ziming was used to it. Born with good eyesight. This is something that people often envy me for. That's a bit unreasonable good. Fangjin stared at Zhu Ziming. How could anyone see this far with their naked eyes? Have you ever thought that you have any unusual talent? Zhu Ziming shook his head. Haven't thought about it. Fangjin guides, try it, desperately trying to look into the distance. He suspected that Zhu Ziming was also an awakened. He just doesn't know it himself. Zhu Ziming was slightly confused, but he subconsciously did so, except that nothing seemed to happen, and the perspective in his eyes did not change in any way. Hiss! Zhu Ziming suddenly covered his left eye, his brow furrowing. Fangjin asked, how's it going? The left eye hurts. A fiery pain. Zhu Ziming's expression grimaced in pain. Brother Fangjin, there won't be any after effects from this eye replacement surgery of yours. It was the glowing white mutant eye. Fangjin wondered. It shouldn't. It doesn't make sense. Ah! Zhu Ziming couldn't help but cry out in pain, and his left eye unexpectedly turned oddly. Next moment, the sky was steeply dark. It was as if they had been thrown into a pool of ink. The three Fangjin people felt like they had suddenly become blind. Can't see a thing. Reaching for the stars has an extremely tangible manifestation at the moment. Chapter 90, Dilapidated Buses. Ah! Lu Miao Miao screamed in fear. Sudden loss of vision. It's a hard thing for anyone to accept. Not to mention the girls who have been completely scared out of their wits. What are you yelling about? Zhu Ziming's eyes were already hurting, and when he heard Lu Miao Miao yelling, he cursed unhappily. He didn't seem to understand what was happening. Immediately afterward he craned his head to look at the bus in the distance. The three of Fangjin's eyes suddenly lit up. Sight was restored again. How strange. Zhou Ziruan's expression was stunned. Zhu Ziming twisted his head. What's strange? The trio felt another blackout before their eyes. Lost his sight again. Fangjin immediately said. Zhu Ziming, you quickly close your eyes. Zhu Ziming was unsure, but chose to close his eyes anyway. And so it dawned once again. Sure enough, there's something wrong with your eyes. Fangjin immediately understood. Zhu Ziming's blindness was due to a mutation in his eyeballs. But this mutation does not seem to be malignant. Instead, Zhu Ziming was given some special abilities. Born awakened? That such a person actually existed. Fangjin was surprised, because the mainstream view now was that it was the survivors of the rule event that could combine with the rule force and give birth to the awakening ability. I've never heard of anyone being born with their abilities. Did? Fangjin glanced at the box he was holding. Zhu Ziming was born with the ability. Could it have anything to do with the wooden box? After closing his eyes, Zhu Ziming seemed to be much more comfortable and his eyes didn't hurt anymore. He noticed a few oddities. What happened? Why did you make me close my eyes? We all became blind when your eyes hurt. Fangjin replied. How is this possible? It couldn't be more unlikely that it's already happened. Fangjin guided Zhu Ziming to reopen his eyes, and everything around him once again fell into darkness. But when Zhu Ziming moved his eyes, even with his eyes open, Fangjin could still see things. After several rounds of experiments, Fangjin determined Zhu Ziming's ability. When the ability is activated, wherever Zhu Ziming's gaze reached, he would be plunged into darkness. It's not about making those who see blind. To be precise, it absorbs all the light, so that the eyes of the person covered by the gaze cannot absorb the reflected light from the object, and therefore become blind. I also have strange abilities? Zhu Ziming was very surprised. Fangjin nodded. The real deal. Zhu Ziming was bewildered for a moment and helplessly shook his head. It's of no use to me either. I still have to continue to prepare for the college entrance exams, and with this kind of ability, there's no way to keep my mother alive for 2 more days. But since you've become an awakened, You can be a special talent valued by the state. And if you join the state's special operations department, there might be a way to save your mother's liver cancer. Really? Not sure. I've never joined either, but it's a path. After all. Zhu Ziming perked up. I'll give it a try. At this moment, the bus stopped in the distance. It seemed to have stopped because of the sudden brightness and darkness of the sky just now and feeling fear. Zhu Ziming then led the three of them, Fangjin, towards the bus. The bus was worn out. The engine hummed and vibrated. It was harsh. It could only seat about 17 or 18 people. And at the moment it had come the long way around. So it was empty of any passengers. Uncle? Zhu Ziming stepped forward to greet him. The crowd realized at the moment that the main driver was also empty. There was no driver. This scene could scare Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan into getting nervous again. Again? Are we going to run into another haunting? They clearly watched the car drive by. Why is there no driver in the car? And who the hell is driving? Fangjin looked around vigilantly. And at this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s climbed up under the railing, dressed in ordinary clothes and moving nimbly, but his face had some weathered wrinkles. Aya mama. Scared me to death. Just now the sky a burst of black, a burst of white. I thought it was haunted. So scared that I directly abandoned the car and ran away. The middle-aged man mumbled in a thick accent. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomio were speechless for a while. So that's how it is. Zhu Ziming greeted. Uncle. Ah Ming ah. Did you see that it suddenly went dark just now? It's scary. The driver said with palpitations. Zhu Ziming said. It seems to be a solar eclipse. It's fine. Just darken it a bit. So it's such a thing. It's true that it's still good to read. Read more and know everything. Unlike Uncle who can only drive a broken bus. The driver grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, looking optimistic, maybe no less. It's also a blessing for the average person. Uncle, these are my classmates, taking your car back to the city. Oh, okay, no problem. The driver looked enthusiastic. You're all students of the first middle school, right? Awesome. You can read. You'll all be big shots in the future. Get in the car, get in the car. The three of Fangjin got into the car, would have given money. But the driver refused to accept. This few dollars have what good to collect? Nothing, Lou. My car is too broken. Even monitoring will not be fined. Are sitting well. To drive. Buzz off. The bus started and drove off down the main road. Zhu Ziming said goodbye to Fangjin and ran home with slight excitement. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomia took a long breath. Finally. Saved. The dilapidated bus wobbled towards the city. The rapid regression of the green belt on both sides and the gradual emergence of some more modern buildings and constructions all indicated that they were leaving the haunted place. Fangjin then pulled out the wooden box and scrutinized it. The wooden box is very light in the hand, antique in color, but the textures on it were complex and unfamiliar, and didn't seem to fit well with the style of any dynasty. The wooden box bubbled with dense light. Constructing a sentence, this world practiced the principle of equal exchange, and so did the rules. Offering 5 lost souls grants you the opportunity of equal exchange to fulfill your deepest desires. At this moment, the wooden box has sacrificed 5 souls, so you can just make a wish. What inner desire do I have? To make a fortune? But it has to be an equal exchange for it to work. And this kind of wish probably won't work. Fangjin muttered to himself. How's that for equivalence? Exchange a kidney for 700, 000 to 800, 000 yuan. It might count, but Fangjin isn't a cutie pie. He's not going to make a wish like that. What if we traded $700, 000 to $800, 000 for an intact kidney? There is no such need in Fangjin at the moment. Naturally, I wouldn't waste precious wishing opportunities on this. Especially the second half of the description. The deepest desires of the heart. It must have something to do with the strong emotions within the person making the wish. If it's not something that is desperately craved, the wish may not be valid. Just as Fangjin was thinking. Bang! There was a loud bang. The entire bus braked suddenly and sharply, nearly bouncing the 3 men off the road. The tires made a harsh crunching sound. Fangjin twisted his head to look out the window. Still in the suburbs. It was only dark around them. It seems to be in some kind of tunnel. Uncle, what's wrong? Fangjin asked curiously. The driver turned his head trembling and couldn't stop swallowing. Just now into the tunnel suddenly appeared a figure. I seem to have hit someone. Chapter 91, Righteousness. It's a very small tunnel. There wasn't much light. Into the tunnel light changes. Will inevitably make the vision worse for a moment. According to reason is also should be slowed down slowly into the tunnel is right. But there is no car nearby. So the old bus did not have much deceleration behavior. The driver's uncle looked uneasy. If he hit someone, he might lose his job. Luck can't be that bad. The driver's uncle had a sad face. He hurriedly opened the door and got out to observe the situation. Seeing this, Fang Jin also put away the wooden box and opened the car window to look outside. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miao also looked out nervously. But there's nothing to see. Hell no. The driver's uncle circled the bus and found no sign of anyone. Fang Jin asked, "Uncle, is it a mistake? Look, it could be wrong." But the front of the car did dent a piece that wasn't there. It couldn't have come out of thin air. The driver scratched his head, a few scared expressions on his face. Fang Jin got out of the car and looked around. Sure enough, where the front of the bus was, there was a spot that was visibly dented, as if it had hit something. Lu Miao turned pale and covered her head in pain. It's not like I've met that kind of thing again. She had a very bad nervous breakdown. Several times, I have endured great excitement. At the moment, she was in such a trance that she could barely tell reality from a nightmare. There's no reason to be so unlucky. Fang Jin frowned. It couldn't be another conspiracy by the Shin Consortium. After searching around, it turns out there's really nothing to be found. The crowd had to prepare to get back into the car. Save! Help! A breathless plea for help came from nowhere. The driver's uncle was immediately creeped out, and his expression couldn't help but distort. I feel like I've met something dirty. Did you guys hear that? Uncle, take it easy. We heard it too. Fang Jin said. It seems to be coming from under the car. Under the car? The front end is dented. Any way you want to think about it, you should be crashing out. How do you get swept under a car? The driver uncle hesitated, wanting to look down but not daring to. Fang Jin is not afraid. He does not believe that looking down at the bottom of the car can be something taboo, so he greatly lowered his head to take a look. At this point, a mud-covered figure struggled to crawl out from under the car. He was pale and bloodless. The whole man was dirty, looking vaguely glowing green like a hungry wolf. It's so dark down there. So dark. I had a hard time climbing up. Who hit me? A weak voice came from under the car. The driver's uncle was so scared that he abandoned the car. Too dark down there? It's not even meeting a ghost. Help! Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miao also turned white with fear and thought they had seen a ghost. Fang Jin, on the other hand, stared at the figure under the car. Why does it look a little familiar? He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. Right. I didn't come alone then. Fang Jin tapped his head. The person underneath the car was confused to see the appearance of the person in front of him, and immediately burst into tears of excitement. Brother, is that you? Is it you who came to my rescue? I knew that I didn't call this brother in vain. You and those ungrateful sociopaths are just different. You are truly righteous. Poorly. Almost. Here to save you. Fang Jin reached down and yanked the person under the car out. This person is none other than Nguyen Nakfan. When the original drive chased a female pink motorcycle rider into the suburbs, this resulted in the duo being trapped. Only Nguyen Man broke some rule at the time and got buried straight away. Fang Jin completely forgot him clean. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Nguyen Man is too out of breath to stand. It just so happens that Zhu Ziming's mom brought me a few buns. It's cheap for you. Eat. Fang Jin handed Ruan Yaowen a few fragrant and soft buns. It's been cool though. But Nguyen Yaowen gobbled it up and burst into tears. This is the best bun I've ever eaten. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miao had been completely dumbfounded watching this scene. Who is this person again? It seems to have run away from the village of Onping as well. Alright, why did you come to this place? Fang Jin asked. Well, give me another bun. Nope. I've seen you hide 2 of them. Not for you. Fang Jin didn't have the good sense to say. You can't leave me too. Nguyen Yaowen glanced fondly at the hidden bun before he started complaining in a very sulky manner. He didn't know at the time what rule he had broken. Straight up fainted anyway. Woke up again buried in the ground. He felt powerless. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. And the obviously shallow layer of earth seemed to seal him in completely unable to leave. Nguyen Man knows he must have even more of an encounter with a rules incident. So he gave up climbing out of the ground. Instead, it's tough to burrow in the dirt. Drill as you dig. Like a big fat earthworm. It took him 9 cows and 2 tigers. And I don't know how much time he spent. But he finally drilled to the edge of the wasteland. Tired, sleepy, and hungry. And he even fainted a few times from exhaustion in the middle of the process. It's truly sad to hear and tearful to see. Ruan Yaowen was incomparably distressed. I arrived at the edge of the wasteland, accidentally cracked the rules, and managed to escape. Fang Jin couldn't help but nod his head. I can't believe there's a way to get out of this. Sure enough, the rules are not unbreakable. Right after I climbed up the guardrail, tired and sleepy, there was actually a bus coming at me in the distance. Is there any justice? How hard it was for me to survive. It would be too much for me to hold back if I just got run over. So I used all my strength and created a defense wall to try to block the bus. Nguyen Man said indignantly. Fang Jin asked, what's the result? As a result, Nguyen Yaowen's expression collapsed. I was too tired. The defense wall was directly knocked out, and I was caught underneath the car, almost crushed to death. Luckily, I had a great life. He was very angry. Where is the driver? How do you drive? Do you have eyes? Fongjin shook his head breathlessly. Really can't blame others' drivers. This is a tunnel. Who allowed you pedestrians to appear here? At most humanitarian compensation you some nutritional fee. Cannot be more. Guinyu Man's face darkened. Really? If I say I'm a transvestite homosexual with gender dysphoria and a staunch qualityist, can I hold the driver fully responsible? What a mess. We're leaving Anping village and we still need a bus to take us out. You've offended him and you want to stay stuck here? Well, that's fine. Guinyu Man reluctantly admitted his full responsibility. Fongjin, on the other hand, ran all the way to bring back the fleeing driver. The driver came back with a sheepish look on his face. Are you really human? Guinyu Man exasperated. Of course it is. You admit full responsibility? Admit it. That's good. That's good. The driver's uncle was beaming. Chapter 92, Going for Revenge. The little broken bus traveled slowly towards the front. After about an hour, it finally pulled into the downtown terminal. But what made Fongjin slightly surprised was, surprisingly, there were no stops at any stations along the way. No one reached out to stop the car, and there were only 4 people in the car at all times. Finally back, Ruan Yaowen was overwhelmed with emotion. I never want to go to that damn place a second time, and next time if I get carried away by female sex, brother, please beat me up hard. No problem. Fongjin agreed without hesitation. Groan. The dilapidated bus is arriving at its stop. The gate slammed open. Here it is. Driver uncle smiling, showing big yellow teeth. You can get off. In the future you have to be a little more careful. Do not go to that kind of remote places. This time luck can still escape. Who knows, the next time it is still possible. Thank you, uncle. Fongjin thanked him. 4 people get out of the car. The driver uncle slowly started the small broken bus again and drove towards the distance. There is absolutely no point in carrying passengers back and forth. Only after Fongjin got off the bus did he realize that the driver seemed to mean what he said. There's just no chance of trying to pursue it. People are gone. Presumably this driver uncle actually knows something. After all, people who can pass by Anping village often, where it is possible to be someone who knows nothing. You guys can go home. Fongjin patted Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao's shoulders, and the ability to modify memory was quietly activated. You guys went to the countryside for an adventure game and encountered kidnappers. The 2 of you escaped with great difficulty, but your abilities were limited and you couldn't save the others. The other 5, however, were taken away by the kidnappers and their whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps, have met an untimely end. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao looked gradually confused. The 2 of them would have been terrified of the memory. So Fongjin exerted his ability to help them forget, and the process went very smoothly without meeting the slightest obstacle. Walk through these. Fongjin and Guin Yaowen left straight away. As for what happens next, Fonstown just couldn't care less. There will probably be 5 wealthy families outraged and mad as hell to track down the kidnappers, but in the end nothing will check out. Brother, what are we going to do next? Guin Yaowen asked. Fongjin smiled. What do you want most? Guin Yuvan replied with a straight face. Eat a big meal, sleep in a blackout, and then find a beautiful woman to discuss life, food and color also. He considered himself a very vulgar man. Not a bad choice. A few cold colors flashed in Fongjin's eyes, but what I want most is to get my revenge first. Revenge? Do you really think it was an accident that we were trapped in Anping village? Guin Yaowen was very surprised. Then his face sank. He's not some law-abiding, good citizen. You even dare to offend a special task force for money. Someone dares to deliberately play a trick on him in the dark? It's just as well. It's time to find a place to vent all the suffering we've endured in the past few days. A large, lavishly decorated villa in a wealthy neighborhood. There were more than a dozen gun-toting bodyguards outside the villa. The airy expansive lawn. The garage with dozens of luxury cars parked. The huge swimming pool. The wine cellar full of expensive wines. All kinds of smart appliances full of technology. And just the hidden closets in the rooms are already bigger than most ordinary people's homes. In this extremely luxurious villa, Shen Weifeng wore a straight suit and instructed the maid and butler to leave. And beside him stood a tall, stubborn woman with long hair. Her name is Yao Qingshi. A little Netflix. From a young age, he loved riding motorcycles and enjoying the feeling of the wind in his face. After growing up, he attracted a lot of fans by this hobby, and now he earns money by making videos on his bike. At the moment she was wearing a tight leather jacket and cradling her pink cat-eared helmet in her hands, looking slimmer and slimmer by the minute. Qing Si Ah, what are you doing here looking for me again? Shen Weifeng sat on the large, comfortable sofa, crossing his legs, a very hateful smile on his lips. I've already approved your father's donation. Yao Qingshi's pretty face revealed a few moments of anger. Despicable. My father's surgery was delayed without a doctor to preside over it. Could there be no authorization from you behind this? Shen Weifeng, you are shameless. She paid for her father's surgery, agreeing to a strange request from the other side. It's about seducing two people into a small village on the outskirts of town. She did as she was told, but I didn't expect to be counted, because the approved surgical fees can only be used in a limited number of large private hospitals, but all of these private hospitals are the property of Shen's consortium, and no more than a major shareholder. As long as Shen Weifeng doesn't agree, then no one would dare to operate on the father. She also wants to be transferred, but she has no money. Plus, father can't afford to be tossed around anymore. Who would have thought that charitable foundations, which are obviously known for their goodwill, would harbor dirt to such an extent? I advise you to pay attention to how you talk to me, Shen Weifeng said lightly, looking Yao Qingshi up and down, his eyes unabashedly possessive. Don't dull my interest in you. It's not that there's a shortage of women. It was just that Yao Qingshi had once rejected him without mercy, even taunted him in public. So, he wanted even more to make this woman kneel in front of him and bow her stubborn head. Yao Qingshi gritted her teeth. What exactly do you want? Don't you understand what I want? Vile. Shameless. Nasty. Shen Weifeng's face grew cold. Last warning, I can make your family just disappear, but I'm still giving you the chance to stand in front of me. Don't give me the face. My patience has a limit. Yao Qingshi wanted to slam the door, but, at the thought of her father lying in the ICU, a line of clear tears flowed from the corner of her eyes and she looked pained. I'll only give it to you once. Yes, Shen Weifeng said indifferently. I'm only interested in you once anyway. Soon, the duo arrived at the room that looked like a presidential suite. Yao Qingxi trembled as she tried to take off her tight leather jacket. However, he was stopped by Shen Weifeng, who said indifferently, why do you think I let you come dressed like this? Put on your helmet and lie down like a dog. Next moment, he slowly removed the black leather whip from the closet. Yao Qingshi's pupils quake. She bit her lip, almost biting blood. She got it. The other person was just trying to insult herself. Yao Qingxi trembles and kneels. Ungrateful. This is your life. An irresistible life. Shen Weifeng swung the black leather whip in his hand. The air resounded with blasting sounds, and then he heavily lashed down. Snap. The expected scene that everyone was dying to see didn't happen. The black long whip actually looked like it had struck an invisible barrier and was hardened. Shen Weifeng froze. What's going on? Yao Qingshi heard a violent whipping sound, but no semblance of pain struck. She twisted her head nervously and fearfully. Hair, what happened? Chapter 93, beat it up. Strange. Shen Weifeng was perplexed and thought he had missed. So once again, she flung the long whip in her hand and struck towards the woman kneeling on the ground in front of her. Snap. The long whip struck again. Yet again. It stopped just as it was about to land on the woman, hitting an invisible wall. Yao Qingshi was wearing a tight black leather jacket. Her body was concave and convex, especially the curves shown after wearing the helmet, which had already made Shen Weifeng's blood spurting. But what's happening at the moment? But it was like a pot of cold water poured over his head with a crash. There's no desire for anything. Nope, this is definitely not right. There are awakened people. Shen Weifeng is not stupid. The second time immediately found something wrong, but he did not think of his own villa outside the bodyguards. Villa is arranged a variety of identity verification and defense measures. How can someone break in noiselessly? Asterisk. His body chilled and he couldn't help but curse. Then he dropped the whip straight away and made a mad dash for the door of the room. Get out of here. Call out the bodyguards, as well as open the villa's fortifications. This is the most likely option to come out unscathed. What happened? Yao Qingshi looked at Shen Weifeng's back in confusion. Did this pervert have a guilty conscience? Shen Weifeng at this moment where there is still a mind to care about a woman. At this moment his heart only has one thing, escape. The richer you are, the more you value your life. He's one of the heirs of the Shen Consortium. Another accidental awakening ability. It can be said that the future is destined to be the man of the hour in the business world. He can't die. Definitely not dead. As long as, leave the room. It'll be fine. Shen Weifeng ran furiously all the way, staring at the door of the room with a deadly stare. He jerked open the door to his room. Just as he was about to take a step out of the room. Bang! Shen Weifeng slammed his head against the invisible wall. Hit your head on the head. He grimaced in pain, and the hand covering his forehead came down to see that it was covered in blood. Done. Trapped. Shen Weifeng instantly understood his situation. Although he didn't know what kind of ability this was, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. There must be someone secretly targeting him. He didn't try to break out of the room again. Instead, he immediately turned his head and ran to the window. Opened the window. Looking at the height of the 3-story building, Shen Weifeng took a deep breath. It's fine. As long as you're careful, at most you'll only break a leg. It's better to be hurt than not to be alive. He was hard on others. It's just as hard on yourself. So he gathered his courage and jumped towards the window. Bang! Another invisible wall. Hold him back. Shin Weifeng was hit so hard that his nose was broken. Tears and blood flowed out of his head, and his bones seemed to be falling apart. He covered his nose in agony. Who are you? Who told you to screw me? I'll pay double what he paid you. Facing unknown dangers, it was all he could do to respond. Worthy of being rich, the first reaction is to take money to buy your life. But unfortunately no amount of money can buy your life. At this moment, two young men outside the room door walked in. Shen Weifeng's heart trembled. Someone actually did break in. Do not alert anyone or surveillance equipment. This ability. If they really want to kill someone, who can stop them? Shen Weifeng stared at the two people in front of him. Who are you guys? I have no grudges against you. Are you looking for the wrong person? Duke Shen's skill in talking nonsense is still very skillful. He deliberately sent us into Anping village 3 days ago, but now he is pretending that he doesn't recognize us. Fang Jin said indifferently. These words immediately caused Shen Weifeng's face to change abruptly. It's him, the mysterious awakened person who killed Zhao San and Zhou Chang, as well as offended the chairman. How? How did he escape from Anping village? That's impossible. It was important to realize that Shin's consortium had already sent in a dozen awakened, and all of them had died without exception. He had only seen pictures of the two, but at this point, seeing the real person, he didn't react for a moment. Brother, don't talk about this nonsense. Just send him on his way. Ruan Yaowen rubbed his fists together. His gaze glanced at Yao Qingxi in the corner of the room, frightening Yao Qingxi's delicate body to tremble. Playing pretty fancy, he nonchalantly kicked Shen Weifeng in the stomach. Kicking Shen Weifeng arched his body like a prawn. I hate men like you who play tricks to force women into submission. Disgusting. In a word, disgusting. Can't you spend a little money on something like this? What tricks can't you play? Whips yes. Role-playing right. Helmet on right. Kneeling right. Ruan Yaowen kicked Shen Weifeng while cursing. A curse and a kick in the pants. Kicked Shen Weifeng all over his body and his mouth was full of blood foam. Don't kick. Shen Weifeng begged for mercy in pain. Let me go. He's pampered. Where to take a beating like that? Can I spare you? How are you going to pay me back when the thought of all the tricks you've played that I haven't pisses me off so much I'm going to have a heart attack? Damn. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Kick it again. Nguyen Yaowen became angrier and angrier. Shen Weifeng's features were twisted together in pain. His ability is Death Curse. A curse through the medium of generating a connection. And the person who is cursed has almost no means of counteracting it, and will weaken with each passing day until he or she eventually dies. As a businessman, he believes this is the best fit for his abilities. Transportation in the middle of the company building. Whoever dares to stand in his way is cursed for 1,000 miles. What a wonderful life. But now, he hated his ability to do so. When facing other awakened people directly, he was actually no different from ordinary people at all, and was completely unable to resist. I'll pay you. I'll pay you all. Please, don't fight. Shen Weifeng wailed. Really can't stand it. Nguyen Yu Man wants to keep kicking. But Fang Jin stopped it. Fang Jin squatted down and grabbed Shen Weifeng's hair. Tell me first, how did you know the identity of the two of us? This is the point that Fang Jin is most concerned about. There is an awakened person under me who has the ability to see through. He was in the black market at that time, saw your real faces, and then looked for friends in the system to check and find out your identities, as well as the cars in your name. Fang Jin drifted off. It turned out to be so simple. He thought that Shen Weifeng had some kind of heavenly ability, actually being able to find out information about the two out of thin air and accurately locate them. After all, he travels with a mask. It's pretty scary that this could be found. I didn't realize the mystery was so simple, surprisingly pivotal plus big data lookup, to actually have the ability to see through. What luck! Ruan Yaowen said with envy and jealousy. Fang Jin couldn't help but give a blank stare. You're such a character. If you don't have an ability like absolute defense, with you, it was done away with a long time ago. Good. Now I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer it well, I can consider not finishing you off. Fang Jin turned on the video function of his cell phone. Tell me, what's going on in Anping village? Anping village? Shen Weifeng's body couldn't help but tremble. This is an absolute secret of the Shen family. If it goes out, I'm sure my own life will be in danger. The elders of the family would never allow this matter to leak out. But, if nothing else, Shen Weifeng looked at the two people in front of him with trepidation. Will he or she make it through this? Chapter 94, Do you want to go for a ride? Shen Weifeng was under Fang Jin's duress. Still trembling, he said something about Anping village. Unsurprisingly, the people of Anping village were deliberately moved in by the Shen consortium. Anping village is originally a haunted village, coupled with the economic backwardness of the village, leading to the departure of villagers one by one. Shin's consortium bought the land in the suburbs and wanted to develop it, only to discover the special features of Anping village. The village of Anping is shrouded in rule events, but is so low in danger and extremely accommodating that it can coexist with other rule events. So under the guidance of Club Zero, the Shin consortium began to conduct a mysterious experiment. Shin's people, through the Foundation's intelligence network, searched for some odd cases. The possibility of birth rule events is very high, and then through the promise of a cure, exaggerating the importance of the environment, the promise of the future value of the house, and other means of these patients into the village of Anping. After about a year or so of work, the village of Anping became a special place where multiple rule events coexisted. This place is not even known to the Special Operations Department. It has become the secret weapon of Shin's consortium and Club Zero. That's all I know. More of it was presided over by my uncles and uncles at home. Shin Weifeng's nose was bruised and swollen, and he told all that he knew. All of this was not far from what Fangjin had guessed. Ruan Yaowen poo-pooed. Shame on you. These patients are already miserable, but they have to be tricked into the rules event by you. Even if they don't die, they can't live much better. What a family of scum. Shin Weifeng cowered, not daring to retort. Luckily we were lucky. Nguyen Yaowen scoffed. I didn't expect it, but a bus would have passed through and Bin village and picked us up, or else you'd have been screwed. Shin Weifeng was stunned. How is it possible? Where is the public transportation? He was a million times more surprised. To create a land of rules, the Shin family is very serious about Anping village. Everything around Anping village is under our Shin family's surveillance. There is absolutely no such thing as a bus. Shin Weifeng said this, so he was very puzzled. Why did the two people who clearly entered the village of Anping? It will appear in front of you for no reason at all. It makes so little sense. Even if it did come out, one should have received the news first. Nguyen Yaowen was taken aback and turned his head to Fangjin. Brother, that driver. Fangjin's heart jumped in shock as well. No bus? And what's that sitting back downtown by itself? The driver's uncle looks so normal. It's so normal. Could that bus, too, be some part of the rules event? That's a fine thought. But at least it did leave the village of Anping. Shouldn't have to worry too much, right? Fangjin stabilized his mind. There's no need to think about that. We're out anyway. That's right too. Nguyen Yuman couldn't help but nod his head as he thought about it. It's not bad to meet a brother who was calm enough. He was now completely convinced of Fangjin. Fangjin put away his cell phone, and Shin Weifeng trembled and said, I've said everything, so you guys can let me go. Well, I'll let you off the hook. Fangjin got up and said to Nguyen Yaowen, over to you. Ruan Yaowen excitedly rubbed his fists. Don't worry brother. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Shin Weifeng felt the invisible wall slowly closing in on him as if it was going to crush him into mincemeat, and he shouted in horror. You're not keeping your word. You said you wouldn't finish me off. Fangjin innocently spread his hands. I did spare you. It's not like I did it. Despicable. Fangjin, you shall not die. After saying that, Fangjin walked out of the room and closed the door. Bang! With a violent crash, the screams came to an abrupt end. After a few moments, Nguyen Yuman wiped his hands and walked out of the room. Done? That's for sure. Come with it. Fangjin twisted his head to look at the room. The walls, the door, and the ceiling were full of splattered blood and meat sludge, and could not help but be flooded with a few moments of nausea. How did you make it so disgusting? My ability to want to kill is just that. Nguyen Yuman was innocent. Crush people with invisible walls. Painful and cruel. Fangjin didn't have the heart to say, can't you prepare some firearms and weapons? That thing is inconvenient to carry and easy to get caught going through security. What about using a knife? Killing someone with a knife feels so brutal. I'm a little scared. Looking at a room full of blood splattered everywhere, Fangjin could not help but be speechless. It's too cruel to kill people with a knife. So you just crush them into mush, right? At this point, wearing a leather jacket, the tall Yao Qingshi walked out of the room trembling. As soon as she came out and looked at the two people in front of her, her voice couldn't stop trembling. Thank you for saving me. She's in the room. Saw with his own eyes that Shin Weifeng was crushed into mush. That scene had crushed her right to the core. The two men in front of me were no different than the devil. TSK, hot girl, you weren't like this back then. Ruan Yaowen wore a teasing smile. Weren't you arrogant when you provoked me back then? And deliberately lured us to Anping village. I was wrong. It was all because Shin Weifeng forced me to do it. If I didn't do as I was told, my father would have died. Yao Qingshi's pearly blossoms brought rain. I felt sorry for her. Nguyen Yaowen asked Fangjin, brother, what to do with it? You tell me. She's seen you kill people. Makes sense. Cut off the roots. Man looked at the hot female knight in front of him and slowly picked up a fruit knife. Yao Qingshi's face showed despair. I didn't realize that I had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair again. Is he doomed today? Man gesticulated for a moment, looking at the pretty face and exciting makeup in front of him, slightly hesitant, and could see that he was taking pity on the girl. Yao Qingxi sensed this and bit her lip, whispering, I swear that everything I saw today will never be told. If you can spare me, I can be your girlfriend. At least, this person in front of him looked better than Shen Weifeng. She also understands a little more deeply. This world is too weak for its own good. It would be nice to find someone to rely on enough. Nguyen Yaowen scratched his head and twisted his head. Brother, she's actually quite pitiful. Feng unceremoniously rewarded Nguyen Yaowen with a popping chestnut. The knock made him wail. Brother, what are you hitting me for? Nguyen Yaowen wondered. Feng sneered. Wasn't it you who said, if you get carried away by female color again, let me beat you up hard? Nguyen Man looked sad. Kinda asked for it myself. No one else is to blame. She can commit herself to survive. Next time, she can backstab you to survive. So you can see for yourself. Feng Zhen handed the decision back to Ruan Yaowen. Nguyen Man was silent for a long time. He looked at Yao Qingshi and sighed. I know what it's like to not be able to do what you want. Go away. There's no need for you to commit yourself to me. As I said, I hate the behavior of forcing a woman into submission. Yao Qingshi was originally desperate, but at this moment, when she heard these words, her heart instantly revived hope. She had tears in her eyes. Thank you, you're such a good person. After saying that, Yao Qingshi nervously and carefully walked outside. She was emboldened, afraid that Nguyen Yaowen would back out, but there was no other sound from behind her until she walked out of the villa. Survived, but she was empty inside. With a feeling of disappointment, Yao Qingxi returned to her pink motorcycle. She stood still and contemplated for a long time, seemed to make up her mind about something, put on her pink cat-eared helmet and started the motorcycle. Damn, I've been in love for so many years, but I've actually been issued a good guy card. Ruan Yaowen smiled to himself, then looked at Feng Zhen. Brother, I was wrong. You beat me up to take out your anger. Beat you for what? I let the woman go. If you let it go, you let it go. I thought you said you were going to cut down the roots. I didn't say that. Nguyen Yaowen suddenly realized that. Yesu, cut off the roots is what he said. Alright, let's go. I have other big things to do. Feng Zhen waved his hand and said, the culprit, Shen Weifeng, is dead. Feng Zhen wasn't so bad as to take it out on an innocent woman. She's a victim too. Only he saw that Nguyen Man seemed to like this female knight, so wanted to help set it up. Now it seems like it's cool. The duo left the villa under the cover of Feng Zhen's ability, was about to drive away. Not far away came the familiar roar of a motorcycle. Drone. Yao Qingshi sped up on her pink motorcycle and stopped beside Ruan Yaowen's car. She took off her helmet, wiped her clear face full of strangulation marks and bit her red lips. My name is Yao Qingshi. Do you want to go for a ride together? I didn't expect her to turn back. Call me? Nguyen Man was surprised. Yao Qingshi stubbornly tilted her head. Of course. Are you afraid? I'll be afraid of you. Girl, come on. Nguyen Man had no problem getting on the back of the motorcycle, then wrapped his arms around his partner's tiny waist. Yao Qingshi's body trembled slightly. Sit firmly. Don't blame me if you fall. I'm unlucky if I fall to my death. You were still breastfeeding when I raced. Okay, go. Call me if you want to throw up. I'll stop. Holy chick, don't get too cocky. The motorcycle let out a roar, scampered out like a cheetah, leaving Feng Zhen messing around in place. Lean, how am I supposed to get around? I don't know how to drive. Chapter 95, Establishment of Merit. Feng Zhen stood on the side of the road for a long time thinking, still decided not to drive without a license, so he called a cab and gave the address of Nguyen Van's house. It's indeed time to buy a house. It's not very decent to not even have your own home. Feng Zhen muttered to himself, but there's a big use for the money in hand right now. No free money for a while. He pulled out his cell phone, which by now had a renewed signal. It's still reassuring to be in the city. Open WeChat. A couple new messages popped up. It was sent by Jiang Yueying. Today Sister Chu took me to the Special Operations Department branch in Han City. Wow. The building is so big. It looks like the Great Hall of the People. The expert who fitted me with a mechanical prosthetic limb was so professional, with all kinds of high-end instruments. I almost thought I had traveled to some technological blockbuster. So technology is now so advanced. No, I have to hold back from acting like a bumpkin. Wow, but this mechanical prosthetic is really cool. Look at you. Followed by a clear original picture. In a huge laboratory full of all kinds of instruments, a pair of mechanical legs full of sense of technology is placed on top of a tall white round platform. Silver white. full of metallic texture. All kinds of parts combined as one. Under the light irradiation is like there is a white flow of light in the flow. So handsome indeed. It's like a mech stolen from a sci-fi blockbuster. Handsome Fangjin thumped his heart and even hated to plant one on himself. The message came the day before yesterday. For the past 2 days, Jiang Yueying didn't send any more messages. Sister Fu, how have you been? Fangjin thought about it and sent a message. Ding dong. The reply came soon after. Where the hell have you been? You don't respond to messages sent to you, and you still owe me a meal. Fangjin replied. Trapped in a village. Almost died. 10 seconds later, his cell phone rang. I can't believe I called directly. It looks like he's worried that it won't be clear on WeChat. Fangjin smiled and picked up the phone. Hey, are you alright? Jiang Yueying's nervous voice came, sounding gentle and soft. Fangjin laughed. It's fine. Escaped alive. So how are you doing now? You're not hurt. No injuries. Just a handful of dog food forced on me by a couple of dogs and left on the side of the road. And now I have to take a cab back. And I'm hurting inside. Jiang Yueying snorted. That's good. Next time you find a girlfriend, show love, show back. Apply for a team. Humph. No group. Don't deceive the youth to be poor. And know that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Now you are indifferent to me. Tomorrow I'll make you climb high. Are you going to jump tomorrow? No. Tomorrow I'm going to be a high-rise Spider-Man. I hear it pays pretty well. Jiang Yueying couldn't help but laugh again. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, but she quickly said seriously, how come your luck is so bad? You're involved in a rules incident again. What place is it this time? Anping Village. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's kind of familiar, like I've heard someone mention it before. In short, someone has deliberately made this village a horrible place where multiple rule events coexist and have killed a number of patients in a very abominable way. Fangjin briefly talked about what happened in Anping Village. Jiang Yueying whispered, it's so dangerous. You pay more attention to safety on your own. I know you can't tolerate this kind of dirty and unjust things. If you meet it, you must manage it, and I won't advise you to avoid it. In any case, you have to protect yourself well. Why does something feel wrong? How to listen to Jiang Yueying talk about it. How his image is so great and righteous. Living and breathing justice partner. It's really not something you have to manage. It was just an accident. But that concern still warmed Fangjin's heart. Got it. I promise I'll take my own little life as my main priority. Alright, I'm going to cooperate with the experts to do the metal toxicity test. Bye-bye. Today the base came a young man, also from the Special Action Squad. I heard that he is also the son of some big consortium. He said that my mechanical prosthetic limb is the donation he mobilized the social forces to raise. I'm going to go and thank him properly. Hang up first. Jiang Yueying hung up the phone. Wait a minute? Fangjin's face darkened. What man would dare to take credit for his own work? This mechanical prosthetic was clearly extorted from himself. How is it that you are raising donations? He wanted to call and explain, but on second thought, he didn't think his words were convincing enough to make it look like a scam. Fangjin opened the Skynet forum in his cell phone. Surprisingly, the user who was planning to sell his message for $500 million in the first place hadn't even replied to anything yet. What's going on, my friend? I got enough money together. Why haven't you heard anything? Fangjin questioned. Still no reply. And after refreshing a bit, surprisingly, a small line was displayed after the other person's forum name. This user has logged out of his account. Holy! Fangjin was so angry that he almost smoked. You blackmailed me. I put up with it. But you can't just suddenly disappear. It's hard to find someone who knows what they're capable of. It might be possible to know the identity of where you came from in the process. Well now, the trail is broken. What bad luck. Fangjin found the forum administrator who had bought the message from him in the first place. I thought you said you were in special ops yourself. Fangjin sends a message. A few moments later, the other party replied, that's right, thanks to your intel, the cell phone chat killings have been effectively controlled and the death toll has dropped significantly. Is it still not resolved? Not yet. It's very difficult to completely localize this rule event. Even the Special Operations Department is so concerned about the rules event. Neither can be resolved in the first place. It shows that cell phone chat killings are really hard to deal with. Fangjin directly sent a video. Do you care about this kind of thing? In the video was Shin Weifeng, who had his head broken and bleeding, and was recounting in great fear about what had happened in Anping Village. Zhang Guoqing, who was far away from his headquarters in Kyoto, looked at his computer. A few moments of diffidence showing on his stoic face. He's got a lot on his plate. It was nice enough to take the time to return a message. Who expected the other side to send a direct video? Brat, do you think I'm a babysitter? Zhang cursed. Even if people from other divisions looking for him to report on the situation could still apply. But then he clicked on the video and looked grave. Onping Village? The place where rule events coexist. Club Zero's proving ground. Catalyzing patients with serious illnesses and somewhat directing them to be the source? What? Zhang Guoqing raged and slapped the table. What a big dare. These civil organizations are simply lawless. The country is trying to solve the rule events and ensure the safety of people's lives. They actually dare to take the initiative to guide rule events and artificially create such an extra-legal place. This kind of thing is very serious. It could be argued that the harm may not be below an A-list event. Send me people to investigate. Zhang Guoqing's tone was cold and stern as he said to his secretary, Wang Wei, notify the Han City's departments to get to the bottom of this, and I'll allow them to mobilize the military for suppression if necessary. Wang Wei looked resolute. Understood, Minister. He gave a military salute and turned to leave. Zhang calmed his breathing and replied to the message. Thanks for the intel. This matter will be taken seriously by our Special Operations Department. Good official answer. Is the next step for me to go home and wait for the announcement? Zhang was speechless. It's not convenient to talk to you about the specific actions. Well, it doesn't matter. Since the intel was useful, do I count it as a credit? Count on it. I can reward you with forum points. Points won't be necessary. I want you to help with something. Zhang's face darkened. This kid isn't going to blackmail himself again, is he? Chapter 96, How strange. You're a forum administrator. You should be able to check user profiles, right? There's a guy who agreed to trade information with me, but he suddenly cancelled his number and disappeared. Can you help find him? Fontaine inquired. It's a violation. What am I looking for you for without a violation? On the other end, Zhang's face was unkind. Since you know about the violation, of course I can't possibly do it for you. Can't you do it in secret? You're the administrator. I'm just one of the administrators who would be removed from office in minutes if I violated the rules. Don't be ridiculous. You're a man of the state, responsible for overseeing the Skynet Forum. Who would dare to dismiss you? The reasoning is naturally this. The Skynet Forum must be subject to national oversight. But Chang is not free to violate the law. I'm taking credit for it. Fong Jin reminded. Can't you have a little privilege? No. Then next time there's intel not turned in. Zhang Guoqing's face darkened once again. He actually dared to threaten me. Don't think you're so important. There are very many awakened who are willing to serve the country. There's no shortage of you. Don't be bullying. Can we talk it over? If you join our Special Operations Division, that's still negotiable. Fong Jin looked at the message that popped up on his cell phone and gritted his teeth in anger. Well, it's a good idea to take advantage of the fire. Forget it then. But I have one more thing. A young man popped up beside Jiang Yueying, claiming that the funds for the mechanical prosthetic limbs were raised by him. Does your Special Operations Department know anything about this? Jiang froze when he saw this. He was so busy that he naturally couldn't afford to pay personal attention to such trivial matters. From a fundraiser? What a joke. It's funding that you approve down the road. It's our department's money. That's nothing. Taking credit for our department? I'll fix it. Zhang Guoqing left 4 words for Fong Jin. Both sides feel that someone has taken credit for their work. So there was a high degree of unity of opinion. Zhang immediately dialed a special satellite phone. And the call went directly to the Special Operations Branch in Seoul. The chief of Seoul's Special Operations team picked up the phone. It's a middle-aged man, but not stout, but very dry and thin, not tall, dark skin, like a stallholder who can be seen everywhere on the street, very grounded looking. His name is Wei Mingyang, but there is a very scary name in the circle, called King Wei Yan. The big man at HQ needs to have finesse, political experience, know how to make trade-offs, and other qualities. However, as a special action team that rushed to the front line to deal with rule-based incidents, it needed a chief captain who was domineering enough so that it could deter a group of unruly awakened people. Wei Mingyang was recognized as a top awakened in the country whose strength could be ranked in the top 10. Deputy Minister? Surprisingly, I understand. I'll fix it right away. Wei Mingyang hung up the phone and immediately drove to the Han City Research Institute. In scientific research institutes, Jiang Yueying, who was in a wheelchair, was conducting a metal toxicity test surrounded by several scientific experts. This is because the best way to install mechanical prosthetics is to make a direct connection to the nerves and bones, so that absolute control can be achieved, just like the original legs. However, this new composite metal, implanted in the body, may cause rejection or even produce toxins, so it needs to be tested and cannot be installed directly. Even if it is installed, it will take some time for observation. At this moment, Jiang Yueying was half lying on the wheelchair. Some metal instruments stabbed into the wounds of his legs. The intense pain caused Jiang Yueying to break out in a cold sweat, but she didn't say a word. The eyes are determined like they want to join the party. Worthy of being a member of the Special Operations Team, the expert complimented. Your physique is very special. I've fitted many people with mechanical prosthetics, and you're the only one who can perfectly fit this new alloy, and with a successful fitting in the future, you won't even need to take the medicine to suppress the rejection reaction. Jiang Yueying's heart rejoiced at the words. That's great. At this moment a young officer in the research room smiled and said, Moon Shadow, congratulations, you will soon have the most perfect pair of legs in human history. It's not just legs, it's a very powerful weapon. If you join the army, don't dare to think of how amazingly powerful you can explode on the battlefield. The young officer's name is Chu Feng. I heard that the background is very deep. From a hidden family. He had returned from his military training and was now officially part of the Han City Special Operations Group. Yes? Jiang Yueying didn't have much interest in becoming a weapon, but she was still happy at the thought of having her legs back. Thank you for the money you collected for me. Don't be polite. These legs suit you very well. It would be a true waste if its owner wasn't you. Chu Feng said with a smile. His eyes were deep in love. Handsome three-dimensional features. It is easy to make girls feel good. Especially the aura of a soldier on his body is a killer for girls who are not yet experienced in the world. Jiang Yueying reddened her face in some embarrassment. Right. After today is over, could you please honor me by having dinner together? Chu Feng said with a smile, exuding a damned masculine charm. Jiang Yueying was a bit hesitant. I want to go home. My mom should be cooking. Chu Feng still laughed. What about the midnight snack? Thinking about his mechanical prosthetic limbs is the other party to mobilize social relations to raise donations. Jiang Yueying still said politely, it's better to have dinner then. Good. Chu Feng said. I booked a Western restaurant location that specializes in Italian food. It's a Michelin 3-star. It only entertains 10 guests at a time. The location is hard to book. I'll drive to pick you up at night. Jiang Yueying was a bit embarrassed. It sounds expensive. Don't worry. I won't make you pay for it. No. I don't really like Italian food. What about French food? Not much of a foodie either. What about Japanese food? Average. So you like to eat? Jiang Yueying whispered. I like Chinese food. Good. I happen to know a private restaurant. No matter the flavor, or the environment is top-notch. And the comings and goings are all social elites. No outsiders to disturb. It's very quiet. What do you think? Chu Feng said. Jiang Yueying couldn't help but have the shadow of a boy floating in her mind. Not much more handsome though, and yet it always lingers in the back of my mind. She ghosted. It's too much of a waste of money. Might as well have the Sand County Hotel. Chu Feng froze, and in the end, his brows furrowed gently. Sand County Hotel. What kind of place is it? Looking at the other party's reaction, Jiang Yueying instantly said in embarrassment. Just kidding, just take your pick. I'll eat anything. Chu Feng nodded his head. Okay, then let's go to the private dining room I mentioned. Just then, the door to the research lab was kicked in. A thin, middle-aged man walked in. The many experts were shocked at the sight, but instead of being relieved when they saw the visitor, they became more nervous. What's wrong with this living hell? When Chu Feng saw the visitor, his expression changed and he respectfully said, Uncle Wei, why are you here? I dare not. Wei Mingyang said nonchalantly. I'll only ask you one thing. Recently the headquarters transferred a sum of money that was specifically for our branch members to heal their wounds. I heard that you claimed that you raised these funds? Chu Feng hardened his head. I did say so. Our family holds charity auctions every year. This isn't news, is it? Put your mother's bull ********. This money was personally approved by the Vice Minister for funding. How come you raised the money? Do you really think that I don't know what your big family's so-called charity auctions are for? Chu Feng's scalp went numb. Such a little thing. Isn't it normal to blow off steam? Is it necessary to be so uptight? The chief captain of the hall actually came to scold himself in person. Chu Feng was wronged in his heart. Alright, you can get the hell out of here and go back to the army. Our special operations department can't tolerate a big Buddha like you. Wei Mingyang unexpectedly did not give any face at all and directly said so. Obviously, his body was dry and thin, but the aura that erupted at this moment was like a main battle tank rampaging through the battlefield. One can't afford to be half as confrontational as one would like to be. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. Joined the special operations department. But the family gave him a mission. He panicked on the spot. Uncle Wei, it's me who's been blabbing. It's not that serious. My little uncle and you still have a few friendships. Even if your little uncle himself is here, it's useless. The vice minister himself gave the order. You can stay on if you're not afraid of death. Wei Mingyang said with a cold smile. The three words vice minister directly crushed Chu Feng's psychological defense. Although it's only the deputy minister. However, the Special Operations Department is under the central government. It is the sector to which the state has paid the most attention and invested the most in recent years. Those who could serve as deputy ministers were either military bigwigs, political bigwigs, or some national leader who was on the news every day, all of whom he couldn't afford to mess with. It was just that Chu Feng was puzzled. It's just a matter of blowing off some random awesomeness on your own and earning some goodwill. What's wrong with alerting a big shot like that? In the end, Chu Feng's still gray roll away. Wei Mingyang's face eased. He looked at Jiang Yuing and said, "You can rest assured that you will accept the mechanical prosthetic limb installation surgery. The money aspect of the headquarters all helped you out. Your matter is personally arranged by the higher-ups." Jiang Yuing nodded her head very obediently. "Got it." After saying this, Wei Mingyan left. A group of experts in the research lab breathed a sigh of relief. This living hell's aura is too intimidating. "Little girl, you're quite bold. Facing the king of living hell and still being so calm." The expert couldn't help but give another compliment. Jiang Yuing didn't feel anything. She was just relieved. That way, one doesn't have to eat at high-end places that just look expensive. That's great. At the same time, there was something strange in her mind. Chu Feng had only spoken to himself about this matter. What's with the alarming of the headquarters? That's weird. Chapter 97, The Proposal of Marriage. Fanzhen returned to Nguyen Yu Man's house. He already had a key, so he entered directly. At this moment, he received a message from Jiang Yuing. Those who claimed credit were kicked right out of the Special Operations Department by the chief captain. Fanzhen secretly snickered. The people from the Special Operations Department were quite efficient in their actions. The kid deserved it. He then replied with righteousness, "I can't believe someone is so shameless. In order to pick up girls even dare to risk the country's money. There are really few good men in this world. If you meet them you must cherish them." Someone couldn't be talking about themselves, could they? I don't brag about it, but I believe in justice. Bah! Shame on you. Hey, how's the mechanical prosthetic situation? Everything is going well, but there are still a lot of tests that need to be done, and the experts say a conservative estimate would be 2 months. The two made small talk for a while longer. Jiang Yuing is going for acupuncture next to keep her muscles active, so the conversation between the two ended. Fanzhen ordered a takeout, ate his fill and then had a beautiful sleep. It's really quite mind-numbing these days too, so as soon as I lay down, I fell asleep. I just didn't sleep very well, and I was so disoriented that I heard banging from the living room, and what seemed to be the movement of a physical fight, and eventually the whole floor of the house shook, and I don't know how long it took for the shaking to stop. The next day, Fanzhen yawned and got up, found the living room in shambles. Leather jackets, underwear and pants were also strewn on the floor. "Brother, up?" In the kitchen Wan Yawan had a cigarette in his mouth and was surprisingly cooking breakfast. Within a short time, a fragrant, hot breakfast was brought to the table. 2 poached eggs, a glass of hot milk, and a hot bun with toast. Fanzhen was surprised. "You still know how to make breakfast?" "That's true. Who isn't an ordinary person from a common background? What's so hard about making a breakfast? I've been cooking and eating on my own since I was a kid. I can't compare to a chef, but I still have no problem with home-cooked small dishes," Nguyen Yaowen said. Fanzhen took a sip of milk and ate a poached egg. "What's going on in this parlor?" Cough. Nguyen Yaowen smiled awkwardly, didn't hold it for a moment. "Where is she? Where is the room? Otherwise I would not have the leisure to make breakfast. Last night tossed too long. Still not awake. Luckily, I didn't let this chick get the upper hand. And in the end I let her go only after she begged for forgiveness again and again." Ruan Yaowen squeezed his eyebrows. Fanzhen was silent and just ate his breakfast by himself. "I'm still just a kid. Is it okay to listen to this kind of thing?" Ruan Yaowen glanced at Fanzhen, slightly surprised. Then thoughtfully, "Brother, you're not still a virgin, are you?" Fanzhen's face darkened. "None of your business. Ha 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 ha." Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but laugh. Then threw Fanzhen a cell phone. "It's yours." "What is it?" "My roster. I won't be able to use it in the future. I'm giving it to you." Ruan Yaowen pulled out a new cell phone and said with a smile, "In the future, the address book will only store a woman's cell phone number. What's it called?" "Yes, Yao Qingshi." Fanzhen was still confused about what the other party meant, only to hear Ruan Yaowen sit down, take a sip of milk, and gently say the most important decision in his life, "I'm getting married." Some people solemnly and loudly resolve to quit smoking, and may not be able to resist having one every now and then, over and over again. But some people just in a calm afternoon, put out the last cigarette in the hand, said smoking is actually quite boring, so, the rest of his life no longer re-smoking. Just like Nguyen Ngoc Van at this moment. Put. Fanzhen couldn't help but spray the milk out. Nguyen Yu Man was sprayed in the face and looked rather sultry. "You're getting married?" Fanzhen immediately drew a few tissues and threw them to Ruan Yaowen. "I feel that I'm quite compatible with her, so I took the liberty to decide. I haven't proposed yet." Ruan Yaowen wiped his face. "My parents died early. All my relatives don't come and go, so I don't need to discuss with my family." Fong Jin heard the seriousness in the other party's tone. I really didn't expect it. A man who spends his days drinking. I can't believe I would get flash married to a woman I've only met twice. Is it going that fast? At that moment, a slightly pained, petulant gasp came from the room. Water. Sounds like it's thirsty. Coming. Ruan Yawan looked like a majestic general, carrying his breakfast towards the room. A few moments later, there was a scuffle in the room. Who wants to marry you? Don't flatter yourself. I've got your first blood. Who are you going to marry if not me? You forced me to do it 7 times, right? Would the police believe you if you called them? 3 times you were on top. You lower your voice. Yao Qingshi said in shame. I'm not marrying anyway. I'll ask you again. To marry or not to marry? My family is poor and has no dowry. It just so happens that I don't have a dowry either. I can't cook. I can't do laundry. I can only ride a bike. That's just as well. I can get a free ride in your car when you go delivering later. My dad is seriously ill, and he needs 7,000 or 8,000 a month just for dialysis. Don't care. Sign a prenuptial agreement that clears whoever cheats. No problem. Okay, then get married. The two reached a consensus in just 3 minutes. Fong Jin ate the breakfast in front of him in exasperation, spreading dog food in the morning. So unqualified. This is the first time I've seen such an original proposal. At that moment, there was a subtle movement in the room. You're awake anyway. Come do a morning exercise. Oops. Stinky pervert, go away. After about 5 minutes, the door to the room opened. Nguyen walked out, followed by a tall woman in men's pajamas walked out, with a pretty face and long hair, only walking in a slightly odd position, like she was in some physical discomfort. 7 times in one night really hurts your body. Yao Qingshi was like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law, quietly following behind Ruan Yawan. It's a far cry from the cocky look he had on his motorcycle. This my brother, saved my life. I have no other relatives. Ruan Yawan said. Go make a cup of tea. Where's the tea? Kitchen. Can't find it. That's stupid. This is your house. Of course I can't find it. Okay, I'll buy you a new room later. You pack your own stuff. Don't blame me if you can't find it. Yao Qingshi brewed a cup of hot tea and brought it to Fong Jin, carefully saying, Brother, drink tea. She was still a little afraid of Fontaine. Thanks. Fong Jin hurriedly took the tea. Suddenly so polite. It's so disconcerting. Alright, the red tape process is done. Let's go buy a new house this afternoon and get a license on the way. Ruan Yawan said. Yao Qingshi was slightly confused. Isn't it too hasty to buy a house? And in such a hurry? The bank loan won't be approved. What loan? I've always paid in full for a house. Ruan Yawan took out his black card and handed it to Yao Qingshi. Transfer my old man to the best major hospital. And pay for the surgery by the way. Looking at the black card in her hand, Yao Qingshi's expression became very wonderful. This black card she recognized. There was a superb netizen in her circle who had this kind of black card and posted it to her circle of friends to show off for a month in a row. And now this black card is just lying in his hand? Finding this husband on your own. How can you be so rich? Chapter 98, Buying a House. In the afternoon, Ugwin Nakvan took his new wife to see the house. Fong Jin went along. Of course, he couldn't stand the sight of these two getting all mushy. I'm a young man in the prime of my life, listening to all this noise all day long. What if you learn something bad? That's why Fong Jin felt it was necessary for him to hurry up and buy a house of his own. It just so happens that the money in hand has no use for a while. The intelligence seller disappeared. This made Fong Jin feel very fishy, but there was no way to investigate it himself, so he could only stop for now. Wandered through several properties in a row. Nguyen is not even satisfied. Although he has bought a lot of houses, he is quite strict about the requirements of his new house. The location should be good, the environment should be good, and the public facilities such as hospitals, shopping malls and schools must all be kept up. The price of each of these houses, when spoken, made Yao Qingshi's heart skip a beat. Fong Jin isn't really picky. Actually, every property looks pretty good. After all, the price is there. It's easily 8 figures, so how bad could it be? However, Ruan Yawan insisted on buying in the same place as Fong Jin, who had no choice but to follow and continue to visit the new property. Soon, the trio arrived at a new property. The sales office was constructed in an opulent and very stylish manner, with a huge and luxurious chandelier that looked like it was encrusted with countless diamonds. This property is in the center of the city and it's full of villa houses. Can we afford it? Yao Qingshi was jittery. Nguyen Man didn't care one bit. If it's really good enough, money doesn't matter. It's not hard to buy a villa with his savings. A staff member from the sales office soon came to entertain. The attitude of the sales lady was very modest, with a gentle smile that made people feel like a spring breeze. The first time to bring tea and serve information about the property. After a bit of introduction, Guinyu Man was clearly impressed. The place is in excellent condition in every way. Most importantly, it is in close proximity to various government departments, so it stands for one thing, safety. If a rules event occurs, it will certainly be the first to be detected and quickly resolved. Okay, that's the one to go with. Guin Yaowen clapped his hands. The salesgirl revealed a smile. Okay sir, please come with me to do some identity registration. By the way, may I ask if you're a local of Han City? No. Why? It's like this sir. Our property house requires a local household registration to be allowed to purchase. So troublesome. Ruan Yaowen twisted his head to inquire about Yao Qingshi. Wife, are you? This sudden cry of wife made Yao Qingshi's pretty face slightly red as she shook her head. Neither am I. I only came to Han City because of my work. Not to mention Fontaine. His false identity came from a very remote place. What kind of crap real estate? You still have to be a local to buy it. Don't buy it. Can't look at outsiders. I still can't look at you guys. Ruan Yaowen was exasperated beyond words. He actually has the ability and connections to move his domicile over. But he won't. Just to buy a crappy house. Have you thrown away your roots? The sales manager came quickly in the distance. His face unkind. This guest, if you don't want to buy a house, please leave this place. Don't ruin the home buying experience of the other guests. If you yell and scream, I'll call the security guards to kick you out. He had seen all kinds of people in the sales office. There were rich businessmen, executives, and even tycoons, but the temperament of these people in front of him was poor, not like rich people at all. Especially this guy who talks so loud. Really rich people. How could it be difficult to be overwhelmed by a small domicile? Rush me? You try kicking one out? Guin Yaowen sneered. Yao Qingshi wrapped her arm around Ruan Yaowen's arm. Apparently she had made up her mind to stand on a united front with her husband. What right do you have to kick us out? Is this how you treat your guests? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Fongjin shook his head breathlessly. It's really a husband and wife. But in this case, you can't really blame Guin Yaowen. He didn't say anything over the top. He just spat. Security guards, kick these 3 country bumpkins out. The manager called for the security guards with a face full of anger. Fongjin was slightly angry. That's too much of a dog's eye view. And I didn't say anything. What are you calling me a hillbilly for? Although it seems like I'm really. Fongjin went forward and slapped the manager directly. The manager was immediately struck dumb. He did not expect the 3 people in front of him actually dare to make a move. Well, he pointed at Fongjin, but suddenly he couldn't feel his tongue and couldn't speak for a while. Hell no. The manager hastened to feel it, and was surprised to find the tongue shifted. Now the thrill of it made his scalp tingle. A little lesson for you. Don't think you're upper class just because you're standing in an upscale building. They're all laborers. Who's nobler than anyone else? Our money taken out is enough to smash you to death. Fongjin said coldly. Yao Qingshi let out a wow and whispered. Our brother is so domineering. Guinyu Man raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's for sure. Even though Fongjin looked svelte, like an innocent college student, he was still quite intimidating when he got serious. Just as the 3 of Fongjin were about to leave, a surprised voice came. Master Fong, why are you here? Following the sound, a one-armed man excitedly jogged all the way to the door. It's none other than Tian Chihua Tian Boss. Boss Tian has now clearly recovered from the curse. The whole person is much more energetic, properly toned, plus lost more than 100 pounds. At this time appears to be 20 years younger. Full of energy and blood. Full of spring. Master Fong. What a coincidence. Meeting you again. Boss Tian was slightly fawning. He knew Fongjin's ability too well. I just never got a chance to hold the big one. Now that he had met it by accident, he was excited. Fongjin nodded. Yeah, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy a house? Boss Tian slapped his thighs. That's quite a coincidence. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit with a calm physique. One look at the successful people. Very dignified. Mr. Yuan, this is the Master Fong I mentioned to you. This one has real skills and is different from other scammers. The strange disease I was suffering from at that time was solved by Master Fong's help. Boss Tian immediately said. Yuan Chang showed surprise on his face, then walked over and smiled gently. Hello Master Fong. He knew that Tian Chihua had a strange illness some time ago. Almost dying. Lost over 100 pounds in just a few days. It's impossible to cure this kind of thinness. But in favor of Boss Tian, he survived. And the whole thing looks like it's off the charts. Boss Tian introduced to Fongjin in a low voice from the side. This Mr. Yuan can be said to be the real estate tycoon of our Han City, with a value of tens of billions of dollars. This property is developed by Mr. Yuan. Yuan Chang also said rather enthusiastically. I've heard a lot about Master. Can Master do me the honor of having a cup of tea together? Boss Tian immediately explained in a small voice. This Mr. Yuan has also encountered something strange, trying to work it out. That's why the other side of town is so interested. Your friend? Fong Jin asked indifferently. Boss Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can I be qualified to make friends with Mr. Yuan? This is the big man I have to flatter. The biggest buyer of our factory's products. If he is going to mess with me, I can only just close my doors and drink the northwest wind. Wow. No tea then. Let's go. Fong Jin waved his hand without giving any face at all and turned around to leave. Whatever you are, big boss. What do I have to do with meeting strange things? It's dangerous, okay. Chapter 99, Mr. Yuan's difficulties. The three of Fong Jin left dryly. This caused Yuan Chang to be stunned. He himself is not a small person in Han City, although it is not considered to be well known, but in the business circle at least there is some weight. It's even been on TV a couple times. Wasn't the attitude of these few young people a little too arrogant, actually giving so little face? He had actually come into contact with the circle of awakened ones and had met some of them, but none of them had encountered this kind of thing. Yuan Chang pondered for a moment and immediately said, Boss Tian, we are business partners, but we can also be considered friends. That big order from our group. I'll leave it to you to do a good job. He also worked his way up from the bottom, so it's very clear to understand one thing. Arrogant people are either cuties, or someone with real skills, so might as well take a gamble. Boss Tian was ecstatic at the words, Yuan General Corporation's big order. If he could eat it, he would not only be able to make a big profit and fill the gap that he had squandered some time ago. The most important thing is to prove the capacity and quality of their own factories, open up channels, and contact a higher circle. The future development can be said to be a step forward. Much thanks to Mr. Yuan. Boss Tian wasn't stupid. He knows what's going on. So he hurriedly stopped the three Fong Jin people, with a pleading face. Master Fong, if you don't have any urgent matters, can you give me the honor to sit here for a while? Please, this order is very important to me. If I take it, my factory can be expanded. I can provide 3,000 more jobs for the society, and I guarantee that their wages will definitely far exceed those of other factory workers. Boss Tian knew very well why Boss Yuan had given himself the order, because he was seriously ill and suddenly recovered. But this miracle was not created by himself, but Fong Jin helped him to create it. What for? Morally kidnapping me? Fong Jin glanced at Boss Tian. Boss Tian was so scared that he hurriedly shook his head. I definitely don't have this intention. It's just that, Master, aren't you guys going to buy a house? This property can be said to be the best in recent years, and it's still Mr. Yuan's property. You guys can actually communicate with each other in a friendly manner. What's there to communicate? We've all been evicted. Ruan Yaowen snorted. This house is not something we country folk are qualified to buy. Boss Tian was visibly stunned at his words. He couldn't help but twist his head to look at Mr. Yuan. Yuan Chang understood, immediately turned around and returned to the lobby. After understanding what happened, he thundered to the sales manager. You don't need to come to work in the future. Go to the accountant to receive your salary for this period of time. The compensation for the dismissal won't be missing you for a single penny. But please leave this place immediately. The sales manager was alarmed. You should know that the basic salary as a manager here is very high, not to mention the high commission after selling a house. Selling a few houses might lead to financial freedom. He begged his grandparents, used up favors, spent all his money, and had enough seniority to get the position. Now it's surprising that they've been sacked outright. Well, the sales manager tried to plead for mercy in his defense, but he couldn't get any words out, and could only make some strange hissing noises. He was sweating in a hurry. Yuan Chang waved his hand, and the security guards arrived at the first time and racked the sales manager directly out. The sales manager whimpered in pain and looked like she wanted to rush over and apologize. But security guards aren't vegetarians. He was carried straight away. Master, this is a misunderstanding, Yuan Chang said smilingly. You are always welcome here, and absolutely no one will kick you out. He knew his place, didn't fawn too much or condescend, and spoke firmly and forcefully enough to inspire a few moments of trust. This may be the temperament of a great businessman. As for the household registration thing, I'm really sorry. This is a new policy that was introduced this year and started to be implemented on a small scale, and the location of my property is relatively important, so that's why there's this kind of regulation. It's really not for us businessmen to decide, Yuan Chang said very sincerely. Actually, this is all a small problem. I can help you solve it. How do I fix it? Fong Jin asked. May I ask the occupations of a few of you? Fong Jin thought for a moment. Hobo. Yuan Chang's smile froze slightly. Nguyen Man said without much care. Me too. Yuan Chang's smile gradually tightened. Yao Qingshi whispered. I don't have much of a serious job, I shoot some short videos and occasionally take some bandwagon ads. Then it's a netizen? Yuan Chang let out a big sigh of relief and immediately said, as long as you are willing, I can immediately help you arrange for the introduction of special talents to settle down. Am I considered a special talent? Of course, forget it. Those stars can be special talents, and you certainly can be. As long as they can bring in tax revenue, anyone is a special talent. As for the process, I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about anything. Yuan Chang could tell at a glance that this little girl was probably an ordinary person, so it seemed especially patient. Yao Qingxi was a bit flattered, but she still subconsciously looked at Ruan Yaowen. Hubby, do you want to settle down? I can do both. For ordinary people, settling in a big city is undoubtedly a very important step in crossing the class, so it's very attractive to most people. Fine, then settle down. Nguyen Yaowen thought about it. Now that you're married, it's always a good idea to be more considerate of each other. The atmosphere eased up a lot. Since Mr. Yuan is so warm and polite, Fong Zhen and Nguyen Yaowen couldn't afford to give another face, so they finally agreed to stay for tea. Soon the five arrived at a business-looking parlor. Fong Zhen sat on the comfortable leather sofa, savoring the authentic rainy day dragon well that was claimed to be authentic, and although he couldn't understand it either, it did feel very fresh and mellow. Mr. Yuan looked composed, but a few anxious moments under the eyes surfaced from time to time. Fong Zhen also did not ink. Let's get right to the point. Mr. Yuan, what kind of strange things have you encountered? If it is within my power, I can try. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid you'll have to hire someone else. Hearing Fong Zhen's words, Boss Tian breathed a sigh of relief. For him, that's half the battle. Yuan Chang stroked his thoughts. Actually, it's not me, but my wife. Some time ago my wife did a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. Isn't that a good thing? Fong Zhen wondered. At first it was really a good thing. Our couple has always wanted a child. Not afraid of your jokes. Trying for 7 or 8 years but nothing. When we found out we were pregnant, we were naturally very happy as a couple. I arranged for the best doctors and nurse practitioners to be with my wife on the spot, so that she could recuperate and try not to have any accidents. But soon, something strange happened. Yuan Chang's expression was odd and very despondent. The speed at which my wife's belly is getting bigger is very exaggerated. She's been pregnant for no more than 10 days. And the doctor said that it's almost as if she's been pregnant for 9 months. But doing all kinds of tests, surprisingly, they came up clean. At the same time, my wife is getting thinner and thinner. How to make up for it? 10 days, pregnant with a big belly, but also lost 30 pounds of flesh, thin skin and bones. It's almost like there's a vampire that's sucking the blood out of my wife. I was ruthless and immediately had the doctor perform a C-section. I had to see what kind of monster was parasitizing my wife's stomach. Results. Mr. Yuan took a deep breath, his tone trembling slightly with a few uneasiness. Nothing in the stomach. Chapter 100 Pregnant Women. There's nothing in the stomach. All the tests were fine and the ultrasound even showed that there was a healthy baby being conceived in the womb. Whatever monster came out of the C-section, Yuan Chang was prepared. A monster had harmed his child, and he had to break the monster into pieces, but favoring nothing in the stomach. In addition to blood and amniotic fluid, nothing. Yuan Chang wanted to vent his anger but had nowhere to vent it, so he could only endure it, and this kind of weird thing made him uneasy and anxious for a good half-month. As for the wife, naturally, she was in a lot of pain, and a lot of tossing and turning went straight to postpartum depression. Fortunately, the family has money, the body slowly recuperate. 2 months' time also gradually recovered energy, the spirit also recovered some. So weird. Fong Zhen inquired Nguyen Yaowen, have you ever met one? Nguyen Yuman shook his head. Unheard of. Rules events are inherently unpredictable, plus the existence of loopholes can make the rules get out of hand. That's why wacky is the norm. Things to hear. Yuan Cost came to recognize his own bad luck. As a result, the weirdness happened again. 5 days ago, Yuan Chang's wife's stomach has gotten bigger again. Test result, pregnancy. Could it be true this time? Nguyen Yuman wondered. Yuan Chang let out a bitter laugh. It's unlikely. It's only 5 days into the pregnancy and it's already showing. And you can already see the baby's embryo in the ultrasound. One encounter with this kind of thing is enough to break up a family, not to mention a second time, if we do it again. Yuan Chang reckoned that his wife was really going to be depressed and jump off the building. And, moreover, he couldn't carry it off. No amount of money can counteract this kind of spiritual attack. Didn't you get a professional to take a look at it? Fong Zhen asked. It was impossible for a rich person of this level to be out of touch with the circle of awakened people, even if Yuan Chang had a few awakened bodyguards. Fong Zhen did not find it strange. Yuan Chang sighed. I've searched. I found a civic club through my connections, but after several trips to the people, there's nothing they can do. That's not surprising. There are all kinds of awakening abilities, and many awakened people don't actually have the ability to handle rule events on their own at all, especially the civil awakening people's organizations. There will be no way to understand the rules events and learn how to deal with them. They just want to get rich on their own. When it comes to this kind of thing, you can only scratch your head. Has the official been notified? Fong Jin asked. Yuan Chang was helpless. Tried. The official people also came, but there has been no result, and I entrusted my friends to ask. To put it bluntly, I even have no casualties here. In the eyes of the official cannot rank at all. The special operations component is severely understaffed. Rules incidents are so frequent that only serious incidents can be prioritized. It's useless even if you're the richest man in Han. In front of the rule event, the gap between the poor and the rich is minimized. Mr. Yuan, please take me to meet your wife, Fong Jin said. Yuan Chang nodded hurriedly. It's upstairs. In order to keep an eye on his wife's condition, he simply brought her to his latest development so that he could be with her at all times. It's not as if there's much faith in Fonstown. It's just that the drowning man wants to try to grab every straw. Soon the crowd came to the third floor. These high-end properties are naturally all furnished and even have all the high-end furniture and appliances to move right in. Enter the house. 4 bodyguards stood guard at the door. The bedroom is huge. There are specialized doctors and therapists fully equipped to take care of them. All women, of course. A variety of testing equipment is available to monitor the patient's condition at all times. The crowd entered the room and saw the bony figure lying on the bed. That is a woman. Can see that the features are very delicate. Simply a star level. Even at an older age, it is difficult to hide the splendor. But the color is very poor. The eyes are sunken. The eyes are lifeless. And you could see that the thin body was clearly covered with a blanket. But the belly was bulging to the naked eye. Mr. Yuan. The female doctor greeted respectfully at the sight. Yuan Chang asked, how is my wife? All of Madam's vital signs are normal. It's just that her mental state is too poor. The doctor shook his head helplessly. Okay, you guys go ahead and get out. Yuan Chang told the doctor and the therapist to leave for now. Wife. Yuan Chang came to the woman's side with some heartache and tightly grasped the other party's hand. The two have been married for almost a decade and are quite in love. Sort of a model couple. Xiao Jingru's eyes were lightless and she just grabbed her husband's hand. Husband, I'm so tired. Can you all go out first? I want to be alone for a while. No, absolutely not. Yuan Chang balked, with a firm attitude and sadness in his eyes. After being rejected, Xiao Jingru also just lay down silently. Not a word. My wife suffers from very serious depression, and once no one is watching, she may commit self-harm. Yuan Chang sighed and explained. He looked at Fong Jin. Expect Fengtown to do something about it. Fong Jin naturally inquired as usual. Ma'am, may I ask if you've been to any strange places before you encountered strange things? Xiao Jingru didn't say a word, not interested in replying. Other than her husband, the others completely failed to raise in her any semblance of a desire to answer. Yuan Chang immediately said, I've inquired about the bodyguard's itinerary, and the places my wife has been to are all very normal. She hasn't been to any strange places, he said as he took out an itinerary, recorded the route of his wife's travels for the last 6 months. Fong Jin took it and looked at it. All very unusual indeed. Parks, shopping malls, tea parties, charity galas, and a dive trip to the Maldives. It's basically a public place. If a rule event exists, there's definitely more than one person who's been hit then. Mr. Yuan, have you checked to see if there have been any cases similar to your wife's in major hospitals recently? Fong Jin asked. Yuan Chang froze. Didn't check. This rare case was specifically checked by private doctors at the time, and there was no similar condition at home or abroad. But whether or not it appears in the near future, he can't really say for sure. Fong Jin said, please go and check immediately. Good. Yuan Chang immediately mobilized his connections and went to major hospitals to inquire about similar cases. Fong Jin, on the other hand, carefully observed Xiao Jingru's every word in action. She was listless, no strength. Hanging on her wrist was a string of Buddha beads made of incense wood, with a deep and restrained color that looked to be of great value. Fong Jin noticed that the other party fiddled with the Buddha beads in his hand from time to time. Madam seems to be a believer in Buddhism, Fong Jin said with a smile. Xiao Jingru seemed slightly more energized. Yes, only talk about things that care. It's the only way to get a little bit of spirit out of a depressed person. Fong Jin discovered something at this time. Xiao Jingru would touch her stomach from time to time, moving gently and carefully, and revealing a demeanor that only a mother could have. It was a difficult demeanor to describe. Expecting, loving, and feeling nervous about the future. How can someone who knows that something strange has happened to them have such a demeanor? It's not like she's actually pregnant. Ma'am, are you looking forward to this child? Fong Jin asked. A few other people revealed odd looks. What a question to ask. Isn't that too revealing? I only heard Xiao Jingru softly reply, well, this is my second child, and I hope to be able to be born safely. Chapter 101, Multiple Cases. A second child? Fong Jin twisted his head to look at Yuan Chang. If he remembered correctly, Yuan Chang had said that they didn't have any children. The other people in the room looked shocked. Yuan Chang, who had just finished the call, also heard the words and his face changed slightly, because of the last pregnancy incident, so he almost did not dare to talk to his wife about the child again, for fear of irritating her. Every time you speak, you are careful. When Fong Jin saw Yuan Chang's expression, he naturally understood the situation. There's more than just something physically wrong with his wife. The thinking has clearly gone off the rails as well. Yes, children are too important. Having a child makes you feel at home. Fong Jin followed the other party's words, and the child of you and Mr. Yuan will definitely grow up to be very cute. Xiao Jingru's eyes gradually brightened and a smile appeared. Yes, I think so too. My husband has always wanted a child. She rubbed her belly with motherly love. Yuan Chang was stunned. He hadn't seen his wife like this in a long time. The wife has been in a very depressed state since that happened. But raising a child is exhausting. Surely the lady has done a lot of preparation? Fong Jin continued. Xiao Jingru couldn't help but nod her head, a smile in her eyes. I've read a lot of tips and prepared an entire room of baby supplies. I've counted on any contingencies. The two chatted pleasantly. Such a state. It was completely impossible to see that Xiao Jingru was a depressed person. The scene almost brought Yuan Chang to tears. Fong Jin didn't really know anything about mother and baby. He just picked a topic and listened most of the time, while Xiao Jingru rattled on about what she had prepared for her child. After chatting for close to an hour, Xiao Jingru then showed a few moments of fatigue before drifting off to sleep. Sleeping quietly, the crowd tiptoed out of the room. Thank you, master. My wife hasn't slept so peacefully for a long time. Yuan Chang thanked him repeatedly. With depression, insomnia is common. Mental exhaustion and insomnia are not naturally related. Fong Jin also opened the door and said, Mr. Yuan, according to my observation, your wife's depression may have something to do with you. Me? Yes. I suppose you've been afraid to talk to her about the baby. She seems to be under the mistaken impression that you don't want a child, and is getting worse and worse. How could this happen? Yuan Chang was at a loss for words. That's not really your fault either, but rather your wife's cognition is distorted. Fong Jin said seriously. Not only is she physically showing pregnancy symptoms, her entire state of being is exactly like that of a pregnant woman, including her thinking. She really feels that she is a pregnant woman. She really feels that she can give birth to a child. These conclusions were summarized by Fong Jin during the duo's casual conversation. Yuan Chang was confused. But what happened in the first pregnancy? She obviously knew all about it. At that time she was so scared that she secretly cried every day. Fong Jin nodded. So if it's not your wife's insanity, then it's her physical body, her cognition, that has been distorted by a mysterious force. In other words, Xiao Jingru really thinks she's pregnant. As for the first time around, she doesn't remember anymore, or simply feel that their first child died tragically, so they cherish their second child even more. Then what should we do? Master, please think of something. Yuan Chang said eagerly. He could tell that Fong Jin was completely different from the other awakened. The other awakened could not find the crux of the matter and simply excused themselves. Don't even want to stay long. It seems that any contact with such bizarre events becomes unfortunate. The only one who is really looking for problems is Fonstown. Fong Jin asked. I asked you to check the cases in the neighborhood. Did you? I'll call right away and ask again. Yuan Chang dialed the phone, and then news from all sides finally came through, and he hurriedly said, yes, within the last 6 months, there have been multiple similar cases, and now it's suspected to be some kind of weird infectious disease. Take me to the nearest hospital where a case exists. Fong Jin said. Yes. Yuan Chang immediately arranged for the driver to drive. Nguyen Nakvan also chose to go along. Yao Qingshi had wanted to go too, but was forcefully kissed by Ruan Yaowen. Good girl. Just don't go. Choose a house here and wait for your husband to come home. Okay. Yao Qingshi agreed with a red face. Soon the driver drove up. Several people headed straight for the nearby hospital. Yuan Chang really is also very energetic. The nearby hospital directly arranged for the doctor to lead them into the inpatient department, and a file was placed in front of them. These pregnant women really give people a headache. The obstetrician and gynecologist look sad. I'm going crazy. The test results are all fine, but their stomachs are getting bigger and bigger every day, and they can't give birth to a real baby. The doctor-patient relationship is very tense today. Some of the patients' families are more sensible and okay to communicate. Some are a problem. They recognize the pregnant woman pregnant, the result of 10 days in labor. but also nothing can be born. Then there are rumors that the doctor used evil magic to hasten the birth of the child and then stole the child, causing panic. And this month there are already 5 doctors who have been beaten and left in anger. The doctor looked despondent. Hospitals are going crazy with these patients too. It's not like you can kick someone out. Otherwise things are more serious. Fongjin briefly looked at the files of these pregnant women. I want to meet those pregnant women again. The doctor was in a bit of a bind. After all, the families of these pregnant women were around and in a terrible mood. It's easy for friction to erupt. But, Mr. Yuan had enough face to call the dean's office directly by phone. Then a few people from Fongjin were released. First ward. The woman was lying on the hospital bed with her big belly bulging. Full of happiness. I feel the baby kicking me. It may be born tomorrow. Husband, are you happy? Happy. The pregnant husband tries to go along with the performance, but privately wipes tears from his eyes in secret. He probably feels like his wife is crazy. So happy to be pregnant with a monster. Second ward. The woman yelled hysterically. I'm not sick. You all lied to me. Where's my baby? Did you lose it because it's a daughter? What right do you have to lose my child? It's the flesh that fell from my body. The woman's parents, mother-in-law and father-in-law, and husband's family all came together to console and explain, but all to no avail. The woman is certain she must have given birth to a child. It's useless to persuade anyone. It's a big mess. Third ward. The pregnant woman is nervous and covers her stomach and looks at everyone like a thief. Husband, drive them away. Maybe they stole our last baby. The pregnant woman rushed out to drive them away. Apparently this is the second time this has happened to her. The pregnant woman's family members were obviously also short-tempered, and immediately scolded. Get out! Get out! Who gave you permission to come in? Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. So Fongjin several people left helplessly. Chapter 102, Infertility? The 3 of them, Fongjin, checked several wards in a row. The encounters vary though, but the diseases are all pretty much the same. It's all like this. Yuan Chang was lost in thought for a while. Pregnant. The instrument check is fine. Can really check that there is a child. But the speed at which the stomach gets bigger is fast and scary. 10 days must be delivered. But nothing can be born. He didn't check the case at the time. I didn't realize how many had popped up in a few months. There's one more thing missing. All the pregnant women are adamant that they're really pregnant. Go investigate their paths. You should find something. Fong Dao. Yuan Chang nodded repeatedly. But even he had a lot of trouble doing this kind of thing. Because she's pretty much the only one who knows where these pregnant women have been lately. Nowadays they are all under key protection. The family of a pregnant woman. How can you allow someone to ask questions from the sidelines? That's why there's been a delay in making any progress. Instead, it almost led to a cluster ********. And just then, Fongjin noticed a ward. On the hospital bed, a young girl, only 16 or 17 years old, with dyed red hair and heavy makeup that couldn't hide her childishness, pretended to look like she didn't care about anything, but nervously gripped the sheet. A grumpy middle-aged woman beside her scolded. Our family's face has been disgraced. 16 years old and pregnant? You really have face. I told you. I'm sick. I don't even have a boyfriend. The redhead screamed. What are you screaming about? You think I don't know? Going to bars and KTV every day. Who knows what kind of wild seed you're carrying? I worked my ass off to put you through school. What a waste of money. I didn't study? It's not like my grades are bad. What's wrong with going to the bar once in a while? And I'm a virgin. A virgin, you know. The middle-aged woman grabbed the red hair and started cursing. Virgin? The last time I saw you holding hands with a man, you have the face to say you're a virgin? The red-haired girl's face reddened. That's my classmate. The middle-aged woman cursed while making a gesture to hit. Wait. Fongjin barged into the hospital room shouting to stop the drama. Who are you? The middle-aged woman sneered. Good there is a wild man looking for the door. It is just right. This sinful seed was born and you claimed it. But also have to give my daughter a large sum of nutritional expenses. Otherwise I will report to warn you QJ underage. Mr. Yuan was about to make a move to set things right when he saw this. But Fongjin stopped him. Normally, this kind of thing can be settled with money. But when it comes to this kind of unreasonable one, I won't give a penny. Fongjin directly stepped forward and gently lifted the middle-aged woman's head. The scene was enough to scare everyone into fainting. In order not to cause a riot. Of course. Fongjin used his ignore ability in passing, causing everyone to ignore the scene. The middle-aged woman was horrified. She suddenly felt herself flying up, unable to move her body. Her eyes glanced down. Her body was slowly falling to the ground like a corpse. Her eyes rolled back in her head and she fainted straight away in fear. The woman in red on the hospital bed looked at Fongjin with some uneasiness. His own mother had just been here. Where had she gone at this hour? What was so important that she let strangers break into her hospital room? Don't be nervous, I'm just asking you a few questions. Fongjin borrowed $500 from Mr. Yuan's bodyguard. Mr. Yuan, please reimburse me at that time. Mr. Yuan was helpless. At a time like this, let's just forget about this little thing for a while. Seeing the red 5 tickets in front of you, the red-headed girl didn't hesitate to take the bill. Ask away. When did this symptom start for you? Fongjin asked. It started 3 days ago. Have you been to any strange places before this? The redhead pondered for a moment and said, nothing strange. Bar, KTV, school, food market, and went hiking with friends. Fongjin thought about it, and all these places were quite ordinary. But the emergence of pregnant women is not an isolated case. Maybe this is the result of a rules event. Is it hard to believe that it's a random event like the cell phone killings? Do you think you're pregnant? Fongjin inquired. The red-haired girl was instantly unsettled as she screamed. Of course I didn't. I told you. I'm a virgin. Do you understand? How could I possibly be pregnant? At the moment, the situation was such that it was clear that what she was saying was true. It's not fooling the mother. Fongjin immediately understood that this red-haired girl was different from everyone else. She was the only one who didn't think she was pregnant, because this is contrary to her perception. How long have you been in the hospital? Fongjin asked. The red-haired girl didn't have the heart to say. Just got here today. Then it means that no examination has been done yet? Fongjin turned his head and said to Yuan Chang, Mr. Yuan, please inform the doctor to give this girl an obstetric examination immediately. I understand. In Yuan Chang's face, the hospital's vice president personally appeared, accompanied by the whole process. The first time the red girl's maternity test is done, the girl in red was flattered. Never having enjoyed such treatment before, the results naturally came out first thing. There's no baby in the belly. The doctors couldn't help but perk up. After all, doctors are going crazy with all the quickie pregnancies that are popping up these days. Never seen a case like this before. Nowadays it's good to have a special case. It's almost as rare as a giant panda. The fact that you can't check for children means it's just a disease. If it's a disease, it can be cured. I told you I wasn't pregnant. The girl in red lay on the hospital bed, breathing a long sigh of relief, her face full of peace of mind. She was pretty sure though that she hadn't engaged in male-female sex and couldn't really be pregnant. But it's still scary. Worried if it's demonic possession, ghost babies reincarnating or some other paranormal event. That's how it's done in the movies. Meet something so bizarre. Who is not afraid? Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as one does not believe that one is pregnant, then one cannot check that a child exists. Not only can it fool the mother, even medical instruments can fool it. It's truly amazing. Fongjin nodded slightly. If the stomach is all water, it should be easily solved with modern medical means. The doctor on the side nodded. As long as all the physiological indicators are normal, you should just do a puncture to draw out the amniotic fluid. The main reason for the doctor's trepidation is, of course, because there are indeed children in the instrumental examination. Now that you can be assured that there are no children, the treatment can naturally be bolder. Yuan Chang looked a bit sad. Master, her problem is solved, but it doesn't help my wife's situation much. There's no way her wife would want to be treated. Fongjin naturally knew this. After all, neither side is quite the same as the other. Fongjin stared at the many case files for a long time and realized something. It is surprising that most of these pregnant women are of advanced maternal age. Doctor, don't many of these pregnant women have a history of infertility? Fongjin suddenly asked. The OBGYN looked at the file carefully. It's true. Many of these patients and their husbands have been trying to get pregnant, trying for years to have a baby. Yuan Chang froze on the sidelines. The situation is very similar to yourself. Nguyen Yu Man whispered. Could the source of the rules be from a certain hospital that specializes in infertility? It's possible. Fongjin nodded. But it soon felt wrong again. If that's the case, there's no reason for the redhead to be pregnant. It's not like she's going to get infertility treatment. At this point, the red-haired girl lying on the hospital bed being examined nervously spoke. Don't you guys just talk about yourselves? I feel a little weird in my stomach. Doctor, can you help me out? The gazes of the people in the hospital room looked at the red-haired girl in unison, only to see the red-haired girl's stomach, unexpectedly at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly deflated. Chapter 103. The change in the red-haired girl stared at the people in the hospital room. Quickly take the patient for an examination. The obstetrician and gynecologist was the first to react, and hurriedly roared. It's scary when your stomach suddenly rises. A suddenly smaller stomach is equally scary. This kind of sudden situation, the probability is that people will die. And the red-haired girl so alive to the hospital. If just die, that's a big deal. Whether the doctor is responsible or not, The hospital is taking the blame for this anyway. Soon the nurses swarmed over the redhead and immediately sent her off to be examined again. Master, what's going on? Yuan Chang cautiously inquired. Fong Jin shook his head. Mr. Yuan, you may have overestimated the ability of people like us. Although all of us possess special abilities, the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. The probability of encountering a special event that happens to be within my understanding is lower than winning the lottery. Yuan Chang actually probably knew a little bit about what was going on in the circle of awakened ones. It's just a matter of caring. He's just in too much of a hurry right now. The test results came back quickly. The results were a huge relief to all the doctors. Everything's fine. It's amazing that all the water in my stomach has disappeared. The red-haired girl was in perfect health and could be discharged immediately. The doctors were naturally ecstatic to see this, and even extended an invitation to the red-haired girl to stay and cooperate with the examination, as they hoped to find out the reason why the red-haired girl had returned to normal. From there, we can work out a cure for the strange disease. Unfortunately, though, the doctors were destined to get no results, because it's not a disease, it's the rules. Knowing that the red-haired girl recovered, Yuan Chang naturally couldn't help but raise a trace of hope in his heart. She can become normal. Wouldn't your own wife be able to do the same? I'm fine. The red-haired girl was also surprised, but then jumped up happily. I told you I wasn't pregnant. I'm leaving. Get out of my way. Don't have eyes. The red-haired girl, who confirmed that she wasn't sick, gradually grew arrogant in her attitude. Can see that. Definitely a delinquent girl in general. 2. Fong Jin was planning to continue bribing with money, but Ruan Yaowen took the lead. Brother, let me do it. There are more effective ways to deal with this kind of little Teiyukai. Only to see Ruan Yaowen grabbing the red-haired girl's hair. His face grim. Damn. If you dare to bark one more time, believe it or not, I'll find someone to kill you right away. Damn. No one has dared to talk to my big brother like this yet. The red-haired girl was dumbfounded on the spot. The youthful frivolity. Likes to be maverick and different. Likes to use arrogant attitudes and profanity to talk back to a world that is not as good as it should be. Doesn't mean she's actually capable of anything. Now, sit down, and answer whatever my big brother asks you. And if there's anything you hide, I'll set fire to your whole family. Ruan Yaowen said viciously. He would have been one of those lawless people. The number of punks and gangsters killed is probably not small. There's a real grimy murderous aura when you put in a hard word. How could Spirit's little sister stand this kind of intimidation? And she was honest on the spot. She sat down shivering, head bowed, trembling with fear, and said not a word. Okay, done. Guinyu Man gave a yay sign and smiled smugly. Fong Jin lost his smile, then asked, I'm asking you a question now, and you must answer truthfully. Did you ever develop the idea of wanting a child? The crowd in the ward looked odd. What a strange question to ask. How can that be? I'm so full I want to have a baby. The red-haired girl replied in a small voice, no longer half as arrogant. Fong Jin's eyes were slightly questioning. Are you sure you don't have one? Do you have a boyfriend? The red-haired girl was about to retort, only to see the murderous eyes of Nguyen Man. She swallowed uneasily a few times, then said, no, not a boyfriend, just a boy I had a crush on. We went hiking together at the time, and I pretended my legs hurt and I couldn't climb, so he held me for a while. You guys went hiking together? Yes. Did anything strange happen during the climb together that had anything to do with having a baby? The red-haired girl froze. There isn't one, but there is a temple on the mountain. I heard that seeking children is very effective, and people come here every day. There is a child-seeking pool on the mountain, and there is a goddess of mercy statue in the pool, and a lot of people throw coins into it to beg for goddess of mercy's blessings. I was, the red-haired girl said with some embarrassment. I was holding hands with the male god. My heart was beautiful, and I fantasized about getting married and having children with him for the rest of my life. What young girl is not pregnant? This is the most ignorant and impulsive age. I've certainly fantasized about a lot of things when I met someone I liked. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. It's the best way to aspire to love. Indeed. A brilliant light flashed in Fong Jin's eyes. Found the problem. That's the root of the redhead's pregnancy. Fong Jin immediately turned his head and asked, Mr. Yuan, I remember that your wife wears Buddha beads on her hands and is also a believer in Buddhism. Has she also been to the temple to burn incense and pray for a child? Yuan Chang sniffed and nodded his head hurriedly. That's right. My wife often goes to the temple to pray for blessings. After the first pregnancy ended, did you go back again before the second? Yes. Which temple is it? Yuan Chang said excitedly. 10 kilometers away. Jingsheng Mountain. There is a Baochang temple on the mountain that is very famous. The incense is very strong, and my wife often goes there. Fong Jin looked at the red-haired girl again. The red-haired girl was slightly lost in thought, then nodded. I went to Baochang Temple as well. Is there a problem with Baochang Temple? Yuan Chang snapped. Not entirely sure yet. I understand. Yuan Chang immediately asked the doctors at the hospital to ask the patients if they had all been to Pachong Monastery. Soon the results of the investigation came out. Without exception, all of these pregnant women have been to Pachong Monastery. The reason, at last, has been found. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. No one thought that the reason behind this bizarre thing was because all the pregnant women had gone to beg for children. Don't you have to break the rules to encounter a bizarre event? Nguyen Yaowen wondered. Just what kind of rules are being broken by asking God for help? Fang Jin said, didn't you hear that delinquent girl say that the temple has a child-seeking pool with coins thrown all over it? According to my guess, this was originally not allowed. A good pool to throw coins for what? The temple is not no merit box. Just the temple monks also cannot argue with these incense, but also have to listen to it, but this does not mean that it is right to do so. These people are so strange. A nice pool has to throw money. Wanting a child doesn't go to bed and work hard. Throwing coins as chicken feathers. Nguyen Yaowen couldn't help but scoff. Let's just say that people who aren't strong enough on the inside will always put their hopes in the void. But eventually the source was found. Fanzin is ready to head out to see what's going on. Before that, Fangjin returned to the hospital room and resettled the head of the red-haired girl's mother. In the future, be nicer to your daughter. Beating and scolding without asking the reason. Next time, you won't be let off so easily. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and tried not to scream. She didn't dare nod her head. I'm afraid my head will fall off again. Fangjin then said to the red-haired girl, get rid of this red hair. Then get your ass back to school and do well. Hang out with socialites again and I'll find someone to kill you. The redhead had never been more well-behaved and honest. Don't dare to retort half a word. 104. A Day of Wishes. The root cause was determined to be the Pachang Temple. Several people from Fangjin immediately drove there. Yuan Chang was both nervous and excited. Now that the root of the problem had been found, maybe his wife would recover after the solution, but was equally very worried, not knowing if this trip would be successful. 10 miles away, which is actually pretty close. Even if you add in the time it takes to drive up the mountain, it's only half an hour away. That historic old temple stands at the top of the mountain. The history of Baochang Temple can be traced back to the Qing dynasty. In the Republic of China inside the monk once went down the mountain to fight against the invaders. So when the people's word of mouth is very good, so the incense flourished. The crowd went up the hill. Today's Baochang Temple, after many rounds of redecoration, a new look, giving a flavor of gold and blue. The temple statues are also plated with a layer of gold, appearing extraordinarily solemn treasure. Fellow monks, in order to respond to the call of the state, this temple is checking for fire safety hazards, and will not be open to the public for the time being. The young monk at the entrance shook his head rather helplessly. Fangjin was stunned. The temple, which is being lined up for fire safety, sounds like a good mix. Yuan Chang was a bit anxious and immediately drew out a large amount of cash. Master, can you do us a favor? We'll just go in and take a look and do absolutely nothing. The young monk's eyes brightened slightly, looking embarrassed. That's fine. Seeing as your hearts towards Buddha are so firm, I'll make an exception for once, but you can only follow me around. You can't just wander around. You mustn't disturb the tranquility of the Buddhist sect. Half an hour. At most you can only stay for half an hour. No problem. Led by the monk, several people entered the Baochang Temple. Inside the once incense-laden Baochang Temple, there is a quiet moment, and a few people followed the monk to the famous child-seeking pool. The monk looked at Fangjin's few people, wanting to speak, with a strange expression. Come to Baochang Temple. Do not go to worship Buddha. Do not go to the divination. Not to visit the monks once against the invaders left behind. The remains of a few big men even had to come to see the pool of child-seeking. It's still true. Rich people have such special interests. At the moment the pool of seeking children. The coins thrown into the pool seemed to have been purposely swept away. The water was clear and dotted with a few delicate, soon-to-be blooming lotus blossoms, but the coins were non-existent. The original water-spouting statue was a child-sending goddess of mercy face that stepped on a lotus sitting on a pedestal, but at the moment it smashed. Water pipes drilled through the walls, hanging empty and bubbling. Master, what's going on here? Yuan Chang couldn't help but ask. Fangjin thought for a moment. It seems that someone found out that there was a problem with the temple before us, destroying the statue of the goddess of mercy and disallowing the scattering of coins, completely cutting off the rule incident from reoccurring. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. Then my wife has recovered? No, the sealing of the temple is clearly not today's event, and it seems to have created an impact that won't go away on its own. Fangjin was lost in thought. He wasn't sure if the source had really been resolved, but today it seems. The state has conducted a sweep and noticed something strange about the Baochang Temple. One doesn't really need to intervene. Go. Fang Jin said after some thought. Yuan Chang asked uneasily. Then my wife. Don't worry. Your wife will be fine. And it occurs to me that if it's just about healing your wife, we actually don't have to come here at all. Hear these words. Yuan Chang's heart was greatly relieved. Listening to the master. Healing his wife was not a difficult task. That's great. That's great. As for the other pregnant women, he certainly didn't care. The crowd was ready to leave. Stayed less than 5 minutes. Although the monk was confused, he naturally wouldn't say anything more and led the crowd out of the temple. But no one noticed. In the temple, there was a pair of cold eyes that were staring at the Fang Jin few people with a deadly stare, not moving away for a moment. Just as Fang Jin's few people were about to leave the temple, Yuan Chang received the call. Hello, wife, how are you feeling now? Recovered? Great. Too good. I'll go back to you right away. Hanging up the phone, Yuan Chang was filled with ecstasy. Finally recovered. Fang Jin was surprised. Really recovered? That's right. That's right. It's my wife herself who told me. Her voice sounds in very good spirits. Exactly the same as before. Yuan Chang couldn't help his eyes reddening as he spoke. His wife suffered, and he felt it too, and had trouble sleeping and eating during this time. Now it's all finally over. Strange. It shouldn't be. Fang Jin was confused. If it was going to be restored, it would have been restored a long time ago. Mr. Yuan was in a good mood at the moment. Thanks to the two masters for their help. My new building is still worth some money. If you two don't mind, I'm willing to take out 50% of the shares and gift it to the two masters. Nguyen Yuman staggered. What a big deal. This is a villa development in the city center, with each set starting at nearly $100 million. The real value of half of the shares of this property has definitely far exceeded the duo's savings. Actually, we didn't do anything. But Mr. Yuan is so generous and kind. How can we refuse? Ruan Yawan said smilingly. Please take care of Mr. Yuan in the future. Well. At first Nguyen Yawan cared nothing for Yuan Chang, not even bothering with such trivia. And at the moment, with his affectionate energy, those who didn't know would think that the two were sworn brothers. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Fang Jin lost his smile and shook his head. He also felt that this reward was a little too expensive. Directly giving up 50% of the shares was equivalent to giving away more than $1 billion. It's more than ho-hum. It's almost like a grievance. Only Fang Jin vaguely felt that something was wrong. What exactly is wrong with it? Can't think of one. At this moment, Fang Jin's cell phone vibrated slightly as he received a message from the Skynet forum. Open it. It was the man who had once intended to sell information to himself. Bro, I'm sorry. I've been too busy lately and forgot about the deal I made with you. You want to know about the superior ability of the imprisonment ability, right? To express my apologies, let's sell my information to you cheaply. 10 million is fine, right? $10 million is astronomical to the average person. But to the awakened, it's nothing. Especially when the other party had offered a sky-high price of $500 million in the first place. This discounted. Straight up broken bones. This asshole suddenly has a conscience? Fang Jin was overjoyed and immediately replied. Of course. The next step is to go through the normal process of trading. The transaction was smooth. This made even Fang Jin grunt lightly. Today's luck was too good. Not only did he make a fortune, even the information that he was most concerned about had arrived. It's simply a matter of the heart. Ruan Yawan scowled towards Fang Jin at this moment. Ha. I just received the news that the Special Operations Department has lifted the blockade on Han City, and the wanted notice against me has been withdrawn. So I don't need to hide from the Special Operations Department in the future. Cancelled? Fang Jin was equally delighted. This means that Special Operations should have given up looking for themselves as well. Good news. That's great news. But, isn't that too good to be true? Fang Jin looked up and looked around. Buddhist purgatory is quiet indeed, but it also seemed a little too quiet. Except for the young monk who led them in. Surprisingly, I didn't see any other monks. This young master, where did the rest of the temple go? Fang Jin suddenly issued an inquiry. The young monk was slightly puzzled. Baochang Temple has always had only the young monk. Where did the others come from? Fang Jin's heart tightened. The other person's demeanor was naturally sincere. It didn't seem like a lie at all. Little master is joking. Fang Jin said. It can't be that in such a large Buddhist temple, you're the only caretaker monk and there isn't even an important abbot. I am the caretaker monk, as well as the abbot. And the abbot, the young monk said seriously. The words are earnest. Incredible certainty. Chapter 105. The quiet temple always gave an uneasy sense of gloom at the moment. Fang Jin can't solve Baochang Temple, but one would never be so stupid as to think that a temple with such a thriving incense has only one monk. The abbot and the abbot are often highly respected monks. The little monk in front of me, too young to look more than 20 or so. How could it be the presiding abbot? Young master, it's really a capable person. Fangjin smiled and said, then we will take our leave first. The young monk laughed, sure masters go slowly. Several people from Fangjin walked out of the gate of the monastery. The smile on his face tightened. It's not right, Fangjin said in a deep voice. At this moment even Yuan Chang, an ordinary person, clearly felt strange. I accompanied my wife to come once. Baochang Temple incense flourished. Monks at least a few hundred people. The abbot is also an old monk in his 80s. This little monk is lying. He looks very serious and very sure of what he's saying. He's not lying. It should be that his perception is distorted. Fangjin said in a deep voice. Cognitive distortion? Literally gives off a very spooky vibe. Yuan Chang took a deep breath. It has nothing to do with us. Right. Let's hurry and get out of here. He was homeward bound and eager to leave to go home to his wife. Ruan Yaowen nodded his head in agreement. Right, brother. We don't need to care so much. Anyway, the state has noticed it and will naturally send someone to solve it. There's no need for us to try to be strong. That's the truth. So I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Fangjin sighed. How can you not walk? Yuan Chang was anxious and immediately walked towards the parking lot on the hill. The driver was sitting in the car waiting for his boss. Old Wang, let's go. Let's drive out of here immediately. Yes, go home. Yuan Chang said hurriedly. 3 people get in the car. The driver drove down the hill. 10 minutes later, the car had pulled away from Mount Kingston. Drive peacefully in the direction of the new building. Leaving. Yuan Chang's face showed joy. He was still really worried about being trapped in the temple. Now that I look at it, it turns out to be unfounded. In the smoothly traveling car, Ruan Yaowen glanced at Fangjin who didn't have much of an expression and consoled. Brother, people make mistakes and horses lose their hooves. Even if it's a miscarriage of justice it's still a normal thing. Don't be too concerned about it. Fangjin smiled at his words. I'm not upset. I'm just thinking about things. If it's really okay, I can't wait to be happy. Nguyen Yaowen was relieved to hear this and happily discussed with Fangjin about how the 50% shares would be divided. Go somewhere to enjoy life after you split the money. Ding dong. Fangjin received a tweet. My mechanical prosthetic limb is installed and covered with simulated skin. From the outside it doesn't look any different from a normal person anymore. So great, yeah. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to give you a good look. Another piece of good news. Sister Fu, congratulations. Fangjin was just about to type, but his hand stopped. He was silent for a moment and turned off the Microsoft. Soon the car drove up. Mr. Yuan did not hesitate to go straight to the 3rd floor. His wife at this moment has been restored as before, painted a light makeup, bright and beautiful, with a charming smile on her face, more dazzling than the expensive jewelry. Hubby, you're back. Xiao Jingru threw herself into Mr. Yuan's arms, exactly the same as before she was sick. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. Wife, you are finally cured, Xiao Jingru said in a petulant manner. What healed? I'm not sick. Yeah, you're not sick. After coming back, Yuan Chang felt that his wife has changed quite a lot. More gentle than before, understanding, and obviously more than 30 years old. Now there is a rare youthful vitality. Men, after all, like to be younger. At the moment, his wife made him love her even more. Yao Qingshi also came with gusto. She smiled and took Ruan Yaowen's hand. I chose a house. You'll love it super. The underground garage is super big, so you'll be able to put as many cars as you like to buy in the future. Really? Awesome. Nguyen Yaowen was overjoyed. Brother, I have something to do. I'll leave first, haha. Fangjin waved his hand. Go. And he didn't stay behind to be a light bulb. Instead, they left on their own. He silently took a cab and returned to Mt. Kingston, then knocked on the closed door of the temple. Open the door of the temple is still that little monk. Only at this time he is wearing the presiding abbot's green robe. People rely on clothes. At the moment it seems to be more mature and benevolent flavor. Scholar, why are you back again? The little monk was surprised. Fangjin said, there was no leaving at all. So how can we talk about coming back? The young monk was even more surprised. The poor monk doesn't know what the monk is talking about. But since you've already left, you can't come back. If you still want to visit the temple, have to give incense money again. Fangjin lost his smile. Gotta raise the money, right? Let's put the matter of the incense money aside for now. Fangjin said seriously. Master, don't you think that the things that have happened to you recently have gone too well? Isn't it nice to be smooth? It's not bad. It's just so unreasonable. If everything is a sham, how can it be good? The monk's speech is too zen. The poor monk doesn't understand. The monk, please return. The young monk's expression gradually calmed down and prepared to close the door. However, Fangjin forced himself against the door and smiled slightly. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. And a monk who doesn't want to be an abbot isn't a good monk. But if your desires are too heavy, you're breaking the precepts of greed. Master. The young monk's expression was perplexed, and a few more struggles and twists emerged. He wanted to wallow in this beautiful dream, don't want to wake up. I don't know what you're talking about. The young monk spoke with difficulty. If you break a commandment, you have to be punished. Fangjin shook his head. It's just that I've never been able to figure out why it's not a punishment, but a reward, when it's clearly something that violates the rules. A dream come true. It's wonderful. Who can break free from such a beautiful dream? Fangjin sighed. Perhaps from the moment they set foot in the temple, they had violated the law. Since the temple is closed, it is naturally not possible for the outer gate to enter. There are many things happening around Fontaine that make him happy, but the more it happens, the more disturbed he became. Perhaps, because Fangjin had once indulged in delusion, he had a natural resistance to such feelings. Fangjin got the information he had been longing for, but when he tried to remember, and couldn't think of anything, because one can't imagine things outside of perception, one naturally can't think of how intelligence works. That moment, disappointed, incredibly lost, Fangjin slowly whispered, so I figured out that breaking the rules still gets you punishment. Those women threw coins into the begging pool. They want children, so they get pregnant and revel in the joy of motherhood. But it's all a lie, and dreams have to wake up sometime. This punishment is not called a dream come true, getting everything you want and losing it all the moment you wake up. Back to square one. Fangjin sighed. Really, it's too bitter. There is a Buddhist saying, there are 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, sickness, death, grudges and hatred, love and separation, the fighting flourishes, and seeking and not being able to seek. Chapter 106. The events of the Buddhist rules are all so different. Sure is marvelous. That's why the red-haired girl, who was obviously pregnant but the hospital couldn't check for a baby, had just dropped a coin in the child-seeking pool on a whim, not really wanting children, much less thinking they should have them. Fangjin was glad he didn't have many desires, so not a lot of good things have happened. He suspected that the incident of the rules of the Baochang temple had begun to step into the second stage, as the situation was much more serious. Those women who seek children are basically fine once they leave the temple, but Fangjin and the others continued to have good things after leaving the temple. Can't beg, can't beg. The little monk's body trembled, and a few moments of pain flashed in his eyes. Fangjin took advantage of the situation and forced the door open. Inside the temple, still dead silent, nothing. So Fangjin fully suspected that the temple's closure was not because the state had stepped in at all, but that it had suffered some other turn of events and had been forced to close. What a fire inspection! Just an excuse. Master, it's time to wake up. You're not the real abbot. This is just a dream. Fangjin looked at the young monk and said, if you know your mistakes, there is no greater good. Let those people back. Fangjin didn't take anything radical, because the little monk is a Buddhist. The rules of the temple must have been scrupulously observed on weekdays as well. A monk who wants to become a host, even if he is bad, how bad can he be? It can only be described as misguided. The young monk actually knew that it was all too good to be true all of a sudden, but a wonderful dream that mesmerized him. Now that he was pointed out by Fangjin, a huge shake arose within him. Not. The little monk covered his head and seemed to have a huge headache. Fangjin took a few wary steps back. Is it the source? If it's the source, then the other person may not be alive. One accidental irritation and something could happen. Fangjin had his hands behind his back, and a strange black flame slowly rose in his palm. Once the other party had the first signs of losing control, he would have to forcefully kill the other party to ensure that the rule event was over before he could do so. Yeah. The pain on the young monk's face gradually receded, and clarity emerged in his eyes. Where am I an abbot of any kind? It's just a watchman's disciple's yellowish dream. My cultivation is still far from enough. Thank you for pointing it out. Young master is polite. Fangjin looked around. Surprisingly, nothing has changed. It shouldn't. Did he guess wrong? The young monk clasped his hands together. Amitabha Buddha. A few days ago, the temple was hit by a great change. I tried to drive away the janitors who came to the door, but as soon as I turned around, all of the temple's brothers and sisters, uncles and elders all disappeared, and I was the only one left. Fangjin's expression changed slightly. You're not the source? Source? The young monk shook his head in disbelief. That's odd. The young monk was the only one in the entire temple. Who else but him? Young master, who knocked down the goddess of mercy statue on the child-seeking pool? Fangjin immediately asked. The young monk shook his head. I don't know. A few days ago, early in the morning to do the morning class of the senior brother, suddenly found that the child-seeking pool was damaged. At that time was going to ask the renovation workers to fix it, but suddenly broke out strange things. What's weird? The people inside the temple, one by one, have all disappeared. Fangjin was beyond confused. If anything, it's a gradual escalation of rules events, but it shouldn't have gotten out of hand so fast. What's more, the temple monks all abide by the rules of purity and discipline. Even if they violate the rules, they will not be so frequent. How can they all disappear? It can't be that all the monks of the Baochang temple have violated the rules of the temple. Unless someone did something. Someone smashed the statue of the goddess of mercy. No! Someone stole the statue of the goddess of mercy. Fangjin was creeped out. Now, the little monk was definitely not the only one in this temple. There's another one. The thief who stole the statue of the goddess of mercy. Fangjin raised his head violently and looked toward the Buddhist temple not far away. He didn't notice any eyes on him, but he knew that someone was definitely watching. Damn it, get the hell out. Fangjin immediately rushed into the nearest Buddhist temple. This is the Hall of Heavenly Kings. In the middle of the hall is enshrined Maitreya Bodhisattva, behind the hall is enshrined Vaisravana Bodhisattva, and on the east and west sides are enshrined the 4 Heavenly Kings, which are powerful and awe-inspiring. There's no one here. Fangjin is getting ready to leave. Instead, an odd sound came from the temple. Fixed eyes. There is a fat monk sitting in the temple. In front of him is a table of sumptuous meals. Chicken, duck, fish and meat, seafood, abalone, everything, beside the white wine and cigarettes. Very nourishing. The fat monk feasted, his mouth full of oil, bearing his lips with a satisfied look. I've been a vegetarian all day, but I didn't know meat was so good. Yummy, yummy. If I could have meals like this every day, it would really be more than divine. The fat monk buried his head and ate furiously, as if there were no one else. Fangjin was startled. He was about to make a sound, but everything in front of him gradually pulled away, as if to the end of the world that he could never reach. Then, disappear. Fanstown knows. This must be a temple monk too. Not really in front of myself. He turned on his heel and walked away, entering the side shrine to the Goddess of Mercy immediately afterward. In the Goddess of Mercy hall, a skinny monk was dressed very fashionably, wearing gold and silver, and walking around in a commanding manner. I'm tired of looking at this place. Tear it down. Tear it all down. I want to build an amusement park, a shopping mall, and a henteing hotel. Yes. Many of the staff behind him in suits were busy nodding their heads, all of them groveling, not daring to retort half a sentence. Ha 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 ha. It's great to be rich. You can do whatever you want when you're rich. You can do whatever you want. The thin monk laughed wildly. There's no Buddhist disciple with half a temperament, like a vulgar world chasing fame and fortune. But that, too, faded. Fangjin continued to turn away without looking. He walked into the largest Desheng Bao Dian, which is the main hall, the largest in size, enshrining the 5 great Buddhas, flanked by the 18 Luohan on both sides, and in the back of the hall, the statues of Manjushri, Pu Xian, and Guanyin, the 3 great warriors of the Goddess of Mercy. This is also the hall with the most flourishing incense, and at this time the Great Hall. Surprisingly, it's all a woozy mess. Many monks in the middle of the hall, smoking and drinking, ugly behavior. There is a very beautiful woman winks like silk, enchanting dance, into the eyes and ears are some unpleasant things. Color is empty, and empty is color. At this time in the Great Hall, empty awesome. The biggest Buddhist temple hides the dirtiest desires. Eat, drink, power, lust. Fangjin muttered and turned to leave. Is this going to destroy the entire Pachang temple? All the monks were caught up in the illusion of desire. Fangjin couldn't believe that all monks were so unstable. So there's only one possibility. Rules, out of control. The smallest desires of the heart are awakened. But I'm still fine. Fangjin came to the Buddhist temple and took down a burning candle, then nonchalantly lit the wooden pillar, the flame slowly spreading in billowing smoke. Fire, the thing that purifies. It's the one thing in the world that's not afraid of bull. Out of control rules, too, have their own operating logic. Since I'm okay, that means there's a certain condition that hasn't been met. Fangjin was full of concern. The difference between me and the monk is probably that I haven't seen you before. What's there to hide? Come out and drag me into the illusion too and you win. If you don't come out, then we'll die together. Chapter 107, The God Paradox. A blazing fire burned. The flames were spreading rapidly, and the 4 words Maharishi's treasure hall were on the verge of being completely covered. The intense smoke was very choking, and Fangjin was dead set on guarding the gates of the monastery. The temple has a back entrance, but it's locked. If you want to leave the temple, you have to go through the gate. Fangjin could be certain at this moment that someone was definitely manipulating everything in the dark, so he had to force the other guy out. Otherwise, this rules event will never end. The flames kept burning moment by moment, and eventually, completely engulfed the Maharaja's temple, leaving behind only a pitch black frame. And the fire didn't stop there. Sporadic bits of fire fell on other Buddhist temples with the wind. And so a fire, completely and utterly uncontrollable, swept through the temple. It's on fire. The temple. The young monk sat helplessly on the ground, looking at the fire and sighing. And Fangzhen's heart gradually fell to the bottom. The heat wave kept coming. But the one hidden in the temple hasn't shown up yet. Could it be a mistake? A mount. If that's the case and you burned the temple with your own hands, it's not just breaking the law, but it's missing a great virtue. The flames burned. It's like trying to burn a hole in the sky. Just then, a voice rang out from the temple. God says there is no fire. The next moment, the monstrous fire subsided into nothingness. Abrupt but weird. Fangzhen couldn't help but stare. The fire actually just went out. A woman walked out of the chamber in the backyard of the temple. She was dark-skinned, wore curly hair, had a somewhat bloated and out-of-shape body, and looked to be at least 40 years old. It's like the middle-aged women you see everywhere on the street. Fangzhen was surprised. What are you? The middle-aged woman didn't answer, and in her hands she held a statue of the goddess of mercy in a death grip, obviously knocked down from the child-seeking pool. The little monk who was paralyzed on the ground was filled with surprise. Scholar, it's you? Who's this? Fangzhen wondered. The young monk quickly explained. This has often come to Baoqiang temple incense praying for blessings of the incense. Very pious. The road to the mountain are walking, and 3 steps a kneeling, 5 steps a worship, 7 steps a bowing. Not only do they seek to worship the gods, but they stay and clean the temple from time to time. And donations of incense money are also very generous, as little as a few thousand, or tens of thousands. That's why it's very famous at Baoqiang temple. All the monks recognized her, and she often mobilizes people around her to hold release ceremonies, releasing fish, shrimps and turtles bought from the food market into the sea. The middle-aged woman's surname is Kai, and her name is Kai Fanli. Fangzhen said in a deep voice, Auntie, put down the statue of the goddess of mercy first. This is a great disrespect to the bodhisattva. At this point in the scene Fangzhen can be sure, there's definitely something seriously wrong with the canon statue. Maybe it's the source. And this older woman, without sorrow or joy, looked like a manipulated puppet. Bodhisattva? Kai Fangli slowly shook her head. Buddhas and bodhisattvas can't save me. I don't believe in Buddhas anymore. I believe in God. Only God can save the world. I've been lost for too long. I've finally found a place to return to. Fangzhen's face was wary. God's rant. Shouldn't be crazy. This kind of mentally abnormal person was the most dangerous. It was easy to become the carrier of the black spot. Spawning rule events? At this moment Fangzhen couldn't help but wonder if it could be that she was the source. God says that everything is restored as it was before. The older woman spoke word for word, her tone reverent. Next moment, the Buddhist halls that had originally been burned beyond recognition had actually all changed back to their original appearance. Fangzhen's heart was shaken. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? God loves the world, and you are also an apostle of God, so don't do such dangerous things in the future. Kai Fanli said indifferently. God's apostle. There's something familiar about that moniker. Fangzhen recalled. At first, Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming had popularized it. There are some nutty religions that will call the awakened ones apostles of God, but by the standards of a modern, harmonious society, it's blatantly a cult. All the monks of Baoqiang temple were led into the abyss by you. Is this what you call God's love for the world? Fangzhen sneered. Your God is really generous. It's none of my business that their own wills are not strong enough to lead them step by step to depravity. Fangzhen questioned. It has nothing to do with you. Why do you stay here all the time? Kai Fanli had a pious face. It's all God's guidance. Believing in God but hugging a statue of goddess. Are you out of your mind? This is likewise God's guidance. Although on the outside it appears to be a statue of the goddess of mercy, it is God's gift to the world, and it is natural for me to take it. She remained pious. You are also an apostle of God. Join me in the religion. Serve the true God to live truly. And what can your God do for me? Kai Fanli glanced at Fangzhen with slight dissatisfaction. Disliked his wording. Lost sheep. God is omnipotent. A few moments of fervor surfaced on Kai Fanli's face. If you have to give an example, God's mercy brought my dead child back from the dead. Back from the dead? A lot of religions have bridges that come back from the dead, but those are just made up by believers. Fangzhen scoffed at this. Perhaps there are awakened people who have done things by their own power that the world cannot understand. For example, saving a child who was about to die. My child, reborn from the ashes in a fire. This is a true miracle. Kai Fanli spoke with incomparable exhilaration. Every time she recalled that scene, it gave birth to infinite gratitude. Fangzhen looked slightly stunned. It's one thing to treat people to save them. Reborn from the ashes? How is this possible? I'm leaving. God's gifts need to return to God's temple. Kai Fanli slowly said. You can choose to leave with me and serve God, and this world will eventually change because of us. Likewise, God will fulfill your deepest and greatest desires. Biggest wish? That sounds a little familiar. Fangjin thought of the wooden box he had gotten from Zhu Ziming. Is it a coincidence? What if my greatest desire is to kill God? Would God help me fulfill it? Fangjin asked mockingly. It's a paradox. God is all-knowing and all-powerful. But could God have created a rock that he couldn't even lift himself? If you can, is it still omnipotent if you can't lift a rock? If you can't, what kind of omnipotence is it if you can't even create a rock? Kai fondly said angrily. You are blaspheming. You're the one who said God can grant my wish. So blame me? Fangjin rushed up with an arrow step, ready to forcefully take away that statue of the goddess of mercy. Fangjin was certain. The statue of the goddess of mercy is surely the key to the events of the rule. But what happened next made his jaw drop. Fangjin's body unexpectedly passed through Kai Fengli's body. It's like one of them is just a ghost without a physical body. With God's blessing, how could you possibly hurt me? Kai Fengli was indifferent. Do you think I don't show up because I'm afraid of you? She's not showing up for another purpose. Fangjin's face darkened. It's not just mastering the power of rules, talking so metaphysically. If you have the ability to put down the goddess of mercy, I'd like to see if your God protects you. Being in a rules event, it was supposed to be out of control. Fangjin didn't know the other side's details, so naturally he would suffer. There is good news, though. The other party, too, didn't know Fangjin's bottom line. Foolish, ignorant. Kai Fengli shook her head in pity. People like you will sink in hell, unworthy of entering God's heaven. She turned, her form rising surprisingly slowly, stepping through the air, flying off into the distance. Such a scene was like a real miracle, unbelievable and contrary to common sense. It was just that the person walking in the air like a god was an ordinary middle-aged older woman. The contrast is just a little bit too great. The young monk's cognition collapsed and his face was filled with shock. Fangjin stared at the figure in the air. Sink? Hell? A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A wooden box appeared in his hands, ancient in color, bubbling with dense light, mysterious and incomparable. Wooden box. I am willing to be trapped here in exchange for her being with me and not being allowed to get out of the trap. Fangjin slowly said. Buzz. Space trembles. Walking in the air, Kai Fengli's face changed drastically. No! Her body fell uncontrollably down to the Baochang Temple. Chapter 108, Faith collapses again. In the Baochang Temple, Kai Fengli fell from the air in a lousy manner and fell to the ground. She held her waist and continuously sucked in cold air, like a patient with a severe lumbar disc herniation. You, what did you do to me? Kai Fengli asked in fear. Fangjin sneered. I have just discussed with God and withdrawn my gift to you. And by the way, I have sent you to this hell. So take a look at how the environment is here. Pick a room and prepare for a long stay. You're talking nonsense. God has always favored me. Kai Fengli was very angry. She tries to leave Pochang Temple again, but an invisible force stopped her. It made it impossible for her to walk out of the temple. How can this be? Kai Fengli became terrified. She clutched the statue of Guanyin in her hands in death, possessing God's blessing. She was obviously omnipotent. Why couldn't she walk out of this small temple? Seeing the other party's disoriented appearance, Fangjin just remained calm and silent. He had been thinking about the use of the wooden box. There are two prerequisites that must be met for wooden box to fulfill his heart's desire. One is that there must be an exchange of equivalence. That what one wants to get, one must give. And the second is that it must be something that the heart desires. And if the desire is not urgent enough, it is of no use. He'd thought about it, and it was nearly impossible to accomplish life goals or anything with a wooden box, because to gain you must first lose. It's balanced. But there is one situation that lends itself well to the use of wooden boxes. That's what's happening right now. When falling into absolute disadvantage in the face of danger, you can force both sides into danger together by wishing on a wooden box. Abbreviation, same thing. As it is now, Guanyin statue in the hands of Kai Fengli can be said to be in full control of the situation. Even if she wants to leave, Fangjin cannot stop, and also cannot leave this cannot leave world. It makes sense to say that this place is hell. So, this moment is the best time to move the wooden box. As for the effect, very successful. Kai Fengli, who was able to do whatever she wanted, was unexpectedly unable to get out of Baochang Temple at this time. Fangjin paid the price of being trapped here, in exchange for the other side also trapped here. And thus, a balance was reached. Kai Fengli was lost in thought at the moment and had a confused look on her face. I must leave here. I must leave. Kai Fengli said angrily. You quickly let me out of here. Fangjin had an indifferent face. I can't even leave. Why can you leave? Just stay together and see who wears out who. You can ask God to save you. Isn't it omnipotent? Kai Fanli's face became very ugly. You're sinking into hell and God isn't helping, so it doesn't look like you're being very helpful. Fanzhen continued the verbal stimulation. You miserable blasphemer. Kai Fanli held the statue of the goddess of mercy and glared at Fanzhen. I want you to pay the price. Next moment. Surprisingly, two huge stakes crashed down from the sky above, piercing heavily into the earth of the temple, crossing over and forming a slanted cross. Immediately afterward, Fanzhen's body was uncontrollably hung on the cross. God says that blasphemers should suffer from skinning and bone crushing. Kai Fanli prayed to God and then spoke in a cold voice, like a judge, only to see Fanzhen's flesh and blood begin to bloom, his bones being drawn away, his skin given to tearing, and great pain surging madly like a wave. The slanted cross is stained with blood. The young monk in that temple let out a terrified shriek. He had grown up in a monastery. Where had he ever seen such a scene? Little master, just look want to come and help? Fanzhen, who was hanging on the cross, opened his mouth vaguely, and even had a few smiles. Blood dripped and dripped down the cross to the ground. Touchy-feely, the young monk fainted in shock on the spot. A few moments of shock surfaced on Kai Fanli's face. You're fine? Fanzhen, who was hung on the cross, spoke indifferently. At first, I wasn't sure if this rule event was created by you, or if the goddess of mercy statue in your hands was the source, but I now know that you don't know anything at all, and are just an ordinary person who has been fooled by religion. Do you think you really have the blessing of God and so have become omnipotent? No. This rule event is called Seek Not. The words just fell. The appalling injuries on Fanzhen's body disappeared and he easily jumped down from the cross. It's true that everything you want can be realized, but it's all fake, not real. And the source of the rule incident is the statue of the goddess of mercy in the hands of Kai Fanli. The moment he was skin and bone just now almost caused Fanzhen's spirit to collapse, even if it's a false sense of pain. But just fool the brain. That's true. If Fanzhen carried on a little longer, he might actually die. This was because the brain would send all sorts of messed up commands to the body due to the false pain, causing the body to go into shock. Luckily, though, Fanzhen had seen through to the heart of the rules event. As long as he's firm in his belief that it's all a lie, all this, then, would have no effect on him. You're talking nonsense, Kai Fanli scolded. How can it be fake? If it's true that you fell out of the sky and didn't die from the fall, just a little pain in your back, do you think it's possible? Fanzhen said. It looks like she's walking on clouds, exalted as a god who walks the earth. In fact, she actually walks on the ground. Therefore, when she fell, it was only a backache. Otherwise, at her age, where could she be so alive when she fell from dozens of meters? Kai Fanli trembled. Because it's a miracle. A miracle. Still on miracles. Do you know that the women who prayed from the child-seeking pool were all pregnant after they left? But what they were carrying wasn't a child at all, and they couldn't give birth to a child at all. Everything is, in the end, an empty joy. They have no children, and you have no miracles. No, it won't. I saw many pregnant women coming to return the favor. It's true. You're lying to me. Kai Fanli was emotional. She couldn't accept her perceptions being overturned, instinctively resisting everything. It's you blasphemer who was deceiving me. Kai Fanli hugged the statue of the goddess of mercy. You deserve to die. All heretics should be exterminated. Subsequently, a blazing fire rises around the town of Fang. The flames were like roaring fire dragons, circling and rising, and the flame was surprisingly golden, as if it was a sacred fire that could purify all filth. But Fanzhen just casually said, God says that I am God and I am inviolable, only to see the flames come to an abrupt end and disappear without a trace in an instant. Kai Fanli stared at Fanzhen with a stunned look of disbelief. You're not the only one who can have your dreams come true here. Fanzhen said slowly, do you believe that this is all fake? Or do you believe that I am actually God? The moment Kai Fanli's faith collapsed once again, she broke down and lost her voice. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At the moment she is receiving the punishment that belongs to her. Chapter 109 Rules, etc. Kai Fanli sat paralyzed on the floor, incredibly sad. She had a stable family of 3, cozy and happy, but because of a small negligence on his part, his 5-year-old son fell down the stairs and died. Since then, the family has been torn apart. No more laughter. Her husband couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and divorced her, leaving her disillusioned and pinning her hopes for life on faith and religion. She began to pray to God that life would return to normal. She was more pious than anyone else, starting to worship the Buddha as soon as she opened her eyes, thinking about how to do good and build up virtue as soon as she closed her eyes, and even slowly donating all her savings to the temple. But, life is still a mess. There has been no improvement, until it's all spent. She feels hopeless in her life, but at a time like this, She meets a man who claims to be God's spokesman to create a perfect new world. If one is willing to believe in God now, then one will be among the first people of the new world and have all one's desires fulfilled. So, having lost hope, Choi Fon Lei joined the new religion without a second thought. And the miracles performed by the bishop drove her crazy. She carried her son's urn, and after a complicated ceremony by the godfather, among the ashes, her son was reborn, in front of the eyes of all the congregation, in plain sight, resurrected. Kai Fon Lei hugged her son and cried bitterly, feeling that she was the luckiest person in the world and that all her piety had paid off. 3 minutes later, though, her son re-emerged as ashes and disappeared, which nearly made her break down again. Fortunately, the godfather promised that all people's wishes could be realized as soon as the new world was born, and her son will truly come back to life. At this point, Kai Fon Lei was completely dead to the church, and one day, the bishop told her something, that a divine object blessed by God had appeared in Pachang Temple. Someone needs to bring it back, and she was the only one in the entire church who was best suited to do it. So here she is. She didn't care why God's blessing appeared on a statue of the goddess of mercy. All she knew was that the new world was her only hope. So whatever the godfather asked her to do, she would do it without hesitation. After obtaining the statue of the goddess of mercy, she followed the instructions of her godfather and stayed at the Baochang temple. The bishop said that Pachangji was God's chosen hell. So the only way God's blessings can truly reach the earth is if Pachang temple is completely reduced to hell. She watched the masters of old, each caught up in their desires, without a ripple in her heart. Surely they are all people who deserve to go to hell. God can do no wrong. She believed beyond belief in what she was now choosing to believe. And everything is as the bishop said. Pachang temple was turned into hell. And she, blessed by God. But now, she was being told, do you believe this is all a lie? Or do you believe that I am in fact God? Neither option was acceptable to her. The bishop didn't say that. How can it be fake? But it's a blessing from God. So why should the other side? Fangjin just quietly looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, watching her break down, cry, numb, and lose it. That's a regular guy. Have no idea what a rule event is or what the source is. Just coaxed into coming here. This statue of the goddess of mercy is a dangerous thing, because it's the source. A rule event occurs where it is located, but then it can be moved around at will like an awakened object, and it seems to be artificially manipulated. Casual contact by others is dangerous. I don't know why this older woman was able to make contact. Maybe because it was a better fit? Undo the rule event and destroy the statue of the goddess of mercy, and this dream will end. Fangjin said in a deep voice, it's time to return to reality. You can't dream for too long. Otherwise it would be too much to handle the reality. Reality. No, this is my reality. Kai Fon Lei screamed as she clung to the statue of the goddess of mercy for dear life. If this is hell, then she'd rather sink too. That was her hope. Hope. It's her life. Her figure unexpectedly faded away. Fangjin was shocked. Hey, but there was no time to stop it. And Kai Fon Lei disappeared. It's not leaving. Rather, like those monks, they are caught up in the fantasies of desire. Only the monks were forced to. And she was active. Oh no, what am I going to do? Fangjin realized the seriousness of the problem. When he made the wish, he specially left a heart, did not say the word forever, and did not say similar words such as cannot get out of the trap, is to leave a ray of hope to escape from here. He was already trapped here himself, and it was naturally fine to pull the other party down. If the rule event is processed, you won't be trapped yourself, and that wish will come to a natural end. The two will get out of the trap together. But now comes the question. The opponent is actively trapped in the rules event. It's not like you have access to the goddess of mercy yourself. Doesn't that mean that one is going to be trapped forever? This can't be done. Fangjin hurriedly searched the temple courtyard, but the goddess of mercy had already disappeared. He saw Kai Fon Lei's silhouette in the compartment, as unreal as a mirage. In the illusion, she was holding a cute little boy with a contented face, and her husband stood beside her in a pampered manner. A family of 3, in a very happy and harmonious manner. That's the reality she wants. Now she's got it. Since broken dreams lead to despair, it's better not to break them. This is really a cocoon. Fangjin let out a bitter laugh. No one trapped in a dream is in a space. Square Town can't reach the other side. He pulled out his cell phone. After thinking about it for a moment, I had no choice but to put it back. It didn't work. Even if you call your contacts to come to your rescue, it's just a dream of being rescued. This big mom managed to take a rules event and make it a dead end. Fangjin strolled aimlessly through the temple, hoping to find any clues to get out of the trap. Unfortunately, nothing. And so time passed slowly. 10 days later, Fangjin is still trapped in the temple, but not hungry or thirsty. It seemed as if the state of life had stopped at the moment of being trapped. He tried everything to get out, but it all failed. If only I could find the statue of the goddess of mercy. Fangjin leaned against the wall in boredom, muttering to himself. Next moment, a lifelike statue of the goddess of mercy appeared, but Fangjin turned a blind eye. It's not like it's real. Fangjin looked at the statue of the goddess of mercy as if he was dazed, and suddenly thought of something. Why did that older woman stay at the temple for so long? She obviously could have left a long time ago. Hell, hell, hell. Fangjin meditated, and suddenly blessed with a heart. Rule Stage 2. She's waiting for the rule event to step into Stage 2. The fact that she can take away the statue of the goddess of mercy already belongs to the loophole. The second stage creates vulnerabilities. Loopholes can throw the rules out of control. Rules events will be more confusing and scary as a result. But again, it would be destructive to the rule itself. The statue of goddess of mercy, which holds the good wishes of man, has guided the temple to become a hell of desires, and so the rules have begun to be confused, and all sorts of loopholes have begun to appear. Only Fangjin didn't notice. No, not unnoticed. Rather, I didn't expect it. I get it. The temple is, in fact, full of loopholes. Fangjin broke into a Buddhist temple. He looked at the vapors of the monks in front of him. Come on, then I'll fall too. He laughed heartily. Next moment, the temple collapsed. A beautiful palace rose from the ground. Fangjin wore a crown and a dragon robe, sitting on top of the dragon chair, while in front of him were the courtiers who knelt down and bowed their heads. He held the jade seal in his hand. Ha 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 ha. By the order of heaven, both life and eternity, I am the son of heaven. Pass on my decree. The whole country celebrates together. First celebrate for a year. All people let go of eating and drinking. No labor allowed, only allowed to enjoy. 3,000 harem beauties are not enough. Expand, expand again. I'm going to start enjoying myself. Women, power, I want it all. Rules, wait. Chapter 110, Stage 3. Recently, the city's extremely prestigious Jingshang Mountain experienced a serious mountain collapse, which has now been blocked off, with no casualties for the time being, so please stay away from the general public to avoid accidents. On the TV, the newscaster reads a press release with a smile on his face. This is one small news item among countless others. A mountain collapsed. It doesn't seem to have much to do with the lives of ordinary people. So much big news. This is nothing. The big deal is just one less place to hike and exercise and burn incense. So not too many people care. Yao Qingshi watched the news and was filled with worry because Ruan Yaowen had left for 10 days and hadn't come back yet. If memory serves, that's where they went to this place called Mte, Kajamusha. Landslide. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. Now that the entire Jingshang Mountain had been cordoned off, ordinary people couldn't even enter, and could only wait outside. At this time, the room walked into a woman in her 30s with a haggard face but could not hide her beauty. Her face was slightly pale, and she had a few moments of Daiyu's temperament. Qing Si, Mrs. Yuan. Yao Qingshi got up. She is Xiao Jingru, Yuan Cheng's wife. At this point, her stomach had subsided. Apparently the delivery is complete. Certainly did not produce a child. But Xiao Jingru wasn't depressed for long, because she soon realized something even worse, her husband was missing. The phone doesn't work. All acquaintances and friends have been contacted. No one knows. So unable to care about bemoaning the baby, she waited at the door every day like a lookout, waiting for her husband to return. Of course, the same thing happened to Yao Qingshi. 2 women, 2 looking stones. Qing Si, is there any news? Xiao Jingru asked. Under the same illness, the relationship between the 2 women had skyrocketed in the past 10 days. Yao Qingshi sighed. There's no news, and Jingshang Mountain has never been unsealed. So I don't know what exactly is going on. The state has taken it upon itself to blockade it. There's nothing anyone can do. The richest man in the country is useless. Okay. Xiao Jingru was lost in thought for a while, and silently walked to the front door of the villa again, her eyes staring melancholically into the distance. If nothing else, this state of affairs will remain for another full day. Yao Qingshi smiled helplessly, but her heart was cold. How could she not be herself? The new husband got his license and disappeared, leaving only one black card that couldn't be used in any way, only with a cold bank balance for company. She used to think that this kind of life, she would surely love madly. In the future, she could just dash around, traveling all over the world, and could buy all the cars that she dared not dare to ask for before. But after that man barbarically intruded into his heart, she just realized, some people, it's just going to be a few points heavier than money. So Yao Qingshi turned off the TV that was broadcasting the news, silently put on her pink cat ear helmet, and went to the underground garage. There was a newly purchased motorcycle in the garage. Each one is brand new and full of mechanical and violent beauty. I wasn't supposed to be a law-abiding person anyway. Honey, I'm coming to save you. Han City Special Operations Group. Chief Captain Wei Mingyan looked at the intelligence in his hands, his face obviously not very good. In front of him, the 7 captains have gathered, which of course included the captain of the 5th team, Xu Xiaoyuan. All of you are the backbone of Han City's Special Operations Team, possessing powerful abilities unimaginable to normal people, and there was supposed to be an extremely high-impact, Class A incident that needed to be picked to be solved. It's kind of a distinction, because it's a mission arranged by the higher-ups. It's very dangerous. You can get a second-class merit, even if you die. You can go into the martyrs' cemetery and glorify your ancestors, and the quotas are all hard to snatch, and I've gone to great lengths to snatch one, but now the top has taken the quota back. Wei Mingyang angrily slammed the table. Son of a leadership. The captains looked different. Being able to be a captain, not only do you need to have a strong awakening ability, but again the background is important. You need to be very clean. You need to have faith. You need to be patriotic. It's too easy for awakened people without faith to do whatever they want. This cannot be allowed in a harmonious society. And the captains of the roots, on hearing the second-class credit, were not calm on the spot. In times of peace, it's not so easy to get second-class honors. A second-class merit. Return home can be in the hometown walk sideways. See who is not happy with a kick fly alright. People also want to praise you kick good. If you're lucky to get a first-class merit, that would not be honorable. This is a single page of the genealogy. From now on, you're the clan. You're the ancestor. Boss, why was the quota taken back? It couldn't be that you were too much of a wimp during the meeting at your headquarters and were robbed by another department, could it? Why don't you dare to fight with the minister? A man with a stout body like a big black bear asked in a jar. The person who spoke was the captain of the 2nd team, Jiang Rulong. Wei Mingyang couldn't help but get up and give Jiang Rulong a kick. Who dares to grab my quota? Jiang Rulong resentfully covered his buttocks and didn't dare to talk. A beautiful young woman dressed as a flowery woman, shaking a small paper fan, asked suspiciously, what was that all about? Team 7 Captain Ming Jilun. Wei Mingyan blackened his face and opened the slideshow behind him. Several landscape photos appear in the slideshow. Instead, the photos are of MT Kajamusha taken from different angles. MT Gyeongseong is one of the more famous places in Han, so you captains are no strangers. 3 days ago, a strange turn of events occurred on MT Jingsheng. Many clay figurines of small people appeared, shaped like statues of Buddha but wreaking havoc like wild beasts, and after on-site investigations it was possible to determine that these were all loopholes. Wei Mingyan spoke slowly. Photos also switched quickly. A picture of an odd little golden man appeared in front of the crowd, like little miniature Buddha statues, not quite the size of a palm, but so ferocious that stones can bite through them. Wei Mingyang said, Jingsheng Mountain was born a rule event, and just found out is the 2nd stage. Not sure of the danger for the time being, but the initial deduction, and a large number of women oddly pregnant has something to do with it. Fortunately there should be no casualties. At this moment, Xu Xiaoyuan, who was eating a lollipop, said, this is actually quite normal. Many rule events don't cause too much damage in the 1st stage. It's hard to find out in the first place, and even if you do, you don't have enough manpower to fix it. That's the idea. Wei Mingyan didn't refute it, but he has once again released some new photos. This is a photo from 2 days ago. The crowd took a closer look and were a bit dumbfounded. The clay figurines disappeared. The mountain appeared many small people wearing dragon robes. They do not do any damage. Is a hard to eat? Eat the mountain are empty. The mountain of pheasants and rabbits, squirrels and sparrows. One did not escape. All were eaten. The number far exceeds that of clay figurines. Dense, like locusts. The vulnerabilities have been upgraded, and the number is very high. Wei Mingyang once again released new photos. Take a look. This is a satellite photo taken yesterday. Luckily it was blocked off in time, or else the surrounding kilometers would have fallen. The dog leader above has sent word that you, Han City, will finish your own family business first. The events of the 3rd stage of the rules have appeared, and you guys didn't even notice it at all? Wei Mingyang's face turned blue. Can someone tell me what's going on? The loopholes are this serious. How come no one noticed? Stage 3 rule events, no matter what the grade, all of which can cause great damage. It's mega catastrophe level. Latest on the photos. Surprisingly, countless small, well-trained soldiers swarmed out, dressed in odd interstellar garb and armed with small guns, and began to loot around. Though they looked no different than toys, but they were well-trained, scourged all the livestock around them, and moved away to build granaries, and even a small bunker, albeit only the size of a beehive. It looks like they are trying to take over the planet. The captains were dumbfounded. It's something. Chapter 111, A Sea of Stars. Loopholes depend on rules. If there are no rules, there are naturally no loopholes. Speaking of the relationship between rules and loopholes, it's kind of like the human body and the cancer cells. If the human body dies, the cancer cells have to die as well. But the cancer cells don't care. They just reproduce themselves desperately until they completely collapse the human body. What will the vulnerability look like? Fang Zhen had thought about this before. He hasn't experienced many rule events, so he hasn't encountered many loopholes. So he guesses that how the loophole behaves is tied to the context in which the rules event takes place. In school, the loopholes that Fang Zhen encounters come in the form of teachers, classmates, and hostelers, and then wreak havoc on people and things around them. But that's only phase 2. What a stage 3 vulnerability would actually look like. Fonstown is inexperienced anyway. Of course, right now he didn't care. He was just having a good time inside the Pachang temple. The gorgeous palace was a scene of song and dance. The princes and ministers at the banquet tirelessly ate and drank and watched the songs and dances. As the emperor of the town of Fang nature more extravagant, gold cups of wine, jade chopsticks, food, beside the harem of the best in the service at the side. The scene was once very ridiculous. Is simply a model of a dim-witted king. On the other hand, on the side of the palace, the young chancellor boredly ate the food in front of him, looking at the emperor on the dragon chair with eyes full of contempt. Fang Zhen, have you played enough? The chancellor scolded. Fang Zhen glanced at the chancellor, yelling at me, want to die? Give me death. I can't take it anymore. I've been eating and drinking continuously for a whole year. I'm about to vomit. The young chancellor wailed. You'd better lock me back up. I just can't take it anymore. He was no one else but Huang Jingxin, the roommate that existed in Fang Zhen's space of consciousness. Fonstown fell in a vision, but he knew he couldn't really get lost, so he needs a constant reminder of his props. It's like a gyroscope in Inception. A gyroscope that keeps spinning means everything is false. So he released Huang Jingxin. He couldn't do it in real life. But here, he could make his dreams come true. Little Euro, do you really want to go back and continue cohabiting with that sickly crazy woman? Fang Zhen asked. Huang Jingxin couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the crazy woman in the space of consciousness. That woman wasn't much of a threat though, but it traumatized him. A cloaked woman who stares at you all day and then repeats the question over and over again. Will you love me forever? It's really devastating. But he's just a memory, a piece of will, and it doesn't really break down. Life can only go on and on. Send me back. I can't stand it here either. Huang Jingxin wasn't really a person after all, and he instinctively wanted to return to where he belonged. The surrounding princes and ministers, like dogs and pigs, kept eating. It's just very disgusting and revolting to look at. Okay. Fang Zhen shut Huang Zhangxan back down. He pondered for a while, then waved his hand. And the harem beauties, princes and ministers, and countless wines and delicacies suddenly disappeared without a trace, all ceasing to exist. It's lasted for a year. I wonder how long it's been outside. Fang Zhen casually beckoned a mirror. The face was much more haggard, full of dark circles. There wasn't much blood color. I've been hurt by the wine and color. I'm so emaciated. From today onwards, quit drinking. Fang Zhen stretched. The face was instantly restored to its original color. Everything is false here, even overindulgence. It feels like the movement isn't enough. Fang Zhen muttered to himself. He wanted the rules to completely collapse out of control. That way, there can be an opportunity to escape. But since I don't feel anything myself right now, it's just not enough. Vulnerability. He needs more holes. I'm tired of playing the game of food and color. Fang Zhen shouted. So the palace collapsed. Everything returns to silence. Fang Zhen added. The next goal is a sea of stars. Boom. The next moment, the sun and moon changed. An aircraft carrier full of technology appeared, hovering above the clouds, blossoming with an amazing light that seemed to be able to travel through the universe. Countless soldiers also appeared one by one, wearing white and black armor and holding high-tech weapons, ready to go and disciplined. I came. I saw. I conquered. Fang Zhen was currently draped in black robes and stood on top of the carrier, his voice becoming low and thick, full of the majesty of a king. Punch. To play big, one must not indulge in lowly desires like a monk. I will dedicate myself to the greatest journey in history. Fang Zhen set off majestically as countless aircraft carriers lifted off toward the brilliant cosmic stars. As Fontaine continues to push forward, the entire Jingsheng mountain began to shake and crumble. Countless loopholes began to surface. The rules are out of control. Terrible shadows began to spread. I'm afraid the entire city of Han will be plunged into disaster if it can't be controlled in time. That's how scary it is to have a rules event step into phase 3. The moment. Dozens of helicopters have arrived. There were countless other troops converging at the first opportunity. The army stepped in and began to clean up the ever-expanding breach. It's not an easy thing to do, though, because these loopholes act on their own. Fight, avoid, and even develop tactics. This is the strangest loophole I've ever seen. The general in charge of the incident gritted his teeth. He's also been exposed to a lot of rules events. Never seen anything so weird. An odd red rope, ever lengthening as if it would never end. It turned into a cordon that almost surrounded the entire Jingshang mountain. It was a special awakening item called red brocade. This is also one of the few awakenings that can be artificially created by various countries that have been researched nowadays. The biggest use is to isolate rule events, especially since this out-of-control rules event will spread quickly if there is no red jinn to limit it. With red jinn, the process of spreading the rules outward is greatly slowed. This kind of thing can be considered a strategic material nowadays. Very valuable. The real value could even be worth 10 fighter jets. At this point, a special military vehicle drove up. 7 men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin, stepped out of the car. But the only thing they had in common was they all looked murderous. The general in charge of the incident looked surprised. All 7 captains are here? He immediately realized the gravity of the situation. It's not supposed to be the third stage, is it? Attention all departments. Leave a gap and let them in. All the next combat actions are all based on cooperating with the 7 captains. No one can act without authorization, the general said with incomparable seriousness. The only way to really deal with the rules is to have rules. Chapter 112, The 7 Captains. The rules event entered its third phase. It must be resolved at the first opportunity. Otherwise, it will surely lead to a mega disaster. Everything else can be put on hold. If it is not handled properly, it will not only cause huge losses, but will also be blamed by other countries at the international level, and will be at a disadvantage in international public opinion, with its reputation being affected. Although we all agree that certain countries really have nothing better to do than accuse this and that all the time. But there is such a thing as international reputation, and sometimes it does come in handy, so it needs to be taken seriously. So it was that the 7 captains put down all the things in their hands and came hand in hand. There is, of course, one most important reason. Son of A, actually withdrawing our quota because of this, pisses me off. The second team, Changjiang Rulong, roared angrily and lowly as he alone took the lead and rushed into the Jingshang mountain. The lanky and huge body was like a small mountain thrusting out horizontally. Big old man. What a savage. Chu Xiaoyuan shook her head helplessly. Just like you. Even if there were spots, it wouldn't be your turn. Zhang Rulong's face darkened. Who else can go but me? Can you beat me? It's not known who will lose or win in a real fight. Chu Xiaoyuan snorted. And it takes brains to go and solve rule events. Do you think you have a brain? I did hear that you almost flipped in a sea-level incident a while back. Bai Ming, you actually betrayed me. Chu Xiaoyuan silently kept a score for Bai Ming in his mind. Stop arguing. What are you 2 transformation departments arguing about? None of you have a chance. The 7th Captain Ming Jilan was heavily made up. Her red lips were like fire, and she flirted with a flirtatious face. What's the matter with you guys in solving the rules? You're all playing second fiddle. If there's a quota, it's definitely mine. That's not a big problem to say. Transfiguration is tied to resolving rule events. It is indeed at a disadvantage. Not as good as the strong idea and mystery departments. Just by you. Pull back. Tai and an eyesore. A small old man wearing a Chinese mountain suit opened his mouth. He had a straight waist. His hair was gray at the temples, but his hair was combed meticulously. His face was full of righteousness, just like a soldier who was in formation. Yang Gang, captain of the 3rd team. Veterans. He is in his 60s this year, but his physique is calm and full of energy, not at all inferior to that of a young man. Ming Jilan closed her fan in exasperation. If I can't do it, can you, an old fart, do it? I've devoted everything to my country. If I can't, who can? It's not like I haven't gotten a second-class merit before. What's wrong with getting another icing on the cake? Who's more qualified than me? Yang Gang said lightly. He was the most senior in seniority of the 7 captains. In terms of honor, there is indeed no one else. The old man is leaning on his old age again. He's at retirement age, and he's still dead set on not retiring, not giving us young people a chance to rise. The 4th captain, manhwa, completely lacked any semblance of respect for the old and the young, and slammed nonchalantly. He's very young. Dynasty. What did you say? Yang Gang was furious. Go out and fight one-on-one. Who wants to fight with an old man like you one-on-one? 4th Captain Manhwa bristled, obviously a bit scandalized. The old man's not really that good, but he himself possesses strong fighting instincts and fighting skills. Extremely capable of fighting alone. Not good to deal with. Noisy. Going on a mission with you guys is really the most unlucky thing this year. 6th Captain Bai said in sickly disgust. He was bone-thin and pale-skinned like a seriously ill patient. The 4 words bad mood were almost written on his face. He had a look on his face like he didn't care about anything. But there are a few things to be said for that spot. Second class merit. If you can bring back the second class, then your own parents should be happy. The 6 men were bickering, but it didn't affect efficiency at all. The team of 7 advanced quickly towards the front, and those well-trained soldier villains were easily crushed under them. More than a few times more efficient than hundreds of heavily armed special forces. What's all the noise? You bunch of losers. A sorrowful voice came. At the very back of the crowd, a feminine-looking man walked out, his eyes containing peach blossoms and a demonic aura. If you go to an idol competition, you definitely stand out. Captain of Han City Special Operations Team 1, Choi Wa-feng. Chui Huffing said indifferently. If you really want to pick one person, it's bound to be me. I'm the only one with the most comprehensive strength and no weaknesses at all. As for you guys, all I can say is, dish it out and practice more. The other 6 captains twisted their heads in unison to look at Chui Huffing. Then, unanimously all raised their middle fingers. The disdain is unmistakable. Vulgar. Really vulgar. Chui Huffing was annoyed. I'm the captain of a team. However, no one paid any attention to him. Teams 1 through 7. It's just a different number. It doesn't have anything to do with strength. 7 captains, each with their own strengths, who defy each other. Only Chief Captain Wei Mingyan can hold them down. Half an hour had passed at the moment. The 7 captains had fought their way from the bottom of the mountain to the top, and had arrived outside the temple gates of Baochang Temple. At the moment, Pachang Temple is full of holes, but the vastly disturbing aura grew thicker and thicker, as if it were some kind of passageway to hell. Here, it's where the source is. According to the assessment team's guess, this incident should only be considered E-class initially, and basically won't cause too many casualties, but the speed at which it went out of control was very fast. The probability is that it's man-made. Be careful. There might be a powerful awakened who is secretly manipulating everything. First Captain Chui Huffing said in a deep voice. Fixing some vulnerabilities is naturally nothing. Dealing with the source is what is most important. The other captains had serious expressions. No one is arguing at the moment, because everyone knows that. Here comes the toughest test of all. Even they didn't dare to make a guarantee that they would definitely be able to return from the 3rd stage in one piece. Go on. The time has come for the party and the people to test us. This is our mission. 3rd Captain Yang Gang said in a deep voice. He looked incredibly serious, with a glint of faith in his eyes. Even in his 60s, he was still willing to dedicate himself for his country. The 7 stood at attention, ready to officially face the events of the 3rd rule, but it was at this time. Instead, the gate of Pachang Temple slowly opened. Squeak! It was so heavy that it seemed ready to collapse. Everyone, alert! Chui Huffing's face suddenly changed, and he shouted sharply in a stern voice. The 3rd stage cannot be emphasized enough. In this case, it is possible for the rules event to give birth to as many horrible monsters as possible. The other captains naturally understood this. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back. At the end of the gate, a very ordinary young figure stepped out with a slightly pale face and dull eyes. Finally, walking out. Have you come to greet me? Be excused. There's no need to kneel. Chapter 113 Neglect. Failure to effect. Through the tireless efforts of Fontaine, he finally triggered the complete collapse of the rules event out of control. In a vast river of stars, Fongjin sat on the huge dragon chair and looked at his fleet blowing up one by one, turning into brilliant fireworks in the sea of stars. There was also that one conquered planet that gradually disillusioned and annihilated into nothingness. So he understood. Time's up. As soon as he turned around, everything went up in smoke, and a few moments of frustration arose in his heart. It's sad to lose, even though you know it's all fake. That's the penalty of the rule. The rules are now so broken and out of control due to countless loopholes that they can no longer maintain their own logic and have lost their dream come true character. And so, the Fontainebleau dream was shattered. He rejoined the Baochang Temple. It's over. Fongjin had some trouble adjusting, but that was normal and equally true. Illusion and real-time flow significantly differently. He felt like a long time had passed, but inside the Baochang Temple, only a thin layer of dust had accumulated. Fongjin opened the door of Baochang Temple, and this time, it was smooth and met no resistance. The rules events are out of control. The rule bindings set by Kai Lifan had naturally collapsed as well. His wish to the wooden box is to be trapped here. A wish that binds someone other than himself. He is actionable. Now that he's able to walk out of the temple, the dilemma resolves itself. Then he saw 7 men standing outside the temple. Fongjin's brain twitched. The thought process is not reversed. So he spoke. Be excused. There is no need to kneel. The 7 people outside the temple were confused, then figured out what the other side meant, and each of them revealed a morose expression. What an arrogant kid. Not to mention you. Even the chief captain, or even the minister at the head of the chief captain, wouldn't dare to say such things to them. Who are you? Fang Jin had a jolt of bad feeling and was too deep into the drama. Who are these people? The rules are out of control, and ordinary people approaching can be said to be certain death. Why are there 7 of them all of a sudden? Chu Xiaoyuan stared at the slightly haggard figure in front of her, a surprised expression appearing on her tender and cute face. Fang Jin, why are you here? She's been looking for Fontaine, but nothing came of it, and the city of Han was blocked off as a result. Only this has too great an impact on economic development. The city's opinion is very strong, and there is no choice but to have been gradually unsealed, so she basically gave up, not expecting to meet here. Fang Jin's scalp tingled. That's too bad luck. How to meet her? But when you think about it, it makes sense. The rules collapsed, which of course drew in the special ops squad, so the other 6 are special ops. 2. Chu Xiaoyuan, you know him? Cui Huffling asked in confusion. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. He's the one that headquarters wanted a while ago. She certainly doesn't have the ability to blockade the city. This is a policy that can only be implemented with the consent of the headquarters. So the people in the special operations team are aware of what happened some time ago, and they also know that headquarters seems to be looking for someone with a special origin. I can't believe I found it here? Cui Huffling looked Fang Jin up and down. Headquarters is looking for him. Looking ordinary, nothing special. Boy, why are you here? What do you mean by poof? I'm a great conqueror of the universe, only in dreams. Fang Jin had no choice but to play dumb and look confused. No, I don't know. Where is this place? Lost your memory? It's good. What happened to you during this period of time is not expected to be too good. The identity of the person who took you away has been identified. His name is Ruan Yaowen. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Sooner or later he will be caught. Chu Xiaoyuan said, now that we are in a rule event, it's dangerous, but don't worry, we will protect you from here. No, don't bother, I'll just leave on my own. No way. This is the 3rd stage of the rules. Extremely dangerous. All 7 of us captains came here in a joint effort, and we can't even guarantee that we'll be able to solve it. It's better for us to protect you. Chu Xiaoyuan insisted. Ha! 7 captains. Fang Jin's heart went cold. Such a luxurious lineup? No, it can't be put off. Okay. Fang Jin helplessly followed the crowd. The crowd certainly wasn't too concerned about Fang Jin, and the most important thing was to resolve the rules incident. Fang Jin walked silently behind the crowd. Then, while everyone wasn't paying attention, they immediately used the power of ignore. His presence slowly dissipated from the perceptions of the crowd. Just as Fang Jin was about to leave, a beautifully dressed woman in front of him suddenly smiled back with a few hints of teasing and flirtatiousness. Kid, stay close. 7 Captain Ming Jilan. Fang Jin's heart was shaken. She, who can see herself? One's own abilities were restrained. This was the first time that I had met someone who had restrained his ignore ability. Not bad for a captain. It sure wasn't easy, walking around here, but it's easy to get lost. Ming Jilan's charming eyes were like silk, electrifying Fang Jin with a shiver. What a horrible woman. Fang Jin smiled awkwardly. Got it. I'll be sure to follow closely. Poof. Ming Jilan looked deeply at Fang Jin. She turned back and faintly said, Chu Xiaoyuan, this kid isn't too honest. I advise you to keep a closer eye on him. Chu Xiaoyuan blinked. Not honest? As far as she remembered, this kid was pretty honest. Wait, there's movement. 3rd Captain Yang Gang suddenly whispered, then suddenly stared at a compartment in the backyard. Not much ambling ensued. A young man walked out confused. Hell, how did I get back to Baochang Temple? Did I dream it? Nguyen Yu Man was flabbergasted. All he remembers is that he lived a peaceful life. Occasionally, he followed Fang Jin to solve a few rule events to earn a living, and the rest of the day, he was traveling around with Yao Qingshi, and his small life was very nourishing and cozy. As a result, suddenly, everything around him disappeared, and one returns to this temple. Only at this moment, the temple was full of holes, and there were traces of destruction and crushing everywhere. He doesn't understand. What the hell is going on? He appears to be returning to his normal life, but really, it never left. Trapped in the middle of a rules event. It's you? Chu Xiaoyuan exposed her small tiger teeth, the corner of her mouth raised. Kid, but let me catch you. Last time you fooled me once. This time I want to see who can still save you. Nguyen Yaowen froze, looking at the cute and lively looking loli in front of him. The shadows that had long been dusty in the depths of memory began to stir. This guy is. Which? Chu Xiaoyuan? Geez mum. Hell. Is this hell? Nguyen Yaowen was so scared that he sat on his butt, and the next moment, he saw Fang Jin in the crowd. Brother, help! Fang Jin couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's over. Chu Xiaoyuan suspiciously twisted his head to look at Fang Jin. Brother? Why did the man who took Fang Jin call him brother? What a complicated relationship this is. Chapter 114, Can you let me go? I don't know him, Fongjin said firmly. Nguyen Yaowen also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and couldn't be bothered to think about why exactly he was here. He rubbed his eyes. Whoops, wrong person, not you. The two pretended not to know each other. The captains looked skeptical. It always felt like these two were a little weird, as if they were hiding something. And showing up to a rules event and being able to stay clear is obviously not your average person either. Are you an awakened too? If so, that's even more suspicious, because the odds are high that someone is behind the rapid loss of control of the rules. How could you not recognize each other? When Nguyen Yaowen intercepted in the middle. Fongjin, you've seen him before. Chu Xiaoyuan opened her mouth. In one fell swoop, he demolished the duo's intention to play dumb. Fongjin slapped his head. Yes, I remember. It's this gripper who wants to come and arrest me. I must have been affected by the rule event and my memory has been a little deviated. I remembered as soon as you reminded me. Captain Chu. Nguyen Yaowen screamed in his mind. Brother what about me? He grimaced bitterly. Actually, it has nothing to do with me. I seem to have lost my memory as well. My brain hurts. I really don't remember you guys. Is there any kind person? Please send me to the hospital. I'm dying. After saying that, he directly fell down smoothly, making a very weak appearance. Chui Huffing looked at the duo and revealed a scrutinizing gaze. Memory problems? Just in time. Ming Jilan, help them recover. Yeah, this is exactly what I specialize in. The seventh captain, Ming Jilan, twisted her water snake waists as she walked, smiling and flavorful. Don't worry, two younger brothers. Sister, I'll help you recover right away. There was golden light leaping between her palms, like brilliant daylight, blinding and piercing. Sister, my ability is called Spirit Domain. Everything that happens around me can't escape my perception, and I can also carry out a series of fine manipulation by the way. Let sister see what stimulation your brains have been subjected to. Nguyen Yaowen's face suddenly changed. He guessed up the identity of the other man. Han City Special Operations Department, Captain 7, Ming Jilan, nicknamed the Human X-ray Machine. It is said that everyone in her eyes, simply like X-ray film, a clear view, what is carried on the body, what hidden diseases in the body, all can easily see through. The light leaping between her palms was spiritual power that had condensed into substance. It can easily penetrate the human body. Just a little rattling might have a terrible effect on the internal organs. Put another way, she is also arguably the world's leading surgeon in minimally invasive surgery, shattering stones in the body, unclogging clogged blood vessels and the like is a breeze. No need. Nguyen Yaowen hurriedly got up. I suddenly feel like my head doesn't hurt anymore. Ming Jilan, however, was reluctant. It doesn't hurt anymore? Then you have to do a body checkup too. No really, I'm faking it. And your relationship with Fontaine? I confess to leniency. Can you let me go? Ming Jilan's charming eyes glared. Speak up, he's my brother, and I didn't arrest him. He ran out on his own and forced me to be his little brother. Nguyen Yaowen said it all in his head. Fonzin covered his eyes, gradually helpless. That is to say, the two of you are actually in cahoots? Ming Jilan asked. Honestly, can you let me go? Hurry up. Ming Jilan rolled her pretty eyes. That's definitely a gang. We also joined Club Zero together, and now we're the chief security guards of the Shin Consortium. And young Master Shin even gave us new identities. Chu Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth. The Shin family has a lot of nerve. How dare you hold back even the people the Special Operations Department wants? Why are you guys here? Who was behind the manipulation of the rules incident that caused it to go out of control? Chui and Foam asked. Nguyen man, will I let me go if I tell you? Chui Huffing's eyes gradually turned grim. His fingertips had strands of black gas intertwined and entwined. The threatening intent was self-evident. His powers are mysterious. It was never exposed. No one even on the Skynet forums has deduced that. However, Nguyen Yaowen couldn't help but shiver, because as far as he knew, these 7 captains of Han City, it was hard to say who was the first in strength. Each had their own unique characteristics. However, it was rumored that Choi Yinfeng's ability was the highest ranked of the several captains. Without relying on tactics, without relying on individual physical qualities, they could crush the vast majority of awakened people with their abilities alone. I say, Ruan Yaowen hurriedly shouted. We're here to deal with the rule incident. We're not sure exactly who's behind the manipulation, but it's most likely the monks from the temple. They're very suspicious. A temple monk? That makes sense. Chui Huffeng muttered to himself. A monk who normally observes the rules of purity. It's actually quite easy for the mind to take a bull by the horns. The mentally ill, those who are suffering in life, those who are religious, these are all at high risk of precipitating birth rule events. After continuous research in various countries, It is widely recognized internationally today that extreme changes in spirituality can easily lead to rule events. Nguyen Man asked cautiously, "Can you let me go?" "Letting you go. Think quite beautifully. Stand aside. If you dare to escape or make trouble, I guarantee that you'll be dead today." Chu Xiaoyuan uttered a threatening voice and said, "I will absolutely do whatever it takes to get you killed." A few other captains obviously didn't care what happened to Nguyen Man. They're just simply getting a sense of what's going on. No mental shield. Just handcuffs. Put them on yourself. Chu Xiaoyuan threw out a handcuff. Nguyen Yaowen helplessly went to the back of the crowd. Took the initiative to put on handcuffs. Honestly, as a captive. Chu Xiaoyuan then glanced at Fang Zhen. "I still have business to do now. So when it's over, I'll trouble you to carefully smooth out your thoughts and make it clear what's going on." Not much of a threatening tone though, but it made Fang Zhenjin feel great pressure. Immediately afterward, the 7 captains continued to advance carefully through the Baochang temple, fully exploring the area without leaving any corner untouched. Nguyen Man couldn't wait to inquire, "Brother, did I perform okay?" Fang Zhen extremely whispered, "Count on you to know your place." Nguyen Man heatedly smiled. How could he really sell out the town? It's a good thing I didn't really check my memories, or else I would have revealed myself. Nguyen Yaowen celebrated. Fang Zhen said, "She may not really have the means to check your memories, or else she would have done so long ago, and they must have suspected you of talking nonsense as well." "Ha? So she scared me on purpose?" "Pretty much. What a hateful woman." "Keep your voice down. There's something evil about this woman." Ruan Yaowen hurriedly covered his mouth, but after holding back for a few minutes, he still couldn't hold back his whisper and asked, "Brother, what's going on? How come I suddenly went back to Baochang Temple after taking a nap? I clearly remember that Qing Si and I went on a trip to France. Remember the last time we went to Pachang Temple?" "Remember. Well, we've been stuck here since last time and haven't left at all." Nguyen Yaowen's face changed slightly. Then everything I've experienced during this time, it's all fake and yellow." Chapter 115, each showing his might. Nguyen Yaowen was mentally shocked at the moment. 3 or 4 months had passed since the last time he had returned from Pachang Temple. He remembered. Everything that's happened in the last 3 or 4 months has been a lie? He lost it for a moment. Feeling like life had become a sham. A feeling of disappointment, disillusionment, and coldness came over me. How can it be fake? These past 3 or 4 months have been the most comfortable and peaceful he's ever had, and he couldn't be more thankful that he chose to get married, have a compatible partner, and start a new chapter in his life. It turns out, suddenly, that it's all a lie. Nguyen Man turned pale. It felt like the heartbeat was getting progressively harder. "Calm down. Even though what happened was fake, life can still develop the same way it did in the dream." Fang Zhen hurriedly comforted. He sinks into rule events while staying awake. It all felt very hard at the end yet. Not to mention Nguyen Nakvan. Nguyen Yaowen breathed heavily. His pupils trembled, and he also tried hard to calm himself down. Yes, it's just a rather long dream. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's something that can't be realized. I'm just a little sad. It doesn't matter. After a bit of self-suggestion like that, he finally recovered a bit over. But you can tell the mood still isn't very high. Fang Zhen knew that this kind of thing could only be digested by his own efforts. Outsider help is too limited. At the same time, Fang Zhen was a little impressed with Nguyen Yaowen, because caught up in the events of the rules, even the monks of the temple are caught up in the desire for power, food and sex. Nguyen Man's dream was actually traveling around with his wife. What a gold-encrusted pure love warrior. The moment. The 7 captains had already checked the courtyard once and found nothing for the time being, so they pushed open the wooden door of the Buddhist temple and prepared to enter. Just then, a sudden change occurred. In the Buddhist temple, there were actually 4 majestic-looking protectorate heavenly gods that moved. The huge clay figurines actually acted as if they were alive. And the most frightening thing was that the cold look on their faces gradually dissipated. Instead, the corners of their mouths lifted up, revealing very kind smiles. The contrast was extreme. It creates a great deal of unease and panic. What is it? The 4 heavenly kings have come to life? Chui Huffing's expression changed. Retreat. Such unreasonable things. It also only happens in the 3rd phase of the rules event. This is a complete loss of control of the rules. The inversion of life and death. However, the 4 heavenly kings refused to let them go, and the 4 meters tall clay statues came striding in, each step crushing the ground, and the weapons in their hands smashed viciously towards the 7, almost as if there were cannonballs about to fall. "All get out of the way. I'll do it." Chu Xiaoyuan took the lead and blocked the front. With a grave expression, she closed her hands together, and then her hands unexpectedly rose in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, forcing the weapons in the hands of the 4 heavenly kings to be blocked and even bounced back like a meatball. A bunch of demons and devils. The third captain Yang Gang rushed out. Despite his age, his body was uncharacteristically athletic, almost like a legendary martial arts master. He casually detained it toward the air. Surprisingly, two golden transparent halberds appeared in his hands. Yang Gang had a halberd in one hand and quickly waved it, just like the Monkey King dancing the long stick in his hand, and between the lightning and fire, he directly chopped a heavenly king into hundreds of broken stone heads, spilling out onto the ground. A clay sculpture is after all a clay sculpture, but that's all, Yang Gang said proudly, as a heavenly king collapsed. The other three heavenly kings surprisingly also slowly hid and dispersed. It was as if it had never been there. Fanzhen and Guinyuman look on in awe from the back. This little old man, so handsome? What kind of ability does this old man have? It can't be something like inviting a martial arts master into his body. Fanzhen was surprised. Ruan Yaowen smiled bitterly. I don't know, but the golden halberd that suddenly turned out should be his ability. Fanzhen staggered. That is to say, is it surprising that most of this amazing performance was made possible by one's own physical prowess? So awesome. When encountering such a hill-like monster, I'm afraid that it would be useless to shoot all the pikes from a submachine gun, because the clay idol would still be able to crush humans even if it was hit with 1,000 holes. But instead, powerful cold weapons could easily decimate the monster's body. Be careful. This is a temple. The last thing it needs is a god statue. Lu Yi, the sixth captain, spoke sickly. He looked like a dying consumptive patient. He looked a little godly. I sense hostility from the Buddhist temple. The words fell. The Maharishi's temple shook quickly. Rumble. Dusty. A huge Buddha statue stood up and walked slowly towards the seven people. Their postures were different, but their originally sad and joyless eyes were surprisingly consistent at the moment, full of condescending contempt, as if looking at a nest of ants. Ha, a bit interesting, Lu Yi said slowly, but in the end, it's just an attack from an external object. It doesn't count for much. Which one of you will go? Facing this scene, surprisingly, I didn't panic at all. It's clear to see how much the seven captains have to offer. I'll do it. Settle these things. Isn't it time to see the source? The second team, Changjiang Rulong, said. His lanky figure was already a mountain to ordinary people. However, it is stretched in front of these Buddha statues. Soon, I can feel a hint of the source's odor. Here and not here, Ming Jilan said faintly. Her pupils unexpectedly turned golden at this moment, and when she turned, it seemed to be one after another. Surprisingly, she had an uncountable number of pupils stacked on top of each other. As the others listened to the strange conclusion, it was surprising that no one questioned it. It seems to be all heard. Zhang Rulong grinned and heatedly smiled. That's good. This kind of direct combat event is my favorite. Only to see him stomp heavily towards the ground. The figure disappeared without a trace. In the next second, he appeared behind a statue of Buddha, and both of his fists were already wearing special finger tigers that seemed to encircle his entire fist, the spikes flashing with a piercing coldness. Taste my fist. Zhang Rulong's fists hit the Buddha statue like a raging storm. It crackled so much that even the stumps were barely visible. Cracks quickly surfaced on the legs of the Buddha statue and then spread at an alarming rate. The force of his fists didn't seem to be as exaggerated as one would think, which could break boulders and pierce through large mountains. But the frequency is outrageous. At the first moment the cracks surfaced, cracks gradually began to appear in other places on the Buddha statue as Zhang Rulong appeared like he was in hundreds of places at the same time, throwing thousands of punches at the same time. The crowd only felt their eyes blink. Zhang Rulong then resumed his original position. Cool. It's been a while since I met such a competent sandbag. Zhang Rulong laughed out loud. A full dozen meters. The Buddha statue, which imitated the refined casting texture of gold and copper, collapsed and turned into a field of broken metal pieces. Surprisingly, it didn't pose half a threat. The other six captains had calm faces, as if they were used to it. Chapter 116, We'll sleep together tonight. 7 captains, all the best of the awakened. A single person would have no problem overthrowing a modestly sized civic organization. It's not a problem to solve this little problem. So fierce. A few moments of shock and scorn appeared in Ruan Yaowen's eyes. Worthy of being the captain of the Special Operations Department, not at all on the same level as those weaklings awakened in the civilian world. Fanzhen said, aren't you the most restrained against this kind of transformation system awakened? With his character. In the beginning, he didn't even put Chu Xiaoyuan in his eyes, though he was later bloodily abused. Can it be that this second captain is even more powerful than Chu Xiaoyuan? No, it's not the same. He looks like one of those fast transformation system awakened, but he's actually not. His ability, which you should be able to find a rundown of on the Skynet forums, is an A-rank ability, shuttle, that, to a certain extent, ignores space. This kind of ability, in the hands of an ordinary person, would be impressive enough, and the second team, Jiang Rulong used to be a professional boxer, and his heavy fists can directly kill a grown man. This ability is even more perverse in his hands. The fists that fell like rain, obviously using the ability to perfection. That's why he was able to make his fist travel through multiple spaces and strike a single point multiple times in a very short period of time, thus smashing even metal to pieces. The finger tigers in his hands were also specially made. Thousands of collisions without any wear and tear. So it is. Fang Zhen dawned. If you take on him, steady death. He can go right through my defense and send me to heaven with one punch, Ruan Yaowen said with certainty. In front of such a 2-meter-tall heavyweight professional boxer, he was no different from a kindergarten kid. Captain's deterrent. It goes without saying. A statue of Buddha collapsed. However, the other 4 Buddha statues did not produce any fear and continued to walk, causing the earth to shake. There are still a few left, so I can come. Jiang Rulong craned his neck. Warming up is done. I'm in great shape now. But at that moment, the 4th captain, Manhwa, grabbed the first shot. He didn't look very old, very energetic, with determined eyes. Only he clapped his hands. The 4 Buddha statues unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Save your strength, lest you run out of it when you go straight to the source. Manhwa looked at the crowd with contempt. Just let me do it directly, one by one. You're such a show-off. Jiang Rulong raised a middle finger. Who can have you love to show off? Have to wait for others to finish striking out before striking out. Pretending to be a savior? Don't you just want to show off your abilities? Wanhua's small mind was demolished and his face reddened slightly. I call this giving you guys a chance to perform. Vain little brat. What do you mean, big black bear? Wanna fight? Your powers won't work on me. Then you won't be able to touch me either. Come and try. Jiang Rulong jumped at the chance. I've always wanted to try to see if I could beat you up. Who's afraid of who? Wanhua slowly drew a golden revolver that was obviously specially made from his waist. Don't let me catch a chance or I'll kill you with one shot. Let's see if your body can block my armor-piercing bullets. The 2 were at swords drawn. It looks like it's going to be a fight. A few other captains were speechless, but they didn't have any intention of taking care of it. Almost done. The chief captain didn't send us here to do this. Whoever messes up, I'll report it and have a year's allowance deducted. The first captain, Cui Hufeng, said in an unfavorable manner. Wanhua and Jiang Rulong were instantly honest and didn't say anything. Deduction of allowances is a big deal. It can't be child's play. The group then continued to show their skills, searching for where the source was. Fang Zhen, on the other hand, asked Ruan Yaowen in a low voice, what is this 4th captain's ability? It looks very special. It's completely impossible to see what kind of effect it has. I don't know. Like this kind of ability that doesn't have a special manifestation. Basically no one can guess it unless I say it myself. Ruan Yaowen shook his head. 7 captains. More than half of them are abilities that outsiders have no way of knowing about. Fang Zhen had quite a headache at the moment. If you can't figure out what these people are capable of, escape is just about impossible. Once the escape is discovered, I'm afraid the attitude of these captains won't be so gentle. So there's only one chance. He can't go with Chu Xiaoyuan. Once you go to the legendary headquarters, Fang Zhen, who had no past and possessed special abilities, would definitely be a subject of study. The Buddha's temple was empty. The statues of Buddha, Goddess of Mercy, and Heavenly King were all destroyed. Didn't find anything. Ming Jilan sensed for a while. It hasn't appeared yet. It's hiding very deeply. And there are still a lot of people's breaths interfering with me. Lao Lu, try it. The monk from the temple still hasn't shown up. The rules are out of control though, but they're so bad at fighting off mental interference. 6th Captain Bai's face darkened. Can you stop calling me Old Six? Okay, Old Six. Make it quick, Old Six. Old Six. Don't rub it in. First credit goes to you today, Old Six. The other captains urged. Bai viciously rolled his eyes. Ignoring these assholes, he tranquilized his mind and closed his eyes. His body was permeated with a morose coldness, vaguely as if there were ghosts and shadows floating in the shadows. His face became paler, as if he were dead. The next moment, he stifled a grunt and made a pulling gesture. And finally his hands trembled as he fell backward violently and sat down weakly on the ground. Immediately after, a silhouette actually slowly emerged from the divine temple. It was a middle-aged older woman who was holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy, and vaguely the sound of a child crying. The cry was hollow and ghostly, like the sound of some shrill instrument. Silent, good boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mommy will sing you a lullaby. Let's go to sleep and sleep. The middle-aged older woman rocked the child with gentle movements and sang a lullaby. The child's cries grew softer and softer. The captains frowned. It doesn't look as if there's much that's different. Are they tourists trapped in the temple? Ming Jilan shook her thin waist and walked over, saying politely, Auntie, are you alright? But the middle-aged woman turned her back to the crowd and just sang lullabies to herself. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Mommy's good baby. Tonight we sleep together. Tomorrow, we'll go to hell together. You have to be good. We can't find a home. The ambiguous lyrics were a little clearer at the moment, and Ming Jilan's heart chilled as she saw the child in the other party's arms at the moment, and couldn't help but let out a cry of shock, and then immediately backed away. The child's face was full of blood and flesh. His features were twisted, his entire head was cracked open, and red and white sticky things kept flowing out. Clearly dead. Watch out. Ming Jilan snapped. Something's wrong with her. Next moment, the child suddenly turned into dust and gradually scattered all over the place. The middle-aged older woman couldn't cradle the dust as hard as she could. No, no, Mare, don't leave mommy. The middle-aged older woman screamed at the top of her lungs. The voice was shrill. It was as if it had turned into a fine needle to pierce the eardrums of all those present. Chapter 117. The first moment the middle-aged woman appeared with her child in her arms, Fongjin then had chosen to back away quickly, because he recognized the other guy. It was this older woman who caused the whole rules thing. The fact that she was dragged out of a dream with a child in her hands was a problem. It's better to back off as soon as possible. At the moment, the 7 captains' attention was on Big Mother, so even if they stepped back, no one paid any attention to him. The middle-aged older woman cried in pain. She fell to her knees and kept picking up the ash on the floor. But how can ash be held? It kept gathering and collapsing helplessly. Mare, don't go. Don't leave mommy again. Please, mommy can't lose you again. No, don't. Big Mom choked, her eyes gradually losing their sparkle. Like totally desperate. The captains made eye contact, but no one did anything rash. Ming Jilan asked carefully. Are you alright? You guys, give back my child. Kai fondly let out a scream, and her face began to distort like a torn ink drawing, and disgusting black liquid gushed out of her mouth, pouring over like water overflowing a mountain. A wave of nausea and disgust washed over the crowd. The black liquid smelled fishy, like blood plasma and stinky water fused together. The crowd backed up. Don't want to get half of this liquid. I don't know if there are any toxins or corrosive properties, but just being exposed to it is physically and mentally uncomfortable. Hey, your missing child has nothing to do with us. If you have lost your child, we can help you. We are police officers specializing in missing persons. You have to calmly cooperate with our work. I guarantee that we will find your child within 3 days. Ming Jilan immediately shouted. At times like this, it's all bull *********. Of course, just stabilize the other side. Lying, too, is a skill necessary to deal with rule-based events. A lot of times, a proper lie can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for how to follow up on the promise, that's for later. As long as they can handle the rules incident, they'll get their asses wiped at HQ no matter what they do. But Kai Fong Li didn't react at all. She knew that no one could help her. The foul-smelling liquid tumbled and surged. And the 4th captain, Manhwa, stepped in front of the crowd, pushed his hands forward, and bellowed, "Disappear!" In an instant, a large amount of black liquid unexpectedly disappeared instantly a meter away, as if there was an invisible large hole in front of Manhwa, and no matter what came, it could all fit. His ability is not to disappear, but to isolate. It can isolate something else, forcibly, in another separate space. He had once tried to isolate a 30-story residential building, forcibly, and the process had lasted a full half hour before he had exhausted his strength, and the residential building had only then returned to its original position. The crowd was relieved. This way it's safe. Those 2 boys ran away. Ming Jilan realized this at that moment. Yang Gang casually grabbed his hand towards space. A golden transparent submachine gun appeared in his hand. Forget about them for now. This woman has a big problem. She should be the source. Dealing with her is most important. He quickly loaded, aimed, and fired. The void submachine gun sending up a shower of sparks. Beating of the heart. The gunfire was unrelenting. With his ability, figuration, he can directly visualize the weapons he needs, and then with his rich experience, he adapts to various situations with various weapons, and his comprehensive combat strength is very high. This ability is not something that can go unchecked though. Figurative weapons consume mental energy. The more powerful a thermal weapon is, the more it consumes one's mental energy. Figuring out a small nuke is certainly possible, but the upper limit of power depends on the mental power, and it can't really have the power of the original nuke. Yang Gang had his own set of experiences on exactly what weapons were the most appropriate to use and the most spirit energy saving. The bullet hit Kai Fong Li, but unexpectedly, the bullet hit the body, but as mud into the sea generally disappeared, half a ripple did not set off. Kai Fong Li, unharmed, immune to bullets? Yang Gang whispered. Looks like she's no longer considered human. I'll try. Chu Xiaoyuan scurried out. His body was incredibly fast. 10 scorpion tails emerged behind him, their poisonous hooks flashing with a cold light, instantly stabbing out in unison, as if they were trying to tear the middle-aged ant into pieces. But the attack fell short, passed over each other and touched nothing. Like there's no entity. Ming Jilan, you go. Chu Xiaoyuan was very self-aware and retreated. The shape-shifting system is so limited when it meets this situation. Ming Jilan looked grave. I've tried. I can't lock her down. Lao Lu, what about you? Pale-faced Bai kept taking deep breaths. I've worked hard to drag her out. Do I have to continue? You guys are useless. She's in a state similar to a soul body. Give me 10 minutes to rest. I'll come and suppress her after 10 minutes. At this moment, Yang Gang materialized another flamethrower and sprayed long tongues of fire towards Big Mom. The blazing flames made Big Mama take a few steps back in fear, but it still doesn't seem to be doing much damage. You, all of you, deserve to die. Ah! Big Mama screamed. For a while, the crowd couldn't stop the emotions of loss, pain, depression, and sadness from welling up in their hearts, and negative emotions filled their brains, make them feel like there's no point in living. Might as well be dead. Why bother? Even if you solve one rule event, there will be more later. What's the point of even living? After a lifetime of hard work, it's just a shovelful of dirt anyway. It's nice to have a lasting legacy, but what could be the point of being dead? These thoughts bubbled up uncontrollably, makes them uninterested in fighting. Spiritual domain. Ming Jilan was the first to break free of her negative emotions and activated her own abilities to create a semicircular spiritual shield 3 meters in diameter, enveloping all of them. She had a heartbeat. It's okay. It's okay. It was almost a total loss. There was a pang of panic from the others. That feeling is so deadly. It's like the next moment you're going to kill yourself. We know too little information to deduce her weaknesses when directly confronted with a stage 3 source. So at times like this, it's better to let me do it. First, Captain Shui Hufeng opened his mouth in a cloudy manner. His ability to do so is treated equally. Specialty fancy. The other 6 skimmed their mouths, then raised a middle finger in unison. Manhwa scolded. If you want to make a move, why don't you hurry up and pretend? Jiang Rulong despised. You're such a sissy, it's annoying. Chu Xiaoyuan hummed lightly. I hate people who put on airs. Pak was breathless. 2B. Ming Jilan, not like a man. Shui and Feng were speechless. What a bunch of people. I'm saving the day, and I'm going to be scolded if I'm not praised. It's a real downer of the world. Chapter 118, The Goddess of Mercy with a Broken Arm. At this very moment, Fang Jin and Guan Yaowen had already escaped the Buddhist temple, and they ran wildly towards the main entrance. Ha 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 ha. What luck! Escaping like this. Guan Yaowen was overjoyed, and the loss within him dissipated a few points. The temple, at the moment, was becoming more and more chaotic as the rules collapsed. It should be daytime, but it was excessively dim, as if shrouded by a heavy black curtain. The walls in all directions also seemed to have been worn down over the years, and when the wind blew, they turned into dust and sand that could not be dispersed. Stop talking. Let's go. Fang Jin didn't dare to stay at all. The duo walked out of the temple, but realized they couldn't see any way down the mountain. The road is gone. All that was left was an almost cliff-like crag, and one step further and I feared I would fall to pieces. The duo braked sharply, which prevented them from falling. Oh my god. Guan Yaowen's face turned green. How come the path down the mountain is gone? This mountain turned out to be so high? I remember it wasn't this high when I came. Looking down the hill at the moment, nothing could be seen. It was muddy. It's like people are in the clouds. It doesn't matter if it's high or not. It's the same if you fall anyway, you're dead. Fang Jin's face was also ugly. Is this a hallucination? Or did the stage 3 rules go haywire and really pull the mountain up? That's a dead bet if you're wrong. Nguyen Yuman twisted his head woodenly. Brother, can you fly? Fang Jin nodded. Yes, but you can only fly once in your life. It's about time, brother, so don't get all jittery. You're the one who teased me first. Fang Jin didn't have the heart to say, if I could fly, would I normally need to ride in your car? Alas, Nguyen Yuman sighed. Then it's over. There's no going away. Can't you create invisible defense walls? Can you make it ladder-like? That way it might be possible to go all the way down. Fang Jin asked. Brother, you think too highly of me. To be able to build this kind of ladder to the heavens, I'll just become a god. It doesn't look like that route will work either. It's neither in nor out. This is really in trouble. If he turned back, Chu Xiaoyuan must have guessed that Fang Jin had a ghost in his heart, and would surely tighten his defense, making it difficult to break through the sky if he wanted to escape. Relying on a sneak attack to modify Chu Xiaoyuan's memory, there are still a few possibilities, but he was facing 7 captains, and trying to modify the memories of 7 captains in one breath would be as hard as heaven. Without knowing the other 6 yourself, it would be difficult to modify the memories successfully. It is easy to create cognitive conflicts. What about this? Fonzin was torn. One tendon becomes 2 plugs. It's killing me. At this time, Fongjin seemed to have discovered something. A few moments of surprise appeared in his eyes, and then he turned around and ran into Baochang Temple. Nguyen Yaowen was puzzled. Brother, you're not going to go back and surrender, are you? But you can't leave me behind. We're in this together. Surrender together. He hurried to follow. However, he soon realized that Fongjin's target was not the Buddhist temple, but the child-seeking pool in the southwest corner of Baochang Temple. Seek the sun in the pool. A statue of the goddess of mercy stood in the pool, and misty water bubbled out of the jade purification vase, which looked a bit rotten and ethereal, and the air was then moist. There were lotus flowers floating in the pool, but none of them ever bloomed. Instead they withered. The lotus leaves are scorched black, like white paper that has burned out, and they are dead. Ha! What's going on? Wasn't the statue of the goddess of mercy knocked off? Nguyen Yaowen rubbed his eyes. He clearly remembered that the begging pools wasn't like this the last time he was here. Misremembered? You remember correctly. The statue of the goddess of mercy was originally knocked off, and it should have been in the hands of the older woman. Fongjin's gaze landed on the statue of the goddess of mercy, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Holy! That goddess of mercy statue was sitting on a lotus seat, clad in a necklace, holding a vase, kind and serene. However, the workmanship wasn't too exquisite, and with the water pipe hidden within the vase, it gave people a sense of cheapness. Of course, none of this matters. Most importantly, the original dignified and benevolent face of Guanyin had been replaced with the face of a twisted and crazy middle-aged woman, as if she was screaming and hissing, her eyes full of madness and resentment. When he really looked at the statue of the goddess of mercy, Fongjin felt a thick and incomparable coldness. Isn't that the face of the older woman? How did it get to the face of the goddess of mercy? And who was the big mom who appeared in the Buddhist temple? Yes, that's right. That big mom was clearly holding the Guanyin statue in her death grip, but when she reappeared, the statue disappeared from her hands. This doesn't make sense. Either the Guanyin statue in front of us is a fake, or the big mom in the Buddhist temple is a fake. Fongjin immediately guessed something. Nguyen Yaowen also got a good look at the statue of the goddess of mercy at this moment, and turned slightly white with fear. What is this thing? The growth is also too scary. He swallowed a bit, but at least he was considered a senior awakened, and quickly revealed a look of horror. Brother, this thing is, whatever it is, it can't be allowed to remain here anyway. Fongjin jumped straight into the child-seeking pool. The pool wasn't deep, just up to his waist. He came against the water resistance to the statue of the goddess of mercy, which still seemed to be changing at the moment, and this time, not only the face, but even the clothes seemed to be about to start twisting, like it's fading into that middle-aged older woman. The goddess of mercy and Big Mama are merging? Once the fusion was complete, something very horrible was expected to happen. No, we can't let it finish changing. Fongjin made an instant decision and viciously kicked towards the statue of the goddess of mercy. Whoo! Buzz! The statue of the goddess of mercy let out a dull crash, and a few cracks surfaced in the articulation. Hiss! Fongjin sucked in a breath of cold air. He had used all his strength, and the force of the recoil made his whole leg go numb. So he desperately hugged the statue of the goddess of mercy. His entire weight pressed up and yanked back, and slammed his elbow hard into the place where the crack appeared. Bang! 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 After several successive impacts, just when Fongjin felt that his elbow was about to be wasted, there was finally a thud, and the statue of the goddess of mercy finally fell down. Fongjin caught the statue of the goddess of mercy. Only Guanyin's 2 arms were missing, apparently having fallen in the pool, but at the moment couldn't care less. Fongjin picked up the statue of the goddess of mercy and jumped out of the pool. At this moment, the statue of the goddess of mercy stopped changing and lay peacefully in Fongjin's arms. Only the face remains that of a middle-aged older woman, twisted and maniacal, out of tune with the body. Now 2 more arms are missing. It's looking weirder and weirder. Brother, it's dawn. Nguyen Yaowen was overjoyed. Fongjin raised his head, and the sky that was originally pitch black unexpectedly brightened up at this moment. Could it be that the source has been dealt with? Fongjin looked at the broken-armed Guanyin in his hand, slightly confused. He attempted to use his powers to imprison the object, but unfortunately was unsuccessful. Not the source? So what the hell is this thing considered? Chapter 119, Good Ideas. In the Temple of Buddha, Cui Hufeng struck out, and the moment he struck out, he had amazing weather. Surging black chi surrounded him, almost like a magician manipulating magic chi. Then these black chi surged towards the middle-aged older woman under his control, and instantly drowned her. Ah! The middle-aged older woman wailed in pain, but the sound was soon lost. The black gas kept rolling around, seemingly harboring a very terrifying energy, and as long as one got close, something extremely bad would happen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shui and Feng elegantly wiped their fingertips, then slowly and methodically began counting down. And when they reached 1, they snapped their stinky fingers. Done. I really don't understand what you guys are up to. Such a big deal to deal with a small loophole. Gee, could she happen to be the source? It's so hard on me, Shui and Feng said with a smirk. The 6 captains looked at him in unison with disdain. I know what you guys are going to do. Can you stop being so childish? Do you guys think that I will have any mental fluctuations like this? Shui Huffing said indifferently. But even so, the 6 captains still raised their middle fingers. Shui Huffing's veins popped out on his forehead. These ING guys. Can't you understand human language? Are you sure it's been resolved? Chu Xiaoyuan questioned and asked. Shui Huffing grunted. That goes without saying, unless one can dodge it. As long as they are hit by me, they will surely die. Is it hard for you guys to question my ability? The other 6 captains despised Shui Huffing though, yet few would bash his ability to do so, because Choi and Wind have the quasi-S rank ability, aging, covered by the black aura under his control. One would fall into the dreaded curse of aging, 5 seconds. In fact, 50 years, or more, had passed in the black aura. No one can carry the years, aging 50 years in a flash. Not only physical aging, even the mind and spirit are weakened together, as if the old man in the wind. It is estimated that even the 9-9 multiplication table can be reacted to, not to mention other things, and this aging is irreversible, unrecoverable. That's why Shui Huffun makes a move. Almost invincible, no matter what you are or what your ability is. I will only use one move. Specializing in fancy. The reason why it was only quasi-S rank was because his mastery of this ability was not good enough. And Dr. Chen at the headquarters had once asserted that if Shui Huffung's mastery was taken to the next level, aging might metamorphose into a true S rank. Whether it's the source, or the loophole, it can't withstand the years. 50 years is enough for them to completely die out. Shui Huffing said indifferently. There has never been a rule event that lasted more than 50 years. Even the most stable rules can develop loopholes after a decade or so, then gradually collapse and eventually get completely out of control. After being completely out of control, the rules will actually restabilize and new rules will be born instead of the old ones. The out-of-control old rules naturally disappeared. Before it disappears, though, it creates very huge damage that the state can't just sit back and do nothing about, and it must do what it can to remove it. It is said that many poor and weak countries in Africa, when rules events occur, they often simply choose to swing for the fences and leave it at that. Just duck out of the way. Vandalism is vandalism. Threatening lives? Are you kidding me? When it comes to threats to life, the rules are way down the list. Warlords, droughts and natural disasters, diseases and plagues, which is not more dangerous than you. Shui Huffeng, who possessed the aging ability, was basically invincible as long as he could release his ability without any problems. Just when all 7 thought it was settled, the black gas slowly dissipated. That middle-aged older woman's figure surprisingly remained standing in place. Give me back my child. Give me back my child. The middle-aged older woman's eyes were lost in thought, and she still seemed to be greatly affected. Shui and Feng's eyes were glazed over. Ah, what's up with this big mama? You, why can you carry 50 years of aging? It's impossible. Not even if you are the source. Shui Huffeng shouted with some loss of composure. Pak said breathlessly, maybe she's in the plastic bag category? You think you're talking humorously, don't you? I, for one, have only a little bit of humor, and I'm still a romantic. Romance your head. Shui Huffeng was incomparably angry. I don't believe you. Do it again. He maneuvered the black gas to surge towards Big Mom once again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 seconds passed again. Shui Huffeng looked a little tired, and the consumption of aging ability was actually very great, but after the black aura dispersed, the middle-aged older woman remained standing in the same place. It shouldn't be. Choi and Feng began to doubt themselves. The other 6 captains also wore unbelievable expressions. Is it hard to believe that it really belongs in a plastic bag? It doesn't decompose for 100 years. The middle-aged older woman seemed to stabilize, standing still, not saying a word. Look, you guys. Ming Jilan was the first to notice something and shouted in a low voice. The crowd fixed their eyes in unison. The middle-aged older woman's face gradually blurred and seemed to be replaced by something, and the newly emerged face was gentle and loving, with an ineffable sense of solemnity. Like, Guanyin? What a joke. A crazy middle-aged older woman. How it looks like Guanyin. That's too sacrilegious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged older woman slowly spoke. Her voice was soft and grandiose with kindness, containing the Buddha nature. There is a sense of universality. Sleep. Go to sleep. Mommy's good baby. Tonight we sleep together. Tomorrow, we'll go to hell together. You have to be good. We can't find a home. She's singing a lullaby. The 7 captains' hearts were shaken. Not good. There are questions. I don't know what's wrong, but it just feels like a big problem. Quickly cover. Ming Jilan felt that her spiritual domain was rapidly collapsing. She shouted in a hurry, but before she could say the word ears, her eyes gradually became confused and her voice went down slightly. The 7 captains? Feeling more comfortable and satisfied than ever before. It's as if you're a baby in swaddling clothes. Is sleeping in the warmth of his mother's embrace. So cozy. Then go to sleep. Go to sleep. Listen well, to the yellow springs together. Just when the 7 people are immersed in sleep, suddenly came a bam sound of cracking in the ear, as if something broke. The crowd snapped all awake. Next moment, all 7 of them were cold and sweaty, fearful of the aftermath. If you slumber into it, that would be a total loss. If the 7 of them died together, how serious the consequences would be, dare not think about it. What was that noise just now? The crowd was confused. Then something even more confusing happened to them. The middle-aged older woman's hands suddenly clicked off like porcelain. No more. Nothing. How could there be no more? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. The middle-aged older woman took a sluggish step forward. Then her body fell heavily towards the back, turning into a floor of broken porcelain. It was evident that the power of aging still had a considerable effect on her. The captains looked cloudy. Solved? But they don't seem to be doing anything. It's dawn outside. Ming Jilan said at this time. The crowd looked toward the door in unison. The thick twilight was dispersed by the sunlight, and under the break of dawn, a pillar of light that saw through the dust was cast down from the roof of the broken Buddhist temple. They know. This situation, more often than not, signals the end of the rule event. The crowd looked at each other. This time, what about the summary report? Manhwa asked. Everyone was wide-eyed. I don't know how specific rules originate and end. Clueless yet. I know. Chu Xiaoyuan suddenly said. The crowd looked at her in unison. Chu Xiaoyuan's small face was full of seriousness. Capture Fangzhen and hand it over to the chief captain, so that the chief captain will have to take Fangzhen to the headquarters, and won't have time to ask us for the summary report. The crowd released and applauded. Genius. Good idea. Good idea. Chapter 120 Failure. Fangzhen was already running wildly with Ruan Yaowen all the way down the mountain road at this moment. After the Square Town Goddess of Mercy was forcefully smashed down, the out-of-control rules have then begun to return to normal, so the mountain road resurfaced. The entire Mount Kajamusha is no longer above the clouds. The duo stumbled all the way down the mountain path, as the original concrete mountain path was now in shambles and there wasn't much of a place to land at all. What's going on? Who's so bored to destroy the mountain road like this? Guingyu Man complained. Fangzhen didn't have the heart to say. Of course it was the rules event that did it. The rules are out of control and should last less than 24 hours. Just wreak havoc on this mountain. If it happens in a densely populated urban area, the damage caused dare not be thought of. I'm afraid it's no less than a chemical plant explosion. By the way, we've solved the equivalent of a Stage 3 rules event. If we make it into a guide and put it on the forums, we'll definitely earn a lot of points. Ruan Yaowen said excitedly. Fangzhen didn't have the heart to say. Speak as if you know how to solve the 3rd stage. Guingyu Man was stunned. Yahoo! He knows nothing from start to finish, and just muddles through a dangerous Stage 3 rules event. Well then, the raiders seem to be out of the question then. But this will be a colorful addition to my future resume. Having survived the Stage 3 rules and walked out unscathed after the rules ended. Talk about hanging on for dear life. With this resume, it's no problem to go to one of those civic clubs and mix up a vice president. Ruan Yaowen smiled playfully. Then, a foot in the air, the ground suddenly cracked and collapsed. Oopsie daisy. Guingyu Man loses weight and sinks a leg right in. Luckily, Fangzhen was quick on his feet and yanked him by the arm. Then yanked up with force. Watch out. Nguyen Yaowen was so scared that he slumped to the ground and looked at the collapsed ground with palpitations, and when he looked inside, it was surprisingly dark and very hollow. That's when the duo realized. The inside of Mount Kajamusha was surprisingly empty. The whole mountain has become an empty shell. It's barely holding a mountain, but once it touches a typhoon or a small earthquake, I'm afraid it will collapse in an instant, even without this kind of natural disaster. At the moment, MT, Jingshang is collapsing and breaking down everywhere. Just like a leaky spoon. So exaggerated. The mountain is almost gone. Nguyen Yaowen's heart palpitated. Fangzhen said, hurry up. It might collapse completely at some point. The odds are that the duo wouldn't survive if they were buried by a mountain with their abilities. So it's got to be a quick escape. The two have already fled for a while, and at this moment they can already see the foot of the mountain. Only that the foot of the mountain is blocked, and in the distance there is even a military garrison, as well as a variety of heavy weapons to deal with unexpected situations. Kid, stop right there. The Fangjin duo heard a chortle from behind them. Turn your head. It was amazing that the 7 captains had already caught up. Crap. Fangjin was alarmed. I didn't expect the 7 to catch up so quickly. Are you guys that busy? Having just resolved the rules incident, don't you have anything else to be busy with? Had to come after me, an insignificant little man. Run, run, run. Fangjin shouted. The two playfully run away. Want to run? I'll take this credit first. Zhang Rulong laughed out loud. His huge figure suddenly disappeared in place, and after a few flashes, he unexpectedly came directly behind the two Fangjin. Cui Hufeng, Manhwa, and Ming Jilan could only slowly catch up at the back. Their powers don't add much to themselves. Climbing is still exhausting. It was too far apart for their abilities to attack Fangjin, so nothing can be done. Zhang Rulong came behind the two Fangjin, grabbed one with one hand, grabbed the collar and pulled the two up. Hey, 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 grabbed it. It's almost as easy as a hawk catching a chicken. Fangjin and Guanyaowen felt like helpless little chickens. What are you two running for? Zhang Rulong came up to his big face and looked up and down. We are official people. Our main mission is also to protect people's lives and properties. You guys are so scared of us. You can't be some kind of evil people who are committing crimes, right? Guanyaowen tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was heartfelt. How could it be? Zhang Rulong doesn't care about Nguyenman. More attention is still on Fangjin. This kid is the one HQ wants? Kid, be honest and come with us or, poof, a little chick like you. I don't need my abilities to crush you. Zhang Rulong threatened. Fangjin was exasperated. Is this how you protect people's lives and property? You're not your average people. Don't force me to get rough. I'm not even wearing a finger tiger. You should understand that I don't want to hurt you, so you better not force me to hurt you either. There's really no difference to me between bringing you to HQ in one piece, and crushing your legs and feet and sending you back to HQ. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Reassured of what? Fangjin revealed a smile and placed his hands on Zhang Rulong's thick arms. You can do it to you without any psychological burden. Slaughter, ability, activated. Zhang Rulong's arm detached from his body and fell to the ground. There's no blood, no wounds. It's like a prosthetic leg has been removed. Naturally, Fangjin also dropped down smoothly, and he did not hesitate to kick heavily, sending Zhang Rulong's arm into the distant mountains and forests. You. Zhang Rulong was shocked. Taking advantage of his opponent's loss of concentration, Fangjin went on to saving Guanyaowen by removing his other arm as well. Brother, you're so cool. Guanyaowen shouted excitedly, then kicked Zhang Rulong's other arm as well. Oh hoo, cool. Zhang Rulong at this moment lost both arms. This is slaughter? Zhang Rulong had heard of this ability, but had never faced it. He blushed hard. You too, looking for death. Zhang Rulong was furious. His roar was deafening. Even if I don't have both hands, I can run you two grizzlies over even with my head. He's really pissed off. The lanky figure and muscular body exuded a terrifying aura. No one would doubt that Zhang Rulong could kill a cow with one punch. Fangjin, on the other hand, shouted as he fled for his life. I know you're very good, but you'd better hurry up and get your hand back. Who knows what kind of snakes, insects, rats and ants there are in the mountains. I can't guarantee that anything will happen if your hand is dragged away as food. Zhang Rulong's face suddenly changed as he hurriedly turned his head to look around, but the arms are kicked into the mountains. I don't know where it rolled. Even though he was fast, there was no way he could find the unseen thing in the first place. Malagobi, the brat must not fall into my hands. Zhang Rulong cursed an expletive and couldn't care less about chasing people. Hurriedly jumping into the mountain forest to find his arm, he buried his head in his search. The other 6 captains watched the scene breathlessly. Big black bear, ah, big black bear, tell me about you. What's the use? Manhwa scoffed. You might as well be called Zhang Rubug. Not only did you miss, but you missed. Zhang Rulong couldn't be bothered to respond. He just buried his head and searched hard. A broken hand can still be renewed, but if your arm is bitten off a few pieces of flesh by the snakes and bugs in the mountains, it's a lifelong stifle. Humph. Boxer. Third Captain Yang Gang shook his head breathlessly, then stepped forward and said, nothing but a brute strength. No wonder the mission success rate has been so low. Watch and learn well. Learn how the old-timers catch people. He was a retired veteran, but still young in both physical condition and mentality, and even more experienced in combat. It was only Yang Gang who fought his way straight down the mountain road. Next moment, the golden transparent paraglider suddenly surfaced. Yang Gang grabbed the paraglider he had manifested and glided quickly towards the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 121, Soul Split. The Fangjin duo buried their heads and fled, but at this point, there was an attention-grabbing gunshot from behind them. "Brother, there's another one. It's that little old man," Nguyen Yaowen blurted. Fong Jin was shocked. In fact, the third Captain Yang Gang was the person he was most afraid of. Because there can be a myriad of variables in the way this man fights. It's too hard to figure out the weaknesses of such people. At this moment, the third captain, Yang Gang, grabbed the paraglider with one hand and glided down the mountain, while the other hand grabbed the golden submachine gun and swept it towards the bottom of the mountain. Sparks sprayed from the muzzle. Bullets poured down the mountain road, crackling and splattering dust, and all of them hit around Fong Jin and Nguyen Yaowen, but none of the bullets actually hit them, only to see a transparent head-mounted megaphone even generated on Yang Gang's face, and a loud voice came out. "Listen, you two, you've already been targeted by me, and if you resist any longer, I will shoot without mercy. Now, stop right now and surrender with your hands up." Fong Jin had a tangled look on his face. Now that's trouble. He doesn't have the means to stop bullets. However, at this moment, Nguyen Yaowen said very seriously, "Brother, don't worry, let's run boldly. This little old man can't help me." Fong Jin sniffed indistinctly, almost forgot. Nguyen Yaowen's ability has always been very strong. It's a proper A-class ability. It's just that the trouble he encounters is always outside his ability, so it seems as if he's useless. So the duo continued to run away. "How dare you ignore me? Do you really think I don't dare to shoot?" Yang Gang was furious, and his voice was released through the loudspeaker. "Since you guys still want to continue resisting, then don't blame me." He aimed at the duo's legs and fired. Chug chug chug. With his practical combat ability, even in this kind of mobile battle, he was very confident that he could hit the legs of the duo without injuring any other vital organs. But what happened next surprised Yang Gang greatly. Bullets sprayed out. Surprisingly, sparks crackled in the air, like hitting an invisible wall. "What's going on here?" Yang Gang grabbed the glider and glided all the way over. Bang! It hit an invisible wall and fell straight down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang just fell dizzy. Fortunately in time figurative an inflatable air cushion. Catch himself. Otherwise this old waste is afraid to fall off. And Chu Xiaoyuan's voice from the back came at this moment. "By the way, Captain Yang forgot to tell you something. Nguyen Yaowen's ability is able to create invisible defense walls. The defense is quite amazing. You didn't say so earlier." Yang Gang scolded, "Deliberately watching me suffer. This ability seems to restrain him as well. Responding to a variety of complex environments and combat situations and adapting to the situation is his forte, but bursting out with extremely high power was his weak point." "Sorry." Chu Xiaoyuan gave a cute shrug. "That sweet, innocent look. If a stranger saw it, they would definitely think it was a harmless little girl." But the other captains knew deep down how scary this woman was. Bai Yi said breathlessly, "Chu Xiaoyuan, you're not trying to compete for credit, are you? Fong Jin is the person I discovered first. Of course this credit would have originally gone to me." Chu Xiaoyuan said with a straight face. "Fair enough, but I'm ignoring you." Pak smiled slightly. Seems to have struck out. The duo of Fong Jin and Nguyen Yaowen were about to run to the foot of the mountain at the moment, but the tension didn't ease much. Nguyen Yaowen gasped, "Brother, don't you have the ability to make us invisible? Use it." "No, I can't use it. I feel like someone is staring at me all the time." Fong Jin twisted his head and looked at the distant 7th Captain Meng Jilan. She moved slowly down the hill, but the eyes were overly bright, as if bubbling with shimmering golden light. Fong Jin's heart sank. This woman's spiritual domain was quite powerful. It was surprising that he could lock onto himself even from hundreds of meters away. Even if one casts, ignore, it will also be discovered. The 7 captains are really not easy to deal with. Just then, Nguyen Yaowen paused in his tracks. "What's wrong with you?" Fong Jin asked, twisting his head as he sensed something bad. Nguyen Yaowen, however, froze in place with a demented look on his face, like a lost soul. Fong Jin was startled and was about to say something, but he felt a force tugging heavily on him, and his body floated uncontrollably. "What's going on?" He looked down, only to find himself underneath him, and Nguyen Yaowen was still beside himself, just one standing on the ground and one floating in midair. "Brother, we're out of body?" Nguyen Yaowen was horrified. Fong Jin was also shocked. This situation, it does look a lot like an out-of-body experience. 2. It's outrageous. Can we still have some science? At this moment, Fong Jin and Nguyen Yaowen all stopped where they were, their faces dumbfounded. No movement. The two souls float in the air, separated from the body. That's right, the soul is out of the body. A slightly weak voice came out. The two looked in unison, only to see that there were 6 illusory and incomparable figures appearing in front of them. The 6 looked exactly the same. Even their demeanor was indistinguishable. They all looked to be in the state of a soul body. It was none other than the 6 captains. Bai Yi. Fongjin couldn't help but be horrified in his heart. It's that Captain 6. It looks sickly. Like a sickly child. The 6 Bai Yi spoke in unison at this moment. This is my ability, Soul Split. I can split into soul-body splits and manipulate them to perform various actions. Forcing you all to lose your souls is precisely one of the abilities of the Soul Split. There was no sign of his ability, but it was incredibly menacing. It made Fongjin think of a word raising a brat. It's almost like in a horror movie, controlling little ghosts that can secretly harm people without their knowledge. Only he raised himself. No wonder he looked so sickly. Having split his soul, his main body would naturally become weak. It's also exactly what he's capable of. It was then that the middle-aged older woman, who was hidden in another dimension, was forcefully dragged back. Don't presume to resist, or else the 6 of us together can destroy part of your souls, and you'll be little cuties by then. And believe me, that would be worse than death. Bai said seriously. Nguyen Man couldn't help but wail. You captains, how can your abilities be more strange than one another? Soul-body state. He couldn't use his powers. Whether you can leave or not is not up to you. Fongjin forcefully urged his ability, and black flames ignited in his palm, flowing like a liquid, sticky and odd, cold and hot. Bai revealed a few moments of surprise. You can actually still use your abilities, but it's no use. Not many things can hurt a soul body, and since I've detained your souls, you're all doomed to be turtles in a jar. Gotta try. It might work. Fongjin heavily threw out the black flame in his hand. It was one of the first abilities he acquired. This kind of ghost fire possesses both fire and water characteristics. It's weird. Stemming from burned-out late-night internet cafes, Fongjin doesn't want to be taken, so adamantly refused to tie his hands. The flames thudded against one of the packs, the black flames quickly attaching and spreading. The packs frowned. I told you it wouldn't work. He grabbed the flame and flung it hard. This bit of stuff, it's just, to me. Bai was about to act like a bully when he realized that the flames thrown out were like sludge, just shaken off but not really detached from his body. What's this? No, it's not right. Bai struggled to break free of the flames, only to find that they continued to spread until they completely wrapped around themselves. There's something wrong with this fire. In the distance, Bai suddenly coughed violently. His face grew paler and paler, like he's going to die any minute, even if the soul is divided. But ultimately, it's his soul. Once the soul was injured, his original body would also be injured. Soul, return, Bai uttered with difficulty. The remaining 5 souls quickly flew back and merged into his body before his face gradually took on a bloody color. Once the soul is injured, he would no longer be able to use his abilities at will. Once more souls were injured, he was literally going to die. Chapter 122, I'll take it all by myself. Bai's change of heart at this moment made several other people look surprised, because even they didn't have much of a way to counteract White's ability. The attack of the soul is another level of blow. It cannot be explained scientifically, either theoretically or practically, and therefore belongs to the mystery department. Bai Yi, are you injured? Ming Jilan was curious. Bai nodded his head with difficulty. One of my soul splits was destroyed. I can't just strike out for the next 10 days. Once another accident happens, I'll die. He can hurt you? Yes. He can release a very odd kind of flame. That kind of flame, which can injure the soul, should also belong to the mystic department's ability. It's not very damaging to physical objects. Not as good as unusual flames, but it strikes a wider area than unusual flames. Bai instantly analyzed the characteristics of the flames Fongjin released. Let's make you want to grab the credit and eat your words. Chu Xiaoyuan ate a lollipop, smiling and gloating. Bai Yi originally wanted to scold Chu Xiaoyuan for hiding information, but once he thought that he didn't seem to have asked for information either, he had no choice but to lay down and shut up resentfully. Ming Jilan realized something at this moment. That's not right. The crowd looked to her. There's something wrong. Slaughter, mysterious flame. This Fongjin should also have mastered an ability similar to stealth, just that he was hesitant to unleash it by me staring at him. How did he have 3 abilities? Ming Jilan couldn't help but ask. When these words came out, the crowd was all stunned. With 3 powers? That's not possible. There is indeed a very small percentage of lucky people in this world that awaken 2 abilities. There are also some fierce people who keep trying various methods by which to stimulate themselves and give birth to a second ability. And this is a major topic that the Institute has been tirelessly researching in recent years. But 2 abilities is the limit. There shall be no third power. It's common sense. Globally, there are no awakened people with 3 abilities. 3 abilities. Can it be that this is the reason why headquarters wants him? Chui Hufeng muttered to himself. This kind of ability would be a great thing to cultivate. The crowd looked at Chu Xiaoyuan in unison again at this moment. She was the only one who knew the bottom line of Fongjin. Chu Xiaoyuan lightly hummed. No need to blindly guess. I won't tell you. This is my person. Naturally I will take it away. It has nothing to do with you. Saying that, Chu Xiaoyuan finally made a move. She leapt up. There was a bulge on his back. And surprisingly, a pair of bat wings broke out of his body. Chu Xiaoyuan lifted his wings and flew towards the mountain. At the moment, no one could argue with him anymore. The crowd could only look at Chu Xiaoyuan's back and cast contemptuous glances. Brother, that devil is here. Nguyen Yaowen shouted hurriedly. Fang Zhen twisted his head. There were bat-like wings flapping behind Chu Xiaoyuan as she quickly swooped down from the mountain at an extremely fast speed, revealing her small tiger teeth like an imp teasing her prey. In just a moment, Chu Xiaoyuan swept over the heads of the two and blocked in front of them. See this scene. Fang Zhen could not help but marvel. Not bad for a witch, to actually have this kind of use of one's own abilities. It seems that the other party can not only transform into other people, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake, but can also transform into an animal, or even partially shapeshift and have the ability of an animal. Bai Ming had once said that Chu Xiaoyuan's magic shape ability was only F rank, arguably at the bottom of the list of known abilities. This ability to fight is poor. That's why the rating is low. However, Chu Xiaoyuan continuously tapped into the potential of her ability and developed a variety of applications. If other magic shape ability users also had this kind of application, the magic shape's ability could at least be ranked above C. Unfortunately, there is only one example like Chu Xiaoyuan in the whole country. Fang Zhen, you have a ghost in your heart, don't you? Why are you running away? Chu Xiaoyuan questioned. Fang Zhen also stopped pretending to be honest at this moment, and took a deep breath. Why do you think I'm running away? My identity has questionable origins, and I might not even be a human being. How can I go with you? What treatment will I get when I go to the headquarters? Nguyen Yaowen glanced at Fang Zhen suspiciously. Not a human being? No way. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. It's true that your identity comes from an odd place, but I can guarantee that as long as you don't possess any harmful properties, no one will harm you or lock you up for research. You can guarantee that? Fang Zhen asked. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded heavily. Yes, if the people at the headquarters have to lock you up, I'll quit in a big deal and break into the headquarters to save you out. Anyway, even if I did break any laws, no one can catch me. With her abilities, it could be easy to escape state capture. No one can find her in a sea of people. Fang Zhen lowered his head and thought for a moment, still shaking his head. I'm sorry, I still can't go with you guys. Why? Because I don't know if I'm harmful or not. Fang Zhen smiled. What if I really am a loophole that will cause great harm to the country? The people? Would you possibly save me? Chu Xiaoyuan couldn't help but fall into silence as she spoke with difficulty. If that's really the case, you're even more unable to run around. And even more so, you should accept the state's control. I just want to live well and be free. I can also promise you that if I will cause harm, I will flee the country and find an uninhabited island to spend the rest of my life on. So will you leave me alone? That, I'm afraid, won't do. Fang Zhen sighed. That's right, there's no way for you to completely trust me, and there's no way for me to completely trust you. It's a dead end. Since it's a dead heat, there's no possibility of negotiation. Then we'll have to ask you to stay. Chu Xiaoyuan flew up and took out a walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. Do your best to apprehend these two people and try to catch them alive. The army stationed at the bottom of the hill began to function. Teams of heavily armed troops began to narrow the circle. Chu Xiaoyuan knew that if he exerted his full strength, the damage would be too great. But he couldn't break through Nguyen Yaowen's defensive wall without using his full strength. So he simply ordered the army to surround it while he himself took control of the situation in the air, looking for opportunities. Brother, it looks like it's over. Nguyen Yaowen's face showed bitterness. Pity my new wife, who just got married and will be widowed. He's at least got an obstruction charge and a few years in jail at the very least. If Chu Xiaoyuan wasn't willing to let him go, a life sentence is a possibility. Fang Zhen looked at the gradually approaching army. You escape. Nguyen Yuman froze. Ha, I say, run away. Their main target is me. Your ability to escape surrounded by an army isn't much of a problem. I'll help you attract the attention of a few captains and you go. Fang Zhen took big strides towards the mountain. He intended to face the 7 captains head-on. Suddenly it hit an invisible wall of defense. Couldn't go any further. Fang Zhen was startled and immediately turned his head, only to find Nguyen Yaowen walking past him and heading up the mountain path. Nguyen Yaowen, what are you doing? Fang Zhen shouted hurriedly. Nguyen Yaowen shook his head and twisted his head with a smile. Brother, you're really something. If you were to abandon me, I would definitely turn my head and run. But you preferred to stay behind yourself to guard my back. How does that make me go? If I walk away, am I still a human being? He tilted his head and looked at the 6 captains who were gradually coming down from the mountain, and bellowed. Invincible defense wall. Next moment, blood began to seep from his mouth and nose, and a huge invisible wall of defense rose from the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The whole mountain shook. All 6 captains were stopped from descending the mountain. Nguyen Yaowen waved his big hand, and even more so, he forcefully blocked the army in all directions as well. Chu Xiaoyuan was startled as she immediately swooped down. You can't get close either. Ruan Yaowen created a defense wall, stopping Chu Xiaoyuan in the air as well. The enormous pressure bending his waist as blood flowed uncontrollably from his nose, stopping 7 powerful awakened ones and hundreds of heavily armed troops by himself. The pressure is naturally outrageous. Go! I've got the top here. Come on. You saved my ass twice, and I gave it back to you. Go back and tell Yao Qingshi how handsome his husband is now. The black card belongs to her. All of Laozi's savings belong to her. But in the future, she is not allowed to find a man. She can only be an exquisite rich woman. Old me can't wear a cuckold even if I die. Nguyen Yaowen trembled. The corners of his mouth mingled with blood and water, raising a hideous smile. Come at me with any debts. I'm alone. Take it all. Chapter 123, Hubby, get in the car. One invisible defense wall after another rose, hardly separating the area around Mte Kajamusha. The ever-approaching army couldn't advance an inch. They tried to bypass the defense wall in front of them, but it was as if they were caught in an invisible labyrinth. They couldn't turn around no matter how hard they tried. They were trapped. The 6 captains on the hill were stopped. Only the second team, Changjiang Rulong, was able to ignore the defense wall and pass through with ease. But he had only retrieved one arm at the moment and was still looking for the other, so he couldn't care less about that. Creating a defense wall. Nice ability. Even if you come to our special operations department, you can still mix a vice captain. Ming Jilan said as she stroked the invisible barrier. Chui Huffing said indifferently. The greater the ability, the greater the danger. He dares to stop the action of our special operation department. This person's character is lawless. Absolutely cannot be kept. I think it's better to shoot directly. A little too cruel. Wanhua's eyes were filled with admiration. Young, righteous and energetic. That's the kind of vice captain I need. Leave it to me, I'll recruit it. No, dangerous elements. They should all be eradicated. Third Captain Yang Gang said with a stern face. Paik was in a bad mood and said, I'm in favor of killing. Can't be killed. Didn't you hear him say he had a wife? Widowhood is too cruel. I think we should try to reform it. Ming Jilan commented. Several captains argued. None of them were able to break through the defense wall, though, so it's just as well to wait and see what happens. Chu Xiaoyuan stood in the air, stepping on the invisible defense wall, his brows slightly furrowed. That's tricky. There are too many people here. If you transform yourself, you might hurt someone. Most importantly, she doesn't like ultimate transformation. Ruan Yaowen. You. Fangzhen looked at the person in front of him with great shock. Ruan Yaowen spat out blood and gritted his teeth. Go. I stopped that woman with the spiritual domain. No one can stop you. I'll make an opening in the defense wall. Just hurry and go. It was clear to him that there was no way for the two to escape together. One must be left behind for the other to escape. Fangzhen has always treated Nguyen Man as only a toolman, because he knew so little about the world of the awakened. Now that he had joined the Skynet Forum, he didn't need Ruan Yaowen much anymore. And in the future, when each of them bought a house and didn't have to live in Ruan Yaowen's house, they shouldn't have too much to do with each other. The relationship with each other is probably just friends who know each other. But at the moment, Fangzhen knew that he could no longer be friends with the person in front of him, only as a brother. Fangzhen pulled out the broken-armed Guanyin statue he got from Baochang Temple and stared at it dead in the face. No matter what the hell you are, but it should serve some purpose. Any ability will do. Hurry up and use it. But the statue of the goddess of mercy, whose face was full of madness, was just peacefully grasped in his hands. No response. It looks like it can't be counted on. Don't go yet. Ruan Yaowen urged again. I can't leave anymore. Don't be so motherly. Do you want to see me die in vain? Fangzhen gritted his teeth and finally chose to turn around. He made a decision in his mind. Whoever it is, if Nguyen Yaowen really died, he himself must make the other party pay for his life. Finally gone. Nguyen Man felt a wave of dizziness. The defense wall. It's not going to hold. Creating a defense wall of this magnitude in one breath. It is a great drain on physical and mental strength. However, within a few seconds, Ruan Yaowen realized that Fangzhen had retraced his steps, and he was shocked. You? What are you doing? Why did you come back? You turn your head. Fangzhen said. Nguyen Man twisted his head with difficulty. He saw a pink motorcycle coming in the distance. So fast it kicked up a cloud of flying dust. The pink motorcycle rushed in at almost 300 kilometers per hour, continuously breaking through several military lines of defense. scaring the military people who immediately warned them with loudspeakers. But the motorcycle ignored it and rushed in one after another. Not even a warning shot would have done any good. It's not a bank. What's there to break into? The officers were confused. And just as the officers were still hesitating to shoot to kill, the pink motorcycle had broken into the very core of the enclosure. The rider on the motorcycle, at this moment, will be a helmet removed, black hair flowing, red lips like fire. The woman on the car to meet the gusty wind, husband, I'm coming to save you. Immediately afterward, the woman rode her motorcycle and did a very nice pressurized deceleration drift turnaround and came to a steady stop. A long car track was left on the ground. There were a few faint whiffs of burning. Honey, get in the car. Who else could the visitor be? It's none other than Yao Qingshi. She rode her motorcycle to Mt. Jingsheng to look for Nguyen Yaowen and Fangjin. Who knew that she would find that the mountain had been surrounded by the military, surrounded by warning signs and access barriers racks, not allowing anyone to enter. Yao Qingshi had been worried outside for several days, and finally today, she heard movement in the mountains. I don't know why. There seemed to be some force in the underworld that gave her the courage to break into the car. So she adjusted the horsepower to the maximum, directly rushed in. Along the way the army all the blocking measures, surprisingly good luck all bypassed, unimpeded, to the center of the most surrounded circle. Crap, playing so handsome. Ruan Yaowen felt like the woman in front of him was bubbling with light, gorgeous and eye-catching, as if she was an angel on a motorcycle. Such a woman is actually my wife. It's a real earner. Ruan Yaowen immediately said, brother, let's go. Get in the car together. I'll sit in the center. You sit in the back. And we'll all squeeze in. So bother turning your back to me. Come on. It's already time to think about this. Fangjin said in a bad mood. To get in the car. Yao Qingshi started her motorcycle and swooshed out. And just then, the defense wall is also gone as far as it can go. We can't let them escape. Immediately set up a roadblock and stop them. First Captain Chui Huffing pulled out his satellite phone and gave the order. The army started moving immediately. A heavy barricade immediately began to be set up. But surprisingly, the pink motorcycle chose the route. 7 turns, but will set up roadblocks to avoid all the way across the road, but no obstacles, and is about to break out of the encirclement. So great. Wife, you robbed a bank before. Ha? Route planning so well? Nguyen Yaowen was surprised. Yao Qingshi just stared at the road in front of her, slightly confused. I didn't do route planning. I just rushed all the way to gamble a little, and I didn't expect to rush out like this. And at this moment, the military vehicles started up one by one, following the motorcycle in pursuit. But the motorcycle was too fast. The military vehicles couldn't catch up at all. Some special forces rode their motorcycles all the way to chase, but still failed to catch up. And on the way, some people even chose to shoot. But unexpectedly, all the bullets missed and did not land on the motorcycle. Call the helicopters immediately and go after them, an officer ordered in exasperation. Saved by a motorcycle ram raid on 2 men wanted by special operations. It's not just a strange shame, and it's still a bad job. It's just going to be nailed to the rack of shame. But at this point, Chu Xiaoyuan gave a new order through the satellite phone. There's no need to chase them. Let them go. Chapter 124 Awakening Objects. The pink motorcycle rode through the army. In just a few minutes, though, he entered the city and completely lost his trail. The 7 captains assembled at the foot of Mt. Kajamusha. Poor second team Changjiang Rulong clamped his 2 broken arm. Black face. Look out, in a very bad mood. Exudes a breath of life, do not approach. I must get that brat killed. Zhang Rulong gritted his teeth and roared lowly. Ming Jilan snickered and helped Zhang Rulong take out the satellite phone, holding it up to his ear. Zhang Rulong resentfully dialed the phone. Hey, boss, please help find an awakened person with slaughter ability in the circle. I've been assassinated. My hand is broken. I need someone to help me connect it. The boss he's talking about is, of course, Chief Captain Wei Mingyan. Wei Mingyang unceremoniously cursed him and hung up the phone. Mistakes in rules events are still excusable, but to miss against the awakened, then this would be a big mistake. Chu Xiaoyuan. Chui Huffing was a bit annoyed. Why did you order to stop pursuing? Chu Xiaoyuan faintly said. The motorcycle has already driven out of the encirclement. Once it is pursued to the city, it will immediately cause a national panic. This is a big responsibility. I think we should be more prudent. This answer is impeccable, and the big picture is important. It's just a motorcycle. As long as you want to chase after it, it's not a problem at all. Chui Huffing said. If it was just an ordinary motorcycle, how could it break in so easily and how could it sail away so easily? You're also underestimating the capabilities of our army. You mean the one driving the motorcycle is also an awakened? Not bad. And the odds are that it's an awakened with powerful senses. Don't try to rely on the number of people to catch her. It's not realistic. Instead, it's prone to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. So I don't think we should continue the pursuit. Chui and Feng's eyes flickered. It seemed to be thinking about something. But, Chui Huffling suddenly said, the army is not fit to pursue. But you are. You did nothing. Instead you let them leave. As long as you make a move, they won't be able to escape at all. He was well aware of Chu Xiaoyuan's strength. If she gets serious, these people can't leave. I'm not happy to make a move. If I make a move, I have to become very ugly. People don't like it. Chu Xiaoyuan said innocently. Choi and Feng showed a disgusted expression and turned their faces away. The crowd was speechless. No one continued to dwell on this point. Chu Xiaoyuan looked at the long car tracks left on the ground in the distance. There was a long moment of contemplation, followed by a soft sigh. Her eyes were confused and she seemed to remember something from many years ago. Since you want to live free, live free. Don't show your face again. The motorcycle drove into the city. The deafening roar caused countless angry tirades. The license plate is off at the moment. Crazy to drive in the driveway. Frightened. The surrounding cars avoided, not wanting to mess with this kind of madman. The pink motorcycle made an unbearable sound and seemed to be falling apart at any moment. The body was clearly detectable shaking and the engine was hot as hell. Honey, is the car not going to hold up? Nguyen Yaowen couldn't help but ask. Yao Qingshi looked grave. The engine is overloaded. It's the first time I've driven so fast, and it's lucky that I didn't have any accidents along the way. I secretly modified this car myself. The performance is much better than an unusual motorcycle, but it usually only starts up to 240. Feng Jin reminded. Find a place to stop. It's too dangerous to speed along. There are so many cars downtown. The danger is greatly increased. But there is surveillance everywhere. Once we stop. Yao Qingshi hesitated. Nguyen Yaowen pulled himself together and smiled. Don't worry, wife. We're safe. Yao Qingshi sniffed and no longer hesitated, finally stopping after turning into an alley. And the moment the car came to a stop, it finally disintegrated beyond its capacity, with all sorts of parts falling off sparsely and the motorcycle engine emitting searing black smoke that seemed to be at risk of exploding at any moment. Yao Qingshi also had a moment of fear. The car is worn to this extent. Can drive back safely. What a stroke of luck. Yao Qingshi hurriedly looked around for a fire extinguisher, but was unable to find one. But the engine only smoked black for a while and was eventually completely scrapped and did not explode, which was considered a blessing in misfortune. Escaped? Great. Ruan Yaowen had a tired face and collapsed towards Yao Qingshi. Yao Qingshi hurriedly held on. Are you alright? Too tired to need a kiss from my wife to recover. Geez, stop it. Yao Qingshi's face was red and shy. Feng Jin, on the other hand, turned his back and played dumb, showing love in public. You guys are so full of it. But Feng Jin cared about one thing more. It's a little too much luck to escape all the way out. It's almost like Lady Luck is favoring it. Feng Jin took out the broken-armed Guanyin statue in his arms and muttered to himself. It shouldn't be because of you. He also wondered if Yao Qingshi also possessed an awakening ability. But that's not very realistic. One must first experience a full rules event to be born with the awakening ability. And using awakened abilities is necessarily subjective. Self is definitely perceptible. Yao Qingshi also thinks it's her luck that means she doesn't actually know anything. So all the way out, there was definitely an outside force interfering, helping them escape the army's encirclement. Think about it. There seems to be only one possibility. What kind of effect do you have anyway? It can't be that the heart wants what it wants. Feng Jin thought for a while and dismissed this guess. Can't even do what the heart wants for a real rules event. How can a single utensil do that? Feng Jin looked at the broken-armed Guanyin statue. That crazy twisted face makes people look a little creepy. Really don't dare to look at it more. More easy to have nightmares. At this moment, a crack surfaced on the broken-armed Guanyin statue. Feng Jin could be sure that it hadn't just been. It just came out of nowhere. It's an awakening object. Feng Jin could finally be certain at this moment, because awakening objects were things that carried the power of rules and possessed incredible power, but often existed for a number of uses. Each use will result in a different level of damage to the awakening, until it's completely destroyed. The awakening object also fails. Since it's an awakening object, it can't be the source, because the source has to be dealt with for the event to end, and for the event to end, the awakening object can appear. The source is the older woman? No, that's not right. Feng Jin looked at the terrifying face of the broken-armed goddess. A somewhat absurd thought arose in his mind. Perhaps the goddess of mercy was originally the source, but for some reason, the power of the source was fused by Big Mom. Chapter 125 Eat Everything. Feng Jin kept pondering about the Guanyin statue. It also occurred to me that I had a wooden box in my hand. The wooden box has been used at least twice, but there are no cracks in the body. Doesn't the wooden box count as an awakening object? What the hell is that wooden box? Can't figure it out. At this time, Ruan Yawan and Yao Qingshi had obviously finished catching up. Nguyen Yawan had red lip marks on his face and his spirit was much better. Brother, let's go. Go. Fong Jin nodded. Yao Qingshi was surprised. Are we just going to walk out? There's surveillance everywhere in the city. And there might already be people checking our location. Once we reveal ourselves, it'll be dangerous. Nguyen Yawan laughed. Don't worry, we're already safe. The three of them walked out of the alley, toward the new building. Along the way, Yao Qingshi was surprised to find that the people passing by actually looked as if they couldn't see the three at all, walking straight through without looking at them, and even almost bumping into each other a few times. It takes 3 people to actively avoid it. This is amazing, because she usually goes out on the street, especially when she's wearing tight leather. She's sure to be accosted by a lot of men asking for contact information, but this time there were none. There wasn't even a single person on the street who offered to look at him or her. She had always guessed that Nguyen Yawan and Fong Jin were not ordinary people, possessing abilities that were unimaginable to normal people. But it still feels marvelous when you really feel it in person at the moment. How long have we been gone? Fong Jin inquired Yao Qingshi. Yao Qingshi counted the time. It should be almost half a month. It's only been half a month. It doesn't seem long. But Fong Jin had been in the illusion for 2 whole years. He pulled out his own cell phone. WeChat keeps popping up with messages. No need to guess who it is, because he only has one friend on WeChat. Jiang Yueying had been sending messages for the past half a month. The other day was sharing the joy of a successful mechanical prosthetic fitting, but Fontaine never replied. Are you caught up in some kind of rules incident again? Really? Can't you take a few days off? It feels like you're busier than anyone in special operations. Fong Jin sniffed and shook his head helplessly. It's still true. Haven't been able to stop myself. Next, say nothing about actively approaching the rules event. Definitely need to get some rest. Be careful with everything and don't try to be brave. Remember to send me a message if you get out of trouble. You can't die. You still owe me a meal. Why haven't you heard anything yet? Is your cell phone in arrears? I charged you 50. Save it. No, you can't save it. If you don't have traffic, use your phone bill to surf the net and give me a message right now, or I'll get mad. Just kidding. I'm not mad. Message me when you get back. Swell, not back yet. Spits bubbles. Knock knock. Is anyone home? If not, I'll come in. So tired from rehab today. Sleepy. Good night. 1 message per day. There has been no interruption. Sometimes there are cute as hell emoji packs that are so cute that they're served with the chats, and the results are out of this world. The latest news comes from last night. I wonder if I slept well. Looking at this series of chats, Fong Jin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Someone who cares about their well-being. It really is a joy to watch. Fong Jin thought for a long time and sent a message. Sister Fu, good morning. About 10 seconds passed. A voice swooshed in. So sleepy, I can't keep my eyes open. You're finally back. The tone was lazy and sleepy, with a few moments of relief. It's hard to get up and send a message when you're so sleepy. You don't have a crush on me, do you? It's already sunrise and you're still not up? Fong Jin sent a message. I'm a patient. I don't work. I'm going to sleep. Ha? Well, go to sleep. No sleep. How are you going to pay me back if you wake me up? This message was followed by a knife-smoking emoji. Fong Jin said, how about treating you to a movie? It's no fun. All the movies lately have been boring. Then buy you dinner. Yeah. The question is, aren't you at the institute? Would it be inconvenient to come out? No problem. Okay, it's going to be Tanabata soon, so we'll come out for dinner on Tanabata. You invited me to dinner on Tanabata? It can't be a crush on me. Fong Jin said bluntly. Yeah, crush on you. Jiang Yueying, who was far away in the isolation room of the institute, looked at the screen of the cell phone. Her face flushed, nervously snapping her fingertips. Her eyes fluttered, and she hurriedly turned off the cell phone to calm down. But after a few seconds, couldn't resist clicking on it again. No, definitely not. Jiang Yueying was covered with the quilt, only revealing a pair of eyes. At least not right now. She's still disabled. Wait until, at least until it's not visible at all. It's useless to have a crush. I have too many suitors. Take your time to line up. Jiang Yueying sent a message. The Fongtown message was soon sent again. Request to cut in line. Overruled. Apply again. Dismissed again. I object. Objection overruled. Objection to your objection is overruled. I invalidate your objection. Bounce. Bounce nullified. Then I'll file a complaint against you for being a player and a referee. It's too much of a trick. The unqualified group that presumes to cut in line. Don't talk. Can I cut in line if I buy you a big meal? Consider it. Eat what? Anything. Sand County Hotel? Okay. Where's the steak? Okay. Hairy blood wonton to eat or not? Eat. Where's the frogfish head? Eat. Where's the seafood? Eat. Iron skillet stew to eat or not? Eat. Is there anything you don't eat? No loss. Everything else. Fongjin was overjoyed. The heroes saw the same thing. Yao Qingshi and Ruan Yaowen followed behind Fongjin and watched Fongjin looking down at his cell phone as he walked, occasionally showing a beautiful smile and a bright spring light. Hubby, what's wrong with brother? Yao Qingshi asked. Ruan Yaowen glanced at him and said with certainty, according to my experience of traversing the Jianghu, he's obviously in love. And it's 80% his first love. Otherwise he wouldn't be smiling so pervertedly. Wait a minute. What does verticalization mean? No, that's not the point. I think that's rather the point. The smile on Nguyen Yu Man's face faded. The group dabbled with public transportation, eventually managing to get back to the new building. Xiao Jingru waited outside the neighborhood like a lookout stone. When she saw the three of them, light immediately sprang out of her bleak eyes. She hurriedly ran forward. I remember you guys. You left with my husband. You guys came back. Where is he? Fongjin and Nguyen Yaowen looked at each other. The darkness was lost. Oops. Forgot. Mr. Yuan is still stuck in Pachang Temple. Chapter 126, Speaking of Science. In the Baochang Temple, under the protection of many soldiers, one of the monks of Baochang Temple was carefully rescued. Now the whole of MT Jingsheng is in danger of collapsing. So a number of helicopters were sent out for rescue operations. These monks don't know where they've been hiding. And when the rules event ended, one by one they all popped up. It's really troublesome to deal with. Cui Hufen was very headstrong and kept arranging the dispatch. None of the others bothered to do any of this aftermath stuff. Had to come on his own. Ming Jilan was puzzled. What's the trouble? Just take it all away directly. Cui Hufen didn't have the heart to say. You can see for yourself. Ming Jilan sat in the helicopter looking out at the temple. The temple, which was already in a mess, was even more chaotic at the moment, with one monk going crazy as if he had lost his mind. Let go of me. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I am the President of the United States. If you dare to control me, believe it or not, I'll wash the world in blood. Who are you people and why did you break into my villa? My security system is one of the top in the world. There is no way you could have gotten in. Who betrayed me? Bing Bing. Where is my Bing Bing? Was she hijacked by you guys? Let's have a talk. How much money do you need to be willing to release? I'll offer $10 billion. Enough for you guys to eat and drink for 10 lifetimes. Who said I am crazy? You guys let go of me. Let go of me. I am the Dragon King. You guys actually dare to arrest me. Believe it or not, when I give the order, my millions of subordinates will come out and kill all of you easily. Don't cause trouble for your organization. These monks struggled frantically, very resistant to leaving. The soldiers were also quite helpless, so they had to seize them one by one and take them away by force. If you meet a violent resistance, you can only send a shot of anesthesia to solve the problem. Ming Jilan was speechless. It seems to be deeply poisoned by the rules incident. The cognition is distorted to this extent. It seems that the brainwashing experts in the organization should be busy again. Meet this situation. What a psychiatrist can do is already minimal. But there is another way. There are some awakened at HQ with special abilities that are not good at fighting and dealing with rule-based events, but are good at hypnosis, brainwashing, and altering perceptions. Ordinary people who go berserk, have seizures, or lose their memory during rule events are also often sent to headquarters for medical treatment. 70 to 80% of people can be cured through healing. As for people in too serious a situation, well, that's just bad luck. It's basically hopeless, and you have to be sent to a mental institution to live out the rest of your life. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly appeared in the temple. He looked confused and looked around. He looked nervous. He shrank in the corner, did not dare to do anything. Just silently watched the military people one by one to capture the monks. All monks here, no outsiders. Who are you? Why are you here? Ming Jilan jumped off the helicopter and inquired curiously. Yuan Chang was, after all, someone who had seen the world. He didn't know why he was suddenly here. Just know that if you want to preserve yourself, you must keep a low profile. See what happens before you say it. Who knew that watching the situation from the sidelines could be noticed? I'm just an incense burner who came to offer incense. Yuan Chang said carefully. Don't know anything. He saw helicopters. He saw army men. So it was clear that the person in front of him must be an official. He's a little scared. As a big businessman, he can't help but deal with official people. So he knows very well that for the sake of the big picture, for the sake of the majority, what the army carries out may not always be in order to save people's lives. What if you are accidentally caught up in something big and have to be silenced? Really don't know anything? Ming Jilan asked again. Yuan Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. I really don't know what happened. It's really puzzling that I was obviously talking business with a big foreign client, yet I suddenly came here. Ming Jilan nodded slightly. Thoughtfully, everyone else is crazy, but you are strong-willed and clear-thinking. It's really rare. It seems that you're not in deep. You shouldn't need special care. I'll send someone to send you out of here. Yuan Chang was greatly relieved at his words. Thank you, sir. He can call the shots on the outside, black and white, but in front of the army, it can only be a white rabbit, not at all in the same order of magnitude. You're welcome. Ming Jilan smiled and patted on Yuan Chang's shoulder, and there was a flash of golden light. An army soon escorted Yuan Chang away. Ming Jilan, on the other hand, revealed a mysterious and charming smile, and then re-jumped into the helicopter. See, all crazy, Trey and Wind grumbled. I think you talked to one of them. Did you find something? Ming Jilan shook her head. I did chat, but I didn't find much. Soon, all the monks in the Baochang temple were sent away. Then everyone evacuated quickly. MT, King's victory is already shaky, and there is a high probability that it will collapse in the near future. So remain isolated. Residents for miles around have been evacuated and relocated. Only when everyone had left did the army then slowly withdraw. It would probably have to wait until Jingsheng Mountain had completely collapsed before specialized personnel would re-enter to clean up and rebuild it. And until then, it should completely become a forbidden place where no one was allowed to enter. But no one had ever realized that there was in fact a figure that had been staying at the top of MT. Jingsheng. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in a white bishop's robe, spotless, with an air of Western elegance. His hair was neatly combed, and his gaze was very deep, as if he could see through to what was in the heart of man. To actually step into the third stage so quickly, it's really unexpected. If only it had come sooner. Shouldn't be a missed opportunity then. He casually detained it, and then a small shadowy figurine emerged in his palm. The shadowy villain and that middle-aged older woman surprisingly looked exactly the same. She was filled with surprise to see the man. Sect leader. Are you here to save me? How can I save you when you're already dead? Me? I'm dead? The middle-aged older woman was terrified, but she said in a trembling voice, Bishop, but you have the power of the heavens and can beg God to resurrect my son, so surely you can save me as well. The man showed compassion. Where in this world is there any God? How can such a thing as coming back from the dead exist? It's all this age. Although we are a cult, we have to talk about science. The shadowy villain trembled, desperate and agonized and angry. Okay, you can go. The man gently closed his hands. The shadowy villain disappeared completely, and when the palms parted, the goddess of mercy felt two porcelain arms surprisingly appeared in the man's hands. It wasn't exactly fruitless. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. It then disappeared into MT. Jingsheng. An hour later, MT. Kajamusha collapsed, reduced to rubble. Chapter 127, No Appointment. Yuan Chang was escorted by the army and returned to his home. He listens to the soldiers' small talk along the way and learns that he's been caught in an illusion. If it goes on for too long, it will be as completely crazy as those monks. Then he counted the time and realized that he had been in the illusion for half a year, but only half a month had actually passed in real life. That there would be such a thing in this world is so unbelievable. Yuan Chang suppressed his inner shock. No wonder things have been going so smoothly lately. The company's stock price soared. Business all over the globe. He's on the verge of becoming the richest man in the world. Turns out it was just a dream. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But he didn't lose his mind for too long. After all, he had been fighting in the business world for more than 20 years. His mental quality was still quite strong, and he quickly forced himself to accept the reality. Soon, he returned to the new building, which was also his new home. Outside the neighborhood, Xiao Jingru saw the familiar figure and couldn't wait to pounce on her, crying with pear blossoms, Hubby, you're finally back. Wife, are you alright? Yuan Chang was a bit jittery. If the memories of the last 6 months were all false, the wife, at this moment then, should still be in a painful depression over the loss of her child. Xiao Jingru with a sobbing voice, I'm fine. It doesn't matter if there's a child or not. I just want you to be fine. It's good that you're fine. The way it looks today. Obviously there isn't any depression anymore either. Yuan Chang was touched and ashamed in his heart when he heard this, and hurriedly returned to the third floor of the house with his wife in his arms. And Fangzhen and Guinyaowen immediately rushed over when they heard the news. Seeing that Mr. Yuan was safe and sound, Fangzhen was relieved. Luckily it's back. Otherwise this new home thing is probably going to be a bust. Yuan Chang and his wife are mushy and affectionate, and their small farewell is better than a new marriage. But Yuan Chang always seems to be guilty of avoiding his wife's loving eyes. With a look of weakness, This old boy definitely did something to apologize to his wife in the illusion, Ruan Yaowen asserted. Why else would he be so vain? Fongjin scratched his head. Honestly, in order to get the rules out of control fast, the things he did in the illusion, it can be described as morally bankrupt and unpleasant. Nguyen Yaowen glanced at Fongjin in confusion. Why do you have a weak face too? No way. Don't talk nonsense. Fongjin retorted calmly. Yuan Chang also saw the two arrive, which persuaded his wife away and the three of them came to the office. Fongjin was ashamed. Mr. Yuan, originally to help you solve the problem, but as a result, you are also deeply involved, and your wife's trouble has not been completely solved, so that counts as nothing has been successful. I don't want to be paid this time. No. Thanks to the two of you, I know what it means to have people outside of people. This trip has been quite rewarding. Let's still follow the original agreement. 50% of my shares in this new building will be given to the two brothers. Two brothers do not need to excuse. I will not do a losing business. With you in, my new building can be more stable. You are also the major shareholders now. If the new building encountered any trouble, you are always embarrassed to see death to save it. Yuan Chang laughed cheerfully. I hope you guys will just fulfill this little bit of my heart. Where is this small-mindedness? It's clearly a gift of money. As far as keeping the peace, what can that count for? After all, it's about protecting your industry. Yuan Chang obviously already knew quite a lot about what was going on, and was shocked to learn that the Fongjin duo had actually escaped from the military's encirclement, so he had already made up his mind to pull these two together. As to whether or not you will be implicated, there's no businessman at this level who isn't involved in blackmail. A little investment is necessary. Since you said so, Mr. Yuan, then we're not polite. Ruan Yaowen said nonchalantly. This kind of thing is harmless anyway. There's nothing to push back. Fongjin thought about it and agreed that there was no harm in it. That's great. I'll immediately have my secretary prepare the share transfer contract. Yuan Chang said smilingly. There are two awesome awakened people sitting around. This message is passed around in circles. The prices of new properties can surely skyrocket another few %. Rich people buying houses don't really care about the price. The most important thing is service. They want to buy peace of mind. That's enough about the shares for now. Nguyen Yuman and Mr. Yuan both went to accompany their wives. Fongjin, on the other hand, chose a single-family house as his home. He didn't do the transfer operation, though. It's already a shareholder anyway, so it doesn't make much sense to pass or fail. On the contrary, their identities are prone to be scrutinized by the relevant authorities. After all, a kid from the countryside actually purchased a frighteningly expensive villa in the center of the city, which was too unreasonable to be prohibited from checking. And once he did, he would find out that he had identity problems. In the villa, the furniture and appliances are all available, and the decoration is quite cozy, without too much of the flavor of a ho-hum tyrant. Fongjin sat on the big soft sofa, used the remote control to manipulate the curtains, and opened another can of ice coke. The view out through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is wide open. In the distance is East Lake, a very famous scenic spot in Han. The mountains and the lake are very beautiful. The water is sparkling, and there are crow's nest boats boating in the lake, full of smoky rain mood. A large number of tourists come here every holiday season, but Fang Mu just needs to sit at home to enjoy that kind of view. It's time to enjoy life. Fongjin took a sip of ice broadfall beautifully. Cool. Only the villa is a bit too big. It seems too cold, and it's too much of a hassle to clean such a large home. Should I hire a housekeeper? Forget it. It's too expensive to hire housekeeping, so you might as well do it yourself. So it was. After enjoying the life of the rich for a few minutes, Fongjin couldn't resist starting to do some cleaning. It's exhausting though, but after all, it's your home. It's worth being tired. Hey, what a poor man's life. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell came from outside the house. Without much thought, Fongjin chose to open the door. Not many people know they live. After all, it's Nguyen Ngoc Van. But open the door. At the doorway stood a tall woman in a green cheongsam standing in a pavilion, heavily made up and dressed extremely beautiful, her eyes flowing as if she wanted to hook people's souls away. Hi, handsome boy. Fongjin's heart shook wildly, and he slammed the door heavily with a bang. Oops, the visitor looked familiar. Han City Special Operations Department 7 Captain Ming Jilan. How did she get here? Fongjin is all alone. In fact, he is not afraid of anyone. The big thing is to open the ignore, to escape is. But Ming Jilan was an exception, because she can restrain Fongjin's ability. It's not as if the army men have surrounded my villa by now, is it? Fongjin couldn't help but look out the window, and at this moment, Ming Jilan, who had eaten a closed door, was quite unhappy, really rude. A big beautiful woman standing at the door. Your first reaction is to close the door. Is not a man you? Auntie, We don't have an appointment. Fang Zhen's voice came from inside the door. Ming Jilan's body trembled. Auntie? Fury slowly surfaced in her eyes. Kid, get your ass out here. Ming Jilan screamed and viciously kicked the door. Chapter 128, Self-Abasement. Bang! Bang! The door of the villa shook violently. Ming Jilan took off her high heels and kicked her right foot at the villa door so hard that tiny cracks seemed to appear at the lock. Fang Zhen couldn't help but be staggered in the room. Oh Tyrannosaurus Rex you are. He didn't want Ming Jilan to be able to just kick the door down in the slightest. Worthy of being the captain of the Special Operations Department, who would have thought that such a beautiful woman would be so tough? 80% of them are also from the military. If someone thought that she was a strong nihilist awakened and tried to get close enough to subdue her, they would probably have to suffer. Fang Zhen carefully looked out through the window and realized that the small area was quiet, because not many new buildings were sold, so there weren't too many residents. There was no large army encircling it. This relieved his mind slightly. Is Ming Jilan the only one who came? If this was the only one, then one actually had nothing to fear. But why did this woman know she was here? And why did she come alone to find herself alone? Think long and hard. Fang Zhen cautiously shouted. Don't kick it. If you kick the door again it's really going to break. I have a new door. I don't care if you're a new door. Kid you come out and say who's auntie. Ming Jilan was furious. How old are you? A woman's age is a secret. Don't you understand that? Meh. All I know is that 18-year-olds never hide their age. You. Ming Jilan was furious and kicked the door more and more violently. The gate buzzed. Fang Zhen was anxious. Alright. What the hell is your business? If you keep messing around, I'll call the police. Call the police? Ming Jilan sneered. Guess if the police come and arrest me or you. Fang Zhen helplessly opened the door and looked at the woman in front of him vigilantly. Alright, count me wrong. Don't kick my door in. What exactly is your business? Ming Jilan ruffled the hair on her temples that was messed up due to the violent kicking of the door. How ungentlemanly. With an honored guest at the door. Don't you know to invite the guest in? Fang Zhen was very speechless and had to open the door to welcome the other party in. Ming Jilan unceremoniously hogged the sofa, then stretched her body, with a delicate posture and charming curves. It's almost as if they don't think of themselves as outsiders at all. Fang Zhen looked around at the door. Make sure there's no one else. Don't be so nervous. It's just me. Ming Jilan used a lazy tone and winks. Fang Zhen indifferent. Don't seduce me. I have no interest in you. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Otherwise I'll leave. This house is not mine anyway. There's no use for you to occupy it. Okay. What an unemotional man. Ming Jilan sat slightly upright and looked at Fang Zhen with a few measurements. Don't be so nervous. I'm not interested in arresting you, but I'm interested in you. How come you can have 3 awakened abilities? Fang Zhen finally understood at this moment the reason why Ming Jilan came to himself. You want to learn from me the way to gain multiple abilities? Fang Zhen asked. Ming Jilan directly nodded her head. That's right. There are only a handful of people in the country who possess 2 abilities, and possessing 3 is even more impossible. So what method did you actually use to have 3 abilities? This makes me very curious. If you are willing to tell me the method, I can guarantee that I won't contribute to any future operations to capture you. She knew that Fang Zhen possessed an ability similar to invisibility, and awakened people who could restrain this ability were very rare. Himself is one of them. It's hard for me to trade with you with just this amount of payment. Fang Zhen shook his head. Ming Jilan made a snap decision. I can raise the stakes. No, it's not necessary. You can't use my method at all. So this deal wasn't necessary to begin with. What method? Fang Zhen replied directly. My ability is imprisonment, which allows me to imprison other people's power within myself and release it when I need to use it. So I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree if you want to ask me how to obtain multiple abilities. Ming Jilan looked at Fang Zhen, her eyes gradually becoming displeased. Do you think I'm an idiot? Fang Zhen was stunned. Ha! What's going on? Why Ming Jilan doesn't believe it? Though Fang Zhen knew he was definitely capable of more than just imprisonment, but there's no reason for Ming Jilan to know. Imprisonment can only imprison a maximum of 2 abilities within yourself and can basically only be used once. At that time, no one in Mount Jingshang was able to give you the power to borrow. So how were you able to perform 3 abilities in a row? Ming Jilan said. She stared at Fang Zhen, her pupils glowing with golden light, layered as if there were 2 small suns in her eyes. And I can see that you have a rich fire of abilities on you. Ming Jilan slowly said. The ability you are using definitely originates from yourself. Not that kind of borrowed rootless floaters. Fang Zhen really didn't expect the other party to be able to see through his secret. The spirit domain is really powerful. What to do now? Alright. Fang Zhen made a helpless expression. I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from you. I can only tell you that my method is very difficult and my life is in danger at every turn. I advise you not to hit this idea. Ming Jilan, however, hummed lightly, revealing a look of determination. Trying to trick me, which is not so easy. That's none of your business. As long as you tell me the method. There's no way to tell about this method. Once you know it, it won't work. I must pick the right rule event and enter it with you. And I will personally step in to help you metamorphose at the necessary moment. So much trouble. Ming Jilan frowned, but quickly stretched. Trouble is normal. Why else would there be so few people in the world who could have both abilities? It was assumed that Fang Zhen had also coincidentally discovered some sort of method that was bound to gain new abilities. But just get new abilities. It's acceptable to take risks. After all, there simply wasn't a truly practical path today. And all of the fierce people who had awakened their second ability had taken huge risks and kept making trial and error. And there was a large element of luck involved. So far, no one has been able to replicate the path of others to gain new abilities. Then when will it be ready? Ming Jilan asked. Fang Zhen shook his head. I can't be sure. If I meet a suitable rule event, I will notify you. You should also understand that there is almost no way to control a rule event. You can only take it one step at a time. Ming Jilan slowly nodded. Good. This is my contact information. Next, if the headquarters has any actions against you, I will give you the news first. I hope you won't lie to me. She gave Fang Zhen her private number. Of course. Fang Zhen smiled. Ming Jilan carefully sensed Fang Zhen's spiritual fluctuations. She is able to determine whether the other person is lying based on their heartbeat and micro-expressions, which is called a humanoid lie detector. At the moment, she didn't find any signs of Fang Zhen lying. However, since it's a deal, shouldn't you also pay enough? Fang Zhen said indifferently. You're only responsible for ventilating, while I have a lot of responsibility to bear. Ming Jilan asked without hesitation. What do you want? What do you have? 100 million in deposits. And if it works, I'll give it all to you. Only 100 million? Fang Zhen was surprised. Why is it so shabby? Ming Jilan's face darkened. We in the Special Operations Department, we take state allowances. Of course it's not like you guys to just directly extort these tycoons. How can we have so much money? This 100 million is also what I saved for 5 years before I saved it. And I'm the captain. Other people can take private jobs. I can't. Put it this way. Instead, the regular players are much richer than the captain. Forget about the money. Fang Zhen waved his hand. In the future, if I need any special information and need your help, I hope you can help me. Taking away someone's hard-earned savings for 5 years is more or less too much. And Fontaine isn't actually short of money. Ming Jilan thought for a moment. Yes, but you can't jeopardize the national interest. And you can't use the information I gave you to persecute national public officials. If you engage in such behavior, I will terminate the partnership with you at the first opportunity. Hearing these words, Fang Zhen could not help but stand in awe. Negotiate a partnership with an unscrupulous person. I can't believe I still have a heart for my country. It's really humbling. Chapter 129, Confession of Love on Tanabata. The two finished talking about cooperation. Ming Jilan stretched a lazy waist, lying on the sofa. Charming, this villa is really good. Located in the center of the city location. Beautiful scenery. The place is big. Live a family are not too crowded. If you like it so much, you should buy one too. Fang Zhen frowned. Ming Jilan wailed. Where can I afford it? I still have to retire with this deposit. Maybe I'll die later when I'm on a mission. Paralyzed. I have to leave something for my family. Looking at Ming Jilan scratching her head on the sofa, Fang Zhen's face darkened. Auntie, you can go now. Okay. Ming Jilan was not angry now, and looked to be in a good mood. She walked out of the villa. Then Fang Zhen unceremoniously closed the door. How rude. Ming Jilan grunted. Then a few sadness passed through her eyes. She slowly pulled out a photograph. The photo is a bit yellowed and you can tell it's a bit old. On the photo was a couple. The wife was bright and beautiful, with a 7 or 8% resemblance to Ming Jilan, while the husband had a straight posture, like a soldier, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a face of righteousness. Between the couple sits an adorable little baby. Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry, I'll definitely help you guys take revenge. When I awaken my second ability, I'll liquidate the people who harmed you in the first place one by one. Ming Jilan clenched her fists and murmured in a low voice. After Ming Jilan left, Fang Zhen then breathed a long sigh of relief as his heart thumped rapidly. It was a far cry from the calm and self-possessed way it had just been. Finally gone. I won't last much longer if I don't leave. Fang Zhen wiped the sweat from his forehead. He lied. Where is the surefire way to get the second ability? It's all fooling Ming Jilan. He relied on snippets of information he'd learned on the Skynet forums to piece together a vague lie. Lying, not exactly Fonstown's forte. Together with Ming Jilan's spiritual domain, which could observe all the traces. If he lied, he would definitely be discovered. So Fanzhen did a bold thing. Using his slaughter ability, he briefly cut off the connection between his brain and body, leaving himself in a state of paralysis. Since the body is paralyzed, the normal reactions when lying, such as a sudden increase in heart rate, blood pressure, sweaty palms, a slight rise in body temperature, and a slight tremor in the muscles, naturally no longer exist. Successfully passed a lie detector test. Ming Jilan was convinced by Fangzhen's words. But you can't blame me. You had to ask me to give a method. I could only make it up. Fangzhen thought silently. It still turned out well. One managed to have a special ops insider himself, or a captain. You can have a lot of peace of mind in the future. As for how to help Ming Jilan get a second ability, drag it out. What can you do when the time is not right? It's still not a matter of making up whatever you want. The next few days, Fangzhen then lived in the big villa at ease. Enjoy the life of the rich. Ruan Yaowen spent 8 million to Yao Qingshi tailor-made a new motorcycle. By the country's top team is responsible for building the appearance of the design of a very high technology. Smooth lines, the body using new carbon fiber materials to minimize the weight of the body. Specially painted Yao Qingshi like pink, shock absorbers, engines, transmissions and other internal configurations are all the top. It is said that the fastest speed can break through the 450 km/h. It is said that the fastest speed can exceed 450 km per hour. And the performance far exceeds Yao Qingxi's original car. This gift made Yao Qingshi happy. Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngoc Van has customized himself with the same black motorcycle. He decided to ditch the various supercars and embrace the motorcycle. So the couple often drive together late at night to travel to the suburbs racing. But a few days, it has successfully dominated the motorcycle circle in Han City, attracting a large number of small fans of small fans. Fangzhen was invited to participate in a late-night car racing event, but Fangzhen didn't dare to twist the gas pedal again when his speed reached 80, and managed to reap countless ridicule. What do you guys know? Safety first. Fangzhen didn't have the good sense to say, isn't it good to be alive? Why drag race? A few days later, finally Tanabata arrived. Tanabata events were organized everywhere, and Fangzhen and Zhang Yueying's first date has finally come. Ruan Yaowen was very generous and threw Fangzhen the car keys. My car is free to drive. You should never lose face when asking a girl out. A good car. Very important. The envious gazes cast by passers-by are your most powerful weapon. I've never failed with this trick. Fangzhen said directly. No driver's license. So how are you going to get there? Here, ride this. Fangzhen swept a shared motorcycle, then slowly went on his way. Nguyen Yaowen looked at the scene, dumbfounded. A long silent thumbs up. It's worthy of my brother to have such a different way of picking up girls. Fangzhen rode a shared bicycle to his destination, which was the entrance to a park in the old city. Zhang Yueying's home was nearby. The parks are now decorated with lights and events. Various kinds of lanterns are hung under the small pavilion, and there are prizes for guessing lantern riddles. There were also lotus lanterns floating on the creek, and it was very nice to see them going downstream. The atmosphere was quite lively as young men and women strolled through the park, talking about love and guessing riddles. Tanabata, naturally, is a great day for dating confessions. Where is it? Fontaine called. A fresh, sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Behind you. Fangzhen turned his head, saw Zhang Yueying in a wheelchair outside the park gate. Zhang Yueying was wearing a striped dress, slim and nice, simply tied a ponytail. Although she was in a wheelchair, she still had a youthful atmosphere. Youth is the best makeup. No traces of makeup could be seen on her face, but it was as clear as a lily in bloom. Fangzhen couldn't help but thump his heart. He walked over and the two greeted each other briefly. Then Fangzhen naturally came to the back of the wheelchair. I'll help you push the cart. Where do you want to go? Zhang Yueying was embarrassed. Hungry. Ha 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 ha. Come on, let's eat. The two joked and left. At this point, in the park, a young guy got down on one knee, holding a large bouquet of roses, and looked deeply at the girl beside him. Xian, I like you. Be my girlfriend. The onlookers instantly gathered, surrounded. Everyone likes to watch the fun. Eve, roses, confessions, what a beautiful thing. The girl who was confessed to was obviously a bit shocked. She nervously took 2 steps back, her eyes fluttering. This is too sudden. You're quite nice. Let's just be friends first. The young guy froze, and his emotions flared. We've been together for 8 months. You've received every monthly gift. You've received every transfer of 520. And now you're telling me that we're friends? The eating crowd around them had a wow look on their faces. This melon, delicious. So what if I take it? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a way for you to chase me. Just because I gave you a chance doesn't mean I have to be your girlfriend. The girl angrily pushed her way out of the crowd. Only the confessing guy was left in place with an embarrassed look on his face. Count me as a piece of my heart fed to the dogs. The boy got up very lost. At this point, the girl who ran away, at this moment, surprisingly suddenly walked back again, her head lowered, unable to see her expression. The young man was overjoyed. Shen, I know you like me, as long as you are willing to be my girlfriend. In the future, I'll pay all the wages, I'll do all the housework, and you can have whatever you want. But the next moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. The girl lifted her head. The originally beautiful face became a bloody mess. The girl's eyes were cloudy and green. She opened her bloody mouth and bit down hard on the guy's neck. Blood and flesh flew around for a while. The screams were endless. Chapter 130, The King of Appetizers. Sand County Hotel. Fonzin pushes his wheelchair in. The wheelchair has a special automatic bracket that allows the wheelchair to cross the threshold directly, so traveling is quite easy. This made Fonzin TSK. It's really high-tech. Really come to eat Shasian. I thought you were joking. Fonzin lost his smile. Jiang Yueying muttered. I'm not joking. Do you have any comments? Of course it's fine. I'll buy you dinner today. You can have whatever you want. Just order whatever you want. She looked up at the menu. Boss, a chicken leg rice, a wonton, 3 cages of steamed dumplings, an egg noodle, and a minced pork and eggplant over rice. Fonzin hurriedly said, enough is enough. I can't eat so much either. Jiang Yueying blinked, her face slightly flushed. This is what I want to eat. What you want, you can order more yourself. Nice guy. So edible. Fonzin casually ordered a set meal, then sat opposite Jiang Yueying and watched her with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? You have to be a little sincere when you invite someone to dinner. You have to let them eat their fill. Jiang Yueying justified. Fonzin laughed. I'm sure I'll let you eat your fill, but I didn't think you'd actually be able to eat so much. Jiang Yueying puckered her mouth, which was cute and made people want to poke her face. She said in annoyance, I used to be just a little bit more able to eat than other people. Big deal. I ate 2 bowls of rice, but since awakening my ability, my meal size has increased day by day, and I feel like I can't eat enough. I don't want to be like this either. But it's so hard to be hungry. Fonzin drifted off. He figured it out all at once. Jiang Yueying's ability, controller. Improve yourself in all aspects. The mastery of oneself is at an extreme, arguably the pinnacle of what humans can achieve in every way, and naturally so is the appetite. The current Jiang Yueying possessed an appetite comparable to that of a big appetite king. Again, her body could digest the energy. Eat boldly. Fonzin had a serious face. Being able to eat isn't a bad thing, and since I invited you out for dinner, of course I can't let you go back hungry. Hearing these words, Jiang Yueying lowered her heart. That's good. She was worried that this would scare Fonzin. Soon the owner of the meal ordered was served. There was obviously something wrong with the owner's eyes as well. It's doubtful that the 2 people in front of me could eat that much, but soon he knew the answer. Jiang Yueying's eating movements were very civilized, but his speed was very fast. The wind rolled up the clouds, but in 10 minutes, he had eaten all the meals he had ordered. The boss was staggered for a moment, followed by a great deal of heartache. What a poor daughter. That's how long it's been since I've eaten. Starving like this. The boss glared indignantly at Fonzin. How could he think that it was the boyfriend's fault when his girlfriend was starving like this? Fonzin was very innocent. What has it got to do with me? Soon, the duo finished eating. Fontaine swept the coat and paid to go. It was a lot of food, but it only cost a couple bucks a meal. It's not expensive. No wonder I came to eat in Sand County. It was estimated that Jiang Yueying was afraid of spending too much. What a good girl who is thrifty and knows what she is doing. Fonzin pushed the wheelchair, leaving the Sand County Hotel, and asked with his head down, have you eaten enough? Jiang Yueying's face was shy. Didn't eat enough? Fonzin couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let's go back and eat again. No, let's go to another one. I see that boss looking at you a bit wrong, like he wants to beat you up, and it's not good to eat too much and scare people. Jiang Yueying said very sweetly, okay, then we'll have another meal at another place. What else do you want to eat? Don't be polite. Choose boldly. I brought enough money out. How much money did you bring? Fonzin held out 5 fingers. Jiang Yueying put down her heart and smiled like a flower. 500? Then I'll be bold enough to eat it. I still want to eat fried chicken. 500? Who to look down on? But Fonzin didn't say anything. After all, no one would believe his own savings when he said it. The two then went to KFC and ordered 2 family buckets. Jiang Yueying still can't get enough after eating. I know there is a Hong Kong-style restaurant. I heard it's very delicious. I still want to eat. Go! Depart! Fonzin did not hesitate. Yeah! Jiang Yueying was very happy and kept smiling. The two of them came back to that quite famous Hong Kong-style restaurant. Jiang Yueying looked at the menu and drooled. she couldn't help but order the signature dishes. And then her expression was a bit jittery. Am I ordering too much? It's fine. Eat boldly. I'll make sure to let you have a good meal today. Fong Jun laughed. Although Jiang Yueying was a bit embarrassed, she couldn't help but feast on the table of food as she looked at it. Although Fong Jun was full, he didn't resist moving his chopsticks a few times. It does taste good. The signature roast duck, roast pigeon, steamed spare ribs and tiger phoenix claws are all quite good. He couldn't help but think about it. These are not too far off from the flavors one remembers. That means you should have eaten them before. Is this normal if the memories are all fabricated? Jiang Yueying ate with a satisfied face and saw Fong Jun in deep thought. What's wrong? It's okay. You keep eating. Oh, good. Jiang Yueying continued to lower her head and dry her rice. Fong Jun looked at Jiang Yueying's dry rice, naive and adorable. Well, Fong Jun, I'm a bit thirsty. Why don't you go out and get me a drink? Jiang Yueying suddenly said. Just ask the waiter to serve one. No. Restaurant drinks are too expensive. A cup of lemon black tea costs more than $10. It's cheaper to buy it outside. It's okay. No. You get it. Okay. What are you drinking? Ice broad drop. Make it ice. Well. Fonzin got up and walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Yueying hurriedly picked up the small ticket and glanced at it. The total cost was more than 300. This meal spending was indeed not small. She was torn in her heart for a moment, then took out her cell phone and dialed the number. Sister Chu. Jianghu saved the day. Lend me $500. Chu Xiaoyuan picked up the phone and was very puzzled. Aren't you at the institute? Doesn't the institute care about food? I snuck out for dinner today. How dare you go out to eat with this amount of food? Can you afford the food bill? So looking for you to borrow money. Jiang Yueying pouted. Good sister. You lend me first. After I officially join the Special Operations Department, after receiving my salary I will pay you back. No need to return it. Count me in for dinner. Chu Xiaoyuan is rich and powerful. What did she care about that small amount of money? Jiang Yueying, on the other hand, obviously has not yet changed her concepts, retaining the clear-cut stupidity of a college student, not realizing that what awaits her is an iron rice bowl with a very high salary, and counting money very clearly. Jiang Yueying sweetly shouted, Thank you Sister Chu. Then I'll treat you to dinner next time. Where to eat? Well, Institute's cafeteria. Keying you to death, forget it. Chu Xiaoyuan helplessly said. Where are you eating? Remember to pay attention to safety. I received a message. Some bizarre events have occurred near the park in the south of the city. Many couples tore each other apart this night. There were many casualties. Suspected rule events occurred. Someone has gone to deal with it. Remember not to get close to it. Understood. Jiang Yueying hung up the phone, pondering. City South Park. Isn't that where she met up with Fong Jun? I don't seem to be too far away myself, eh? Forget it. Don't worry about it. Sister Chu said it's been taken care of. Jiang Yueying shouted for the waiter and swallowed somewhat gluttonously. Hello, the bill. Well, by the way, please add 2 more steamed pork ribs. Chapter 131, The People Who Went Crazy. Fong Jun left the restaurant and looked for the nearest convenience store. Bought 2 cold cokes. Just about to go back. Suddenly some commotion was seen on a street corner not far away. Confused, Fong Zhen went up to look at it. A violent quarrel seemed to have broken out. Many onlookers stopped to watch the play. There were 3 people in the center of the crowd. 1 man and 2 women. All 3 looked young, probably in their late teens. The man was dressed in tight pants, holey shoes, and was a very skinny, spiritual guy. The other 2 teenage girls, too, were slim, only with mature makeup, permed and dyed hair, and studded ears. One of the 2 women grabbed one of the man's hands and seemed to be in a tug of war. You let go. Stinking. You let go first. Seducing someone's boyfriend. We're true love. And it's only natural that a boy you don't hurt has someone to help you hurt him. True love your mom. We're not broken up yet. Stinking and pestering men who don't even love you. You're so cheap. The 2 women were not convinced of each other. Attacking each other verbally, rather as if they were about to pull their hair out and fight at any moment. And the surrounding onlookers were full of interest. It seemed eager to fight right away. And the man in the center looked unhappy. That's enough of you. He shook off the hands of the 2 girls. Make it look like you're heartbroken. All I want is love. I don't want to hurt. Forget about me. The skinny guy gave a melancholic look, spoke in a not-so-standard Mandarin, and pushed away the 2 spirit sisters about to leave. Many of the young men in the crowd were distressed and cried out that it was unfair. Why should we only be single? And this awkward out-of-this-world mental guy gets to have 2 girlfriends who are jealous of him. No, don't go. The 2 little spiritual sisters tried to stay, but the skinny little guy shrugged off his bangs and took off. The 2 spiritual little sisters showed their unwillingness. Then looking at each other, they couldn't help but start insulting each other again. And it's getting worse. There seems to be a big battle coming up soon. It looks like this big show. It's not over yet. Fangjin took a look at the hustle and bustle and couldn't help but lament. The world is a big place. Just as he was about to leave, an agonizing wail suddenly erupted from the crowd. And for a moment the crowd dispersed as a flamboyant armed man watching the scene covered his bloodied ear. His face filled with horror. Crazy, crazy. You are sick. What are you biting me for? You don't have rabies, do you? Damn it. Someone call 120 for me. If you don't pay up, I'm going to get you killed today. The flower-armed man roared. In front of him was the very same spiritual young man who was just about to leave. At the moment the mental boy was covered in blood, seemed to have lost consciousness, and really turned into a mad dog, pausing for a moment to pounce again. The flower-armed man freaked out. Zombies, zombies. This situation. What other explanation is there but zombies? He couldn't be bothered to ask for compensation. He turned his head and ran. Hurry up and go to the hospital. It's times like these when saving your life is important. The mental boy let out a slurred yell and lunged towards the people around him, the surrounding eaters scattering in fear. Who dared to stay? The two little dyed-hair girls, who had been fighting over a man, saw this and turned their heads and ran away in a heartbeat. Where a man is more important than his own little life. Help! The street was thrown into chaos. There were screams everywhere. Who can't be afraid when a zombie from a movie shows up? A bite might turn you into a zombie too. Fangjin couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. What bad luck! You can meet a rule incident even when you go out to eat. The mental boy didn't move slowly, not much different from a normal person, but he would bite indiscriminately. Seems to have lost his mind completely. In fact, a random stronger man could easily beat him up, but the words crazy and biting sound too scary, so much so that no one has even stepped in to restrain it. Everyone is in danger and just running for their lives. I'm busy, eh? Fangjin took out his cell phone and dialed 110, was going to call the police and leave. Who knew that the police call would be kept on the line? Can't get through at all. Strange. Fangjin sensed something was wrong. Was this not a special case? So everywhere is calling the police for help? If that's the case, it seems even less of a concern. Getting out of here as soon as possible is the way to go. Fangjin ran back to the Hong Kong-style restaurant with an ice coke. Jiang Yueying was working hard to eliminate the ribs. She said vaguely, Fangjin, why did you just come back? Just now someone proposed, yay. The Tanabata festival proposal is so romantic. Well, where's my cola? Here's the coke. Have a couple sips. We should get going. Fangjin said. Why the rush? It seems like a rule event has occurred. Not sure about the trigger conditions for now. It's best to leave as soon as possible. It doesn't matter what level of rules event it is. There are all unknowable dangers. Staying away is the best solution. Jiang Yueying hurriedly put down her chopsticks when she heard this. Then let's hurry and go. Waiter, pay the bill. Fangjin shouted. The waitress shook her head. No, the lady already bought it. Fangjin looked at Jiang Yueying in surprise. Didn't you say I'd treat you? Jiang Yueying secretly grabbed a handful of mints at the front counter and muttered. I ate so much. I can't let you pay for it all. But you can treat me to another after-dinner dessert. Fangjin lost his smile. Okay, I'll treat you when it's safe. The two were about to leave. Suddenly a woman in the corner of the hotel stood up violently and threw the drink in the cup on the opposite man's face. Chang Mingyu, don't go too far. This ring model is exactly the same as the one your ex-girlfriend is wearing. You use it to propose to me? The man's face was cloudy. How do you have my ex-girlfriend's best friend? Why did you secretly contact my ex-girlfriend behind my back? And what do you mean? Are going to get married as a result? You so do not trust me? Don't you change the subject. What changing the topic? Why Fong Fong, you touched my bottom line. A good eve has been ruined by you. You're so shameless. You're actually backtracking. The woman heavily shattered the bowl in her hand. The man was not to be outdone. You're the only one who can fall? Surprisingly, he heaved the bowl down as well. The waiter shook his head breathlessly in disbelief. Why break things if you're just fighting? When you buy it, the bowl may not be worth much. When you lose money, that bowl can be worth too much. Jiang Yueying lamented. It's the pair that just proposed. What a pity. I thought they were in a good relationship. I was envious. But it turned out that they quarreled in the blink of an eye. Still envious? Fangjin asked. Not envious at all anymore. But at the moment, the waitress, who had been following the battle from the sidelines, however, suddenly screamed. Fangjin and Jiang Yueying looked over in unison. The couple that was fighting. At the moment, they are actually embracing each other and nibbling on each other. Feelings recovered so quickly? Jiang Yueying was curious. Fangjin took a deep breath. I'm afraid, it's not what you think. Blood, dripping from the corners of the couple's faces and mouths. There was a faint odor of blood in the air. The dinner guests turned pale with fear. What's happening is so weird and oozing. A quarreling couple suddenly went mad at each other and tore each other apart. Like two wild beasts in a frenzy. Blood is dripping. Touchy-feely. Chapter 132, Free tastes better. Multiple gasps erupted from the restaurant. The guests were so frightened that they hurriedly got up and moved away. Jiang Yueying also couldn't help but let out a cry of shock and covered her mouth. What's going on here? Don't care so much. Let's go first. Fangjin pushed the wheelchair and ran. But other guests, although surprised, but refused to leave. But instead a lot of people she pulled out her cell phone to shoot up the video. A couple quarrel. A moment of anger actually tore each other, resulting in injuries to both sides. What a dynamite topic. Definitely on the hot seat. Fangjin didn't want to pay attention to these people, but they were blocking the aisle, and there was no way to force his way through the crowd while pushing his wheelchair. Excuse me, please, let us through for a moment. Can you stop squeezing? Some good words to no avail. Looking at the ground, more and more blood. Fangjin's face steeply gloomy. All get out of the way. So like to shoot to the front to shoot. Do not block my way. The roar shook the crowd a bit. A middle-aged man said angrily, "How do you young people talk? So unqualified. I have no quality? Someone was injured and you guys were just shooting video. Not even a single puller. And a bunch of people blocked the aisle, not letting others leave. Doing this kind of thing, you still have the face to say I have no quality?" Fangjin's chiding caused many people to subconsciously put down their cell phones. Not really ashamed. Just don't want any trouble. Only this middle-aged man was unconvinced. Had to hold up his cell phone. And disliked Fangjin's face. "I'm going to shoot. What can you do? If you have the ability to hit me, if you dare to move me, I will lie on the ground immediately. I will see if you can afford to pay for it." Fangjin gasped and laughed. What a giant baby raised in a harmonious society. "I'll move you even if I do. Count yourself lucky you found a way to make a claim against me." Jiang Yueying tugged Fangjin's sleeve somewhat nervously. Forget it. Alright, listen to you. I won't get on his bad side. Fangjin said. However, the middle-aged man was unforgiving. "I still have to meet with you. Originally I was happy to come out to have a meal and watch the fun. But you disturbed my mood. You don't want to leave without giving an explanation. Don't think with a cripple out. Others have to sympathize with you. Let you. I tell you. No way." Jiang Yueying's face turned slightly white. Obviously a poke in the heart. Fangjin took a deep breath. Good. There's a way to heaven you don't go. You have to break through the gates of hell. Fangjin smiled and pulled out $100 bill. How about this? Don't you like to shoot videos? You go and shoot in front of the two of them. For every 10 seconds you shoot, I'll give you $100. Uncapped. As an atonement for you. Really? The middle-aged man couldn't help but freeze as he looked at the brightly colored $100 bills. Fangjin nodded. Of course, with so many people here to testify, I can't escape anyway. Okay, you wait. The middle-aged man couldn't wait to step forward, hold up his cell phone, and shoot up at the couple nibbling at each other. $100 for 10 seconds. That's $600 a minute. If I shoot for 10 minutes, wouldn't that be $6,000? The middle-aged man thought prettily. If you dare to go back on your word, see how I'll teach you a lesson. The middle-aged man twisted his head and stared at Fangjin, as if he was afraid that he would escape. Fangjin had a calm face. Don't worry. The middle-aged man silently counted down in his mind. 4, 3, 2, ha ha, 100 to go. He was about to open his mouth to demand, but the crowd revealed a look of horror. He was shocked and hurriedly turned his head, but he saw that the couples who were nibbling on each other, at this moment, they even twisted their heads in unison to look at him. A man and a woman had mouths full of blood and flesh. The skin on their faces was actually peeling off slowly like the skin of a wall, and their eyes were flickering with an ethereal green light, permeated with bloodlust. It's actually like this. The middle-aged man was about to explain. Surprisingly, the two didn't hesitate to pounce and start tearing into the man. Heartbreaking wails resounded through the restaurant. The man struggled desperately. Instead, the couple held the man down for dear life, and for a while, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on the man's face. The faces of the people in the restaurant all changed. This is what's going on. Why are these two still attacking indiscriminately? And why did their faces become so scary? Save me. The middle-aged man screamed in agony. Fangjin said, it's fine. They actually dared to pounce on you. When the time comes, you can knock them down hard and let them know what will happen if they touch you. The man's face showed despair. The struggle was getting harder and harder. The blood on the floor was also getting worse. The crowd was filled with horror. A dead man? Dead man. Looks like he can't get this money. Fangjin slowly collected the money and looked at the other people blocking the road. Why don't you all hurry up and run? Is it because you think that you are the son of heaven's destiny who won't die? is it? These words made the group of people blocking the road wake up as if from a dream, and one by one they pulled their legs out and ran away. Where would they dare to stay? Finally, the aisle was clear. Fangjin pushed Jian Yueying and finally left the restaurant. How does it feel? Fangjin asked. Jian Yueying thought about it. It's bloody and a bit scary. And besides that, think he deserved it. That's right, this kind of person deserves it. Fangjin laughed. The streets were also quite chaotic at this time. People were fleeing in all directions, colliding, crowding, and it seemed that strange things were happening in many places. The original festive atmosphere, gradually replaced by panic. The stores hastily closed their doors, not daring to receive any more customers. The park, there are zombies in the park, biting people on sight. The zombie virus seems to be contagious. Go quickly, or you'll be finished. A middle-aged woman told the passers-by with a serious voice. As absurd as this sort of thing is, there are still a lot of people who believe it, because sirens were blaring in the distance. A large number of police arrived to maintain order. Something is obviously wrong. Let's go too. Fangjin pushed Jiang Yueying to go along with the crowd. According to his guess, the odds are that this rule incident has something to do with what happens between a man and a woman in love. 2 incidents seen by myself. It's all about betrayal. So the place where the real rules take effect should not be here, but somewhere else. Otherwise the number of zombies would be very high, and based on the current situation, there shouldn't be too much worry about the sudden and frequent appearance of the rules victims. Follow the police arrangements to leave. It's the safest. Are you alright? Fangjin looked down at Jiang Yueying. Jiang Yueying's mood was not high. Being pointed at and called crippled. Certainly not a thing to be happy about. Unhappy? Fangjin asked. Jiang Yueying whispered. A little. They would have died long ago if they had met with what happened to you. I'm afraid. And this mediocrity has no business upsetting you. I know that too, but it's just not very happy. Jiang Yueying shook her head. It doesn't matter La. I've long been mentally prepared. Just go home and sleep. That's no good. How can you go out on a date with me and come home unhappy? Fangjin twisted his head around, and then seemed to find something. He left with the words wait for me here and left quickly. About a minute later, Fangjin took 2 cones and returned to Jiang Yueying with a smile. The after-dinner dessert has arrived. Cone. Jiang Yueying instantly smiled, took the cone and took a bite. Well, delicious. Where did you buy it? I see that all the stores around are closed. McDonald's. The staff ran out, but the door was left open. I picked it up myself. It didn't cost me anything. Fangjin proudly replied. That means no money? Yeah, for free. Jiang Yueying's eyes brightened and she became happier and happier, and the cone in her mouth became even sweeter. What's better than a cone? That's a free cone. Of course. Chapter 133, Goodbye Zhu Ziming. Fangjin pushed the wheelchair. Follow the flow of people and evacuate in an orderly manner with the police. Along the way, Fangjin also stopped by to buy 2 bunches of sugar gourds, a piece of cake, a large bag of freshly fried potato chips, and a bucket of popcorn from the stall that he ran away with. These of course all went to Jiang Yueying. Jiang Yueying was full of happiness. Everyone was running away. She was the only one sitting in her wheelchair eating snacks, very leisurely. Troubles are all behind us. Fangjin couldn't help but feel emotional. That's so cozy. The scene was seen by many couples, and a number of girls began to pamper their boyfriends, saying that they too would like to eat snacks in a wheelchair, and then their boyfriends would push them around. The many boyfriends had a bitter smile on their faces. Where to get a wheelchair? At that moment, a couple in the crowd caught Fangjin's attention. Why are you checking your cell phone when it's already time? The zombies are coming. Can you run for your life first? The man was speechless. The girlfriend shouted spiritedly. I don't care. I just heard your cell phone ring. Who messaged you? Sent to me by mobile. Remind me that I'm running out of traffic. I don't believe you. I'm going to check your WeChat. PayPal. Will you stop being irrational? You didn't used to be like this. Is there a ghost in your heart? The girlfriend blushed, and for some reason, her eyes gradually turned green, startling her boyfriend as if something bad was about to happen. Fangjin saw this and rushed up with an arrow. He nonchalantly slapped the girl on the back of the head. Bang! The boyfriend looked dumbfounded. What? What is this guy doing? Fangjin, on the other hand, was calm. You're welcome. The woman was slapped but looked confused. The green light in her eyes disappeared and she wondered. Why is it dark? Why am I here? Baby, what's wrong with you? You look scared. The man was confused. He couldn't understand why his girlfriend, who had just been aggressive, had suddenly changed. Of course no one gave him an answer. Fangjin rejoined Jiang Yueying's side. Jiang Yueying was curious. What did you do? I felt as if that woman was about to turn into a zombie as well. Did this process turn out to be interruptible as well? I just tried it too, and it does seem to be interruptible. I deleted half a day of her memories. Otherwise the guy would have been out of luck. The first one to be bitten after turning into a zombie is often the person they're dating, Fong Jin said. So your ability is to control memories. Awesome. Fong Jin smiled. Pretty much. The duo followed the crowd all the way out. Soon everyone converged in a huge square, and it was crowded with people everywhere. A police officer with a loud hailer delivered a message. Everyone please wait here quietly for a while, because there have been a number of casualties in traffic jams. I hope you understand. We will do everything we can to keep everyone safe. And everyone can understand that. There was traffic everywhere along the way. The ambulance couldn't even drive in. If we evacuate, what if a few zombies get mixed in? If it spreads, it will be a problem. Now under police supervision. Instead, it's the safest. There were some protests, but they were quickly and mercilessly suppressed. And nowadays it was the SWAT team that maintained order, with real guns and ruthlessness, and no one dared to bet on it. Just as Fong Jin chose to wait for the official results of the process. Instead, he saw a familiar figure struggling to push its way out of the crowd and then traveling against the flow, toward the blocked-off road. It's Chu Tzu-ming. When we first parted ways in Anping village, it seems like it's been over 2 months as well. Xu Ziming looked in much better spirits, wearing sunglasses and growing his hair a bit longer, looking like he finally had the temperament a young man should have. You're crazy to be walking back, the passerby asked in disbelief. Xu Ziming, on the other hand, didn't say a word and just walked back. Fong Jin was puzzled. What's he up to? Although Xu Ziming also possessed special abilities, but his ability to absorb light can make a large area blind, but not of the combat type. What can you do by rushing in? Want to be a hero? Fong Jin thought for a moment. Jiang Yueying, wait here. I'll go in and take a look. At least we know each other. Fong Jin also got the mysterious box from Xu Ziming. It's kind of like owing the other guy a favor. If there's really something going on, it's okay to help out. What's wrong? Didn't you say it was dangerous? Jiang Yueying asked. Fong Jin replied. I met an acquaintance. He didn't know why he had to go inside. I'm going to take a look. Don't worry. I'll protect myself. No matter what the situation is, I'll definitely be back in a small hour. Jiang Yueying revealed a few moments of worry, but didn't stop her. Well, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Fong Jin looked around for a moment, intending to push Jiang Yueying to the police uncle. It's safer this way. Being in a wheelchair, surely the police uncle will take a little more care too. Jiang Yueying saw through Fong Jin's thoughts. No need. Go ahead. I can protect myself. Even if I'm in a wheelchair, no one can bully me. Fong Jin thought for a moment. Alright, I'll go then. Be careful on the road. Fong Jin also followed against the flow of people. For squeezing into the crowd, the policeman keeping order couldn't see it either, so no one stopped them. Xu Ziming wore sunglasses and craned his head around. Looks a bit distraught. Mom! Mom! Xu Ziming yelled all the way there. Unfortunately, there was no response. Today, there are lights everywhere. There were quite a few active performances, so Xu Ziming brought his mother out to shop and get together. Who would have expected this to happen all of a sudden? Xu Ziming also understood that something weird must have happened, so he immediately took his old mother away. But there are too many people. People crowding people. By accident, mother and child got separated. Xu Ziming was so anxious that he immediately turned his head back to look for it. Although her mother has regained her sight, it's been too long since she's been downtown. It's changed so much that it's easy to get lost, and with no cell phones for the two of them, I'm afraid it's hard to find each other. Just getting lost is fine. If you meet a walker, that would be bad. How can a mother run from a walker when she's in such poor health? At the thought of this, Xu Ziming became even more anxious. I should have known not to come. Xu Ziming was chagrined. If the mother is attacked by a walker because of this, he's afraid he's going to regret it for the rest of his life. Help! Help! Ah! Xu Ziming vaguely heard a vague cry for help, and with a rush in his heart, he hurriedly ran towards the direction of the cry for help. It was a dimly lit alley. There's no light at all. However, Xu Ziming's eyes possessed a special ability to see as if it was daytime no matter how dark it was, more powerful than night vision. He saw a girl sitting on the ground with her back to him deep in the alley. The body trembled slightly. It seemed to be sobbing. The girl was wearing a long dress and a ponytail, and her outfit looked like she should be very young. The alley is quiet. There was only the sound of muffled sobbing. Not Mom. Juko was visibly disappointed, but he was also bloody young. It hurts a little to see a girl cry. So approach at once. Are you okay? Let me take you away. It's dangerous here. Xu Ziming said this. The girl turned her head slowly at the sound. Xu Ziming's scalp immediately went numb. A chill went straight to the sky. It was a bloody face, blood and skin peeling away, eyes drooping and fluttering as if they were about to fall out at any moment. The girl grabbed a headless mouse and crunched and chewed. The sobbing just now. Surprisingly, it was the sound of sucking blood. Chapter 134, Give You a Punch. Xu Ziming's expression changed abruptly. Though he had seen his fair share of spooky things, but seeing such bloody images with my own eyes, I still feel sick to my stomach and have a feeling that I want to vomit. Excuse me, there's nothing going on, you go ahead and eat. Xu Ziming hurriedly took a few steps back. But fresh human flesh is obviously more appealing than a rat in the hand. The young girl whose face was covered in festering blood stood up and ran quickly towards Xu Ziming, revealing her blood-drenched fangs. Xu Ziming's pupils shrunk. Then he kicked over. The young girl was directly kicked 2 or 3 meters away. Fortunately, it seems that there isn't much difference between the physique and ordinary people after alienation. Xu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's not really that hard to deal with. Just think of these people as raving lunatics. What works against people works for them. Although Xu Ziming did not usually exercise much, belonging to the rookie type of high school students, but in the end, he was a boy. Against a small girl's body is naturally no problem. Ho! Ah! The alienated girl stood up, seemingly unaffected despite being kicked off her feet. She lunged towards Xu Ziming again with her teeth and claws open. The movements were not fast and could be considered a bit clumsy. Xu Ziming dodged it, then hit his opponent hard, knocking the alienated girl out again. Changed to a normal girl. At this moment it should have been too painful to move. However, this alienated young girl still stood up and tirelessly pounced towards Xu Ziming. Xu Ziming realized that something was wrong with the situation. You can't wear yourself out so hard. He's here to see Mom. Don't get into it with you. Don't follow me. Be careful, I'll flip you off. Xu Ziming warned, then turned around and ran. Unfortunately, warnings are of no use. The alienated girl stumbled and ran. It's slow, but it beats perseverance. Most of the people on the road had already been evacuated, and those who lived in the neighborhood closed their homes and windows, daring only to peek under the cover of curtains. On the empty road, Xu Ziming was being chased by a zombie-like young girl. Couldn't shake it off. I didn't expect that the first time in my life that I was chased by a girl, it was this kind of situation. Xu Ziming laughed bitterly. No way. It can't go on like this. One is here to find one's mother. In this situation, even if we do find our mother, she won't be able to run far with her health condition. Xu Ziming clenched his teeth and took a wooden stick from an unoccupied roadside stall before stopping and turning around to viciously smash it towards the alienated girl. He took a flurry of knocks with all his might. The alienated girl was knocked on her head. Her arms and legs were fractured, and she was squirming on the ground with difficulty, but her mouth was constantly opening and closing, as if she still wanted to bite a mouthful of meat from Xu Ziming. Phew! Done! Xu Ziming leaned on his stick with some weakness in his feet. Fighting is really a tiring thing. It's so tiring to fight someone unilaterally on your own. He looked at the young girl at his feet, all injured like this, still so bloodthirsty. Too scary. Rule events that alienate people into monsters. Xu Ziming felt a few moments of powerlessness. That's terrible. Don't blame me. I was also forced by you. Xu Ziming thought silently in his heart. That's when he saw the cell phone on the ground that had fallen out of the teenage girl. The cell phone screen had shattered, the bright light flickering on and off. There seems to be some malfunction. Xu Ziming subconsciously picked up his cell phone, which had no password and could be opened directly. The phone opens to a social app that has become quite popular lately called Wishful Thinking. I heard a lot of people chat and make friends on this app. Xu Ziming looked away. There were surprisingly more than 24 people to chat with a conservative estimate of 10 shouting baby. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Xu Ziming didn't care too much. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly bumped into someone. Sorry, he said subconsciously. But he quickly sensed something was wrong. Times like this, what person would not flee in a hurry? The person who hit him was very tall, about 1.9 meters upwards. A burly man. Xu Ziming couldn't even see the other person's face without looking up. Tick, tick, tick. Something slimy and cold dripped from above. Xu Ziming touched it. A shiver ran through his heart. It's blood, and it's covered in neat foam. It can't be that unlucky. He looked up with difficulty, and the man in front of him was equally bloody. Unable to see his face, just a constant chewing in his mouth, crunchy and chewy, and bone crumbs falling out of his mouth. This joke is too big. Xu Ziming was so scared that he was sweating profusely as he copied his stick and struck towards the strong man in front of him. As a result, the burly man didn't move, and with a casual lift of his hand, he lifted the stick out of the air. The huge reaction force shook Xu Ziming back several steps. Oops! The man in front of him, wearing a white sleeveless tight undershirt, a lot of sweat on his body, obviously fresh from the gym, all tendon meat, looks like he specializes in bodybuilding. An alienated little girl, he could still deal with. How do you beat a big guy from a gym like this? It's killing me. Xu Ziming was in an anxious cold sweat. He twisted his head and ran. But the alienated man is not only tall. The running speed is not slow at all. Xu Ziming is not good at sports at all. Did not run far before the alienated man gave a direct grab. A bloody mouth ruthlessly bit down. It's over. Xu Ziming was alarmed. But then, he vaguely heard the ground shake. A man with a not-so-strong figure suddenly ran wildly from a distance and slammed his fist over, ruthlessly smashing into the alienated man's chest, sending him flying more than a dozen meters away. His entire chest sunken in. Take care of one. The man who suddenly appeared clapped his hands in a dashing manner. Xu Ziming froze in place. You? Who are you? One punch sent the 6'9" man flying a dozen meters. So outrageous. This person must not be an ordinary person either. The man crossed his arms. Member of Special Operations Team 7. Shuang Chenxing. Xu Ziming drifted off. Turns out it's a Special Ops Team 1. At this moment, a young woman came running from the distance. With a clean-cut look and wearing a casual summer dress. Shuang Chenxing, you're going to die. Getting carried away again. Exposing yourself in front of ordinary people. The captain knows that he has to rip your tongue out. Shuang Chenxing looked embarrassed. This is not forgetting. Zi Ning, can you call your friend to come and let her change this kid's memory? The woman named Zi Ning didn't have the good sense to say. Trouble people again. Just because of you. I owe her several favors. What sins I've done is with your group. You solve it yourself. I'm ignoring you. Zhuang Xingchen looked helplessly at Xu Ziming. Then I can only use my own methods. What way? Xu Ziming asked uneasily. I'll punch you in the face and you should be out for a couple days. Then maybe you won't remember what happened today. Isn't that a bit off the mark? Chapter 135. Xu Ziming couldn't have imagined it. The Special Ops team would be so lawless. You are the official people. How can you do something so unreasonable? Xu Ziming was shocked. Zhuang Chenxing shrugged his shoulders. This world is just a giant haystack. If you go inside us and take a look, you'll know how informal it is. As long as we can solve the rules incident, anything else can basically be exempted as long as we don't go too far. After all, it's a group of people with special abilities, and it's hard to expect them to follow the rules and follow them exactly, especially since they're being counted on to save the day. Dancing in shackles. Not an easy thing to do. That's why the country's top brass will try to grant a certain degree of immunity to special operations departments. Zhuang Xingchen clenched his fists and was about to strike. Xu Ziming hurriedly shouted, wait, I'm a reserve of the Special Operations Department. I still have my certificate. Zhuang Qinxing and Zi Ning were stunned at his words. Reserves? Xu Ziming hurriedly pulled out the certificate he was carrying. He was very obedient. Ever since he had learned from Feng Mu's mouth that there might exist awakened people in the world who could cure terminal illnesses, he was then constantly trying to contact the legendary department. After the high school exams, he has been writing letters to various departments of the state, implicitly expressing the fact that he has special abilities. Then he was quickly contacted by an official. Everything follows logically. Xu Ziming got in touch with someone from the Special Operations Department and became a reservist, and would be able to officially join as soon as he went through a series of tests. At the same time, the Special Operations Department will do its best to find people with the right abilities to help Xu Ziming's mother with her treatment. The state reimburses the full cost of treatment for Xu Ziming's mother. Many expensive imported medicines and injections are readily available, causing Xu Ziming's mother to recover much of her health. It was originally expected to have only 6 months of life left. Nowadays it will last at least another year or two. After all, the number of such awakened who were actively willing to join the state sector was still small. It needs to be taken care of. So it's one of our own. What a coincidence. After Zhuang Qinxing had seen the identification, he immediately became very enthusiastic. Our Special Operations Department is always short of people. We need fresh blood too much. Brother, what are your abilities? Xu Ziming took off his sunglasses, revealing his cloudy white eyes. My eyes can absorb light, plunging a certain area into absolute darkness. That way, it doesn't sound offensive. Zhuang Qinxing was suddenly lacking in interest. That's it? It's no fun. If you want to formally join the Special Operations Department, not to say that you can stand alone, you must at least have a certain level of combat ability, or else you won't even be able to solve ordinary people, and you will look extremely passive in dealing with rule events. This is a purely auxiliary type that tends to always be just a reserve unless the effect of the ability is very important. Only when there is a situation that happens to be appropriate will they be pulled out and used for a while. Abilities have to be developed constantly to work. You weren't just a bit stronger when you first awakened, Zi Ning said in an unfavorable manner. She whispered to Xu Ziming, ignore him, your ability doesn't sound like it should be bad. Xu Ziming didn't care. He was only using this identity to seek the possibility of saving his mother's life. Even if it really is a lifetime of reserve duty, it doesn't matter. This way you can instead live the peaceful life of an ordinary person. Since you're one of us, then just follow us. Follow well, or I won't be responsible if you get lost, Zhuang Qinqing warned. He stepped forward and checked out the fitness-based alienated man he had knocked off his feet. The alienated man's chest was completely sunken, probably hurt the spine. He kept struggling on the ground, but couldn't get up. Zhuang Qinqing's ability is divine power, great strength, fast metabolism. Some small wounds can be healed quickly. It's a very typical ability of the transformation department, Zining said. And my ability is duplication. Belonging to the mystic department, I can duplicate things that I have touched before, but it's limited to dead things, and the duplicated things will disappear after existing for a period of time, and the larger the size of the item, the shorter the time it exists. After saying that, Zining touched the stick that had fallen aside. The next moment, another identical stick unexpectedly appeared on the ground. Zhu Ziming marveled. Amazing. Wouldn't that be able to directly replicate gold jewelry or something like that? Indeed. Zinnia smiled. Zhuang Qinqing said carelessly, your kid's brain is still turning quite fast. Zining was the one who managed to eat his way out of jail because of the large amount of duplicated gold jewelry, and then the large amount of property of unknown origin that caught the attention of the state. In the end, he was fished out of jail by the captain, mixed into the establishment, and became a person in the Special Operations Department. It's a pity that it can't replicate the awakening object, otherwise it would definitely be a national weapon. Zining glared at Zhuang Qinqing. It seemed to take offense to him revealing his old self. Zhu Ziming couldn't help but marvel. And that's awesome enough. It's a big stretch to have such a talent to handle a rules event. Come on, let's keep looking, Zhuang Qinqing said. Zhu Ziming was curious. Looking for what? Find the source. Just looking around aimlessly? Do you have a better idea? At least the basic logic of the rule event must be rationalized first, Zhu Ziming said. Zhuang Qinqing frowned. It's obviously a random event. The alienated people are male and female, young, middle-aged, and even elderly, completely irregular. In this situation, we can only take our chances and wait for support. Zhu Ziming didn't feel right, but he was a newcomer, after all, so shut up honestly too. Not much to say, except he had a vague feeling that wasn't the case. There should be a pattern. Zhu Ziming saw the alienated fitness man's pocket and carefully pulled out the phone with a wooden stick. The phone opens up. The man has 7 or 8 social apps loaded on his phone. There are countless ambiguous messages. According to the information in the cell phone, the man should be a fitness instructor. Not only and many students have maintained an unclear relationship. There are many potential partners on social software. Zhu Ziming briefly counted the number of ambiguous objects and it turned out to be more than hundreds of people. That's awesome. He had a vague guess in mind, but it's not entirely certain for now. The 3 of them traveled in pairs, tackling several alienated people along the way. But it's so inefficient. Not a clue. Zhu Ziming didn't find his mother either. No, we can't go on like this aimlessly, Zhuang Qinqing suddenly said. Zining said, so what do you want? Attract all of these alienated people and then dispose of them in a unified manner. There might be some clues. Zhuang Qinqing took out a loudspeaker from somewhere. He climbed up to the highest point of a square and started yelling into a loudspeaker. Scumbags, come on all of you. I'm here for you to eat. Come on. The sound was amplified dozens of times to pass out. You can hear it clearly even from hundreds of meters away. Zhu Ziming had a feeling that this was not a wise choice. Against these people who are alienated by the rules. It always felt like it didn't make much sense. But he was too inexperienced and chose to wait and see what happened. The commotion here really attracted a lot of the surrounding nearby hordes of alienated people. And soon, a festering face of alienated people came from all directions. They moved fast and slow, tall and short, fat and thin, and all types. I can make a big splash. Zhuang Qinqing rubbed his fists. Zining was speechless. But soon, the faces of the 2 of them gradually became grave. Because there are more and more alienated people in the square. The numbers are gradually exceeding expectations. It's already over 100. And there is a growing trend. There are actually so many people? Zhuang Qinqing was surprised. Realized that this is just a small area. I'm afraid the true number of alienated people is quite staggering. And it's simply not possible to determine the true scope of the rules event today. Look at the bad idea you came up with. Zining didn't have the heart to say, can you handle so many alienated people? Don't worry. Watch me. Zhuang Qinqing rushed up with his head. He has the God's power. He can tear tigers and leopards with his hands, and break steel bars, facing these ordinary people's physique madman. Naturally, it's not a problem. Right out of the gate, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These alienated people, he easily broke their spines and pierced their bodies, but they're not really dead, just squirming hard on the ground. But that's all. Zhuang Qinqing sneered. He was practically like a god of war. A few envious looks appeared in Zhu Ziming's eyes. Being a man, who doesn't envy this glorious moment of saving the day with 1 against 100? The history books record the fierce generals in the sandfield. I guess it's just like that. Zhuan Qinqing went on a killing spree all the way. He didn't treat the alienated people in front of him as human beings. He just saw them as zombies, killing himself without any psychological burden. It was like that for a good 10 minutes of killing. He let out a long breath, feeling a few moments of exhaustion. Should have killed them all. Zhuan Qinqing was about to turn his head and show off a few words with Zining when his expression suddenly changed. Those alienated people who had been killed by themselves were barely human. Surprisingly, he was back on his feet at the moment. How is that possible? Zhuan Qinqing was shocked. It's understandable if you can't kill it. They can still recover themselves? Zining, why don't I look right? Zhuan Qinqing whispered. Zining's expression also tensed up. It seems like there are more and more of them. It's not easy to deal with. The number of alienated people is surging at the moment, densely packed together, eyes emitting a ghostly green light, simply no different from a zombie siege. It looks like we'll have to fight for our lives. Zining, don't worry. No matter what the situation is, I'll definitely be able to guarantee that you'll be able to kill your way out. Zhuan Qinqing took a deep breath, looking like he was planning to kill again. Zining's eyes showed a few hints of worry. Support hasn't arrived yet. If you fall into danger at this time, that would be really troublesome. Zhu Ziming had been observing the situation on the field. He suddenly said, I think it's better not to be attacking them anymore. I seem to have seen the young girl whose bones I broke in the crowd. Her appearance has changed a lot, but I recognize her clothes. She seems to be a bit more vicious than she was initially. Hearing this, Zhuan Qinqing revealed a few moments of displeasure in his eyes. Don't point fingers when you're the newbie in charge of the sauce. You've only been exposed to a few rules events, he said in a nonchalant manner. This novice, whom he himself had saved from the alienated man, offered little help in battle. He actually dared to question his own decisions in front of Zining. It's just getting more and more infuriating the more you look at it. Chapter 136, Don't Mess with Him. In the center of the square stands the huge lamp post. Locals jokingly refer to this object as the Little Pearl Tower of the East. Only at the moment, I guess the circuits were broken and there were no lights on. So much so that the entire square was dimly lit. Hundreds of people, which sounded like a small number, were enough to fill up a small square. And at the moment the densely packed alienated people pounced on them. Hardly different from a zombie siege in a movie. Little rookie, I'll teach you a truth about dealing with people in the world. Zhuan Qinqing clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. If you need to rely on someone else to protect your life when it comes to your life, then you're not qualified to say anything. Saying that, he once again rushed into the crowd to fight. The power of the fist was extremely strong, and every punch and kick was empowered by divine power. These alienated people were no different from scarecrows in front of him. Zhu Ziming just shook his head at his words and didn't say anything more. Fair enough, how is one qualified to say anything? Since all the alienated people around were being drawn in, then the mother must be much safer. That's kind of good news. Zining was at the side with a worried face. Don't worry too much about it. He's a person with a poisonous mouth, but his heart is still quite good. I didn't care. Zhu Ziming said. What he said is quite reasonable. I don't have much experience, and the possibility of drawing a wrong conclusion from my random thoughts is actually very high. Listening to you guys is actually the best. Zining couldn't help but glance at Zhu Ziming. The comment sounded a bit of a gamble. However, the expression on Zhu Ziming's face was calm and not unhappy. It seems to speak from the heart. What a strange man, Zining thought in her mind. She didn't realize that Zhu Ziming was often bullied in all kinds of ways when he was studying, and verbal blows were simply commonplace. So what was this? And he didn't have any fluctuations within his heart at all. At this moment, Zhuan Qinqing was killing the crowd, constantly smashing these alienated people in the most heroic manner. And weakness came as expected. His movements began to slow. The strength, too, was not as amazing as it had been at the beginning. Sometimes a punch couldn't even break the opponent's skull directly, and another punch had to be added. His movements weren't as crisp as they had been at first. The pace grew heavy. A few moments of disorganized breathing appeared as well, surrounded by alienated people. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt like his vision was blurring a bit as well. He's got a little more stamina than the average person would have, but there are limits. With the many strenuous attacks, his stamina had gradually been exhausted and his muscles could not help but ache. He took a heavy breath and stabilized it. Should have killed half of them anyhow. The rest of the new effort is still a chance to at least kill all of them before they tire out. He turned around and found that the alienated people lying on the ground squirming, unexpectedly stood up again one by one, blocking the bloody path that he had killed out hard. At the moment, he was surrounded and lost. I wonder where exactly Zining and Zhu Ziming are now. Zhuan Qinqing's heart was shaken. How is that possible? I clearly broke their bones. Even if you are immortal, how can you stand up again? Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that these alienated people are getting more and more vicious? Zhuang Qinqing finally realized that something was wrong. These alienated people seem to be bigger. Is it hard to be in metamorphosis? Tu Dolu. The satellite phone in his pocket began to vibrate. It's Zinnia. He picked up the phone, and Zining's anxious voice came out. Zhuang Qinqing, where are you? We can't see you. There are alienated people everywhere. I can't find you guys either. Zhuang Qinqing spoke in a heavy tone. Not only can these alienated people not be killed, but they seem to keep getting stronger. A bit of a blunder. Which means we shouldn't actively attack them? I'm afraid. Yes. The two couldn't help but be silent for a moment. I didn't realize that Zhu Ziming was the right one. These alienated people can't die and will get stronger and stronger. So won't it be insurmountable? Once the source cannot be dealt with, won't the whole world be overrun by these alienated people? Is it hard for a rules event to bring down the entire human world? Regardless of that now, we have to rush out first, Zhuang Qinqing said in a deep voice. Zinnia asked, use that trick. Aha! Okay, then be careful. Don't worry. Zining hung up the satellite phone, then turned her head to look at Zhu Ziming. Don't be nervous about whatever happens next, and don't run around even more. Is that clear? Zhu Ziming nodded. A puzzled look came into his eyes. What was that move? Is there any other particularly powerful undercard that Zhuang Qinqing hasn't played? Zhu Ziming had some expectations. Only Zining took a few steps back and came to the center of the square, in the center of which stood the huge lamppost that had lost power. It was about a dozen meters high and took 3 or 4 people to encircle it. Zining touched the lamppost and whispered, copy. Next moment, an identical lamppost unexpectedly appeared out of thin air, more than 10 meters high, such as a small tower, but did not connect with the ground. Under the center of gravity deflection, unexpectedly heavy in a certain direction fell down with a bang. The lamppost flattened several alienated people at once. The huge fall caused the entire square to shake. Zhu Ziming's eyes widened. The copy ability can actually be used like this. Can you even replicate such a large building? As for Zhuang Qinqing, who was surrounded by the alienated people without the slightest change in his expression, he immediately ran wildly towards the direction of the lamppost. Scumbags, get the hell out of my way. He came to the lamppost and roared, hugging the sharp corner of the top of the lamppost, his face red, his veins bulging, his eyes glaring out, as if he was an angry Vajra. With his force, the lamppost was lifted hard and then swept heavily across the room. Air compression erupted in an ear-splitting whine. The alienated people in the small half of the square were smashed out by the stick. It cleared an empty space. This courageous scene, if it was filmed, it would probably top the hot search list of all the major forums the next day. Go! Zhuang Qinqing hissed and yelled. Zining grabbed Zhu Ziming's hand. Hurry! The two hurriedly ran down the cleared path. On the other hand, Zhuang Qinqing gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to push the lamppost behind him with great effort, hardening the large swath of alienated people before he turned to flee. Only that weakness was evident in his pace. The three converged and ran towards the front. For her part, Zining quickly used her satellite phone to report intelligence and call for backup. Kid, count on your guess. You really can't attack these alienated people, Zhuang Qinqing reluctantly said. It's me who thought a little too simply. Zhu Ziming just nodded. Zining couldn't help but ask, do you have any good opinions? You guys are asking for my opinion? Zhu Ziming was surprised. I don't have much experience, just casually asking. You think it's not you who is the main focus? Zhuang Qinqing rolled his eyes. What ideas do you have to say? Give us a reference. It's also considered that you have a bit of a role to play. Zhu Ziming laughed and said seriously, then I'll say it. I think these people are alienated by the rules, and it might have something to do with love. Violating certain rules in love. He pulled out a couple of cell phones. All of them were seized by him from the alienated people in the process. Based on the information in these people's cell phones, it can be inferred that they were clearly unfaithful in their relationships and marriages, which led to the violation. So the number of people that the rule event will affect should be small. I don't think the number of mutations will increase anymore. The most important thing we should do now is to evacuate and wait for the military to arrive to quarantine them, and then slowly think about what will happen later. Zhu Ziming said. Zhuang Qinqing sniffed angrily. Are you saying that we should do nothing and choose to run away? Pretty much. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you understand the horror of a rule event? And how serious things can happen if not dealt with in time? You're such a coward that you gave the advice to run away? He angrily grabbed Zhu Ziming's collar. What kind of are you putting out? What are you doing? Get off him. Zinan was in a hurry. She immediately discouraged it. However, there was no way she could stop Zhuang Qinqing, who possessed divine power. Zhu Ziming calmly said, This is what I think is the best way. If you don't recognize it, I can't do anything about it. You're clearly trying to escape. I've seen a lot of people like you. Coward. Zhuang Qinqing gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a reservist, I'd really want to punch you. It's people like you. That's why the proliferation of rule events has led to so many innocent people being killed or injured. I think you'd better calm down. How am I supposed to calm down when I get fired up seeing a coward like you? Just then, Zhuang Qinqing felt a flash before his eyes. Somehow, surprisingly, there was an inexplicable extra person in front of him. It was a young-looking man. AI. What a reckless person. Zhu Ziming's opinion is completely fine. Someone like you is actually assigned to handle rule incidents? The Special Operations Department seems to be really short of people. The young man shook his head. A surprised expression surfaced on the face of Zhu Ziming, who originally had a calm face. Brother Fongjin. Who else could the visitor be? Fongtown. Of course. Zhuang Qinqing was startled. Then his face grimaced. What are you? Dare to lecture me? Knowing that I'm from the Special Operations Department, why don't you get lost? Fongjin frowned and directly reached out to pat Zhuang Qinqing's arm. Snap. His arm dropped. Zhu Ziming's sash loosened and he landed safely on the ground. Zhuang Qinqing, on the other hand, felt his body inexplicably loosen up, and fear suddenly surfaced in his eyes. Hands! I lost my hand. You! Zhuang Qinqing was horrified. Awakened one. He didn't expect the stranger who suddenly appeared to be an awakened as well. Fongjin snorted coldly. Just with you dare to yell at me. Replacing your captain would be more like it. Zhuang Qinqing. Zining was startled and hurriedly protected herself in front of Zhuang Qinqing. Who are you? Don't mess around. If you dare to hurt us, our captain will never let you go. What team are you guys on? We, the 7th team. 7th team? What a coincidence. Isn't that the team under Ming Jilan? Fongjin directly took out his phone and dialed some private number. The phone suddenly came from the delicate voice. This is not Fongjin, little handsome brother. Why suddenly call me? Is not my matter has a doorway? I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get me out of here. Fongjin choked out without any good humor. Be serious. I've run into a rules incident and 2 people who happen to call themselves members of the 7th squad. See if they're your people. My people? Zhuang Qinqing and Zining couldn't help but look at each other. The voice. It's like the captain. But the captain is usually not shy about men. How can you be so intimate with this man? Intimate? Fongjin handed over his cell phone. Zining took the cell phone. Carefully. Hello, Captain Sama. Wow. If it isn't little Zining. You guys be careful. Don't mess with this guy. This guy is awesome. Other captains have flipped cars at his hands. You guys are dealing with a rules incident? That's just right. Beg him to take you guys flying. By the way, tell that brat Zhuang Qinqing to be polite. I can't protect him if he messes with Fongjin. Ming Jilan ordered dryly. Zining smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's been messed with. Chapter 137, Sex Outstanding Scion. In an old neighborhood in Han, Ming Jilan put on a cucumber mask and lay on the somewhat hard sofa, tying her hair and leisurely brushing the drama. Although a captain in the Special Operations Department, but it also has a life of its own. It's also impossible to deal with rules events all the time. The house is not big, but 70 or 80 square feet. The furniture is very old, and the decoration is a bit outdated, but it is clean, and it is obvious that the occupants clean the house regularly and take great care of it. Her allowances and benefits, miscellaneous, add up to quite a bit. Deposits are also astronomical for the average person. But I guess no one would have expected her to live in such an old neighborhood. What? Already pissed off? Ming Jilan sat up from the sofa in anger, dropping her cucumber mask all over the place. Do you have to piss me off with my eye wrinkles before you give up? You group of problem children. Little Zining. Give the phone to Zhuang Qinqing. Zining timidly handed her cell phone to Zhuang Qinqing. Zhuang Qinqing's face suddenly changed, and he smiled dryly with trepidation. Lord Captain. Good evening. Good fart. The ability to handle rule events is not good, but causing trouble is first class. Ming Jilan scolded. Apologize immediately, then hug Shangfongjin's thigh and beg him to help deal with the rules incident. But what? I know what you think. Aren't you just in a hurry to deal with the rules incident? If you really want to save as many people as possible, listen to me properly. Fongjin should, without exaggeration, be above all captains in his ability to deal with rule events. Zhuang Qinqing's face showed surprise. That good? He was well aware of the strength of the captains. All of them were powerful awakened who could hold their own. This kid, he carries so much weight in the captain's heart? I know. Zhuang Qinqing replied in a low voice. He then respectfully handed the phone back with his only remaining hand. Fongjin picked up the phone back. Don, of course. Ming Jilan's voice came from the other end of the phone, and she once again became petulant. My two subordinates are in your hands. You can temper them however you want. I didn't say I cared. Oops. The show I'm catching is about to start, so I'll stop chatting for now. Wahahaha. Da. The phone hung up. Fong Jin frowned. This woman with no sense of boundaries. It's unbearable. He glanced at Zhuang Qinxing, who at the moment had lowered his eyebrows and didn't have any semblance of a temper. However, Fong Jin knew very well that this was because of Ming Jilan's shock to him. That woman has a knack for handling her subordinates. That's a lot of prestige. Unlike Bai Ming, although he also seemed to be honest, he often provoked Chu Xiaoyuan's authority as the first captain. Since I've encountered it, I'll barely manage it. Fong Jin glanced at the time, but I'll stay for another 40 minutes at most. I'm leaving if I can't solve it. Zhuang Qinxing was in a hurry. 40 minutes is enough for what? But Zinnia tugged him to death to keep him from talking. Brother Fong Jin, what's your emergency? Xu Ziming was curious. Fong Jin nodded. There's a little personal matter. Xu Ziming was about to ask something, but he saw Zining casting a helpless look. He understood at once. Yeah, it's Tanabata today. That's okay. Why did you turn back though? It's not like you came to deal with the rules incident because you wanted to be a hero, right? Fong Jin inquired. Xu Ziming quickly went over his situation. After finishing his high school exams and applying to join the Special Operations Department as a reservist, he takes his mother out shopping on the eve of the 7th day of the 7th month. But the crowd is too fast and the mother and son get separated. It dawned on Fong Jin. So that's what it looks like. No wonder. With Xu Ziming's character it also didn't seem like he would go and actively look for trouble. At this point, Zining then pulled Zhuang Qinxing to the side. Although Zhuang Qinxing didn't dare to contradict the captain's majesty, he was still clearly unconvinced. Don't be unconvinced. The captain must have her intentions when she said that. If you really want to deal with the rules incident, you'd better listen to the captain honestly. Zining persuaded. Zhuang Qinxing had a stubborn donkey's face. What kind of attitude is this when you listen to him and leave after staying for only 50 minutes? How can we leave the safety of our people in their hands? Stop talking about this nonsense. You can't beat them. I just got snuck up on. Idiot, don't you ever get a sense of déjà vu with his powers? Zhuang Qinxing thought for a moment. No. Zining is really speechless to the partner in front of him. You idiot. Some time ago, the second team Changjiang Rulong. The hand is also broken. Specially from the headquarters to invite a slaughter ability of the awakened, which will be the hand re-anchored back, and also gave birth to a famous saying that circulated throughout the department. If you are well, it is a sunny day. If you are not well, I will beat you to death. Zhuang Qinxing revealed a dazed expression. Remembering. There is such a thing. Could it be? Zhuang Qinxing was filled with surprise. Second team Changjiang Rulong, could it be also? He's my idol. My moves. I learned them all from him. Zhang Rulong's ability is not a transformation system though. However, he was a model idol for many transformational awakened people. That rigid and overbearing, continuous attack, hard hitting the enemy and blasting them to pieces. It's so handsome. I think the odds are that it is. After all, each ability is unique, and it's actually very difficult to find someone with the exact same ability as yourself. Zining said. The defiance in Zhuang Qinxing's heart was immediately suppressed. If even Captain Zhang Rulong was counted by that man, then what was the little anger he had suffered? Think of it this way, the heart is much better. The duo rejoined Fong Jin. At this moment, Fong Jin and Xu Ziming were already chatting. Did you find anything? Fong Jin asked. Xu Ziming voiced his findings. This kind of thing should only happen between couples and husbands and wives. So if you're single, you don't have to worry about it as much. Fong Jin smiled and nodded. Not bad. That can be determined. Encouraged by Fong Jin's eyes, Xu Ziming's confidence increased greatly. If there is infidelity or betrayal in a relationship, there is a high probability that it will violate the rules and become an alienated person. And these alienated people will not really die, even if they have suffered a lethal injury. This kind of thing is obviously not normal logic, so it must conform to some kind of rules. This was a very important clue that determined whether or not the source itself could be found. The hazard level of the rule event should not be high according to the rating criteria. There is even a chance that we can reverse this alienation and save these people. That's a good point. Go on. The smile in Fong Jin's eyes grew stronger. Finally, I knew what those clan elders felt when they saw their outstanding junior disciples in the Xian fantasy novels. What a feeling of relief. Xu Ziming didn't understand anything at first, only knowing that very weird things existed in this world. At first, Fong Jin had only imparted some basic common sense to him, and he can analyze rule events so well now. Sure is smart. Not bad for a schoolteacher. People who are good at and willing to use their brains. It's the only way to handle the rules better. A person who is bent on using brute force can only be a trapped beast trapped in the rules. Fong Jin glanced at Zhuang Qinxing. That's right. says you. Chapter 138. Note, I made up all the love concepts in this chapter, so don't take it too seriously. I just can't make it up. Xu Ziming said all of his guesses. It all makes sense. Convincing. Zhuang Qinqing was dissatisfied. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, we could have gone in a different direction to find the source. Because I was taught an axiom that if you need to rely on someone else to protect your life, then you have no right to talk about it. Xu Ziming replied. Zhuang Qinqing's face darkened. Those were his exact words in the beginning, now coming out of Xu Ziming's mouth. Mocking implications pulled full circle. Zi Ning helplessly glanced at Zhuang Qinqing. It wasn't because of your own stinky temper at that time. You refused to listen to anything you said. So, then what do we do next? Do we wait for support? Zhuang Qinqing also stopped being stubborn and honestly inquired. Xu Ziming mused. That should be the case. Zin nodded. Alright then, I'll contact the team. But this was stopped by Fangzhen. The three don't understand. Fangzhen, however, smiled. If we look at it based on your intelligence, it is naturally not wrong to deduce so. Wait for backup, then follow the trail based on the victims to find out the commonalities, and then search for the source. But I have a little bit more information than you guys, so the situation can be said to be completely different. Fangzhen's words stunned the three. Xu Ziming was humble enough to ask for advice. Brother Fangzhen, what are the specifics of that situation? Fangzhen laughed and smoothly reattached Zhuang Qinqing's hand, then inquired, did you find that there were all kinds of people when you were fighting hundreds of alienated people in a single battle? That's right, men and women. What about the ratio? Zhuang Qinqing pondered for a while. It feels like they're all about the same, with young people, middle-aged people, and old people each taking up 1/3. Here's the problem. Young people, middle-aged people, older people, they approach relationships differently. Younger people are exposed to new things, are livelier, more flamboyant, and have a fantastical and hormonal approach to love, and are more prone to emotional drift, even if they already have a partner. Middle-aged people have been smoothed out by life, treating couples more calmly and rationally, even if they are thirsty for momentary pleasure, but most of them can still restrain their hearts from fluttering. Older people, who have already experienced too much right and wrong, and see life thoroughly enough, coupled with the weakening of their bodies, love has long since ceased to be something important to them. But these three types of people, the probability of being alienated by the rules is surprisingly similar. Isn't it obvious that there's something wrong? When the three thought about it, it seemed to be true, not very reasonable. Fangzhen nodded. So the point of breaking the rules, I'm guessing, isn't betrayal of feelings? Xu Ziming inquired curiously. That's because, based on the available intelligence, I think what the rules are targeting is trust. Trust? Xu Ziming chanted twice. Fangzhen said, that's right. If one has thoughts of distrust towards their partner, then they have touched the red line of the rules, resulting in the mutation of their partner. Wait, not trusting your partner, being fine on your own, but your partner being alienated? Zinnia was surprised. It may sound a bit outlandish, but from what I've observed it is, two women robbing a man on the street, a couple confronting each other in a restaurant, and a girlfriend checking her cell phone in the middle of a crowd may all seem to have something to do with betrayal. But at the end of the day, it's really a matter of trust. The spiritual boy on the street leaves and the two spiritual girls no longer trust him, so the spiritual boy is alienated. In the restaurant, an argument breaks out over an ex-girlfriend, and they no longer trust each other, so they alienate together. Abortion in the girlfriend to check the phone. It may seem that the woman does not trust her boyfriend, but more a kind of make and control, but instead, the man is already tired, disheartened, no longer willing to continue the relationship. Between them, there was really no betrayal. It may seem like two women fighting over a man, but how can it be considered a betrayal when both women are aware of the other's existence? That couple looks like someone betrayed their relationship, but it's so unlikely that someone did when it's all on the eve of marriage. As for the cell phone check thing, it's even less of a betrayal, judging by the man's justified attitude. So betrayal is untenable. Fangzhen told the example he saw. Xu Ziming was instantly enlightened. So it is. It's the mistrust of your partner that's the point. I've already checked. The zombie incident, it only happened in one district of Han City, and it hasn't been found elsewhere for now. So odds are the source exists near here. Fangzhen said. Zhuang Qinqing was surprised. How did you determine this? The intelligence team hasn't even come with news yet. Fangzhen shook his head. I have my own channels. The answer is simple. Fangzhen logged into the Skynet forum to open a reward, and forum members from all provinces enthusiastically spoke up. This is the greatest value of the Skynet forum. Intelligence. It's a lot faster than waiting for a slow official investigation. Only it's secret. It's something you can't just say out loud. It's not a nationwide event. but it encompasses another district, and the scope is actually still not small, and it has a larger ripple effect than most rules events. Fang Jin said, "This is something I'm a bit confused about. By affecting a district, there should be more people affected. It shouldn't just be this point." Zhuang Qinqing staggered. "That's not much." Zhu Ziming said, "Could it have something to do with the medium? The alienated people I've noticed, they all have more than one chatting social software installed in their phones." Social software. Fang Jin nodded slightly. "That makes sense. That's why our goal can be tentatively set as a niche chat software that only runs on a small scale in Han City." Zining immediately nodded. "I'll go check." With that she picked up her satellite cell phone and began to contact the intelligence team. Fang Jin looked at Zhu Ziming. "There is another point you are right about. The alienated person will not die. This is a clue, an important clue to find the source. We need to analyze the manifestation of the rule event, as it is often very much related to the source. What are the characteristics of a zombified person?" Fang Jin asked. Zhu Ziming thought for a moment. The flesh and blood on his face flaked off, but the ones on his body didn't seem to. "This is important to know. What is a common curse word that girls use?" Zinin raised her hand. "Shame on you." Fang Jin laughed. "It's very possible." Oh. Zining's heart was happy. "And?" Zhuang Qinqing replied defiantly. "They won't die." Fang Jin was speechless. "I already said this. That. Zhuang Qinqing was in a hurry. "They will still be stronger when they die, but become even more bloodied. Just like monsters, gradually losing their human form. The same as monsters." Fang Jin's brows furrowed. How come it sounds like the rules are collapsing? Ha? Zhuang Qinqing was dumbfounded. No way. Had he struck them down and caused the rules to collapse instead? Chapter 139, Coward. Recklessness. Once the rules are flawed, it means stepping into the second stage. And the whole point of loopholes existing is to let the rules get out of hand. How are the rules out of control? Breaking the rules. That is, it destroys the logic of the original existence. Are you guys really from the Special Operations Department? Fang Jin looked at Zhuang Qinqing with some skepticism. Unless the rules have gone out of control, one should never rashly destroy everything in a rule-based event. You don't even understand this? When Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming were trapped in the school and unable to leave, but they also didn't randomly vandalize the school to try and leave. Instead, be disciplined and look for clues, because they know very well that everything in a rules event is a given, and if it is broken, it breaks the rules. Fang Jin's intel came from the Skynet forum. However, the knowledge of the rules was taught by Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming by word and example. That was why he felt very incomprehensible to Zhuang Qinqing's presumptuous behavior. Zhuang Qinqing's face was slightly ugly. I was wrong. It's like this. We joined the special operations team for a relatively short period of time, and we don't have much experience in dealing with incidents. Zining said with some embarrassment. It's only because of the proximity that we were sent for emergencies. Fang Jin was speechless. Turns out it was two rookies too. Obviously they are both rookies, and they still look down on Zhu Ziming. But it's also clear that things are getting worse today. Rules incidents are frequent, but there are very few people who possess the ability to handle rule-based events. The state, for its part, has had to work with civil society organizations, but the problem is that civil society organizations are very inefficient. It might be a long time before they send someone. You are not allowed to act without authorization next, Fang Jin said in a serious tone. Zhuang Qinqing and Zining hurriedly nodded their heads. Zhu Ziming, however, changed his expression slightly. Brother Fang Jin, they're here. Who? Those monsters. The three looked off into the distance. Didn't see anything. No. Zinio wondered. But Fang Jin snapped. Hurry. He knew that Zhu Ziming's eyesight was far beyond normal. Not only could he ignore the darkness and see at night, but he could also see things very far away. Saying that, Fang Jin pulled Zhu Ziming and turned around and ran. Zhuang Qinqing and Zining looked at each other in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, and also hurriedly ran away after Fang Jin. It didn't take long. The hordes of zombies are coming. Part of it still retained its original human appearance. Only its face was bloody and dripping blood. But a larger part had little human form left, like an alien monster cobbled together from bones and flesh and blood. These monsters were obviously a step above the ordinary alienated people, not only in terms of speed and ferocity. The four of Fang Jin buried their heads and ran wildly. Although all four of them were awakened, none of them had an increase in speed, and their running speed was not much different from that of an ordinary person. Escaped early though, but there is a gradual trend of being caught up. An ordinary person's physique certainly couldn't run away from this group of monsters. Seeing that the monster was getting closer and closer, Zhuang Qinqing stopped in his tracks and surprisingly met the group of monsters instead. Zhuang Qinqing, what are you doing? Zining shouted. You guys go first, I'll help you block it. Zhuang Qinqing's eyes were unprecedentedly heavy. Since I caused the trouble, I can't drag you guys into it. Fang Zhen twisted his head to look at him. What a mangina. It's all exhausted. What's the point of blocking? It'll last a few seconds and cost you your own little life for nothing. How to do things without thinking. Divine power is not bad in combat. As long as it recovers, it can always be put to great use. Having to show off when one is weak and dying is lighter than a feather. That's how ridiculous it is. Fang Zhen nonchalantly chided him. It's not like it's a desperate situation. Obviously there was a chance to escape, but he had to go to his death. There is no shame in this situation, Fontaine. Zining looked uneasy. Zhuang Qinqing is indeed a reckless man, but you guys don't realize that he wasn't like this back then. His entire family died in a rule incident. When his father's 60th birthday was celebrated, all of his friends and family all came to celebrate his father's birthday, and it was a happy occasion. It resulted in a rule event with a high danger level and everyone died. 2 parents, a beautiful family, and lots of siblings the same age. It all ended up dying overnight. Only Zhuang Qinqing is left. At that time he was so scared that he ran away as hard as he could, and he was lucky to escape. He blamed himself very much for this, and thought that if he had been braver, he might have been able to save his parents and escape with them. It took him a long time to come out of the shadows, and he's been a reckless man ever since, desperately trying to save everyone around him, trying to put an end to all the rule events and keep the tragedy from repeating itself. Fang Zhen sniffed without being silent for a moment. Such people, there will be a strong will to martyrdom, not willing to die if it means accomplishing the goal. It will even actively approach danger seeking an opportunity to die. In other words, tired of living. Hey! Fang Zhen stopped and folded back to grab Zhuang Qinqing's arm. Zhuang Qinqing was puzzled. What are you doing? Cut the crap. From now on, all of you stand beside me. Don't make any noise, and don't make any movements that can easily attract the attention of others. Fang Zhen said in a deep voice. He hadn't wanted to reveal that he had a second ability, but at the moment it seemed that it couldn't care less for the time being. Can't just watch this unlucky kid die. Zhu Ziming trusted Fang Zhen and stood motionless. Zining and Zhuang Qinqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust the Lord Captain. There must be a reason why the Lord Captain asked us to follow him. The zombie horde swarmed, but the next moment, it was as if they had lost their goal and became bewildered. They wandered in place searching for a place to go, and eventually slowly headed off into the distance. Although muddled, but there still seems to be some sort of instinct. They knew that Zhuang Qinqing had attacked them, so they made him their first target of attack, and when they lost their target, their bloodthirsty urges seemed to have gradually lowered. Of course, it's still dangerous. Fang Zhen looked at the zombies thoughtfully. The first target is the partner. Losing a partner, the primary target is the person who has attacked them. If there's no target, it doesn't go around looking for living people and attacking like a real zombie would, but rather wanders aimlessly. Actually, they are not particularly aggressive, like not being wounded by love. As the horde leaves, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Ziming had yet to comprehend what was going on, but Zhuang Qinqing and Zining had clearly reacted, and an incomparable look of surprise appeared in their eyes. The second ability. This person in front of me was actually an awakened person with 2 abilities. Big brother, a proper bigot. No wonder the captain told them to hold on to their thighs. Possesses 2 abilities. Even if it wasn't a powerful ability, when complementing each other, it could explode into an amazing effect. Not to mention that the 2 abilities Fang Zhen was displaying at the moment were definitely not weak. Chapter 140, No Face. Zhuang Qinqing and Zining looked at Fang Zhen, a moment filled with awe. People with dual abilities are too rare. Han City's Special Action Division has been considered strong troops and horses. In the country's provinces and cities can rank, but a dual-capable person are not. Enough to show that dual-capable people are rare. No wonder this man dared to treat the Captain Sama with such a cavalier attitude. Sure enough, there is a bottom line. That, Brother Fang Zhen, what should we do next? Zining asked cautiously. Fang Zhen pondered for a moment. You've already reported all that I said, right? It's in the papers. Then it's good to wait next. Zhu Ziming wanted to say something. It was obvious he was worried about his mother. Fang Zhen, on the other hand, laughed. Don't underestimate your mother. To be honest, she's experienced only a little more than you have. That's a very wise elder. How could she be killed by a zombie so easily? Zhu Ziming was also concerned and his emotions slowly stabilized after listening to Fang Zhen. Zhu Ziming's mother is old and in poor health though, but is a very ideal woman. Blind in sight but clear in mind. Experienced things that many people never meet in their lives. She lived in that so bizarre Anping village, but had been safe and sound. Fang Zhen didn't believe it was just luck. Now Zhu Ziming's mother has regained her sight. Naturally, it's even less likely to be an awkward woman. The deserted path. An old woman with gray temples walked cautiously and carefully. She looked grave. but not nervous and terrified. Although separated from his son, but she knew that her son was smart and wouldn't die so easily, so she didn't worry too much. As for the problem of not being able to contact him, when the next day dawned, there would naturally be a way. It's really a city. Even at night there are so many streetlights and private houses. It's not that easy to get lost. Xu Ziming's mother smiled and muttered to herself. She knows what happened. Some people. Crazy. She's not surprised, because she knew that the world was supposed to be full of crazy stuff. She specializes in less crowded areas. Along the way, it would be safe. Age was finally getting the better of her, though, and she followed the path into an urban village neighborhood and sat down on a stone pier to rest a bit tiredly. In the distance, a couple of drunks staggered by. They laughed loudly at each other's inability to hold their liquor, telling some yellow jokes along the way, and then before the words were even finished they burst out laughing in unison, not knowing what they were laughing at, just being noisy. Someone in the neighborhood pushed open a window to look down, but when he saw that it was a drunkard, he could only swear again in a wrathful whisper. Such a drunk. It's best not to mess with it. Who knows what they'll do anymore? And if a conflict breaks out here and the drunk dies from slamming his head against the door of the cell block, not only is it bad luck, but he might have to pay for it. Xu Ziming's mother was on alert. She got up and tried to leave. Suddenly saw not far from a unit building downstairs gate is not closed. There are broken bricks against the door. So she hurriedly pulled open the gate, walked into the building. Meet the drunk. Be sure to duck. Otherwise there is a high probability of experiencing an unwarranted disaster. It's all about life experience. The drunken man noisily drifted away. Xu Ziming's mother was relieved, just in time to open the door and leave, but she realized that the door lock of the unit door gate was some kind of new smart lock, which she hadn't seen before, and she was surprised that she didn't know how to open it for a while. She's been blind for over a decade, poor for more than a decade, out of touch with society for too long. Man nah, it's true that you need to have more contact with the outside. Xu Ziming's mother shook her head helplessly. She was trapped in the hallway. It was surprisingly impossible to get out for a while, but that's fine, at least it's pretty safe, she thought bitterly. It's a little dark in the hallway. It's only 8 or 9 o'clock though. The old neighborhood, however, had been quiet, with a few noisy barks now and then. Xu Ziming's mother sat down on the stairs a little tiredly and rubbed her sore eyes. At this time of night, it's usually time for her to go to bed, so a little sleepy at the moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. She was startled. Fixing her eyes, it was a short-haired teenage girl, dressed in pajamas and listless, carrying a large white plastic bag with about a dozen cans of beer in it. The building is dark. Couldn't see each other's faces. I just feel so bereft. She seems to have just come back from being out. Was about to go upstairs. Strange. How come I didn't hear the sound of the door opening and closing? Xu Ziming's mother was stunned. She sidestepped, ready to make way for the young girl. The short-haired girl didn't say a word, walked without sound, very quiet, and slowly walked past Xu Ziming's mother, as if a ghost had floated past. Suddenly, the short-haired girl stopped. She opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse, as if she'd smoked too much. You're not from our building, are you? Haven't seen you. Are you lost? Xu Ziming's mother nodded. Well, I'll sit here for a while and leave when it gets light. My son is definitely looking for me. Whatever, but it's pretty cold at night and no one is at my house, so you can go sit at my house for a while and sleep. The short-haired girl burped and said absently. After saying that, the short-haired girl went upstairs on her own. It seems pretty cold though, but the heart is quite good. Xu Ziming's mother thought about it and braced herself to follow. The short-haired girl walked slowly, like it's slowly floating up. Gives off a very eerie flavor. Soon the duo arrived on the 4th floor. The short-haired girl opened the door to her room and casually tossed the key before walking to the living room and laying down. Opening a can of wine and sipping it. Make yourself at home. There's a room in there where no one sleeps. You can sleep there. The house was cleaned fairly well, except for the empty liquor bottles on the floor that were a little smoky. There were no lights on in the room. Still couldn't see the short-haired girl's face. All you can hear is the sound of tons and tons and tons of drinking. Thank you, girl, Xu Ziming's mother said. The short-haired girl didn't answer. Just drinking to myself. The scene is actually quite oozy. The woman whose face could not be seen in the darkened room kept drinking. Xu Ziming's mother bent down to pick up the empty wine bottles and was about to throw them in the trash when she felt a disturbing gaze roving over her. The short-haired girl looked up and stared at Xu Ziming's mother. I don't know why. How could I not see her face? Who told you to clean up? The short-haired girl suddenly screamed as if irritated. Who told you to do that without my permission? Why are you guys always like this? Xu Ziming's mother's movements paused, revealing a kind smile. Good, then I won't move. I'll listen to you from now on. The short-haired girl suddenly broke down emotionally. She whimpered and sobbed. She was seen dropping the wine in her hand, pulling out her cell phone, and seemingly opening some kind of chat app. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please don't die. Don't die. I don't want you to do anything in the future. As long as you don't die. She pleaded like crazy. Xu Ziming's mother looked away. She has also been exposed to many new things since she regained her sight. This includes WeChat, the mainstream social software. However, the chat program opened in this short-haired girl's hand was unfamiliar. Haven't seen it. The bright light from the phone shone on the young girl's face. There is no light or shadow obscuring it. A smoothness underneath the watermelon skin like bangs. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. This teenage girl. No face. Chapter 141 Love Software. The four of Fongjin looked for an abandoned, rotten building. There's not even a staircase built here yet. Just a frame. The surrounding area is even more uninhabited for hundreds of meters. It's a good place to hide from walkers. Now that all the streets have been notified and have ordered that none of the residents are allowed to go out casually, and the people who are outside have been gathered for unified protection, casualties have been minimized. The news from the intelligence services came quickly. It had to be admitted that the Special Operations Department had extremely high authority in this regard, and as long as there was an emergency situation, all other government departments had to cooperate fully. So very soon the relevant information had been transmitted to Zining's satellite phone. Zining looked at the satellite phone. There are about more than 2,000 types of social software that exist nationwide, but there are only 3 small social software that only operates within the city of Han, and the software is still in testing, with only a few internal test users. It might have something to do with these 3 software. Can you not want to stop them from running? Fongjin inquired. Yes. Zining nodded without hesitation, then reported the situation. 2 minutes later, those 3 small social software programs stopped operating. Done, Zinnia said. Fongjin could not help but marvel. It's still got to be a special ops unit. This is a huge amount of energy that civil society organizations can never have. Will this interrupt the rule event? Xu Ziming inquired. Fongjin thought for a moment. Maybe it's possible, but of course it's just my guess. That's how it should be according to normal logic. Because the probability is that the occasion for the rule event is on social software. Have to admit it. The rise of the internet has made rule events harder to pin down and deal with. Perhaps it also has a lot to do with the continued frequency of rules events. There used to be poor communications and poor transportation. Even if a rules event occurs, it's hard to spread out and word doesn't get around. Perhaps the rules event is not something that has only appeared in recent years. At this point, Zining answered a phone call, and then looked slightly gloomy. There is new intelligence. The townships around the city of Han, the county has also found alienated people. The rules of the incident, and continues. Fongjin was surprised. It's still going on? Strange. It doesn't make sense. While shutting down social media apps won't completely address the source, it should cut off the means of transmission anyhow. Did he guess wrong? But besides the answer of social software, what else fits the criteria summarized today? Fongjin was puzzled. The place where the rule event exists is definitely not in the present world, because the scope is so large that the number of alienated people should have increased thousands of times. So rules events, necessarily, exist for niche online platforms. The rules that need to be followed also fall under the niche rules. What is it? Fongjin was silent for a moment and suddenly snapped. Have any of you ever been in love? The words froze the other 3 at once. Xu Ziming was silent. This is a bit too presumptuous. What's wrong with never having been in love? Who here is not a single dog? Zhuan Qinqing was slightly confused. I've talked about it. Does it have anything to do with the rules incident? Zin nodded. I've talked about it too. It's good that someone has talked about it. Fongjin breathed a sigh of relief and directly skipped over Xu Ziming to ask the other 2. I want to ask you guys, what kind of software do you usually use to chat with your partner when you're in a relationship? There was nothing new in Zhuang Qinqing and Zining's answers. It's nothing more than WeChat, QQ and the like. But that wasn't the answer Fongjin wanted. He wanted a more niche answer. So it was Fongjin thought for a while, took out his cell phone and started editing the message. Tick-tock, is Sister Fu there? A few seconds later. In. Zhang Yueying quickly replied. When are you coming back? It's going to take some time, and right now there's something very important to ask you. What is it? Ever been in love? Humph, that's a lot. With a record high of being in a relationship with 6 handsome men at the same time and navigating through it, all of them falling head over heels for me and fighting each other's jealousy. The ones with the paperweights don't count. Oh, didn't talk about it then. Zhang Yueying sent a wimpy emoji. Fongjin asked, if you were in a relationship, what social software would you want to use to chat with your boyfriend? That's a strange question. You're not secretly prying into my preferences, are you? Fongjin issued a serious expression. It's all about dealing with rule events and protecting the lives and property of the people. Please answer seriously or the world will end. I've never even been in a relationship, and you're asking too hard a question. Come up with one. The more niche the better. Well, I haven't tried it, but my former roommate and boyfriend, they would save money together in a relationship app, clock in daily, and if they could stick to it for 3 years, they could get 999 roses and $200 when they got married. So the two of them would usually chat on this app, which is pretty full-featured, with basically everything, as well as relationship minigames. Fong Jin's eyes gradually glowed. That's right, it's this one. Turns out it's not social software. Deposit money, punch cards, cashback rewards. This type of relationship software is essentially financial software. The thinking is right. It's just too one-sided a view of the market. So there is such a thing. Who knows about this kind of stuff without being in a relationship? Fong Jin immediately said. It's a couple's relationship software. Have the intelligence department check again immediately. A niche couple's love software that only runs in Han City. Zining instantly understood as soon as she heard it, and immediately started contacting the intelligence department. Xu Ziming and Zhuang Qinqing looked confused. What's that? Never heard of it. Does my saying this help? Jiang Yueying message came. Fong Jin replied. Yes, it helps a lot. Reward you with a little red flower. What's the point of the little red flower? 1 little red flower for a meal. Really? It's a deal. Jiang Yueying sent a drooling emoticon. Fong Jin lost his smile. This big greedy girl. Fong Jin inquired. By the way, what happened to your roommate and her boyfriend? Clocked 3 months and then managed to forget to sign in. To re-sign also have to spend money. My roommate cursed the fraudulent software, so all the money saved withdrawn. She was quite lucky. This couple's software, less than a year went out of business. I heard that a lot of people's money was swallowed. We can't use this kind of thing in the future. Sheesh. These scammers are despicable. Fong Jin replied with a big smile on his face. Well, we won't have to later. Chapter 142, 4th floor. Gone. Jiang Yueying, who was at the gathering point of the crowd, was greatly ashamed and her face was red. She looked at the screen of her cell phone, her face smoldering. I mean, we each won't have to use it in the future. Not that the two of us together don't need it. You don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant anyway. Fong Jin sent a puzzle emoticon. Of course I know what you mean. What's wrong with you? What did you interpret it as? Jiang Yueying was mortified and couldn't help but send a knife drawing emoji. Fong Jin laughed and was in a good mood, then put away his cell phone. It's okay to tease Fu-san. Life is so colorful. At this moment, Zi Ning had also gotten the latest information, and her face showed a look of surprise. I found it. There is indeed a very niche couple software called Save Love. It's been online for a very short time and hasn't been popularized yet. This software has done offline promotion in various shopping malls in Han City. As long as you scan the code to download and register, you can receive eggs, washing powder, paper towels and other items. That's right, Fong Jin immediately said. No wonder the age distribution is so even among these people alienated by the rules. Young people, middle-aged people, and old people are all there. You can collect eggs, laundry detergent. Where do middle-aged and older people shopping at the mall put up with it? After all, it's not that hard to download and register. There will also be promoters dedicated to helping. I want the user information of this software, Fong Jin said in a deep voice. Zi Ning was helpless. This software doesn't seem to require real name authentication. What about the location of the user's location? I'll ask. Zi Ning inquired about the people in the intelligence department and was instantly delighted. This one has it. These small software are very unruly, requiring all sorts of permissions to authorize to log in, and all the users have their location information. Fong Jin hated. These software are really despicable. Trouble ruthlessly deal with this unregulated behavior. There's no need to deal with it. When the intelligence department checked the door, the boss behind it thought he'd committed some major offense and left the company overnight to run away. And now all the property under his name has been frozen. Fong Jin couldn't help but applaud. Great pleasure. The user's localization messages were quickly collected. It's dense, but a lot of it gets weeded out under the big data screening. No, there's an abnormal data situation. The satellite phone in Zi Ning's hand was practically like a small computer, with all sorts of data being transmitted in, and a complex data map being presented on the screen. Fong Jin asked, "What's wrong?" Zi Ning was surprised. The software has stopped running, but there is still information interaction. There is a user who can actually send messages to the backend even after the software has stopped running? How is this possible? That's right. Find me the location of this man. A kilometer away in an urban village neighborhood. Fong Jin glanced at the time. Exactly. There are still 20 minutes left. That's enough. The four men immediately chose to depart. The intelligence community, on the other hand, is in a state of jubilation. Found it. I didn't realize that the source was found the same night that the rules incident broke. This is great news. This credit was enough for each of them to add a hard sum to their year-end bonuses. But the intelligence community is also confused. How is it that the Special Operations Department is so efficient this time? In the past, it often took dozens of rounds of troubleshooting to get anywhere. This one was too fast. Along the way, Zhu Ziming looked at Fang Jin admiringly. I didn't expect to find out where the source of the rule was so quickly. Fang Jin seemed to notice Zhu Ziming's gaze and smiled. None of your thoughts are actually wrong. It's just that the intelligence was so little that it went astray. As for that, it's something that can't be changed by an individual. And it can be said that I also just had a bit more luck than you. If you join the Special Operations Department, won't you be able to have the most detailed intelligence? Zhu Ziming couldn't help but ask. Fang Jin was about to say something, but paused without saying anything. Zi Ning, on the other hand, nodded. Nowadays, the entire country is covered in surveillance, all of which are networked, and government agencies have their own intelligence departments. So the Special Operations Department naturally has access to the most comprehensive intelligence. Zhu Ziming nodded and seemed to have figured something out. He hadn't been too interested in joining Special Operations. Becoming a reservist was also just a way to save my mother's life. It doesn't matter if you're a reservist for life. But at the moment, a few other thoughts sprouted in his mind. He's actually a very strong and proud man at heart. Otherwise, from a humble background, without any resources, academic performance cannot always remain at the top. In addition to not wanting to disappoint his mother, the biggest reason is because he does not concede. He could accept that he was wrong, but didn't like being wrong, especially in this dangerous world. To protect myself and my mother, it's the strength that's needed. Thus, he finally developed a few thoughts of joining the Special Operations Department at this moment. Soon the four arrived at the old neighborhood. Positioning is nearby, but it's hard to say exactly which building, which unit, which floor. We can request assistance to secretly demobilize all the residents. Zhuang Qinqing made a suggestion. Fang Jin glanced at him. Do you know what it means to startle a snake? It's impossible for you to do it quietly. Then an operation of this magnitude will definitely disturb the source. Zhuang Qinqing bowed his head helplessly. He'd thought hard about planning to outsmart it. Otherwise, as he was used to, he would have gone up one floor and knocked on the door. It still didn't work out. I guess I really am not good at using my brain. At this moment, Zhu Ziming seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously looked up. A few moments of surprise appearing on his face. Fang Jin followed the gaze. He was amazed. A familiar figure emerged from the fourth floor by the window. It's the same mother who got separated from Zhu Ziming. Zhu Ziming's mother was obviously quite pleased, but she didn't cry out for help, just put her finger on her lips, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then slowly shook her head at Zhu Ziming, forbidding him to come closer. Mom won't let me in. Zhu Ziming was anxious. My mom must be in danger. Brother Fang Jin, we have to save my mom. Fang Jin said in a quiet voice. I know. You must remain calm. Calm down. I don't know what's going on, but your mother may be with the source, which was supposed to be our target, and we're definitely going to do something about it. After saying this, Zhu Ziming calmed down. Go, target, fourth floor, Fang Jin whispered. But soon they met their first difficulty. The cell door is locked. Specialized access cards are required. That's a problem. Violent breaking is expected to result in an alarm, but it's impossible to get a key anytime soon. Zi Ning said, leave it to me. She went up and touched the door lock, which surprisingly suddenly shorted out and died. Looking at Fang Jin's confused eyes, she laughed. I can replicate a small part in the door lock, causing it to get stuck in a place where it shouldn't be, and then the entire door lock is damaged from the inside. Fang Jin dawned on him, so there is such a way to utilize it. What a little genius. Immediately after that there was a decorative ornament-like lock left. Zhuang Qinqing stepped in and easily crushed it. The gate opened. 4 people went upstairs. They walked across the 3rd floor and continued up the stairs. Make sure to keep it low. Don't startle. Go in and listen to my command. Kill the source at the first opportunity. Fang Jin repeatedly instructed, and the other 3 nodded in unison. The 4 stood still, prepare to break in. Zhu Ziming suddenly raised his head in surprise and looked at the floor sign hanging on the wall. Guys, it seems like we're on the wrong floor. This is the 5th floor. The crowd looked up in unison, saw the 5th floor sign. I can't believe I went the wrong way. To actually be so careless. Fang Jin smiled awkwardly, probably too focused. Let's go downstairs then. Of course no one laughed, and the 4 of them went back down another floor. Then everyone was once again ready to break in. Zi Ning looked up in surprise. How come it's the 3rd floor? The crowd was surprised to find the 3rd floor sign clearly hanging on the wall. What's going on? Fang Jin frowned. Let's go upstairs again. The 4 men hurried upstairs. This time, Everyone was concentrating hard, staring at the sign on the wall. The word 5th floor appeared in front of me. The 3rd floor is upstairs on the 5th floor. 5 downstairs. It's the 3rd floor. 4th floor. Gone. Chapter 143 Arrival on the 4th floor. The 4th floor is gone. The discovery made the crowd's heads spin. How could it be gone? It wasn't too late at the moment, but the neighborhood was a little too silent, without even the slightest sound of wind. Stray dogs barked and ran by in the distance, but none of them could hear it. Let's knock on the door and ask? Maybe it's just the wrong door tag. Zhuang Qinxing swallowed and said, although impulsive and reckless, but encountered this kind of spiritual events, but also inevitably in the heart of the guilty goat. Fang Jin shook his head. There's no need. The probability of something like hanging the wrong door tag is too small to consider this. Zhuang Qinxing, Zi Ning, you guys go down one floor. Yes. The duo descended the stairs somewhat nervously. Obviously only one flight of stairs, but yet, they came to the 3rd floor. Fang Jin spoke to the duo. How's it going? Still on the 3rd floor. Zin replied. Fang Jin thought for a moment and came to the stair parapet to look down. You guys look up. Soon Fang Jin saw the duo through the crack in the stairs, and they looked up and saw Fang Jin as well. They found out one thing. It's a long way apart. There is indeed a floor between them. It also means that they are indeed on the 3rd and 5th floors, and there should be another floor in between, but they can't reach it. Is it also a rule restriction? It seems that the rules incident is not just on the internet anymore, but has spread to reality, indicating that it has stepped into the 2nd stage. Fang Jin said. Zhuang Qinxing smiled bitterly and bowed his head, not daring to talk. I think he deserves a share of the credit for the rules event moving so quickly into the 2nd phase. The rules got out of hand rather quickly. Again, it shows that the source is very unstable. It's extremely easy to get out of control. The only thing to be thankful for is that the source has now been found. As long as the source can be dealt with, it will not cause any more social harm. Brother Fang Jin, what to do next? Zining simply gave up thinking and chose to hug Fang Jin's thigh tightly. Fang Jin pondered for a moment. You guys head up from the 3rd floor. Zhu Ziming and I will head down towards the 5th floor and try to see if we can meet on the 4th floor. Both sides began to move. Pattering sound. The crowd struggled to control their footsteps. Walking in such a dark hallway and making too much noise always gave people a very uneasy feeling. Walk. One step at a time. The crowd held their breath as they made their way to the resting platform between the stairs. Fonstown looks down. There was no sign of Zhuang Qinxing or Zi Ning. What's your location? Fang Jin inquired through the phone. Zin replied. We should be on the 3rd and 4th floor rest platforms. As it happens, we're on the resting platforms on the 4th and 5th floors. So if nothing else, we'll meet up soon. The 4 moved again, then walked down half a flight of stairs. However, it did not meet. Fang Jin glanced at the floor sign, 3rd floor. Where are you? Fang Jin asked. Zining's voice obviously took on a few slight tremors. We're on the 5th floor. The two sides did not meet. Rather, they missed each other. This is really troublesome. Fang Jin was slightly tricky to even reach the 4th floor and how to deal with the source. Zhu Ziming, you wait for me here. Brother Fanzin, what about you? I'll go up alone and see, said Fang Jin. Closed his eyes and held onto the guardrail one step at a time. He mentally counted the number of steps, a total of 32 counts. After opening his eyes, finding Zhuang Qinxing and Zi Ning by his side, still no access to the 4th floor. I'm out of tricks. Fang Jin sighed as he glanced at his cell phone. Time's up. I have to go. After all, you're the Special Operations Department. This is your job. The source has been found, so you guys take care of it yourselves. With that, he was ready to leave. The date has been spoiled. Then he must at least tie up the loose ends properly. Sending a girl home is the least you can do, right? After all, the world is so chaotic. When you say you'll be back in an hour, you'll be back. Brother Fang Jin, don't go. Zi Ning was anxious, holding Fang Jin's arm and not letting him go. Think about it again. It's just this close. We have to finish what we start. I'm sorry, men and women are not related, so please behave yourself. Fang Jin politely refused. Zhuang Qinxing was also anxious. Where did he think of a way to crack this brain? If we put it off, it might cause more harm again. That would kill him with guilt. Brother, dear brother, think of another way. Don't go. Zhuang Qinxing had long been convinced in his heart, treating Fang Jin as a lifesaver. But Fang Jin was strong-willed and paid no attention. It's your job, what's it got to do with me? If you can't handle it, shake people. If all 7 captains are called in, can't we solve it? I'm just a good Samaritan passing through. What does it have to do with me? Just then, Zhu Ziming's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Brother Fang Jin, I think I'm on the 4th floor. The 3 men who were on the 5th floor were startled. In unison, the 3 men looked down the stairway crack. The unattainable 4th floor. At this moment Zhu Ziming was actually standing there peacefully. The three were in a million pieces. How can Zhu Ziming go over there? Fang Zhen was surprised. How did you get to the 4th floor? I tried to use my ability, then walked and got to the 4th floor. Zhu Ziming answered honestly. Could it have something to do with the light? Zhu Ziming's ability is to absorb light with his eyes, places a certain area in absolute darkness, and he himself was able to ignore the darkness. But didn't you try it with your eyes closed, brother Fang Zhen? And it still didn't work. Zi Ning was puzzled. Fang Zhen shook his head. It's not the same, our eyes are actually working all the time. Just one layer of eyelids can't do anything to completely isolate the light. Even how dark the environment is, light exists. It's just that the human eye doesn't perceive it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But Zhu Ziming can make the light disappear completely. Maybe that's the key. It seems that Zhu Ziming's ability may have a lot of untapped potential. In that case, let's make it quick. Fang Zhen had to change his mind. Zhu Ziming released his ability towards the upper floors, and darkness spread, enveloping the three Fang Zhen. It was an amazing feeling. It felt like being held in an invisible cage. It was hard to control the panic that was born in one's heart. Become blind without defense. A lot of people's minds get out of balance because of this. I wonder if it's an illusion. Fang Zhen felt a chill come over him. Hurry up and go downstairs, Fang Zhen said immediately after stabilizing his mind. The three of them immediately went downstairs. Sure enough, as the darkness cleared, they saw the new sign on the wall, the 4th floor. Finally, to the 4th floor, alcohol-smelling home. There were beer cans all over the floor. An old woman with graying temples looked out through the window, relieved that she didn't see anyone standing downstairs. Ziming is a good boy. Shouldn't do anything stupid. Wine. No wine. A confused voice came from the couch. The short-haired girl clutched her cell phone, sobbing and shouting deliriously as she did so. The old woman rubbed her temples and suppressed her drowsiness with a kind smile. Here comes the beer. Chapter 144. Pa, I miss you. Here's the beer. Zhu Ziming's mother brought a can of beer and placed it on the coffee table, then discreetly took a few steps back and turned to walk away. The short-haired girl on the couch squirmed in pain as she struggled to lift her beer, seemingly enraged. Why do you have to stay so far away from me? I'm some kind of dirty person. At that moment, Zhu Ziming's mother came out from the kitchen. She walked slowly over with 2 small plates of food, small dishes on the coffee table. It's sketchy. Just a plate of tossed cucumbers with peanuts and a plate of scrambled eggs with sausage. Zhu Ziming's mother wiped her hands, her eyes amiable. I went to the kitchen to get you 2 small dishes. There's nothing in the kitchen. Only these. Just drinking hurts your body. You eat some dishes. The short-haired girl looked at the small dish in front of her. She raised her chopsticks and took a bite of the egg, warm and sweet, and in that moment, tears fell like rain. It had been a long time since she had eaten anything hot. You're not going to talk me out of drinking? The short-haired girl asked, choking back a sob. Zhu Ziming's mother took a look at the face in front of her with no facial features, and surprisingly wasn't afraid at all, but sat down obediently and spoke in a gentle tone. If you don't have something on your mind, who would want to drink so much wine? The short-haired girl instantly broke her defenses and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. She felt a concern that had been missing for a long time. The feeling unsettled her and she felt unworthy. So bad for me. Not entitled to be understood. The short-haired girl gulped down her eggs, swallowing tears mixed with her beer. Eat slowly. There's no rush. There's no rush. Zhu Ziming's mother just spoke softly, quietly looking at the short-haired girl in front of her. There was no look of fear in her eyes, just gentle to a fault. After all these years of living, although you can't see a lot of things, you see through a lot of things. Anything more bizarre is ultimately there for a reason. Except there's no face. The young girl in front of her was really nothing to be afraid of. The short-haired girl finished the beer in her hand, met Zhu Ziming's mother's gentle gaze, and broke down in tears once again. I was wrong. I'm a bad woman. I am a shameless bad woman. I'm not qualified for you to be so good to me, she cried out in pain. Instead, Zhu Ziming's mother took her by the shoulders and comforted her. Everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes are just big rocks blocking the path of life. It may be very painful to move it, but if you don't, it will only keep blocking you. All we have to do is pick ourselves up and take responsibility for our own lives. No. The short-haired girl was clearly in a trance. It doesn't change anything anymore. He's dead. A few moments of surprise finally flashed in Zhu Ziming's mother's eyes. I shouldn't have doubted him. I didn't believe him when he said he was going to give me happiness and work his ass off. I said he'd never be able to afford a house in his life. The short-haired girl had a death grip on her cell phone. There were only chats with one person on that unknown software. I worked 13 hours today and earned 300. The boss praised me for my motivation and gave me an extra 50 red packets. He. It's okay. I'm not tired. Let's connect and play a game. It's been a while since we've played together. It's Valentine's Day. I can't stay with you. I'll send you a big red envelope. So go out and have fun. Sorry. I fell asleep last night and forgot to return your message. I won't go back for New Year's. Triple my salary. I can earn 5,000 in these 10 days of New Year's. The money is all stored inside. You need to use it to put forward. Hubby is not around. You take good care of yourself. Don't often eat takeout. You can go downstairs to eat in a restaurant. The restaurant is cleaner. We'll get married when I've saved enough money. Soon. The money for the down payment will be saved. I'm not tired. Who says I am? It's worth it to work a little harder for our future. I'm going to marry you. And I want you to have a home in Han City. Why don't you believe me? I told you I could do it. Don't try to talk me out of it. If even you don't trust me, no one in the world will. The intervals between chats are getting longer and longer. The man on the other end of the message seemed to be getting busier and busier. Eventually the message settled on the last sentence. Pa, I missed you. And then, no more news. The short-haired girl curled up and clung to her cell phone for dear life. Please don't die. If you die, I won't have any family anymore. I believe in you. I really believe in you. I swear I'll never strike you again. Please come back. She jerked her face in agony, cursing herself for being shameless. The man who loved her most in the world is dead. Death on the assembly line. He has no parents. The only thing on the hundreds of dollars of shattered cell phones were chats with a girl. So the boss transferred the pension to her. Now, they can afford a down payment. But he's not there anymore. I miss him so much. The short-haired girl whimpered. As long as he can come back, it's fine to turn into whatever he wants. Even if he turns into a monster. I'd rather he turns into a monster and comes back to eat me. Zhu Ziming's mother touched the young girl's head. Silly child. She couldn't say anything comforting. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Times like this, whatever is said is just sarcasm. It may all add to the girl's emotional outburst. He must be a very nice person. Zhu Ziming's mother said softly. The short-haired girl nodded heavily. Yes, he's really nice. You're actually fine. Zhu Ziming's mother said. He doesn't blame you at all. He won't. Of course he won't. He's such a nice guy he can't afford to blame anyone else. He always felt that he couldn't afford a house and that life was so hard because he didn't work hard. So he worked his ass off. I miss him so much. Missed him so much. The short-haired girl paused. She suddenly tilted her head, and her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth gradually appeared on her smooth face. Very clean and well-behaved. Just looked very haggard with tear-stained face. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things and now I remember. The short-haired girl struggled to smile. Auntie, go to bed. I want to be alone for a while. Zhu Ziming's mother gave her a worried look and could only get up, ready to walk into the room. Thank you, Auntie. I almost lost control. Thanks for the scrambled eggs. It's really good. Zhu Ziming's mother nodded, wanting to speak, revealing a few moments of regret and sadness before walking into the room. The living room became empty once again. The short-haired girl wiped her face, then kissed the phone. I'm sorry. I've forgotten so many things. Actually, I've been looking for you for a long time. I'm so stupid. Forget even that. Good thing I didn't forget about you. Honey, I'm going to look for you. You don't think I'm stupid. There's no point in disliking me. I'm stuck with you in this life. In another life. Don't you look for me in your next life. The short-haired girl pulled a cross out of her pajamas that was a necklace. Except that the bottom of the cross was sharpened as if it were a small dagger. She pushed the cross slowly into her chest. God bless. I hope I don't get lost. Chapter 145, The White Priest. Crunch. The door to the fourth floor opened slowly. Go! Fong gave an order. And 4 people rushed in. Zhuang Qinxing took the lead and barged into the house. His muscles bulging with what seemed like 1,000 pounds of strength. Like a raging gorilla. The other 3 entered hiding behind him. It couldn't be helped. After all, Zhu Ziming and Zi Ning didn't have much frontal combat power. Fong Zhen, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back and quietly condensed black ghost fire. It wasn't very destructive, but it was at least a little more reassuring to have the means of resistance at hand. The room was dark. No lights on. This made Zhuang Qinxing's heart beat straight, and he squinted his eyes, trying to see the situation in the living room with the help of the faint light coming in through the cracks in the curtains. But that's obviously unlikely. He was about to say something when he smelled a pungent, putrid odor, and his stomach turned over with the feeling that he wanted to vomit. It's killing me. What stinks so bad? He held back his nausea, covered his mouth and nose, and whispered, Hey, Zhu Ziming, check where the people are. It's times like these that one has to admit that the ability to see at night is somewhat useful. Zhu Ziming swept his gaze cautiously across the living room and was slightly stunned. There's no one. But as soon as he had even said it, His eyes suddenly swept over something suspiciously humanoid on the sofa, and he hastily changed his words. No, there's a person on the sofa, but there's no movement. Not only did he see far enough to be able to see at night, he was likewise extremely sensitive to small movements in the darkness. The man on the couch didn't make a move, so much so that he subconsciously ignored it. So when he noticed the human form, he immediately changed his story. There's no movement? Zhuang Qinqing was slightly confused, not knowing what this meant, and at that moment, an old woman with slightly graying temples stepped out of the room. Hush, be gentle, even though she's dead. The boy is clearly not one for the hustle and bustle. Hearing the word death, Zhuang Qinqing's expression steeply serious, exhaling like a tiger, ready to fire. What are you? Don't do it, it's my mom. Xu Ziming hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Mom, I'm glad you're okay. I thought I told you not to come in. Why did you come anyway? The mother visibly grumbled a little. It's dangerous. It's the danger that makes me come. Xu Ziming's mother revealed a helpless smile, but still with a few hints of complaint. Don't do this next time. Xu Ziming didn't answer positively. It's clear he doesn't agree with his mother on this one. Don't be so itsy-bitsy. This is the moment of truth. This is your mom. What about the source? Zhuang Qinqing's tone was solemn, more than a little anxious. Xu Ziming and Zi Ning instantly tensed up. Fang Zhen, however, shook his head and said calmly, there's no rush. Didn't you hear what Auntie said? She's already dead. I didn't realize that you're so powerful, Auntie, that you single-handedly solved an incident that stepped into the second stage of the rules. You're more powerful than most of the people in the Special Operations Department. Seeing how calm Xu Ziming's mother was, Fang Zhen had guessed something. Be prepared though. But still, it's still very surprising. Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning looked at Xu Ziming's mother with incomparable shock. This old lady? Solved rule events? Xu Ziming's mother shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. I just made 2 dishes for a poor child. Zhuang Qinqing was an acute person, and he immediately walked towards the sofa. The anxiety in his eyes dissolved into bewilderment and shock as he took in everything on the couch. There was a body lying on the couch. Why so sure she's a corpse? For she was already rotting, emitting a violent corpse stench, perhaps having been dead for more than a month, with all sorts of foul-smelling fluids oozing out of various parts of her body, and parts of her flesh and blood had completely decayed, appearing to be white and bony. What's wrong? Zi Ning stepped forward and was equally shocked. She covered her mouth and nose, not daring to look directly at her. It seems like she's been dead for a long time. Is she the source we're looking for? Fong Town came forward. He held his breath as he walked over to the body. Checked. It's already rotted away to the point where it's no longer human. The mortal wound would have been a cross pendant worn around the neck and stabbed into the heart. The body still clutched a cell phone in its hand. The cell phone stays on. Fong Zhen took a look and surprisingly, the electricity was still full. He picked up his cell phone. After a long look, he silently turned his cell phone off and put it back next to the body. Fong Zhen silenced for a long time and whispered, that's right, she should be it, but we're too late. The source has already dissipated naturally. She's been dead a long time. Died a martyr's death. Gone after the favorite. Fong Zhen cannot say what feelings inside. Only feel sorry, sympathy, and have a deep helplessness. This world is so much unfairness and cannot help it. No one can change that. Perhaps it was an inner obsession that caused her to carry the black spot and turn it into a source. It was just that Fong Zhen was a little confused. How can you have such a deep obsession when you've decided to die a martyr's death? That's weird. Let's just say that the rules events, each and every one of them, make it impossible to really understand. Please find someone to properly collect the body. Fong Zhen said. Zi Ning nodded. I'll make the arrangements. Fong Zhen said softly, by the way, she has a husband, just not married. The ashes are placed in the bedroom. Help them to be buried together. By the way, can you go through the relationship? Get them a marriage certificate. The person is going to be cancelled anyway, without going through the procedure. Just stamp an official seal. That, too, shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'll thank you for them. Fong Zhen thought silently. Took it upon myself to do something for you guys. I hope you guys don't mind. Just as Fong Zhen turned around and prepared to leave, he seemed to see the cell phone screen suddenly light up. Then the word thank you appeared on the screen. Fong Zhen blinked. The light on the cell phone screen disappeared. It seemed as if what he had just seen was just an illusion. Let's go. I still have things to do. Fong Zhen smiled. I'll leave it to you guys next. Xu Ziming, let's go together. Xu Ziming nodded and held his mother's hand as he prepared to leave. And Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning were also busy taking out their satellite phones and began to variously contact people from various departments to begin the aftermath. Aftercare is also crucial. If not handled properly, it may easily cause panic among the masses and lead to social unrest. So absolutely sloppy. Fang Jin glanced at Zhu Ziming's mother, who had a calm face, clearly experiencing a life and death disaster. Yet she did not react to anything. This auntie doesn't know anything though, but it is able to see through the heart and go straight to the source. Perhaps that's the power that's really needed to deal with rule-based events. Just as Fang Jin was about to walk out of the room, "Who are you?" Zining's shocked and angry voice suddenly came out. Fang Jin was on his feet. "What's going on?" He sidestepped and re-entered the cabin on the 4th floor. The lights in the living room were on at the moment. A middle-aged man in white bishop's robes with an elegant demeanor appeared beside the sofa. His hair neatly combed and meticulous, with a kind and calm smile on his face, like a kind priest in a TV show. "There's no need to be so nervous." The white-robed man's voice was gentle and strong, and seemed to have a healing power, but his behavior was beyond bizarre. He actually approached the body. Slowly, he pulled off the cross pendant at the corpse's heart. "I'm just here to retrieve God's gift to the earth." Chapter 146, The Old Magus. "What are you doing? Stop. Put down the cross. This is something to be filed away and no outsider is allowed to take it privately. Who the hell are you and why are you here? If you don't make it clear, don't blame me for being rude." Zhuang Qinqing stared at the white-robed priest in front of him, his fists clenched, his chi and blood rushing, as if the next punch he was going to throw was going to be stone cold. That white-robed priest, however, was unperturbed. "Don't be so violent, Zhuang Qinqing. I know that you want to prove yourself very much and want to solve everything on your own, but the more hasty you are instead, the more likely it is to backfire." Zhuang Qinqing seemed to have been poked at the area he cared about the most inside, his expression changing slightly. "You? What exactly are you?" The other side didn't just call out his name. Surprisingly, he even said what was in his heart. "Don't be affected," Zining said hurriedly. She stared at the white-robed priest angrily. "You must be an awakened as well. The Special Operations Department is doing something. You dare to mess up. Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I'll report it up and uproot the organization you're in." The white-robed priest looked at Zinnia quietly. "Zinnia, you're eager to prove yourself. Want to be like Captain Ming Jilan, but your abilities are lacking, and you are destined to be only a support. So you want to do everything as well as you can, hoping to become the captain's most capable assistant. In fact, you don't have to think that way at all. You have immense potential with your abilities. You don't have to be the second Ming Jilan. You're the first Zinnia." The white-robed priest's voice is so infectious. Instantly, Zining's body trembled slightly, and her breathing couldn't help but panic. How is that possible? Zhuang Qinqing's past, many people know. The file is also written very clearly. If someone specifically to check can find out is indeed not surprising, but one's heart has never been told to outsiders. Even the team leader doesn't know. Why? This man could even know. You work in the Special Operations Department. For the country. For the people. Very great. But sometimes don't forget that treating yourself well and realizing the value of your life is what everyone should do. The white-robed priest continued to say gently. In this instant, Zining and Zhuang Qinqing felt like they were both captured by each other. If you can. They really wanted to follow the person in front of them immediately. Awesome. Awesome. A few words can say what their hearts desire the most. Your ability. It can't be checking accounts, right? Fang Jin walked in through the door. Thought it was done. Who knew that there would be another situation? This white-robed priest took away the crucifix that stabbed the woman to death. What's this for? Fang Jin's mind could not help but think of what happened at Baochang Temple. A gift from God? Looks like there's a bit of a connection. The white-robed priest said tersely. I forgive your rudeness. Don't a few forgiveness. Fang Jin said with a cold smile. Since you're so good at checking accounts, why don't you check mine? Name my parents. If you're right, let you go. If you're wrong, Zhuang Qinqing, you get him killed. Hearing Fang Jin's words, Zhuang Qinqing felt like she had been doused with a pot of cold water. The whole thing calmed down a bit. The white-robed priest frowned, then spoke with a holy face. A filial son. A great mother. It is with people like you that human history is so colorful. His words were clearly spoken by Zhu Ziming and his mother behind Fang Jin. Don't change the subject. I'll let you look at me. Fang Jin stared at the white-robed priest. Old clergyman, the matter of Baochang Temple should have something to do with you as well. The house of monks that you caused is still receiving treatment in a mental hospital. And now this incident. You wouldn't be the one who started it, right? Well, causing thousands of people to turn into zombies. You are truly guilty of the most heinous crime. Blame it on a martyred man. How could there be such a deep obsession? Enough to trigger a rules event. I can't believe someone is pushing it. The old godly man? That's a title I've rarely heard. The white-robed priest said indifferently. Fang Jin pooh-poohed. That's because you didn't meet me. Otherwise you would have already had that title. The white-robed priest quietly looked at Fang Jin. a few moments of surprise appearing in his eyes. A person without a past? In this world, there is even the existence of people like you. At the risk of asking, are you still considered a human being? Someone who is able to hold the source directly within himself. Is it really even human? Fong Zhen's heart shook. That good? What a mess. Fong Zhen mocked. You old man couldn't have lost your mind. I asked you to name my parents. What are you talking about all this weird stuff for? The white-robed priest shook his head slowly. You're right. I do not know. Just do you know yourself? What do you care if I know? What I don't know? You don't know either. What's the point of just saying something I know? Do I need you to remind me to take off my pants when I want to fart? If you want to pretend to be a godly man, say something I don't know. Fong Zhen scolded nonchalantly. His heart was filled with disgust for the person in front of him. A few looks of interest appeared in the white-robed priest's eyes. What an interesting man. On the other hand, Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning gradually woke up. The original awe and admiration in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. What you don't know? I naturally know everything. The white-robed priest downplayed the situation. God has given me the power of omniscience. But who are you to conclude that I am right or wrong? Omniscient? Just pretend. The big deal is the ability to eavesdrop on people's minds and such. Talk so metaphysically. Everyone is an awakened person. Your rhetoric is only good for fooling the egg-collecting Amazons. Fong Zhen despised. The white-robed priest's brow finally frowned slowly. A man with no fear. How can it be? Right. This is a man without a past. How can anyone without a past be in awe of the future? That makes sense. It's still the egg-collecting grandparents that are better to fool. The white-robed priest pounded his shoulders and lamented. People are too scientific these days. It's too hard to develop believers. Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning were dumbstruck. Admitted it. He admitted it. What a liar. Ha! Alright, Zhuang Qinqing, it's your turn to show your hand. Get him. Fong Zhen gave the order. Zhuang Qinqing also felt like he was being tricked and roared angrily. Old man, tie your hands for me. He was about to rush up. The white-robed priest, however, waved his hand. A white light flashed. The crowd felt a violent sense of weightlessness spread throughout their bodies. Can't stand it at all. Like jumping off a building. Luckily the feeling comes and goes quickly. It was only a few seconds before it disappeared. What for? Trying to scare us to death? Zhuang Qinqing snorted. The white-robed priest slowly lifted the curtains. Of course not. The view from the window made the crowd feel as if they had fallen into a freezing cellar. They're clearly on the 4th floor. But at the moment, the view from the window is on the 1st floor. They don't know where they are. It seems to be in an empty construction site. Far away, a dense wave of zombies came in. Thousands of zombies pounced on them, their faces bloody and without human form. As if they were a mass of undead monsters squeezed from flesh and blood. They burst through the window and couldn't wait to squeeze in. Good luck. It's an army of undead monsters. It's great, isn't it? A product of the rules. I'm sure. It's definitely the power of the gods. The white-robed priest smiled and disappeared into white light. Chapter 147, The man in the wheelchair has disappeared. Crowd gathering point. There were officers in uniform who were responsible for leading teams to maintain order and, likewise, had to calm the crowd. Gathering a crowd in one place for an extended period of time is something that can easily trigger a panic. The public will speculate wildly, and then rumors of plagues, terrorist attacks, hauntings, and the like will run rampant, to the detriment of social stability. But now it's only the first night at least, so things are better for now. I hope that the people from the Special Operation Department can hurry up. It's better to solve it within half a month. No, it's better to solve it within 7 days. Otherwise it's going to be troublesome. And it happened in the busiest commercial street. And it's picked on the eve of the 7th moon. Lu Wei sighed. He's in the military, but is stationed in the city for extended periods of time these days, specializing in the city's orderly aftermath. Sometimes also do some similar anti-terrorism work. Of course, the specific anti-what fear that cannot be said. I'm afraid I'll never get a chance to go back to the army again. At this time, Lu Wei received a message from the front army. Those zombies disappeared? Lu Wei was overjoyed. He immediately went to contact intelligence, which supposedly received a message from the Special Operations Group that the source had finished processing. Good. That's great. The Special Operations Department is actually so efficient this time. Lu Wei couldn't help but marvel as he also immediately ordered an evacuation. The army will slowly escort the people home. Prevent accidents. Again, it is for the people to feel safe. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, but at least I'll be able to sleep soundly in the morning. Lu Wei led the men to maintain order. The crowd slowly evacuated, but soon he noticed a girl in a wheelchair. After all, being in a wheelchair was more or less preferential treatment, and being a girl, she was placed closer to the army and in a spacious area to prevent bullying. This girl seems docile and quiet. It's quite a relief. But at the moment, evacuating the crowd was not something she wanted to leave. That's weird. Little girl, are you waiting for someone? Lu Wei came to Zhang Yueying's side and asked kindly. Zhang Yueying nodded. Lu Wei said, "Don't worry, the army will escort everyone home safely. And maybe by the time you get home, your friends will be home safely too." Zhang Yueying shook her head. He said he would be back soon. Lu Wei looked helpless. Another little girl with a love brain. Who would risk their life to actually come back for you at a time like this? And besides, it's not like your life is in danger. Do you really think love can solve everything? Tonight's events are over, and the person you're waiting for has probably already been forced to go home under the protection of another group of military personnel. So I'm afraid you won't be able to wait anyhow. So do you still want to wait? Lu Wei asked. Zhang Yueying nodded her head with certainty. To wait. Lu Wei had a black line. Why can't this girl understand human language? Someone escort her home. Lu Wei didn't bother to explain further. While at this time, Zhang Yueying made a call, and a mechanical woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. The user you dialed is not in the service area. Not in the service area? How come? The hour is up. The rules event is over, the crowd is evacuated and he is not in the service area. It's a very unusual thing to think about anyhow. At this moment, a soldier came and prepared to push away Zhang Yueying. Sorry, I can't go. Zhang Yueying's fingertips gently tapped the armrests of the wheelchair. If he doesn't come to me, then I'll go find him. The wheelchair suddenly started. The double wheels lit up. There was a circle of light ring floating, reflecting the whole wheelchair full of technology. Zhang Yueying pushed the rocker on the inner side of the armrests. The interior of the wheelchair buzzed straight, then the wheels rolled. Surprisingly, like an electric motorcycle scampered out, the wheelchair sped toward the most chaotic area. Lu Wei's eyes widened. Holy, high tech, such a powerful wheelchair? The crowd of soldiers also froze. A disabled man rushed out in a wheelchair. This scene is so powerful. You stop right there. Lu Wei was shocked at the sight and hurriedly chased after him. A disabled girl in a wheelchair escapes the protection of the army and breaks into a dangerous area. This kind of thing, if it really happened, it's like a slap in the face to the military. I wonder how many people will have to do a review for this. Lu Wei couldn't allow that to happen. He immediately rushed out. Very fast, like a sturdy cheetah. Even if he was transferred to the city, physical training has not fallen. Even if it is not comparable to any world champion, that level is also complete. Most athletes, as high-tech as that wheelchair was, it was still just a wheelchair, and it wasn't exactly fast. It was only a short 10 seconds or so before Lu Wei had already caught up. The wheelchair turned straight into an alley. Lu Wei followed without hesitation, but he was instantly dumbfounded the next moment. The wheelchair remains in place. The man in the wheelchair, however, had disappeared. The deserted site. The undead monsters came in like a tidal wave. That scene was pretty scary and amazing. The crowd was shocked. It's amazing that that old godly man has such power. They're clearly on the 4th floor, but he was able to move the whole house. And since the source has been dealt with, these zombies should have ceased to exist. Could it be that the rules event is not over yet? That's not right. It shouldn't be. Fang Zhen frowned. But from all sides, the dead girl is the source. It can't be that old goddamned guy that's the source. Fang Zhen's heart tightened slightly. Is it hard to believe that he is also able to utilize the power of the source? It doesn't matter. Let's kill our way out. Zhuang Qinqing was confident. I've rested enough and am in good shape. Although these monsters can't be killed, we'll still have no problem escaping, said Zhuang Qinqing. Directly rushed out, like a tiger descending from the mountain. The god's power is amazing. A kick flew away from the nearest monster. The monster flew out, and in the process crashed several monsters. He couldn't wait to fight the monster. Seems to want to prove his worth. It didn't take much time at all to clear an open avenue. Good job, Fang Zhen praised. Then said, everyone follow me and try not to make any suspicious movements. He then used his ignore ability and took the crowd with him. But soon Fang Zhen felt that something was not quite right. A monster whose spine had been shattered by Zhuang Qinqing was writhing on the ground with difficulty. But when Fang Zhen walked past it, it unexpectedly suddenly burst out. Its fishy mouth opened extremely wide, and the flesh and blood on its cheeks were torn open, biting fiercely towards Fang Zhen's leg. Luckily, it didn't move fast enough, and Fang Zhen was so frightened that he hastily retracted his foot. Otherwise I'm afraid I'm going to be missing a piece of meat. Fang Zhen directly condensed a black ghost fire and smashed it at the monster. The monster trembled and spasmed in pain. The black flames continuously burned on it and seemed to never go out. Ignore failed? Fang Zhen's gaze was stunned. What's going on here? Obviously it was working at the time. Why is it not working on monsters now? Chapter 148, The Long-Haired Woman. No, everyone stay away from these monsters. My powers don't seem to work on them, Fang Zhen said hastily. The crowd sniffed and hastily backed away. Don't dare come half as close. Zining was puzzled. Brother Fangjin, how could this happen? I remember that you clearly helped us escape the siege of monsters. I'm not sure what's going on. Fangjin swept his gaze across the room as if trying to think of something to look for. His ability had only ever failed in front of Ming Jilun, because the other party possesses strong spiritual power, able to observe all winds within a certain range. There was absolutely no reason why these monsters that had only instinct left could ignore the ignore ability. So there could only be one reason. The old magician, pretending again, obviously hiding in the room, but pretending that he turned into light and disappeared. You think you're Dija, don't you? You're just a clumsy magician. Fangjin cursed in anger. No response came from the room, though, but Fangjin was certain. He must be right here. This old bastard. I don't know what he used to hide himself. Can't dwell on that at the moment. I'm afraid it's not enough for Zhuang Qinqing to kill a way out, because these monsters were immortal. Even if their bodies were shattered all over, they would slowly recover. Zhuang Qinqing, you have to protect us. Fangjin shouted. Zhuang Qinqing also noticed the bad situation at this moment, and had no choice but to turn back and kill back from the group of monsters. He had to defend the crowd alone, slowly killing his way towards the exterior. But one man's power is ultimately too limited. Can't deal with monsters on all sides at once. So, very stifling and difficult. Zhuang Qinqing's pressure multiplied and he screamed, "Brother, can you think of something? These monsters are immortal, but my strength is limited. Where to go is the end." Fangjin also felt very troubled. He saw the monster that was being attacked by the black ghost fire. It kept recovering, but the black flames kept destroying it to the point that it was completely incapacitated. It seemed that his own black ghost fire could restrain these monsters, but I'm afraid there are thousands of monsters here. One simply couldn't release so many black ghost flames on one's own. And so on. That's right. Tackle the thief. Zhu Ziming, use your ability. Fangjin immediately said. Zhu Ziming wondered, where is it used? These monsters will go around attacking like crazy even if they become blind. It doesn't mean much. Fangjin snapped. House. Wherever. Zhu Ziming instantly understood and immediately turned around, unleashing his ability on the living room. His muddy, whitened eyes seeming to burst out with eerie darkness. The entire house was plunged into absolute darkness. The slightest bit of light is gone. Next moment, all the monsters' movements became sluggish. They fall into a stupor. Instinct causes them to gradually quiet down. Out of sight. Old Biden. Fangjin sneered. I knew you were in the house. But the house remained quiet. There was no reaction. Fangjin hesitated for a moment. He had wanted to use his black ghost fire and make an indiscriminate attack. As long as the other party was contaminated with a little bit of it, it would be enough to make the other party's original form come out. And maybe there would be a chance to get the other party killed directly. But the situation is a bit critical at the moment. It's still all about staying alive. Let's go, Fangjin immediately said. The crowd took advantage of this time to hurry toward the outside. It was soon out of the monster's circle. Feel the danger slowly moving away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally safe. But right at that moment, the scenery in front of their eyes suddenly changed. And in the next moment, they were actually back in that living room full of wine jars, while the undead monsters outside the window regrouped and lunged towards them. How could this happen? The crowd was greatly frightened in their hearts. Fangjin was also confused. It shouldn't be a hallucination. I'm surprised I'm back here when I've obviously left. What is this old godly man capable of? That good? And the voice of the white-robed priest in the room lilted. This is the power that belongs to God, all-knowing and all-powerful. And no matter how you struggle, you are ultimately under God's control. These words caused Zhuang Qinqing and Zining's hearts and minds to shake. Such a powerful ability. I'm afraid that the chief captains of all places, not to mention the Captain Sama, can't even reach it. He can't really be a god. If you were truly omniscient, you wouldn't have any needs. So why dominate rule events? In the end, you still have needs. You wouldn't be artificially creating awakened objects, would you? Fangjin suddenly spoke. He thought of the goddess of mercy statue at Pachong Temple. Another thought about the cross stabbed into the girl's chest. Say maybe, that's what the other side wants. He was constantly collecting things that contained the power of rules. From there, they have different abilities. That's right. If that's the case, then that's right. The white-robed priest remained silent in the face of the town's words. I don't know if I've been told. Zhu Ziming, Fangjin ordered. Zhu Ziming understood. And they did their old trick of plunging the whole room into darkness, and then fled the place. But, 1 minute later, they reappeared in the room again, like being caught in a time trap. How it's impossible to pull yourself out of it. And everyone's stamina is depleted. I can't. Zhuang Qinqing's head was covered in sweat as she sat powerlessly on the ground. He was the first to run out of steam. Then the second. The third. Everyone's tired. but the monsters outside the window continued to pour in. Zining smiled bitterly. It seems that we're really going to die. Fangjin pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. It's an hour late. He sighed and dialed, wanting to apologize. I guess I can't go back myself. I'm sure I shouldn't have minded my own business and put my life on the line. No cell phone reception. There's actually no signal. Fangjin cursed and threw his cell phone aside in exasperation. The monsters swarmed. Just as the crowd was about to be devoured by the monster. The mutation is sudden. The monster that approached the crowd suddenly froze, and then as if it had been cut by an extremely fast and sharp blade, its body fragmented and shattered in pieces, its wounds smooth. A woman with long flowing hair appeared in front of them, dressed in a black and white fitted suit, like an aviator style. The most striking thing would be her legs. Her legs were surprisingly long blades of sharp metal, flowing with a deep silver glow. It was impossible to tell what kind of material they were made of, just that one could feel a bone-chilling chill, and the whole person looked as if she had stepped out of a sci-fi movie, only to see her body sink. A slight force. She leapt up several meters high. Her body danced. Her leg blades rotated like propellers, and in just a few moments, she chopped up all the monsters within a few meters of her surroundings. Chunks of meat splattered. She fell through the air without a trace of blood on her body. Bracing his hands on the ground, he reversed his body and settled down. Standing in the land of blood, the tips of the leg blades were stained with blood, making them even more demonic. By order of the headquarters, I came to save you. You may leave. The long-haired woman opened her mouth. Her voice had a cold elegance with a slight mechanical feel to it. Slim, precise and elegant. Beautiful mess. Chapter 149, The Absolute Rule That Receives All Things. At the moment, the crowd could only see the back of the long-haired woman. But even so, a sense of amazement arose in everyone's hearts. The pair of slender metal foot blades sliced across the ground with a clear clang. The alloy-wrapped knee joints glistened with a silver luster, and when they flexed slightly, there seemed to be a wisp of cold air stretching out like substance. She had the air of a futuristic warrior with a metal mask covering her mouth and nose on her face, and her hair whipped in the night breeze like a sheathed, hardened blade, giving her a sense of danger. The cold words with a slightly mechanical feel came from just below the metal mask. Headquarters sent someone. Great. We're saved. Zining was incredibly excited. Zhuang Qinqing revealed a few moments of envy. What a powerful awakened. To have chopped so many monsters into pieces in an instant without getting half a spot of blood on himself. Fangjin then looked at the long-haired girl with a few moments of suspicion in his eyes. Although the temperaments are very different. But, the back does look a little bit familiar. But, we can't leave. Xu Ziming let out a bitter smile. Even if we run away from here, we'll still be retransported back. As if we're archived, constantly being attacked by monsters until we die of exhaustion. The long-haired girl's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she scurried out like a gazelle, rising up in the air with each step and spinning to land. Her foot blades slicing through the air in uncountable silver glows as she cut the monsters around her off. Surprisingly, a spacious area was cleared in just a few seconds. Zining exclaimed, "This sister is so handsome." Zhuang Qinqing, you quickly learn well. If you have this ability, why do we have to cope so hard? Zhuang Qinqing rolled her eyes. Why don't you learn? About half a minute later, the long-haired girl who had already killed her way out of the house had surprisingly re-entered. She was breathing steadily and didn't feel tired. She just felt surprised. It's really back again. Those decapitated monsters were also squirming continuously at the moment. It's tough though, but the pieces of flesh remained entangled and reassembled themselves into monsters with distorted forms that were not quite humanoid to look at. There's an old godly man inside the house. He's controlling everything there. If we can't deal with him, it's impossible for us to escape. Fangjin said in a deep voice. The long-haired woman's expression flickered, avoiding Fangjin's gaze, and instead, inside the house, it's an ability like stealth, right? She leapt up and spun around the room as if she were a dancer. Only each step was filled with murderous intent, like a storm of blades exploding through the room, leaving a shocking trail of knife marks on the walls. The next moment, her gaze swept across the room. Coldly and suddenly, he burst up and jumped towards a corner of the house. Over here, the long-haired woman leaped up, her foot blade facing the sky, and then heavily slashed down, her posture easy and agile, but the cold light was compelling. But the incredibly sharp foot blade seemed to have been blocked by some soft mud, and the force was mostly removed. A white-robed priest appeared in slight disarray, narrowly dodging the blow. He stared at the long-haired woman in front of him, his eyes flickering in disbelief. This woman. It was amazing that he couldn't see what was going on inside of her to the point where he almost got hurt. Is it an awakened person of the strong mind system? But the speed and power displayed were clearly not right. Of course, the thing that made him most afraid was the word headquarters that the long-haired woman said. What a rare ability. Transforming flesh and blood into metal. The white-robed priest stabilized his mind and said lightly, I'm afraid you've always had problems with self-perception, and I'm afraid that in the eyes of many people, you can only be an alien. A few moments of confusion passed through the long-haired woman's eyes. What are you talking about? The white-robed priest had a holy look on his face. You need to find out who you really belong to, not become a killing machine. What the state cannot give you, God can guide you. Fong Jin hurriedly said, don't listen to his nonsense. The long-haired woman drifted off. So it's talking nonsense? No wonder I don't understand it at all. Is this some kind of strange trick to confuse the opponent? The white-robed priest was confused. What's going on? Did this woman not have any doubts about herself? It shouldn't be. This type of awakened person who had alienated themselves was often filled with confusion within themselves, and their self-perception was drastically skewed. It's the best thing to compel. Why is she unresponsive? It's just a matter of getting what you need anyway. The white-robed priest said lightly, I know what you need and want in your hearts, and if you are confused about yourselves, why don't you pray to the gods, and you may be pleasantly surprised. His voice was full of compulsion, as if he were whispering to the devil who deals with hearts, especially a loving, serene gaze. He looked to the crowd, but every one of them felt as if he was looking at them, with a gaze that could see through the heart, so deep and quiet that it seemed as if it wanted to suck people in. Fong Jin all felt a flutter in his heart. Can't help but want to believe in each other. What a terrifying ability. No wonder it can compel others. Fong Jin quickly got rid of the odd state inside. After all, he had spent 2 years grinding in the illusionary realm. This level of compulsion was nothing to him. You're still coming? Fong Jin was about to continue scolding. The white-robed priest, however, looked at Fong Jin and slowly said, you want to know your past, so you are pursuing your ability. I have listened to God's holy oracle, and your ability is the absolute rule of sheltering all things. Fong Jin's heart shook wildly. His breathing grew ragged. What do you know? Fong Jin stared at the white-robed priest dead in the face. Tell me. The white-robed priest just smiled slightly. He was bathed in white light. Afterwards, it turned into feathers in the sky and completely disappeared. Damn it, you godly man. Fong Jin was incomparably angry. This old man seemed to know a lot of things, and might be able to get things about himself from the other side, but there was no way to catch him by himself. Damn it! What exactly is this old undead capable of? Is he really as omniscient as he claims? No way. Where is the ability to do that? Fong Jin took a deep breath to stabilize himself. He noticed Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning, both of whom had misty eyes and seemed to have been struck. You too, don't be compelled. Fong Jin chided. The duo woke up as if from a dream with awkward smiles. The white-robed priest's words carried a deep compelling power. One can't help but get caught up in it. In order to prevent anything from happening to you guys in the future. I'm sorry. Fong Jin put on the shoulders of the duo and immediately unleashed his ability to modify memories, forcibly deleting part of their memories. Memory deleted. The pair's eyes cleared. Fong Jin twisted his head to look at Zhu Ziming and his mother. The duo, however, appeared calm. Zhu Ziming's mother smiled gently. I used to believe in God, but later gave it up. I know how these religions compel people, so Ziming and I covered our ears when he spoke. Fong Jin couldn't help but give a thumbs up at his words. Turns out it was so easy to crack. Learned. Chapter 150, The Most Charming Under Heaven. Only then did Fong Jin finally set his eyes on the long-haired woman. The long-haired woman avoided his eyes. Her tone cold and mechanical. I can't understand what he said, so you don't have to worry about me being compelled. It's just that I see that you seem to have a lot of mood swings, so why don't you try to erase your memories? That's not necessary. I can carry it. Fong Jin smiled. This woman is so interesting. There's something kind of dumb and dumber about it, but acts so high and mighty. The white-robed priest clearly possessed the ability to listen to the hearts of others and to speak what their hearts desired, and with words that contained the ability to compel, it was safe to say that very few people could remain unmoved. But she was unmoved. Not because she was unmoved, but because she didn't understand. It's really a bit ludicrous. That old godly man shouldn't be coming back. You guys take care of the follow-up, and about today's incident, report it to the headquarters immediately. Fong Jin said. Zhuang Qinqing and Zi Ning nodded their heads in succession. Fong Jin believes that this kind of thing just needs to be reported. Headquarters should understand what is at stake. This old godsend should be able to wreak as much havoc as a high-danger level rules event. Wait for HQ to send someone to sort the old man out. He himself would then find a way to get Ming Jilan to help him torture some information. It's done. Brother Fong Jin, thank you for today. Xu Ziming said gratefully. We're leaving. My mom is not well and needs to rest early. Fong Jin nodded. Do you still live in Onping village? I'm afraid it's not good to go back at this big night. Let's do it this way. Go and stay at my house. There are still a lot of empty rooms in my house. You guys can stay as you please. Xu Ziming hurriedly shook his head. No, no need. My college entrance exam results are not bad. The school will reward me with a sum of money, so I won't need to live in Anping village from now on. The money will arrive in a few days. It's okay. Fongjin couldn't help but quip. Being able to get the school to issue a decent amount of cash rewards. Definitely a scoreline good enough for a prestigious university. It'll be a few days before it arrives. That's also a few days later. Stay at my place today, Fongjin said decisively. Zhu Ziming hesitated for a while, but once he thought of his mother's physical condition, which was not suitable for traveling, he nodded his head helplessly and agreed. Fongjin added, since life doesn't need to be so tight, hurry up and buy yourself and your mom a cell phone. Tonight's matter. If you have a cell phone to communicate immediately, you would have found each other long ago, and you wouldn't have to be in danger. Zhu Ziming thought about it for a moment and it was true. Immediately, he said he would go buy a cell phone as soon as he had the money. Immediately after that, Fongjin once again looked at the long-haired woman. The woman wore a metal mask, her long hair blocking the side of her face, her tone of voice not much fluctuating. I'm leaving as well, heading back to headquarters to resume my duties. Where is the headquarters? Fongjin suddenly asked. Well, how can I just tell you this? The long-haired woman was flustered for a moment. Alright then, I won't ask. It just so happens that I'm also going to look for a friend. Why don't we travel together? Fongjin said. No, I'm not traveling with you. After saying that, the long-haired woman's body sank slightly and leapt towards the distance. Each jump seemed to be able to leap 7 or 8 meters away, as if she possessed the lightness of a martial arts novel, dashing and floating. However, Fongjin saw a few moments of wretchedness in the back. Fongjin muttered in place. I haven't said which way I'm going. Zining and Zhuangqinqing, on the other hand, could not help but marvel. Not bad for a big shot from headquarters. Not only is it strong, and this temperament, this demeanor, it's really not an ordinary person. Fongjin instructed the two of them to send someone to send Zhu Ziming's mother and son to their own residence, and then ran in the direction he remembered. The spacious and bustling pedestrian street was empty at the moment. No one dares to walk on the road. Then the surrounding upscale neighborhoods are all lit up, and I'm afraid many people will be sleepless tonight after such a big event. The huge billboard was still lit up, flashing a blinding light. Fontaine came to the place where they were separated at that time. Originally this was a crowd gathering point, but at the moment there was surprisingly no one. Very cold. Are they all evacuated? Fongjin turned around and was about to leave, just in time to see a lone young girl appearing in a wheelchair, holding a steaming hot roasted groundnut in her hands, and happily smiling nervously as she huffed the wind. Fongjin, you're back. Seeing this, Fongjin also revealed a smile and immediately stepped forward. I'm sorry, I came back late and encountered a situation so I was forced to delay. Jiang Yueying hemmed and hawed. It's okay. Where did this groundnut come from? I met a groundnut stand on my way, and the owner was probably scared off, but the groundnuts were still hot in the oven, so I took one, but I scanned and paid for it. Not for nothing. Very good. Very well done. Fongjin nodded. After all, you had a hard night. You should eat more to replenish your strength. Jiang Yueying had a vain look on her face. I don't work hard. Fongjin could not hide his smile. Isn't it you? Not me. No way. It really wasn't me. Fongjin said. But how do you know it's not you when I haven't even said what it is? Jiang Yueying glared. I don't know what you're talking about anyway. Really? What a pity. Fongjin lamented. I was just about to tell you that I met a very powerful girl. Very charming. I seem to like her a little. I can't believe it's not you. Jiang Yueying pursed her lips and tried to restrain the smile at the corners of her mouth as she pretended to ask without thinking. Yes, is it? How charming. The world's most fascinating. Is it that much of a stretch? It's very exaggerated. It's not even close to you. Jiang Yueying tried to restrain herself. Tried and tried again. Then twisted her head to snicker. Then why don't you go after her? Fongjin sidled over and looked at Jiang Yueying's familiar side face and said seriously. Isn't this catching up? Jiang Yueying's cheeks were colored red. Difficult to recruit. I'll wait for you here so you can catch up. Jiang Yueying hummed arrogantly. If I leave, you won't be able to catch up with me at all. That's a clear tacit admission. Fongjin smiled and got up to repropel the wheelchair. Continuing forward. That's natural. Jiang Yueying's ability was controller. The human body can be developed to its fullest extent, possessing the most amazing bounce, the fastest speed, the most agility, and the most strength that a human being can theoretically achieve. Of course, these are to the exclusion of other awakened people. For example, Zhuangqinqing's divine power was clearly no longer within the realm of humans. However, with all aspects of the ability working together, Jiang Yueying's comprehensive ability was very high, and there weren't any shortcomings, so it could be said that he was an all-round warrior. It was just that Fang Zhen did not expect that Jiang Yueying's mechanical prosthetic limb would look like this. Why are you still in a wheelchair when you can already move freely? Fang Zhen asked in disbelief. Now that the mechanical prosthetic limbs are still being perfected, appearing in the public eye is inevitably shocking and cannot be vocalized, so I'm still only able to get around in a wheelchair. Also, there's... Jiang Yueying's pretty face turned red. I just want you to push me around, can't I? Chapter 151. A daughter in the neighborhood is growing up. Jiang Yueying was the long-haired woman who had suddenly appeared. It's just that she's not used to showing her face in this way, so she wears a metal mask, and the mask was packed with a small voice changer, so even the voice was changed. And naturally the mask was a product of the institute, designed for members of the Special Operations Department to hide their identities. Jiang Yueying then lifted the warm thin blanket, revealing her legs. It was a dark silver-colored metal prosthetic limb full of futuristic feeling, which at the moment presented the outline of the legs, somewhat like the parts of a robot. The mechanical prosthetic limbs were connected to the nerves through electric current, and as long as Jiang Yueying's mind moved, the legs would flow like liquid metal, gradually transforming into that chilling foot blade. I can say that the controls are comfortable. The foot blades are incredibly sharp and can easily cut through the hardest of bones. And this metal is extremely special memory metal. Excellent extensibility, even if the wear and tear can be easily recovered. Of course, if the use of too frequent is still the need for maintenance. Normally, once a year maintenance is enough. This caused Fang Zhen to lament that it was true that technology changed life. Not bad for a mechanical prosthetic limb costing up to $200 million. It's really something. So technology has already developed to this extent. Then aren't all Terminators going to appear in the future? Fang Zhen said jokingly. Jiang Yueying, however, nodded seriously. It's not just the technology. I heard that this metal was created by Dr. Chen at the headquarters. It seems to be some kind of man-made awakening. That's why it has this kind of property. So there might actually be a Terminator in the future. Developing technology with awakened objects? Could this be the way forward? Humans really are the best race at utilizing tools. This Dr. Chen, he seems to be a real bull. Jiang Yueying recovered the thin blanket underneath, covering his mechanical prosthetic limb. Listen to her. There are plans for refinement to follow, because she and this metal are not exclusive, coupled with the fact that the state attaches great importance to the aspect, thinking that once developed, whether in medicine or military will have a huge improvement. So there is a more comprehensive improvement plan to follow. If it worked, she would be able to look exactly like a normal person, and would not be able to see the presence of the mechanical prosthetic limb inside her at all. When Fang Zhen heard this, he was of course very happy for Jiang Yueying. It's almost 11. Do you want to find a place for a late-night snack? A roasted groundnut should be far from enough. Fang Zhen laughed. Jiang Yueying covered her stomach in embarrassment. Clearly hungry. She couldn't help but gulp. No. Why? I have to get back. You're an adult. Is there a curfew at home? No. I've been in rehab at the institute lately. In fact, I snuck out today. So if I'm not there when the doctor checks in at night, and I get caught, I'm going to get another reprimand from the doctor. Fang Zhen smiled helplessly at his words. So miserable. It's not miserable. At least the institute manages the food. Jiang Yueying heatedly smiled. Although it's not as delicious as outside, but the quantity is large and filling. At home I don't dare to eat too much for fear of my family going bankrupt. Listening to these somewhat funny and heartbreaking words, Fang Zhen couldn't help but say, actually, Jiang Yueying prejudged in advance at this moment and said righteously, if you have money, keep it for yourself. I can't take your money. And when I officially join the Special Operations Department, I'll be very rich. I won't be able to look at this little money of yours. Well, I'll take you back then. So Fang Zhen pushed the wheelchair, and the two of them unspokenly stopped mentioning the money. Before the time of the hospital check-in, Fang Zhen sent Jiang Yueying back to the institute on time. Then I'm leaving, bye. Jiang Yueying said goodbye to Fang Zhen in a panic, then got up and grabbed the wheelchair, made a flying leap, and directly crossed the 3-meter fence of the institute and leapt into it. This scene made Fang Zhen have trouble calming down for a long time. It's just like the old saying, the girl next door is growing up, and she is strong and powerful. The sense of contrast is also too much. Fang Zhen turned away. At this point, the cell phone dinged. A message from Sister Fu. She sent a cute emoji of her holding hands. I should have held hands with you on the first date. I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to give it to you. Make it up to you. Fang Zhen couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so cute? Who taught you that? Fang Zhen asked curiously. Jiang Yueying justified. The online strategy teaches that you have to give the guy a little bit of sweetness on the first date, so that you can hook the guy and give you the feeling of looking forward to the next date. Didn't the online guide tell you that this is not to be told to boys? Yes, is that right? Raiders didn't say that. Did I make a mistake? No. You've served your purpose. Really? Of course it's true. It's just that I'm more curious about what you're going to sweeten the deal for the second date. Humph. I won't tell you. Sneak a little. Next time I'll treat you to a seafood buffet. Absolutely full. Jiang Yueying, who had already ducked back into the hospital room at the moment, hid under the covers and couldn't help but wipe her saliva. Seafood. Hey. Self-help. Hey. So much to look forward to. Ha. No. How did it turn into me looking forward to my next date? Jiang Yueying didn't end up saying what to sweeten the deal for the second date. Fang Jin, on the other hand, was in a happy mood and ran a long way to finally get a cab home. Tian Yuan residence. This is the highest-end neighborhood in downtown Han. Yuan Chang also took great pains to take out the name, giving people a kind of fairy palace high above the feeling, suggesting that the neighborhood is different. After all, can take the land in the city center and built exclusively for the rich and powerful villa area, which naturally has a huge energy behind it. Neither Fang Jin nor Wan Yaowen had much interest in such things as naming, so naturally, they weren't going to make any suggestions, so they could call themselves whatever they wished. A cab pulled up to the door. Xu Ziming helped his mother out of the car. The mother and son looked surprised as they gazed at the glorious, inch-by-inch villa neighborhood in front of them. Master, are you driving the wrong way? Xu Ziming couldn't help but ask the cab driver. The driver waved his hand. A few moments of envy in his tone. How can it be? Tianyuan Mansion is right. This is the only neighborhood in the whole of Han City called by this name. You guys are here to visit your relatives, right? TSK, what good luck to have relatives living in this kind of mansion. To be able to live in such a luxurious villa in the center of the city where every inch of land is precious. One is definitely not rich. As long as you can dip into the family. Your Honor, feel free to help lift the hand. This life just took off. Xu Ziming was bewildered. Brother Fanzan only said that there were still empty rooms in the house. Didn't say anything about that. A luxury villa in the city center? Where can they afford to live? They can't even afford to pay for the property. That's a big joke. Chapter 152, Yuan Shaojia. At this time, the tall and brilliant as a triumphal arch like the gate of the neighborhood, a young man appears on a motorcycle. It's none other than Nguyen Ngoc Van. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ruan Yaowen smiled warmly. Brother called me and told me to arrange a clean villa for you to live in. Xu Ziming, right? Kid, come with me. The two sort of met on the bus. It was only at this moment that Xu Ziming was sure that he hadn't made a mistake. The security guards in the security booths, all strong and well-trained, were almost as good as veterans. Hello, Mr. Ruan. The crowd of security guards bowed and saluted with great vigor. After all, it is important to provide the best emotional value to the residents. With such a high-end neighborhood, it's only natural that security choices can't be sloppy. Ruan Yaowen nodded with satisfaction. Right. Record the faces of this aunt and little brother. These are our first residents. Remember to greet and say hello when you meet them in the future. Yes. The security guards immediately saluted towards Xu Ziming's mother and son. Honorable residents. Good evening. That's security in a high-end neighborhood. Just because Xu Ziming's mother and son look so ordinary doesn't mean they should be looked down upon. Of course, their salaries are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary security guards either. Xu Ziming's mother and son were flattered and had never enjoyed this kind of treatment before. Well, don't be nervous, just get used to it more. I wasn't used to it in the beginning either. Hey, there's nothing I can do. They shouted me General Manager Ruan every day, and it's hard for me to get used to it. Ruan Yaowen was very helpless, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Xu Ziming hesitated slightly. Does Brother Fang Jin also live here? Of course, technically he's also a shareholder here, so he's Mr. Fang here, Ruan Yaowen said. At this point, Xu Ziming's mother shook her head. No, this place is too luxurious. We country people don't know the rules. How can we just live here? And we're not used to it. Ziming, let's live somewhere else. Ruan Yaowen was anxious and hurriedly stopped the two. Auntie, you can't leave. If you guys leave, won't it look like I'm not doing a good job? Auntie, you should also know that your son Xu Ziming, has an extraordinary background and is not destined to be an ordinary person in the future. He can't even have a decent home, right? Otherwise, it's too embarrassing for the country. And living in the city center, it's also convenient for you to see a doctor. Xu Ziming's mother couldn't help but hesitate. She also knows how special her son is. In recent times, she has been able to take expensive imported special effective medicines and have top experts in China consulting and seeing patients, all thanks to her son's blessing. For parents, it is the greatest wish for their children to be successful. Ruan Yaowen struck while the iron is hot. Xu Ziming has also become an adult. In a few years we'll have to find a partner. You think about it, these days there is no house. How can any girl look at you You also hope that Zhu Ziming can find a better girl. This. Zhu Ziming's mother was helpless. She had to admit the other woman had a point. Don't care about yourself. But ultimately, you have to think about your son. If you live in the countryside and suburbs, it takes so much time out of your day for your son to come with you to the doctor's office. It's too much work. Alright then. Zhu Ziming's mother had to agree. Nguyen Yu Man smiled smugly. Done. He had arranged for a small cottage to be packed for mother and son. There are also specialized caregivers who take turns 24 hours a day. After arranging Zhu Ziming's mother and son, Ruan Yaowen was about to leave when a young man in a suit came huffing and puffing. Ruan Yaowen, what do you mean? This young man is Yuan Chang's own nephew. It's called Yuan Xiaojie. Since Yuan Chang had no children, Yuan Xiaojie, his own nephew, was naturally viewed by the company as the future heir with a high status. People around me are always blowing off steam. He couldn't help but drift a bit. The temperament was inevitably misbehaved. Coupled with the fact that he did have some business acumen and made a few big deals, he felt even more like a business wizard and thought that the company could flourish even more under his own management. Tian Yuan Mansion. This downtown villa area. It is the best commodity for pulling in dignitaries and boosting corporate status. It's a very important business in Yuan Xiaojie's opinion. As a result, the uncle took a breath and gave away 50% of his shares. Yuan Xiaojie was angry enough. I've been working my ass off and I haven't gotten any shares. Why should two strangers have 50% of the shares? And he didn't dare to be angry with his uncle. One can only endure. But today was even more excessive. He received news that these two assholes actually dared to take the villa of the Heavenly King's residence and give it away for free? Yuan Xiaojie, where can he still endure? Directly rushed to split his head and questioned. Ruan Yaowen frowned. What are you doing? What madness? Do not think that your uncle is general manager Yuan. I do not dare to move you. Dare to me this attitude. You buy a good grave anxious to move in You. Yuan Xiaojie was so angry that he almost lost his breath. But he is, after all, a decent human being and a sort of rising star in the business world. Naturally, you can't be so rude. Yuan Xiaojie took a deep breath. His face grim. Ruan Yaowen, even though you're a shareholder, you're not qualified to casually give away the Heavenly King's residence's house. Moreover, it's still given to your own poor relatives in the countryside. I'm telling you, you're calling it using the public for private gain. Besides, you're just a shareholder who follows the dividends. Not management at all. You don't have this right at all. I can send it if I want to. Do I need to discuss it with you? Ruan Yaowen sneered. If you have the ability to find your uncle to complain, you think I wouldn't dare? Yuan Xiaojie was certain that Ruan Yaowen was using public office for private gain and did not hesitate to call his uncle. Uncle, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Even if he's a shareholder, he can't. This behavior is egregious. Uncle, this kind of thing should never be allowed to happen. Yuan Xiaojie made a confession, then handed his cell phone to Ruan Yaowen. Towing the line, my uncle is looking for you. That look clearly says, you're dead. Ruan Yaowen snorted and picked up the phone. Mr. Yuan. Master Ruan, is what this nephew of mine said true? Yuan Chang inquired with a pleasant attitude. It's true, master. This kind of thing is not impossible, but don't do it with too much fanfare, or else the people in the company will more or less have a little bit of an opinion. And even though I'm the big boss, I have to take into account the impact. Ruan Yaowen smiled. I understand this, but there's one thing I have to make clear in advance. The people living in the villa right now are the same people as me. Mr. Yuan's tone was immediately serious. What you mean is, yes, that's right. He's still in the Special Operations Reserve. I see. Master, please return the cell phone to my no-good nephew. Ruan Yaowen casually threw his cell phone to Yuan Xiaojie. Yuan Xiaojie caught the cell phone with his hands and glared at Ruan Yaowen in exasperation. It's almost like being a punk. Uncle is crazy to give shares to such a person for nothing. Hey, uncle, the situation you also understand. We should always. Yuan Xiaojie was angry and was about to say something. Yuan Chang toned but very harsh reprimanded. Stupid. Do not know anything but is pointing fingers. Almost spoiled a big thing. About the Tianyuan mansion things do not allow you to meddle again. Hurry up and get back to the company. Do a good job in your hands of the list is. Just giving away a villa counts for nothing. Invite an awakened person to stay. It's heavenly beautiful. The price of villas is estimated to go up by a few more %. This pie in the sky beauty. How many realtors begged for it? This stupid nephew of his is actually trying to kick people out. It's really stupid. Chapter 153, Taxi Drivers. The city of Han at night is a city that never sleeps. As one of the country's premier economic megacities and tourist megacities, the city of Han is also brightly lit at night and is a city that never sleeps. So even if something wacky goes wrong, the area beyond the waves remains prosperous. Vehicles streamed by and countless headlights flashed to light up the night sky. Fonzin was sitting in a cab. On his way home, the cab driver was very welcoming and self-motivated. Tian Yuan Mansion? It's that newly opened rich neighborhood, right? It's famous. Who doesn't know about it in the whole Han City? A villa that can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. You live there, boss? That's awesome. You really can't tell the difference. Damn, house prices are so expensive. How should ordinary people like us live? Social Security also went up this year. By the way, boss, have you seen the recent drone show in Han City? It was so grand that it made the international news, and those foreigners were so envious and jealous. The front of the green light emergency brake. What? Want to harm people? Ah, the days are getting harder. Driving a taxi does not earn money. Business is also taken away by those online car. You say the state does not care about those online car? Net car malicious competition. Disrupting the market. This must not cause social unrest. Ah, we cannot earn money. What good is the country? The cab driver talked about whatever came to mind along the way. He's talking spitballs all by himself. Fongjin could only respond with a helpless and yes. This perfunctory attitude failed to dampen the other's enthusiasm. Instead, the cabbie's desire to confide is growing. Presumably, he felt that he had found a good listener, or he felt that Fongjin was a big boss, and a big boss listening to his instructions in peace and quiet could probably bring great satisfaction. Fongjin's head hurt from listening, but you can't jump out of the car either, so you have to endure it. Finally, the destination is here. The cab stopped. The driver looked at the gates of the gilded neighborhood and couldn't help but let out a huge gasp. It's worthy of being a place where rich people live. At this time Fongjin realized something. Master, you seem to have forgotten to punch the meter. Bombarded by this driver's rambling language all the way. So much so that Fongjin didn't notice it. Wow. Meter? We don't meter at night. It's all one price. The driver said with a smile. Boss, thanks for your patronage. $200. Fongjin's eyes widened. It's only 10 kilometers to hold up. And you're asking me for 200? The driver looked gradually unhappy. It's always been this price. What's the problem? You're not trying to renege on the bill, are you? Living in such a nice neighborhood, you don't even want to pay for the car? It's too shameful. Who doesn't want to pay for the car? You didn't call the meter. So is it as much as you say it is? That's always been the rule. Cabs just don't run on meters at night. I said it was going to be 200 when you got in the car. You've defaulted. Fongjin remembers very clearly every word the driver said when he got into the car, but don't remember the other person quoting a price at all. His face grew somber. You think I'm young and easy to bully, don't you? Okay, 200. I'll transfer it to you right away. Fongjin said slowly. The driver grunted and laughed. That's right. It's not even that much money when you live here. This man is so young. 80% are students on summer vacation. The family is rich, but clear-eyed and stupid. This kind of big fat sheep, of course, must be properly slaughtered. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't help but light a cigarette, and the heavy odor of smoke wafted through the car. Sitting for long periods of time made his back uncomfortable, so he stretched again with his cigarette in his mouth, his eyes falling on the rearview mirror. The mirror was just enough to see the upper half of Fongjin's body in the back seat of the car, and Fongjin in the mirror had no sorrow or joy. Nothing moves. I go. You kids sweep the code to pay up or do not grind and waste my time. The driver did not have the good taste to scold a sentence, but the next moment, the man in the mirror slowly raised his hand and pressed it against his head, then grabbed the hair and lifted gently. A head was simply lifted and separated from the neck. The cigarette on the driver's lip fell to his lap, burning a hole in his newly purchased pants. Obviously the burning sensation hurts, but he didn't dare make any noise. His face was pale, his mouth slightly open, and his body trembled uncontrollably. There are ghosts. There's a ghost. $200. Here. Fongjin held his head in one hand and clipped two red $100 bills out of his pocket with the other. The driver's eyes felt like they were going to glaze over in a hurry, and he lowered his head, trembling, and carefully glanced at the rearview mirror with his afterglow. Could he have misread it? But after his afterglow saw the scene in the mirror again, his heart felt like it had been violently torn in two by something. Help! Somebody help me! He was on the verge of tears. I'm just an ordinary cab driver. I haven't done anything to hurt the world. There's a reason for the injustice. Why did the ghost come knocking at my door? Master, collect the money. The head that had been lifted up in the air spoke, in a cold tone. The driver was shocked. No money, no money. The head of the man said icily, I'm going to pay. Don't you dare not take it? The driver's entire body went numb, all his muscles forbidding contractures of fear. Luckily his crotch wasn't warmed up for the time being. I'm sorry. I'll take it. Just as he collected two bills, A sorrowful voice behind him suddenly sounded. You're really taking it, aren't you? The head was slowly lifted, eyes staring straight at the driver. The driver's brain exploded and he felt like his soul was going to fly. The pants were even soaked with warm liquid. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the great fear prevented him from saying anything. The head of the man grunted coldly. Forget it, just collect it and find the money. The driver spoke with difficulty. Looking for. Find how much? How much did I give you out of sight? Minus the fare. How much is left? I know. The driver hurriedly fumbled up on his body, and then closed his eyes with trembling hands to offer his wallet. I don't have much cash on me. Just more than 800. All to you. How much is still missing? I'll burn it to you tomorrow. Okay? Fonzin nonchalantly took the wallet and then reattached his head. Okay, that's it. Remember to hit the meter when you drive in the future or I'll come back for you. The driver swallowed hard and with a sobbing voice. I understand. I will beat the meter from now on. I'll beat the heavens if I don't. Then he heard a thud. The car door opens. Then there was another thud. The doors are closed. The driver carefully craned his head to see that the back seat of the car was empty, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Then scowled. Go. Get out of this ominous place. Chapter 153, No Passengers. Yuan Xiaojie's face was very ugly at the moment. He was scolded by his uncle, and he was ordered not to meddle in the affairs of the Tianyuan residents anymore. He doesn't understand. Why is uncle so oriented towards those two outsiders? It doesn't make sense. It's so unfair. What kind of ecstasy is this? Wait, vertigo. Could it be that uncle has really had his perception tampered with? Yuan Xiaojie was pondering. He had also been in contact with high-end circles and knew that there seemed to be some strange people in this world who possessed mysterious abilities that ordinary people did not possess. But it's not easy to get access to the awesome people in it. He is the general manager of a large group though. But in the eyes of the real dignitaries, it's just a small businessman. I have to find a way to change my uncle back before I can do that. These two people are plotting to take our family's property. Anger bubbled up in Yuan Xiaojie's eyes. At this time, his personal driver ran all the way here. Yuan, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Xiaojie frowned. What's wrong? Don't hurry up and bring my car here. Mr. Yuan, your car. It seems. Don't stammer. Say something quickly. Go and see for yourself soon. I can't tell you. Yuan Xiaojie followed the driver to the garage, and surprisingly found that his privately ordered business car. At the moment, it was like it had been heavily crushed by a wall. The whole thing was crushed into a thick cake, and the ground was full of glass fragments. My car. Yuan Xiaojie's heart ached beyond measure. This car is expensive, spacious and comfortable inside, restrained and elegant, and perfect for transporting important clients. The high cost plus the atmosphere of the outside. As long as the drive out, nothing to say. There are countless women who take the initiative to request hitchhiking. It can be said that the scenery is infinite. But right now, his car is destroyed, which is so unqualified. Call the surveillance for me. Call the surveillance. Yuan Xiaojie roared. I'm going to make him lose all his money. The driver smiled bitterly. Mr. Yuan, I went to check the surveillance. I didn't see anything. It seems like an invisible ceiling smashed down and smashed the car like this. Yuan Xiaojie breathed heavily and covered his chest. Pisses me off. And something so bizarre? He was becoming more and more convinced that a mystery was behind it. Forget it. Take a taxi back. Yuan Xiaojie left his driver behind and wrathfully came to the entrance of the neighborhood ready to take a taxi to leave. As it happened, he saw a cab parked outside the neighborhood. Yuan Xiaojie waved his hand, but the cab was unresponsive. Through the darkened window, he seemed to see the cab driver wiping his pants. Yuan Xiaojie impatiently went up and thumped on the car window. The cab driver looked like he was startled and his face went pale. But when he saw the person outside the car he sighed in relief. What are you doing? What else? Buy you dinner? You drive a cab. What do you think I'm looking for you for? Yuan Xiaojie didn't have the good sense to say. Whoops, get in the car then. Go to Yuan's group. Yuan Xiaojie unceremoniously got into the car. The driver honestly turned on the meter and drove off. Yuan Xiaojie dialed the phone of a business partner. Hey, brother Wang. You said you knew a master last time. Can you introduce me? Money is not a problem. What? The meeting fee is so high? Okay, I admit it. Please help me make a connection. And the cab driver, who seemed to have overheard some of the conversation, couldn't help but be stumped. That's a real big boss. But he's just been through a major disaster. There was absolutely no hitch at the moment. Yuan Xiaojie hung up the phone, not in a very beautiful mood, when he seemed to smell an uncomfortable and strange odor permeating the car. Tawdry, like an unclean toilet. He held his nose and couldn't resist opening the window to ventilate. What's going on? Why does your car smell so bad? The driver's old face turned red, and he also hurriedly opened the window to ventilate the car. My last guest. No, it's the last guest who got drunk and threw up in the car. So it's a bit of a strange odor. Don't mind if I do. Boss. Threw up? Why does it smell like I peed to me? The driver looked embarrassed. Don't dare to talk. What a stench. You don't know to go and clean it after being pissed on. And you continue to pimp it? You really have no public morality. Yuan Xiaojie was in an even worse mood and couldn't help but curse. No wonder you can only drive a cab. Inferior person. The driver was still very embarrassed. But when he heard this, he became a bit angry. What do you mean? I didn't take the initiative to solicit passengers. It was you who had to stop me from getting on the bus. Is it possible to blame me? Yuan Xiaojie became even more angry. I have to get into your Thai car? This Xiaojie riding in your car is simply a gift to you. If it wasn't for my car breaking down, you wouldn't have been able to pull someone of my stature in your life. Asterisk. What the? The driver immediately took a sharp break. Yuan Xiaojie's head slammed into the seat in front of him. He bumped his head. Get the hell out of here. I'm not doing your business. The driver cursed. Yuan Xiaojie was even more angry. You driver. How dare you have the face to refuse to drive me? With this Thai car of yours? I wouldn't even bother to sit in it if you give me money. The driver was furious. In hell. Ghosts bully me even if they do. How dare you bully me? I don't care what kind of big boss you are. You dare to show off in my car. I have to show you some color today. The cabbie angrily opened the door and got out, then angrily opened the backseat door. Get your ass down here. But what happened next made his head spin. The back seat was empty. Surprisingly, there's no one. How can there be no one there? The cab driver circled the car in terror, looking around, checking even underneath the car to rule out the possibility that the passenger had jumped out and run away. A cold blast of wind at night gave him goosebumps. How does a good person suddenly disappear? I was obviously cursing at me just now. Am I hallucinating? The cabbie shuddered as he sat back in his car. He lit up a cigarette and took a sharp drag, but still couldn't calm down. I can't. My luck is too low today. How can you run into two weird things in a row? Can't hustle anymore. It's important to earn money, but your life is important. Damn. Still want to hit me? I think you really don't know the heights of heaven. Yuan Xiaojie sat in the cab with a gloomy face. People who do big business naturally have some connections in both black and white. This cab driver dared to touch a hair on his head. Then you don't mix. But Yuan Xiaojie delayed waiting for the driver to leave to open the door. Instead the car slowly restarted again and drove toward the front. Admit it? Yuan Xiaojie sneered. But that's when he realized something was wrong. The cab he was sitting in at the moment seemed to be a little neater and cleaner than it had been a while ago, and the car didn't smell bad, but instead smelled of aromatics, which made it pleasant to smell. The car drove smoothly too. Makes for comfortable sitting. It drives better than my own personal chauffeur with 20 years of driving experience. Strange. Yuan Xiaojie could not help but look at the driver's seat. Hey, what are you? His face suddenly froze. The car was moving fast. The more you drive, the faster you go. But the driver's seat was surprisingly empty. There's no driver. Chapter 154, Religious Scourges. Fang Zhen returned to his villa. He went to visit Zhu Ziming's mother and son. Mother and son were clearly a little uncomfortable with the villa and tied up. But this is normal. After all, is not their own house. And all of a sudden from the countryside broken tiled house, to the center of the city mansion, the psychological gap is too big. The average person would have been difficult to adapt to. Fang Zhen would like to send the villa directly. Anyway, there are so many houses here. Mr. Yuan definitely won't mind. But Zhu Ziming was clearly a bit resistant to this. No credit is due. Young people always have some pride. So Fang Zhen no longer insisted. Little Fang in the future, if you have nothing to do, come here to eat. No need to be so polite. You've helped our family too much. Zhu Ziming's mother continuously instructed Fang Zhen with eager eyes. This made Fang Zhen feel a rare warmth in his heart. After all, he had no previous memories at all. No relatives and elders. This kind of love that originated from his elders for no reason at all made him feel new and reassured. Fang Zhen nodded. Got it, Auntie. I'll come often to dine with you in the future. Hearing this, Zhu Ziming's mother's smile was obviously much thicker and she looked very happy. Fang Zhen returned to his villa. Jiang Yueyin had already said goodnight at this moment and went to sleep. After all, she has to undergo all kinds of rehab every day as well as all kinds of different physical examinations, so it won't stay up at all. But Feng Town is a different story. Anyway, without a job, there's nothing major that has to be done at the moment. Stay up as long as you want. Mezzo. Fang Zhen opened the Skynet forum, and the person he was going to trade with in the first place was still not online. He casually browsed the forums to increase his knowledge. Then opened the search bar and type in the word religion. Soon the forum threads about religion all popped up. This was a forum for a group of awesome awakened people. Awakened people who were too weak to join in. So naturally, the posts in the forum had nothing to do with religion in the secular world, but rather carried all sorts of mystical colors. Since the rules events have become progressively more frequent. Naturally, religions in various countries are not immune to the birth of people with special abilities. So they showed miracles, reinforcing the faith, attracted many believers. The rapid development of the power of the major religions can be said to be more than the past 1,000 years, but also some religions directly ruled the entire country. The name of the religion and even directly into the name of the country. Luckily, the most powerful countries reacted quickly and made a plan to start putting down the momentum of the rise of these religions before the consequences became too serious. The country of Huaxia attaches great importance to basic education, and the illiteracy rate is gradually falling. So the people are not very interested in such things as believing in religion. The big cities are even more devoid of any place for religion. So in the country of China, religions rise very slowly and mostly in small places, so they cause very little damage. A red letter from above is a direct break for small religions everywhere. Whenever unruly religions are found, violating the rules of preaching, demagoguery and promoting anti-science, all of them will be dealt with forcefully and with a thunderbolt. So in the country, the power of religion is not so different from what it used to be. Of course, it is for the overall big picture. However, the posts that popped up in the Skynet forums told Fongjian that in this vast land, even how dazzling and bright the sun was, there would eventually be shadows hidden underneath it. In a small mountain village in XX province, a certain awakened person attempted to restore the imperial system, made himself emperor, and enthroned more than 30 concubines, and was ultimately reported by the old bachelor at the head of the village with a grudge, and was suppressed by the county's public security bureau, and executed by firing squad half a year later. It was verified that this person ruled almost all of the 10 or so nearby villages, claiming that the heavenly emperor had descended to save the earth, and that the entire country exceeded 700 people at the time of his splendor. But most of them were old men and women from the village. Not much of a fighting force, so the soldiers were defeated. In XX, Dabi Mountain, the moral Heavenly Gates sect is preaching in a big way, and there are 3 awakened people in the sect, calling themselves the 3 Purities, who have bewitched the people, attacked government buildings, and organized armed forces. They have even set up various systems and tortures, and more than 50 people have died under cruel punishments, subsequently suppressed by the military in a strong manner. The 3 awakened ones were directly sent to the research institute for experimentation because their behavior was too bad, and it was said that their subsequent lives were extremely miserable. XX County City, where the religion of Islam preaches that everything in the world belongs to Allah, and opens a sensational religious movement. Enhanced by the awakening ability, Islam has ruled almost the entire county, and even government officials were compelled to fall deeper into it, unable to extricate themselves from it, and all power and materials were dedicated to Allah. And because of the defection of the government officials, the dissimilarity of the county remained unnoticed, and such peace continued for 7 whole years. Eventually the time was right, and the forces of Elamism began to encroach on the neighboring counties in a vain attempt to take the entire city under their control. The Special Operations Division stationed in the city came out in full force, and the chief captain single-handedly killed the headquarters of the Elan cult and slaughtered the awakened among them, which finally brought this farce to an end. But the consequences were so severe that more than 2/3 of the officials of the entire city were punished, and since then the city has not received any support from the state. The economy is in complete shambles. The people have fled, and the entire city has fallen into disrepair. Fongtown reads these posts. That's when I realized that the country wasn't at peace either. There has been unrest in many places. It was just suppressed in time. Religion has a need to exist and can bring spiritual solace. However, those who preside over religions may not always be good people. And selfishness and Yangji will bring calamity. Fongjian muttered to himself. Fongjian perused the post again. Religions about belief in God are found everywhere, but it's all a small fight. The state is very strict on this aspect of the control. As long as there is a little hint, the head of the sect is directly invited over for tea. Either step down and replace, or into the orange vacation. It's not a climate at all. Looks like I've run into an upstart religion. I'm sure the state can handle it. Fongjian pondered for a while, but still wasn't quite at ease. He opened a bounty posting, describing the white-robed priest from his memory, describing his abilities as well, hoping that there were capable people in the Skynet forum who knew the bottom line of this old guy, but the post was unsurprisingly stone cold. The number of views is 0. No one answered. Looks like people aren't interested in finding anyone. Fang Jin then edited the post and inserted a web picture of a beautiful woman with a small cherry mouth and willow leaf eyebrows, a delicate body that seduced the heartstrings, and then thoughtfully added a few unrecognizable Japanese words to the picture. The number of views then rubbed off. Good people live in peace. Posting pictures without seeds. Wait, isn't this the Skynet forum? Sorry, wrong place. Really unqualified. Use this kind of picture to attract eyeballs. Whisper a question. Is this a small movie? Ask for the number of the movie. Who has time to answer your questions? Hurry up and send me the link. Reported. Views are up instead. But still no one answered his question. Fang Jin shook his head helplessly. There doesn't seem to be much hope. At this point. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, Ming Jilan's sweet and greasy voice came out. Gu, brother Fang Jin. Still up so late. What's the matter? Old auntie? Fang Jin replied nonchalantly. Chapter 155. Thanks for the information. Ming Jilan's subsequent words of molestation were completely unspeakable. She was biting her silver teeth at this moment, breathing heavily and full of anger. Brat, don't think that you can flaunt yourself so much in front of me just because I'm begging you. Do you believe me or not that I'll report your position up now? Fang Jin was silent for a moment. Sister Ming, may I ask what you want? Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Humph. Ming Jilan took a deep breath and her tone brightened up once again. I can't thank you enough for stepping in and solving the rules incident tonight. It was very efficient. Our 7th team picked up a credit for nothing. Fang Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes. The speed of this change of face. No wonder you got to be captain. No need to be polite. It's not really something I solved. Fang Jin said. Ming Jilan said in a petulant manner. Just don't be modest. If it wasn't for you, it would be a problem if my 2 team members could come back safely. The 2 of them acted privately. Originally they were only responsible for stabilizing the situation. But I didn't expect that they almost triggered the rules to go out of control. I've already severely criticized them. Brother Fang Jin, you really don't want to consider joining the Special Operations Department. Our Team 7 is really in great need of awakened people who are good at using their brains. The Special Operations Department is very short of people, especially the lack of awakened people who can stand alone. Her voice is so pretentious and creepy though. No thanks, even if I did want to join. I couldn't stand a boss like you, Fang Jin said. Ming Jilan's tone was unkind. What's wrong with a boss like me? Brat, you give me a clear explanation. Fang Jin said. If you're really short of people, I can recommend someone to you. Who? Zhu Ziming. Now he is also a reserve of the Special Operations Department. If you are interested, you can just recruit away. This kid has a good brain, only that he understands too little about the rules and events. As long as he undergoes a few more times of sharpening, I believe that his ability won't be worse than that of the captain. Ming Jilan as the captain. Bring up a guy straight from the reserve ranks to convert. Naturally, there is no problem. Ming Jilan was surprised. So powerful? She read the report on tonight's operation. So also know the person Zhu Ziming. But she didn't expect that Zhu Ziming had such a high weight in Fang Jin's heart. That's right. Fang Jin nodded heavily. Understood. I'll immediately find a way to transfer his file to me. Ming Jilan's tone was serious. I'll see who dares to snatch someone from me. She's the captain of Team 7. The 7th team was established the latest, so there were really too few competent henchmen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited a troubled teenager like Zhuang Qinqing as well. If Zhu Ziming is really so potential, then she would never let it go. Cheer up then, Fang Jin said indifferently. It's just as well that you've come to the phone. Then I still have questions to ask you. Do you know all about what happened tonight? Ming Jilan said. That's for sure. Zi Ning, this little girl is a good hand at writing reports. You know about the white-robed priest who appeared out of nowhere. Noted. This person is dangerous. I suspect that he is actively creating awakenings. You must pay attention to it. It's best to inform the headquarters and do your best to find him and get him killed. Fang Jin said in a deep voice. Ming Jilan froze. Active. Manufacturing. Awakened objects? There's actually someone other than Dr. Chen who can do such a thing? Dr. Chan? Fang Jin had heard this name from Zhang Yueying. So Dr. Chen can do this kind of thing? This Dr. Chan is an amazing man. Would love to meet if I had the chance. I am guessing, but I think the probability of guessing is very high. Fang Jin said. There are already 2 innocent people who have been used as victims for him to create awakenings. They are both quite pitiful. They were quite miserable when they were alive, and they have to be used as a tool to exploit them when they die. Hard to accept. Killing people for their own benefit. Fonstown can take it, but playing with people's feelings for their own benefit ends up playing them to death. It's really a bit overwhelming. Ming Jilan immediately said. I understand, and I will definitely take this matter very seriously. Fang Jin then asked something about Anping village. This caused another pang of curiosity from Ming Jilan. How did you know about Anping village? Ming Jilan was puzzled. This is a mission sent down from above. I'll just ask off the top of my head. It's all classified and can't just be said. Then I won't ask about Anping village. I'd like to ask how Shin's consortium is doing these days. Ming Jilan was slightly thoughtful. Why did Fong Jin know about the relationship between Anping village and the Shin consortium? This kid doesn't have any special background, does he? Is it possible that it's a pawn arranged by some big shot? Thinking for a moment, Ming Jilan still said, then this is fine. Shin's consortium took the initiative to pay tens of billions of dollars in taxes, and took the initiative to accept the supervision of the State Department, and even threw out a few first family members in jail, to muddle through the things about Anping village. The price paid is not small. In the future, the Shin clan consortium is expected to keep a much lower profile. Fong Jin could understand after thinking about it. After all, it's a major plutocracy with such muddy financial resources. The secret relationships are inextricably linked and intertwined. Even if it's done wrong, it's not likely to go straight down, either. It's certainly possible to survive this catastrophe if you pay a big enough price. If the Shin clan consortium directly collapsed, the social turmoil triggered would definitely not be small. But understanding is understanding. Fonzin was still a little upset. You've made such a big mistake, and you'll be fine if you pay some money? It is true that one is not suitable for joining the government sector. Born to take this kind of heat. Having said what needed to be said, Fong Jin decided to hang up the phone. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Good night, little brother. Wahahaha. Hiss, will you stop being so perverted? Ming Jilan laughed flirtatiously. Doesn't this prove that your sister likes you? Don't forget to promise your sister something. Oh, love you. Fong Jin creepily hung up the phone straight away. This woman. It's unbearable. Hang up the phone. The smile on Ming Jilan's face slowly tightened as she picked up her captain's exclusive satellite phone. But after pondering for a long time, she still didn't dial the number and put the phone down. White-robed priests. She silently pulled out her personal cell phone and jotted down keywords. White-robed priests. Religion. Making awakenings. This person is worth paying attention to. If I can obtain the awakening object in his hand, my strength will definitely increase greatly as well, and my revenge will be more certain. Ming Jilan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Exactly. Obtaining a second awakening ability is an enhancement, as is obtaining an awakening object. Little brother Fong Jin, thank you for your information.